Chapter 1. Please maintain a good relationship with your wife. Welcome to the world of rule horror stories, where you must remain alert at all times. Your success or failure will directly affect your country. If you die or are contaminated in the world of rule horror stories, your country will face corresponding horrors. Jobai opened his eyes and found himself standing in a room. Then, a flood of memories began to pour into Jobai's mind. In this parallel world invaded by the strange, each country randomly selects one chosen one to enter the horror world. The chosen person also bears the fate of their country. The performance of the chosen one here will be broadcast live to audiences around the world. And Jobai, unfortunately, became the selected one. Is this the chosen one from our great Xia country? He looks okay, but doesn't seem very smart. I didn't expect our fate to be in his hands now. I hope this Jobai can do well. Don't panic, our great Xia country is prosperous, everything will be fine. At this moment, Jobai noticed a notebook appeared in his hand. He opened it and saw the contents inside. Home is your warm harbor, but you must follow the rules at home to create a happy and harmonious family atmosphere. Rule 1. You, your wife, and your parents live together. But remember, there are only 3 people in your family. 2. Maintain a good relationship with your wife. 3. You can trust your wife, unless she takes off her red hairpin. 4. You are currently sleeping in the study. After midnight, make sure to lock the study door. No matter who knocks, do not open it. 5. You and your wife have no children. If you hear the sound of a baby crying in the middle of the night, ignore it. 6. You have a black dog. If it turns white, throw it off the balcony. 7. Remember, you cannot share a bedroom with your wife. Jobai had been single for 22 years and never expected to play the role of a husband right from the start. It was indeed a bit difficult. He frowned and looked at the rules in the notebook. There were only 7 rules, clearly incomplete. But just seeing these 7 rules made the hair on his body stand up. In the living room, there were 2 elderly people with white hair, who looked like his parents. They were watching TV. Meanwhile, in the room, the sound of water came from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass door, he could see that the person inside, taking a shower, was a woman. It was very likely to be his current wife. So, including Jobai, there were a total of 4 people. Rule 1. There are only 3 people in your family. Who exactly are his family members, and who is it? Jobai fell into deep thought. At the moment the rules were announced, analysis teams made up of experts from various countries began to discuss and think about these rules. It's just begun, there's too little information. At this point, we can only see that rules 2 and 3 have conflicting parts. Based on the current 7 rules, it's hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. Each country has 3 chances for hints. Hopefully, Jobai can hold on until we provide him with information. But from what we can see now, he's still quite calm. Some of the other countries' chosen ones broke down the moment they saw the rules. In the live broadcast screen. At this moment, a charming female voice came from the bathroom. Honey, can you help me get my pajamas? The viewers, who were thinking along with Jobai, felt a chill down their spines upon hearing this voice. We still haven't figured out the family situation. It might not be a good idea to agree to the request hastily. But we have to maintain a good relationship with the wife. Refusing, would that be bad? But Rule 3 says we can trust the wife. This is a bit contradictory. And now, not knowing whether the wife is wearing the red hair clip or not, is still a risk. Sigh. I wonder what Jobai will choose. I'm so worried. Inside the live broadcast room of the Iron Tower country. Romantic by nature, Charles heard his wife's request and felt he had no reason to refuse. Oh, beautiful lady. Charles is willing to serve you. After saying that, he immediately picked up the pajamas and walked toward the bathroom. A pair of tender white hands with red nail polish stretched out from the bathroom. When Charles saw those hands, he immediately began to fantasize. He placed the pajamas in his hands into the other's hands. Unexpectedly, the other person grabbed him backhand. Oh, beautiful lady. Aren't you being a bit too forward? Then he felt a great force pulling him into the bathroom. Click. The entire bathroom was stained blood red. The live broadcast image of the Iron Tower country turned into darkness. F***K, that idiot Charles. At a time like this, still only thinking about beautiful women. It's over, the horror story is about to descend upon our Iron Tower country. The chosen ones of other countries were not as bewitched by beauty as Charles was. For example, those from Kimchi country and Curry country, their chosen ones immediately refused their wife's request. The 2 of them survived safely. However, what they didn't know was that after hearing their refusal, the wife's expression became a bit strange. Some others were still stalling for time, thinking of a countermeasure, neither agreeing nor refusing the wife's request. Among them was Joe Bai. However, he was standing still in place. Because at this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. System activated. Each time you receive a rule, you will get one chance of an incorrect hint. Rule A, the third line, is incorrect. Joe Bai looked at the notebook in his hand and saw that the third rule said, "You can trust your wife, unless she removes the red hair clip." Could it be that the wife is not to be trusted? Inside the bathroom, unable to wait for Joe Bai's reply, the wife's voice became a little anxious, even faintly angry. Honey, are you outside? Please help me." Joe Bai kept thinking, sweat beading on his forehead. Should he refuse her? But he always felt that something still wasn't clear. At that moment, Joe Bai's eyes fell on the photo on the bedside table. In the photo, the wife was wearing a red hair clip, and her expression had an indescribable eeriness. Joe Bai's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked at other photos. After clearly seeing the wife's expression in the other photos, a suspicion appeared in his mind. There was not much time left for Joe Bai to respond. So, he picked up the pajamas and walked toward the bathroom. The audience of Great Xia Country became anxious seeing Joe Bai's actions. Charles from the Iron Tower country had just died after agreeing to his wife's request. Joe Bai also seemed to want to agree to his wife's request. Could it be that Great Xia Country is finished too? The experts of Great Xia Country all nervously watched Joe Bai's movements. If necessary, they had to consider using up a chance for a hint. But Joe Bai arrived at the bathroom door and did not hand the pajamas to his wife. Instead, he directly opened the bathroom door. What exactly was he going to do? Chapter 2, The Critical Red Hair Clip. Seeing Joe Bai's action, some parents watching the live broadcast quickly covered their children's eyes to stop them from seeing something they shouldn't. But their worry was unnecessary, because the live broadcast screen now very thoughtfully had a mosaic. However, the red hair clip on the wife's head was still very clearly shown in the live image. Everyone held their breath, closely watching Joe Bai's next move. Joe Bai tried very hard not to look at the beautiful scene in front of him. Instead, he fixed his gaze. It landed on that red hairpin. If the wife is untrustworthy, it is impossible to agree to her request, which would conflict with the second rule. The system only said the third rule had an error, but didn't say the entire rule was wrong. But when Joe Bai saw the photo in the room, a guess formed in his mind. The real mistake was in the latter half of the third rule. The wife wearing the red hairpin was the one who couldn't be trusted. Honey, why are you just standing there? Hurry and hand me the nightgown. The wife had a seductive smile on her face, extending her hand toward Joe Bai. In the live stream room of the Great Xia Country, the viewers were eagerly spamming the bullet comments. The bullet comments they sent almost covered the entire live stream screen. Joe Bai ignored his wife's request. Instead, he reached for her head and quickly took off the red hairpin from her head. In that moment, the viewers in the live stream room, including the experts from the analysis group, were all stunned. It can be done this way? At this time, the strange expression on the wife's face became normal once the hairpin was removed. Joe Bai saw his wife's change in expression and knew he had guessed correctly. Honey, this. Joe Bai handed her the nightgown he was holding. Wife, didn't you just ask me to bring you the nightgown? Did you forget? The wife looked a bit dazed, then her face turned red with embarrassment. After handing her the clothes, Joe Bai walked out. He let out a light sigh. The first crisis was resolved. The experts in the Great Xia Country who witnessed this scene were all excited. I get it now, the third rule is wrong. So smart. Joe Bai is really too smart. We could only deduce that there was a contradiction between the second and third rules. But he directly figured out that the third rule was wrong. On the other side, people from other countries who were lurking in the Great Xia Country's live stream returned to report the situation to their analysis groups. After hearing the report, most of the countries decided to use their first warning opportunity. In the live streams of other countries, viewers could see the chosen one removing the red hairpin from the wife's head in various ways. However, this did not include the countries of Asen and Kimchi. The screen then returned to the Great Xia Country's live stream room. Joe Bai was now living separately from his wife and temporarily staying in the study. To return to the study, he had to pass through the living room. In the living room, two elderly people with graying hair were sitting with their backs to him. On the television, a comedy show was playing. But the atmosphere in the living room was unusually oppressive. From what happened just now, Joe Bai could confirm that his wife was not it. Then it must be between these two elderly people. Joe Bai stepped into the living room. Laughter from the audience came from the TV. The laughter sounded especially out of place in this quiet living room. Joe Bai got goosebumps and hurried his pace. At that moment, the voices of the two elderly people in the living room rang out at the same time. Mother, you spend all day in the study. Sit down. Come watch some TV with me. Father, come over here, have some fruit with your parents. Jobai stopped in his tracks, his eyes quickly scanning their faces. On the mother's face, a large red birthmark stood out under the warm yellow light of the living room. The father's face was dry and cracked, his skin pale to the point of being sickly. Both of them looked a bit strange. Jobai didn't dare to easily agree to either of their requests. I still have some work to do, I'll head back to the study. After saying that, he continued walking toward the study. Once inside the study, he quickly shut the door. Throughout this entire process, there was a faint, eerie gaze following his every move. The viewers in the Great Xia country's livestream were all sweating for him. So scary, who is the real family? Why do I feel like the world of horror tales is full of traps? What will happen if we agree to their demands? The confused audience in the Great Xia nation got their answer from the neighboring Monkey Nation. Ruan Kai from the Monkey Nation heard his parents' request, picked up a piece of fruit from the plate, and sat down on the sofa. This fruit is not as tasty as the bananas grown in our Monkey Nation. He was chewing and speaking, but halfway through, his eyes suddenly widened, and then he couldn't speak another word. Greedy Ruan Kai, don't we have fruits in our country? Why did you eat that fruit? Just because you ate that fruit, our country is going to face a disaster. Damn it, if I rush to the Great Xia Nation tonight, is it still in time? The audience in the Great Xia Nation saw what happened in the Monkey Nation and felt a chill in their hearts. Jobai returned to the study room and first observed his surroundings. There was a desk in the study, and behind it was a large wall of bookshelves. In the empty part of the room, there was a folding bed. It seemed this was Jobai's temporary sleeping place. He opened each drawer in the room and checked them one by one. When he opened the lowest drawer in the bookshelf, he actually found a set of baby clothes inside. The fifth rule clearly said that he and his wife never had a child. Then what's the deal with these baby clothes? It's possible that the fifth rule is wrong. There is also another possibility, that Jobai and his wife once had an unborn child. This matter cannot be concluded now, it must be verified somehow. He put the baby clothes back in the drawer, then closed it. At this moment, a note fluttered down. Rule B. It was actually a new set of rules. Jobai quickly began to read it. 1. Do not agree to any request from it. 2. 9 to 1800 hours is your wife's work time. Please make sure who you see is only your wife. 3. The kitchen belongs to mom. You are not allowed to enter. 4. The market does not sell pork. 5. Dad likes to eat candy. If he acts cute to you, give him a candy. 6. You live on the 13th floor. If you see a shadow outside the window, just turn off the light immediately. 7. If someone wearing a green hat comes to deliver a package, scold him harshly and tell him to get lost. Chapter 3. The woman in red outside the window. After Jobai read these rules, the system voice in his mind also sounded. Host has discovered the new rules. Now marking one wrong rule for you. Then Jobai saw that rule 7 on the paper was marked in red. This rule indeed didn't seem logical. When Jobai read this rule just now, he had already suspected it. But if someone wearing a green hat really comes to deliver a package, what should he do? Ignore him? Jobai shook his head. He wasn't fully confident in this guess yet. He put the note together with the original notebook and sat at the desk, frowning deeply in thought. He didn't know how much time had passed when a knocking sound came from outside the study door. Jobai picked up his phone and looked at the time, 23:35. It was okay to open the door. He put the notebook away, stood up, and walked over to open the door. Standing outside was his wife. She was wearing a silk camisole nightdress, her curly hair hanging down freely. She looked seductive in a quiet way. Honey, I made a bowl of sweet soup for you. Try it. Compared to earlier in the bathroom, this faint allure hit Jobai's senses even harder. Sigh, why does this kind of mission come right at the start? The heavens are really cruel to a single dog. The audience in the livestream room saw the wife appear, and everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. Don't sleep together. Don't sleep together. Don't sleep together. Jobai, repeat this rule 3 times in your heart. Demoness, trying to harm our brother Jobai again. Don't drink it, whatever she gives you, don't drink it. Nobody is allowed to drink. Alright, bring it in. The moment his wife heard Jobai say that, a smile instantly appeared on her face. But the viewers were going crazy. Jobai, are you crazy? Jobai, if you want to die, don't drag us all down with you. Jobai, wake up. His wife placed the sweet soup on the desk but still stood there, not planning to leave. Jobai looked at her, then looked at the bowl of sweet soup again. He sighed in his heart. He picked up the bowl and took a sip. His wife stared closely at Jobai, watching the changes in his facial expression. Jobai drank a mouthful. The death scene the viewers expected didn't happen. Jobai looked into his wife's expectant eyes and said, tastes good. His wife immediately smiled. She lowered her head, her cheeks turning red. "Honey, then can you sleep in the bedroom tonight?" As soon as Jobai heard this, an alarm went off in his mind. Refusing her would damage their relationship and break the rules. Agreeing, but not being able to share the bed, would also break the rules. Either way meant death. Jobai's mind raced, trying to find another way out. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the baby clothes in the drawer. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. There was no other choice. He had to take a gamble. Jobai combined all the movie scenes and novel plots he'd ever seen, doing his best to look deeply affectionate. "Wife, I'm doing this all for your health. Even if I don't sleep well, it doesn't matter." To his surprise, the moment his wife heard this, she was deeply touched. Looks like he guessed right. They really had an unborn child. "Husband, I'm fine." Jobai kept up his performance. "No, you don't care about your health, but I care." This time, his wife was completely speechless. Ha ha ha. Where did Jobai learn acting like this? It's kind of cheesy. But in this death trap, he actually thought of another way. Amazing. His wife's expression clearly shows she's been moved by Jobai. If it were me, I'd have broken down already. By the time his wife left the study, it was almost midnight. Jobai remembered rule A, number 4. After midnight each day, lock the study room door. No matter who knocks, do not open it. He quickly shut the door and locked it. After closing the door, he turned around and saw, outside the window, a woman in a red dress standing there. Jobai's heart jumped. Rule B, number 6. You live on the 13th floor. If you see someone standing outside the window, just turn off the light immediately. Jobai quickly reached for the switch. Click. Darkness fell around him. But at the same time, a voice from the system rang in his mind. Detected, wife's affection toward the host +20. Granting you one chance to mark a rule is incorrect. As soon as the voice ended, Jobai received the alert. Rule B, number 6, is incorrect. Rule B, number 6, is actually wrong? Jobai was shocked. He quickly turned the lights back on. Click. Jobai saw a pale face with a wide bloody mouth, almost about to bite him. As the light came on, it let out a roar from its mouth. Then it quickly retreated out the window again. Viewers in the live stream, seeing this, broke out in cold sweat all over. That was close. Too scary. Oh my god, I cried from fear. Rule number 6 is wrong? Jobai's reaction was so fast. At that moment, the clock struck 12. But before midnight came in many countries, disasters had already arrived. Kapil from country A3 saw his wife enter with a red hair clip and peacefully drank the sweet soup she handed him. But after drinking the sweet soup, he collapsed and never woke up again. Country A3 was hit by a terrifying tale. That night, all the people of country A3 shut their doors tightly. But there was always the sound of a baby crying. The police in Asan country were also especially busy tonight. In just one night, they received many cases of wives murdering their husbands. In Kimchi country's livestream, the chosen one, Nan Mingji, also received a sweet soup from his wife. And his wife was also wearing a red hairpin. However, Nan Mingji was different from Kapil. This time, he firmly rejected his wife again. He did not die like Kapil. The viewers from Kimchi country all cheered. Amazing, Nan Mingji escaped another crisis. Long live Nan Mingji. Nan Mingji is awesome. Our great Kimchi country is the best. Go Nan Mingji. Soon, the whole world will be ours. After rejecting his wife, Nan Mingji was very proud. But he, and the viewers in Kimchi country's livestream, did not know. After his wife left the door, her expression became even more eerie than before. Chapter 4, No Pork for Sale in the Market. At night, Jobai lay on the bed. Outside the house, the sound of a baby crying came again and again. Jobai ignored it and continued lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. Today was the first night in the strange world. He got 2 rules, but the information was still too little. The most important thing was that he still hadn't received any information about how to clear the game. Was it completing the required days to clear it? Finding a specific place to clear it? Or completing a certain storyline to clear it? Jobai went through every possible scenario in his mind. It seemed that tomorrow's primary task was still to gather information. Outside, the baby's crying stopped. Instead, there was a series of knocks on the door. Jobai kept the rules in mind and still did not respond. In the strange world, keeping a clear mind was very important. So, he had to make sure he got enough sleep. Not long after, he fell asleep. The viewers in the livestream saw him sleeping so calmly and were speechless. Didn't he hear the noise outside? How can he sleep? Night is the most dangerous time, and Jobai dares to sleep? Look at Peter from the beautiful country, he's still analyzing the rules. Everyone is struggling, how can you just lie there? Jobai had a quality, he could adapt to any situation. Even in such a terrifying new environment, he was still able to sleep soundly. Until the morning, when he heard his wife's voice, he opened his eyes. Honey, get up, I made breakfast for you. He first took out his phone and checked the time. 9:05 a.m. When Jobai saw this time, all his sleepiness vanished. He didn't respond, but cautiously sat up from the bed. Honey, why aren't you answering? Are you still sleeping? She seemed to worry that the person inside the room couldn't hear her and raised her voice. Honey, are you okay? Don't scare me. The sound of frantic knocking came from outside the door. The knocking grew louder and eventually turned into banging on the door. The viewers saw this scene and all became tense. Is that his wife outside? According to Rule B, Section 2, she shouldn't be. But what if this rule is wrong? So scary, what will happen if she gets in? In the beautiful country's livestream, Peter had been analyzing the rules all night, and by the time dawn approached, he finally fell asleep. His wife came to call him to get up. He responded drowsily. Then, the beautiful country's livestream went completely dark. The audience from Dasha country, having just watched the livestream from Free country, were glad that Jobai was cautious. I'm dying of laughter, Peter from the beautiful country worked hard, but it was all for nothing. Studied all night, but failed the first question. I apologize to Jobai for my lack of understanding last night. The sound of the woman's voice outside and the knocking continued. It wasn't until an hour later that things finally quieted down. Jobai waited until there was no sound before he opened the study door. There was no sign of his wife outside. His father was still sitting on the sofa watching TV, and his mother was busy in the kitchen. Both of them seemed very calm, as if they hadn't heard the noises outside the study at all. The black dog lay in the corner, very thin, looking lifeless. When it saw Jobai come out, it didn't wag its tail like a regular dog would to greet him enthusiastically. It seemed too quiet, almost like an elderly person. You spend all day in your study. You're either sleeping or writing those useless articles. It's been more than a week, and you still won't come back to your room to sleep. When will I ever get to hold my grandchild? Jobai heard these words and really felt overwhelmed. Sure enough, once you're married, the pressure to have children starts. He wondered why he had to go through all this at such a young age. Although his mother nagged with her words, she still served Jobai a bowl of plain porridge and several small dishes. Seeing this, the audience began to feel tense. Don't eat it, something feels off with the mother. Yes. Jobai, don't listen to her. She was so eager for Jobai and his wife to sleep together, feels like a trap. And the experts in the analysis group also grew highly anxious. Both father and mother's identities are highly suspicious. Given the current relationship between the parents, it's reasonable for the mother to say such things. Compared to the mother, the father seems even more strangely silent. On the live broadcast, Jobai, as they expected, sat down at the table and began eating breakfast. Seeing Jobai safe, the experts became even more confident in their assumptions. Jobai drank the plain porridge, his eyes occasionally glancing over at his father's position. He had no issue fulfilling his wife's request. He had no issue fulfilling his mother's request. The biggest suspicion was on his father. But now wasn't the time to expose the truth. Jobai's primary task was still to find out how to solve the puzzle. While his mother continued to fuss in the kitchen, she kept complaining. Now even the dog is picky with its food, it won't eat its dog food. If it won't eat, then fine. One day, it'll starve to death and we'll just throw it in the trash outside. Jobai's attention was drawn to his mother's words, and he looked over at the black dog in the corner. There was a bowl of dog food beside the black dog. It was a full bowl, looking untouched. So, it wasn't that the dog lacked energy, it was because it was too hungry. Jobai found this situation a bit odd and asked, when did the black dog stop eating its dog food? His mother thought carefully. It's probably been about a week. A week, too? That was about the same time he started sleeping in separate rooms from his wife. Was there any connection between them? Jobai quietly noted this suspicion in his mind and continued to eat. After finishing his meal, Jobai sat on the single sofa in the living room. He only had to look up to see his father's side profile. His father's face had no color, his hair almost completely white. Jobai only glanced at him once before turning his gaze away. His mother was in the kitchen cleaning the dishes. Jobai sat on the sofa watching TV for a while. After finishing cleaning, his mother came out with her handbag. I've made an appointment with Aunt Juan from next door, I won't be back until evening. I've made your favorite braised pork, just heat it up and you can eat it. Braised pork? Rule B, Item 4. The market doesn't sell pork. Jobai furrowed his brows. Did you buy the pork at the market? His mother, in a hurry to leave, answered while putting on her shoes. No, this piece of pork was given by Aunt Wang next door. Alright, I'm off, no time to chat. Jobai felt a strange, unexplainable sensation after hearing his mother's words. But before he could catch those fleeting thoughts in his mind, Mom had already grabbed her bag and rushed out the door. The house became quiet again. Only the occasional jarring laughter from the TV echoed through the room. Jobai lifted his head and looked toward where his dad was. And at that moment, his dad also looked at him. He even showed a strange smile. Now, in the house, only Jobai, Dad, and a black dog were left. Chapter 5, 3 Ways to Pass the Level. Jobai reached out to the side table and took a piece of candy. He slowly unwrapped the candy. He glanced at the expression on his dad's face. Then he put the candy into his mouth. Dad stopped smiling and turned his head back to the TV. When it was time for lunch, Jobai stood up and walked to the dining room, opening the fridge. Inside the fridge were several prepared dishes. Jobai ignored the plate of braised pork and casually took out 2 other dishes. The dishes from the fridge were cold. If he wanted to heat them, he had to go into the kitchen. But the third rule of Rule B said, the kitchen belongs to Mom, you cannot enter it. Should Jobai choose to eat the cold food directly, or go into the kitchen to heat it? 2 hours ago, Henry from Kangaroo Country only handed a bowl and chopsticks into the kitchen, and he died instantly. He didn't even fully step in, just reached his hand into the kitchen. Those viewers who rushed to Kangaroo Country's livestream still haven't recovered from the shock of that sudden death. Eating cold food is better than dying. I don't think Jobai is that stupid. Such an easy choice question, any normal person wouldn't choose wrong. Jobai must hold on. The fate of our Dacia nation is in your hands. In the live stream picture. After closing the fridge door, Jobai picked up another plate from the table. Then he walked toward the kitchen. No way? What is he doing? Can't even eat a bite of cold food? He actually wants to go heat it up in the kitchen. Did Jobai forget the rule? Jobai slid open the kitchen's sliding doors, then stepped inside. He actually walked into the kitchen. The experts watching were startled by this sudden change. No one expected Jobai to make such a mistake. So they weren't ready to warn him at all. But now he was already inside. Even if they warned him, it was too late. Everyone dropped their heads in despair. Is our Dacia nation really going to suffer the arrival of a horror story? In the screen, Jobai put the plate into the microwave to heat it up. He did not die. Jobai brought the heated food to the table, then carried another plate into the kitchen. He still did not die. Everyone was stunned. Could the rule be wrong? If it's wrong, then why did Henry from Kangaroo Country die? When Jobai heated the food both times, he deliberately looked around, as if searching for something. After heating the second plate and preparing to leave the kitchen, he finally saw something golden in the corner. He was overjoyed and quickly set the food down, moving away the clutter blocking the corner. Then the words appeared fully in front of him. Clear conditions. 1. SSS level, investigate the truth of what happened at home, gain the trust of the key character in the scenario, and be led by him, her to the safe zone. 2. S level, obtain information about the safe zone and escape to the safe zone on your own. 3. A level, survive in the house for 30 days. When these words appeared, the livestream viewers were stunned. Such an important message was actually placed in the kitchen. Is Jobai just a lucky fool? A blind cat bumping into a dead mouse? I don't believe it. Did Jobai really deduce that the kitchen was safe? But the experts watching all went silent. Because even with so many experts gathered together, things that no one could figure out, Jobai figured them out. How exactly did he figure it out? The Kangaroo Country has proven that entering the kitchen is indeed dangerous. What's the different part here? Right, it's Mom. When Henry went in, Mom was there. When Jobai went in, Mom wasn't. This must be the reason. Other spies lurking in the Great Xia Country's livestream, after seeing Jobai find the key information to pass, rushed back to report again. So, many countries used their second reminder chance. Jobai served himself a bowl of rice, then sat at the dining table and happily ate. Why did Jobai dare to enter the kitchen? Because he figured out that there was a loophole in Rule B, number 3. And the key to this was in what his wife said last night. Last night, when his wife brought him the sweet soup, she told him she cooked it. At that time, everyone's attention was on that bowl of sweet soup. No one noticed this issue. If the kitchen belongs to Mom, then normally the wife should never have the chance to use the kitchen. So this piece of information is wrong, or at least partly wrong. Every wrong piece of information hides its inner purpose behind it. Most wrong information is meant to lead you toward death. But this piece clearly is not. This message tells you not to go to the kitchen, so it's very likely that there is something in the kitchen it doesn't want you to see. Since it doesn't want you to go into the kitchen, then you should go into the kitchen even more. Jobai scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth, eyes looking toward the living room. Dad stood up from the sofa, changed his seat, and sat at the dining table, across from Jobai. He propped his chin with one hand and gave Jobai a smile. His thin face was cracked with wrinkles. The scene was as creepy as it could be. He didn't say a word, just quietly looked at Jobai. Even though it was broad daylight, many viewers watching the livestream still felt a chill. Jobai forced himself to stay calm and kept eating. In the corner, the black dog was still lying there. If not for the rise and fall of its belly when it breathed, Jobai would have doubted whether it was already dead. The dog bowl beside it was full of dog food, but it had no interest at all. It just drooped its head and curled up in the corner of the wall. Even though it was already so skinny, it still refused to eat. Jobai thought for a moment, then went to the kitchen and took out a plate. He put some rice on it, then poured some food from the 2 dishes in front of him. Then he placed the plate in front of the black dog. The black dog moved slowly, struggled to go over, sniffed the food on the plate, then began to eat in big mouthfuls. Jobai stepped back. He sat back at the table and continued eating. He ignored Dad sitting across from him and buried his head in the food. Dad looked at Jobai for a while, maybe he got bored, then went back to the sofa. So the dining room was left with just one person and one dog, both quietly eating the food in front of them. This scene, in this strange world, surprisingly had a bit of warmth in it. The black dog finished eating and seemed to finally regain some strength. It wagged its tail and came to Jobai's side. It bit Jobai's pant leg and tugged several times. Seeing it couldn't pull him, it ran to the front, as if it wanted to lead Jobai somewhere. Though Jobai was confused, he still followed it. The black dog led Jobai to the door of the parents' room. Jobai stopped there, hesitating whether to enter or not. In the world of ghost tales, entering a place recklessly could easily mean instant death. The black dog saw Jobai wouldn't go in, but didn't pull him again. Instead, it ran inside by itself. Soon after, it came out carrying a slip of paper in its mouth. Jobai took it and opened it. It was actually Rule C. Chapter 6, Pills of Different Colors. Rule C. 1. You need to take the black dog to the pet hospital every day at 5 p.m. until it turns white. 2. If you receive a call from your wife's company, ask which department is calling. If the answer is the R&D department, hang up immediately. 3. If there is a sudden loud knocking from the storage room, do not open it. 4. Always pay attention to your family's emotions. This is the key to maintaining a harmonious family. 5. Be careful of Aunt Wang next door. 6. If your mom goes out with Aunt Wang, give her the gray pill in the drawer when she comes back. 7. When your wife comes home from work every day, give her the white pill in the drawer. After Jobai finished reading these 7 rules, the voice of the system also sounded in his mind. One incorrect rule has been marked for you. When Jobai looked at the note again, he saw that the last part of the first rule had been marked in red. Until it turns white. It probably means taking the black dog to the pet hospital every day at 5 p.m. is correct. But even after it turns white, should it still be taken to the pet hospital? This contradicts Rule A, Item 6. You have a black dog. If you see it turn white, throw it off the balcony. If this rule is incorrect, then what is the purpose of it changing this rule? Or maybe, the answer lies in the pet hospital this afternoon. Jobai's eyes returned to the 6th and 7th rules. Before the system marked the wrong rule, Jobai hoped it would be one of these 2. The experts watching the livestream also frowned at these 2 rules. From Rule C's 2nd and 5th items, it seems the wife and the mother may be abnormal after returning home. Or rather, both of them might be contaminated. But why do they need to take different pills? Is one of these 2 rules wrong? Or are the contaminations they suffered different? The experts all shook their heads, unable to figure it out. They could only hope Jobai could get more useful information this afternoon, before his wife comes back. Jobai squatted down and patted the black dog's head, wanting to thank it for helping him find the note. But the black dog was very aloof. It gave him a cold glance, then walked back to the corner to lie down again. Jobai shrugged helplessly and took the note back to the study, placing it with the other rules in the notebook. In the afternoon, Jobai locked himself in the study. The experts saw Jobai didn't go out for more information and guessed he wanted to choose the 3rd method to clear the game. Which is to survive in this house for 30 days. After all, this method seems to be the easiest for now. The experts had doubts about this choice, but they couldn't force the chosen one to change his mind. They could only go to live streams in other countries to see if there was any useful information. The chosen one from Kimchi Country, Nam Mingji, got ready to go out right after lunch. He received a tip from the Kimchi Country analysis team and knew the conditions for passing. So, he decisively chose the 3rd method. After lunch, he went to the supermarket. He bought a lot of bread, snacks, water, and other daily supplies. He even thought ahead about how he might not be able to leave the study to use the toilet. Seeing what he did, the kimchi country audience became blindly confident. Nam Mingji's approach is the smartest among all the chosen ones. The horror world is so dangerous, no one can pass with the first or second method. In the end, only Nam Mingji will clear the game. Let them all die. That way, our great kimchi nation can own the entire blue star. The experts of the Great Xiao Nation saw the cheerful atmosphere in the Kimchi Nation's livestream and all shook their heads. The world of strange tales changes constantly, and dealing with it negatively might bring even greater danger. But when they turned back and saw their own nation's chosen one, staying in the study with an even more negative expression, they all sighed helplessly. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Jobai finally came out of the study. His father was still sitting on the sofa, keeping the same position as before. Jobai ignored him. He took the dog leash, tied it to the black dog, and then left with it. The black dog was old and walked very slowly. Jobai didn't rush it. Anyway, the pet hospital wasn't far from the community, and there was plenty of time. One person and one dog walked to the security office downstairs in the community. When they got to the gate, the security guard called out to Jobai. "You, come here. Do some registration." Jobai stopped, glanced at the guard, and finally walked over to pick up the pen. Because when Nam Mingji from the Kimchi Nation went out at noon, he was also called to register, the audience didn't feel anything strange. Jobai glanced at the registration book the guard handed over. Name, housing number, contact number, destination. These were the things he needed to fill in. Jobai felt very strange. Now even going out required registering with the guard? Did something happen in this community that made the property management feel the need for such strict control? After filling it out, Jobai put down the pen. He pretended to chat casually with the guard. "I haven't gone out for many days. Has anything new happened in the community lately?" The guard was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Usually, no one talked to him. Seeing Jobai ask, he became quite enthusiastic. "How many days haven't you gone out?" "More than a week." When the guard heard this, he immediately showed a surprised expression. Young people nowadays, staying at home every day playing games, playing on the phone, don't even know what's happening in the neighborhood. "A week ago, a crazy woman came to make trouble here, did you know that?" Jobai shook his head. The guard glanced at the registration form. "Look, it even happened in your building." "You didn't know?" "She looked pretty good, wearing a red dress." "That figure, TSK. But her brain wasn't right." "You live in that building and didn't know." Sigh, young people nowadays. Jobai could no longer hear the guard's following nagging words. In his mind, those few keywords kept flashing. A week ago. Red dress. Woman. In the building where he lived. At this moment, the image of the woman who appeared outside his window last night floated into his mind. Could this thing have something to do with her? Jobai said goodbye to the guard and turned to leave the security office. But just before he turned around, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a white pill placed in the drawer the guard had pulled open. Jobai paused completely. The experts watching the livestream also hurriedly fixed their eyes on the screen. Chapter 7, The Pet Hospital is also strange. The guard saw Jobai's gaze fall into his drawer. With a bang, he slammed the drawer shut. The guard, who was previously very friendly, suddenly changed his face. "If you want to go out, go quickly." Jobai didn't say anything more. He pulled the dog and walked out of the security room. On the way, the white pill in the guard's drawer kept appearing in Jobai's mind. Not long after, Jobai and the black dog stopped in front of the pet hospital. On the glass door of the pet shop, a very eye-catching notice was posted. Pet hospital rules. Please leave this city immediately. Do not stay in the pet hospital for more than 10 minutes. If you see animals badly injured in the pet hospital, like a dog with its head cut off, or a cat missing half its body, do not be afraid. This is normal. You can completely trust the staff here. There are only 4 rules in total. After reading them, Jobai waited for the voice of the system in his mind to appear. But he stood at the door of the pet hospital for 5 full minutes, and still did not hear the system's prompt sound. The rules on the notice did not turn red either. Jobai couldn't help but feel a little confused. Are all 4 of these rules correct? Or is it that the system can only give hints for the rules inside the house? The viewers in the live stream room were all worried when they saw Jobai standing at the pet hospital door for a long time without going in. Ha, did Jobai chicken out? This pet hospital looks creepy, maybe Jobai got scared. So tricky, even the pet hospital has rules. But Jobai couldn't wait for the system's prompt, and seeing that it was almost 5 o'clock, he pulled the dog and walked in. The temperature inside the pet hospital was clearly colder than outside. As soon as Jobai stepped in, he couldn't help but shiver. Inside, all the doctors and nurses were wearing white uniforms. Their footsteps hurried in and out of an operating room. The door of the operating room was not fully closed, and through the half-open door, Jobai could see what was happening inside. On the operating table, there was a puppy with all its limbs separated, but every part was moving like it was alive. Jobai only looked for a second, and he felt the surrounding temperature turn even colder. "What are you looking at?" A voice sounded behind Jobai. Jobai quickly turned around. He saw a doctor in a white coat, wearing black-rimmed glasses, staring at him seriously. "Everyone seems busy, I was just seeing if anyone had time." After hearing that, the doctor looked at the black dog beside Jobai's feet. "Come with me." Then, he led Jobai to a room. "Put it up here, I'll check it." Jobai followed and put the black dog on the table in front of the doctor. The doctor carefully checked all the fur on the black dog, then asked Jobai to take it down. After that, he took out a bottle of medicine from the medicine cabinet, and gave Jobai a black pill from it. "Feed it this." Jobai looked at the black pill in his hand, and doubt rose in his heart. Black, gray, white. What do these colors each mean? At this moment, the black dog standing beside Jobai became restless. It kept whining and pulling at the leash. Jobai looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 5:03 in the afternoon. Jobai held the black pill tightly, and finally squatted down and fed it to the black dog. Less than a minute after taking the black pill, the black dog calmed down again. "Here's the pill for you. Tomorrow the pet hospital might not be open. When the time comes, just feed it yourself." Jobai took the pill handed by the doctor and nodded. Then he left the pet hospital with the black dog. When the man and dog returned home, Dad was still sitting on the sofa. When he saw Jobai come in, he turned his head, pulled up the corners of his mouth, and smiled. Then he turned back to continue watching TV. The livestream viewers were all scared again by this scene. "Oh my God, what is this dad planning? If he wants to kill, just do it already." Suddenly doing that scared the soul out of me. Respect to Jobai for keeping a straight face. But Jobai wasn't really that brave. It's just that in this horror story world, danger is always nearby. If you're not careful, you might take your country down with you. They all encountered misfortune. Although he was an ordinary person, when the country needed him, he would give his all. So even though he wasn't very bold, he had to force himself to stay calm and clear-headed. The experts, seeing Jobai's performance, all showed expressions of appreciation. In the live broadcast footage, Jobai untied the rope on the black dog. It seemed much more spirited than in the morning. After drinking a few sips of water from the water bowl, it comfortably found a corner and fell asleep. Jobai walked past the sofa where his father was sitting, then entered the study. It was 5:15 in the afternoon. There was less than an hour until his wife would come back from work. And his mother and Aunt Wang had gone out, so there was always the possibility they might return unexpectedly. The expert group was holding a tight meeting, discussing the next course of action. Is Rule 6 and 7 of Rule C right or wrong? The security guard took a white pill. The pet hospital gave the black dog a black pill. Can we infer from this that the pill can really resist the contamination from it? Other experts nodded in agreement when they heard this point. So the pill must be taken. But which pill should be taken? It might intentionally mix up their pills. The experts began discussing this new hypothesis. What's the difference between the pills of different colors? It could be that they treat different sources of contamination, or they might treat different levels of contamination. When thinking about whether it would do this, we should first consider its motive. Mixing up the pills they actually need, driving them crazy, and then killing Jobai? Some experts nodded, agreeing that this guess made sense. But other experts disagreed with this viewpoint. The meeting once again fell into a heated discussion. Time passed second by second. Soon, it was 6:20 in the afternoon. Clack, clack. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor came from outside the door. Then came the sound of a key turning in the lock. Click. The experts, who were still in intense discussion, all fell silent when they heard this sound. It was his wife coming back. Chapter 8, The Difference Between Different Medications. And they still hadn't come to a conclusion. The Great Xia Kingdom was the only country that had not used a hint opportunity. Jobai now faced a very dangerous choice. So the experts decided to use a hint opportunity first. They then sent Jobai the conclusion they had just discussed: the medicine must be taken, along with their speculation about the color of the pills. Jobai was sitting in the study when the mechanical voice in his mind sounded. Then he received a series of voice reminders from the Great Xia Kingdom's analysis group. Jobai stood up and opened the study door. He walked over to greet his wife while processing the information in his mind. His father, who had been sitting on the sofa, was no longer there. He probably went back to his own room. His wife was wearing a professional outfit. She stood by the door, one hand holding the doorframe and the other taking off her high heels. Her eyes seemed dull, and her face looked paler than the night before. Joe-bai poured her a glass of water, then opened the drawer. When taking the medicine jar, his hands hesitated between the two jars. The experts held their breath, staring at his actions. In the end, Joe-bai picked up the white medicine jar. Thump, thump, thump. As Joe-bai handed the white pill to his wife, the experts could hear their own hearts pounding nervously. His wife took the pill and drank it with the water Joe-bai gave her. Then she smiled. "Thank you, husband." Joe-bai took the water cup from her hand. "Take it to the kitchen, rinse it clean, then put it back where it was." After waiting for a while, nothing unusual happened. The experts finally let out a slight sigh of relief. "Looks like we guessed right. This kid Joe-bai really does have some luck on him. No wonder he's the chosen one of the great Xia nation." Since Joe-bai had been performing excellently ever since entering the horror world, the live broadcast room of Great Xia had become the focus of many countries. Seeing Joe-bai smoothly pass through another crisis, those who were lurking in the Great Xia live room quickly copied the answer and took it back with them. As a result, almost all the remaining countries had used up all 3 hint chances. Inside the Great Xia live broadcast room, the wife went back to the room and changed into home clothes, then took a few dishes her mother had prepared from the fridge, and went into the kitchen to heat them. Joe-bai stood to the side, checking each dish his wife brought out, and only felt at ease after confirming none of them contained pork. Dinner was eaten together by Joe-bai and his wife. Before eating, Joe-bai also separated a portion of food and gave it to the black dog. The black dog liked the food Joe-bai gave it and ate happily. After dinner, Joe-bai and his wife watched some TV together. Dad was still alone in his room. Mom didn't come in until close to 11 o'clock. But when the viewers in the live room saw Mom come in, they were all startled. Because on top of her head, a pair of pig ears had actually grown out. "Mom, you're back." The wife didn't react in any special way, as if this was something completely normal. Joe-bai was originally just shocked by how Mom looked, but after seeing his wife's reaction, he suddenly felt all the hairs on his body stand up. Are any of the people in this house still normal? Mom looked very tired, with a dull expression. The wife went over to take the handbag from her hand. Joe-bai forced himself to calm down. He imitated his wife and tried to act natural. He stood up from the sofa behind his wife, and opened the drawer that held the medicine. The experts were once again nervously watching Joe-bai's actions. This time, Joe-bai didn't hesitate and directly picked up the jar of gray pills. Different colored pills targeted different levels of contamination. The darker the color, the more serious the contamination. So, the wife was the lightest, the mom second, and the black dog the most severe. After Mom swallowed that gray pill, the dull expression on her face eased a bit. But the pair of pig ears on her head still didn't disappear. Mom still behaved like she normally did after coming home, tidied things up, and walked into the bathroom. Even when she saw herself in the mirror in the bathroom, she didn't show any sign of surprise. Joe-bai looked at her figure and felt his scalp go numb. The time was now 23:35 at night. After taking a shower, Joe-bai stayed in the study room. At the same time as last night, the wife knocked on Joe-bai's study room door and brought in a bowl of sweet soup. "Honey, drink some soup." Joe-bai remembered the rule about keeping a good relationship with his wife. He didn't refuse and drank the soup in one go, then handed the bowl back to his wife. The wife took the bowl, lowered her head, and walked out of the study with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Joe-bai turned around. That woman in red clothes appeared outside the window again. This time, Joe-bai wasn't as flustered as last night. It's the unknown that makes people feel fear. Since he had already expected it to be there, the fear naturally decreased a lot. And Joe-bai knew, in this horror world, as long as he didn't break the rules, it couldn't hurt him at all. After figuring this out, looking at it didn't feel that scary anymore. Joe-bai even grew bold and looked it up and down. He wondered if the red-clothed woman the security guard mentioned today was the same at outside the window? The child had a miscarriage, the man and his wife in this room slept in separate beds, the black dog became strange, and a woman in red caused a commotion downstairs. All these events happened just a week ago. What is the connection between these events? Joe-bai always felt that there was some key information missing that could link all these things together. Rule A, Article 7. Remember, do not sleep in the same room with your wife. If the wife is not the source of danger, then what is the source of danger in sleeping with the wife? Joe-bai replayed the information and questions he had gathered in his mind over the past 2 days. Unknowingly, the time had reached midnight. Joe-bai walked to the door and locked it from the inside. Outside, the sound of a baby crying echoed, followed by a series of knocking sounds. The viewers watching the live broadcast felt a chill run down their spines. Jobai turned on the light, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. The next morning, Jobai was awakened by a series of intense knocking sounds. He picked up the clock and saw that it was 9:35 in the morning. Jobai carefully discerned and realized that the knocking sound did not come from the study door. He opened the door. The house was unusually quiet today. His wife had already gone to work, and he couldn't find his parents anywhere. Only the black dog was curled up in the corner, trembling all over, looking very scared. Jobai followed the sound of knocking. Finally, his footsteps stopped in front of the locked storage room door. Chapter 9, The Secret in the Storage Room. Rule C, Article 3. If there are intense knocking sounds coming from the storage room, do not open it. At this moment, the knocking from the storage room became even more intense. It sounded as if something inside was trying to break out through the door. Jobai took a step back. Suppressing his curiosity, he turned around and walked back to the living room. The black dog was huddled together in a ball. Jobai walked over, wrapped it in his clothes, trying to help it resist fear with warmth. Then he placed it on the sofa. As soon as the black dog touched the sofa, it struggled to move its body next to Jobai. It leaned against him. It occasionally let out pitiful little grunts. Jobai took a piece of candy from the coffee table, unwrapped it, and handed it to the black dog. The black dog licked it a few times with its tongue and then held the candy in its mouth. At that moment, a mechanical voice from the system echoed in Jobai's mind. Congratulations, host, Dad's favorability plus 20. Now you have gained an opportunity to correct a mistake in annotation. Dad? Jobai already had a guess in his heart. However, when he received the exact answer from the system, his heart was still stirred with waves of shock. The black dog in front of him was actually his dad. Before Jobai could recover from the news, the mechanical voice from the system continued to sound in his mind. Rule C, Article 3, is wrong. Just as Jobai was recovering from one shock, another shock hit him. Jobai hurriedly looked towards the direction of the storage room. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking sounds from inside the storage room had not stopped. Jobai took a deep breath. He got up and walked to the storage room door, resting his hand on the doorknob. The viewers in the live broadcast were once again terrified by Jobai. What is Jobai doing? No way? Is he going to open the storage room door? Did he forget the rules? Jobai turned the doorknob. Surprisingly, the door was not locked. It opened easily for him. As he opened the door, the knocking sounds from inside also stopped. The surroundings returned to silence. Jobai saw that there were not many things placed in the storage room. On the contrary, the entire storage room was empty. Strangely, in the very center of the storage room, there was a refrigerator. Moreover, that refrigerator was plugged in. It looked very out of place with the surroundings. Jobai involuntarily walked to the front of the refrigerator. He reached out and opened the refrigerator door. Just took a glance. Bang! He quickly closed the refrigerator door again. Jobai covered his mouth, fighting hard not to throw up. Ha! At this moment, someone stood behind Jobai, close to him, gently blowing a breath in his ear. Jobai's whole body broke out in goosebumps. He turned and took a step back. His father's wrinkled face appeared in front of him. Jobai stared at it. The surroundings were so quiet that Jobai could hear his own rapid heartbeat. A smile appeared on his father's face. He leaned a little closer to Jobai. Buzz. The string in Jobai's mind was tightly pulled. But his heart couldn't help but excitedly beat faster. He had a premonition. The storyline of this narrative was right in front of him. The livestream audience was so tense that they didn't dare to make a sound. When did I show a flaw? The night before yesterday. Oh? His father's withered old face tilted slightly, looking very puzzled. On the first night Jobai entered the ghost story world, it said to Jobai, "Come here, eat some fruit with Mom and Dad." And Mom said, "Watch TV with me for a while." The difference was that Dad said Mom and Dad, while Mom said me. Over the past 2 days, Jobai observed that neither his wife nor his mother had communicated directly with Dad. This meant they very likely couldn't see it. Jobai guessed it was the effect of the medicine they took. And when it said that sentence the night before yesterday, it overlooked this matter. Dad was silent for a while, as if he understood something, and suddenly burst into laughter. Then, Dad's face crumbled before Jobai. In its place was a delicate woman's face. That woman's face looked just like the woman in the red dress outside the window every night, as well as the person in the refrigerator. Jobai's brow throbbed, feeling the truth was about to come out. Why did her body appear in the refrigerator? Who killed her? Why did she turn into it? Countless questions echoed in Jobai's mind. Just a little bit more, only a little bit more. The storyline of this narrative could be pieced together completely. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Joe Bai and the woman in the red dress stared at each other, neither making the next move. Behind him was a corpse, in front of him was the Iriot. Anyone in this situation would find it hard to remain completely calm. The audience was infected by the tense atmosphere, their hearts tightening in unison. The chosen one had pierced through its disguise, which was truly a dangerous thing. No one could be sure whether Joe Bai would accidentally step into its trap next. Ding-ling-ling. A telephone ringing broke the silence in the storage room. The woman in the red dress fixed her cold gaze on every move Joe Bai made. The live audience was also closely watching Joe Bai's next move. This phone at this time feels like the midnight bell of doom? I have goosebumps all over. Does the rule mention a phone? Should I answer or not? Ding-ling-ling. The phone ringing sounded like a call to death. Joe Bai cast a glance at it, ultimately passing by it and walking out of the storage room. The red dress trailed behind him, floating into the living room. It sat on the sofa, resting its chin on its hand, watching Joe Bai answer the phone. Hello, good day. May I ask who you're looking for? On the other end was a very professional woman's voice. May I ask if this is Joe Bai, Mr. Joe? Yes, it's me. This is very effective pharmaceutical company. Your wife, you Lily, works with us. When Joe Bai heard the other party mention his wife's company name, he remembered the contents within the rules. Rule C, second clause. If a call comes from your wife's company, you must ask which department is calling. If the other party answers that it is the R&D department, please hang up immediately. He immediately became alert. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Which department are you from in the company? As soon as Joe Bai finished asking, a series of shhh sounds came from the other end of the phone. There were also several sharp beep-beep sounds. Joe Bai thought it was a bad phone signal and was about to hang up. But soon, the noise disappeared. The professional woman's voice came back. I am from the sales department. Chapter 10. It was you who killed my child. Joe Bai instinctively tightened his grip on the receiver. The other party continued to speak. Our company has received internal news. This city is no longer safe. Staying here will pose a threat to life. Our company will organize all employees to evacuate. Due to limited resources, each employee can only bring one family member. Your wife has chosen to evacuate with you. Please prepare in advance. At 6 p.m. tomorrow, our company employees will come to pick you up. This news was really sudden. Joe Bai only knew that after hanging up the phone, his mind was still a mess. Originally, the third way to get through seemed the simplest. But now it seemed that was not the case. If the contents of the previous call were true, then the whole city might be in danger. Staying at home for 30 days would mean waiting for death. Exclude the third way to get through. The first and second ways to get through both require finding a safe zone. It's just that I don't know if good effective pharmaceuticals is that safe zone? Assuming the wife is the key figure in the whole event. Then Joe Bai has gained her trust, and she chose Joe Bai as her family member to bring. This also seems reasonable. However, Joe Bai always felt that this seemed too straightforward. It felt like something was still missing. The woman in the red dress was still sitting on the sofa, staring at Joe Bai. Fortunately, it also has to follow the rules. Joe Bai did not violate the rules, so it could only watch, unable to really harm Joe Bai. Although feeling creepy, Joe Bai still sized it up. Young. Beautiful. The dress she wore looked very expensive. Why would such a woman die in his home? Joe Bai shook his head and turned back to the study. In the live room of the Great Summer Country, the audience's mood finally calmed a bit. However, the viewers from Pickle Country were not so calm. The people of Pickle Country, returning from the live rooms of other countries, all knew that this city was about to face danger. But their country's chosen one, Nan Ningji, was still locked in the study. It had been a whole day without coming out. Pickle Country's 3 reminders had already been used up. The experts were anxiously running around but had no way to help. They could only pray for a miracle, hoping that Nan Ningji could come up with a way to escape the crisis. Time arrived at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This was the time when the black dog needed its medicine. Joe Bai went to the living room and opened the cabinet where the medicine was usually kept. The black pill the pet hospital had given yesterday was placed inside. As Joe Bai reached in to take the black pill, his gaze fell on the packaging of the other 2 jars of medicine. Good effective pharmaceuticals. These words appeared on the bottles for his wife and mother. It turns out that the company his wife worked for produced pollution-inhibiting medications. With this connection, it became even more reasonable for their company to have advanced knowledge of the city facing danger. The experts watching the live stream all thought so as well. A company that produces pollution-inhibiting medicines usually has an official background. It seems that the company where Joe Bai's wife works. This is the safe zone. As long as Joe Bai goes tomorrow, he can complete the S-level clearance. There is only 1 day left, and it's really too difficult to uncover the story of the dungeon. There's no hope for SSS level clearance, I guess. To understand the complete story of the dungeon, one must actively explore. But in the world of rules and strange tales, doing anything might lead to death. An S-level clearance is already the best result so far, we mustn't be too harsh on Joe Bai. The experts felt as if the victory was assured, showing very little concern for Joe Bai's clearance. At this moment, the black dog started to become a little restless. Joe Bai noticed its condition and quickly stopped thinking, feeding it the black pill in his hand. Once the black dog swallowed the pill, it calmed down. Joe Bai looked at the black dog's appearance and felt mixed emotions. The it in the red dress was still sitting on the sofa, eyes never leaving Joe Bai. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was 6:30 p.m. Click. The sound of a key turning echoed. It was his wife returning. This time, the it in the red dress remained on the sofa, showing no intention of leaving. His wife opened the door. With a dazed expression, she was about to bend down to take off her high heels. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the figure of the woman sitting on the sofa. Instantly, her gaze became sharp. "Why are you here?" Joe Bai looked cautiously at his wife. He knew the effect of the medicine had worn off, quickly opening the medicine cabinet to take out the white pill. What would happen if the family knew of its existence? This question, Joe Bai dared not be curious about. The experts watching the live broadcast in the Great Xiao Nation also understood the gravity of the situation. Tomorrow, Joe Bai could head to the safe zone. He was about to clear the dungeon, and he couldn't let it all fall apart at this crucial moment. Everyone was fully focused, staring at the TV screen. At this moment, his wife's emotions were extremely agitated. "My child. It's you. You killed my child." Joe Bai, holding the pill, suddenly looked at the red figure. The plot of the dungeon unfolded before Joe Bai's eyes. Perhaps already exposed by Joe Bai, it no longer pretended. With a smile on its face, it just stared in the direction of his wife. His wife was nearly in a rampage mode. With a twisted face, she raised her hands to pounce on it. Joe Bai quickly grabbed his wife's hand. Veins were popping up on his wife's face. Little bumps appeared around her ears, as if something was trying to emerge from her ears. Joe Bai's heart was pounding. He remembered his mother when she came back, with pig ears on her head. He thought of his father, who now looked like the black dog. He felt that if he didn't stop his wife now, she might immediately transform into another form. With one hand pulling his wife, he used the other to shove the white pill into her mouth. He covered her mouth until he confirmed she swallowed the pill, then let go. His wife's twisted expression gradually softened. Her strength disappeared, and she slumped to the ground. The figure in the red dress was still in her sight, but her gaze no longer focused on it. "Honey, why am I sitting on the ground?" Joe Bai poured a glass of water and handed it to her, comforting her. "Maybe you were just too tired." His wife took the cup in confusion, nodding in a daze. At this moment, Joe Bai deeply understood the meaning expressed by Rule C, Article 4. Always pay attention to your family's emotions, it's the key to maintaining a harmonious family. Chapter 11, Be careful of Aunt Wang next door. Before going out today, Mother prepared meals for the family in advance, just like always. Joe Bai took all the dishes out of the refrigerator. Besides that plate of braised pork, it was lonely in the refrigerator. I hadn't seen Mom all day, and I wondered if she was out with Aunt Wang again? Thinking of Aunt Wang, a chill crept over me. She was the one clearly stated in the rules as someone we shouldn't trust. After dinner, I took the dishes to the kitchen to wash them. Then, there was a knock at the door outside. My wife went over to open it. Then, the voices from the conversation outside reached my ears. "Aunt Wang, I really appreciate your trouble. Come in and sit for a bit, I'll help Mom inside." Hearing the voices, I stopped my movements. I walked out of the kitchen. At the door, a slightly plump woman with curly short hair was standing face to face with my wife. Mom was being supported by my wife. That palm-sized red birthmark covered her right eye, and even part of the new pig-like nose was stained with red. It seemed Mom's condition was worsening. I turned my attention to Aunt Wang with wariness. However, Aunt Wang wasn't focused on me at all. She was staring at the black dog curled up in the corner. The black dog had eaten well and slept enough these past 2 days, looking much better. Its fur was shiny and black, and it had gained a bit of weight. I haven't had dog meat in a long time. This remark burst from Aunt Wang's mouth, making me feel as if my whole body was about to explode. The black dog seemed to understand what Aunt Wang said, curling itself up tighter in the corner. Seeing the black dog frightened, Aunt Wang smiled. Just kidding, why take it seriously? Ha, Aunt Wang is still so fond of joking. My wife chatted with her in a familiar tone. It seemed Aunt Wang often made such jokes. But I didn't find it funny at all. This black dog looks really good, can you give it to me? Aunt Wang wore a smile on her face. I couldn't tell if she was joking this time or sincere. But I didn't want to engage at all. I pulled my wife and mom back into the house. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut behind us. Without a word, I left Aunt Wang outside. I had never seen someone so unpolite. Aunt Wang stood there stunned. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room of Daxia Country erupted in cheers. Well done. I can't stand such a woman, don't be polite to her. Making a joke about wanting to eat someone else's dog and asking to have it given to her, how shameless. This time, when Mom returned, she appeared extremely weak. I had to take out a gray pill and put it in her mouth before she could barely swallow it. After taking the medicine, her gaze only became a bit clearer. But her weak condition showed no signs of improvement. My wife and I could only support her into the room to rest. After settling Mom down, I remembered there were still unwashed dishes in the kitchen. But when I glanced at Mom in the room, I ultimately didn't go back into the kitchen. Those unwashed dishes just stayed there in the kitchen the entire night. The next morning, at 8:30, I was woken up by the alarm clock as usual. I opened the study door. I saw my wife dressed in a professional skirt suit and high heels, preparing to go to work. When she saw me come out, a smile spread across her face. Honey, I'm going to work. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I waved my hand to bid her farewell. She looked very happy, skipping lightly as she walked out the door. I helped her close the big door. Watching her figure leave, I thought about the phone call I received yesterday. This afternoon at 6. At the effective pharmaceutical company. I was calculating today's final schedule in my heart. Just as I turned around, a pig-like face with a red birthmark suddenly appeared in front of me. A child who doesn't wash the dishes isn't behaving. Mom was holding a knife in her hand. Blood was dripping from it. There was a half-processed chicken in the kitchen, lying flat in the sink. The knife was very close. Jobai tugged at the corner of his mouth and gently moved the knife away from in front of him. Yes. You are right. Mom seemed quite satisfied with Jobai's answer. She walked back to the kitchen numbly. Jobai breathed a sigh of relief, feeling cold sweat soaking his back. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the kitchen knife hitting the cutting board kept coming from the kitchen. The viewers in the livestream listened to these sounds with Jobai, feeling their hearts race even through the screen. This copy's family of 4 lived in an old community. The building was old, and the walls were somewhat dilapidated. Even the sound insulation was not very good. Here it is. The sound of children bouncing and playing upstairs echoed clearly in the house. The sound of Mom chopping chicken in the kitchen gradually sped up and grew heavier. Suddenly, with a clang, the kitchen knife was slammed to the ground by Mom. What are you making noise about? Is your family the only one with children? Are you trying to mock me? Mom shouted loudly at the ceiling. The upstairs immediately fell silent. The viewers watching the livestream were also scared into silence for several seconds. Does being contaminated make one irritable? I feel she has violent tendencies now. Doesn't Jobai being with her mean he is in danger all the time? Jobai also felt the danger he was in now. He sat quietly on the sofa. He tried not to make any movements that might anger Mom. The chicken soup was bubbling in the kitchen. Mom took out a mop to clean the floor. Lift your feet. Jobai obediently lifted his feet. Seeing the mop being dragged back and forth on his feet a few times, then turning to another place, Jobai carefully lowered his feet. Irritable Mom. Mopping online. Even though my mom hasn't been infected, she looks exactly the same when she tells me to lift my feet. Jobai dares not move JPG. Ha ha ha. Why do I feel that Mom in the daytime is more terrifying than at night? Jobai felt the same as the viewers. In the morning, the mutation on Mom's face had worsened a bit more. It seemed that it wasn't because she went out with Aunt Wang that the mutation worsened. Moreover, her temper was even more irritable than when she returned every night. Jobai had doubts about this. But one thing Jobai had no doubt about. That is, if he had angered Mom just now, the knife chopping the chicken could have been aimed at him. He managed to pass an hour in fear. At 9:30 in the morning, there was a knock at the door. Jobai went to open the door. He saw Aunt Wang standing outside with curly short hair. Aunt Wang pulled a face when she saw Jobai at the door. Where's your mom? I arranged to go out with her. Chapter 12, The Delivery Man with a Green Hat. Zhou Bai hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not stop Aunt Wang from taking Mom away. If Mom's mutation was not worsening because she went out with Aunt Wang, then stopping them from going out together seemed even more dangerous. Seeing Mom leave with Aunt Wang, the viewers in the livestream all sighed in relief. Danger averted. Thanks to Aunt Wang for taking Mom away. Suddenly even Aunt Wang seems more pleasant to me. Hold on, just because I find her pleasant doesn't mean that much. Aunt Wang is the only villain written in the rules. After Mom left, it floated out wearing a red dress. The viewers were stunned. The alarm is ringing again. Almost forgot about it. There hasn't been a single peaceful day in this house. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock at the door from outside. Zhou Bai glanced at the woman in the red dress, then went to the door and looked through the peephole to see what was outside. A person wearing a green hat was standing outside holding a delivery box. Rule B, Item 7. If a person wearing a green hat comes to deliver a package, please curse at him and tell him to go away. But Zhou Bai knew this rule was wrong. Zhou Bai placed his hand on the doorknob, hesitating on how to deal with this matter. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking outside the door grew louder, as if urging Zhou Bai to make a decision quickly. Not opening the door would actually be less risky. But Zhou Bai still wanted to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, he finally turned the handle and opened the door wide. Outside the door stood a muscular man in a green hat, looking fierce and intimidating. The audience watching this scene felt an unspoken worry. If Zhou Bai scolds him and tells him to get lost, will he get beaten badly? If it comes to blows, I don't think Zhou Bai can win. Zhou Bai, don't be a coward, hit him. What's there to fear from being beaten? Breaking the rules could lead to death. Your package, please sign for it. Zhou Bai glanced at the scar on the man's face, reached out to take the package, and signed for it. After handing the package to Zhou Bai, the man turned and walked downstairs. Throughout the entire process, the two did not exchange a single word. The audience was left dumbfounded. No way? So cowardly? Bro, breaking the rules could lead to death. God, is the horror really going to descend upon Disya? No, wait. Could it be that this rule is wrong? Zhou Bai closed the door and brought the box into the living room. The death that the audience had imagined did not come. At this moment, everyone was sure that this rule was incorrect. Zhou Bai had guessed right once again. Thinking back, if Zhou Bai had actually followed the rules, he might have already been beaten to death by that delivery man. Upon realizing this, the audience felt a lingering fear, relieved that Zhou Bai was smart enough. In the video, Zhou Bai placed the box on the coffee table in the living room. Then he went to fetch a pair of scissors, ready to open the package. The woman in the red dress stood in the living room, staring at Zhou Bai's every move intently. Zhou Bai could feel the coldness radiating from it. But Zhou Bai did not stop his actions. The package in his hand was quite small. Zhou Bai used the scissors to cut through the tape wrapped around the box. He opened the box. Then he saw that inside the package, at the very top, was a USB drive. Zhou Bai frowned and picked up the USB drive from the package. A USB drive? He checked the shipping label and saw the sender's name written as Sad Person. What kind of name is this? Zhou Bai noticed its gaze was fixated on the USB drive in his hand. He thought. Something related to it? Zhou Bai's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that the USB drive must be related to the storyline of this copy. Moreover, it didn't want Zhou Bai to see it. With this in mind, Zhou Bai quickly walked into the study and took out his laptop. He plugged the USB drive into the laptop. Opening the folder inside, he found several videos stored there. Zhou Bai started watching the first video. As soon as the image appeared on the screen, Zhou Bai felt goosebumps all over his body. Because the person in the video was actually Zhou Bai. Or rather, it was the role Zhou Bai played in the world of the horror story. This is a hidden camera? In this character's home, there were hidden cameras documenting his every move? Zhou Bai had known all his actions would be broadcast live once he entered the game. But the footage in the video was all recorded before he entered this game. To be recorded like this in real life was such a terrifying thing. Zhou Bai continued to watch. The majority of the video's footage showed Zhou Bai's daily life at home. There was nothing particularly unusual. Just when Zhou Bai was about to open another video, a different figure appeared on screen. A long-haired woman in a dress. Zhou Bai quickly recognized her. She was the one in the living room, floating in the red dress. In the video, Zhou Bai had just stepped out of his house. The woman in the red dress crawled out of the wardrobe. So, while Zhou Bai was at home just now, that woman had been hiding in the wardrobe, secretly watching him? This is simply bone-chilling. Zhou Bai rummaged through the package and found a few letters on the bottom layer. He took out the letters. seeing his name written on each envelope. Instantly, his scalp went numb again. He tore open the envelopes, reading the contents of the letters one by one. Each letter was long, and Jobai quietly sat in the study, reading everything in them. Outside the living room, the red figure had her back turned to the study. Her long hair hung down. It gave her a somewhat lonely appearance. After reading all the letters, Jobai sighed softly. He summarized this incident as the story of a crazy female fan and a little writer. Unfortunately, the original owner never knew about this female fan's existence. Recalling what his wife said when she saw it last night, Jobai guessed that this woman in the red dress might have done even more serious things afterward. Jobai continued to open other videos in the USB drive. In this video, the woman wore the red dress and once again sneaked into Jobai's home. She snuck into Jobai's study, rummaging through his things. Suddenly, the front door opened, and his dad came home. The woman in the red dress frantically looked for a place to hide. But she was still caught by his dad. His dad questioned her sternly, and then the two of them began to shove each other in the study. Then Jobai saw his dad accidentally push the woman in the red dress away. The red-dressed woman's head violently collided with Jobai's desk. Blood flowed down the corner of the desk. And the woman in the red dress fell to the ground, never moving again. Chapter 13, The Pet Hospital Falls. It turned out that his dad accidentally killed her. In the video, his dad hurriedly went to check her injuries. His thin, trembling hand tried to cover her wound. But it was of no help at all. Only after confirming that she was dead did he slump to the ground. Jobai watched this scene with mixed feelings. His dad's aged and hunched figure had its back to him. After a long time, he finally stood up, laboriously dragging her body out of the study. Then he brought a mop and cloth, wiping and scrubbing many times back and forth. The perspective of the video was shot from the study. Jobai couldn't see what was happening outside the study. He could only hear what seemed like chainsaw sounds in the video. And the sound of things falling to the ground. Next, his mom's voice also appeared in the video. It seemed that his mom was involved too. Jobai didn't know how the woman in the red dress turned into it. He also didn't know how his dad got contaminated. He only knew that afterward, a black dog appeared in the house. His dad reappeared in the footage, his gaze completely different from before. After watching all the videos, Jobai leaned back in the chair. He couldn't calm his emotions for a long time. Congratulations to player Jobai from the Great Xia country for unlocking all storylines of the instance. Next, please locate the key character of the instance, who will take you to the safe zone. At that moment, the whole live broadcast room of the Great Xia country heard this mechanical voice. The experts and viewers watching the live stream all cheered. SSS level cleared. Jobai is very likely to be an SSS level clear. Wonderful. Our Great Xia country's chosen one is truly amazing. Undercover agents from other countries lurking in the live stream could only watch them celebrate with envy. They had used up all their 3-hint opportunities. Even if they received news now, it would be of no use. Unlike the joyful atmosphere in the live room, Jobai's mood was exceptionally heavy. Alone in the study, he sat still until 4:30 p.m. Only then did Jobai walk out of the study. He took out a dog leash and called the black dog lying in the corner. The black dog heard Jobai call it, crawling slowly towards his direction. The shadow of the black dog overlapped with the figure of his dad in the video in Jobai's eyes. Jobai squatted down and put the leash on it. Then he gently placed his hand on it and said, "I will take care of you one last time." The black dog seemed to understand Jobai's words and looked a bit sad. Every day at 5 p.m., he had to take the black dog to the pet hospital. Jobai remembered the rule he had to follow. He led the black dog out of the house. The building Jobai lived in had 6 households per staircase. When Jobai walked out, Adley from across the door was just heading out with a vegetable basket. Jobai was not good at socializing. He nodded and greeted her, then they each went down the stairs. Jobai felt like he had overlooked something, but he couldn't remember what it was. He could only shake his head and continue walking towards the pet hospital with the black dog. At 4:55 p.m., Jobai and the black dog arrived at the pet hospital's entrance. The glass door of the pet hospital was tightly closed. The rules of the pet hospital that were originally posted on the door were nowhere to be seen. Jobai felt something was wrong and stood outside looking inside. Just a glance. His heart suddenly tightened. Because the people inside were wearing black uniforms. Jobai clearly remembered the first rule that was posted on the door of the pet hospital. Pet hospital staff wear white clothes. If you see them in black, please leave this city immediately. Please leave this city immediately. This matched the contents of the call from the good effective pharmaceutical company. Danger would truly come to the city. Inside the glass door, a doctor turned to look at Jobai. His eyes were unusually blood red. The small dog in his hand was flailing its limbs, struggling incessantly. Jobai abruptly turned, picked up the black dog, and headed back home. Just before reaching home, he ran into Aunt Lee returning from buying groceries. Her vegetable basket was filled with various meats and vegetables. Jobai hurriedly passed by her, holding the black dog. But he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around, his expression stunned. He tried to control his emotions, attempting to make his expression look less abrupt. "Aunt Lee, where did you buy this pork?" Aunt Lee was a bit surprised by Jobai's sudden initiative to talk to her. But she still answered kindly. "I bought it at the market." Jobai instinctively clenched his hands. "Does the market sell pork?" Aunt Lee burst out laughing. "Young man, what nonsense are you saying? How could the market not sell pork?" Aunt Lee shook her head. As she walked, she sighed that today's youth really had no common sense. Jobai stood in place, his head buzzing. It was wrong. This rule was actually wrong. If this rule is wrong, then what about the others? Could there still be something he firmly believed was true that was actually a wrong rule? The time had already reached 5 p.m. This should have been the time for the black dog to take its medicine. But there was a change at the pet hospital, and Jobai couldn't get the medicine for it. Without the control of the medicine, the black dog in Jobai's arms started to feel restless. Jobai could only quicken his pace to rush home. After returning home, Jobai put the black dog down. 10 minutes had already passed since the time the black dog needed its medicine. Jobai saw that white fur was already beginning to grow on the black dog. It wrinkled its nose, bared its sharp teeth, and made heavy snorting noises. The audience in the great summer nation became tense. It's over. The black dog is about to mutate. What should we do? Should we throw it off the balcony? Now we don't know if this rule is correct or not. There's less than an hour left. The deadline is coming. We must not waste our efforts. Jobai looked at the almost frenzied appearance of the black dog. Medicine. It needs to take medicine now. The pet hospital has fallen, and we can't get the black pills. What about the pills of other colors? Can they be used? Jobai rushed to the cabinet and grabbed the can of gray pills that his mom took. Forget it. A dead horse is treated as a live horse. Jobai poured out a gray pill from inside. Holding it in one hand, he grabbed the black dog's scruff with the other. The black dog was now unusually strong. It kept struggling, baring its teeth, ready to bite Jobai. With life at stake, Jobai had to use all his strength. He grabbed the black dog's scruff with one hand and pinched its jaw with the other. Then, he threw the gray pill into its mouth. Watching the black dog swallow the pill, Jobai, along with the viewers in the live broadcast, waited nervously for the effect of the pill. Chapter 14, The Effective Pharmaceutical Company. After swallowing the pill, the black dog's eyes seemed to regain some clarity. The struggle weakened. However, the fierce expression did not fade, and it kept making woo-woo sounds. Jobai tried to loosen his grip on it. The black dog sensed Jobai letting it go and cautiously stepped back a few steps. Then, it lowered its front limbs and crouched, preparing to attack. It's over. The pill isn't working well. The black dog still wants to attack Jobai. What should we do? When will the effective pharmaceutical company come to get Jobai? Jobai clenched his fists, ready to fight. If the medicine didn't work, he could only rely on force. Jobai may not be very strong, but he had the courage to fight to the death. The black dog bared its teeth, its face twisted in pain. It could even be said to be in some pain. It seemed like two kinds of consciousness were struggling within the black dog. The black dog's body suddenly lunged forward. All the viewers thought the black dog would leap at Jobai. But that was not the case. The black dog's sharp teeth bit into the sofa. As if finding a release, it continued to tear at the sofa. The fabric sofa was soon torn to a large hole by the black dog. The stuffing inside was pulled out and scattered all over the room. Jobai stood in place, staring at the black dog's movements. The gray pill must have taken effect, awakening his dad's hidden consciousness and stopping the attack on Jobai. But Jobai soon noticed that the white fur on the black dog was increasing continuously. As the white fur increased, the black dog's madness intensified. Jobai knew he had to think of a solution quickly. His mind raced. Rule A, Clause 6. If you have a black dog, and you see it turn white, please throw it off the balcony. Is this rule really correct? Jobai had once doubted this rule's correctness when he learned that there was an error in Rule C, Clause 1. But thinking carefully now, this rule may not be wrong. When the black dog turns white, it can be sent to the pet hospital or thrown off the balcony. These are just two different choices, which may not be conflicting. Jobai looked back at the black dog. In the video, his dad slumped on the ground, an old and hunched figure, lingering in Jobai's mind. After arriving in this world, the image of the black dog bringing him rule still remained in Jobai's memory. At this moment, the black dog's eyes had turned crimson, and most of its fur had turned white. The sofa was nearly reduced to just its frame from its tearing. It had a torn piece of fabric hanging from its mouth as it turned its head, looking fiercely at Jobai. Next, it wanted to find a new target to tear apart. 5:55. The agreed time with the effective pharmaceutical company was about to arrive. Jobai, keep it up. Just hold on a little longer. We're about to clear the level. Don't be cowardly, hit it. Disobedient dogs must be beaten hard. The black dog let out a woof, then charged toward the direction where Jobai was. But just less than a meter away from Jobai, it suddenly came to a stop. The expression on its face was unusually fierce. Veins bulged all over its body. It kept trembling, but still lifted its head to look at Jobai. In that glance, Jobai seemingly saw the shadow of his father from the video. Then, the black dog turned around. It ran toward the balcony. Jobai understood what it wanted to do and shouted "Dad." The black dog did not respond, but its actions grew more determined. It leaped over the balcony railing, then its figure fell straight down. This was a father's last protection for his child before dying. Jobai rushed to the balcony, seeing a pool of blood below. Not far away, several people in white clothes were walking toward the building where Jobai was. The big words "highly effective pharmaceutical factory" were very eye-catching on their bodies. There was no time for Jobai to organize his emotions, a new challenge was approaching him. As soon as the audience saw those people, they knew the ones who would lead Jobai to the safe zone had arrived. Jobai stared at the words on their clothing, this strange feeling in his heart, however, lingered. It was still too logical. He always felt he had missed some details. Jobai walked back to the living room, thinking about packing some things to take with him. He casually grabbed some snacks, then thought for a moment and opened the drawer with the medicine. He took the 2 bottles of medicine from his mother and wife and brought them with him. On the medicine bottles, the big words "highly effective pharmaceutical factory" were glaringly printed on the packaging. Jobai's gaze lingered on the medicine bottles. After a while, he finally remembered where the strange feeling in his heart came from. His wife had told him that highly effective pharmaceutical factory and highly effective pharmaceutical company were not in the same place. The pharmaceutical factory was responsible for research and production. The pharmaceutical company was responsible for sales. In other words, the highly effective pharmaceutical factory had no sales department. Those people who came to pick up Jobai were not from the sales department. Jobai's heart jumped. Sure enough, it was not that simple. He had almost fallen into a trap. Bang, bang, bang. Knocking sounded at the door. Hello, is Mr. Jobai there? We are from the highly effective pharmaceutical factory here to pick you up. The audience in the live room became all excited. Wishing upon a star and moon, we finally waited for you. Nervous and excited. Our Dacia country is finally about to clear SSS level. Sakura country hasn't unlocked all storylines yet, but can still go to the safe zone. It seems like only 2 countries can clear this instance. The knocking outside the house kept sounding. At this point, the audience suddenly noticed that Jobai seemed to have no intention of opening the door at all. No way? Is Jobai stupid? Why isn't he opening the door? Does Jobai not want to clear the instance? This guy wants to die, why drag our whole country down with him? The Dacia audience could not understand Jobai's behavior right now. They were all frantically typing in the comments. The experts from the analysis group frowned as well. From their observations of Jobai over the past few days, they felt he was not someone who would make rash decisions. Could it be that he sensed something? And in Sakura country's live room, however, there were only sounds of cheers and excitement. The chosen one from Sakura country, Asada Ichiko. In this instance, relying on the skill surviving, he had managed to avoid many loopholes in the rules and survived to now. Now, he had already boarded the bus arranged by the highly effective pharmaceutical factory. The entire Sakura country was celebrating in advance. Clearing at S level was already a very good outcome for them. The bus that Asada Ichiko was on swayed and drove along the rural road. Night fell. Only the bus's lights illuminated the darkness. In the wild overgrown with weeds, a factory stood there, isolated and lonely. Chapter 15, The City Begins to Crumble. The knocking outside lasted for at least half an hour before it finally stopped. The viewers from the Great Xia Kingdom, seeing the people from the effective pharmaceutical factory leave Jobai's home, could almost hear their hearts bleeding. The SSS level clear chance, just like that, was lost. And there was also the possibility of facing the arrival of a horror tale. This extreme drop was enough to make anyone furious. So at this moment, the live chat from the Great Xia Kingdom was filled with criticism of Jobai. On the other side, the car carrying Aiko Asada stopped in front of a dark factory building. Aiko Asada was still happily smiling, not sensing the danger. A few people dressed in white walked ahead, leading Aiko deeper into the factory. Haha, is this the exit? Aiko looked around at the various experimental equipment and asked foolishly. Then those people dressed in white came over with ropes and tied him up. At that moment, Aiko, along with the viewers from the Cherry Blossom Nation, finally realized something was wrong. What do you want to do to me? The people dressed in white revealed smiling faces. Of course, we are going to conduct experiments. Aiko struggled desperately, and only then did he see clearly that beneath the long-sleeved clothes, their skin was covered in fuzz. These people had already mutated. In the live chat of the Cherry Blossom Nation, emotions plummeted from peak to the abyss. Aiko was dragged into the laboratory, his arms filled with syringes. Although the live stream hadn't gone black yet. For the Cherry Blossom Nation, it was even more torturous than a black screen. After seeing the fate of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the viewers from the Great Xia Kingdom finally realized they had wrongly accused Zhou Bai. I admit, I spoke too loudly just now. Brother Bai is still Brother Bai. We were the shallow ones. I confess to Zhou Bai, I apologize to Zhou Bai. Brother Bai. May I still slide on my knees now? The invitation for refuge from the effective pharmaceutical factory was fake. But the danger facing this city was real. The crisis had not been lifted. Finding a safe zone still needed to happen quickly. Zhou Bai sat on the sofa, replaying the information he had gathered over the past few days. The first way to clear the game was to find the safe zone, and first, he needed to find the key figure in the instance. In fact, Zhou Bai had not interacted with many characters since entering the instance. Based on the existing character relationships, Zhou Bai listed all the people he had interacted with for comparison and elimination. Dad, mom, wife, Aunt Wang next door, Sister Lee across the door, the downstairs security guard, the doctor from the pet hospital, and the delivery man wearing a green hat. These were all the characters Zhou Bai had encountered in the instance. Who was the key figure? At this time, the experts in the analysis group were also meeting to discuss the same question. The pet store was lost, Dad was dead, Mom had mutated severely and was mentally unstable, and the wife's company was a distraction option, so these people were quickly eliminated by Zhou Bai. Sister Lee across the door had too little interaction normally, so she was also temporarily excluded. The delivery man wearing a green hat had brought critical items, but his location was unknown. So he was also not considered for now. By the time they eliminated everything, the only options left were actually Aunt Wang next door and the downstairs security guard. Zhou Bai crossed out all the names on his paper except for these two people. After intense discussion, the experts finally locked the target within these two people. Zhou Bai's gaze fell on the name of Aunt Wang. If a person seemed the least likely, but all clues pointed to her. Perhaps she was the one you were looking for. Zhou Bai rearranged all the information related to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, this person, from the very beginning, looked very much like a villain. The rules clearly state to be careful of her. She brought pork to Mom, but the rules say there is no pork sold at the market. After Mom went out with her, something changed. This series of events made Zhou Bai suspect her and keep his distance. But if she is the key figure, then when it changed the rules, guiding the chosen one to avoid her seems quite reasonable. Zhou Bai looked again at the points that made him suspicious of her. Since the rule, the market doesn't sell pork, that initially made Zhou Bai suspicious of Aunt Wang is false. Then the rule, be careful of Aunt Wang next door, also becomes very suspicious. The only thing Zhou Bai couldn't understand is that Mom's first change happened only after going out with Aunt Wang. Looking at it this way, seeking out Aunt Wang still poses some danger. The experts discussed and also could not ignore Aunt Wang's danger. The further it went, the more cautious everyone became. The experts decided to use a hint to tell Zhou Bai their discussion results. Even though their discussion results weren't very useful to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai still decided to be cautious and first go downstairs to find the security guard, to probe him before making a choice. Just as Zhou Bai stepped out of his home, he saw the moon hanging in the sky, had already turned red. Everything around was shrouded in red moonlight. The whole city looked particularly bizarre. It's here. Crisis has arrived. Cold winds rose around, Zhou Bai shivered and wrapped himself tightly in his clothes. In the night, it seemed that countless eyes were secretly watching him. On the other side, in the live broadcast room of Pickled Vegetable Country, Nan Mingji had locked himself in his study for 3 days. Now his study was filled with discarded trash everywhere after eating. A bucket for waste lay right beside his bed. Across the screen, viewers felt they could smell the odor from the study. In his instance, the red moon also appeared. Outside, his wife's knocking on the door came incessantly. Nan Mingji lay calmly on the bed. He had heard that knocking for 3 days and had long since become immune. But this time, the knocking turned into banging on the door. Boom! The entire study door collapsed with a crash. Nan Mingji was scared and sat up from the bed. His wife's face, illuminated by the red moon, gradually revealed fangs. Behind her, several shadowy figures also revealed sharp teeth. Then, they all lunged at Nan Mingji. In the live broadcast room of Pickled Vegetable Country, bursts of screams rang out. Nan Mingji failed and the strange tale arrived in Pickled Vegetable Country. Now, the only chosen one left in the strange tale world of Blue Star was Zhou Bai. In the live broadcast room of Great Xia Country, many viewers already knew what was happening in Pickled Vegetable Country. Seeing the shadows behind Zhou Bai, they suddenly thought of the monsters that were biting Nan Mingji. All of them felt their hearts race instantly. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of Zhou Bai's shoes hitting the ground seemed especially clear at this moment. It was now 8:05 at night. The light was still on in the security booth downstairs. The uniformed security guard sat with his back to Zhou Bai in the booth. Zhou Bai walked towards him step by step, but the feeling of unease in his heart grew heavier. Chapter 16, tonight at 11 p.m., departing on time. Out so late? The security guard seemed a bit anxious, speaking in a very bad tone. Zhou Bai paused for a moment, then said, "No, I just happened to come out for a walk. By the way, about the woman in the red dress you mentioned last time, I'm curious, can you tell me more?" The guard mechanically tilted his head, awkwardly pulling at the corner of his mouth. His state was like a different person from 2 days ago. "Don't mention that woman. It's all that woman's fault." Although Zhou Bai felt something was off with the guard's state. But still, he quickly pressed for more. "What happened to that woman? I don't want to take medicine. It's all that woman's fault. The company makes me take medicine every day. I have no illness, why should I take medicine?" And that red-faced old lady argued with that woman, and the company gave her a bottle of medicine too. It's really absurd. Zhou Bai suddenly caught onto the key point in his words. Red-faced old lady? Are you talking about an old woman with a red birthmark on her face? Yes. The security guard seemed to be enduring something, and his voice came out low. Zhou Bai noticed a cold light flash at the corner of his mouth. He took a step back. "Thank you. Then I'll go back now." The security guard revealed sharp teeth. "Good, remember to close the door tightly." Zhou Bai said no more, turned, and quickly walked towards home. The corpse of the black dog jumping down from the balcony had already disappeared without a trace. Pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness were all staring at Zhou Bai's movements. It wasn't until he returned home and closed the door that those gazes were blocked outside. After pulling all the curtains, Zhou Bai seemed to collapse on the sofa, feeling completely drained. Even the security guard had mutated. Now, the outside was filled with danger. The time left for Zhou Bai was limited. He had to escape to a safe zone quickly. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions, then reorganized the information he had gathered. According to the security guard, his mother had been contaminated at least a week ago. Zhou Bai recalled the video he had seen. On the day the woman in the red dress had an accident, his mother had also been involved. It was very likely that his mother had been contaminated that day. In other words, his mother's contamination had nothing to do with Aunt Wang. Looking at it this way, Aunt Wang's danger level had dropped a lot. He had to find her quickly. Aunt Wang's home was right across the street, and if Zhou Bai went out to knock on the door, he could find her. However, at this moment, he was pacing back and forth in the room, hesitating to step out the door. Just because last night, Zhou Bai had locked Aunt Wang out. The relationship between the two of them had probably already collapsed. To gain her trust and get her to agree to take Zhou Bai to the safe zone would not be easy. After thinking for a while, Zhou Bai began rummaging through his home. The excellent traditions of the great summer nation he learned in elementary school made him decide to take a gift when visiting Aunt Wang. Perhaps she would like it, and it could improve their bond. So he examined every suitable item in the house. But everything felt somewhat inappropriate. Finally, he opened the fridge and saw a lonely plate of braised pork sitting inside. Zhou Bai remembered what Aunt Wang had said last night and took out the braised pork. He certainly couldn't take out the dog meat, but perhaps the pork would do. He heated the plate of braised pork in the microwave, and a delicious aroma filled the entire kitchen. His mother's cooking skills were still quite good. Zhou Bai held the plate of braised pork and opened his front door. As soon as the door opened, the feeling of being watched by many eyes in the dark returned. Zhou Bai quickly knocked on Aunt Wang's door. Before long, the door in front of him opened from the inside. A somewhat plump Aunt Wang looked at Zhou Bai with an unfriendly expression. "What is it?" Strangely, when Aunt Wang appeared, the feeling of being watched from behind Zhou Bai suddenly vanished. Zhou Bai quickly showed a smile. "My mom's braised pork is quite delicious, so I brought some for you to try." Aunt Wang glanced at the braised pork in Zhou Bai's hands and reached out to take it. At that moment, the system's voice sounded in Zhou Bai's mind. Character favorability plus 20. Congratulations, host. You've gained a chance to enhance your physical ability. Your arm strength has been increased by 200%. As the words finished, Jobai felt his arms. It started to get slightly warm. He joyfully focused on the changes in his body. At the same time, he confirmed that Aunt Wang was the key person in this scenario. It seemed that this plate of braised pork was the right choice. Just when Jobai wanted to ask about the safe zone. Bang! The door in front of him slammed shut. Jobai was stunned in place. No way? Didn't the goodwill just increase? Why did the door suddenly close? With Aunt Wang's door shut, the gazes watching from behind started to appear again. Jobai shrugged his shoulders, about to continue knocking. The door in front of him suddenly opened again. Jobai looked at Aunt Wang in confusion. One time per person, fair and square. Jobai was stunned and forced to smile. This was revenge for locking her out last night? Feeling guilty, Jobai could only awkwardly chuckle twice. Aunt Wang, you're really funny. Come in. Jobai followed Aunt Wang into the room. She placed the plate of braised pork on the dining table, then picked up chopsticks and put a piece in her mouth. So, what do you want to talk about? Jobai pondered for a moment, then said, I find the city a bit strange and I'm worried there might be danger. I wanted to ask if there's a safe place to stay? While Jobai was speaking, Aunt Wang kept shoving pieces of braised pork into her mouth. A large plate of braised pork was quickly devoured more than half. Well, you've come to the right person. I work at the slaughterhouse, and all our employees are being transferred to City B. The bus departs tonight. As she spoke, she looked up at Jobai, her greasy lips curling into a smile that sent chills down one's spine. If you're brave enough, I can take you with me. The viewers in the Dasha Country livestream couldn't help but shiver. There's a problem. Aunt Wang has an issue. Why is even Aunt Wang so strange? If it's going to a safe zone, why does one need to be brave to go? Could that slaughterhouse also be dangerous? This is too terrifying. Can Jobai really make it through? Aunt Wang just smiled and looked at Jobai, seemingly very interested in his next answer. Jobai didn't hesitate, then I'll trouble Aunt Wang. What time do we leave? Aunt Wang laughed heartily several times, very pleased with Jobai's response. Tonight at 11, right at the community entrance, we leave on time. Chapter 17, Bloodied Slaughterhouse. Jobai returned home. He checked the things he had prepared to bring once more. Then, he sat on the sofa, waiting for 11 o'clock at night to arrive. Tonight, the viewership in the Dasha Country livestream directly broke the previous record. Billions of people from other countries on Blue Star were almost all glued to their TVs, waiting to see the finale of this scenario. If aliens could see what the Blue Star people were doing now, they would surely doubt their intelligence. Because they all turned on their TVs, intently watching a man sitting in the living room in a daze. The man in a daze, of course, was Jobai. The night outside grew deeper. Cats meowed, dogs barked, nails scraped against windows, door handles turned continuously. All kinds of chilling sounds echoed incessantly. It felt like countless monsters were eyeing the person inside this room. Crisis was lurking. Was it the last darkness before victory, or a hint before failure? No one knew until the very end. When the clock's hands pointed to 10:55, Jobai picked up the things he had prepared and stood up from the sofa. The door opened. Outside, the darkness, with a swish, seemed to pounce toward Jobai. Fortunately, the door next door also opened at this moment. Let's go. Aunt Wang walked in front, with Jobai following behind her. Those eyes hidden in the darkness followed them, neither close nor far, but did not dare to get too close. The security booth at the entrance of the community was still brightly lit. The security guard had his back to them, his head down, occasionally making sounds of chewing. Don't make a sound. Aunt Wang whispered a reminder. Then the two quickly crossed past the guard booth. Outside the community, a big bus was parked there. A burly man with a beard stood at the bus door. As Jobai approached him, he immediately smelled a strong scent of blood. The man didn't say much, stepped aside to let Jobai and Aunt Wang get on the bus, then closed the door. There were many people inside the bus, but they were all exceptionally silent. Jobai didn't dare to speak. He just stared outside, watching the bus leave the community and drive farther away. The viewers from the Great Xiao Nation were always paying attention to Jobai's movements. The chosen one from the Cherry Blossom Nation had also boarded the bus before, ending in a tragic result. Because they had not received the notification of passing, no one dared to relax. Along the way, Jobai saw various strangely looking people chasing, biting, and screaming on the city streets. This entire city seemed to suddenly turn into hell. Although it was in the world of strange tales, Jobai couldn't help but feel a hint of compassion when witnessing these scenes. However, no one on the bus shared his feelings. They all looked expressionless as they watched everything unfold. It seemed like these mutated beings were no longer their kind. Before long, the bus drove out of the city. The bus swayed, making people feel drowsy. Without realizing it, Jobai closed his eyes. When the sun shined through the window, Jobai opened his eyes and saw the sign of city be appearing before him. Everything seemed to return to normal. The people walking on the streets were all normal. The bus drove through bustling streets, turned into an alley, and finally stopped in front of a slaughterhouse. Jobai followed the crowd off the bus, and as he stood at the entrance of the slaughterhouse, a mechanical voice sounded in the Great Xia live broadcast room. Congratulations to the chosen one from Great Xia, Jobai, for reaching the safe zone and successfully passing. Rating, SSS level. As soon as the mechanical voice finished, the citizens of Great Xia, watching the live broadcast in front of their televisions, began to cheer. It's true. The slaughterhouse in B City is the safe zone. Jobai has passed. Our Great Xia won't suffer from the arrival of strange tales. Jobai is our hero of Great Xia. We will now start distributing rewards. The comprehensive physical fitness of the people in Great Xia will increase by 10%. In this world where strange tales have descended, people face fear at all times. Only with a healthy body can they better resist the unexpected events that may occur at any time. After hearing this news, the viewers from Great Xia felt a surge of energy filling them up. At this moment, the system began announcing the content of another chapter. Next, enter the Bloody Slaughterhouse chapter. The chosen ones who pass must continue to participate in the following chapter until they fail. Besides Great Xia, the Strange Tale game has randomly selected a chosen one from each nation. The Bloody Slaughterhouse chapter has begun. All chosen ones please prepare. This chapter's passing methods are: SSS level, find the source of pollution in the slaughterhouse and eliminate it. S level, gain recognition from superiors and get the chance to be transferred to another city. A level, survive in the slaughterhouse for 7 days and receive praise from superiors. Then, the other nations that had blacked out in the live broadcast room reopened. The audience could see that all the randomly selected chosen ones were standing at the entrance of the slaughterhouse, just like Jobai. Ganba. Our Cherry Blossom Nation will definitely pass smoothly this time. Whiting. The final victory will surely belong to the beautiful nation. Our Sunset Nation will show the world our power. After listening to all the information, Jobai looked at the entrance of the slaughterhouse. It seems the safe zone wasn't so safe after all. At this moment, Aunt Wang got off the car behind him and called out to him. If you want to stay, come with me. She finished speaking and walked into the slaughterhouse. This slaughterhouse is very large, but it is somewhat old. As soon as I entered the door, I was hit by a damp, sticky smell mixed with the stench of blood. Jobai had not yet seen the layout of the slaughterhouse when Aunt Wang took him into a room next to the entrance. The slaughterhouse is currently lacking a gatekeeper, and you can take this position. The job details and precautions are all on this paper, please take a look first. If you decide to take the job, go to the innermost office and find Manager Li to report. Jobai took the paper handed to him by Aunt Wang and asked. Aunt Wang, can I ask you a question? Aunt Wang smiled upon hearing this. Go ahead, but I may not be able to answer you. There are many things about this slaughterhouse that I cannot tell you. It's not about the slaughterhouse. I want to ask about my mom. Aunt Wang paused. I cannot answer that question either. You just need to know that we do not want to harm her. Jobai nodded and did not ask further. Seeing that Jobai had no more questions, Aunt Wang left the room. Jobai looked at the paper in his hand. He saw written on it. Gatekeeper Work Guidelines. Chapter 18, Workplace Violence? Gatekeeper Work Guidelines. 1. Please remember, Manager Lu is a good person. 2. All punishments from Manager Lu towards employees are correct. Including but not limited to imprisonment, beating, breaking hands, breaking feet. 3. The entire slaughterhouse has 16 doors, and you need to keep 16 keys. There is no 17th door, and there is no red key. 4. Unless permitted by Manager Lu, you cannot enter slaughter room number 8. 5. The slaughterhouse only receives a batch of live pigs at noon every day, no live pigs will be delivered at other times. 6. The working hours of the slaughterhouse are from midnight until 6 a.m. the next morning. 7. Manager Lu's office is at the innermost part of the slaughterhouse. After sunset, do not approach that place. 8. The slaughter room will be disinfected at 7:30 a.m. every day. You must ensure everyone in the slaughter room has left by this time. After Jobai finished reading all the rules, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. New rule detected, marking an incorrect option for the host. Rule 3 of the Gatekeeper Guidelines is incorrect. Jobai looked at that rule. The 17th door? It seems this slaughterhouse indeed has a 17th door, but whether there is danger behind it is unknown. The first way to clear the level is to find the source of pollution in the slaughterhouse. According to the rules, the 17th door is currently highly suspicious. However, SSS level clearance not only requires finding the pollution source but also eliminating it. This level of difficulty is much higher than the last instance. As for the other two clearance methods, they are related to Jobai's superior. Jobai's superior is Manager Lu. However, just looking at these rules, Manager Lu harbors many secrets. He does not seem like an easy person to get along with. Finding a way to clear the level through him is probably not so simple. After pondering for a while, Jobai placed the rules on the table and then followed An Wang's directions, walking down the aisles of the slaughterhouse to the innermost room. On the way, Jobai looked at his phone, which showed the time is now 6:30 a.m. The employees of the slaughterhouse have just finished their shifts not long ago. As Jobai walked deeper, many employees were coming out from inside. Jobai looked at these people coming towards him and couldn't help but feel some doubts. The disability rate in this company is a bit too high. One-armed, lame, no ears, missing eyeballs. Recalling the rules he just saw, Jobai couldn't help but shiver. Just as Jobai was about to reach the office of the manager, he heard pitiful pleas coming from the chief's office. "Director Lu, I beg you, please. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken during work hours. I won't dare do it again. I beg you, don't. Ah!" Jobai heard a scream coming from inside the room. The door to the chief's office was not closed. Jobai took a few steps closer and saw inside a man in a leather worksuit, clutching his left hand, writhing in pain on the floor. His left hand had been completely severed at the wrist. Blood had stained the tabletop. Next to the table, in the trash can, a hand shape could still be faintly seen. Jobai stood not far away, taking all this in, and felt his scalp tingle. Even though the rules mentioned severed hand, seeing it happen right in front of him felt entirely different. The viewers in the live broadcast gasped in shock. God! What kind of devil's place is this? Just for speaking during work, you get punished like this. For someone like me who slacks off every day, wouldn't I have turned into a human monster long ago? If I came to this place, I definitely wouldn't survive an episode. Jobai paused, considering if he should come back another time. Going in now, he might see something he shouldn't and easily put his life in danger. But he looked again at the people passing by. He found that everyone's faces were very calm. No one showed surprise, and no one wanted to go in to help. Jobai glanced at the chief's office, the door wide open, but ultimately did not turn back. Knock, knock, knock. Jobai stood at the door of the chief's office and politely knocked. The chief still held the knife in his hand. He kicked the trash can, moving it under the table. Jobai couldn't see what was inside. Who? When the chief Lu shouted, the viewers in the live room all gasped again. Why is Jobai still going in? George from the land of the setting sun just came to the office but turned back to save his life. Director Lu still has a knife in his hand. Is Jobai not afraid of seeing something he shouldn't and getting silenced? In the live broadcast, Director Lu appeared to be around 40 years old, wearing a white tank top. His arms bore at least a dozen scars of various sizes. Some scars looked very new, with flesh peeling and crusted blood on top. Jobai forced himself to stay calm, shifting his eyes away from the struggling person on the ground. He addressed Director Lu. I'm the new doorman, here to report for duty. Director Lu gave Jobai a once-over. Alright, here are all the keys to the slaughterhouse, take them. Jobai took the keys handed over by Director Lu. Then Director Lu pointed at the man on the ground who had fainted from pain, saying, Lift him up, take him to the medical room. There's even a medical room in the slaughterhouse? It seems the employees here often get hurt. Okay. Jobai replied and then went over to assist the man who had collapsed on the ground. The man on the ground, by his attire, was a butcher. He looked to weigh at least 200 pounds. Fortunately, in the last mission, Jobai's strength had increased by 200%. So lifting the butcher felt very easy. Wow, didn't expect Jobai to be this strong? When dressed he looks slim, but when undressed he has muscles. Sisters upstairs, you are wrong to secretly covet our chosen one, where's my invite? Jobai supported the butcher, grabbed someone by chance, and asked for directions to the medical room. Then he brought him to the medical room. On the other side, the chosen one from the monkey country, Wan Wenliang, also brought the butcher to the medical room. However, he was too thin and hilariously fell several times along the way. Even the viewers from their country watching the live broadcast, they couldn't help but laugh at him. So embarrassing. Ruan Wenliang, you really need to exercise more. Compared to Jobai from the neighboring Daxia kingdom, I really don't want to acknowledge this chosen one. Ruan Wenliang is so thin, other countries might suspect we are too poor to eat. Though Ruan Wenliang walked slowly, he set off earlier than Jobai. Now, in the live broadcast, the two appeared almost simultaneously at the entrance of the infirmary. Chapter 19 Don't anger the doctor. Jobai supported the butcher with a broken arm as they entered the infirmary. Seeing an empty bed, he slowly helped the butcher lie down. On the other side, Ruan Wenliang also assisted the butcher into the infirmary. However, he did not support him well, the two fell heavily to the ground. In the center of the infirmary's path, there was a row of neatly arranged hot water bottles. When they collided, all the hot water bottles tipped over, making a sound like shattering glass. The viewers in the Monkey Kingdom's live broadcast couldn't help but burst into laughter again at Ruan Wenliang, who had fallen on his back. Ruan Wenliang, this fool, really embarrasses the Monkey Kingdom. Look at him being so clumsy. I'm laughing so hard it hurts my stomach. But soon, their smiles froze on their faces. Let this world be destroyed. This damn world. I can't take it anymore. Everyone die. Inside the infirmary, a white curtain was angrily yanked open with a whoosh. A doctor walked out from behind the curtain. His eyes were already red with anger. He rushed over madly and started biting at Ruan Wenliang. Ruan Wenliang was so scared he tried to break free, but his strength was too small to fight against the doctor. Soon, the live broadcast from the Monkey Kingdom darkened. Their chosen one became the first eliminated. A bloody slaughterhouse horror story descended upon the Monkey Kingdom. The viewers from the Daxia Kingdom watching this scene felt a cold sweat for Zhou Bai. Behind Zhou Bai, the white curtain swayed in the wind. All the audience knew that the mad doctor was right behind that white curtain. Everyone prayed that Zhou Bai would quickly get out, or at least stay quiet, to avoid provoking that doctor. In the footage, Zhou Bai saw that there was no one in the infirmary and wanted to get gauze to help stop the butcher's bleeding. His hand touched a tray on the shelf. With a clatter, a crisp sound rang out. The Daxia Kingdom's audience gasped, nearly standing on end. Who is out there? Zhou Bai turned to look behind him. He thought, so there was someone in the infirmary. A doctor in a white coat pulled back the white curtain and stepped out. The audience nervously watched him. Fortunately, his eyes were not red. It seemed the Monkey Kingdom had just angered him, which made him go mad. The audience from the Daxia Kingdom could only hope Zhou Bai would be very careful and never provoke this doctor. Doctor, there is a patient here, we need to stop his bleeding quickly. The doctor impatiently glanced at the butcher lying on the bed. What's the rush? He won't die. Then he turned around to get the tools. Zhou Bai thought since the patient was delivered, he would leave the rest to the doctor. He felt he couldn't help here and prepared to leave. But just as he was about to reach the door, the nearby hot water bottles swayed slightly. Then, a whole row of hot water bottles fell down. Another round of shattering sounds echoed. The audience from the Daxia Kingdom nearly went crazy upon hearing the sounds of breaking. This row of hot water bottles being in the middle of the path was simply a trap. Zhou Bai had not seen the tragedy of the Monkey Kingdom's chosen one, so he had no idea of the danger he was about to face. Let this world be destroyed. This damn world. I can't take it anymore. Everyone die. Again the same words. As Zhou Bai was squatting down to pick up the fallen hot water bottles, he heard the voice and turned in surprise. Behind him, the doctor with red eyes walked out. He bared his teeth and howled as he lunged at Zhou Bai. Many viewers from the Great Xia Kingdom covered their eyes, not wanting to see the brutal death of their chosen one. However, after waiting for a long time, the warning sound of the strange tale descending upon the Great Xia Kingdom still did not ring. Unable to contain their curiosity, the viewers cautiously peered through their fingers at the screen. At that moment, the scene on the screen showed Zhou Bai pressing the doctor to the ground. Then, one punch after another fell relentlessly on the doctor's face. The audience was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Zhou Bai swung his fists chaotically, clearly cornered and desperate. There was no choice. At this moment, if he didn't fight back, would he just sit and wait for death? The doctor's face had turned red and swollen from the punches, his features distorted, nearly unrecognizable. Now, some audience members couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for the doctor. Zhou Bai from the Great Xia Kingdom looked weak in the last mission. How can he hit so ferociously? Hey, you upstairs. Do you know that a cornered rabbit will also bite? Don't think you can bully the people from the Great Xia Kingdom. When we get angry, we all fight back. Don't hit me anymore. The doctor pleaded for mercy. Zhou Bai looked into his eyes and, seeing that they were no longer red, cautiously let him go. The doctor, pitiful and trembling, touched his bruised face and stood up. He stared fearfully at Zhou Bai. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bandage him. Oh, okay. The doctor quickly grabbed his tools and went to the injured butcher to wrap him up. Strangely, the butcher's wounds healed very quickly. Could it be because the world of the strange tale was different from the original world? Though Zhou Bai was puzzled, he chose not to delve into the matter. The doctor casually applied some medicine to the butcher and then used a bandage to wrap him up. While bandaging, he discreetly glanced at Zhou Bai. Are you new here? Zhou Bai shook the key in his hand. I'm the new gatekeeper. The doctor awkwardly smiled, his gaze landing on Jobai's now somewhat muscular arms due to his increased strength. "Heh, you really suit this position." Jobai was momentarily speechless. At that moment, behind the white curtain, came a weak coughing sound. Cough, cough. In the area covered by the curtain, many machines could be seen surrounding it. Jobai speculated that it was probably prepared for critically ill patients. A small clinic in the slaughterhouse had such complete equipment, which was somewhat unusual. Seeing Jobai looking toward the white curtain, the doctor moved closer to Jobai, trying to be friendly, and whispered, "Inside is the butcher from slaughterhouse number 8. If you see them, it's best to keep your distance." Jobai remembered that the rules specifically mentioned slaughterhouse number 8. The doctor's warning was likely correct. He thanked the doctor and then left the clinic. Having started his job, he needed to quickly familiarize himself with his responsibilities. But before that, he planned to return to his room first. The gatehouse of the slaughterhouse was not large, but it was well equipped. Outside, there was a toilet, and inside stood a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. After returning, Jobai opened the drawer, preparing to put the gatekeeper's work guidelines he had just placed on the table inside. But he noticed a notebook lying open in the drawer. Inside, several lines of crooked writing were visible. Upon reading the contents inside, Jobai furrowed his brow immediately. What was written here was also a set of rules. However, unlike the previous mission, this time the rules were written by different people. Chapter 20, Slaughterhouse Number 8. The content recorded in this notebook was likely left by the previous gatekeeper. It felt like he had summarized the rules himself. After briefly inferring about the notebook's owner, Jobai looked attentively at the contents inside. The scariest thing in the entire slaughterhouse is those supervisors. Do not count, do not try to know how many doors the slaughterhouse has, and do not open doors you have never seen before. Don't upset the doctor. Remember. Remember. Pigs are gentle animals. They are stout-bodied, with short limbs, big ears, and long snouts. Remember these characteristics of pigs. Remember. Remember. Director Liu will always put our safety first. Never go into slaughter room number 8. No matter what happens. Director Liu is the best person in the world. Absolutely do not hit him, even if he asks us to hit him, it is not allowed. If you encounter someone whose eyes turn red, you must run quickly. Jobai saw these rules and felt that the difficulty of this task increased greatly. From these words, it seems that the former gatekeeper was not in a normal mental state when he wrote these rules. Many of the rules seemed somewhat absurd. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Detected that the host has found new rules. Now marking the incorrect rules for you. In the gatekeeper's notes, rule number 7 is incorrect. Jobai stared at the rule marked in red, feeling even more confused. Because this rule contains too much information. Director Liu is not a good person? We need to hit Director Liu? Or does it mean that when Director Liu asks to hit him, we can hit? Or maybe this entire rule is entirely wrong. Also, what do the supervisors in the slaughterhouse refer to? The rule about not upsetting the doctor should be correct. But seeing a person with red eyes doesn't necessarily mean you have to run, you could also beat them up like Jobai did just now. So rule number 8 has its doubts. Jobai glanced at the two rules again and then put both rules into the drawer. Now is not the time to stop and think about the rules, more urgent matters await him. The work regulations state that the slaughter room will be disinfected every morning at 7:30. Jobai must ensure that everyone in the slaughter room has left before this time. This is his job responsibility. It is now 7 in the morning, and there is only half an hour left. Jobai needs to quickly inspect the slaughter rooms. So he took the keys and walked toward the slaughterhouse. Although it is daytime now, the damp and chilly feeling in the slaughterhouse still makes one feel a bit cold on the back. This slaughterhouse has 8 slaughter rooms. They are arranged horizontally in order from the left side of the entrance. Jobai started checking from the first slaughter room. As soon as he opened the slaughter room, the smell of blood rushed at him. Inside the work area, hooks, big knives, boning knives, and other iron tools are placed on the tables. They emit a chilling gleam that makes one feel shocked. Jobai tried to adapt to the smell inside. After carefully checking every slaughter room, he took out the keys to lock the doors. When he reached slaughter room number 8, he stopped at the entrance. The gatekeeper's work regulations and the notes left by the former gatekeeper both mentioned this slaughter room. However, the work regulations say, unless permission is obtained from Director Liu, one cannot enter slaughter room number 8. And the notes from the former gatekeeper wrote, never go into slaughter room number 8. No matter what happens. There is obviously a contradiction between these two rules. But right now, there is no way to determine which is true. To be safe, it is not advisable to take the risk of going in now. So Jobai decided to just check outside the glass window of slaughter room number 8 to see if there was anyone inside. Thus, he went to the window, looking inside through the glass. He saw that the layout inside was no different from the other slaughter rooms. There were shelves arranged in a row, used for hanging slaughtered pigs. However, in this slaughterhouse, it seems there is still one pig hanging on a rack that hasn't been taken down. Because the distance is a bit far, Jobai worries that the reflection of the glass made him see wrong. So he puts his hand on the glass, then brings his face closer to the glass to carefully identify. That dead pig is indeed hanging on the rack. In the empty slaughterhouse, it sways and makes a squeak sound. All of Jobai's attention is focused on that rack. Suddenly, an eye appears, occupying all his vision. The pupil is right in line with Jobai's eyes, separated only by a piece of glass. Jobai is startled and takes a step back. Then he can clearly see a face appearing inside the glass. He is wearing a suit of protective clothing. However, the hood on his head has already been pulled back. His entire head is exposed to the air. Jobai does not know who he is, but he looks at the clock on his phone. 7:26. Disinfection time is approaching. After 7:30, no one can stay inside the slaughterhouse. This is Jobai's job responsibility. So Jobai knocks on the glass. He shouts loudly, urging him to come out quickly. But the other party ignores Jobai. He is laughing foolishly to himself. Jobai suddenly becomes anxious. The viewers watching the live broadcast also start to get anxious just like him. Only 4 minutes left. If he doesn't come out, Jobai will violate the rules. But that person looks confused. No matter how Jobai calls, he won't come out. If only he could go in and pull him out. That would be even more impossible. The rules say you can't go into slaughterhouse number 8. Is there time to run and notify Director Liu? There isn't enough time. There isn't enough time. Only 3 minutes left. Slaughterhouse number 8 and the director's office, one is at the northernmost part of the slaughterhouse, one is located at the westernmost part. Jobai running to the director's office and back right now is simply out of the question. Only 3 minutes left. Jobai anxiously looks around. He sees the changing room next to slaughterhouse number 8, which has several sets of protective suits hanging. Jobai turns to glance at the clothes the person inside is wearing. There really isn't much time left for him to think. He grits his teeth. Then he quickly runs over, grabs a protective suit, and puts it on himself. He wraps himself tightly. Then he opens the door to slaughterhouse number 8. He races inside. 7:29. The countdown, only 60 seconds left. The viewers in the live broadcast tighten their hands, and with Jobai's movements, their hearts race faster. Chapter 21 Really just a punishment? Jobai rushes to the person's side. At this moment, the countdown shows 50 seconds remaining. Jobai grabs his hand, but he just keeps laughing foolishly and shakes him off. He. I'm not going out. Jobai continues to reach out to grab him. But he dodges and crouches down, wanting to find a table to hide behind. Only 30 seconds left. The viewers grow anxious watching. Jobai also knows he doesn't have much time left. He can only get ruthless. One hand directly chops down and knocks him out cold. Then he grabs the person's protective suit, hoists him by his collar, like lifting a chicken, and lifts the strong man up. 20 seconds left. Jobai pulls him towards the door. 10 seconds. Only 2 final steps to the door. At the very last moment, Jobai finally pulls the person out of the slaughterhouse. The big door slams shut. 7:30 arrives. Ding! The alarm signal for starting disinfection sounds. At this moment, the door of the slaughterhouse in front of Jobai just happens to be locked by him. Then, through the glass window, he sees dust falling from the ceiling of the slaughterhouse. Inside the slaughterhouse, the dead pig hanging on the rack begins to rot after being covered with dust. Then, water sprays down. The slaughterhouse is enveloped in a layer of mist. The viewers who witnessed the entire process then realize that their backs are already drenched in cold sweat. If Jobai and the other person had come out a few seconds later, would they have ended up like the dead pig inside? The audience dared not imagine that scene. Jobai only remembered to feel scared after the matter was resolved. That was really close. But everyone still did not dare to relax. What would happen when Jobai entered slaughterhouse number 8, they still could not conclude. He focused his gaze on the glass, his eyes locked on the dead pig whose skin was rotting away. Using something highly corrosive to disinfect? Isn't that a bit too strange? Jobai felt that the fog surrounding this slaughterhouse had deepened even further. However, right now he was concentrating all his attention on the glass and did not notice that the person lying on the ground had quietly woken up. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Jobai heard the sound and suddenly looked down. That person was lying beside his leg, facing up, with a twisted expression staring at Joe Bai. His fingers were curled, ready to grab Joe Bai's foot. This close-range attack almost gave Joe Bai a psychological shadow. Joe Bai moved his foot away, dodging his action. Then Joe Bai saw that from his ear were sprouting small lumps, as if something was about to emerge from his ear. Joe Bai stared hard at his ear. He felt this scene was too familiar. In the last mission, when his wife was stimulated, she was also in this state. He furrowed his brows. Does he need medication? Experience from the last mission made him instinctively want to find pills for him. But the medicine he brought from home was still in the doorroom. Just as he was worried about how to deal with it, a noisy sound of footsteps came from behind him. Director Liu, please slow down. The bell just rang. Those who can't make it, oldly probably already. The speaking voice suddenly stopped when it reached Joe Bai's front. Joe Bai turned his head to look. Director Liu's face was dark, looking straight at him. The audience in the Dasha Kingdom's live room had their hearts lift again. It's over. Breaking into Slaughterhouse Number 8 was discovered. And people from other countries began to gloat. Haha, the chosen one of Dasha Kingdom entering Slaughterhouse Number 8 without Director Liu's approval. It seems like he's done for. I want to see whether Director Liu will chop off Joe Bai's hands or his feet. Or maybe, just slice his neck. Finally, we get to see Dasha Kingdom take a hit. You can't imagine how wonderful this feeling is. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The person on the ground tried to lunge at Joe Bai again. Crap. Oldly, Someone in the crowd did not finish speaking. Then, they saw Director Liu rushing to the front, swiftly slicing down with the knife in his hand. Ah! Oldly covered his ear in pain. Blood flowed through his fingers. Joe Bai felt a wave of chills. When entering the slaughterhouse, protective clothing must be worn properly. When work time is up, you must leave the slaughterhouse immediately. You violated 2 rules of Slaughterhouse Number 8 today. This knife is your lesson. Oldly curled up, holding his ear. Director Liu, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Joe Bai looked at Oldly's once clear eyes, and his confusion grew even deeper. Not right. This does not seem like a simple punishment for an employee. After teaching Oldly a lesson, Director Liu turned his gaze towards Joe Bai. Joe Bai was completely wrapped in protective clothing, only his eyes were visible from the outside. The keys he had been holding in his hand were flung to the ground out of urgency. At this moment, they happened to be by Joe Bai's leg. Well done. After Director Liu left that sentence behind, he walked back. Those who had followed him went to pull Oldly and took him to the infirmary. When everyone had left, only then did the audience realize the crisis was really over. Could it be that the 2 rules about Slaughterhouse Number 8? It's all wrong. Otherwise, how do you explain that he went in and nothing happened? The key point is that Director Liu actually praised him, which is simply unbelievable. The experts in the analysis group were equally puzzled. They sat in the conference room, and the 2 rules were written on the whiteboard. The experts stared at the rules on the whiteboard, then all fell into deep thought. The work code and the notes from the former guard both mentioned Slaughterhouse Number 8. The doctor in the medical office also mentioned Slaughterhouse Number 8. I always feel there is a secret in Slaughterhouse Number 8. If both of these rules are wrong, it means anyone can enter Slaughterhouse Number 8 at will. But if that were the case, the strangeness of Slaughterhouse Number 8 would be reduced by half. A younger expert in the analysis group voiced his opinion. However, his statement was quickly met with ridicule from the other experts. We are all researchers, and discussing issues requires logical thinking. Your guess is simply too subjective. Seeing that no one agreed with his viewpoint, the young expert fell silent. Meanwhile, the spies from other countries lurking in the Great Xiao livestream immediately returned to report the information they had gathered. Thus, most countries reached the conclusion. The 4th rule of the guard's work code, unless permitted by Director Liu, no one may enter Slaughterhouse Number 8, is wrong. The 6th note from the former guard, never go into Slaughterhouse Number 8. No matter what happens, is also wrong. However, after the recent event, the chosen ones who entered the world of strange tales had already been mostly eliminated. Leaving behind those who accidentally dodged the danger, each received reminders from their country's analysis group. Chapter 22-22 Chapter 17 Gates. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Joe Bai took off his protective suit and put it back, then returned to the guardhouse. He sat down at the desk, took out the 2 rules from the drawer. He examined the contents closely. However, his focus was different from that of the experts. At this moment, his eyes fell on the 5th rule in the former guard's notes. Director Liu will always prioritize our safety above all else. During his recent critical decision, this rule flashed through Joe Bai's mind. If this rule is correct, then Jobai's entering slaughterhouse number 8 just now did not violate the rules, which makes sense. If Old Lee had stayed inside the slaughterhouse, and Jobai didn't pull him out, he would definitely be in danger. How could Director Liu, who puts employees' safety first, possibly disagree with Joe by entering slaughterhouse number 8 in this situation? Therefore, if this rule is true, then Jobai's actions also comply with the 4th rule of the guard's work code. Thinking through this point, Jobai felt a deep confusion about Director Liu's series of actions. The Director Liu described in this rule seems unconnected to the ruthless Liu he had seen. What unresolved puzzle lies within this? Jobai shook his head, then shifted his gaze to the other rules. However, due to the lack of usable evidence, it was truly impossible to discern truth from falsehood. He could only memorize these rules for fear of forgetting them at a crucial moment. In the following time, Jobai began his job of guarding the door. If being a gatekeeper was destined for him when he got old, then starting at 22 to guard the door. Does it mean he avoided decades of detours? Jobai sat there bored, mocking himself in his heart. To be honest, being a gatekeeper isn't that easy. Especially in this guardhouse, there were no activities to pass the time. Jobai's phone was also an old model, only usable for texting and calling. There was a time. He sat in the gatehouse, bored, and forced himself to stay awake until 11 a.m. Seeing that the slaughterhouse employees had all gone home, Jobai then walked over and locked the main gate. He then closed his own door and started to sleep. The working hours of the slaughterhouse start at midnight. So during this afternoon time, the employees all went home to sleep, and no one would come in or out of the gate. Jobai lay on the bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The sky gradually darkened, and night fell. Jobai slept deeply. When it was 10 p.m., he finally woke up. He got up, washed up quickly, then picked up the bunch of keys, ready to inspect all the rooms before the slaughterhouse started working again. He began patrolling from the slaughter room. The slaughter room had been cleaned and disinfected, and there was no smell of blood anymore. From slaughter rooms 1 to 7, Jobai went into each one to check carefully. When he reached the door of room 8, he stopped again. Without formal permission from Manager Liu, and without wearing protective clothing, he decided not to go in. He just took a look by the window, unlocked the door for the people coming to work later, then walked away. The audience did not quite understand Jobai's overly cautious attitude. However, it is still a good thing for the chosen one to be a bit cautious. So no one discussed this issue too much. Leaving room 8, Jobai changed direction and walked towards other rooms. From the cutting room, the waiting room for live pigs, the cold storage, to the canteen, and the medical room. Jobai looked through each one. As he walked, he arrived at the far north side of the slaughterhouse. Along the way, he faintly heard painful muffled sounds coming from ahead. Jobai thought that he had probably come close to the manager's office. Were those painful muffled sounds from the manager punishing some employee again? Jobai had questions but was not curious. The 7th rule of the gatekeeper. Manager Liu's room is at the very back of the slaughterhouse. Do not approach that place after the sun goes down. Without hesitation, Jobai turned and walked in the opposite direction. From the entrance to here, besides the manager's office, he had already inspected the other 15 rooms. Next, he could go unlock the main gate and wait for others to come to work. Jobai thought this and happily swung the keys in his hand. The metal keys clashed, making a crisp sound that echoed in the empty corridor. Suddenly, this crisp sound stopped after a muffled thud. Jobai gripped the keys tightly and stared intently at a red door nearby. He clearly remembered that he had not seen this door when he came in just now. Jobai looked at the bunch of keys in his hand. 16 keys, no mistake. When he walked here, each key corresponded to a door. No mistake. The 3rd rule of the gatekeeper. There are 16 doors in the entire slaughterhouse, and you need to keep track of 16 keys. There is no 17th door, nor is there a red key. The system had already indicated that this rule was wrong. So, this is the 17th door. Jobai stood still, thinking about how he should respond. However, at this time, the livestream chat had already exploded. A red door? This is too strange, right? Could this be the 17th door? The 3rd rule of the gatekeeper was actually wrong. It looks like something that shouldn't be seen. Shouldn't Jobai run away quickly? But to their disappointment, Jobai not only did not run but walked towards the red door. The experience from the last copy taught Jobai. Those wrong rules, the more they do not want you to touch, the more likely they are to hold the key to passing. This door usually cannot be seen. If he did not go take a look now, it would be very hard to have this opportunity in the future. The audience saw Jobai had already walked to the side of the red door. Some timid audience members even averted their eyes, not daring to look at the screen anymore. Didn't they say they weren't curious? So curious that in a horror movie, you wouldn't last 3 minutes. The audience had witnessed Jobai's wild moves in the last instance. This person was timid when scared, but also quite frightening when brave. Everyone still couldn't grasp his way of doing things. They only hoped that he could continue his previous streak of good luck this time. In the scene, Jobai stood in front of the red door, turning the doorknob with his hand. The audience broke out in a cold sweat again. What a courageous man! However, after turning it a few times, the door did not open. It seemed he still needed to find the key first. Seeing this, the audience's anxious hearts could just barely relax. But they couldn't relax for long. Soon, they heard a fierce knocking sound coming from inside the door. Who is in there? You want to know who I am? No. You don't want to. You want to survive here, and you also want to know the secrets of this slaughterhouse. Jobai felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head upon hearing the voice coming from inside the door. What he said was indeed what Jobai wanted to know most right now. Could the person inside the door read others' thoughts? Jobai paused, carefully considering how to ask, "Can you tell me?" Ha ha ha. The person inside the door let out a burst of laughter. Yes, I can tell you. But in exchange, you must help me find that red key and let me out of here. Jobai became wary. This person inside the door felt anything but trustworthy. So, he deliberately asked, "Why should I trust you?" The person inside the door was not angry at Jobai's suspicion. "I can pay a little deposit first. If you see a second truck delivering live pigs tonight, you can go take a look. There will be things you want to know there." A second truck delivering live pigs? Jobai recalled Rule 5 from the guard's manual. The slaughterhouse will only deliver one batch of live pigs at 12 p.m. each day, no other deliveries will be made. If you see one at any other time, immediately return to your room and lock the door. Another false rule? Or was the person inside the door trying to lure Jobai into breaking the rules? According to what the rules stated, just seeing the second truck delivering live pigs could already bring danger. Jobai's wariness of the person inside intensified. True or false, it was hard to tell. Jobai told himself he must remain vigilant at all times and absolutely cannot be deceived. Jobai hesitated, pondering how to respond to the other party. Just as he organized his thoughts and was about to speak, he heard the other party speak first. "Look behind you." Jobai instantly felt a chill down his spine. He took a deep breath and slowly turned his head. Then, he saw the doctor from the infirmary standing silently behind him in a white coat. Perhaps Jobai had been too focused on pondering the problem just now that he didn't hear his footsteps approaching. "What are you doing?" The doctor looked at Jobai with a strange expression. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Jobai immediately noticed his abnormality and couldn't help but furrow his brows. He was again contaminated? With this thought, Jobai immediately went on high alert. "What did you see?" The doctor did not look at Jobai's back but stared intently at Jobai's face. "Why won't you answer me?" "Why?" Jobai knew the doctor was getting angry again. The viewers in the livestream immediately recalled the doctor's frantic state from earlier that morning at the sight of his bloodshot eyes. The gruesome death of the chosen one from Monkey Country was still deeply etched in the audience's minds. Seeing the doctor like this, people started to feel a bit scared. "I can't take it anymore. Otherwise, just go die." After the doctor said this, he suddenly lunged at Jobai. The frightened audience covered their eyes in fear. However, just as the doctor was about to touch Jobai, Jobai swung his fist, landing it squarely on the doctor's face. Again? Did he not already taste the bitterness of a punch this morning? Jobai looked at the doctor, who was covering his face. On that refined, pale face, a big bump had appeared, and Jobai couldn't help but shake his head. The sound of the punch hitting the face was so harsh that even the audience, separated by a screen, felt the pain. "Ugh, it hurts." The doctor held his face. After a while, he finally moved his hand away. So painful. His mouth corner twitched, carefully avoiding touching the wound with his hand. He looked so pitiful, completely different from just moments ago. Jobai examined him with confusion. After hitting him once that morning, Jobai had a vague guess in his heart. Perhaps the pollution in this instance needed pain to alleviate it. However, Jobai didn't dare to easily draw conclusions at that time. Until he saw the doctor's current state, Jobai felt more convinced about his guess. The doctor had now regained his senses. Seeing Jobai, his eyes were filled with fear. "Guard! Big brother, why are we meeting again?" Jobai shook his head helplessly. "It's almost time to work. I need to inspect the rooms first." The doctor blankly nodded. Oh. You really are diligent, guard big brother." After saying that, he seemed to suddenly remember something. His face turned anxious. "Right. I came out to find someone. Oh no. A critically ill patient has escaped. After saying that, he frantically looked around, darting about like a headless chicken. Jobai looked behind him. The spot where the red door had been was now just a regular wall. It seemed like the door they had just seen was just Jobai's illusion. A strange feeling stirred in Jobai's heart. I just saw him coming from this direction. Strange. He has trouble moving. Where could he have run to? The doctor was still near Jobai. Jobai glanced at him and asked, "Who are you looking for? What are their characteristics?" Characteristics. The doctor stammered, as if he found it difficult to answer this question. Oh right, the Slaughterhouse 8. Just go a bit further, and we're at Slaughterhouse 8. He's very likely gone there. Suddenly recalling this possibility, the doctor hurriedly ran towards Slaughterhouse 8. Jobai followed closely behind him, running too. Just as they were about to reach Slaughterhouse 8, Jobai noticed a dark shadow on the ground not far ahead. It looked like some animal crawling on the ground. Master Ma, I finally found you. The doctor shouted at the dark shadow. Jobai was immediately stunned. That dark shadow, crawling like an animal, was the critically ill patient they were searching for? Jobai's heart raced with anxiety. He followed the doctor's footsteps, edging closer to the shadow. Finally, when the shadow crawled into the light, Jobai and the audience in the livestream could clearly see the person's appearance. They all gasped in fear. There was a hollow eye socket on Master Ma's face, and he only had one hand left to support himself while crawling. He was just a few steps away from crawling to the door of Slaughterhouse 8. The doctor rushed over, grabbed his hand, and then lifted him up. Master Ma, you can't work now. Come back with me. Master Ma struggled desperately. No. It's almost 12 o'clock. Time to work is approaching. Let me go, I must go to work. The doctor was already used to this. He carried him and headed towards the infirmary. Jobai watched their departing figures, his doubts about this slaughterhouse deepening. However, just as he was about to turn and leave this place, he saw a piece of paper floating down to the ground. Jobai walked over and picked up the paper. His gaze fell on the bold words at the beginning of the paper. He couldn't help but frown again. Unexpectedly, this paper contained new rules. Chapter 24 Red Key appears. Rules for working in Slaughterhouse Number 8. 1. When entering Slaughterhouse Number 8, you must wear protective clothing properly. 2. Please remember, you are doing a great job now. Your work is significant for all humanity. 3. What needs to be slaughtered in Slaughterhouse Number 8 is not only pigs. For, if the animal under your knife sheds tears, please wait until tomorrow to kill it. 5. You will often see the 17th door. Please remember, it is an illusion, and do not believe anything it says. 6. If you feel mentally confused, do not take medicine. Pain is the best way to help you wake up. 7. Do not communicate with the supervisors. 8. Under no circumstances open the 17th door. After Jobai finished reading these 8 rules, the system's voice echoed in his mind. New rule discovered, marking one incorrect option for the host. Rule 5 of Slaughterhouse Number 8 is incorrect. Jobai looked at the 5th rule. Once again, it was a rule about the 17th door, judged as incorrect by the system. It seemed the 17th door was very key in this instance. Could it be that what's behind the 17th door is the source of pollution in the slaughterhouse? Jobai couldn't help but speculate on this possibility. Next, he looked at the 6th rule. The rule mentioned that pain can help the infected wake up, which aligned with Jobai's previous guess. But why can't they take medicine? In the last instance, didn't those who were infected take medicine? Or is it that taking medicine cannot suppress the pollution? Jobai remembered his mother's gray pills. He also remembered how her face would change every time she returned home after going out. It was very possible that the pills truly couldn't help her suppress the pollution. After finishing his thoughts, Jobai put away the new rules. Meanwhile, the experts watching the livestream hurriedly copied the 3rd set of rules Jobai obtained onto the whiteboard. Then they began to analyze the 3 sets of rules. Jobai returned to the doorroom, placed the new rules with the other 2 sets, and closed the drawer. The time was approaching 12 midnight. At the entrance of the slaughterhouse, some employees had already arrived early, waiting at the door. Jobai took the keys and went to open the big door. Then he sat back inside the doorroom, watching the employees come in for work one by one. When it was exactly 12 o'clock, a truck loaded with live pigs drove over. Jobai went over and pulled the big door wide open. The truck reversed in and stopped at the waiting area for the live pigs. Several movers quickly went over to help. What was unloaded from above were all ordinary live pigs. Jobai stood aside, watching the entire process without noticing anything unusual. After all the pigs were unloaded and the truck drove away again, he sat back in his own seat. Through the window, he looked at the silvery moon in the sky. Sounds of the pigs being slaughtered occasionally reached his ears, filled with cries of agony. He waited the entire night and did not see another truck delivering live pigs. Jobai even began to doubt his analysis of the rules. Could it be that the words of the person inside the door were false? Was the red door he saw just an illusion? No, according to the system's hints, the 17th door should indeed exist. However, there must be something that Jobai had overlooked. Jobai took out the 3 rules, laid them flat on the table, and stared for a long time. But still, he had no clue. He rubbed his head, which had begun to throb. In the long, dark night, he still had plenty of time to think. Time ticked away, second by second. Slowly, light began to shine on the horizon. Finally, it was 6 a.m., the end of the workday at the slaughterhouse. One by one, people began to exit the slaughterhouse. Some of the processed meat was put into the freezer, while some had already been taken away by vehicles in the middle of the night. As the people thinned out, Jobai, as usual, walked inside to inspect the slaughterhouse. He passed by each slaughter stall, each door wide open. The smell of blood hit Jobai's face, making him feel a bit nauseous. When he reached slaughter stall number 8, he discovered that it hadn't opened for work last night at all. Inside was still clean, everything was put back in its place. The guardhouse was a bit far from the slaughterhouse. Jobai had stayed in the guardhouse last night and hadn't left his post. So he didn't know the condition of the slaughterhouse inside. He couldn't help but connect this closed stall number 8 with the second truck of live pigs that hadn't arrived last night. As long as the second truck of live pigs didn't come, stall number 8 wouldn't open for work? Although there was no factual basis for this, Jobai boldly made such a hypothesis. After observing for a few more nights, perhaps he could find the answer. Because he couldn't draw any conclusions yet, Jobai could only set this guess aside for now and continue with his work. Jobai stood outside the window, confirmed that no one was inside the slaughterhouse, and locked the door again. After finishing his tasks, Jobai had to start thinking about how to clear the level. Today was the second day of opening the new chapter. If Jobai wanted to achieve an SSS level clearance, he must find the source of pollution in the slaughterhouse. From his observations over the past few days, there were indeed many suspicious places in the entire slaughterhouse. The manager's office, the 17th door, stall number 8, and the infirmary, all these places had doubts. Which place, which thing, or which person, was the source of pollution in this slaughterhouse? There was really too much to think about. Moreover, figuring out how to eliminate the source of pollution was another tough problem. Thinking of this, Jobai couldn't help but start to feel a headache. He sighed quietly and refocused his thoughts on the other 2 ways to clear the level. The other 2 methods were both related to Manager Liu. Maybe he should go see Manager Liu first. Now that day had broken. According to the rules, there should be no danger going to the manager's office at this hour. So, after making up his mind, Jobai walked towards the manager's office. Today, the manager's office was very quiet. It seemed that no employee needed to face punishment today. When Jobai reached the door of the manager's office, Manager Liu was rummaging through his drawer. Seeing Jobai approach, he closed the drawer. But sharp-eyed Jobai still saw a red key lying inside. Although he was startled, he still maintained a calm demeanor. He smiled, trying to appear as a sincere new employee seeking guidance. Manager, I was unsure if I did my job correctly on my first day yesterday, so I wanted to ask you if there are any areas I need to improve. Although Jobai tried his best to appear sincere, he was only 22 years old and had just entered society not long ago. He still hadn't captured the essence of acting like a corporate worker. In contrast, in the Cherry Blossom Country's live stream room, Ishida Jiro, who deeply understood the ways of corporate life, was truly a good subordinate. He also came to the manager's office and respectfully bowed 90 degrees to Manager Liu. Dear Manager Liu, I am very honored to work for you. I wonder if you are satisfied with my work yesterday. Although Director Liu looked a bit unwell today, he still managed to force a smile in response to Shirtian Erlang's thoughtful manners. Since you are here, please report your work from yesterday. Director Liu stretched out his hand and rubbed his eye sockets. Shirtian Erlang immediately stood tall and began to report on his work from yesterday with great respect. Report to Director Liu, yesterday I guarded the gate. A total of 56 employees came in, and 54 employees left. The remaining 2 stayed in the medical room last night. I just confirmed they were in the medical room all night and did not leave. Director Liu nodded, seeming very satisfied with the report content. Shirtian Erlang felt encouraged and continued reporting with even more enthusiasm. Yesterday, I also inspected the entire slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse has a total of 17 rooms, with 17 doors. After the employees finished their shifts, I carefully checked every door, and all were locked to ensure that all property is safe. That's my work from yesterday. Please give your instructions, Director Liu. After finishing his report, Shirtian Erlang continued to stand tall. He felt very satisfied with his performance, waiting for Director Liu's evaluation. Director Lu looked at him and said, "Very good. I think it's time to give you a different job. You no longer need to be the gatekeeper, report to the number 8 slaughter room at night." When Shirtian Erlang heard Director Lu say this, he felt he had been promoted and happily gave Director Lu a 90-degree bow. The audience from Sakura Nation also cheered with excitement. To pass S level, one needs to gain the favor of Director Lu and obtain the chance to be transferred to another city. The audience from Sakura Nation felt that Director Lu's decision to transfer Shirtian Erlang was a good sign. The number 8 slaughter room is clearly an important department in this slaughterhouse. For Shirtian Erlang to be transferred there means he is appreciated by Director Lu. First, he is transferred to an important department, then as an outstanding employee of the slaughterhouse, he can be assigned to other cities, leading to S-level completion. The audience from Sakura Nation could no longer hold back their dreams. Then there was Zhou Bai from Great Xia Nation. Even the audience from Great Xia Nation felt embarrassed for him when they heard his conversation with Director Lu. He had already stayed in the director's office for a full 15 minutes. But in those 15 minutes, he babbled without getting to the point. Director Lu was obviously starting to lose patience. "So you are saying that the protective clothing in the number 8 slaughter room needs to be changed regularly, otherwise it smells very bad?" Zhou Bai nodded, "It really smells bad." The audience in the live broadcast room helplessly sighed again. "You were brought in to work, not to act foolishly." Director Lu picked up the pen viciously and slammed it hard on the paper. Okay. I have recorded all your suggestions for today. Do you have any other questions?" The audience could clearly sense his gritting teeth as he spoke, and the force with which he wrote, almost piercing the paper. Zhou Bai shook his head. "No." Director Lu said, "Then you can go out." Zhou Bai responded with an "oh," his eyes glancing over the new wound on the director's arm. Then he turned and left the director's office. The audience from Great Xia Nation felt a mix of disappointment and frustration seeing Zhou Bai leave like that. Has Zhou Bai never been a corporate slave? How could he suggest something like that the day after he starts working? Look how well the chosen one from Sakura Nation plays the role of an underling. I was so embarrassed, my toes almost burrowed into a 3-bedroom apartment. Should we let our experts teach Zhou Bai some social skills? However, the audience from Great Xia Nation did not know that after Zhou Bai left, Director Lu took a form out of his drawer. He drew a check mark beside Zhou Bai's name and then put the form back in its original place. Of course, Zhou Bai also did not know about this matter. After Zhou Bai came out of the manager's office, he returned to the front room. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, he closed the main door and then locked his own room door. In this copy, due to work reasons, everyone's schedule needs to be turned upside down day and night. Some chosen ones find it hard to adapt to sleeping during the day, and when it's time to rest, they cannot fall asleep. Zhou Bai adapted very well. As soon as the door was closed and he covered himself with the quilt, he instantly fell into a state of sleep. His ability to adapt made the audience a bit envious. Speaking of which, who wouldn't want to have a superpower to fall asleep instantly? Those who always suffer from insomnia are truly envious. Zhou Bai had a good sleep. At 10 o'clock in the evening, he was woken up right on time by his alarm clock. He stretched, feeling energetic, and picked up his keys, ready to start his work. The slaughterhouse at night was quiet. No lights were turned on around. Everywhere Zhou Bai went, he had to fumble in the dark to turn on the lights. Thus, as Zhou Bai patrolled one room after another, the entire slaughterhouse became brighter with his steps. As he was about to reach the manager's office, Zhou Bai heard a muffled groan coming from inside. Zhou Bai recalled the new wounds he saw on Manager Lu's arm during the day. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that he was punishing the employees? If he goes to the manager's office tomorrow and sees if there are any new wounds on his arm, he might know the answer. Zhou Bai remembered the rules and turned back. He walked in the opposite direction of the manager's office. As he walked down the long corridor of the slaughterhouse, he saw that red door appear again ahead. However, this time the position of the red door was different from last time. It seems that this door does not appear in the same place. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound came from inside the door again. The audience watched Zhou Bai with bated breath, praying that he would not go over. This red door is so dangerous. Just because nothing happened when he talked to it yesterday does not mean there will be no trouble today. Moreover, the person inside the door clearly has ulterior motives towards the chosen ones. So the audience naturally hoped that Zhou Bai would play it safe and not approach the door again. However, the result still disappointed them. In the scene, Zhou Bai had already walked in front of the red door. Chapter 26, You Are a Liar. So, how is it? Do you want to make a deal with me? What the person inside the door meant by this was that he knew the one who came was Zhou Bai, and he had come specifically to wait for him. Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow, no longer feeling the tension he had when he first saw this door yesterday. Of course not. What you said is completely false. What do you mean false? How is that possible? The person inside the door was clearly a bit agitated. Joe Bai subtly twitched the corner of his mouth. Didn't you tell me to look for the second truck transporting pigs? There is no second truck at all. There was no second truck transporting pigs last night? How is that possible? Could it be that during the time I was locked inside, the inner world erosion has slowed down? What the person inside said afterward became a bit softer, as if he were talking to himself. However, Joe Bai still listened carefully to what he said. And from his words, he caught an important piece of information. Inner world? Could this be the source of pollution in the slaughterhouse? The person inside the door then realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly denied, I don't know what you are talking about. However, his hurried denial made Joe Bai even more suspicious. Joe Bai smiled and pretended to leave. Sigh, there's nothing to say to a liar, I'd better head back. After saying this, he took a few steps forward, making his shoes hit the ground and creating a sound. This was Joe Bai's secret trick for bargaining with others. As long as he pretended to leave, the boss would surely call him back. Inside the door, the person heard Joe Bai's footsteps leaving and suddenly became more anxious. What do you mean by a fraud? I'm not. Don't leave just yet. I can't be wronged like this by others. You stop, and I can tell you another thing. Joe Bai turned back with a smile, his bargaining skills indeed worked wonders. What thing? The person inside sighed softly, if you want to know about Slaughterhouse Number 8, you can ask the supervisors. They know the most about Slaughterhouse Number 8. Upon hearing the word supervisors, Joe Bai immediately became alert. He had seen the term supervisors in both sets of rules. But he still did not understand what this term meant and had not obtained any information related to it. However, the contents mentioning supervisors in those two rules were not friendly at all. The first entry in the former doorkeeper's notes. The most terrifying in the entire slaughterhouse is those supervisors. Rule 7 of Slaughterhouse Number 8. Do not engage with supervisors. From the perspective of the rules, the former doorkeeper and the people in the slaughterhouse were clearly afraid of supervisors. What the person inside said was obviously in conflict with the contents of these two rules. This made Joe Bai more suspicious of him. Was he trying to tempt Joe Bai to break the rules? Or were the contents of these two rules all fake? Last time he spoke with him, Joe Bai also had such doubts. And the previous questions still had no conclusion until now. Should he trust him or not? Joe Bai still had no answer. What are supervisors? Joe Bai could only ask tentatively. However, what Joe Bai did not expect was that the following answer from the person inside was like a clap of thunder. It stunned Joe Bai completely. You've never seen a supervisor? In this slaughterhouse, there is a slightly plump old woman with curly short hair. She is the supervisor. As soon as the person inside finished speaking, Aunt Wang's image immediately appeared in Joe Bai's mind. Aunt Wang is the supervisor? She looks just like an ordinary middle-aged woman. Just by appearance, it's really hard to connect her to the person described in the rules. But Joe Bai had interacted with her in the last mission and knew she was indeed a bit different. Especially recalling that night, the monsters that dared not approach in the dark. Joe Bai frowned even deeper at this thought. You still cannot escape the suspicion of being a fraud, I will find a way to verify what you said. After he finished speaking, he turned around. Humph. I'm not a fraud. When you finish verifying, you will know how reliable the information I provided is. Hey! Why are you leaving again? You, come back. Joe Bai had no intention of saying more to him, so no matter how the other party shouted this time, he still walked away without looking back. Time reached 12 o'clock. It was time for the slaughterhouse to start work again. Joe Bai took the key and opened the main door. The employees who had already been waiting at the door swarmed in all at once. Then, a truck filled with live pigs also arrived on time. Joe Bai still stood by and watched as others unloaded the pigs from the truck. The entire process still showed no abnormalities. He watched the truck drive away from the slaughterhouse and then sat back in the doorkeeper's room. He picked up the 3 sets of rules and laid them flat on the table. He gazed at the rules on the paper, starting to think. His eyes fell on the few rules related to the second pig truck and the supervisors. If there really was a second pig truck, then there was a possibility of seeing it at night. However, Joe Bai still could not make a decision. If he really saw the second pig truck tonight, should he go check it out? He also had not sorted out the questions regarding the supervisors. Just looking at the handwriting of the former doorkeeper, it didn't say you couldn't talk to the supervisor. The rule only said that the supervisor was scary. But when it came to Slaughterhouse Number 8, the level of fear regarding the supervisor was directly upgraded to not being able to talk to them. Joe Bai recalled. On the first day he entered the slaughterhouse, he had indeed spoken with Aunt Wang. And nothing unexpected happened. So, talking to the supervisor wouldn't break the rules? Could it be that the rule in slaughterhouse number 8 was wrong? But, is it really that simple? Jobai once again swept his gaze over the 3 rules. The biggest difference in the rules of this quest compared to the last quest was that the subject writing each rule was different. The gatekeeper's work regulations, the former gatekeeper's notes, the work regulations for slaughterhouse number 8. Jobai looked at the titles of these 3 rules. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Perhaps the key to judging the truth of the rules lies in the differences of these subjects. For example, Jobai already knew that there was indeed a 17th door in the slaughterhouse. So, why would the gatekeeper's work regulations say there was no 17th door? It might be that the leadership of the slaughterhouse did not want others to have any connection with it. Then, recalling the second note in the former gatekeeper's notes. Don't count, don't try to know how many doors the slaughterhouse has, and absolutely don't open any doors you haven't seen. It can be seen from the rules that the former gatekeeper must have seen the 17th door, he just understood the danger behind it, so he wrote his notes in such an agitated manner. As Jobai thought of this, he looked back at the 2 rules about the supervisor, and immediately felt differently. In the former gatekeeper's notes, it did not say that one could not communicate with the supervisor. This means that back then, the gatekeeper could communicate with the supervisor. But the people working in slaughterhouse number 8 cannot communicate with the supervisor. This suggests that after satisfying a certain condition, one can no longer communicate with the supervisor. And communicating with them may carry danger. Jobai felt that this explanation seemed very reasonable. Perhaps, this is the key to solving the bloody slaughterhouse quest. Just when Jobai was still immersed in the joy of discovering this new thought process, he suddenly looked up and saw a truck coming in from a distance. This is the second pig transport truck? Jobai's heart raced. Although Jobai had found the key to solving the problem, he had not yet analyzed all the rules. At least, he still could not confirm whether the rules about the second pig transport truck were correct. Jobai's eyes were fixed on that truck. He was trying to see some clues in these last few seconds to make his final choice. As he watched, the truck had reached the entrance and was about to drive into the slaughterhouse. But Jobai racked his brain and still could not prove that the rules were wrong. Now, locking the door and giving up this lead would actually be the safest choice. But Jobai felt some reluctance. He still stood at the gatehouse entrance, showing no signs of wanting to retreat. The audience in the Daxia live broadcast room once again felt a surge of anxiety for Jobai. In the live broadcast, the headlights of the truck shone in. Jobai squinted, shielding his eyes from the light. Against the light, Jobai saw a figure stepping down from the truck. Just as he hesitated and hadn't made a decision yet, the person who stepped down from the truck was already in front of Jobai. At this moment, Jobai finally saw her face clearly. A slightly plump figure, with short curly hair on her head. Isn't this An Wang? Jobai's eyes widened. Just as he was about to ask a question, he was suddenly pushed by her. Jobai, not paying attention, staggered back several steps. Before he realized what had happened, he saw Aunt Wang swiftly close his door. She shouted to Jobai from outside, "Stay inside, don't come out until the vehicle leaves." Jobai then understood that Aunt Wang did not want him to see that pig truck. Could it be that Aunt Wang wanted to save Jobai's life? Not only Jobai had such speculation, the viewers in the Daxia livestream were also thinking the same. Thank goodness it was Aunt Wang who came. Otherwise, Jobai would probably be dead. Aunt Wang and Jobai came from the last instance together. It seems they have some bond. I didn't expect there to be such humanity in the world of ghost stories. I almost cried just now. Jobai is really lucky. The remaining chosen ones in the current instance were not many, but most had cautious personalities. Seeing the second pig truck arrive, they immediately locked their doors. So no one suffered any accidents during this event. However, people from other countries, seeing that Jobai escaped thanks to Aunt Wang's help, were quite upset. This game is completely unfair. The chosen ones from Daxia country have gone through 2 instances and are more familiar with the world of ghost stories. Besides, he has someone from the last instance helping him. It's just cheating. If Aunt Wang hadn't helped Jobai just now, he would probably have died already. These countries finally found a reason to criticize Jobai. Of course, they wouldn't let it go. Thus, the remaining chosen ones from those countries united and all rushed to Daxia's livestream to insult him. But the viewers from Daxia were not pushovers. They immediately fought back. And so, the audiences from these countries and those from Daxia engaged in a verbal war online. Though the people of Daxia sometimes complained about Jobai's mysterious actions. When outsiders questioned Jobai, they couldn't stand a single insult. If someone dared to insult Jobai, the viewers from Daxia would immediately retaliate with hundreds or thousands of insults in return. The unity spirit of Daxia was fully demonstrated in this verbal battle. In the end, all the foreigners fled in defeat. Even several undercover spies who had previously lurked in Daxia's livestream were caught in this battle. The administrators of DCA's livestream put those spies on a blacklist. These countries suffered losses, and the difficulty of future undercover operations was significantly increased. The scene returned to Joe Bai. He was currently locked inside the doorroom. The door was not locked, so he could open it any time if he wanted to. Outside, the sound of the truck driving clearly reached his ears. Joe Bai walked to the door, hesitated for a moment, but finally did not open it. If you want to live, remember the rules. Aunt Wang, perhaps sensing that Joe Bai had reached the door, shouted to him from outside. Seeing Aunt Wang still standing outside, Joe Bai recalled the words of the person in the 17th door. So, he decided to take the opportunity to test Aunt Wang. Are you a supervisor? Yes. Unexpectedly, Aunt Wang did not deny it and answered quite readily. Joe Bai then asked, what is a supervisor? Aunt Wang seemed not to intend to hide anything, but instead sat down on a chair outside the door and slowly began to explain to Joe Bai. We supervisors, although we also work for the slaughterhouse, are not managed by the slaughterhouse. So actually, we are not employees of the slaughterhouse. At the beginning, the number of contaminated people was very few. A city might have only 1 or 2 contaminated individuals. We, the supervisors, receive tasks. The tasks require us to supervise those mutated individuals every day, ensuring they do not harm normal people. Joe Bai nodded. So, when you went out with my mother every day before, you were actually supervising her. At this moment, Aunt Wang sighed. Yes, at that time, I was supervising her. Joe Bai did not understand why Aunt Wang sighed at this moment, but a faint feeling of unease began to stir in his heart. But that feeling was too weak and was soon ignored by Joe Bai. Joe Bai thought for a moment and asked, why do I feel that the people in the slaughterhouse are a little afraid of you? Aunt Wang coldly snorted upon hearing Joe Bai's question. They should be afraid of me. If they have any inclination to harm ordinary people, of course, I won't let them go. Chapter 28, Entering the Slaughterhouse, please keep your mouth closed. After Joe Bai heard this, his heart sank. Although supervisors helped the slaughterhouse, there seemed to be contradictions between the supervisors and the slaughterhouse. This indicated that the danger level of the slaughterhouse was actually higher. Joe Bai did not dare to think further. At this time, the sound of the car starting entered his ears. The truck transporting the pigs did not stay in the slaughterhouse for long. Soon, the truck began to drive towards the exit. Aunt Wang stood up outside the door, preparing to leave. Joe Bai remembered that he had not yet asked about the number 8 slaughterhouse and hurriedly asked. Is your work related to the number 8 slaughterhouse? Aunt Wang paused for a moment and finally replied to Joe Bai, it is indeed related, but what the connection is, I'm sorry, I cannot tell you right now. After saying this, she took a few quick steps to the truck, then opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Joe Bai waited until the car drove far away before opening the door to the room. Inside the slaughterhouse, all the pigs that had just arrived had already been moved inside. In the waiting area for the pigs, there was no sight of them. It was estimated that the pigs that had just arrived were now already transported to the slaughter area, not knowing which knife they would end up lying under. Joe Bai looked towards the entire row of slaughterhouses. He saw that the last slaughterhouse, which was originally with the lights off, had now been turned on. The number 8 slaughterhouse had started operations today. Joe Bai's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the pigs transported by the second truck were for the number 8 slaughterhouse. Joe Bai did not look any longer and returned to the front room, sitting down in his seat. To know the pollution source of this slaughterhouse, every suspicious point in this slaughterhouse must be eliminated one by one. Currently, this truck transporting pigs seemed to be very suspicious. How could he learn the secrets of the second truck without violating the rules? Joe Bai looked again at the 3 rules on the table. He began to rethink. Various piercing screams still echoed in his ears. Faintly, there were also a few sounds of crying. On the other side, Ishida Jiro from Sakura Country waited until midnight, thinking that the number 8 slaughterhouse would not operate. So he went to sleep, and in the middle of his sleep, he was groggily awakened by someone. Get up, it's time to work. He rubbed his eyes, following that person behind him and walked to the number 8 slaughterhouse. Inside the slaughterhouse, there were butchers throwing pigs onto the table and then slitting their throats. The whole pig was opened up, and blood gushed out. The scene in this slaughterhouse looked much more frantic than in the other slaughterhouses. Every butcher holding a knife wore a mad smile on their lips. However, at this moment, immersed in the joy of his promotion, Ishida Jiro did not notice anything amiss. Still half asleep, he had yet to fully wake up. Walking up to the table, he casually picked up a knife and then asked, "How do you use this? Isn't anyone going to teach me?" As soon as the words fell, nearly 10 pairs of eyes in slaughterhouse number 8 all turned to him in unison. The 6th rule of the security guard's work code. The working hours of the slaughterhouse are from midnight to 6 in the morning. If you need to enter the slaughterhouse during this time, please keep your mouth shut. Ishida Jiro thought he didn't have to be a guard anymore and completely forgot this rule. Why is there a pig here that isn't tied up? Those butchers, with their shiny knives in hand, started to walk towards Ishida Jiro. Ishida Jiro was so frightened that he quickly took a step back. What do you want? I'm not a pig. However, the butchers, hearing his voice, became even crazier. Hurry up. This pig is talking. We must kill it right away. So nearly 10 butchers surrounded Ishida Jiro, tied him up, and lifted him onto the table. The slaughter knife glimmered and then fell. The live stream room of the Sakura country plunged into darkness. The air in the Sakura country was soon filled with the smell of blood. The bloody slaughterhouse horror story descended upon the Sakura country. Ishida Jiro was such an idiot, we clearly had a chance to achieve S-level clearance. Why was he so careless? Our Sakura country is doomed. Ah. That's terrifying, my dad actually brought a slaughter knife. Jobai spent the whole night staring at those 3 pieces of paper. When dawn broke, he finally yawned. At 6 in the morning, the slaughterhouse closed on time. Many butchers, still covered in blood, walked out without washing up. Jobai looked at them through the window of the guardhouse. He felt that each person's expression was icy cold. Like a bunch of human puppets walking down the road. Jobai shivered. He recalled what Aunt Wang had said last night. They are right to be afraid of me. If they show any inclination to harm ordinary people, I won't let them go. The image of the doctor with red eyes lunging at him surfaced in Jobai's mind. The people who had been polluted in this instance indeed became more aggressive. But why is that? Is it because the degree of pollution in this world is getting worse? Or is the source of pollution in this slaughterhouse more severe than in the previous instance? Jobai shifted his gaze away from these people. Once all the slaughterhouse staff had returned, Jobai picked up the keys and began his inspection. He still carefully checked the conditions in each room. When he reached slaughterhouse number 8, he stopped, standing outside the window, seeing it was covered in blood. It seemed that the 8th slaughterhouse would only start working when the second pig transport truck arrived. Jobai stood by the window of slaughterhouse number 8 and noticed it didn't look much different from the other slaughterhouses. He checked it once, confirmed there was no one inside, and prepared to head towards the manager's office. If SSS level clearance is too difficult, then S level and A level must be fought for well. Just as Jobai was about to leave, a sound came from the changing room behind him. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Jobai's heart. Like in a horror movie, this was the moment something scary would appear inside. But Jobai still steeled himself and walked over. In the changing room, a row of white protective suits hung up. Many were just changed out of. In the narrow space, the smell of blood mixed with sweat was overwhelming. Jobai pushed aside the row of protective suits and saw Manager Lu crouching on the ground, gnawing on a piece of raw pork he was holding in his hands. The viewers in the livestream room felt their scalps tingle upon seeing this scene. I'm disgusted. Is Manager Lu going to mutate? If even Manager Lu mutates, how can this instance be cleared? Jobai also felt his scalp tingle as he watched the scene before him. Director Lu also noticed someone entering the changing room and looked up at Jobai. His teeth still had bits of meat stuck in them, and his eyes showed a moment of shock when he saw Jobai. Jobai couldn't help but furrow his brows. Something was wrong. There was not a hint of red in his eyes. Director Lu had not mutated. But after reaching this conclusion, Jobai felt everything became even more terrifying. His behavior seemed to be even scarier. Director Lu still held that piece of pork in his hand, saying nothing, his eyes fixed on Jobai. Jobai finally managed to calm himself down. He forced a smile and said, Director Lu, I didn't know you were here, I was just about to find you. Director Lu glanced at Jobai, still holding the piece of pork, then walked over to him, crossing a row of clothes racks. The viewers watching the live stream held their breath in nervousness at this scene. In this state, they all worried Jobai might be in danger. However, Director Lu just calmly walked up beside Jobai. He said to him, You're looking for me? Alright, let's go back to my office. After finishing his words, Director Lu walked out of the changing room. Jobai followed behind him, his eyes on his arm. He noticed a new wound on Director Lu's already battered arm today. However, this wound looked deeper and longer than any previous wounds on his arm. Jobai's fists instinctively tightened. The level of pollution on Director Lu seemed to be getting worse every day. Jobai wondered if one day he would lose control and begin to go mad. He couldn't bear to imagine what that scene would be like. Perhaps by that time, not just Director Lu, but everyone in the slaughterhouse might begin to act aggressively. Even if Jobai's strength were to increase by 200%, escaping would likely still be very difficult. No wonder the A-level quest only required surviving in the slaughterhouse for 7 days. It was very likely that no matter which quest choice was made, the time left for the chosen one was only 7 days. Today was Jobai's 4th day in the slaughterhouse. If his guess was correct, then more than half of his time for completing the quest had already passed. Thinking of this, he looked at Director Liu again. He saw that he was not wearing protective gear but was reaching out for the door of slaughter room number 8, seemingly about to open it. Zhou Bai was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the rules of this slaughterhouse did not apply to Director Liu? But Zhou Bai felt that this possibility should be slim. While he was puzzled, he saw Director Liu turning the doorknob while saying to him, "Let's talk in my office." At this moment, Zhou Bai finally understood what was going on. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and grabbed the door before Director Liu could open it. "Director Liu, your office is over there." Director Liu looked blankly at the large door of slaughter room number 8. Furrowing his brows. It was only when he saw the sign next to the door that he suddenly realized. Then, using his greasy hand, he tapped his own head. "Oh, I'm so confused. Yes. My office is over there." Zhou Bai noticed that Director Liu's already sparse hair was now even greasier, making it look even less. Director Liu walked in front, and Zhou Bai followed behind him, watching the few greasy strands of hair sway up and down with his steps. This ordinary scene seemed exceptionally bizarre under today's circumstances. Zhou Bai closely followed behind Director Liu. Since it was already after work hours, they didn't see any other employees along the way. Zhou Bai and Director Liu crossed more than half of the slaughterhouse and finally arrived at the director's office door. Director Liu opened the door, walked in, and waved for Zhou Bai to come in. "This office of his. It looks much messier than usual. On the desk, there are some scattered documents and forms. On the floor behind the desk, a bloodied knife still lies there." As soon as the audience of the Great Xia Kingdom saw the knife, they gasped. Director Liu sat down in front of the desk. He threw a piece of raw pork onto the table. Zhou Bai looked at those greasy documents. He saw an evaluation form with the name Zhou Bai pressed right under the pork. Zhou Bai's pupils instantly constricted. If he wanted to achieve an A-grade clearance, he needed to survive 7 days in the slaughterhouse while also receiving a good evaluation from Director Liu. Choosing the A-grade clearance, this paper was the key for Zhou Bai to clear the level. The viewers in the Great Xia livestream also noticed the evaluation form. "That's the evaluation form. Quickly check if there's a score for Zhou Bai." Such an important thing, and Director Liu actually put it under a piece of raw pork. Actually, this level is so dangerous, getting an A-grade clearance is impressive. In the live broadcast, Director Liu sat down in a chair and asked Zhou Bai, "How was work yesterday?" "Everything went smoothly, it was just following the regular procedures, no sudden incidents needed my attention." Director Liu nodded after hearing this. Remember to inspect everything in the morning and evening. Especially the inspection before the staff start work at 11 p.m. is very important." Director Liu casually communicated Zhou Bai's work instructions. It sounded just like a normal conversation between a boss and an employee. But hearing what he said made Zhou Bai break out in a cold sweat. The working hours for the slaughterhouse were clearly from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. Why did it change to starting at 11 p.m. in Director Liu's words? Had the rules changed? Or was Director Liu confused? For a moment, Zhou Bai even started to doubt his memory of the rules. After Director Liu finished speaking, he picked up the piece of pork on the table and took a bite. His hands were covered in grease. Then he picked up the evaluation form with Zhou Bai's name on it, casually wiped his hands, and threw it in the trash can. The viewers in the Great Xia livestream felt a pain in their hearts seeing this scene. Such a crucial clearance item was just carelessly discarded by Director Liu? Whoever saw this would feel heartbroken. Zhou Bai was equally concerned about that evaluation form. His eyes followed that paper towards the trash can. Inside the trash can, a palm was clearly standing upright. He suddenly recalled the first day he entered this level. He came to the director's office and saw a butcher with his hand chopped off. That butcher's severed hand was also thrown into this trash can. However, the hand in the trash can looked a bit strange. It seemed not quite human, but rather an odd shape between a pig's hoof and a human hand. Chapter 30, The Method to Suppress Pollution. Zhou Bai's mind flashed back to the last level, his mother's 2 pig ears on her head. He trembled and took a step back. "What's wrong?" Director Liu asked. Zhou Bai quickly shifted his gaze away from the trash can. He covered by saying, "I just remembered there are a few rooms I forgot to inspect." Fortunately, Director Liu was not in a normal mental state and didn't notice Zhou Bai's abnormality. "Then hurry up and go." Zhou Bai got Director Liu's approval and turned to leave the director's office. He quickened his pace towards the medical room. While walking, he reordered his thoughts. If what Director Liu cut off was the mutated body part of the butcher, then his actions were not just simple punishment of employees, but rather helping them to suppress the pollution. Is this really the case? Jobai must go to the infirmary and see the injured butcher with his own eyes to find out. Jobai quickly arrived at the infirmary door and pushed it open. The doctor was standing in front of the medicine cabinet, holding a medicine bottle. When he saw Jobai walk in, he was so startled he almost dropped the bottle. Guard! Guard brother, what are you doing here? The doctor already had a psychological shadow of Jobai. Jobai ignored him and instead turned his gaze to the person lying on the hospital bed. The butcher was lounging with his leg crossed, leaning against the bed. With his uninjured hand, he was flipping through a newspaper. Jobai quickly walked a few steps to his side, fixing his eyes on the butcher's injured hand. Who are you? Why are you standing there? Get lost, don't block my view of the newspaper. The butcher spoke to Jobai with disdain and even tried to wave him away. The doctor next to him, seeing the butcher daring to make a move on Jobai, was so scared he didn't dare to breathe. Jobai noticed that the butcher's injured hand was obscured, making it impossible to see clearly, so he directly grabbed it. What do you want? The butcher was furious, wanting to shake him off. However, he felt the force in the other person's hand was immense, he couldn't move his entire hand at all. Jobai didn't reply and stared straight at the butcher's injured hand. He saw that the spot where his hand was chopped off was exactly the same as the half-man, half-pig hand in the trash can. Jobai's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Doctor, what's going on in this infirmary? How can people just walk in here? When Jobai helped this butcher to the infirmary that day, he had already fainted from the pain, so he didn't recognize Jobai. Jobai scanned the butcher's body with his eyes. He noticed that besides the chopped-off hand, there were no other signs of mutation anywhere. According to Jobai's knowledge, those who were contaminated would slowly mutate day by day. Just like his mother, even though she was on medication, she still mutated every day. However, this butcher had gone 4 days without any other mutations. That means, directly chopping off the mutated part indeed can prevent further mutation of the body. This was the true reason why Manager Lu punished his employees. No wonder the disability rate in this slaughterhouse was so high. The butcher lying on the hospital bed felt a chill as Jobai stared at him. But he couldn't break free. As a 200-pound man, he had never felt so frustrated in his life. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Jobai let go of his hand and casually made up an excuse to cover it up. On the day you were injured, I was the one who brought you to the infirmary. I just wanted to see how your wound was healing. Since it seems to be almost healed, I can relax now. After saying that, he walked out of the infirmary, leaving the butcher still looking dazed. After returning, Jobai locked the door and went back to the guardhouse. After closing the room door, he took out 3 slips of paper with rules written on them from the drawer. If Manager Lu punishes his employees to suppress infection, then the first rule of the guard's work regulations is: please remember, Manager Lu is a good person. And the second rule: all punishments by Manager Lu towards employees are correct, including but not limited to imprisonment, beating, severing hands, and severing feet. These 2 rules could basically be determined as correct. However, Jobai's gaze fell on the 7th rule on this page of rules. Manager Lu's room is at the very back of the slaughterhouse, do not approach that place after the sun goes down. But what is this rule about? It seems to partially conflict with the first rule. What could happen in the manager's room after the sun goes down? Jobai recalled the muffled moans that came from inside while he patrolled near the manager's room every night. On Director Lu's arm, every day there are new wounds. These details should all be related to this rule. Director Lu is a good person, but that doesn't mean he isn't a dangerous person. It can also be said that his danger level has additional conditions. Passing the S level and A level requires Director Lu's help. But seeing Director Lu's condition today, his mind has likely already been affected. Relying on him for passage, the danger and difficulty levels won't be low. After thinking it over, Jobai still decided to focus on finding the source of the pollution. Although it might be more dangerous, Jobai felt there was still a chance to try. With that thought, Jobai took out a pen and wrote down several places he thought were related to the pollution source, circling them with the pen. Slaughterhouse number 8, the Red Door, and the director's office. After writing, he heavily circled Slaughterhouse number 8 multiple times. Slaughterhouse number 8 and the second pig transportation truck were the key points Jobai wanted to understand. But many rules place limits on Jobai. How could he avoid all the rules and still achieve his goals? Jobai picked up the pen and kept doodling on the paper. After filling several sheets of paper on the table, he finally stopped. He looked at what he had written carefully again and, satisfied, put it away. Then he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. At 10 p.m., Jobai was awoken right on time by the alarm clock. He picked up the keys and began to inspect one room after another. The slaughterhouse was very quiet, no different from usual. As he jingled the keys, he walked and soon arrived at the medical room. The butcher, lying on the sickbed, shrank his hand back upon seeing Jobai enter. It seemed he was afraid Jobai would do something to his hand. The doctor also had a look of fear. This butcher had been rude to Jobai in the morning, how could he suddenly be so scared of him after just one afternoon? Jobai reasonably suspected that it was this doctor who had informed him of some things after Jobai had left. What do you want to do again? Chapter 31, Work starts at 11. Jobai lifted the keys in his hand and shook them. Security. Inspecting rooms, and passing by to take a look. Since the doctor was on duty in the medical room 24 hours a day, Jobai had not visited the medical room during his previous inspections. Today, during his analysis, Jobai realized he still didn't know enough about the medical room. So he had plenty of time today and decided to come by and take a look. Inside the sick room, the doctor continued to look down, pretending to be busy with his tasks, secretly hoping Jobai would ignore his presence. The butcher kept his mouth shut, lying on the sickbed, occasionally stealing glances at Jobai. Jobai also ignored their strange reactions and began to look around. This medical room was not big, with 4 sickbeds placed outside. Besides the butcher with a broken hand, there was another patient lying in the corner. Next to his sickbed was a wheelchair. He must have injured his foot. Jobai shifted his gaze from him and walked over to the medicine cabinet. On the medicine cabinet were merely some ordinary treatment medicines for injuries. Apart from that, he couldn't find any bottles to suppress pollution. He continued to walk further inside. When he reached the white curtain, he heard a series of painful whimpers coming from behind it. The doctor also noticed the situation behind the curtain. He quickly stopped his work and ran to the other side of the white curtain. Then, the white curtain suddenly shook violently. "Let me go. Let me out." Jobai could feel the person inside was struggling fiercely against the doctor. "Don't move, you can't go out." The white curtain was pulled and opened halfway. Jobai saw the doctor pick up a rope, intending to bind the patient who had only one hand left. The doctor pressed one hand on the patient's shoulder, while the other hand struggled to tie the rope. The patient bared his teeth, lowering his head to bite the doctor's hand that was on his shoulder. Fortunately, Jobai rushed over in time and held the person's head down. The doctor nodded gratefully at Jobai. Then he quickened the binding action. However, the person still struggled and cried out desperately. "Let me go." Jobai froze in place upon hearing his words. The clock in the infirmary showed it was already 10:52 p.m. The doctor finally managed to tie up the patient. When he looked up, he met Jobai's shocked gaze. "What time does the slaughterhouse start?" the doctor asked in confusion. 11 o'clock, he answered. Jobai's head rang loudly. But Jobai no longer had time to think about these questions. 2 minutes passed on the clock. Jobai glanced at the clock, then dashed out of the infirmary towards the door. Outside the door, a crowd had gathered, all arriving for work. When Jobai saw these people, his heart sank further. All the employees in the slaughterhouse knew that 11 o'clock was the starting time, except for him. Had he lost his memory? However, the viewers in the live broadcast room of Daisha country were even more shocked than Jobai. Because Jobai could still doubt whether he had lost his memory. Jobai approached and opened the door. Fortunately, he arrived before 11 o'clock, preventing the slaughterhouse from delaying its start. After opening the door, he returned to the lodge and picked up the 3 rules again. The rules clearly stated that the slaughterhouse's working hours were from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. And the previous working hours were also at 12 a.m. But why had today's working hours changed to 11 o'clock? If it wasn't an error in the rules, there must be another rule that hadn't been discovered. Thinking of this, Jobai's expression became serious. He recalled what happened today. The first person to mention 11 o'clock was Director Liu. It seemed the key to the problem lay with him. Jobai then looked at the 7th rule of the security regulations. Director Liu's room is located at the innermost part of the slaughterhouse. Do not approach that place after sunset. What would happen in the director's office at night? Jobai's gaze fell on the second half of the rules. Perhaps there was a way to enter the director's office at night without violating the rules? Outside the door, the first pig transport truck was coming in. Jobai glanced at the time on his phone. It was exactly 12 a.m. It seemed the other rules had not been affected. After the pigs on this truck were unloaded, it drove away. Around 2 a.m., another pig truck arrived. This time, Jobai did not hesitate. He directly locked the door of the lodge. After this truck entered and unloaded the pigs, it also left. For the next period, nothing else happened. Jobai sat in the lodge until dawn. When the slaughterhouse employees finished their shift, Jobai conducted his routine inspection of the entire slaughterhouse. Then he locked his room and began to sleep. At 9 p.m., his alarm clock woke him on time. He still inspected the slaughterhouse again, then walked into the infirmary. The doctor, the butchers, the serious patient behind the white curtain, and even the patient in the innermost bed all looked at Jobai with fear. Jobai didn't know how that doctor described him behind his back, but it made everyone in the infirmary so afraid of him. But this was fine, it saved him some effort. He walked directly to the innermost hospital bed and pulled out the wheelchair beside it. Why are you taking my wheelchair? The patient wanted to stop him but didn't dare to. Jobai deliberately put on a fierce expression. Can I borrow it? Is that not allowed? The patient was so scared that he wanted to grab the wheelchair, but when he moved, he didn't dare to reach out again. He looked to the doctor for help, but the doctor gave him a helpless expression. So, he could only watch as Jobai pushed his wheelchair out. Jobai pushed the wheelchair out of the infirmary. The audience in the Dasha livestream felt a bit confused. Especially when Jobai pushed the wheelchair close to the venue director's room, all the viewers were startled. No way? He wants to enter the venue director's room at night? The viewers were greatly scared by Jobai. Then, they saw Jobai sitting in the wheelchair. He turned the wheels with his hands, moving towards the venue director's room. At this moment, the audience finally understood Jobai's true intention. Since the rules didn't allow approaching the venue director's room, sitting in a wheelchair to get close probably wouldn't count as breaking the rules, right? Chapter 32, Loophole in the Rules. Unexpectedly, Jobai was really exploiting a loophole in the rules. This operation. Clever, really clever. The experts of Dasha never expected the rules could be used like this. Amid their surprise, there was an added sense of worry. Jobai's operation, although it makes sense literally, may not be logical. But we really have to admire Jobai's courage. This young man dares to think and act. If it were someone else, they might not have the guts to attempt this. There's nothing we can do now, we can only hope he is lucky enough. In the footage, Jobai sat in the wheelchair, slowly approaching the venue director's room. He got closer and closer, and the muffled groans from inside became clearer. Finally, his wheelchair turned and arrived at the door of the venue director's room. Fortunately, even though he was now here, nothing unexpected happened. The night before last, in the country of Banya, Delardo accidentally walked to the door of the venue director's room and was suddenly captured by a shadow. The Banya country scenario was thus declared a failure. The audience thought, now that Jobai had come here without incident, perhaps he really guessed right. Just when the audience started to relax their vigilance, the muffled groans coming from the venue director's room suddenly stopped. Jobai felt something was off, and his heart began to tense up. The big door of the venue director's room was open, and Jobai looked through the doorway to see it was empty inside. Jobai paused, feeling a chill on his back. But he still pushed the wheelchair and entered the venue director's room. The audience, following Jobai's actions, felt their hearts racing. After entering the venue director's room, Jobai looked around. The things inside were more chaotic than what he saw a few days ago. Some clothes were carelessly thrown on the ground. Faintly, he could see the stains of blood on them. The cupboard inside was slightly ajar, dark as if it had an alluring power, tempting one to peek inside. Jobai turned the wheelchair and came to the side of the table. At this moment, the surroundings were strangely quiet. The sound of the wheelchair turning became clearly audible. He stopped the chair beside the table. The half-open drawer had a red key lying in its original position. Jobai took a deep breath, gently pulled open the drawer, and quickly placed the key in his pocket. Just as he was about to return the drawer to its original position, suddenly, he saw a piece of paper inside. The paper boldly wrote Venue Director's Work Rules. Jobai's heart suddenly jumped. Indeed, there were rules he had not discovered. He quickly took out the piece of paper, and without time to examine it closely, folded it neatly and tucked it into his pocket. After doing all this, Jobai planned to go back. But suddenly, he heard a sound behind him. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It was water, dripping on the wooden board. Then came a creak. The slightly ajar wardrobe also made a sound. Jobai was stunned and turned around. Then he saw Director Lu's face suddenly appear before him. He held a knife in his hand, and there was a new wound on his arm. Behind him, where the wardrobe had tipped over, blood dripped down. This scene was too horrifying. It scared the audience so much that they almost jumped out of their seats. Wow! You scared me to death. He's still holding a knife. God! Is Jobai in danger? The rule clearly states that no one can come to the director's office at night. Jobai still wants to find loopholes in the rules. This is bad, it's over. The ghost story is about to descend upon the great Xia country. Jobai was also frightened by the sudden appearance of Director Lu. His hands unconsciously turned into fists. The pocket with the key and the rules was nervously hidden from view. Here you go. Director Lu pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to Jobai. For a moment, Joe Bai was completely stunned. He sniffed and found that Lu had the smell of alcohol on him. A person who was injured should get more cash. Director Lu was already too drunk to distinguish people, probably mistaking Joe Bai for one of the disabled employees. He tilted his head mechanically, and it wasn't until he saw that Joe Bai accepted the money that he was satisfied. However, this state of his did not last long. Suddenly, his face began to twitch. The hand holding the knife bulged with veins, shaking as if two different forces inside him were in battle. His face became ferocious, and the knife in his hand was about to uncontrollably swing at Joe Bai. But just as the knife was about to touch the wheelchair Joe Bai was sitting in, it suddenly stopped. Director Lu's eyes were fixed on the wheelchair Joe Bai sat in. Then, the knife changed direction, cutting towards himself. He groaned in pain, and a wound deeper than before appeared on his hand. Soon after, the fierce expression on his face softened. The whole person seemed to gradually regain their clarity. Joe Bai didn't understand why Director Lu's knife suddenly turned toward him. But he knew it was the best chance to escape now. He seized the opportunity, quickly spinning the wheelchair to leave the director's office. Along the way, the muffled groans of pain from Director Lu came from behind Joe Bai. Joe Bai only felt a chill run down his spine, speeding up his movements to quickly exit the director's office. When he reached near the infirmary, he finally stood up from the wheelchair. Breathing a sigh of relief, he returned the wheelchair to the infirmary. On his way back to the gatehouse, the red door appeared again. Joe Bai passed by the red door, and the person inside kept trying to talk to him. "Hey! New guard! Did you just come from the director's office? Did you go get me the red key? Hey! Why aren't you talking? Do you still want to eliminate the source of pollution here?" Hearing this, Joe Bai finally stopped in his tracks. His fingers tightened around the red key in his pocket, and he felt the key suddenly become extremely hot. However, the sensation from the piece of paper with the rules also reached Joe Bai's hand. He suddenly became a bit clearer-headed. Before understanding the situation, he couldn't be easily tempted by it. Joe Bai ignored the calls from the person behind the door and quickened his pace back to the gatehouse. He opened the main door, looking at the employees coming to work one by one. Until no one moved in front of him, he took out the key hidden in his pocket, along with the rules. He first examined the red key. This key did not look different from other keys. Only its metal material was painted red, giving it a strange aura. Joe Bai found a piece of paper, wrapped the key in it, and then carefully placed it in the drawer. Then, he adjusted his breathing and opened the new rules. Chapter 33. White Beard and Black Beard. Director's Work Rules. 1. You can arrange anything in the slaughterhouse, including but not limited to work hours, job transfers, life and death of personnel, etc. 2. Please treat disabled employees kindly, no matter what they have done, no matter how high their salary and welfare demands are, please meet them. 3. If you catch someone from the White Beard organization, put them behind the red door. They are very dangerous and could destroy the entire slaughterhouse. 4. If the pigs in slaughter room number 8 can speak, don't be afraid, just kill them immediately. 5. You need to feel pain every day, this can keep you awake. 6. The slaughterhouse is the most important. If anyone threatens the existence of the slaughterhouse, you can end their lives. 7. You can cooperate with the supervisors of Blackbeard, but also be wary of them, as they can pose a threat to the slaughterhouse. 8. Please remember your responsibilities and obey the rules, otherwise, you will be erased. After Joe Bai read through the contents on the paper, the system's voice also echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has acquired new rules, now marking a wrong rule for you. The 5th rule of the director's work rules is incorrect. Joe Bai looked at this rule but frowned. Pain can awaken people, he had seen the effects on the doctor and Director Lu. Now the system said this rule was false. This made Joe Bai feel puzzled. Perhaps the real mistake of this rule should be that pain can make people awake, but it can't keep them awake forever. It is very likely that constantly suppressing pollution this way would make the situation worse. Joe Bai recalled Director Lu's current state and also remembered the critically ill patient behind the white curtain whose mental state was somewhat abnormal. He felt that his guess was very likely correct. Then, he looked at the first rule on the paper. You can arrange anything in the slaughterhouse, including but not limited to work hours, job transfers, life and death of personnel, etc. It seemed that this rule was the reason for the change in the working hours of the slaughterhouse. Next, his gaze fell to the second rule. Please treat disabled employees kindly, no matter what they have done, no matter how high their salary and welfare demands are, please meet them. Seeing this rule, Joe Bai felt very fortunate that when he just entered the director's office, he chose to go in using a wheelchair. Thanks to Director Lu's unclear mind, he had mistaken him for a disabled employee. Joe Bai placed the stack of money that Director Lu had just given him on the table and shook his head helplessly. Had he chosen a small cart, he might not have escaped danger so easily. Then, Joe Bai looked at the other rules. This time, the rules contained information Joe Bai had never encountered before. Black beard and white beard? What kind of organization is this? From this perspective, Aunt Wang might know information about the people behind the door. He could ask her later. And this sixth rule? Joe Bai hesitated for a moment. Then he opened the drawer and took out the previous guard's notebook. He took out the fifth rule from this page of paper. Director Liu will always prioritize our safety above everything else. The slaughterhouse is the most important. If someone threatens the existence of the slaughterhouse, you can end their life. These two rules clearly conflict with each other. The experts in front of the television screen were surprised to see Joe Bai put these two rules together. Our chosen one is quite clever. He quickly discovered the conflict between this rule and the sixth rule. But which one is the truth? In my experience, the likelihood of the director's work code being correct is greater. It makes more sense for capitalists to prioritize their own interests. At this moment, Joe Bai was thinking in a completely different direction than the experts. The fifth rule from the guard's notebook had already been verified as correct in previous events. So, the sixth rule might be wrong. However, it could also mean that Director Liu might violate the rules too. Joe Bai's expression grew serious. Time reached 12 o'clock. The first pig transport truck drove in. Joe Bai put the rules away in the drawer and watched from the window as the live pigs were unloaded. Then, time reached 2 o'clock. The second pig transport truck came in from a distance. It was now the sixth day since starting this copy. The time left for Joe Bai was running out. Tonight, he must uncover the secret of this transport truck in slaughterhouse number 8. Thinking of this, Joe Bai couldn't help but feel nervous but forced himself to calm down. He saw the lights from the vehicle shining down, and Aunt Wang's figure came from the passenger seat. He immediately locked the door. Standing by the door, he heard footsteps that seemed to be passing right by him. Joe Bai quickly shouted to stop her. The footsteps paused for a moment, then moved closer to his position, stopping right at the door. "You little brat, what do you want from me this time?" Joe Bai had limited time, so he got straight to the point, asking, "Aunt Wang, do you know about the White Beard organization?" Aunt Wang stood outside the door and seemed startled by Joe Bai's question. "Yes. We were originally part of the same organization. But the two leaders had disagreements on how to handle some issues, so we split into two organizations. Although our methods of dealing with problems are different, our goals and missions are still the same." After hearing Aunt Wang's words, Joe Bai already had an answer to something in his heart. His eyes turned towards the drawer, where the red key was lying inside. The pig transport truck didn't stay long and soon drove away. After bidding farewell to Aunt Wang, he heard the sound of the vehicle driving off. He stood by the door for a moment longer, then walked over and put the red key from the drawer into his pocket. Then he opened the door. He glanced towards the slaughterhouse, keeping the lights and the door open, pretending like the guard was still inside. Taking advantage of the night, he lowered his head and quickly walked towards slaughterhouse number 8. Based on Joe Bai's experience as a guard these past few days, from 2 to 3:30, no one would come to the main gate. After 3:30, there would be vehicles gradually coming to pick up the live pig meat. So, Joe Bai had only an hour and a half to act. Chapter 34, Finding the Source of Contamination. He quickly arrived near slaughterhouse number 8 and sneaked into the changing room. Originally, the protective clothing in the changing room was prepared according to the number of people. But because Joe Bai had given feedback to Director Liu a few days ago, a batch of new protective clothing was sent to the changing room. At this time, there was still a row of old protective clothing hanging inside the changing room. Joe Bai picked up a piece, putting it on his body, covering his entire face tightly. Then he ran toward the supervisor's room. When the audience who had mocked Joe Bai for not understanding the ways of the working class saw him in the protective suit, they suddenly realized. "Awesome, Brother Bai is awesome. It turns out I was shallow. Please, Brother Bai, take my knee." On the way, Joe Bai casually pulled a small cart. When he arrived near the supervisor's room, he stood on the cart and pushed it forward with his feet. Entering in a different way, he still did not face punishment for breaking the rules. It seemed the top logic of this bizarre world was very rigid. Joe Bai quietly summed this up in his heart, then slid the cart to the door of the supervisor's room. Then, Joe Bai saw Supervisor Liu sitting in the chair with a painful expression. On his arm, there was one more wound. Adding to the 2 wounds Joe Bai had just seen, Supervisor Liu had a total of 3 wounds today. It seemed his level of contamination was getting more serious. Joe Bai knew it was not the time to think about this issue. So he looked away and quickly shouted at Supervisor Liu. "Supervisor Liu, it's bad. The pigs in slaughterhouse number 8 can talk now." Originally, Joe Bai had thought of other ways to persuade Supervisor Liu to let him enter the 8th slaughterhouse. However, after seeing the new rules he had just received, he changed his mind. Upon hearing Joe Bai's words, Supervisor Lu squinted his eyes. Though he was in pain and gasping for breath, he still said, "Don't be nervous. You can go into slaughterhouse number 8 and kill those talking pigs, and then there will be no issue." Joe Bai got Supervisor Lu's permission and turned around to push the cart away. Then, he ran toward slaughterhouse number 8. As Joe Bai passed through the long corridor, he saw the red door again. The red door was clearly waiting for Joe Bai to arrive. As Joe Bai passed by, a person inside the door shouted toward him continuously. "Hey! Brother doorkeeper! Hey! Big brother! Don't run so fast! I feel the key you have on you. Are you here to open the door for me?" Joe Bai had no time to pay attention to him, speeding up and leaving that person's voice far behind. Although Joe Bai had the red key on him, he did not plan to open the door for that person now. He only kept it as an extra means of protection, just in case. Finally, Joe Bai arrived near slaughterhouse number 8. To make himself appear more normal, he started to slow down as he approached the destination. The audience in the live broadcast from the Great Xia country had been scared many times by Joe Bai, but seeing his series of actions still made them anxious for him. Especially just now, Damao country's Skov was torn apart by the suddenly crazed butchers and met his end. So Joe Bai became the only survivor in this instance. Except for the Great Xia country, all other countries had suffered the emergence of bizarre tales. So even though they saw Joe Bai was well prepared, they were still worried for him as he was about to enter Slaughterhouse 8. In the live broadcast, Joe Bai had opened the door to Slaughterhouse 8 and quickly slipped inside. Inside, nearly 10 butchers were all focused on their serious work. No one noticed Joe Bai's sudden appearance. On the racks of the slaughterhouse, several dead pigs that had already been killed and cleaned were hanging, waiting to be butchered. Joe Bai stood next to that row of pigs and picked up a knife from the table. Imitating the butchers across from him, he began to cut into the dead pig in front of him. He pressed down on the pig's leg with his hand, then swung the knife down. Joe Bai was strong, and with just a few strokes, he chopped off a large pig's leg. Just as he was about to place the pig leg in the nearby basket, he unexpectedly touched the pig's hoof with his hands. Suddenly, he faintly felt that the texture of the pig's trotters in his hand was wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This pig's trotters, how can there be 5 toes? Joe Bai's heart jumped in surprise, and he suddenly loosened his grip on the pig's trotters. Then he looked towards the pig's trotters. He saw that the pig's trotters looked very strange, like a shape between a human foot and a pig's hoof. Joe Bai suddenly thought of the severed hand in the trash bin of the manager's office. At once, a chill ran down his spine, and the knife in his hand felt as if it was slipping away. With a clatter, he slammed the table hard. In that instant, Joe Bai felt nearly 10 pairs of eyes staring at him. He could feel cold sweat starting to form on his forehead. He lowered his head, avoiding eye contact with those gazes. Instead, he continued to hold on to that dead pig and swung the knife down. Once again, a pig leg separated from the body. Until he completed this series of actions, Joe Bai felt the gazes on him shift to somewhere else. At this moment, he dared to relax. However, now looking back at the room full of dead pigs, he felt differently. In the slaughter waiting area, there were still a few live pigs that had not been killed yet. The previous live pig had just been drained of blood, and then someone took it away to scrape its hair. Then, 4 other butchers went to the waiting area, carrying another type of pig. That pig being carried struggled desperately, letting out a series of tragic cries. Joe Bai listened to the sound and looked over. But just one glance made him freeze in place. Because that pig had a palm-sized red birthmark on its face. The location of this birthmark was exactly the same as his mother's. Joe Bai looked at the struggling pig, and unconsciously, tears filled his eyes. Fortunately, his protective suit wrapped him tightly, and at this moment, no one noticed his expression. On the slaughtering table, the butcher raised the knife high. Then he slashed towards the live pig's neck. The pig with the red birthmark turned its gaze towards Joe Bai at that moment. As the slaughtering knife fell, a single tear rolled down its cheek. Immediately, the entire number 8 slaughterhouse roared. It was as if a lot of pent-up energy suddenly boiled over at this moment. Joe Bai's eyes widened as he looked at this outburst of energy. Pollution source. But at the same time, the butcher who swung down the knife had also violated the 4th rule of the number 8 slaughterhouse. If the animal under your knife shed tears, please kill it tomorrow. Caught up in this whirlpool, Joe Bai was about to face danger too. Chapter 35 Chaos brought by the pollution source. The butcher holding the knife suddenly began to swell up. The protective suit wrapped around him was being torn apart by his expanding body. Then, Joe Bai saw that the butcher's exposed body had begun to mutate into a giant monster with a pig's head and a human body. Other butchers, seeing him like this, showed excited expressions on their faces. They even became so excited that their eyes turned red. It seemed they had completely lost their reason. They bared their teeth and howled, rushing towards the pig-headed, human-bodied monster. In the number 8 slaughterhouse, the surging energy kept crying out. These cries were clearer and more powerful than those he heard outside the door before. Just by hearing these sounds, Jobai felt tiny particles rising from his skin. Jobai was greatly alarmed. He knew that the energy formed by these cries was the pollution source of this slaughterhouse. It was the resentment that accumulated from those killed in this slaughterhouse. And it was precisely this accumulated resentment over time. Every day and night, it affects every person in the slaughterhouse, causing their pollution. Jobai thought of this, realizing deeply how this slaughterhouse had become what it is now. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in the live broadcast room of the Great Xia country. Congratulations to Jobai, the chosen one of the Great Xia country, for finding the source of pollution in the bloody slaughterhouse. Hearing this voice, the audience of the Great Xia country was stunned, and then they all cheered. Jobai really did not disappoint us. He actually found the pollution source. I didn't expect Jobai was about to clear the level again. Our Great Xia country is about to achieve SSS level clearance again. Jobai, you are my hero. However, the audience did not stay happy for long. Another sentence from that mechanical voice directly sent them into despair. Warning! Warning! The pollution source has spread. The speed of pollution in the entire slaughterhouse has accelerated. Next, you have 5 hours to eliminate the pollution source, or you will fail the clearance. Because of the previous accident, although it helped Jobai find the pollution source, it also made his situation more dangerous. The audience in the Great Xia live broadcast room all became anxious again. With just one step left for SSS level clearance, Jobai must do well. At this moment, Jobai also heard the mechanical voice in his mind. He knew that the time left for him was running out. Inside slaughterhouse number 8, a biting frenzy was unfolding. Those butchers had all gone mad. Like pigs, yet like dogs. They lay on the ground, biting around that half-human, half-pig monster. Jobai felt the particles rising on his body, a hint of ominous feeling growing in his heart. Taking advantage of others not noticing him, he quietly ran to the door, then quickly opened it and stepped outside. He took out a key and locked the door of slaughterhouse number 8 from the inside. This way, at least he could ensure that those already mad butchers wouldn't rush out to attack others. Then, he took off the protective suit from his body. His skin was once again exposed to the air. However, some sharp-eyed audience members noticed that a small tuft of fuzz had grown on the back of Jobai's hand. Jobai looked back and glanced at the current situation inside the slaughterhouse through the window. Then, he reached into his pocket and quietly gripped the red key in the pocket. Up to this moment, he had not come across any information that could directly suggest how to eliminate the pollution source. Therefore, finding a solution within 5 hours was something he wasn't really confident about. The source of pollution in the slaughterhouse was caused by their method of dealing with mutants. In other words, the existence of this pollution source actually stemmed from the actions of the slaughterhouse. Fundamentally, the goal of the slaughterhouse conflicted with Jobai's objectives. Among all the rules, the only one that directly conflicted with the slaughterhouse was the person locked inside. He was the one repeatedly warned in the rules to be cautious of. Moreover, the system's repeated prompts about rule errors all related to the rules concerning him. So, holding the red key in his hand, Jobai quickened his pace towards where the red door had been. The sounds of biting coming from slaughterhouse number 8 did not affect the normal work of the other slaughterhouses. Along the way, all Jobai saw was a well-organized working state. If not for having just seen that bloody scene, Jobai would have even doubted that tonight was simply an ordinary night. He quickly arrived at the place where he had just seen the red door. However, that place had now turned into an ordinary wall, with no trace of the red door in sight. Jobai hurriedly began to search nearby. In the past, this red door always appeared mysteriously. Every time it appeared, it was always coming straight for Jobai. This time, Jobai needed to find it himself, and he suddenly had no idea how to start. Jobai had no better options, so he could only carefully search every corner of the slaughterhouse, but he found no trace of the red door. He felt that something seemed off. In the previous encounters with the red door, the attitude of the person inside was very positive. And Jobai could feel that this person was able to control where the door appeared. This time, when Jobai intended to let him out, he vanished completely. This was not very logical. Avoiding him? Or did he not have the ability to appear now? Regardless of which reason it wasn't a good omen. Unknowingly, the time had already reached 3:30 p.m. Outside the gate, the headlights of a truck shone inside. Hey! Gatekeeper! Come help me open this door for loading. Jobai saw the driver in the driver's seat shouting at him. He could only hurry over a few steps to help him open the door for the truck to pass through, then guided the truck to park in the correct position. Then, one after another, trucks continued to come and go, leaving Jobai with no way to escape. The viewers watching the livestream started to get anxious for Jobai. Why are there so many trucks today? If Jobai can't find a way to eliminate the pollution source, he will fail the level. There's really not much time left, I'm almost going crazy. Can't they just ignore these trucks? It might really not be possible. If there's chaos on this side of the gate, someone will quickly notice Jobai's anomaly. Finally, as the sky slightly brightened, the trucks stopped coming. Jobai looked at the time on his phone, and it was now 5:15 p.m. The time left for him was less than 3 hours. Just at that moment, a commotion came from inside the slaughterhouse. Chapter 36. It was you who did it, right? Jobai's heart skipped a beat, guessing that the situation in the number 8 slaughter room had been discovered. However, when Jobai looked towards the direction of the commotion, he saw Director Lu walking through the crowd, leading a group of people towards Jobai's office. Jobai suddenly felt a bit confused. Director Lu rarely appeared at this time, and now he had brought so many people, definitely not a good sign. Jobai watched them approach and hid his hand, which had already sprouted fur, behind him. As they drew closer, Jobai could see the serious expression on Director Lu's face. However, from his gaze and manner of walking, he seemed to have regained his clarity. Soon, they reached Jobai's side. They surrounded Jobai. The situation looked very much like they had come to seek justice. Jobai's hidden hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. He scanned the crowd, estimating his chances of escaping if a conflict truly broke out. No wonder Jobai felt guilty. After all, everything he had done that night could not be known by them. Director Lu spoke with a cold face. I have a red key missing from my drawer. Upon hearing this, Jobai clenched his fist even tighter. The red key was still in his pocket. If Director Lu said he wanted to search him, he would probably find the lost key immediately. However, no matter how turbulent Jobai's heart was, he maintained a calm facade. How could it go missing? Director Lu frowned, looking troubled by this question as well. I don't know. Jobai let out a quiet sigh of relief upon hearing his response. It turned out that he wasn't here to capture him. Director Lu seemed dissatisfied with Jobai's reaction. So his expression became even more serious. As the gatekeeper, it's your job to ensure nothing is lost in the slaughterhouse. Do you realize your failure at work? Jobai hastily nodded after hearing this. It is indeed my mistake. Hearing this, Director Lu finally nodded in satisfaction. I'll fine you half a month's salary as punishment. Are you convinced? Convinced. Of course I'm convinced. I will help you search the entire slaughterhouse right now and definitely help you find the key. Jobai hoped to use the search for the key as an excuse to openly search the entire slaughterhouse again. Unexpectedly, Director Lu said, no need to search. That key I will never use again. Moreover, I was already prepared for this. Even if someone gets that red key, it won't be usable. Jobai was shocked upon hearing this. He finally understood why he couldn't find the red door earlier. It turned out Director Lu had long been prepared. No wonder such an important key was carelessly left in the drawer. It seemed that finding that red door had already become exceedingly difficult. Thinking about this, Jobai suddenly felt that learning how to eliminate the pollution source through someone inside the door seemed to have become a slim chance. In the Daxia live broadcast room, the air pressure had also become unusually low. The viewers understood Director Lu's words and knew that the red door would likely be hard to find. There were less than 3 hours left. Jobai thought it would be way too difficult to find a way to eliminate the pollution source in such a short time. Many viewers no longer dared to hold too much hope for clearing the level, and some had even begun to prepare for the arrival of strange tales. While the viewers did not dare to hope, Jobai, as the chosen one of Daxia, could not give up so quickly. Since this path was blocked, he would find another. Until the last second, the story had not reached its conclusion. Jobai recalled all the information he had obtained in his mind again. The Whitebeard organization and Blackbeard organization both had countless connections to the slaughterhouse. And they all had some conflicting interests with the slaughterhouse. Especially the Whitebeard organization, where the conflict was even more obvious. From both organizations, he might learn how to eliminate the pollution source. However, with the red door missing, it was too late to find Ant Wang now. These two organizations had to be temporarily set aside. Besides, there was one more person who might know how to eliminate the pollution source. As Jobai thought of this, he set his gaze on Director Lu. He held the highest power in the slaughterhouse and should know the most secrets about it. But how could he pry information from him? Moreover, eliminating the pollution source might cause damage to the entire slaughterhouse. It was almost impossible to make Director Lu do something harmful to the slaughterhouse. Just as Jobai was about to dismiss this thought in his mind, he saw a worker from the number 8 slaughter room running over in a panic. Jobai knew that the abnormal situation in the number 8 slaughter room had indeed been discovered. Sure enough, the worker rushed to Director Lu, panting heavily, and pointed toward the slaughter room, saying, Director Lu, something terrible has happened. All the butchers inside number 8 slaughter room have gone insane. Upon hearing this, Director Lu's expression suddenly darkened. He led a group of people towards the number 8 slaughter room. Joe Bai followed closely behind. When those people entered the number 8 slaughter room, they all gasped in shock. They saw that a large pool of blood was left on the floor of the number 8 slaughter room. The butcher's teeth were all stained with blood, with various degrees of mutation on different parts of their bodies. They pressed against the window, pounding on the glass, shouting at the people outside. The people outside were terrified by this scene, and for a moment, none of them spoke a word. Director Lu's face was completely dark and grim. Everyone only needed to look at his expression to understand the seriousness of the situation. He walked closer to the window, gazing inside. When he saw the energy swirling around in the slaughterhouse, Joe Bai distinctly heard him whisper the words, pollution source. Joe Bai's gaze immediately turned toward him. So, he really knew. Joe Bai's mind raced as he thought about how to find an opportunity to gather more information. Meanwhile, Director Lu had walked to the door of slaughterhouse number 8. He turned the doorknob with his hand. It seemed he wanted to open the door and go in. However, his action quickly came to a halt. Because the doorknob wouldn't turn at all. He turned in shock and glared at Joe Bai with a murderous look. The door was locked from the outside. You did this, didn't you? Upon hearing Director Lu's words, everyone turned to Joe Bai. Joe Bai felt as if he was in the wild, being watched by a pack of hungry wolves. The next second, he felt he could be devoured at any moment. Chapter 37, Director Lu's Choice. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Joe Bai's mind. Besides Director Lu himself, only Joe Bai in this slaughterhouse had the key to the slaughterhouse. It was impossible to deny this. But should he really admit it? If he admitted it, he feared he would be dealt with the moment he finished his sentence. Not admitting was not an option, and outright denial wouldn't work either. Joe Bai suddenly found himself in a difficult position. Director Lu's sharp gaze was fixed on Joe Bai. Joe Bai had no choice but to answer and could only say, I locked it from the inside. If we let them out, we will all be in danger. He neither denied nor directly admitted it. The employees standing near Director Lu all turned pale upon hearing that they could be in danger. Their gazes towards Joe Bai lost some hostility. But Director Lu was not so easily fooled. When did you notice something was wrong in slaughterhouse number 8? Around 3:15. Joe Bai answered honestly. Director Lu's face darkened further upon hearing this. Looking at the butcher's conditions inside, it was clear that they had been directly exposed to the pollution source for over 3 hours to have mutated to this extent. So, Joe Bai was not lying. However, his suspicion was not resolved. Since you discovered it 3 hours ago, why didn't you come report to me? I was just about to tell you when you arrived. My work code says not to disturb you after sunset. I had to wait until it was daylight. Joe Bai's reason was not entirely sound, but it was somewhat reasonable. After all, anyone would prioritize their own safety. Upon hearing this, Director Lu stopped speaking to Joe Bai and instead looked seriously at slaughterhouse number 8. After some thought, Joe Bai decided to walk up next to Director Lu and whispered, Director Lu, what should we do now? It's almost 7:30, and the slaughterhouse needs to be disinfected soon. Director Lu also thought of this. If they couldn't resolve the pollution source inside, all the butchers in slaughterhouse number 8 would be in life-threatening danger. There was only an hour left until the disinfection of the slaughterhouse. There was less than 2 hours left until the time Joe Bai needed to pass. Inside slaughterhouse number 8, the already mad butchers were incessantly pounding on the glass. Although the glass in the slaughterhouse was very tough, under their violent pounding, cracks had started to appear. Factory Director Lu frowned deeply, as if he was making a hard decision in his mind. Director Lu, think of something quickly. The situation is very dangerous, we must destroy the source of pollution as soon as possible. Joe Bai saw that Director Lu seemed to be hesitating, so he urged him. Director Lu irritably grabbed at his own head with his hand. He murmured to himself, no. If we let him out, the whole slaughterhouse will be destroyed. The veins on his hand bulged out. The wounds on his hand looked very frightening. But he was still struggling to stay clear-headed. Joe Bai knew that the pollution Director Lu suffered was beginning to affect his mind again. He quickly asked again. Who is he? Where is he? Director Lu painfully grabbed his own hair, pulling out several strands at once. It's useless. Knowing won't help. Joe Bai knew there wasn't much time left, so he had to keep pressing. Why is it useless? Only by destroying the source of pollution can we save them. The key. The key is lost. Knowing where he is won't help. He will never be let out, it's impossible to let him out. When Joe Bai heard Director Lu's answer, he suddenly felt the red key in his pocket become scorching hot. The viewers in the live stream were all stunned by what they heard. The key is in Joe Bai's hand. If he tells Director Lu now, he might be caught as a thief. If he doesn't take out the key, Director Lu won't say where the red door is. Also, letting the person behind the door out will bring harm to the slaughterhouse. Director Liu is hesitating now, but he will never agree to this. Rule number 3 of the Director's Handbook. If anyone from the Whitebeard organization is caught, lock them inside the red door. They are dangerous and can destroy the entire slaughterhouse. Rule number 8. Always remember your duty and follow the rules, or you will be erased. A director who breaks the rules will be erased. Not a single viewer believed that Director Liu would break the rules to save the few people in slaughterhouse number 8. Viewers from many other countries also gathered in the Daxia Nation's live stream room. Seeing Zhou Bai's current situation, they all mocked him coldly. Haha, Zhou Bai dug his own grave. I'm dying laughing, who would have thought Daxia Nation would lose like this? We won't have to see Zhou Bai in the next level. So happy. But these foreign comments were quickly countered by the Daxia viewers. The stream moderators also acted fast, blacklisting all those suspicious IDs. The screen returned to Zhou Bai. At this moment, he hesitated for a bit, but finally took the key out of his pocket. The viewers all stared with wide, shocked eyes when they saw Zhou Bai's action. Damn! He actually exposed himself. Some viewers even didn't dare to watch what would happen next. But Zhou Bai looked unusually calm. Rule number 5 in the former gatekeeper's notes. Director Liu will always put our lives and safety first. Zhou Bai had verified this rule was true. So he was betting that Director Liu, for their shared goal, would temporarily overlook this matter. He opened his palm and placed the red key in front of Director Liu. When Director Liu saw the red key in Zhou Bai's hand, he immediately understood what was going on. His expression turned furious. His face looked almost twisted with rage. You're the one who stole this key. As he spoke, he reached out, trying to snatch the key. But Zhou Bai quickly stepped back and put the key away again. Take me to the red door. I'll open that door. Director Liu suddenly burst into loud laughter, like he had just heard a ridiculous joke. You think I would take a thief? Did you go to get what he wanted to steal? Zhou Bai saw Director Liu smile, but he was not flustered. Every second we argue here consumes their lives. My goal is very simple. I just want to eliminate the pollution source. Only by eliminating the pollution source can those butchers have a chance to survive. Time is running out. Look, their level of mutation is becoming more and more serious. Zhou Bai finished speaking and pointed to the butchers leaning against the glass window. Director Liu instantly stopped smiling. Chapter 38, Successfully Eliminate the Pollution Source. He followed Zhou Bai's gaze and looked at those butchers. He saw that the butchers had mutated very severely, yet their original appearances could still be discerned. Director Liu glanced once and then turned his head back. Let's go. Hurry. Don't waste time. After finishing, he quickened his pace towards the direction of the director's office. Zhou Bai knew there was hope, so he hurriedly followed. The two quickly arrived at the director's office. In the office, besides the bloodstains left from last night, it looked very messy. Drawers and cabinets were all turned upside down. These should all be the mess created by Director Liu when he was looking for the keys just now. Director Liu stepped on the messy ground, kicking the rubbish aside with his feet. Then he walked to his wardrobe. Come over and help me push it open. Director Liu went to the side of the wardrobe and gestured for Zhou Bai to come help. Zhou Bai walked over and together they pushed the wardrobe aside. Then, he saw that behind the wardrobe was actually hollow. Inside was a dark hole. Peering in, he could see that there was a stone staircase extending downwards. Director Liu handed a protective suit to Zhou Bai. After both of them put on the protective suits, they walked down the staircase. At the bottom of the staircase was a small space. The floor of this space was shockingly piled with various limbs and facial features that were half human, half pig. Zhou Bai and the audience in the live broadcast looked at the scene and almost threw up. You, Liu, this stinky idiot. Keep working for those fools. If the inner world successfully invades, it must be credited to you idiots. You actually locked me in here. Despicable. Shameless. As Zhou Bai stepped into this space, he heard someone inside cursing continuously. However, when Zhou Bai reached the bottom, the other party seemed to recognize him. Oh. The security brother. You've come. Are you here to let me out? Director Liu brought Zhou Bai to the red door and then said. He is right here, let him out. The person inside the door could hardly believe it when they heard. Liu, are you crazy? You actually want to let me out? Haha, do you know the consequences of letting me out? Zhou Bai's hand with the key paused, but he quickly turned the door lock. Click. As the key turned, the red door slowly opened. The audience in the live broadcast held their breath, waiting for the person inside the door to appear on screen. Then, they saw a monster with a sharp mouth and covered in feathers, yet with a human body, come out. Everyone gasped in shock at this scene. No way. The one released from the door is also a monster. Jobai did not expect this change either. Looking at the half-human, half-bird monster, his eyes filled with caution. The monster stretched its limbs. Ah! Finally out. Then, it pulled out a red gun. Pointing at those half-human, half-pig limbs on the ground, it began a spray of bullets. Instantly, those limbs all ignited in flames. The audience in the live broadcast widened their eyes. Wow, this monster is quite fierce. But, are they friend or foe? Director Liu looked at the burning limbs, his face full of pain. He just couldn't bear to destroy these bodies, so he placed them here. But now, they were burned down by that birdman in one sweep. How could this not be heartbreaking? And that birdman didn't pay any attention to his sad expression. Instead, he looked at Jobai. Brother Doorman, thank you. As a reward, here's this for you. After saying this, he threw a round pill into Jobai's hand. Then, he turned to Director Liu. As for you, a person who is about to die, don't waste the medicine. After that, he walked up the stairs. Brother Doorman, let's go. We will eliminate the source of pollution. Jobai put away the pill and hurriedly followed. The three of them quickly arrived at the entrance of slaughterhouse number 8. The glass windows were already cracked from being hit. If they were a bit later, those mutated people might break out. The birdman stood at the entrance of slaughterhouse number 8 and handed his red gun to Jobai. This is the way to eliminate the source of pollution. I will need your help shortly. Jobai took the gun, nodded, still wearing the protective suit. He took out the key and opened the door. Then, one person and one monster rushed in. In an instant, all the butchers pounced on them. Fortunately, the birdman quickly led them to himself. Jobai seized the opportunity, holding the gun, and pulled the trigger at the energy swirling around. Screams rang out one after another. Then, the energy fluctuations in the slaughterhouse quieted down. Jobai breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the birdman. At that moment, the birdman had already stuffed the pills into the butchers' mouths. After taking the pills, they all calmed down. At this time, a mechanical voice rang out in the Great Xia live broadcast room. Congratulations to Jobai for successfully eliminating the source of pollution and passing the level. Score, SSS level. Hearing this voice, the audience of Great Xia was filled with tears. I am so moved. Jobai's this level was truly not easy. Another SSS level clearance. Jobai is truly amazing. Jobai. Our Great Xia has you. Rewards are now being distributed. All citizens of Great Xia, wisdom value increased by 20%. As soon as the mechanical voice fell, the citizens of Great Xia felt a clear stream passing through their minds. When they thought about problems again, everything felt much lighter. Oh my god. I now find my math problems so easy. Everyone, I can't chat with you guys now. I think I have a new idea. Breakthrough. Thank you, Jobai. Our laboratory's research was at a bottleneck, and now finally we have made a new breakthrough. The Great Xia live broadcast room was filled with cheers. Occasionally, there were some sour comments from foreigners, but few people were willing to argue with them. After all, in the eyes of Great Xia people, the intelligence of these foreigners was really too low. Don't argue with fools. Then, the mechanical voice began to announce the content of the next level. Next, enter the looping train side quest. As a reward for Great Xia passing 2 levels in a row, this side quest is a special benefit for Great Xia. The clearance rewards are generous. Other countries may not participate. As soon as this news was announced, the other countries immediately became unhappy. Chapter 39, The Looping Train. After these 2 side quests, the national strength of Great Xia had already seen significant growth. No new strange tales had arrived, and the citizens could finally develop the economy in peace. With the rewards received from these 2 quests, the overall quality of the citizens increased a level, and their pockets were filled with cash. Now, various industries in the country were flourishing. In contrast to other countries. But he was entangled in new incoming horrors, overwhelmed and distressed. This time, Jobai once again received an opportunity for a welfare book, and the several powerful countries on Blue Star certainly would not let it go. They all joined forces to smear the Great Xia Nation. However, it is said that strength is the hard truth. After the Great Xia Nation made a simple response, they no longer paid attention. In the face of absolute strength, the shouts and roars of the losers have never mattered to anyone. On the contrary, other countries mocked these few countries for being truly powerless and furious. In the horror world. Jobai heard the notification of his successful clearance and understood that he would soon head to the next dungeon. At this moment, he and a birdman covered in feathers were dragging out the drugged butchers from the number 8 slaughterhouse. Once they pulled the people out, the disinfection alarm sounded in the slaughterhouse. Director Liu saw that these 10 butchers were safely rescued and clearly breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, a black hole suddenly appeared beneath his feet. From the black hole extended nearly 10 hands, grabbing his feet and dragging him down. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Zhou Bai happened to be standing nearby and instinctively reached out to grab him, but there was no time. Before anyone could react, he had already vanished. The birdman looked at the spot where Director Liu disappeared, then turned to the inside of the slaughterhouse. In the end, he said nothing, only sighed. This slaughterhouse probably would no longer exist after this. The bloody slaughterhouse dungeon had officially come to an end. Then, Zhou Bai felt everything around him suddenly shake violently. Then everything went black before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a shaking train. The looping train dungeon has opened, please prepare, chosen one. This trip on the train will loop 5 times, each loop will pass through 4 stations. Since each station has no name sign, passengers often mistakenly get off at the wrong station. The way to clear this dungeon is to ensure that all passengers on this train can get off at the correct station. After receiving all the information, Zhou Bai began to observe his surroundings. He saw that he was sitting in a window seat. There was another seat beside him, but it was empty now. Including Zhou Bai himself, there were only 5 passengers in the entire carriage. Zhou Bai glanced around simply and found no abnormalities. However, when he looked toward the front of the carriage, he felt something strange. In the corner, there was a person in a stewardess uniform standing still, facing the wall. It didn't look like a person, but rather like a mannequin in a store display. Zhou Bai knew that the horror world was filled with dangers everywhere. The priority was still to find the rules. So, after just a glance at that person, he intended to shift his gaze elsewhere. But at that moment, Zhou Bai felt as if his entire body was suddenly frozen in place. He wanted to look away, but it was impossible. He could only stare unblinkingly in the direction of that person. Then, he heard a strange sound coming from that person, gak, gak, gak. Then, that person slowly turned their head. A face with corners of the mouth split wide to the ears appeared before Zhou Bai's eyes. Zhou Bai's eyes instantly widened. A sense of crisis enveloped his whole body. That person smiled with a terrifying grin, then instantly flashed to Zhou Bai's front at an incredible speed. Their mouth widened, as if they were about to turn Zhou Bai into their next meal. Just when all the spectators thought that Zhou Bai's dungeon was about to come to an end at the very beginning. But suddenly, a voice rang out. Surprise! The attendant laughed heartily as he took off his headpiece, revealing an unusually pale, ordinary man's face. At that moment, the audience finally understood. It turned out that the thrilling scene just now was merely a prank by this attendant. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. As the attendant took off his mask, the feeling of being frozen that surrounded Zhou Bai disappeared as well. The attendant saw Zhou Bai's wide-open eyes and burst into joyful laughter. It seemed like he was very pleased with his recent performance. However, he quickly composed himself, showing a professional smile as an attendant. The speed of his change was so fast that it left Zhou Bai a bit dumbfounded. The attendant respectfully took out a booklet from a stack in his hands. He handed it to Zhou Bai with both hands. Dear passenger, welcome aboard this train. I am the attendant, Xiao Lei, and I am happy to serve you. This is our brochure, you can browse through it when you have some free time. I am serving in this carriage, so feel free to call me if you need anything. After his prank, Xiao Lei immediately returned to his professional attendant state. Once he handed the brochure to Zhou Bai, he continued to walk back, distributing brochures to other passengers. Zhou Bai glanced at his back but still felt that something was off about him. However, he quickly shifted his gaze back. He picked up the brochure and began to quickly flip through it. The most important task now was to find the train rules. So, he couldn't miss any place where rules might appear. The front of the brochure was filled with normal promotional content. Halfway through, Zhou Bai finally found a note tucked in the middle of the brochure. He quickly took the note out and opened it to see. It was indeed filled with rules. Looping train boarding rules A. 1. When you see Xiao Lei, who is dressed in an attendant uniform on the train, do not be scared by his appearance. Xiao Lei sometimes enjoys teasing people, but he means no harm. 2. If you see a passenger sitting next to Xiao Lei and closing their eyes to sleep, you just need to look away. 3. There are vendors selling local specialties on the train. The items may look a bit strange, but don't worry, you can confidently buy them. 4. This train may sometimes have strange smells, but don't worry, just request the train to provide perfume service to resolve it. Chapter 40. Don't buy local specialties. 5. Do not accept any extra services offered on the train. 6. Xiao Lei often complains that there are too many passengers on the train, even if you see only a few people in the carriage. 7. This train only has one carriage. Please stay inside the carriage and do not try to look for other carriages. 8. If other passengers are staring into your eyes, please do not make eye contact with them, especially do not maintain eye contact for more than 10 seconds. After Jobai finished reading these rules, the system's voice echoed in his mind. New rule discovered, marking an incorrect option for the host. Looping train boarding rules A, Rule 3 is incorrect. Jobai looked at the rule marked as incorrect. Vendors selling local specialties? Does that mean I shouldn't buy their specialties? Jobai made a rough judgment on this incorrect rule in his mind. Rule 1 indeed matched Xiao Lei's behavior. However, one thing was very strange. Xiao Lei had a very normal face, yet the rule mentioned not to be scared by his appearance. What connection could there be in this? Moreover, Rule 4 and Rule 5 also had a contradiction. 4. This train may sometimes have strange smells. But don't worry, just request the train to provide perfume service and it can be solved. 5. Do not accept any extra services offered on the train. Based on Jobai's past experience, he is more inclined to believe that the 5th rule is correct. The 4th rule requires the train to provide perfume service, which itself seems quite absurd. Although he had a tendency in his heart, he still knew that he couldn't draw conclusions easily now. He had to find more evidence first. Just as Jobai was pondering these rules, he suddenly heard a vendor shouting from behind. Mice, cockroaches, little ants, earthworms, centipedes, big pythons. Hey! This uncle, please move your feet. Jobai looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a woman, looking like an ant, pushing a cart, walking and shouting, coming from the back of the carriage. Hey! This uncle, please move your feet. Even though there was no one blocking the aisle of the carriage, she insisted on shouting this. This reminded Jobai of the 6th rule. Xiao Lei often complains that there are too many passengers on the train, even if you see only a few people in the carriage. Thinking of this, Jobai suddenly felt that the empty seat beside him seemed to be emanating a chill. That vendor ant, every time she passed a passenger, would vigorously promote her specialties from the cart. Would you like to buy some train specialties? Little friend, do you like big cockroaches? Look at this big cockroach, I just caught it on the floor of the carriage. Guaranteed absolutely fresh. If you don't like cockroaches, you can also see the big python. This python just ran in from the grass outside. The first one she asked was a small boy about 6 or 7 years old sitting at the back. He held a ball in his arms, took out a coin from his pocket, and handed it to the vendor ant. Then he reached into her cart and grabbed a big python with his bare hands. The little boy held the python, pulling it like a rope, and laughed happily, cuckoo. But soon, he cried out loudly, wow! Stinky python, you dare to bite me! I want your head to be my ball. After saying that, he grabbed the python's head and easily twisted it off. Holding the python's head, he laughed again, cuckoo. But the back of his hand where he got bitten by the python had already turned a large area black. The experts from Dasha Kingdom saw the scene and all gasped. And they began to doubt the rule about the vendor. The 3rd rule must be wrong. Jobai cannot buy anything from that vendor. The animals in that cart are very aggressive, it is too dangerous to have them nearby. The little boy was bitten by the python. Look, that female passenger, the ants just crawled all over her arm. If the rule is wrong, Jobai only needs to refuse to buy, it should be fine, right? But as soon as the experts finished speaking, they saw a man holding a cat in his arms, refusing the vendor's sales pitch. Then the vendor immediately took out a knife from her cart. With one slash, the man's head rolled off. The cat in the man's arms got scared and its fur stood on end. It let out a meow and then jumped onto the shelf to hide. The experts saw the scene and immediately broke out in cold sweat. They felt extremely fortunate. It's good that they didn't rush to give Jobai bad advice just now, or else they would have been slapped in the face. Although they gained information from the man's death, the time left for Jobai to think of a countermeasure was already limited. Jobai's position was only 2 rows away from the man who had just died. The vendor ant would soon reach where he was sitting. He could not buy her things. He also couldn't refuse to buy things from her. Another dilemma was placed in front of Jobai. Jobai frowned tightly. The audience from the Great Summer Kingdom also clenched their fists for him. Just as the vendor lady was about to walk right in front of Jobai, the audience saw him suddenly stand up from his seat. Without even glancing at the vendor lady, he walked straight to the back row and sat down in a different position. The audience was stunned. The vendor lady was also frozen in place, staring blankly for several seconds. However, in the end, the lady did not turn back, but continued pushing her cart forward. The experts from the Great Summer Kingdom laughed and applauded at this scene. Ha ha ha. How come I didn't think of this method? I'm getting old. Young people's brains work better. Vendors cannot easily change their sales route. Jobai's solution can be considered a new way. Actually, if Jobai had just pretended to go to the bathroom earlier, he might have escaped disaster. However, this expert's inadvertent words drew others' attention to the bathroom on the train. Since Jobai entered this scenario, the bathroom on the train had been closed. This made these experts start to wonder about the situation inside. At that moment, a flushing sound came from the bathroom. Then the door was pushed open from the inside. Jobai heard footsteps approaching from behind him, coming closer and then stopping right beside him. A woman's voice said to him, "Excuse me, you are in my seat." Jobai felt a chill rising all over him as the woman approached. Chapter 41 Brother, play ball with me. Jobai looked up at her. What came into view was a short-haired girl with delicate features. But since it was only early autumn, she was shivering all over, tightly wrapped in a blanket. Jobai found this person very strange, but he did not react much. He pulled his feet back, making room for her. Then the girl walked in and sat down in the seat to Jobai's right. Jobai did not expect that someone would actually sit beside him in the position he casually picked, suddenly feeling a bit awkward. However, it seemed too deliberate to change seats now. Jobai thought about it and ultimately decided to tough it out and not move. But soon, Jobai regretted this decision. Because the girl sitting beside him turned her head upon taking her seat and kept staring in Jobai's direction. Jobai felt a bit uneasy being stared at by her. But he still kept his gaze straight ahead, controlling himself not to turn and look at her. Because Rule A, Article 8. If other passengers are staring into your eyes, do not make eye contact with them, especially do not hold eye contact for more than 10 seconds. Jobai felt his right side stiffening a bit. Although he didn't know what would happen if he turned to look, Jobai decided to be cautious. The crew member, Xiaolei, finished handing out brochures and returned to stand in the corner where he was earlier. As he passed by Jobai, Jobai noticed a strange boundary line on his neck. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart. When you see Xiaolei in a crew uniform on the train, do not be scared by his appearance. With this rule, Jobai vaguely had a new guess. He shifted his gaze to the other people on the train. The requirement to pass this level is to help all the passengers on the train find the correct station to get off. So, understanding their information was the first thing Jobai needed to do. The girl beside him was still oddly staring at him. Jobai dared not look back and could only shift his focus to the others. He looked to his left front. In that position sat a woman in a long white dress with long hair. She just bought a bottle of ants when the vendor passed by. Unexpectedly, as soon as she got it in her hands, the bottle suddenly shattered. The ants inside crawled all over her hands that held the bottle, and she struggled to clear them all off her hands. However, her hands had already swollen up to the size of two. She scratched in pain continuously, hurting her hands and leaving streaks of blood. Jobai's pupils contracted, and he stared intently at the woman's hands. He saw bumps starting to emerge on her hands, and then those bumps kept bursting, releasing tufts of hair from inside. It mutated. The things sold by the vendor could cause mutation. And the mutation happened so quickly. The people in the carriage showed no signs of abnormality. Maybe they lived in a world of strange tales and had long been accustomed to such things. However, the audience in the livestream room of Daxia Country was all frightened and covered in goosebumps. After watching this scene, Jobai's face grew heavy, and he looked down at the back of his hand. Fur had also started to grow on it. After the bloody slaughterhouse dungeon ended, he was instantly teleported onto this train. Then he encountered a series of events and still hadn't found time to swallow the pill. Fortunately, his level of contamination was not deep, so the mutation was slow. However, he still needed to find a chance to take the pill as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he decided to change his position again. There were few people on this train, and the attendants did not raise any objections to Joe by changing his seat. Just as Jobai was looking for a new spot, he heard a little boy sitting behind him burst into laughter. Ha ha! So much fun, really fun. Jobai recalled how the little boy had just beheaded a big python with his bare hands. He thought this little boy was no simple kid and was quite aggressive. He secretly told himself to sit a little farther away from him. But things often go against expectations. After finishing his laughter, the little boy jumped down from his seat. Then he bounced over to Jobai's side. "Brother, can you play ball with me? Lele loves playing ball the most." He tugged at Jobai's shirt, his chubby face and a pair of watery big eyes making him look just like a cute little angel. But Jobai knew deep down. This little boy was no little angel. The snake head he had beheaded had, at some point, transformed into a small ball in his hands. Jobai looked at the ball, his gaze dimming. The ball still had the patterns of the big python on it. Seeing this, Jobai instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He shook his head at the little boy. "Lele, brother doesn't know how to play ball. If brother can't play ball, then give me one. Look. Lele wants this one." Lele's chubby little hand pointed at Jobai's head. Jobai immediately broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Lele's earlier beheading of the snake flashed back in Jobai's mind. All right. Lele, how do you want to play? Seeing Jobai agree, Lele jumped up and down excitedly. Brother, look, there is a hole in this rack. If you throw the ball into that hole, I will consider you the winner. Jobai took the ball from Lele's hands, feeling that the ball was unusually hot, but he could only nod in agreement. Okay. But brother, if you can't throw it in, you still have to give me another ball. Lele said it so innocently, but Jobai felt a chill down his back. He stood up with the ball in his hand. At this moment, he felt several gazes in the carriage all land on him at the same time. He had no time to investigate the source of those gazes. All his attention was focused on the ball in his hand. If this throw misses, his head could very likely be handed over. Jobai took a deep breath. He lifted the ball above his head. His fingers slightly spread out, gripping the ball, and then he used his wrist to gently toss the ball. The hole in the rack wasn't far from him, and the ball was very light. So Jobai didn't use much strength to throw this ball. However, even so, when the ball landed on the rack, it still made a dull thud. Meow. The black cat hiding on the rack was startled by the sound. After letting out a cry, it jumped down from the rack, not knowing where to hide next. After a few shakes, the ball fell off the rack. Chapter 42, The Nameless Platform. Wow! Brother is so amazing. The ball fell steadily through the hole and rolled onto the ground. Lele happily walked over and picked up the ball from the ground. At this moment, the voice of the system echoed in Jobai's mind. Detected a +20 increase in Lele's affection towards you. Now grants you an extra chance to mark an error. Rule A, Clause 4, is incorrect. Jobai recalled this rule in his mind. Sometimes, this train may emit strange smells, but don't worry, just ask the train to provide perfume service to solve it. It seemed that, just as he had guessed before, this rule was indeed wrong. One should not accept any extra services provided by the train. It seems that there is something wrong with this train itself. At that moment, a gust of wind blew from the back of the carriage. A wave of foul odor also wafted over from the rear. The smell was like that of raw meat that had rotted for several days. Lele covered his nose. It stinks. Jobai used the pamphlet in his hand to fan the air. Hold on, it will smell better soon. Lele nodded. After a while, the foul smell indeed disappeared. Then Jobai felt a small hand grasping his hand. Brother, come here, sit with Lele. As he spoke, he pulled Jobai to sit next to him. The girl who was originally sitting next to Jobai wanted to turn back to look at them. But she was glared at by Lele, so she shrank her neck, wrapped herself in the blanket, and turned back. Lele held the small python-patterned ball in his hand, and on his own seat, there was a large ball the size of a head. Under the seat where Jobai was sitting, the corpse of the python was still lying on the ground. Lele was completely unconcerned about this, happily swinging his legs while sitting in his chair. Jobai saw that the hand that Lele had been bitten by the python had turned completely black. However, compared to the horrific mutation of the girl in the white dress, Lele's injury was much milder. Aside from the large area of blackness, there were no other symptoms, and Lele seemed to have no discomfort. Jobai couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that not all the specialties sold by vendors lead to mutations? Or is this little boy's physique different from others? As for these two questions, Jobai couldn't draw any conclusions now. He sat in his seat, leaning forward to look ahead. Now in the carriage, all the passengers left were the two people sitting at the front, and Jobai had not received any information about them. From Jobai's current position, he could only see that their hair was gray, and they appeared to be quite old. Moreover, they were cuddled together, seemingly having a very good relationship. He guessed they were an elderly couple. Aside from this, there was no further information. Seeing that there was no other harvest, he shifted his gaze to another place. Just as his eyes swept to the corner where Xiaolei was, he suddenly paused. Because beside him, there was a person sitting down, with their eyes closed, resting. Rule A, the second point. If you see a passenger sitting next to Xiaolei, with their eyes closed and sleeping, at this time, you only need to move your eyes away. Jobai quickly shifted his gaze away. The short-haired girl sitting in front of them also looked in the same direction as Jobai. She muttered softly, "Damn it." Then she also looked away. Jobai noticed her reaction and felt a hint of confusion in his heart. At that moment, the sound of the train's arrival echoed. The train is about to arrive at platform 1, passengers needing to get off should prepare in advance. The announcement did not inform the name of the station. The passengers in the carriage suddenly became restless. Which station is platform 1? Are you kidding? Why don't they tell us the name? What if I get off at the wrong station? However, no matter how the passengers complained, the train stopped at the platform. The doors opened, and there stood a large announcement board. The announcement sounded again. The train has arrived. Please passengers, judge your exit point according to the rules on the announcement board. At each station, there is only a 5-minute exit time. Please hurry, we will not wait past the time. As soon as the announcement finished, everyone's eyes turned to the announcement board. On the board, 2 lines of text were written. 1. This station has 2 exits. Passengers need to enter through the left door. If you only see one door, then please do not get off at this station. 2. If you feel your presence might bring trouble to those around you, then you will be warmly welcomed here. After reading the rules, Jobai looked toward the station exit and indeed saw 2 large doors standing there. As he pondered the meaning behind this rule, he heard Lele beside him say, "There's only one door, this surely isn't the place I'm supposed to go." Jobai paused. It seemed that different people really saw things differently. But what was the reason for this difference? Jobai still couldn't quite understand. At that moment, the elderly couple sitting in the front row supported each other and stood up from their seats. Then Jobai saw that each of them had one empty pant leg. Each leaned on a cane and slowly walked toward the door. "Old man, this should be our destination. Sai, we keep causing trouble for our son. I hope we are welcomed here." After saying this, they walked out the door, heading towards the left door. The remaining passengers did not get off at this station. So the doors closed, and the train continued to move forward. Jobai recalled the 2 rules he saw at platform 1. Then he remembered the state of the elderly couple. They walked towards the left door, which meant they should comply with the first rule. Also, they had disabilities and usually caused trouble for their son, which could be seen as fitting the second rule as well. Did this mean that without Jobai having to intervene, they simply qualified as the 2 right passengers? Jobai shook his head, still not daring to conclude so easily. Soon, the train entered the second station. The train's announcements sounded again. After arriving, the doors opened, and again there was a large announcement board standing there. Rules for Platform 2. 1. This station has 2 exits. Passengers need to enter through the right door. If you only see one door, then please do not get off at this station. 2. We believe that all suffering will become the past. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. The second cycle begins. Jobai looked at the first rule of Station 2. Aside from the different direction of the exit, this rule is almost the same as the first rule of Station 1. As for the second rule, Jobai found it a bit hard to understand. Because it was written too vaguely. Who hasn't gone through some pain in life? A needle prick hurts, getting cut with a knife also hurts. This makes it hard to distinguish clearly. Jobai glanced at the 2 exits outside the train door, but then he heard Lele beside him speak again. "Sai, there's only one door again." Jobai knew that what he saw with Lele was not the same. At that moment, the long-haired woman in the white dress stood up. Her 2 hands had mutated into 2 cat paws. The cat paws still bore the scratches she had just made herself. The blood from the wounds had not yet dried, sticking the cat fur on the back of her hand together. Just one glance at her cat paws let Jobai imagine the pain she had just experienced. Then, he saw her walk towards the exit. The train doors closed again, and Jobai saw her slowly walk toward the right exit through the window. Then, the train continued to move forward. On the surface, that woman in the white dress seemed to fit the rules of Station 2 well. However, how could the copy in the world of strange tales be so easily completed? Jobai dared not have any lucky thoughts. He continued to think cautiously about the problem. What if there were hidden rules yet to be discovered? This copy has a total of 5 cycles, and we are still in the first one. So Jobai did not intervene in the choices of other travelers, but tried to learn as much information as possible. Before long, the train arrived at Station 3. Jobai looked at the announcement board at the train door. It also wrote 2 rules. 1. No matter how different you are, we can accept you. 2. Joining us requires strict review, please be mentally prepared. Jobai frowned as he looked at these 2 rules. The rules of this station were completely different from the previous 2 stations. Moreover, it didn't seem like the rules of a station, but rather like a recruitment promotion for some organization. At this moment, the short-haired girl sitting in front of Jobai took a deep breath after reading these 2 rules. She looked resolutely at the door. It seemed like she was silently cheering herself up in her heart before she stood up from her seat. She wrapped herself tightly in her blanket and walked towards the door. Lele, sitting beside Jobai, looked a bit gloomy. "Mom says I'm just a normal kid, nothing special about me. So this station is not right for me. I'm so annoyed, which station should I get off at?" Jobai, hearing Lele say she was a normal child, struggled to control his expression. Which normal child can twist off a giant python's head with their bare hands? Who would believe that if you said it out loud? However, Jobai did not intend to expose a mother's kind lie but chose to remain silent for now. After the short-haired girl left the train, the doors closed again. So, in the entire carriage, only Zhou Bai and Lei Lei remained as passengers. The attendant, Xiao Lei, was still standing in the corner of the carriage. The person sleeping with their eyes closed beside him was something Zhou Bai would catch a glimpse of inadvertently, but he always quickly averted his gaze. The train continued to move forward. Seeing fewer and fewer people in the carriage, Lei Lei felt anxious as she still hadn't found her destination. She was afraid that at the last station, she still wouldn't meet the requirements. Throughout the journey, she appeared somewhat downcast. Unlike the previous times, the fourth station seemed to be far away from the first 3 stations. The train took more than 2 hours to finally arrive at Station 4. As soon as the train stopped, Lei Lei anxiously looked towards the door. At the door, the sign also displayed 2 rules. 1. If you see a person sleeping with their eyes closed next to the crew member during the trip, please do not get off at this station. 2. Do not be afraid, everything you are experiencing is just a dream. If you come here, you will never have nightmares again. Zhou Bai looked at the first rule, recalling the person next to Xiao Lei. Sure enough, not everyone could see it. Lei Lei happily read the 2 rules and bounced down from the seat. Great! I will never have nightmares again. This place must be my destination. Brother, are you getting off with me? Zhou Bai looked at the door and shook his head at Lei Lei. Brother is not getting off. Lei Lei showed some disappointment upon hearing Zhou Bai's refusal. While walking to the door, she kept looking back and waving goodbye to Zhou Bai. Only when the door was about to close did she reluctantly walk out. After Lei Lei exited, the train doors closed, and the vehicle continued to move forward. The first cycle of the train journey came to an end. Zhou Bai leaned back against his seat, quietly waiting for the mechanical voice to announce the results. At that moment, Zhou Bai suddenly went dark in front of his eyes. Then he heard a mechanical voice ringing in his ears. Cycle train subcopy, first cycle, chosen one of the Great Xiao Nation Zhou Bai, level failed. Except for the players, there are still passengers on this train who did not get off. A total of 5 passengers got off in this cycle, with 0 passengers arriving at the correct station. You have used 1 chance, please help all passengers in the carriage find the correct station within 5 cycles. Although it was expected, the audience of the Great Xiao Nation still felt a bit disappointed upon hearing the result. As for people from other countries, they began to gloat in the comments. Ha ha ha. Don't think the benefits are that easy to pass. I'm dying of laughter, not a single passenger arrived at the correct station. Zhou Bai passed the first 2 times just by luck, but he can't rely on luck every time. Ha ha ha. We will just wait to see the Great Xiao Nation fail. Zhou Bai was also slightly taken aback upon hearing this announcement. He anticipated that some passengers would get off at the wrong station, but he did not expect that all 5 passengers got off wrongly. Each of them seemed to match perfectly with the rules at the station. So where exactly was the problem? Just as Zhou Bai was still organizing his thoughts, his vision brightened again. Zhou Bai still held that pamphlet in his hand. However, he had already returned to his original seat. All the passengers in the train returned to their original appearances. Even the man holding the cat had not yet lost his head. Crew member Xiao Lei faced the wall and suddenly made a strange sound, cluck, cluck, cluck. Then, he slowly turned his head, grinning widely as he looked at Zhou Bai. Chapter 44 Save the man holding the cat. Then, just like in the first cycle, he laughed with his mouth wide open. In a flash, he instantly appeared in front of Zhou Bai. He opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to swallow Zhou Bai whole. However, this time, Zhou Bai was already prepared and was not frightened. He just looked at him with a cold expression. Perhaps because Zhou Bai was too calm, even Xiao Lei was a bit stunned. As surprise. He stumbled over this English word, then slowly took off the mask, revealing an extremely pale face. The expression on his face looked slightly awkward. This honorable passenger, welcome aboard this train. I am the crew member Xiao Lei, very glad to serve you. Xiao Lei even forgot to put on the professional smile of a flight attendant. In a panic, he tried to take out a brochure from a pile of booklets in his hands. But when he saw that Zhou Bai already had one in his hand, he felt even more embarrassed and retracted the booklet he was holding. Sorry, I forgot that I had already given it to you. Xiao Lei felt a bit strange, but his memory had always been poor. So he didn't think too much about it. He lightly tapped his head in annoyance and then prepared to walk toward the back. However, he hesitated for a moment and stopped. Dear passenger, if you want to take a break, you can change to a seat in the back. That seat is empty now, and it would be more comfortable to sit there. Zhou Bai followed the direction he pointed and saw that he was indicating a single seat at the back of the carriage. There was plenty of space next to that seat, and it was far from the front, making it indeed more comfortable. Zhou Bai didn't know why Xiao Lei suddenly treated him kindly. Maybe he just didn't like seeing others' fearful expressions? But no matter what, Zhou Bai still sincerely thanked him. No problem. Xiao Lei replied a little awkwardly, then continued walking to the back with the brochure in hand. Zhou Bai looked at the brochure in his hand and felt puzzled. Normally, during each cycle, everything should return to its initial state. But what was this brochure doing here? Could it be that the things Zhou Bai had on him, as well as his body condition, didn't participate in the cycle? Thinking of this, Zhou Bai took out a pill from his pocket. Then he quickly put it in his mouth and swallowed it. Next time he cycles, he would see if this pill was still there, and that should tell him the answer. As soon as he swallowed the pill, Zhou Bai felt as if a force was forming inside him. It flowed to the back of his hand. Before long, Zhou Bai felt his hand back starting to heat up. Another force that remained in his body slowly evaporated within this heating energy. Then Zhou Bai felt much lighter all over. However, when he looked at the back of his hand again, he found that the hair there had not disappeared. Fortunately, the level of contamination he experienced before was not deep, so the hair on the back of his hand didn't look very obvious. And this little bit of hair didn't affect Zhou Bai's appearance. So he didn't take it to heart. Just then, the vendor's shout rang out. Rats, cockroaches, little ants, earthworms, centipedes, big pythons. Hey! Sir, could you please move your foot? Hearing this sound, Zhou Bai immediately became alert. Would you like to buy some train specialties? Little friend, do you like big cockroaches? Look at this big cockroach, I just caught it on the floor of the carriage. I guarantee it's absolutely fresh. If you don't like cockroaches, you can also look at the big python, which ran in from the grass outside. The vendor lady pushing the cart was still saying the exact same words as in the last cycle. Zhou Bai turned his head and saw Lei handing a coin to the vendor. Then he agreed to grab a big python from the cart. Seeing this, Zhou Bai immediately glanced at the man holding the cat. If he died again this time, then there would still be passengers on this train who hadn't gotten off. In other words, it would still be impossible to clear the level. Zhou Bai had to think of a way to stop him. But now, there wasn't much time left for Zhou Bai to respond. The vendor had already pushed the cart next to the woman in the white dress. And the next one would be the man holding the cat. Zhou Bai had no time to think further and quickly stood up from his seat. Taking advantage of the woman in the white dress who was busy picking things from her cart, he approached the man. Zhou Bai leaned down and quietly said to him, if you don't want to buy her things, quickly move to the back row. Don't refuse her directly, she has a knife in her cart. After saying that, without caring about the man's reaction, he immediately walked towards the single seat at the back. Lei was still bitten by the python, and the head of that python turned into a small ball in his hand. The ant jar in the white-dressed woman's hand also suddenly shattered, and ants instantly crawled all over her hands. The vendor pushing the cart continued to move forward, and it looked like she was about to reach the man holding the cat. The hearts of the audience were in their throats. Zhou Bai actually had no confidence and did not know if the man would listen to his advice. But he could only try his best. Fortunately, just as the cart was about to reach the man's seat, Zhou Bai saw him carefully lift the cat in his arms and move to the back row to find a seat. Seeing this, Zhou Bai leaned back against his seat and let out a long sigh of relief. Saving a passenger's life was also a step towards victory. Next, he needed to think about the passenger's actual matching disembarkation points. Zhou Bai recalled the information he had acquired. However, in the last cycle, all the choices made by the passengers seemed to fit their situations very well. No matter how he tried to match these passengers with the respective station rules, he felt that something was missing. He thought there should still be rules that had not been discovered. Up until now, he had only found Rule A, there must be at least Rule B. Thus, he began to search around him. Fortunately, after searching just 2 places, he felt something in the mesh by the side of the seat. When he took it out, he found it was a note. To his surprise, the note contained, Cycle Train Boarding Rule B. Zhou Bai couldn't help but feel lucky. But then he thought to himself that he had changed to this position, probably because Xiao Lei wanted to help him find this rule. Chapter 45 The Conditions for 2 Correct Disembarkations. Cycle Train Rule B. 1. Please believe that everything we do is to take passengers to their destinations. 2. The security at each station is very strict. So, please make sure to understand the station rules before disembarking, or you may be at risk of being sent back. 3. If an alarm sounds after a passenger disembarks, please do not make any sound. 4. If sent back to the train, do not panic, you can choose your disembarkation point again. 5. When there are not many passengers, changing seats within the train is allowed. But the number of seat changes must not exceed 2. 6. The small animals in the train are very timid, so please do not scare them, especially when their eyes turn red. 7. Uncle Lee, who sells local products, has difficulty walking. 8. If conflicts arise among passengers in the train, please ring the silver bell placed in the first row to request assistance from the staff. But this does not include the time when the bell turns red. After reading these 8 rules, Zhou Bai heard the system's voice in his mind. New rule discovered by the host. now marking an incorrect rule for the host. Rule B, Clause 4, is incorrect. Jobai looked at that incorrect rule. Passengers entering the wrong station will be expelled? That seemed a bit strange. In the first cycle, 5 passengers disembarked at the wrong station, but there was no alarm sound, and they were not expelled. Or is it that, besides disembarking at the wrong station, there must be other conditions to meet? Would they be expelled? Jobai felt that this guess might be very likely true. However, since this rule is incorrect, once expelled back to the train, it is probably not possible to choose the stop again. Next, Jobai looked at the first rule of Rule B. Please believe that everything we do is to get the passengers to their destination. His fingers gently tapped on this rule. After a while, he summarized in his heart the 2 conditions for determining whether a passenger has arrived at the correct stop. The first condition is that the station's rules need to be met. The second condition is that the stop where the passenger gets off needs to be their destination in their heart. Jobai now understood the rules of the 4 stations. Next, he needed to understand each passenger's destination in order to have a chance to pass. Thinking of this, Jobai's gaze fell on the elderly couple sitting in the front row. If nothing unexpected happened, they would still get off at Station 1. Jobai had to stop them from getting off before Station 1 arrived. But which station was their true destination? Jobai recalled the rules of the 4 stations. The first rule of stations 1, 2, and 4 should all be used to distinguish whether passengers are contaminated. The last time Jobai went through the loop, he hadn't taken the pill, so he himself was a contaminated person. Using himself as a reference, he could see the 2 doors mentioned in the rules of stations 1 and 2. That is to say, stations 1 and 2 accept contaminated people. And station 4 should accept people who are not contaminated. Station 3 can accommodate all types of people, but one must pass an assessment to enter. So, Station 3 should be some special organization. Analyzing this, Jobai already had his own answer about the correct stop for the elderly couple in the front row. Jobai clipped the paper with Rule B to the brochure and then sat near the elderly couple with the brochure. At that moment, the attendant, Xiaolei, happened to come back from the rear compartment and saw Jobai not sitting at the position he recommended. His expression darkened. Then he stood back in his corner. Jobai noticed his expression but did not allow this small episode to affect his plan. He showed a friendly smile and turned to the old couple, saying, "Grandpa and Grandma, where are you planning to go?" With his good kid appearance, the elderly couple felt a good impression of this young man as soon as he smiled at them. "We are planning to go to our son's workplace to see him. It has been more than a year since we have seen him, we really miss him." After hearing this, Jobai asked, "Your son must be very busy with work. Which unit does he work at?" "He works at the slaughterhouse in City C." When Jobai heard this name, his heart skipped a beat. No wonder Rule 2 of Station 2 is written that way. Jobai thought of the employees with disabilities at the slaughterhouse in City B and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If the slaughterhouse does not have a contamination source, removing the mutated parts could stop further mutation. It could indeed hold up the statement in Rule 2. However, he didn't know if the slaughterhouse in City C had any accidents. Jobai knew he was overthinking and quickly pulled his thoughts back to the main topic. He needed to find a way to persuade the elderly couple not to go to Station 1. So he continued speaking. "Your son must really miss you too, that's why he asked you to come, right?" Hearing Jobai say this, the elderly couple smiled so wide that their eyes almost closed. "Our son often asks us to come over. But we are afraid of causing him trouble. I have always dared not go." Jobai saw that the conversation finally reached the key point and hurriedly continued. "How could the son feel that you are causing him trouble? If he really thought so, he wouldn't have let you come." The 2 elderly people seemed to be touched after hearing this. However, the old lady's hand reached towards her empty pant leg, still looking somewhat worried. But my leg." Jobai comforted her, "These are the pains you experienced, but they have all become the past. Your family won't despise you because of the injuries you've suffered." Hearing this, the 2 elderly people fell into deep thought and became silent. Jobai racked his brain to say these 2 lines of soul-soothing words. After finishing, he felt a chill run down his spine. But for now, it seemed to be working quite well. At least the 2 elderly people had listened. Not long after, the train arrived at station number 1. Jobai, seeing the doors open, nervously waited for the 2 elderly people's decision. The 2 elderly people leaned close to the door, carefully examining the 2 lines of text on the announcement board. "Old man, do you think this station is where we need to go?" The old man also hesitated. "I see the station has 2 doors, it should be correct. But, this rule too. Wife, I'm also a bit uncertain." Chapter 46, The Fool Who Doesn't Know the Goods. The old lady also looked at Rule 2. Then suddenly, she shook her head firmly. "Old man, this is not the station. Let's not get off." Our son may be waiting for us at the exit. The old lady tugged at the old man's sleeve. The old man nodded in agreement. Then the two of them sat back down in their seats. Jobai saw them sit back down, and the stone in his heart finally fell by half. The remaining passengers still showed no intention of getting off at this station. 5 minutes quickly passed. The doors closed, and the train started moving again, heading towards station number 2. Jobai recalled the last round's exit order, thinking about what he needed to do next. Actually, his thoughts were very simple. Since all the passengers got off at the wrong station last time, this time, he wanted to find a way to make everyone get off at a different station. That way, even if this round couldn't pass the level, at least more information could be gathered. So he turned and looked at the woman in the white dress. In the last round, she was the one who got off at the second station. The next target he wanted to stop was her. At this moment, her hands had already mutated into 2 cat paws. Her face showed an expression of extreme pain, constantly scratching the skin on her hand with her cat paws. Seeing her like this, Jobai thought for a moment and remembered that he still had the pills he took from the first copy in his pocket. The very effective pharmaceutical company's pills, while not able to cure the pollution, could at least relieve the pain. So Jobai took out the grey pill bottle, fetched a grey pill from inside, then stood up and walked to the woman in the white dress. He handed the pill to the woman in the white dress. "This is for you. After taking it, it won't hurt so much." The woman in the white dress looked at the pill in Jobai's hand, hesitating to reach out. Looking at Jobai, her eyes revealed a bit of suspicion. "What is this? How do I know you don't want to harm me?" Jobai didn't know how to persuade her, so he helplessly said, "What benefit would I gain from harming you?" However, just as Jobai finished speaking, a hand reached out from behind him. That hand exuded a coldness. It snatched the pill from Jobai's hand. He quickly turned around to look. Then, he saw the short-haired girl wrapped in a blanket had already tossed the grey pill into her mouth. "Ha ha, the fool who doesn't know the goods. Since you don't want it, then it will be mine." The short-haired girl laughed provocatively at the woman in the white dress. Angry, the woman in the white dress waved her claw-like hands, ready to scratch the short-haired girl's face. Inside the train, chaos erupted. A man sitting not far away hurriedly protected his cat with his hands, fearing that the flames of conflict would scare it. Lele, sitting behind the short-haired girl, saw the fight and excitedly jumped onto her seat, clapping her hands and shouting happily. "Wow! Someone is fighting! This is so fun, really fun!" 3 claw marks appeared on the neck of the short-haired girl. The woman in the white dress trembled, frozen by the cold air. The two of them struggled together, fighting fiercely and stubbornly. Jobai did not expect that his small grey medicine pill would provoke such a big fight between 2 women in the train. He recalled Rule B, Clause 8. If passengers in the train have conflicts, please ring the silver bell placed in the front row to request help from the crew. But this does not apply when the bell turns red. So, Jobai looked towards the first row. On the table in that row, there indeed sat a silver bell. He hurriedly ran over, picked up the bell, and shook it a few times. Ding, ding, ding. The clear ringing sound in the noisy train had a strange feeling. Upon hearing the bell ring, Xiaolei, who had been facing the wall, suddenly seemed like a mannequin in a mall that had been awakened. He turned around mechanically and walked to the middle of the 2 girls. He grabbed each of their necks with his hands and easily pulled them apart. "If you fight again, I'll throw you both off the train." His tone was cold and eerie, completely different from when he was handing out pamphlets. The 2 girls shuddered at Xiaolei's words. They no longer dared to continue fighting. The short-haired girl stood up, wrapping herself tightly in a blanket. The woman in the white dress silently returned to her seat. Jobai took out another grey pill from his pocket and handed it to the woman in the white dress. This time, the woman in the white dress said nothing more. She accepted the pill and swallowed it in one go. "Where are you planning to get off?" Jobai took this opportunity to quickly ask the question he wanted to know. After taking the medicine, the woman in the white dress no longer felt itchy in her hands, and her facial expression relaxed a lot. Grateful for Jobai's kindness, she felt it hard to ignore him. She could only reply, "I am going to City D. My husband works there." Jobai got the answer he wanted, so he stopped talking and walked back to his original seat. According to the rules, he had already changed his seat twice, so he couldn't change again. Jobai had just sat down for a short time when the train arrived at station number 2. The 2 elderly people sitting in the front row leaned forward to take a look when the train doors opened. When they saw the second rule on the announcement board, both of them reached for the empty space in their pant legs. The announcement board read, "We believe that all suffering will become a thing of the past." Seeing this, light instantly burst forth in their eyes. "Old man, this should be our stop. Our son might be waiting for us outside. Let's go. Let's hurry out to find him." After saying that, they picked up their canes and supported themselves to stand up. Though it was difficult, they walked steadily toward the right exit. Jobai felt truly relieved when he saw them reach the exit. Then, he turned to look at the woman in the white dress. The woman in the white dress was no longer looking at the announcement board by the door. Frowning, she stared out the window, seemingly impatiently waiting for the train to start again. No one else got off the train, and the doors closed. Then the train headed towards station number 3. Only 2 more stations left. But now, there were still 4 passengers left on the train, along with a cat that hadn't gotten off. This task was... It seems a bit too big. The short-haired girl cannot let her get off at station 3. Lele cannot let him get off at station 4. In other words, in this short amount of time, Jobai has to stop the short-haired girl from getting off while also convincing Lele. The key point is that Jobai no longer has the chance to change his seat. Under such circumstances, he has to accomplish both tasks at the same time. This difficulty is truly not ordinary. But fortunately, Jobai is not someone who fears difficulty. He stood up from his seat, walked over to Lele, and said, "Little friend, do you want to play ball with your brother?" Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Is Jobai a bad person? Lele hugged the ball tightly in his hands, turned his head away, and did not even glance at Jobai. "Humph. I don't want to play ball with you. You are a bad person." Jobai was taken aback upon hearing this. How is this script different from what I had in mind? Just a moment ago, this little friend always sweetly called him brother, now she turned her back on him? How could a brother be a bad person? Jobai didn't have much experience with children, and smiled awkwardly. But the words that came out sounded even more like a bad person. Lele turned his entire body toward the window in rejection, so Jobai could only see his back. Mom said that people who take those pills are all bad people. You, and those 2 sisters in front, are all bad people. This child's mother really had good intentions. Jobai didn't expect that the reason Lele rejected him was actually because he had taken out the pill earlier. He suddenly felt a bit helpless. The 2 girls sitting in front of Lele turned their heads upon hearing themselves labeled as bad people, looking over to the side. The girl in the white dress glared at the short-haired girl with a humph, then turned back. The short-haired girl smugly curled her lips, apparently very pleased with getting the title of bad person. Jobai's plan had failed, and he stood there, momentarily at a loss before this little boy. Just then, the train's announcement sounded, indicating it was about to arrive at Station 3. The train will soon arrive at Station 3, passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. Hearing this, the passengers in the car straightened up. Seeing that time was running out, Jobai shifted his target to the short-haired girl. This girl was radiating coldness, still wrapped in a quilt. Even during the earlier scuffle, he hadn't pulled aside her quilt at all. Jobai knew she was a tough nut to crack, but time was urgent, leaving him no choice but to push forward. "Don't get off, this station is not your destination." The short-haired girl shot Jobai a glare. "How do you know this isn't my destination if you haven't seen the sign?" Jobai didn't know how to explain it to her, so he could only continue, "Trust me, this station is really not your destination." Just then, the train slowly came to a stop, and the announcement board appeared before the passengers. Ignoring Jobai's attempt to stop her, the short-haired girl quickly walked a few steps to check the sign's content. After reading it, she burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, who are you fooling? This is exactly my destination." Jobai still did not give up, reaching out to block her path. "Did you see the rules above? This station has an assessment, if you can't pass it, you can't go in." The short-haired girl glared fiercely at Jobai. "How do you know I can't pass the assessment?" After saying this, she shoved Jobai's hand aside. Jobai reflexively grabbed the quilt that was wrapped around her. During their tugging, the girl's quilt was accidentally tugged away completely by Jobai. Immediately, the coldness enveloping her spread out. Jobai couldn't help but shiver. When he looked at the girl again, he saw that her arms were covered entirely in fish scales. Even though Jobai had seen many mutated humans in the world of strange tales before. But a mutation that gave off a chill, this was the first time he encountered it. So, upon seeing this scene, he was momentarily stunned. The short-haired girl seized the moment while Jobai was dazed, snatching the blanket from his hands, quickly wrapping it around herself, and then darting out of the car door. Jobai looked at the girls fleeing back and could only shake his head helplessly. "Sigh, this game is definitely a failure. Let's restart." Fortunately, he had 3 chances left. He sat back down in his original seat. Behind him, the man holding the cat had stared at the rules on the announcement board for a long time. "No matter how different you are, we can accept you." He looked at this rule with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Silently, he held the cat in his arms a little tighter. Then he stood up and walked toward the door. The car door closed, and then the train headed toward Station 4. After another 2 full hours, the train finally arrived at Station 4. Zhou Bai calculated the time difference between the other three stations and Station 4, speculating that Station 4 might be located in a different city. The elderly couple said they were going to the slaughterhouse in City C. The woman in the white dress said she was going to City D to find her husband. Assuming stations 1 to 3 were all in City C, then Station 4 should be in City D. If that's the case, then Station 4 is indeed the destination of the woman in the white dress. Next round, I should ask the others if their destinations are also in City C, that should help confirm the answer. After a simple summary, Zhou Bai looked at the announcement board at the door. The first rule for Station 4. If you see someone sleeping with their eyes closed next to the attendant while on the train, please do not disembark from this station. In this cycle, Zhou Bai had not seen anyone next to the attendant. Zhou Bai almost forgot about this matter. He took the pill, clearing the pollution from his body, so he couldn't see the people next to Xiao Lei. This meant that Station 4 only accepted those who had not been contaminated. Lei had not been contaminated, but his destination was in Station 4. So, excluding Stations 1 and 2, Lei's destination could only be Station 3. However, Lei had prejudices against the rules of Station 3. It didn't seem that simple to make him choose to disembark from Station 3 actively. As Zhou Bai thought of this, he saw Lei bouncing with a ball, skipping joyfully out of the door. The woman in the white dress followed closely behind, reaching the entrance of the station. But at that moment, a piercing alarm rang throughout Station 4. Zhou Bai's heart jumped at once. The second rule of Rule B. The security at every station is very strict. So, please be sure to clearly understand the station rules when exiting, otherwise, there is a possibility of being expelled back. He focused on the situation in the station. He saw the woman in the white dress and Lei standing in place, nervously looking around. Multiple shadows suddenly surged around the station. With the appearance of the shadows, the once empty train began to emit various bizarre laughter. Zhou Bai felt his hair stand on end. The third rule of Rule B. If an alarm sounds after a passenger exits the station, please do not make any noise at this time. Zhou Bai recalled this rule in his mind. So, no matter what sounds occurred around him, he kept his mouth shut, not allowing himself to make a single sound. Chapter 48 The Mask Beneath the Mask. The shadows in Station 4 surged forward, completely surrounding the woman in the white dress. The woman's eyes were filled with terror. She wanted to struggle, but it was completely useless. Then, she was lifted up and thrown back into the car. The strange laughter in the car reached its peak at that moment. After the woman in the white dress was thrown in, the car door closed. Lei stood on the platform holding a ball and cried out, "Wow!" The train continued to move forward. Zhou Bai looked through the window and saw Lei's figure gradually disappearing from his sight. The laughter in the train slowly calmed down. The second cycle of the train also came to an end. Zhou Bai sat in his seat, the light in front of him dimming, and then the mechanical voice sounded again. Copy of the looping train, second cycle, the chosen one of the Great Xia Kingdom Zhou Bai, failed to pass. Apart from the players, there are passengers on this train who have not disembarked. A total of 6 passengers disembarked in this cycle, 2 passengers reached the correct stop. You have used up 2 chances, please help all the passengers in the carriage find the correct disembarkation station within 5 cycles. Although feeling a bit lost, at least there were 2 passengers who reached the correct stop. That can be considered progress. Zhou Bai comforted himself in his heart. Then, the light in front of him brightened. The third cycle began, and he still held that brochure, sitting back in the original seat. He quickly flipped open the brochure and found 2 slips of paper inside with the rules written on them. He patted his pocket and found that the pill was also gone. Upon confirming these 2 things, he could be sure that whatever he had on him and his physical condition would not participate in the loop. However, this also meant that any harm he suffered here was real. It would not be healed because of participating in the loop. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai understood that he needed to be more cautious in his future actions. Then, he looked around. Suddenly, he noticed that the elderly couple sitting in the front row was gone. Zhou Bai looked back in confusion. Aside from the elderly couple, everyone else was still in their original state. Zhou Bai was pleasantly surprised by this change. It seemed that those 2 old people were the 2 passengers who got off correctly in the last round. That is to say, station number 2 could indeed reach Sea City's slaughterhouse. Moreover, passengers who had already disembarked would not participate in the loop again. This was good news. If that were the case, the difficulty was at least reduced by half. Only then did Zhou Bai deeply understand the meaning of Rule B, the first point. Please believe, everything we do is to send passengers to their destination. He lowered his head to examine the 2 slips of rules in his hand, thinking about what he should do next. In the corner of the front of the train, Xiao Lei turned his head once more. However, this time Zhou Bai was focused on the rules and actually missed his attack. Xiao Lei grinned, maintaining the action of wanting to bite Zhou Bai. Joe Bai seriously looked at the slip of paper in his hand until he felt the light above him was blocked, then he lifted his head. Xiao Lei's eerie face then enlarged in front of Joe Bai's eyes. Joe Bai calmly closed the brochure and waved the cover in front of him. Then he said, "Attendant, are you here to give me a brochure?" "You don't need to, I already have one." Joe Bai's tone was very ordinary. It sounded as if he completely regarded Xiao Lei as a normal attendant. Xiao Lei was stunned. He even forgot to say the attendant's greeting this time. Instead, he slowly took off his mask. How did you know I was an attendant?" Joe Bai pointed to his uniform. His expression seemed to make the question he asked very strange. Only then did Xiao Lei realize, responding with an "oh." Although he revealed an ordinary human face. He cautiously asked, "If I grow up to look like this mask, would you still treat me as just an ordinary attendant?" Joe Bai heard him ask this and remembered the strange edge on his neck from earlier, a guess forming in his mind. In fact, this ordinary face he had right now was also a mask. Thinking of this, Joe Bai said to him, "Of course." Hearing Joe Bai say this, Xiao Lei's eyes burst with light in an instant. "Dear passenger, if you wish to take a break, you can move to the seat in the back. That position is empty now, and will be more comfortable to sit in." Xiao Lei continued to say the same words as in the last cycle, but this time his steps toward the back became lighter. Not long after he left, the vendor's calls came from behind. Mice, cockroaches, little ants, earthworms, centipedes, big pythons. "Hey! Sir, please tuck your feet away." Joe Bai quickly turned his head and saw the vendor trying to sell things to Lei. Without hesitation, he quickly got up and walked to the man holding the cat. As in the last cycle, he bent down and whispered to him, "If you don't want to buy her things, hurry and move to the back seat, don't reject her directly, she has knives in her car." After finishing, he quickly moved to the woman in the white dress. In the last cycle, the woman in the white dress was thrown back into the car by a shadow. Joe Bai speculated that it was because she was tainted inside the train that she didn't meet the requirements of Station 4. And because Joe Bai gave her the pill, she couldn't see the person next to Xiao Lei temporarily. So she thought she complied with the rules of Station 4. Thus, to help her enter Station 4 this time, he must stop her from purchasing the vendor's specialties. So, Joe Bai reminded her, "Don't buy the vendor's things, and don't reject her. Hurry and move to the back seat." However, Joe Bai did not expect that the woman in the white dress would look at him as if he were crazy. "You're crazy." After saying this, she moved to the window seat, putting distance between herself and Joe Bai. This woman was still very guarded, just like in the last cycle. Joe Bai sighed helplessly. His gaze swept over to where Lei was. He saw Lei had already handed a coin to the vendor and grabbed the python. The vendor pushed the cart and began to walk towards Joe Bai's position. With no option left, Joe Bai could only move to the back. As for the woman in the white dress, he could only let her fend for herself. This time, Joe Bai chose to sit next to the short-haired girl. In front of him, the vendor's cart stopped beside the woman in the white dress. The woman in the white dress still bought a bottle of ants, as she had in the previous cycles. Then, behind Joe Bai, came Lei's cries. "Stinky python, how dare you bite me? I will use your head as my ball." The python's head was still twisted off by Lei. The bottle of ants in the hand of the woman in the white dress also burst open. The man holding the cat followed Joe Bai's advice and changed his position. At this point, the development of events was not much different from the last cycle. Until Joe Bai heard the voice of the short-haired girl beside him. "Please let me through, your seat is my spot." When Joe Bai heard this voice, he felt the air around him turn suddenly cold. Although Joe Bai no longer felt that eerie sensation, he felt a bit puzzled. He turned to look at the short-haired girl. He saw the girl next to him wrap the blanket a bit tighter. She glanced at Joe Bai and then turned her head away. Unlike the first loop, she did not stare at Joe Bai directly. Instead, she showed some disdain for the unexpected guest beside her. Joe Bai only took a glance and then turned back. However, the confusion in his heart lingered for a long time. Where did the problem lie? Why was it different from the first loop? Joe Bai recalled everything he had done since the loop began in his mind. After thinking around, he suddenly realized. It was that pill. Joe Bai recalled how she snatched the gray pill in the previous loop. In the first loop, Joe Bai's pill was in his pocket and not sealed. So, she must have noticed the existence of the pill and had some crooked thoughts. After figuring out the reason, he felt much calmer sitting in this seat. The woman in the white dress sitting in front of Joe Bai was experiencing pain from ant bites again for not following his advice. She had just cursed Joe Bai, and now, experiencing pain, she was regretting it. Joe Bai had other tasks to complete and could only ignore her cries of pain for the time being. At that moment, a sweet, tender voice of a little boy rang beside Joe Bai. "Brother, can you play ball with me? Lei loves playing with the ball the most." The little boy stood next to Joe Bai holding a ball. He smiled just as cutely as the first time Jobai saw him. When Jobai heard this voice, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He chose to change to this position so that Lele would come to him. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. However, Jobai pretended to hesitate and said to Lele, I can, but I have a condition. I wonder if you can agree to it. Lele tilted his head and asked Jobai with a naive look, what condition? Jobai stood up, pointed at the shelf above the seat, and said, let's make a bet. See that hole above? If I throw the ball into the hole, I win. Then you have to help me with something. After hearing Jobai's words, Lele immediately giggled. This is fun. This is fun. If you lose, you have to give me a ball. Look, I want that one. Lele pointed at Jobai's head with his finger. Although Jobai had been prepared, he still felt a chill when Lele pointed at his head. He forced himself to calm down and said, okay. Deal. Jobai took the small snake pattern ball from Lele's hand. Then he took a deep breath, spread his fingers holding the ball, and lifted it above his head. His fingers moved his wrist, and with a gentle push, the ball formed a parabola. With a swoosh, the ball perfectly dropped through the hole. This perfect shot made the audience watching the live broadcast want to applaud him. I have to say, that move is pretty cool. Damn it, he showed us again. Honestly, I was sweating for him just now. Me too, if he missed, it would have been terrible. Seeing Jobai's perfect shot, Lele instantly became his little fan. He jumped around, clapping for him non-stop. Wow! Brother is really amazing. Jobai smiled, bent down to pick up the ball, and then handed it to Lele. Lele took the ball with joy in his eyes. Brother, come here and sit with Lele. He still pulled Jobai and sat down in the space next to him. After the two sat down together, Lele began to care about her own bet. Brother, what do you want Lele to help you with? As long as Lele can do it, I will definitely try my best to help you. Jobai tentatively asked, Lele, if your brother directly tells you to get off at a certain station, would you be willing to do it? Lele, upon hearing this, pouted her lips in grievance. That won't do. If I get off at the wrong station, I won't be able to see Mom anymore. Brother, think of something else. Besides this, Lele can do anything you want. Seeing his first plan fall flat, Jobai could only implement his second plan. He took out a medicine bottle from his pocket. He poured out a gray pill and handed it to Lele. The moment Lele saw the pill, her eyes widened. Brother, are you a bad person? Jobai shook his head. Lele shrank back against the chair, still wary of Jobai, but my mom said that people who take this kind of pill are all bad people. Brother hasn't harmed anyone, how could he be a bad person? Lele, hearing this, momentarily didn't know how to refute him. But she remained curled up in her chair, watching Jobai warily. Didn't Lele just promise to help me do something? As long as you help me deliver this pill to that sister over there, it will count as completing this task. The viewers in the live stream room of the Great Xia Kingdom were very confused by Jobai's actions. After much effort to get a promise from the little monster, he actually used it on this. Did Jobai lose his mind? Can't he just deliver the pill himself? And that woman never appreciates it, why be so good to her again? Unnecessary, really unnecessary. Lele followed Jobai's gaze and looked towards the woman in the white dress sitting to the front left. She saw that her skin on the back of her hand had already been scratched in many places. The whole person looked very pained. After seeing this, Lele frowned. That sister looks very uncomfortable. Jobai nodded, yes, this pill can make her feel better. Lele hesitantly took the gray pill from his hand, still worried, and asked again. Really just delivering a pill is enough? Jobai smiled and nodded. Yes. Just delivering a pill is enough. Lele held the pill in her small hand, reluctantly jumped down from her seat, and walked up to the woman in the white dress. She spread her hand open and handed over the pill. Sister, this pill is for you. As soon as she finished speaking, the short-haired woman reached over from behind her. In the next second, she was about to snatch the pill from Lele's hand. Chapter 50 Conflict escalates. Lele noticed someone approaching behind her and quickly clutched her hands together, tightening her grip on the pill. So the short-haired girl ended up grasping at nothing. Lele turned around to look at the girl and questioned her in a childish voice, are you a bad person? You want to steal my things? But the short-haired girl just stared intently at Lele's hand holding the pill. Her face was filled with a crazy expression of desire. Not willing to give up the pill, she reached out and grabbed Lele's hand. Her hand was icy cold. A thin layer of frost instantly covered the fabric of the clothes Lele was wearing. Lele was just a little kid, suddenly being grabbed by a stranger made her cry out wow. Seeing the situation was not right, Jobai hurriedly tried to help. But in the next second, he saw the short-haired girl's head being twisted 180 degrees by Lele. Only the back of her head was facing them. Jobai had just stepped out halfway, and he instantly stopped in midair. Lele wiped her tears dry and, seeing the short-haired girl in this state, began to laugh. Heh heh heh. The short-haired girl tried to turn her head back around, but it got stuck halfway and couldn't move. Angry, she struggled hard, but it looked just like a wind-up wooden puppet toy. Then, Jobai saw the fish scales on her body rapidly spreading. The fish scales covered her neck, covered her hands, making her look like she had lost her original appearance. At the same time, the entire carriage was covered with a thin layer of frost. It made one involuntarily shiver. This girl's mutation seemed different from others Jobai had come into contact with. No wonder she had always wanted to go to the third station. Seeing her changes, Jobai knew things were a bit serious. He expected a conflict to happen, but he did not anticipate that this conflict would be much more severe than he expected. Moreover, what happened next made him feel that it might be hard to resolve. Meow. The black cat, affected by the cold, curled up into the man's arms. Attracted by the call, Jobai looked over and saw that the cat's eyes had turned bright red. Rule B, Article 6. Small animals on the train are very timid, please do not scare them, especially when their eyes turn red. Jobai recalled the content of the rules and suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. According to his plan, he had to push the conflict to its peak before the train arrived at the first station. Because the short-haired girl's destination was the third station, but the third station wouldn't accept her. So, Jobai could only find a way to make her voluntarily change her drop-off location. However, the unexpected situation now could potentially derail his plan directly. Looking at the cat's state, it seemed that it could go berserk at any moment. This made Jobai a bit hesitant to act rashly. Lily, don't be afraid. The man hurriedly hugged his cat tightly, using his clothes to cover it. Jobai looked at the bell placed in the front row of the carriage. If the original plan didn't work, then he could only play it safe. If necessary, he needed to ring the bell at the first opportunity. That way, at least others could disembark smoothly. However, when he saw that bell, he was shocked again. Because the silver bell that was there had already turned red. Rule B, Article 8. If a conflict occurs among passengers on the train, please ring the silver bell in the front row to request the help of the attendants. But this does not include when the bell turns red. Oh no! This time, things had gone terribly wrong. There was no way out left. Although the short-haired girl had almost lost her rationality due to pollution control, she still felt some natural fear facing Lele. If it weren't for the temptation from the pills earlier, she probably would never have attacked Lele. She stood still, not daring to make more movements. She just extended her hand, covered in fish scales and frost, in front of Lele, saying, "Give me the pills." Lele hid her hand behind her back. No! The two of them were frozen in place, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit tense. At that moment, the announcement in the carriage rang out. The train is about to arrive at platform 1, please prepare in advance if you need to disembark. Jobai watched as the train slowly approached the station. Thinking to himself, the plan was probably going to fail. But at that moment, the short-haired girl's gaze suddenly landed on the red bell in the front row. Jobai noticed her change in movement at the same time. He quietly thought it was not good. Sure enough, the next second, he saw the short-haired girl sprinting toward the position of the bell. Jobai did not know what would happen after ringing the bell. He also did not know why the short-haired girl suddenly wanted to grab that bell. But he knew that he had to stop her now. So, he too rushed forward toward the front row of the carriage. Just as the short-haired girl was about to reach for the red bell, Jobai was one step ahead, grabbing both her hands in his own. Instantly, Jobai felt like he was gripping 2 blocks of ice. Both hands turned a little purple from the sudden cold. The short-haired girl saw Jobai's reaction and burst into laughter. Then, she easily broke free from Jobai's now stiff and frozen hands. Next, she was ready to touch the bell on the table. At that moment, her hands were firmly grabbed by a small hand. Lele's clothes were already covered in frost, but his hand was completely unaffected. Crack! The short-haired girl's head was twisted 360 degrees. She stumbled toward the car door. Furiously pointing at Lele, she said, "Do you know? The people like you are what I hate the most. Why can your uniqueness come so easily? And I have to endure all this pain." Just then, the door of the first station opened. The short-haired girl glanced at the rules on the announcement board and then laughed to the sky a few times. "I understand now. I can't win against you, and I definitely can't pass their test either. Fine, fine." After saying this, she got up from the ground. Staggering, she walked out the door of the car. As she stepped out, the temperature inside the carriage began to normalize. 5 minutes passed, and no other passengers needed to get off. The door closed on time. Jobai didn't relax until he saw the door close. Although the process was a bit twisted, the outcome was still what he had expected. He turned around, wanting to return to his seat. But he saw Lele still standing there in a daze. Seeing Jobai look at him, he asked in grievance. Brother, am I really different from other kids? Chapter 51. Normal does not mean mediocre. After Lele finished speaking, he cried out, wow. Jobai suddenly felt a tingle at the back of his head. Based on his experience, every time this child cried, someone would suffer. The first time he cried, the head of the giant python was twisted off. The second time he cried, the short-haired girl's head was turned backward. This time he cried. Jobai couldn't help but feel that his head seemed a bit unsteady. Every person in this world is unique. Jobai cautiously tried to instill some psychological comfort in Lele. Lele sniffled, sobbing, and said, But my mom says I'm a normal kid. Normal does not mean mediocre. Being different is not a bad thing. Just now, because of your help, the people in the car were saved from danger. After saying this, Jobai squatted down to let Lele look inside the carriage. Lele's gaze followed where Jobai pointed. Then he saw a man holding a cat close to him, his face full of relief for surviving the ordeal. The woman in the white dress still had a look of fear that had not faded from her face. It was unimaginable how the scene in the train would have been if the short-haired girl had rung the red bell. Lele couldn't help but grip the gray medicine in his hand a little tighter. He turned to look at Jobai, then walked over to the woman in the white dress. The expression on the woman's face was very complicated. Fear mixed with pain made her face look somewhat twisted. Lele handed the medicine to her. This is for you. The woman in the white dress hesitated for a moment but ultimately raised her bloodied and mangled cat paw to take the medicine from Lele. Thank you. She struggled to squeeze out an ugly smile through her painfully twisted face. Lele stood there awkwardly, gripping his little hands, watching the woman eat the medicine. Then, he saw the expression on the woman's face slowly relax after taking the medicine. Feeling the itch and pain in his hand gradually fade away. She looked at Lele again and seriously said thank you once more. Lele immediately smiled on his face. He turned to Jobai, his eyes shining brightly. Brother, come quickly, let's sit here. Jobai smiled and stretched out his hand to hold Lele's hand, then the two sat back in their original spots. The station soon arrived at the second station. The doors opened, but no passengers got off. So the vehicle continued to move forward. Jobai leaned back in his seat, looking at the remaining 3 people on the vehicle, and began to think. The man holding the cat did not get off at the first or second stations, which means he is a normal person who is not polluted. He chose to get off at the 3rd station, but he still cannot pass the assessment. What is left is only the 4th station. However, the cat in his hands. That's a bit tricky. In this strange world of tales, a cat might not be just a cat, it might have once been a person. If this assumption holds true, then when the man holding the cat gets off at the 4th station, an alarm will definitely sound. That would complicate things. If the man must get off with the cat, then at the 4 stations, none could accept them. Thinking of this, Jobai scratched his head in frustration. The only way to possibly comply with the station's rules is to let them separate. But, would they be willing to separate? Jobai looked at the spot where the man was sitting. He saw the man completely protecting the black cat in his arms, occasionally stroking its fur. In his eyes, there was full of love. Jobai sighed softly. It's really tough, so very tough. At this moment, the train's announcement was notifying passengers that they would soon arrive at the 3rd station. Lele was in a good mood, sitting in the chair swinging his little feet. He stretched his fluffy little head and occasionally looked out the window. Jobai nervously waited for the doors to open. He wondered if this time, Lele would get off at the 3rd station. The announcement rang again. The train has arrived at the 3rd station. Please passengers choose your exit station according to the rules on the announcement board. Then, Jobai saw the doors slowly open. Lele hurriedly leaned out to look at the announcement board outside. 1. No matter how different you are, we can accept you. 2. Joining us requires strict assessment, please be fully mentally prepared. Lele stared at the rules on the announcement board for a long time. Just when Jobai thought he would not choose this station, he suddenly found happily that Lele jumped down from his seat. He waved his little hand at Jobai. Brother, I want to get off. He straightened his back like a little adult about to face a challenge. So Jobai also waved his hand to him. Then, Lele turned and got off the train. Without Jobai's interference, the man holding the cat chose to get off at the 3rd station like last time. The doors closed. The train headed towards the 4th station. Next, the woman in the white dress would get off at the 4th station, and the alarm would sound in the station. These are things that will definitely happen. Jobai could not make any more changes and could only let things develop. Fortunately, it was still only the 3rd cycle. If nothing unexpected happened, he had only 2 people and a cat left to help find their exit station. There was still ample time. As the light in front of Jobai darkened, the third cycle also came to an end. In his mind, the mechanical announcement echoed. Cycle train subcopy, third cycle, chosen one of Great Xia, Jobai, clearance failed. Besides the player, there are still passengers on this train who have not gotten off. A total of 4 passengers got off this cycle, 2 passengers arrived at the correct station. You have used 3 chances, please help all passengers in the carriage within 5 cycles. Find the correct stop to get off. The audience in the Daxia Kingdom's live stream room became excited upon hearing this announcement. There are only 2 people left, and there are 2 more chances, Jobai will definitely make it. I wonder what rewards there will be if the welfare book is completed. I can't wait. It has to be Jobai, he's amazing. However, after hearing all this information, Jobai's face showed little emotion. On the contrary, he felt extremely nervous now. Because in the next cycle, he prepared to do something very risky. He closed his eyes and took deep breaths to calm his mood. Then, he felt a brightness in front of him. So, he opened his eyes and looked back. In the spot where Lulu had been sitting, there was indeed no one. The bathroom door in the carriage was now also open. After confirming that both Lulu and the short-haired girl had gotten off normally, Jobai turned back around. He put away the pamphlet in his hand. Then, he quickly walked towards the back of the carriage. Chapter 52 I can't separate from it. The audience in the Daxia livestream room was stunned when they saw Jobai suddenly get up and walk to the back. This move was a bit different from the previous times. The woman in the white dress and the man holding a cat were surprised and looked at him as they thought something had happened. Jobai walked to the back of the carriage, then unexpectedly shut the door leading to the carriage and locked it from the inside. The audience widened their eyes in shock. Jobai's actions were as bold as ever. As for Xiao Lei in the corner at the front of the carriage, even though he saw Jobai wasn't in his original seat, he still chose him as the target of his prank. After Jobai locked the door and turned around, he bumped straight into Xiao Lei's gaping mouth. No matter how many times the audience has seen Xiao Lei's appearance, they would still be startled by his sudden appearance. But Jobai was different. He not only was not afraid, but he was also a bit angry. This was the 4th time Jobai had been pranked by Xiao Lei. After experiencing the same prank 4 times in a highly tense state, the nerve he held tightly snapped instantly. Mr. Attendant, this prank is not scary at all. Please don't play this game again, okay? Seeing Jobai's dark face, Xiao Lei suddenly became flustered. He silently took off his mask. Without saying a word, he stood with his head down like a child who had done something wrong. Soon, they heard the sound of the door to the carriage turning. Mice, cockroaches, little ants, earthworms, centipedes, and big pythons. Hey! Sir, please move your feet. Although the vendor ant hadn't come in yet, her shouting had already come through. She was on the other side of the door, struggling to turn the doorknob but couldn't open the carriage door no matter how hard she tried. Xiao Lei blankly looked up at the locked door, then felt Jobai's glaring eyes on him and quickly lowered his head again. You're not going to help her open the door, are you? Xiao Lei quickly shook his head several times, then turned around and walked back to his corner to stand. Seeing the vendor ant's crisis resolved exceptionally smoothly, Jobai finally felt a bit relieved. Then, he turned and walked over to sit down beside the man holding the cat. The woman in the white dress was not affected this time, so she probably could get off at stop 4 without any issues. Now Jobai's only target left was the man in front of him and his cat in his arms. He needed to persuade him to get off the train without the cat. But how to persuade him? Jobai didn't have much confidence either. As soon as Jobai sat down, the man vigilantly held his cat in his arms. Jobai sighed, feeling that this task had become more difficult. But he still gritted his teeth and said, "Its name is Lily, right?" The man was suddenly surprised and looked at him. How did you know?" He hadn't said a word since getting in the car. There was no way the other person could know the cat's name. "If I said we are in a loop, would you believe me? I heard you call it Lily in the last loop." After Jobai spoke, the man did not show the surprise he had imagined, but still looked at Jobai with great vigilance. "Locked inside that door is the vendor of this train. In the first loop, she tried to sell you something, you refused her, and then she cut off your head. At that time, your cat got scared and hid on the shelf above." Upon hearing Jobai's words, the man seemed to immerse himself in that scene, holding his cat a little tighter in fear. Jobai continued, "In the second and third loops, I had you change positions, so you escaped a calamity." "Thank you." Although Jobai's words would seem nonsensical to an average person, the man before him still seriously said thank you to Jobai. Jobai was taken aback for a moment, but quickly continued. "This train will pass 4 stations. Each station has no name, and you need to choose your destination based on the rules. If you get off at the right station, you won't have to go through the loop again. You have chosen station 3 every time, but each time you chose wrong, so you are still in a loop now. So, you came to find me to tell me the correct station to get off? Jobai nodded but then quickly shook his head. I came to find you, actually, to make you separate from the cat when getting off. The man's expression became serious upon hearing Jobai's words. And there was even a hint of ruthlessness in his gaze as he looked at Jobai. I can't separate from it. Jobai sighed. He also knew that convincing him would not be so easy. But Jobai could only try his best. Lily was not a cat before, right? The man's expression became even more vigilant upon hearing Jobai's question. Seeing his expression, Jobai knew he had guessed right. So, he continued, Stations 1 and 2 accept contaminated people. Station 4 accepts unpolluted people. In other words, to get off smoothly, you two can only separate. The man's eyes dimmed upon hearing Jobai's words. He gently stroked the cat in his arms and asked in a hoarse voice, Why should I believe you? I can tell you the rules of each station. We are about to reach Station 1, you can compare the rules above, and see if they match what I said. As soon as Jobai finished speaking, the train's announcement sounded. The train is about to arrive at Station 1, please prepare to get off, any passengers who need to disembark. The announcement did not inform the station name. The man was shocked and looked at Jobai. Station 1 has 2 rules. Jobai recited the rules for Station 1 word for word. When he finished, the train had just stopped. The man eagerly looked at the announcement board at the door. He saw that the rules written there were indeed exactly the same as what Jobai had recited. After reading it, he slumped back into his seat as if he had lost all strength. Jobai felt a bit reluctant seeing him like this, but he still had to continue speaking. You should let it get off at Station 1. Here, it will be accepted. Station 2 is a slaughterhouse, if it gets off there, it may not survive. Jobai reached out his hand, wanting to help him send the black cat out. But at that moment, the man suddenly stepped back and used his elbow to separate Jobai from him. No, I can't be separated from it. As he said this, Jobai was shocked to see a sorrowful smile on his face. Chapter 53. 5 minutes of disembarking time had already passed more than half. However, Jobai had not yet convinced the man to part with his cat. Could it be that this cycle would end in failure again? At that moment, Jobai was astonished to hear the man say to him, I believe in you. Then in the next second, he saw the man sliding his hand across the black cat's teeth. Meow. The black cat was startled by his action, let out a cry, and all its fur stood on end. The man quickly reached out to soothe it. After a long while, the black cat finally curled back into his arms. Jobai watched in amazement as he focused intently on the man's hand. He kept his eyes fixed on the wound on the man's hand. He saw that the cut hand was quickly sprouting small particles. Then those particles kept expanding, as if something was about to break through from within them. The man furrowed his brow in pain, but a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Now, we can always be together. Jobai looked at his actions in disbelief. He never expected that someone would be willing to choose such a way to solve the problem. The man stood up, holding the black cat. He slightly bowed his head to thank Jobai, then walked towards the door of the train. As they approached the left exit of Station 1, the train door closed behind them. Jobai stared at their departing figures, still unable to come to terms with his shock. The train slowly moved forward. Jobai leaned back against the seat, gazing out the window. The original 7 passengers on the train had already reached their destinations one by one. Unless something unexpected happened, they only had to wait for the arrival of Station 4 to end this cycle. For the time being, he needed to do nothing, just quietly wait for the result to be announced. He looked into the distance, blankly. Since entering the world of strange tales, this was his rare moment of respite. However, at this moment, the viewers in the Dasha live broadcast were all eagerly waiting for the result to be announced. Finally, the train arrived at Station 4. No unexpected occurrences happened, the woman in the white dress smoothly walked out from the train door. Moreover, there were no alarm sounds within the station. Seeing her successfully exit the station, the viewers from Dasha could no longer contain their excitement and began to celebrate early in the live broadcast room. Awesome! Another chapter completed. Jobai did so well in this chapter. I can't wait to see what the rewards are. Jobai is truly amazing, clearing a cycle in advance. However, compared to the lively scene filled with barrage comments on the live screen, the interior of the train was much quieter at this time. The doors closed, and the train moved forward again. In the entire train, only Jobai remained sitting in his seat. Then, the image gradually darkened. After that, the viewers in the live broadcast room heard the mechanical announcement voice. For the cycle train mission, 4th cycle, the chosen one from Dasha, Jobai, has failed the clearance. Jobai, who had been leaning back in his chair, sat up straight upon hearing this news. Failed the clearance? No, what went wrong? Besides the player, there are still passengers on this train who have not gotten off. When Zhou Bai heard this next line, he felt a chill run down his entire back. There are still passengers who have not gotten off? But there was clearly only him left as a passenger on the train. Who? Who has not gotten off? In previous cycles, there had been an announcement about this. However, each time he had not taken this issue seriously. The first time he looped, he thought the only passenger who hadn't gotten off was the man whose head had been cut off, along with his cat. During the second and third loops, Zhou Bai thought the only passenger who hadn't gotten off was the woman in the white dress who had been sent back. Now he realized it wasn't like that at all. It turned out that every time he looped, there were other passengers who hadn't gotten off. He had never considered that, apart from the few people he could see, there were actually other passengers inside the train. This time, a total of 3 passengers got off, and all of them got to the correct station. You have used up 4 chances, please help all the passengers in the carriage find the correct station within 5 loops. Fortunately, the news he received wasn't all bad. The good news was that the 3 passengers who got off during the 4th loop all reached the correct station. But the bad news was that there were still passengers inside the carriage who hadn't gotten off, and he only had 1 chance left. However, he didn't even know where these passengers were or how many there were. He tried hard to adjust his breathing, attempting to calm himself down. The more dangerous the situation, the more he needed to stay calm. The lights in front of him began to brighten again. Then, Zhou Bai saw that there was only 1 passenger left in the whole carriage, himself. Zhou Bai's mind raced as he thought of ways to handle the situation. The first thing he needed to know was who the passengers were that hadn't gotten off. Now there was only him left in the train, but in this episode, his identity was defined as a player, and during the announcements, he was always excluded, so he didn't need to get off. As for those who had appeared in the carriage, besides the previous passengers, there were only Xiao Lei and the vendor lady left. Although they both seemed very much like train staff, their possibility of being passengers could not be ruled out. So, Zhou Bai needed to find a way to verify their identities. Besides that, there was another possibility. As soon as Zhou Bai thought of this possibility, a chill crept around him. Rule A, Article 6. Xiao Lei often complains that there are too many passengers on the train, even if you see that there are only a few people in the carriage. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai couldn't help but look at the empty seats. These empty seats seemed exceptionally eerie in his eyes at that moment. Then, he heard a cluck, cluck, cluck sound coming from the front of the carriage. As soon as Zhou Bai heard that sound, he knew that Xiao Lei must be slowly turning around in the corner. So Zhou Bai quickly raised his head to look at his position. He examined Xiao Lei up and down, trying to find some clues about him. Xiao Lei opened his mouth and turned around, then met Zhou Bai's probing gaze. He was taken aback at first. Then, as in previous times, he sped up and suddenly flashed in front of Zhou Bai. As he approached, Zhou Bai could see more details on him more clearly. His gaze swept over Xiao Lei's uniform, following the collar, landing on the obvious boundary line on Xiao Lei's neck. He frowned, feeling that there were indeed too many doubts about Xiao Lei. Could it be that Xiao Lei was actually the passenger who hadn't gotten off? But at that moment, Xiao Lei was already made a bit anxious by Zhou Bai's intense stare. Chapter 54, Vendor Uncle or Vendor Aunt. What are you looking at me for? Xiao Lei took a step back. He felt that this passenger in front of him was simply terrifying. Especially since Zhou Bai was currently smiling at Xiao Lei. Seeing Xiao Lei back away, he stood up and took a step toward him. What do you want? It was always Xiao Lei who scared others, but today, he never expected to be scared back by a passenger. What do I want? Ha ha ha. Of course I want to lift your mask. Xiao Lei was so scared that he fell to the ground. Zhou Bai stepped forward and placed his hand on the mask. The viewers in the Daxia State live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded. Is Zhou Bai crazy? Does he think he can't clear the level and just gave up? I seriously suspect Zhou Bai is taking revenge for the time Xiao Lei tricked him. Zhou Bai wants to lift Xiao Lei's mask? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Wow, this is the first time I've seen a chosen one so arrogant in the haunted world. I don't know why, but I actually feel a bit sorry for Xiao Lei. At this moment in the live broadcast, the first layer of mask on Xiao Lei's head had already been tugged down by Zhou Bai. Under the mask, an ordinary human face was revealed. Zhou Bai casually tossed away the torn mask, then his hands reached for Xiao Lei's neck. No, this mask can't be lifted. Zhou Bai ignored all that and directly grabbed the edge of the mask. Then with one pull, he tore the mask open. Ah! Xiao Lei covered his face. But Zhou Bai could still see that it was a face more bloody and violent than the torn mask. No wonder Xiao Lei felt inferior because of it. Is this all? Zhou Bai deliberately made his tone sound full of disdain. Xiao Lei was stunned for several seconds, then slowly removed his hand that was covering his face in disbelief. Then he saw Zhou Bai looking at him, without an ounce of fear in his eyes. You aren't scared? Xiao Lei asked cautiously. Joe Bai chuckled, then extended his fuzzy hand toward Xiao Lei. Look at my hand, you're not scared? Xiao Lei examined Joe Bai's hand. What's there to be scared of? Exactly. Then what's there to be scared of your face? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei immediately lowered his head. The audience thought Xiao Lei was angered by Joe Bai. But then they saw a smile slowly spreading across Xiao Lei's face. Although this smile looked a bit creepy on him, Joe Bai could feel that this time it was genuine happiness. Then Joe Bai heard a voice ringing in his mind from the system. Detected Xiao Lei's affection for the host plus 20. You now have an extra chance to mark an incorrect option. Rule A, item 7, is incorrect. Joe Bai searched his mind for the information about this rule. There is only one carriage on this train. Please stay inside the carriage and do not attempt to search for other carriages. When he recalled the contents of this rule, he was shocked all over. It's not just one carriage? If it's not just one carriage, then this error is a bit serious. Joe Bai quickly glanced toward the back of the carriage. There was no other exit at the front of the carriage. If he wanted to access other carriages, he could only go through here. Thinking of this, Joe Bai wanted to move toward the back carriage. At that moment, a cart filled with special products appeared before his eyes. Then the calls of the vendor lady echoed in. Little mice, cockroaches, ants, earthworms, centipedes, giant snakes. Hey! Sir, please move your feet. As soon as the audience heard this voice, they broke out in a cold sweat. The lady is back. Joe Bai had just been too focused on pulling off Xiao Lei's mask and didn't have time to lock the carriage door. He missed the best opportunity to stop her from coming in. Now there was only Joe Bai left in the entire carriage. Changing positions in this situation probably wouldn't help anymore. Joe Bai realized this problem, and his expression suddenly turned serious. At this moment, the vendor lady also noticed Joe Bai. She pushed her cart and walked directly toward Joe Bai. The audience was so tense they were sweating in their palms. Do you want to buy some local specialties? Look at this bottle of fresh earthworms. If they were crawling on you, they would definitely look cute. This was the first time the vendor ant spoke to Joe Bai during so many loops. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Joe Bai's response. Joe Bai glanced at the vendor ant, then pointed behind her and said, I need to use the restroom. Then, under the shocked gaze of the vendor ant, he walked into the restroom and closed the door. Seeing this scene, a young expert in the Daxia country analysis team excitedly pounded the table. Ha ha ha, I said in the first loop that hiding in the restroom can avoid the vendor. Look, I was right, right? The older experts looked at him as if he were a fool. Yet even they had to admit that Joe Bai's reaction was quite quick. However, even so, there was only one last loop left. Joe Bai wanted to pass smoothly, but the difficulty was still very high. Joe Bai hid in the restroom, and waited until the sound of the vendor pushing her cart gradually faded away before he gently opened a crack in the door. He took a deep breath, secretly lamenting, this ant is truly terrifying. But just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly froze in shock. Because it was not until this moment that he remembered something. Rule B, the 7th clause. The vendor, Uncle Lee, has trouble walking. But this vendor pushing the cart was clearly an ant. Joe Bai regrettably tapped his head lightly. When he saw Rule B, he had noticed this information. But at that time, he was focused on the other passengers, and the vendor was just a dangerous factor for him. Whether male or female, aunt or uncle, it didn't greatly affect him completing the task. So he subconsciously ignored it. Only now, when he realized that there were still passengers on the train who had not gotten off, did he comprehend how important this rule was? They were about to arrive at the station. He needed to quickly verify the identity of this ant. Joe Bai gently opened the restroom door. Then, he suddenly smelled a foul odor coming from the back of the carriage. The smell was like a piece of raw meat that had rotted for many days. Joe Bai frowned, and his heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 55 The corpse in the abandoned carriage. Recalling the recently remembered rule, Joe Bai's heart began to race. He opened the restroom door and walked down the aisle on the left side of the train. Following the direction of the stench, he stopped in front of a tightly locked door. The foul odor had become exceptionally intense here. Joe Bai couldn't help but cover his nose. He was certain the smell was coming from this door. However, he didn't have a key. Joe Bai leaned close to the door crack, peeking inside. Inside was a row of empty seats. Apparently, the other side of the door led to another carriage. In this weird world of strange tales, even the structure of the train was different from the real world. Joe Bai muttered to himself, then took a step back. Just as he was about to turn around, he realized his back had bumped into something. It felt like crashing into a mannequin displayed in a shopping mall. There was a creaking sound behind him. Joe Bai quickly turned around. Then he saw a face with a split-open appearance appearing right in front of him. What are you doing? Xiao Lei's suddenly appearing face was even more terrifying in the dim corridor. The audience watching this scene immediately broke out in cold sweat. This is an abandoned carriage, passengers are not allowed to enter here normally. After Xiao Lei finished talking, he suddenly lowered his voice. But I won't tell anyone. Xiao Lei pulled out a set of keys from his pocket. I'll help you open it. After saying that, Xiao Lei showed Zhou Bai a horrifying smile. This smile made the audience in the livestream almost want to break through the screen. Oh my, it's so creepy. Zhou Bai still looked at the key in Xiao Lei's hand with some caution. Xiao Lei suddenly being so eager to please really made it hard not to be suspicious. In the world of ghost stories, it's better to be cautious. Seeing that Zhou Bai still had doubts, Xiao Lei quickly put the key into the door lock. With a click, the door to the carriage was easily opened like that. After opening the door, Xiao Lei grinned at Zhou Bai. He looked like a little dog waiting for praise after doing a good deed. The audience watched this, all a bit dumbfounded. This door opened too easily, right? Zhou Bai froze for a moment, but he was soon hit by a foul smell, making him quickly cover his nose. As the door opened, the scene inside the carriage came into Zhou Bai's view. Every seat in the carriage looked a bit worn out. Xiao Lei was right, this carriage had probably been abandoned for a long time. But looking inside, there was actually a foot sticking out into the aisle from under the front row of seats. Zhou Bai's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. He wanted to turn around and see Xiao Lei's reaction, but when he looked back, Xiao Lei had already left. Zhou Bai glanced at the position of that foot. He had an internal struggle but ultimately walked into the carriage. He took one step at a time until he reached the spot where the foot was. Then, he finally saw that under the seat lay a corpse that had long since died. The foul smell he had been sensing was coming from this corpse. The audience in the livestream, seeing the condition of this old man's death, couldn't help but feel nauseous. Zhou Bai also suppressed his reaction and carefully examined the corpse. When his gaze fell on the legs of the corpse, it was like lightning struck his mind. Rule B, Article 7. Old man Li, who sells specialties, has trouble with his legs. There was indeed an old man with leg problems on the train. That means the person lying here is the real vendor on the train. And that old woman is actually a false vendor. It's very possible that she was originally just a passenger. After reaching this conclusion, Zhou Bai's mind started racing. Since she is a passenger, she must be made to get off the train. But now the problem arises. Which station should she get off at? To know which station she should get off at least he must first confirm whether she is contaminated. Zhou Bai recalled the old woman's condition and did not remember her having any mutations. But to be cautious, he couldn't easily jump to conclusions yet. He had to meet her again. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai walked out of the carriage. The current problem was to find that old woman first. While Zhou Bai was hiding in the bathroom, he listened and remembered that the old woman was pushing her cart down the right aisle. So, he walked down the right aisle until he reached the end. Unfortunately, he didn't see the old woman along the way. How strange. Walking this direction led to a dead end, there were no other exits. Had the old woman just disappeared? A chill ran through Zhou Bai's heart. There was no other way, he could only return to the original carriage. Just as he stepped into the carriage, he saw the old woman standing there, smiling at Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai paused in his steps. The viewers in the live stream also felt their hearts racing. Oh no, it seemed like this old woman was waiting for Zhou Bai. Young man, why did it take you so long in the bathroom? Zhou Bai awkwardly smiled, maybe I ate something bad. After speaking, he suddenly looked up and down at the old woman. But as his gaze passed over the old woman's waist, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. There were several layers on her waist, but the shape was quite strange. It looked like it was wrapped with several loops of rope. Zhou Bai's pupils suddenly contracted, and he vaguely had his own suspicions in his heart. The vendor lady waved her hand at Zhou Bai. Finished using the toilet, can you come and buy my specialty now? Today, the whole vehicle has only you as a passenger, and I haven't opened yet. Come over and take a look at my specialties. Zhou Bai walked to the side of the cart, pretending to choose the specialties on the cart, but his peripheral vision often glanced at the place where the old lady hid the knife. How is it? Did you find anything you like? How about this big python? Let this python wrap around your neck, slowly squeezing. Ha, that would look so cool. The vendor lady grabbed the big python from the cart and held it out towards Zhou Bai. The python flicked its tongue, opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. As if in the next moment, it would bite Zhou Bai's neck. Look, this little thing likes you so much. The vendor lady said, bringing the python even closer. The skin of the big python was icy cold, and it looked like it was about to wrap around Zhou Bai's neck. Zhou Bai's attention was entirely on the position where the cart hid the knife. When the vendor lady's hands were both holding the big python closer to herself, Jobai suddenly leaned sideways, then moved extremely quickly to pull out the knife. He gently traced the tip of the knife against the vendor lady's waist. Her clothes tore open, exposing a long, slender tail wrapped around her waist to the air. Chapter 56 You can't think of being normal. A monkey tail. This lady has also mutated, indeed. The lady realized that her identity was exposed, angrily grabbed the big python in her hand, and threw it towards Jobai. Jobai swung the knife. The sharp tip cut through the head of the big python, and it quickly separated from its body. The poor big python, in this cycle, also could not escape the fate of its head hitting the ground. At this moment, the station announcement rang out. Jobai was startled. Oh no, there isn't enough time. He held the knife, pointing the tip at the lady, and sternly asked, "Where did you originally intend to go on this train?" The lady also heard the announcement, looking towards the door with pain in her eyes. But when she turned back to look at Jobai, her eyes were already filled with fierce resentment. "Where I originally intended to go is no longer important. That old man ruined me. It's him. He deserves to die." She almost gritted her teeth as she spoke these words. Jobai recalled the state of the old man when he died in the abandoned carriage, and he had his own guesses about what had happened then. He couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for this lady. However, the next sentence from her immediately made the sympathy he had bloomed disappear completely. "I have already been ruined. Then I will make everyone on this train be ruined with me." When she said this, her eyes were filled with rage and bloodshot. Then, she grabbed things from the cart and hurled them towards Jobai. "You are with me. You can't think of being a normal person." Jobai kept dodging. But those bottles and jars smashed open before him and shattered. Then, the ants and earthworms inside the bottles crawled onto his body. "Ah!" Jobai let out a cry of pain. Although he quickly shook off those insects, he still inevitably got bitten several times. The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Xia Kingdom felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing this scene. It's over. Jobai has been bitten. He has been contaminated, he will soon mutate. How can he still pass the level like this? In the current scene, Jobai, in pain, tightly frowned, and although his hands were slightly trembling, he still held onto that knife tightly. He has not given up. He is still striving for the Great Xia Kingdom to clear the level. Seeing this scene, tears uncontrollably welled up in the eyes of the audience. Jobai stepped on the ground, crushing the insects crawling below, and walked slowly towards the old lady. The old lady was instantly scared by Jobai and retreated repeatedly. You're crazy, you're going to go crazy too." Yes, when Jobai goes crazy, it's far more intense than this old lady's madness. He held the knife tightly, endured the intense pain in his body, gritted his teeth, and shouted at the old lady. "Tell me. Which station are you going to get off at?" The old lady trembled with fear. She stumbled backward, almost reaching the door, and then fell out of the train. But just at that moment, the 5-minute exit time was about to end. The door to Station 1 closed just as the old lady crashed into it. So, the old lady crashed straight into the closed door. Seeing the door shut, Jobai's heart sank. He knew that this meant the hope of getting through was now halved. But he was not ready to give up yet. In that case, he would take a gamble. No matter what, he had to throw her off at Station 2. Jobai's skin, bitten by the ants and insects, was erupting in painful lumps. Pain, itching, burning. These sensations were constantly eroding Jobai's reason. Since entering the world of strange tales, this was the first time Jobai deeply felt what it was like to be polluted. He looked at the old lady curled up by the door and tremblingly took out a gray pill from his pocket. He quickly swallowed the pill, which barely eased the pain. The old lady leaned against the door, occasionally glancing towards Jobai. Seeing Jobai taking medicine, she seized the opportunity and suddenly lunged at him. The knife Jobai had taken was very close to her, she only needed to lean forward slightly to touch the blade. Fortunately, Jobai responded quickly. He immediately gripped the knife and swung it back. The old lady's tail dropped to the ground. She let out an ah, and covered the place where her tail once was. In pain, she fell to the ground, rolling and writhing. Jobai watched her coldly. He had no sympathy left for her. Since you won't tell me your destination, then you can only have one destination. Station 2. When the door opens, you will get off by yourself. Don't force me to take action. After finishing, Jobai raised the knife in front of her. He made a slashing motion towards her arm. This immediately scared the old lady, causing her to crawl to the door. Before long, the train's announcement echoed again. Station 2 was about to arrive. Jobai pointed the tip of the knife at the old lady. The old lady instantly trembled and waved her hand. I'll get off, I'll get off. I'll get off here. As soon as she finished speaking, the train doors opened. In a panic, she rushed off the train, stumbling towards the exit on the right. At this point, Jobai was finally the only passenger left on the train. Only then did he put down the knife. But the pain and itching began to spread throughout his body. He painfully lay on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. This pain threatened to destroy his sanity. The audience in the livestream from Dacia country saw the scene and many were already in tears. It's okay, even if we fail to get through, Jobai will always be our hero. I will always remember Jobai. Isn't it just accepting the bizarre tales? What's there to fear? Jobai has gone through 3 bizarre tale rules, we have experienced it together. Jobai, don't be afraid, we are with you. And just then, Station 3 slowly appeared in front of the audience. Jobai looked towards the door. He saw the 2 rules he was already familiar with written there. 1. No matter how different you are, we can all accept. Joining us requires a strict review, please be mentally prepared. Jobai stared at these 2 rules, feeling that they suddenly had a different meaning in his heart. He struggled to stand up. With the support of the chair, he made his way to the door. As his foot crossed the train door, a mechanical broadcasting voice sounded in his ear. Looping train copy, 5th loop, the chosen one Jobai from the Great Xia Kingdom, successfully cleared the level. Then, he immediately heard another voice. Welcome to the Whitebeard Organization. Chapter 57, The Whitebeard Badge. Jobai felt himself in darkness. Only a beam of light lit up from afar. He struggled to open his eyes and look towards the light. He saw a small boy slowly walking towards him. When the boy got closer, Jobai recognized that it was Lele. Brother, they asked me to come find you. They? Jobai felt cold sweat break out from pain, his mind felt like it was stuck, unable to think further. Then, he felt Lele put a pill in his mouth. After swallowing the pill, the pain in his body gradually faded away. Next, Lele stuffed a badge into Jobai's hand. This is also what they asked me to give you. Jobai held the badge up to the light, seeing a pair of Whitebeard symbols drawn on it. Okay. The mission is complete. Now I should leave. Brother, goodbye. Lele said, quickly turned around, and disappeared into the darkness. Jobai stared blankly at the badge in his hand, and the mechanical broadcasting voice sounded in his ears again. Congratulations to Jobai for successfully helping all passengers on the train find their exit station. The looping train copy has cleared successfully, rating SSS level. Hearing this news, the audience from the Great Xia Kingdom all had tears in their eyes. In the live broadcast room, there was no longer the cheerful atmosphere that accompanied previous clearings, but instead a heavy sense of oppression. The audience did not see what Jobai had just experienced in the darkness. So everyone was still worried, concerned about Jobai's safety. So what if it's an SSS level clearance? Can it bring our Jobai back? Why is the screen still dark? Let me see Jobai, I just want to know how he is right now. Suddenly, I feel like no reward matters anymore, I just hope Jobai doesn't die. At that moment, the screen of the Great Xia Kingdom's live broadcast room suddenly lit up. Jobai stood in the center of the screen, shielding his eyes from the light, and only lowered his hand after adjusting to the brightness. Only then did the audience dare to believe that what they were seeing was indeed Jobai. It's Jobai. He didn't die. Quick look, he hasn't mutated. That's great, truly great. The audience began to cheer in front of the screen. Seeing Jobai alive, they were even more excited than when they heard about the SSS level clearance. Now the rewards will be distributed. All the weird tales from the Great Xia Kingdom are completely cleared. Hearing this news, the Great Xia Kingdom's live broadcast room suddenly fell silent. This world has been invaded by the strange for many years. Due to the influence of the strange, people's lives had been severely impacted. The entire social and economic development was regressing year by year. Everyone had gotten used to the twisted life, and suddenly being able to regain a normal life, all were somewhat overwhelmed by this immense joy. However, at this time, other countries receiving this news were not so happy. Now the Great Xia Kingdom can eliminate all the incoming weird tales. This means they can develop their economy with peace of mind. Therefore, the future developments of the Great Xia Kingdom will surely far surpass those of other countries. That night, countries on Blue Star held meetings overnight, aiming their attention at the Great Xia Kingdom, discussing how to cope with this change. At this moment, in the Great Xia Kingdom, people gradually came to their senses and finally began to celebrate. They rushed out of their homes, looking up at the bright night sky. On such a beautiful night, they could finally walk on the streets at ease. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, Jobai stood under the light, waiting for the next quest to arrive. However, what he received was another message. Next, there will be 2 days of rest, and you will return to the real world. Please take this time to rest well and prepare for the next quest. As soon as the voice finished speaking, Jobai felt darkness in front of him, and when the light returned, he found himself in his bedroom at home. Outside, a silver-white full moon quietly hung in the sky. Jobai took a deep breath of the fresh air from the real world and let out a long sigh. Knock, knock, knock. The bedroom door was knocked on. As soon as Jobai opened the door, he was immediately enveloped in a warm embrace. Son, you really came back. Do you know how worried Mom was watching your live streams every day? Tears welled up in his mother's eyes. She looked Jobai up and down several times, confirming that he was unhurt before finally letting him go. Then, it was time for his mother's long lecture. His dad stood behind his mom, unable to interject during their conversation, glaring angrily at his wife. Our son must be really tired after so many days without rest. He just got back, you shouldn't cling to him crying. Let him rest early. After his dad spoke, he put his arm around his mom's shoulder and turned around. With his other hand, he quietly gave Jobai a thumbs up from behind before pulling Mom away. Jobai could only shake his head and smile lightly. But inside, he felt warm. He closed the door and walked to the balcony. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and there were still many crowds downstairs who had not yet dispersed from the celebration. How wonderful! He hadn't seen such a night in a long time. Jobai smiled as he returned to his room, pulled the curtain shut, and soon fell into sleep. This time, Jobai slept deeply. It wasn't until around 11:30 in the morning that he was awakened by the sound of rain outside. A delicious aroma wafted through the air. Mom was making soup in the kitchen. Seeing Jobai get up, she quickly called him, "Hurry and wash your face and brush your teeth, it's almost time to eat." Jobai responded and walked into the bathroom. While brushing his teeth, he looked out at the rain. So much rain, did Dad take an umbrella when he went out? Jobai rinsed his mouth, wiped the foam off his lips, then said to his mom. That old fool probably didn't take one. He even said last night that he would come back for lunch. Then I'll go out to get him. After saying this, Jobai casually picked up a piece of bread from the table, took a bite, and then grabbed 2 umbrellas before going downstairs. Even though he was holding an umbrella, he was recognized several times along the way. Jobai. Oh my god. I actually live in the same city as Jobai. Jobai, can you give me an autograph? Isn't this our hero? Ah. I'm so excited. Jobai finally managed to break free from those people. Approaching the office building where Dad worked, he quickly took out a mask and put it on. This spared him a lot of trouble. Dad's lunch break was at 12 o'clock, and Jobai arrived 10 minutes early to wait outside. He looked through the glass door, trying to find his dad inside. Then he saw his dad coming out, carrying a pile of documents. Jobai's face immediately broke into a smile, wanting to wave to let him see. Then he saw someone chasing after his dad, holding a folder, and threw it right at Dad's face. The stack of documents Dad was holding also fell to the ground with a crash. Jobai's smile suddenly froze on his face. Chapter 58, The Behind Matters of Jobai. Jobai recognized the person who came chasing out. He is the manager of Dad's department, his surname is Lin. He used to have a bad relationship with Dad. He disliked Dad's age, eyeing his position, always wanting to arrange for a newcomer to replace him. This time, he was probably using it as an excuse again. Jobai saw Dad squatting to pick up the files, his pupils shrank instantly, and he pushed the door and walked in. Excuse me, sir, who are you looking for? This is the office area, and we don't receive guests. Jobai's face showed anger, and Manager Lin knew the visitor meant trouble. I am looking for you. Oh? But I don't know you. You will know me soon. After Jobai finished speaking, he picked up the binder on the table and smashed it back at his face unchanged. Bang! Manager Lin covered his face in pain and pointed at Jobai. You actually dared to hit me? Call someone. Where are the security guards? Hurry, throw this person out. Jobai couldn't be bothered to look at him, squatting down to help Dad pick up the files on the ground. Dad recognized him immediately. Stop, this is my son. Don't touch him. Hearing Dad's words, Manager Lin showed a smile. Old Joe, your son is causing trouble in the office, this matter will count against you. Looks like your bonus this month is going down the drain. As soon as he finished speaking, several security guards rushed in. Manager Lin pointed at Jobai. Come, throw this embarrassing son of the Zhou family out of the office for me. After Manager Lin spoke, the security guards surged forward, reaching out to grab Jobai. At that moment, with a crash, the glass door of the office suddenly shattered to the ground. Everyone looked over in shock. Then they saw more than 10 soldiers in camouflage uniforms, weapons in hand, charging in. The security guards and Manager Lin had never seen such a scene. They were so scared that their legs were shaking. Who dares to touch the chosen one of the great Xia kingdom? Manager Lin trembled. Chosen one? Where did the chosen one come from? Then he looked at Jobai, suddenly his eyes widened. Zhou. Joe Bai? You are Joe Bai. He looked carefully into Joe Bai's eyes and finally felt a bit familiar. Dad had never bragged outside that Joe Bai was his son, so Manager Lin did not know about this. At this moment, Manager Lin wished he could slap himself hard twice. He had just said Joe Bai was the embarrassing son of the Zhou family. How could he have dared to say that? He still wanted to walk up to Joe Bai and say a few words, but was immediately pushed aside by several soldiers. Mr. Joe Bai, the highest leader of the Great Xia Analysis Group wants to see you, please come with us. Joe Bai nodded upon hearing this. He had become the chosen one, bound to the fate of the Great Xia Kingdom. It was normal for the highest leader of the Great Xia Analysis Group to want to see him. He looked at Dad. The soldiers immediately understood and said, please rest assured, someone is secretly protecting your parents 24 hours a day. Even if you didn't act just now, we would have soldiers come out to protect your father. Hearing this, Manager Lin suddenly felt a chill down his back. Only then did Joe Bai nod. Dad, this umbrella is for you. Wait for me at home, I will be back to have dinner with you soon. After Joe Bai finished speaking to Dad, he followed the soldiers out. He was soon taken to a meeting room. An old man sitting at the head of the conference table stood up quickly when he saw Joe Bai come in. Mr. Joe Bai, thank you for your efforts for the Great Xia Kingdom. The others in the conference room also stood up. In their eyes looking at Joe Bai, there was admiration, gratitude, and sympathy. All the selected chosen ones must continuously accept challenge after challenge until they fail to end. No one knows how many challenges there are in the world of bizarre tales and how many times must be challenged. Since the strange invasion began, no chosen one has survived until the end. So, the young man before us is not only a hero of the Great Xia Kingdom, but also a person who has been declared dead ahead of time. It's nothing. Anyone from the Great Xia Kingdom chosen to enter will work as hard as I do. Joe Bai said lightly. Though he is only 22 years old, his many near-death experiences in the world of strange tales have made him able to remain calm in the face of honor and disgrace. The old man looked at him and nodded in appreciation. You are now the focus of attention from various foreign forces. But you don't need to worry, we have increased personnel to secretly protect your parents. As for their future life, you can rest assured, the country will take full responsibility. In the world of strange tales, you can fight with all your might. It seems they called Joe Bai here to arrange his affairs in advance so that he could embark on his journey with peace of mind. Though this thought feels a bit cruel, Joe Bai has to admit that it is the best arrangement the country can make. Thank you, but I will not let my parents lose their son, nor will I let the Great Xia Kingdom fail in passing. In the conference room, no one believed he could do it after hearing Joe Bai's words. But no one had the heart to discourage his confidence. Good. Good. Young man should have such ambition. When Joe Bai walked out of the conference room, he held a card with 8 digits in his hand. This was handed to him by the old man after he exited the conference room. Joe Bai did not decline and accepted it calmly. When he got home, a steaming hot meal was just served on the table. I saw you coming from this balcony, and I immediately told your mother to heat up the dishes. Am I clever? Joe Bai looked at his dad's cheeky look and shook his head helplessly. Clever, really clever. At this time, Mom had already served a bowl of soup for everyone. What are you two chatting about? Hurry up and eat. Old man Joe, I'm talking about you, stop bothering your son. Dad shrugged. Joe Bai smiled, then sat down quietly at the dining table with everyone. The brief 2 days of rest quickly passed. Soon, the time for farewell arrived. Joe Bai stuffed the bank card into his mother's hand. Mom turned around, secretly wiped her tears, and then immediately forced a smile. Dad patted Joe Bai's shoulder. Go, I will take good care of your mother. Joe Bai nodded, then closed his bedroom door. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Before long, that mechanical voice rang out again. Welcome to the world of strange tales. The instance you are entering is called the Horror Tavern. Please be prepared and stay alert at all times. Chapter 59, The Horror Tavern Instance begins. The Horror Tavern Instance has begun, all chosen ones, please prepare. The way to clear this instance is as follows. SSS level clear, obtain a blue pistol and ensure the tavern survives. S level clear, obtain a blue pistol. A level clear, enter the Horror Tavern 7 times and survive. After the information was broadcasted, the live streams of other countries on Blue Star lit up at the same time. Hundreds of reselected chosen ones stood on a street just like Joe Bai. The sky hung with a round moon. Before them stood a 2-story dilapidated tavern. Our country, Asan, will surely win this time. The beautiful country is a great power on Blue Star, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome. Oh, this time it's a tavern instance, will there be beautiful girls inside? Our Iron Tower country's chosen ones are in for a treat. These chosen ones stood in front of the tavern and simultaneously noticed the rules posted at the tavern's entrance. Horror Tavern Customer Rules. 1. The tavern's business hours are from 23 to 4:44, remember not to arrive early or leave late. 2. This tavern advocates gentlemanly etiquette. During the time from 2 to 3 o'clock, you must actively invite a lady to dance together. The more beautiful the woman, the more irritable she is. Please do not anger them, or you may be thrown out at any time. If you see an empty seat with a cup of wine on it, remember not to choose that seat. The control in the tavern is very strict, patrollers wearing red hats often appear. No matter what they do in the tavern, there is no need to be afraid. However, if you see them take out a black stick, please leave the tavern immediately. This tavern offers drinks and meals for free, but be careful not to waste them. If the bartender with a tilted head hands you a drink, please do not refuse. Do not ask the bartender any questions. After Jobai read all the rules, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Noticing that the host has acquired new rules, now a wrong option has been marked for you. The 8th rule of the Horror Tavern customer code is incorrect. Jobai looked at the marked incorrect rule. So, it is okay to ask the bartender any question? Jobai felt that things might not be that simple. This system only marks wrong rules. However, if you assume that the entire rule is wrong, you might fall into a misunderstanding. Jobai decided to focus on observing during his first visit to the tavern. Less action, more observation. After sorting out his thoughts, he took out his phone and looked at the time on it. He saw that the screen displayed the current time as 1:55 a.m. It was a time allowed for entering the tavern. So he put his phone away and stepped into the tavern. Welcome! As Jobai pushed open the wooden door of the tavern, he heard a lucky cat squatting at the entrance shake its arm and greet him. Jobai looked at the cat and felt that its fur was surprisingly realistic. He frowned slightly and then looked elsewhere. In the live streams of other countries, the chosen ones finished reading the rules and also entered the tavern. Only the chosen one of the Assam country, D-Rang, stood in front of the tavern door, staring at the rules for a long time without going in. The audience from Assam country expressed their approval of D-Rang's behavior in the comments. Our chosen one seems to be a very cautious person. I really believe in D-Rang. Look, he is still studying the rules. It seems our Assam country will definitely amaze the whole world this time. In the livestream, D-Rang finally finished reading the rules and stepped into the tavern. Welcome! The lucky cat at the entrance warmly welcomed him as well. Unexpectedly, as soon as D-Rang entered the tavern, he immediately turned and walked back out. Then, he quickly walked back in again. Welcome! 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 Some audience members from Assam finally understood D-Rang's actions. Haha, D-Rang wants to enter the tavern 7 times in one day. Then he can pass at Grade A. Grade A completion means entering the Horror Tavern 7 times and surviving. D-Rang originally had this idea. If we talk about being smart, it must be our Assam country. The audience from Assam helped D-Rang count through the screen. 5, 6, 7. 7 times reached. D-Rang stood proudly at the tavern door. The audience from Assam eagerly waited for the completion information to be announced. Then, the lucky cat at the entrance finally exploded in fur when he walked out for the 7th time. Foolish human, playing with cats? Its sharp claws reached toward D-Rang's back. In an instant, blood stained the live stream of Assam country. The horror of the Horror Tavern story descended upon Assam country. Those undercover agents lurking in the Assam livestream saw this scene and laughed as they slipped back to their own country. At this moment, Jobai was also standing next to the lucky cat. However, he looked inside and then walked toward the bar. Although the outside of this tavern looks very shabby, there are actually many customers inside. Jobai finally spotted 2 empty seats. He walked over. But he saw that on the table of one seat, there was a glass of red wine. He remembered the 4th rule. If you see a glass of wine on an empty seat, make sure to avoid choosing that seat. So, he chose to sit in the empty seat beside it. Hey, buddy. There are a lot of beautiful ladies in this tavern. A furry hand reached out in front of Jobai. Waving a wineglass filled with green liquid, he tilted his head and gulped it down. Jobai looked at him. The man's face had 6 long, horizontal whiskers, and his 2 hands were furry, like cat paws. After looking, Jobai's expression froze. A mutant. Then, he looked at the other customers in the tavern. At this moment, he realized the abnormality of this tavern. The tavern was noisy, and everyone had a joyful smile on their face. But if you looked closely, you would find gentlemen in suits, bare-chested bearded men, beautiful ladies with cat ears, and empty seats with wine glasses, all harmoniously present in the same space. Jobai silently classified these customers in his heart. Mutants, normal people, and it. All appeared in this tavern at the same time. At this moment, in front of the bar, the crooked-headed bartender rang the bell placed in front of him. Ding! 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 Now is the gentleman's time in this tavern. Please, the gentleman present, stand up and invite a lady to dance with you. Jobai looked down at his phone screen. It was exactly 2 o'clock in the morning. The audience in front of the screen also became aware of the abnormality in the tavern. Inviting a stranger to dance in a world of spooky tales is not a blessing. With a slight misstep, it could be deadly. Jobai realized this too, so his expression became serious. As soon as the bartender finished speaking, all the gentlemen in the tavern stood up. Jobai still sat in his seat, not rushing to act, but observing the behavior of others. Quickly, those gentlemen surged out like a swarm, looking for their dance partners. Sitting by the window of the tavern was a girl with a fish head, occupying 2 seats, who immediately became the most sought-after invitation target. Before long, 5 or 6 boys surrounded her. Next to Jobai, a girl with a pale complexion, thin as a skeleton, also had 2 or 3 boys gathered around her. These boys pushed each other, the faint smell of conflict brewing between them. The more beautiful the woman, the more irritable she becomes. Please do not anger them, otherwise, you may be thrown out at any moment. In the eyes of the audience in the live stream, neither of these 2 girls could be considered beautiful. In fact, they could be regarded as below average in the entire tavern. However, it seemed that here, the lower the beauty, the more welcomed the girl became. The audience speculated that their behavior was influenced by this rule. Jobai's gaze drifted past the girls surrounded by invitees and landed directly on a neglected dark corner. Then, the audience finally saw Jobai stand up from his seat and walk towards that corner. The girl sitting in the corner had a pair of rabbit ears on her head. She had her head down, her ears drooping behind her head. Jobai walked over to her side, extending his hand in front of her. "Excuse me, may I invite you to dance with me?" The moment the girl heard this sentence, her ears immediately perked up. Then she turned her head to look at Jobai. At this moment, the audience in the Great Summer Country's live room finally saw her appearance. Wow! She is so beautiful. Calling her fairy sister is not too much. Oh no, has Jobai lost his mind? Did he forget the rules? God, did Jobai actually fall for beauty in the end? Jobai, are you confused? The audience in the Great Summer Country all pounded their chests and stomped their feet, feeling deep regret for Jobai's choice. In contrast, the chosen ones from other countries looked much more normal in their choices. The chosen one from the beautiful country, Eric, walked straight over to the girl with a fish head sitting by the window as soon as he heard what the bartender said. He relied on his big build. He pushed aside the other invitees with ease and reached out his hand directly in front of the girl. "Miss, may I have the honor of dancing with you?" Before Eric could get a reply from the girl, he was pulled away by other invitees. Suddenly, 6 or 7 boys got into a tussle, and the scene became extremely chaotic. Seeing the chaos around her, the fish head girl opened her mouth wide, fuming and bubbling with anger. Finally, she could not hold back any longer and let out a roar that stunned the entire place. "Shut up!" Then, she stood up from her seat. She walked towards the boys who were fighting. Because of her large size, with each step she took, she could feel the floor shaking. Then, she grabbed one boy with one hand and tossed him out effortlessly. Eric, as one of the fighters, was also thrown out without question. The audience in the beautiful country's live room gasped at this scene. Oh, didn't they say that beautiful women have bad tempers? Why is such an ugly woman also so fierce? If the ugliest woman is this fierce, how fierce must the prettiest one be? Suddenly feeling a bit sympathetic towards Jobai from the Great Summer Country. In the Great Summer Country's live room, the invitees surrounding the fish head girl were also thrown out by her. The bartender, tilting his head, saw the men being thrown out and shook his head repeatedly. Living and dying under the peony flower, even as a ghost, I'd be willing. These people wish to covet the most beautiful woman in the tavern, they must prepare to be thrown out. After saying this, he looked at the fish head girl with a big smile. The fish head girl spat at him and angrily scolded, "Do you also want to be thrown out with them?" After saying this, she ignored him and directly sat back at her seat. The bartender, scolded by the fish head girl, seemed to have received a great blessing. Even the act of wiping the glasses became cheerful. At this time, the audience in the Great Summer Country was shocked to discover. It turned out that this fish head girl was actually the most beautiful in the entire venue in their eyes. So, when the audience saw Jobai leading the rabbit-eared girl towards the dance floor, they wished they could slap themselves a few times. Damn, how could we doubt Brother Bai's decision? At this moment, Jobai wrapped his arm around the rabbit-eared girl's waist, completely unaware of the audience's psychological activities. His thought process for choosing this girl was quite simple. Instead of competing with others, it was much easier to pick someone no one else wanted. As for the bad temper, without a trigger, it naturally wouldn't explode. He believed he wouldn't easily make a girl angry. In the dance floor, cheerful music started playing. Jobai brought the rabbit-eared girl around the stage, stepping lightly to the rhythm. The rabbit-eared girl kept her head down the entire time, completely too shy to look at Joe Bai. After one dance, Joe Bai put her hand down. The girl stood there, still with her head down, showing no intention of leaving. Joe Bai was a bit confused but also didn't dare to leave carelessly, so he just stood there waiting. Then, he heard the girl quietly asking, "Why did you choose to invite me? I am clearly the ugliest girl in this tavern." "Huh?" Joe Bai couldn't believe what he just heard. "You are clearly the most beautiful girl in this tavern." Joe Bai's shock was real, and his words were sincere. He still didn't realize that the people in this copy had a different aesthetic. Upon hearing Joe Bai's words, the girl lowered her head even more. Then, Joe Bai heard the system's prompt sound in his mind. Detected the horror tavern owner's goodwill towards the host +20. Gives the host one chance to mark an error. The first rule of the horror tavern for customers is wrong. Joe Bai was bombarded by this sudden message, feeling a bit dazed. What? This rabbit-eared girl is the horror tavern's owner? What? The first rule is wrong? That's troublesome, because the first rule states the time for entering the tavern. If this rule has an error, then every second standing in the tavern could mean danger. Chapter 61, Different Colors of Alcohol. The tavern owner, after hearing Joe Bai's words, buried her head lower and then quickly turned and ran away. Joe Bai stood alone on the dance floor, picked up his phone to check the time. It was now 2:15 a.m. The first rule of the horror tavern for customers. Tavern business hours are from 23 to 4:44, be careful not to arrive early or leave late. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. This rule is wrong, which means the horror tavern's business hours may not be 23 to 4:44. So what are the correct business hours? As Joe Bai thought of this, he suddenly felt that the air in the entire tavern was permeated with a sense of danger. He hurriedly calmed himself down and recalled the customer rules posted at the tavern entrance. The rules stated that the gentleman's time in the tavern is from 2 to 3 o'clock. If the second rule is not wrong, at least it can be confirmed that entering the tavern during this time frame is safe. Thinking of this, Joe Bai finally regained some sense of safety. He put his phone away, left the dance floor, and sat back at his original spot. Across from the bar. The off-kilter bartender shook the cocktail shaker quickly while silently staring at Joe Bai. The green liquid in the cocktail shaker flickered with eerie light under the lighting. Then, Joe Bai saw the bartender pour the green liquid and push it in front of him. This cup is for you. The seventh rule of the horror tavern for customers. If the off-kilter bartender hands you a drink, please do not refuse. Although he felt a chill inside, Joe Bai still had to follow the rules, so he reached out to take the glass he was handed. He held the glass in his hand, shook it a couple of times, and looked at the green liquid inside. With a cautious mindset, he didn't rush to bring it to his lips. Instead, he turned to look around. Next to him, the glass on the empty seat had red liquid that was now half gone. Joe Bai glanced at it and then looked elsewhere. At this moment, the cat paw man sitting on Joe Bai's other side nudged him with his elbow and leaned closer to his ear. Hey, buddy. I just saw you dancing. But your dance partner. I have to say, you have quite a taste. After saying this, the cat paw man chuckled twice and gulped down the green liquid from his own glass. But you're still better than me. At least you have a dance partner, while I had to lose to that guy in a suit. Joe Bai's gaze fell on his glass, then followed his gaze to the opposite side. There, a man in a suit was holding a glass of orange drink, engaging in an enthusiastic conversation with a lady who had a beak. The cat paw man snorted and asked the bartender for another glass of green drink. Joe Bai's pupils suddenly shrank. Orange wine? He quickly took advantage of the cat-clawed man's request for more wine to scan the customers in the tavern and their wine glasses. After looking, his expression suddenly became serious. The wine in this tavern was indeed not simple. Those who were not contaminated held orange wine. Those who were contaminated held green wine. And the unseen it held red wine. As for why he had a glass of green wine, Joe Bai thought of this and became more vigilant of the tilted-head bartender. He still tilted his head, busy serving drinks to other customers, but he occasionally glanced over at Joe Bai. It seemed that if Joe Bai didn't drink the glass of wine in front of him, he would keep watching him. Rule number 6 of the Horror Tavern's Customer Code. This tavern offers free food and drinks, but remember not to waste. In other words, if Joe Bai didn't drink this glass of wine, he would violate the 6th rule. Joe Bai immediately felt that the glass of wine in his hand had become scalding hot. What should he do? The viewers in the Dasha Country live streaming room also noticed Joe Bai's dilemma. Some sharp-eyed viewers also saw the pattern of the drinks, so they started to worry for Joe Bai. Holding this green wine in his hand was a dilemma. Neither drinking nor not drinking was a good option. All the viewers anxiously waited for Joe Bai's response. At this moment, the cat-clawed man beside Joe Bai, heartbroken, vented all his anger on alcohol. He just received the wine in his hand and tilted his head back to drink it all. Then he waved to the bartender to order another glass. Jobai quickly stopped him. "Buddy. You're already drunk, you can't drink anymore." The cat-clawed man pushed his hand away. "No, I want to drink more. I just had a breakup, and you won't let me drink. It drives me crazy. Do you not see me as a brother?" Jobai didn't know how he suddenly got a brother for no reason. But seeing the opportunity, he smoothly pushed his glass of wine in front of the cat-clawed man. Okay. Good. Drink. I'll drink with you. Bartender, give me a glass of wine, make it orange." Hearing this, the cat-clawed man finally satisfiedly took Jobai's glass. "That's more like it. Good brother." The bartender got a glass of orange wine and looked at Jobai with a complicated expression. Jobai took the glass, clinked it with the cat-clawed man, then tilted his head back to drink. The spicy taste instantly rushed to his head. The cat-clawed man downed another glass and grabbed a cockroach that crawled over the table, swallowing it whole. Jobai wrinkled his brows in disgust. Turning his head, he picked up his phone to check the time again. The phone screen showed the current time was 2:35 a.m. He didn't dare to stay too long in the tavern. To be safe, he planned to leave before 3 a.m. There wasn't much time left, and he needed to quickly gather more useful information. The cat-clawed man drunkenly lay on the table, crying. Jobai glanced at him, helplessly stood up from his seat. He walked towards the inside of the tavern. Along the way, the waiter with a tray wove between the seats. From appearance, he seemed to be the most normal employee in the tavern. Jobai stopped him and asked, "Excuse me, where is the restroom?" The waiter stopped and looked at Jobai. Suddenly, he opened his mouth. Jobai only saw a black hole, with no tongue inside. The viewers who saw this were left in shock. Although this scene was not scary, the suddenness made it quite frightening. Ah. Ah ah. Ah 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 ah. The waiter gestured to Jobai, pointing in a direction. Following the direction he pointed, Jobai walked in. However, when he reached the end, he only saw a staircase. The restroom was on the second floor? Jobai thought this, then looked up to the front. Beside the stairs, there was a sign pointing upwards. The arrow on it was drawn with black ink. Jobai looked at the sign, watching it, when he noticed the black was slowly turning red, and red liquid began to flow out. Chapter 62 The Patroller in the Red Hat. Jobai stared at the flowing liquid, instantly feeling a chill run down his spine. "This customer, how did you get here?" A voice came from behind Jobai. Jobai turned around in astonishment. He saw the crooked-necked bartender, expressionless, holding a greasy platter of pork elbow behind him. "I came to find the restroom. The waiter told me it's here." Jobai replied to the bartender. The bartender's expression was flat, showing no surprise at the red liquid flowing from the sign. "The restroom is broken. You'd better not go up." The bartender coldly said this and walked away with the platter. Jobai looked back at the stairs. The tavern was lively, but the second floor, despite being lit, felt like a completely different world. Jobai did not take another step forward. He felt it was not the right time to take risks. He took out his phone to check the time again. It was now 2:42 a.m. He glanced around the tavern, finding no other useful information. So he decided to leave the tavern first. Jobai thought of this and walked back toward the bar. The crooked-necked bartender had placed the platter in front of a girl with a fish head. The fish head girl said something to the crooked-necked bartender, then angrily slammed her hand on the table. Suddenly, all the customers turned to look at them. Jobai was too far away to hear what they said. He only saw that after the fish head girl slammed the table, she angrily threw the platter to the ground. The plate shattered into pieces immediately. The shards cut the girl's hand, leaving a streak of blood. The surrounding customers looked at them with a suddenly more intense gaze. Blood was dripping slowly from the wound on the fish head girl's hand. Jobai looked at her wound, and suddenly his mind buzzed. He shook his head hard, trying to clear his head. But looking at that drop of blood, he couldn't help but feel dry-mouthed. The crooked-necked bartender hurriedly took out a handkerchief to cover the girl's wound. At that moment, Jobai felt his symptoms easing a bit. Something was wrong. Jobai quickly recalled everything he had done since entering the tavern. Alcohol? Or was it the operating hours? He couldn't figure out what the problem was. He had to quicken his pace and head toward the exit. Beside the bar, the cat-paw man was still lying on the table. As Jobai passed by him, he saw him alternately crying and laughing, then biting down on a plate on the table. Jobai looked across from him. There was the girl with the bird's beak still chatting with the suit man. The bird beak girl took the suit man's hand under the table. As she spoke, she brought his hand to her mouth and bit down hard. Jobai saw blood flowing from the corner of the girl's mouth. But the suit man still had a look of enjoyment on his face. Jobai felt a shiver down his spine. He quickened his pace towards the door. At that moment, several urgent whistles sounded from outside. Then Jobai saw a person wearing a red hat rush in with a stick. The fifth rule of the terrible tavern customer code. The management inside the tavern is very strict, and patrollers wearing red hats often appear. No matter what they do in the tavern, there's no need to be afraid. However, if you see them take out a black stick, please leave the tavern immediately. Jobai quickly glanced at the stick in his hand. Fortunately, the stick in that person's hand was red. Jobai stopped in his tracks, wanting to see what he came in for. So he turned around to look at him. In the next second, the tavern was filled with the sound of breaking porcelain, one after another. He swung the red stick and smashed it directly onto the wine glasses on the table. After smashing one table, he moved on to another. Soon, all the wine glasses in the tavern were shattered into pieces. Just moments ago, the scene of toasts and laughter had turned into a complete mess. In such a scene, the person wearing the red hat did not look like a patrolman. Instead, he resembled a thug causing trouble in a tavern. The clang sounds kept ringing out. Jobai felt like his head had been jolted to wakefulness by these sounds. The tavern owner with rabbit ears curled up in the corner. She didn't dare to poke her head out. And the tilted head bartender kept bending forward to apologize to the patrolman. It looked more like he was the owner of the tavern. The tilted head bartender finally managed to send the patrolman out the door. Jobai glanced at the time in his hand. It was exactly 3 a.m. So he followed behind the patrolman and walked out of the tavern. Behind him, the lucky cat waved its arm and said to him, "Welcome to visit again next time." Jobai looked up at the sky. The round moon still hung brightly in the sky. Across from the tavern, there was a hotel. This hotel was specially prepared for the chosen ones as a resting area for this instance. As long as the chosen ones did not choose to enter the tavern, they could stay in the resting area. The street outside the tavern was unusually quiet. It was completely different from the lively scene inside the tavern. After Jobai left the tavern, he walked into the resting area and found his own room there. His room window was right across from the tavern's entrance. So, he sat by the window, looking far away at the tavern. After Jobai left, the customers in the tavern also left one after another. Jobai took out his phone and looked at the time on the screen. Until 5 o'clock, the lights in the tavern had still not turned off. Later, Jobai really couldn't hold on anymore, so he lay on the windowsill and fell asleep. The audience in the Dasha Kingdom live broadcast room felt a bit heartbroken seeing Jobai work so hard. Is Jobai confirming the tavern's opening hours? Does he think this rule might be wrong? I heard that the chosen one from the Iron Tower Kingdom, like Jobai, chose the rabbit ear beauty, so he wasn't thrown out. But just now, he died for no reason. I wonder which rule he broke. Yes, it's really scary. Being cautious is definitely the right choice. Many viewers couldn't stay up any longer and went to sleep. In the live broadcast room, only a few viewers remained glued to the screen. However, the longer these viewers watched, the more puzzled they felt. Because the sky in the real world was starting to brighten, but the moon outside Jobai's window was still hanging high in the sky. Is there no daytime in this instance? This guess arose in the viewers' minds. At this moment, Jobai stretched his hand and woke up from his dreams. He squinted at the moon in the sky. Then he took out his phone from his body. When he saw the time on the screen, his eyes widened instantly. The screen on Jobai's phone showed that the current time was 10 a.m. But outside the window, the round moon was still hanging high. Jobai couldn't believe it and looked at his phone again. That's right, it was indeed 10 a.m. Is there no daytime in this instance? Is the phone broken? Or is something wrong with his mind? Jobai's first reaction was to list all the possibilities. Meanwhile, the experts of the Dasha Kingdom analysis team were urgently holding a meeting to discuss this issue. There's been documentation in our Ghost Stories archives about instances without daytime. This kind of copy usually appears alongside time chaos. At this time, the most important thing for the chosen one is to clarify the correct time. Let's use one hint opportunity first. Tell Jobai the time in the real world, so he can have one more reference. The other experts agreed with this proposal. Soon, Jobai received the information sent by the analysis team in his mind. After receiving the information, Jobai picked up his phone and checked the time again. The time displayed on the phone was completely consistent with the time sent by the expert group. Therefore, the last two hypotheses could be ruled out. However, whether the time in this copy was consistent with the time in the real world still needed to be verified. Jobai looked out the window again. The street outside was even quieter than when he saw it last night. There were almost no pedestrians on the road. Only a limping old man was wandering back and forth around the tavern. Jobai had lunch in the leisure area and then sat by the window in the room, looking at the tavern. During this process, there were no other pedestrians on the street. It was not until his phone showed 2:30 p.m. that he saw a garbage truck stop behind the tavern. From a distance, Jobai saw someone carrying several bags of garbage out of the tavern and throwing them onto the truck. Then the garbage truck turned around and went back the same way. At this moment, Jobai realized that the tavern actually had a back door. Once the garbage truck drove away, Jobai walked out of the leisure area. He came to the back door of the tavern. Then, he saw a set of rules posted on the back door. Rules for the back door of the horror tavern. 1. The working hours of tavern staff are from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. Please try to arrive early and leave late. 2. The garbage truck can come at any time to collect garbage. The tavern owner will personally take out the garbage. If the garbage truck waits at the door for 5 minutes and the owner hasn't come out, it means there is no garbage to throw today. Just leave. 3. Ingredients supplied to the tavern must arrive before 11 p.m. Each time ingredients are delivered, the delivery person must check the time with the chef. If the times do not match, please leave immediately, otherwise the tavern cannot promise not to use violence. 4. Tavern staff must enter through the back door. Everyone must first identify how many fingers the owner shows you before work each day. If you answer incorrectly, you must rest for a day. 5. Outside the tavern, there is an old man who keeps wandering. No matter what he says, do not believe him. He is just a madman. 6. When a patroller wearing a red hat enters, no one is allowed to leave the tavern, especially when he is holding a black baton. 7. Invitations to the second floor are uniformly placed with the bartender. He has the distribution rights for the invitations. 8. Please remember, the moon is always round. The sun only exists in myths, you cannot see it. After reading all the rules, the voice of the system echoed in Jobai's mind. Detected that the host has obtained new rules. Now marking one incorrect rule for the host. The 8th rule of the horror tavern backdoor is incorrect. After hearing the information provided by the system, Jobai looked up at the sky. He felt that the moon was uncomfortably round. He shrank his neck, wrapped himself tighter, and then read the rules repeatedly. After confirming he had memorized all the rules in his mind, he left the back door. On the way back to the leisure area, the limping old man happened to pass by Jobai. He kept murmuring to himself. It's 5 o'clock. The old lady should be off work to cook. It's 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Jobai's heart tightened immediately. 5 o'clock? He hurriedly checked the time on his phone, it clearly showed 3 in the afternoon. When he turned his head to look again, the limping old man had already walked far away in the opposite direction. Jobai felt that this scene was truly strange, so he quickened his pace and walked back to the leisure area. When Jobai's phone screen displayed the time as 11 p.m., the street gradually started to become lively. Other chosen ones from different countries timed it perfectly and entered the terrifying tavern right on schedule. Jobai, however, stared at the tavern door, watching the patrons come and go, furrowing his brow in frustration. The viewers in the Dasha Kingdom's livestream saw Jobai like this and were somewhat puzzled. Why is Jobai still lingering when the other chosen ones have already entered the tavern? I feel like Jobai is being a bit too cautious for this scenario. Could it be that he returned to the real world and lost his fighting spirit? The audience was confused, and Jobai was equally perplexed. When the phone displayed 11 p.m., the tavern hung out the open sign right on time. This was consistent with the first rule of the terrifying tavern that specified the opening hours. Could it be that the closing hour was wrong? Although Jobai had been staring at the terrifying tavern across the street since returning last night, he still could not determine when the tavern closed for business. Thinking of this, Jobai sighed. After realizing that the first rule he learned was incorrect, he indeed became somewhat timid. The task of clearing this level required finding a blue handgun. Jobai had looked at many places in the tavern's first-floor hall yesterday. Almost none of the spots were suitable for hiding things. So this time, he set his sights on the second floor of the tavern. But how could he obtain the invitation from the crooked-headed bartender? Jobai had not thought of a good plan yet. So, he decided to enter the tavern and figure it out from there. Jobai stood up from the chair by the window and walked towards the tavern. Welcome! The lucky cat squatting outside the door still cheerfully welcomed every customer. Jobai walked to the bar and sat down in the same seat as last night. The crooked-headed bartender glanced at Jobai. Then quickly shook his cocktail shaker. Next, he poured out a glass of orange liquor and handed it to Jobai. Jobai took the glass and placed it in front of him. Now, even this glass of orange liquor, Jobai did not dare to drink easily. He looked around. Jobai arrived early today, so there were not many customers in the tavern. That fish-head girl actually came quite early and was still sitting alone by the window. From time to time, boys came over with drinks, trying to sit next to her. but she yelled at them in annoyance, driving them away. The crooked-headed bartender silently wiped the glass in his hands. But his gaze occasionally sneakily fell on the fish-head girl. Jobai saw the scene and leaned closer to the bartender with a smile, asking, "Do you like her?" The bartender became flustered and almost broke the glass in his hand. She is so beautiful, isn't it normal to like her?" Jobai broke into a cold sweat. So it turns out the people in this world have such heavy tastes? He turned to look at the fish-head girl. Laughing to himself, he thought that this actually gave him an opportunity to break through the crooked-headed bartender. Seeing Jobai looking at the fish-head girl, the crooked-headed bartender warned him. "Pretty girls aren't easy to pursue, be careful you don't get thrown out of the tavern." Jobai found it amusing. Ignoring him, he continued to look in the direction of the girl. He saw that the fish-head girl was sitting sideways to the bar. In front of her was a glass of green liquor, and no other food was placed there. Jobai stared at her for quite some time but felt increasingly uneasy. The position she was sitting in was one where the crooked-headed bartender could almost see her with just a glance. Moreover, although the fish-head girl was sitting sideways to the bar, Jobai felt that her gaze seemed to always be directed this way. More specifically, it should be aimed at the tilted-head bartender standing opposite Jobai. After Jobai discovered this secret, he couldn't help but lower his head and laugh. The tilted-head bartender shot Jobai an angry glare. "Do you also want to think of her?" Jobai wouldn't dare to think this way and hurriedly waved his hand at him. No. I certainly wouldn't dare to think this way." Jobai sat in his seat, occasionally tapping his finger on the glass before him, thinking about how to connect this red thread. At that moment, a furry paw suddenly landed on Jobai's shoulder. He turned his head to see a face with 6 whiskers leaning close to him. "Hey, brother. Why did you come so early today?" The cat paw man finished speaking and sat down next to Jobai. Then he shouted at the bartender, "Serve the drinks." The tilted-head bartender responded and quickly handed over a glass of green liquid, placing it before him. The cat paw man grabbed the glass and boldly clinked it against Jobai's glass. "Come on, brother, drink with me." After saying that, he downed the drink in his hand in one go. Then he turned to Jobai. "What's wrong? Brother, why aren't you drinking?" At that moment, Jobai really didn't want to acknowledge this cheap brother. However, that tilted-head bartender suddenly stopped what he was doing and also looked at Jobai. Jobai immediately felt a chill run down his back. He picked up the glass, brought it to his lips, and took a sip, only then did they both retract their gazes. Outside the tavern, the beak girl leaned against the shoulder of the suited man, and the two walked in together. The cat paw man huffed in anger and then turned his head away. "Hurry! Serve another drink." The two passed by Jobai, and from the corner of his eye, he clearly saw that the suited man's wound from the night before was now covered with a layer of feathers. Soon, it was time for the tavern's gentleman hour again. The tilted-head bartender rang the bell placed in front of him. Ding! 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 Now it is the tavern's gentleman hour. "Gentlemen present, please rise and invite a lady to dance with you." Jobai hurriedly lowered his head to check his phone screen. The time displayed was exactly 2 o'clock in the morning. This meant that the time in the tavern was consistent with the real world. So, what was the matter with the time that the old man with the limp mentioned? Could he really be a madman? Jobai glanced over at the beak girl. As soon as the bartender announced this news, a swarm of boys immediately crowded around her. The cat paw man, drunk, rose up to find another target. Seeing him walk away, Jobai leaned closer to the bartender and said, "Aren't you going to invite her?" The bartender quickly lowered his eyes, looking awkward. "I don't think so. She won't accept me. She has so many choices." Jobai glanced at the chaotic surroundings and leaned closer to the bartender's ear, whispering a few words. The bartender's eyes widened in surprise at first. Then he solemnly nodded at Jobai. Seeing the bartender agree with his suggestion, Jobai turned and walked towards the beak girl. In the corner of the tavern. The tavern owner's wife was sitting in the corner with drooping ears. Whenever there was a sound passing by her, her ears would perk up slightly. But in the end, they still drooped down in disappointment. On the other side, Jobai rolled up his sleeves while pushing aside the men surrounding the beak girl. The viewers in the Dasha Country live stream all widened their eyes at this scene. Is Jobai crazy? His dance partner tonight is the beak girl? Why choose this fierce beak lady instead of the beautiful and gentle rabbit ear lady? Other countries used hints this time. Except for Jobai, all other chosen ones went to pick the rabbit ear lady. It's over, Jobai is probably going to be thrown out of the tavern. In the live broadcast, Jobai, with his strength boosted by 200%, pushed all the men surrounding the fish head girl aside. Jobai's courage scared away many men. But still some relentless ones continued to rush forward one after another. Jobai finally managed to shake off these men and awkwardly approached the fish head girl. The fish head girl glanced at Jobai with irritation. She shouted, "It's so noisy, I will not dance with you." After saying that, she reached out to grab Jobai. The audience in the Dasha live room all shook their heads and sighed. It's over, he's about to be thrown out. Then, they saw Jobai block the fish head girl's hand. He shouted loudly, "No. No. It's not me who wants to invite you to dance. It's him. He hired me to help chase away the people around you." After saying that, Jobai quickly pointed to the tilted bartender at the bar. So, almost everyone's gaze in the tavern turned toward him. The fish head girl froze for a moment, then shook Jobai's hand off and walked towards the bar. With each step she took, the whole tavern trembled. And the tilted bartender's heart also skipped a beat. Chapter 65, The Underground Wine Cellar of the Tavern. You want to invite me? The fish head girl reached the tilted bartender's front. The tilted bartender tightened the wine glass in his hand and nodded nervously. Yes. But, if you... The tilted bartender hadn't finished speaking when he was pulled out by the fish head girl from behind the bar. Let's go, dance. Oh. Ha. The tilted bartender hadn't reacted yet when the fish head girl dragged him away. He panicked, not knowing where to place his wine glass. Then came the sound of clink, his wine glass fell behind them. In the center of the dance floor. The fish head girl spun around with the tilted bartender, again and again. The tilted bartender felt dizzy, as if he was in a dream. And the other men around cast envious and jealous glances at the tilted bartender. Jobai stood by the dance floor, watching their dancing steps, calculating when it would be appropriate to find the tilted bartender to collect the reward. At this moment, he looked at the time and suddenly realized it was already 2:45 in the morning. This meant he had to actively invite a dance partner in the next 15 minutes to not violate the rules. He turned to look around and discovered that all the girls on site already had their own dance partners. This was a bit troublesome. Should he directly interrupt someone? Or just leave? While Jobai was struggling with what to do, the rabbit-eared tavern owner walked out from the corner. She hung her head, quietly distancing herself from the crowd. Jobai's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly chased after her. He saw the tavern owner weave through the crowd, walk to the back of the tavern, and then disappear. Jobai followed behind her, reaching the end where he found himself at the stairs that had appeared yesterday. However, the stairs that should have led to the second floor had now vanished. Instead, there was a staircase extending downwards. The sign was still hanging in its original position. However, it was a black sign, and now it pointed downwards. Jobai stood at the edge of the stairs, looking down. The Dasha live room camera followed Jobai's view, showing a dark scene. Warning, high energy ahead. Family, I have a feeling that our brother Bai is about to go down. No need to have a feeling, from what I know of brother Bai, it looks like such a safe place, he will definitely go down to take a look. Wait, let me wrap my little blanket tightly first. In the live broadcast, Jobai did not disappoint the audience. After hesitating for just 2 seconds on the stairs, he walked downwards. The place where the tavern owner went down. The task for this mission is to find a blue pistol. So, Jobai must find a way to search every corner of the tavern. Thus, he walked down the stairs. The further down he went, the less light he could see ahead. When he was almost at the bottom of the hallway, he noticed a piece of paper on the wall beside him. Using the little light that remained, Jobai leaned closer to the paper to carefully decipher the contents. Ground, below, wine, cellar. It's another new rule. Jobai immediately focused all his attention and carefully read what was written above. Rules of the underground wine cellar. 1. Only the tavern owner can open the wine cellar. 2. The waiters must wait at the wine cellar exit every day before finishing work. They help the owner carry the wine to the bar. 3. The humans in this town need happiness. Let them drink more wine, and they will gain happiness. So, do not be stingy with the hidden wine in the cellar. 4. Remember, when taking orange wine, close your left eye. When taking green wine, close your right eye. When taking red wine, close both eyes. 5. Inside the wine cellar, there is only one candle for lighting. It will never go out. If you see it extinguished, please immediately notify everyone and leave the tavern at once. 6. The wine cellar fears sharp objects the most. If someone is holding one, please stop them immediately. Otherwise, something terrifying will happen. 7. If you see floating dark shadows or balloons suspended in the air after entering the wine cellar, do not be afraid. These are illusions. Once you leave the wine cellar, everything will return to normal. 8. Please remember, this wine cellar is very important. Please protect it well. After Jobai read all the information, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has obtained new rules. now marking one incorrect rule for the host. The third rule of the underground wine cellar is incorrect. Jobai looked at the incorrect rule upon hearing the system's prompt. The humans here need happiness. Let them drink more wine, and they will gain happiness. So, do not be stingy with the hidden wine in the cellar. Could it be that people cannot drink more wine? Drinking cannot bring happiness? Or is it that a certain amount of hidden wine needs to be preserved in the cellar? The information really is not precise. Jobai silently complained in his heart. Recalling how wild those customers were last night, at least one thing could be certain: the wine in the tavern was definitely problematic. He simply summarized in his mind, then read the rules posted on the wall several times to ensure he memorized them well before continuing down. As he stepped down the last stair, the light from the first floor completely vanished. Only the candle in the cellar provided him with a little light. Aside from that, there was no illumination at all. He slowly walked inside. The wine cellar was airtight, but the candle flickered, causing the light to dim and brighten in front of Jobai. He looked around. First, he needed to determine the location of the tavern owner. So, he continued walking further inside. The wine cellar was not small, nearly as large as the first floor of the tavern. He walked along a row of wine cabinets. Then he saw a figure at the end of the wine cabinets, facing the wall. A slender silhouette with long ears hanging down behind. It was indeed the tavern owner, without a doubt. Jobai quickly walked a few steps to get behind her. The tavern owner sensed someone approaching from behind and softly said, "What are you doing here?" At this time, the clock on his phone showed it was 2:58 in the morning. Jobai did not forget the purpose of pursuing her at first. So he said, "I came to invite you to dance with me." As soon as Jobai finished speaking, clatter! Something fell from the tavern owner's hand. Jobai looked down at the ground. There on the floor lay a sharp pair of scissors. Rule number 6 of the underground wine cellar. Inside the wine cellar, sharp objects are the most feared. If someone is holding one, please stop them immediately. Otherwise, something terrible will happen. Jobai's pupils suddenly contracted. What on earth was she trying to do just now? Chapter 66, The Phantom Bubble in the Middle of the Wine Cellar. The owner slowly turned her head. What appeared before the audience was still her beautiful face. What a pity, such a face, why does it appear in a world lacking aesthetic? I think she's about to fall into depression. Whoa. She just looked like she wanted to hurt herself. So pitiful, such a beautiful face, why is there no one appreciating her in her world? I'm already starting to feel sorry for her. Beauty is justice. In the live streaming room of Dasha Country, all comments are filled with sympathy for the owner. Yet, I wonder if she would still get the viewer's sympathy without that face? In the live stream, the owner turned back and gave Jobai a faint smile. Thank you. But now we should go back, it's probably too late for the last dance. Jobai nodded in acknowledgement. After all, he only came to complete a task, not really wanting to dance. Once again, silence fell around. While Jobai was pondering how to discreetly search the wine cellar, the candle behind him suddenly swayed and then became a bit brighter. The candlelight flickered. In an instant, it illuminated the owner's face and the floating balloon above her head. Jobai couldn't help but look up. That balloon was quite different from the one seen usually. Jobai felt that calling it a floating phantom bubble might be more fitting. He remembered the scissors the owner had just held. Could it be that she wanted to pop this bubble? But what did this bubble represent? The owner noticed Jobai's inquisitive gaze lingering over her head. Her expression instantly grew unnatural. I'll go out now. You should go out too. The wine cellar doesn't serve customers. After saying that, the owner squatted down. She picked up the scissors from the floor and carefully tucked them into her pocket. Then she signaled Jobai to go up with her. Other countries' undercover agents in the livestream quickly reported this news upon seeing Jobai unlock a new place. Thus, most of the chosen ones from various countries knew that they could enter the underground wine cellar through the owner. Moreover, some eager chosen ones planned to think of ways to get into the wine cellar as soon as possible. The scene returned to Jobai. Jobai reluctantly glanced back at the wine cellar but ultimately didn't refuse the owner's suggestion. He could only follow her to the hall on the first floor. At this point, it was already 3:05 in the morning. Jobai glanced around, looking at the drinkers sitting on the first floor. He saw the catpaw man had changed seats, now next to a girl with 2 wings. The girl flapped her wings, unable to grab the wine glass on the table. He used his claws to lift the glass and offered it to her mouth. With his other claw, he happily grabbed a worm that crawled across the table and put it into his own mouth. Jobai couldn't help but frown and shake his head, then looked to the other side. Last night's suit man and birdbeak girl were still sitting in their original spots. The two held hands and chatted happily. But before long, the suit man's hand was again brought to the birdbeak girl's mouth. She bit down hard, creating a deeper and larger wound than yesterday. As for the bar counter side, the fishhead girl had taken Jobai's original spot. Propping her chin up, she had sweet eye contact with the tilting-headed bartender. However, in the previous second, she was smiling sweetly, and in the next second, she violently slammed the plate in front of her. Fell to the ground. Jobai glanced at the state of these people, confirming that the tavern had once again entered a chaotic time. So he couldn't help but wrap his clothes tighter and plan to leave this place quickly. At that moment, a sharp whistle sounded outside the tavern once more. The patroller wearing a red hat, holding a red baton, rushed in again. The red baton slammed harshly onto the table. Fragments of various porcelain scattered across the surface. The drinkers all stopped their movements, staring blankly at the patroller. The tavern owner's wife, frightened, covered her ears tightly. He's come again, he's come again. Why is he coming again? Why has he been coming here often lately? Jobai noticed the information in the tavern owner's wife's words and hurriedly asked, he has only been coming frequently lately? The tavern owner's wife crouched down in fear, yes, for more than half a month. He didn't used to do this, now he comes every day. More than half a month? So this tavern must have experienced some change more than half a month ago. Jobai wanted to ask more, but the tavern owner's wife had already curled up in fear in the corner. The awkward-headed bartender also kept bowing and apologizing to the patroller. Then the patroller walked back out the door. Seeing that it was almost time, Jobai also walked out of the tavern. Welcome back again. Behind him was still the farewell voice of the lucky cat. Jobai looked at the moon in the sky and then lowered his head to walk into the resting area across from the tavern. He rested against the window. Customers came out one after another from the tavern's main entrance. After 5:20, some employees began to get off work from the back door of the tavern. The mute waiter, the awkward-headed bartender, the lucky cat, and a chubby chef he had never seen before. All walked out from the back door at different times. Except for the tavern owner's wife, all the employees of the tavern had finished their shifts. Only then did Jobai collapse on his bed and fall asleep. In this sleep, Jobai slept for a full 10 hours. When he finally sat up from bed around 4 in the afternoon. First, he picked up his phone to check the time, then he went out to eat. After finishing his meal, he looked out the window toward the direction of the tavern. Nearby the tavern, the old man with a limp was still wandering outside. Jobai thought for a moment and decided to go out and take a look. It's 6 in the afternoon. The old lady should have dinner ready. 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Jobai picked up his phone. The time displayed was clearly 4:45 in the afternoon. Yesterday, he said it was 5 o'clock, and his phone had shown 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Today, he said it was 6 o'clock, but the phone displayed 4:45 in the afternoon. There didn't seem to be any pattern to it. Seeing the old man with a limp acting foolishly, Jobai wanted to talk to him, but he only ever repeated that one phrase. Unable to get anything out, Jobai turned around and walked back to his room. He planned to come back to see again at the same time tomorrow. Jobai waited in the resting area until 11 at night, seeing the tavern hanging the open sign. Only then did he slowly cross the street and walk into the tavern. This time, the fish-head girl had already taken a seat early at the bar in the spot Jobai had always occupied before. Jobai glanced at her, helplessly smiled, and then sat down at a window seat. Chapter 67 The hint given by the waiter. Jobai sat by the window and turned his head to look at the bar. The awkward-headed bartender and the fish-head girl were chatting happily, and Jobai couldn't find a chance to ask for his reward for a while. So he looked inside the tavern, trying to find the tavern owner's wife's position to collect more information about the underground cellar. Just as Jobai leaned in to look inside, the mute waiter appeared beside him with a plate. He took a glass of orange wine and placed it in front of Jobai. Jobai frowned at the glass, ready to find a reason to refuse it. But then he saw the waiter wave at him. Jobai looked at him in confusion. He saw the waiter sneakily glance around, confirming that no one was paying attention before quietly placing a piece of paper in front of Jobai. After placing it down, the waiter acted as if nothing happened and continued serving drinks to other customers. This series of actions left Jobai dumbfounded. Passing a note to him secretly? What was he trying to do? Jobai picked up the note with curiosity, and saw a crooked line written on it. Drinking more than 3 glasses will cause you to have cognitive errors. Although the content was brief, the information was explosive. Experts from the analysis team of the Great Xia Kingdom widened their eyes upon reading the note. In the world of supernatural tales, it's rare for NPCs to actively relay information to players. Had Jobai unintentionally triggered something? Or did the waiter have some personal interest that linked him to Jobai? The experts recalled that for the past 2 nights, customers in the tavern started behaving abnormally in the deep night. With the customers exhibiting such states, it was hard not to believe the content of the note 9 out of 10. Today was Jobai's third time entering the horror tavern. To complete this level, he needed to enter the tavern a total of 7 times. This meant they were nearing the halfway point of the game. In the first 2 rounds of the tavern, half of the chosen ones from other countries had already been eliminated. With Jobai's outstanding performances in previous rounds, he naturally drew attention from other countries. Particularly since he had inexplicably received the waiter's note, which made other countries burn with jealousy. Among the remaining survivors, only Jobai had secured the waiter's note. Countries still holding hint opportunities quickly notified their chosen ones about this news. As a result, most countries consumed another hint opportunity. In the live broadcast, Jobai finished reading the content and tucked the note away. He wasn't sure if this note counted as a rule. There was only one line, and no system prompt sounded in his mind. So, his thought was to verify the accuracy of the note's content first. This way, he could at least determine if this quiet waiter was an enemy or a friend. At the entrance of the tavern, the welcoming voice of the fortune cat echoed warmly. Jobai turned to see Cat Claw Man walking in from the doorway. He waved at him, calling out, "Hey, brother. Come sit here." Cat Claw Man showed a puzzled expression seeing Jobai in a different position today. However, when he looked at the bar, he couldn't help but laugh. Fish Head Girl occupied 2 seats by herself, taking both the spots of Cat Claw Man and Jobai. So, he walked over to Jobai with a smile. As he passed by the bar, he couldn't help but give the crooked-head bartender a cheeky grin. The crooked-head bartender shot him a fierce glare, but he didn't mind. He let out a big laugh and sat down opposite Jobai. "Brother, why didn't I see you dancing last night? Did you not get lucky with the ladies?" Let me tell you, last night Once Cat Claw Man sat down, he excitedly started sharing his achievements from the previous night with Jobai. While listening, Jobai occasionally glanced out the window, casually grabbing a cockroach that crawled by and offering it to Cat Claw Man. "Ugh, that's so disgusting. Throw it away, it's gross." Jobai released the cockroach, and it immediately fluttered past Cat Claw Man's face. Cat Claw Man couldn't help but shiver. Jobai looked at him and smiled, asking, "Don't you like eating these? They taste pretty good." Cat Claw Man immediately showed a look of disgust. "Disgusting, I didn't expect you to have such strong tastes not only for girls but also for food." Jobai picked up a paper towel from the table, wiped his hands, and smiled, not wanting to continue discussing the issue with him. The silent waiter walked past them and placed a plate of peanuts and a plate of sunflower seeds on the table. Then, in front of the clawed man, he placed a glass of green liquor. The clawed man grabbed the glass and downed it in one gulp. Holding the empty glass, he shook it in front of the waiter, signaling him to refill it, and then grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds to crack open. "Bro, I gotta say, you actually hooked up with such a stunning beauty as a bartender. And even gave up your spot for them, what's that about? That bartender, he's really cunning. Be careful not to get fooled by him, you don't even know." The audience in the Dasha livestream went wild with nods at what the clawed man said. Exactly. That crooked bartender looks like he's up to no good. White brother, I hope you don't get tricked by this bartender. This clawed man seems to be a regular at the tavern. Maybe he knows some insider info? Jobai mentioned yesterday that he had made a deal with the bartender to help him out. But now, seeing that he still hadn't received an invitation letter, the audience was a bit worried. After stepping on the crooked bartender with his words, the clawed man leaned closer to Jobai. "Next time there's something good like this, save it for me." He. Jobai couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. "What are you thinking? Didn't you already find a partner yesterday?" Hearing this, the clawed man immediately cheered up. Since we're on this topic, I have to tell you properly." As the clawed man spoke, he downed another glass of liquor. The peanuts and sunflower seeds on the table were already half-eaten by him. The waiter saw his glass was empty and quickly brought him a third glass of liquor. Jobai stared at the liquor on the table. He could barely hear the clawed man's rambling words. The clawed man didn't notice Jobai's unusual expression. He picked up the glass and downed it again. A third glass of liquor. Jobai chanted silently in his mind. Then he looked at the table. The sunflower seeds and peanuts were almost gone. The clawed man put his claw on the remaining peanut, scrunched his lips, and then threw the peanut on the floor. Jobai looked toward the window, reached out, and caught a hapless cockroach that happened to pass by. He handed it to the clawed man. The clawed man reached out to take it and said, "Thanks." Then he popped it into his mouth and chewed it with delight. Seeing this scene, Jobai felt a wave of cold horror spread throughout his body. Chapter 68 Do not go to the second floor. The clawed man's actions were all witnessed by the audience. The audience also realized that Jobai had intentionally verified the accuracy of the note. Seeing this result, the entire Dasha live stream room became excited. Verified, verified. The content of the waiter's note is correct. It seems this waiter is here to help Joe Bai. Awesome. He gained a teammate. Joe Bai has taken another step toward advancing. Joe Bai watched the clawed man eat the cockroach, confirming that drinking 3 glasses of liquor could indeed lead to a distorted perception. This symptom should manifest as seeing edible food as non-edible things, while mistaking inedible things as food. Joe Bai recalled how the late-night drinkers often looked somewhat deranged, feeling a chilling dread instantly. What would happen if they continued to get drunk? What would the tavern turn into? Joe Bai couldn't bear to believe it. However, he still had doubts in his heart about why the waiter chose to tell him this information. Sounds of customers entering the tavern again came from the door. Upon hearing the sound, the clawed man quickly peeked over. Tonight, since he sat down, he had already lost count of how many times he had looked toward the door. Unfortunately, each time brought only disappointment. Fortunately this time, he finally saw the person he wanted to meet at the door. The girl with wings appeared, and he immediately ran towards her, shaking off Joe Bai. Joe Bai shook his head helplessly. He swirled the orange liquid in his hand and took a small sip. Then he looked up ahead. In front of Joe Bai, a drinker at the table was taking a wineglass from the waiter. After the waiter delivered the drinks, they walked towards Joe Bai. As they passed by Joe Bai, they quietly threw a note onto his table. Another note? What does this waiter want to do? Joe Bai suspiciously picked up the note and saw a few crooked words written on it. Don't go to the second floor. The second floor? Joe Bai remembered the invitation he was about to receive. As the audience in the livestream looked at the crooked-headed bartender, they suddenly felt he had become ugly. The 7th rule of the terrible tavern's back door. Invitations to the second floor are kept with the bartender. He has the distribution rights to the invitations. From this rule, it was clear that the crooked-headed bartender was tightly bound to the second floor. And the tongueless waiter said not to go to the second floor. Is there danger on the second floor? Then, does that mean the bartender, who holds the invitation distribution rights to the second floor, is also untrustworthy? The waiter was stopping Joe Bai from going to the second floor. There was obviously a contradiction between these two people. Joe Bai hesitated, unsure of whom to trust. He thought for a moment, decided to stand up from his seat, and walked towards the stairs. This time the staircase appeared to lead to the second floor. Next to the stairs, the sign pointing upwards was still slowly dripping red liquid. This scene didn't look like a normal place at all. In horror movies, the cannon fodder that dares to go to places like this usually meets their end quickly. Joe Bai turned around. And that waiter was quietly standing right behind him. The audience was so scared they nearly smashed through the screen. I said, can we not switch Joe Bai's perspective next time? We can't compare with Joe Bai. Please consider the audience's heart tolerance. However, the viewers did not know that Joe Bai was also quite frightened. Fortunately, he appeared calm on the surface. Why are you following me? There was no one else around. The waiter opened their mouth and gestured nonstop. Joe Bai was puzzled. Fortunately, the waiter quickly reacted. They took out a note, wrote a new line of words crookedly, and handed it to Joe Bai. Joe Bai took it and looked. The thing you want is in the underground wine cellar. He was suddenly shocked in his heart. This waiter knew what he was looking for and even told him where it was. An S-level pass directly served on a plate? Wasn't this a bit too easy? The audience in the livestream of Daxia Country saw the content on the note and couldn't help but get excited. As for the other undercover agents lurking in the Daxia Country livestream, they quickly reported this news. In the livestream picture, the waiter saw Joe Bai reading the note and felt relieved, returning to their work position. Joe Bai walked back to his seat, filled with questions. Soon, it was time for the gentleman in the tavern. The crooked-headed bartender rang the bell placed before him. Ding! 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 Now it's the gentleman's time in this tavern. Please, all gentlemen present, stand up and invite a lady to dance with you. As soon as the crooked-headed bartender finished speaking, the girl with the fish head was immediately surrounded by boys. Fortunately, the girl with the fish head was strong enough. With a wave of her arms, several boys around her were knocked down. She looked at the crooked-headed bartender. The crooked-headed bartender subtly made an invitation gesture towards her. Then he was immediately pulled out from the bar by her. The two appeared together in the center of the dance floor. Joe Bai did not get up to invite his dance partner, but looked towards the dance floor. The tilted-head bartender snuggled against the fish-headed girl's shoulder. The cat-paw man wrapped his arms around the winged girl's waist. The suited man, meanwhile, had even more feathers sprouting from his hands, but he still danced blissfully with the bird-beaked girl. Jobai gazed at the couples in the dance floor, lost in his thoughts, so he did not immediately invite his dance partner. The tavern owner with rabbit ears was still hiding in the corner as usual. Not a single guy in the entire venue dared to invite her to dance. In the dance floor, a song finished. The couples within walked out of the dance floor to take a short rest, waiting for the second song to begin. At this moment, Jobai walked towards the corner where the tavern owner was, intending to invite her to dance to the second song. If possible, he also wanted her to take him to the underground wine cellar to find that blue pistol. On the other side, after the tilted-head bartender returned the fish-headed girl to her seat, he also walked towards Jobai. Just as Jobai was about to reach the tavern owner, he was stopped in advance by the tilted-head bartender. Jobai looked back at him in confusion. "I'm here to fulfill my promise." The tilted-head bartender took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it to Jobai. "Thank you for letting me know she actually likes me too. This is what we agreed upon last time. I've brought it for you." Jobai looked at the golden-edged invitation handed to him. He felt that the golden light on it seemed particularly glaring at this moment. Jobai hesitated for a moment, but in the end, accepted the invitation from the tilted-head bartender. Second floor invitation. Entry time every night at 10:30. Please arrive on time, latecomers will not be admitted. Jobai looked at the time indicated on it. 10:30? But the tavern opens at 11 o'clock. This entry time does not fall within the tavern's business hours. Could it be that the first rule of the horror tavern's customer code has an error right here? The audience in the Dasha Kingdom's livestream did not know that there was an error in the first rule of the customer code. So when they saw the entry time for the second floor, everyone exploded in excitement. This contradicts the first rule of the customer code. Fake. Fake. This tilted-head bartender is really bad. Entering during non-business hours violates the rules, and you might die. The waiter said the blue pistol is in the underground wine cellar. Just go find it there, no need to take this risk. Jobai did not know about the worries in the barrage at this time. Instead, he quietly tucked the invitation in his pocket. After handing over the invitation, the tilted-head bartender returned to the bar. At this moment, the second song's prelude just started playing in the dance floor. Jobai walked to the corner and found the rabbit-eared tavern owner hiding there. He extended his hand towards the tavern owner. The rabbit-eared tavern owner looked up at Jobai, but her gaze fell onto the corner of the invitation peeking out from his pocket. "Are you going to the second floor?" Jobai nodded. "It might be a bit dangerous." The tavern owner lowered her head again and said calmly. Upon hearing her words, Jobai's heart skipped a beat. And the viewers in the live stream became even more worried. Even the tavern owner says there might be danger on the second floor. That second floor must be dangerous. This tilted-head bartender is indeed bad. Humph. Be cautious of fire, theft, and the tilted-head bartender. Jobai paused and continued to ask, what kind of danger will it be? The tavern owner shook her head and did not intend to continue answering Jobai's question. Jobai sighed softly. The basic operation of a game NPC is not to easily tell you the answer. It seems the answer still needs to be sought out by himself. The music gradually began. Jobai didn't continue the topic, instead, he held the boss lady's hand and walked to the edge of the dance floor. On the dance floor, there were couples cuddling together. The two of them, as awkward dance partners, seemed a bit out of place. The boss lady lowered her head, her every movement timid and shy. She only dared to stand at the edge of the dance floor, not even close to the center stage. Don't be afraid of other people's gazes. Look, even though I dance poorly, I choose to hold my head high. After Jobai finished speaking, he deliberately lifted his head high. This made the boss lady chuckle softly. Then Jobai suddenly pulled hard, dragging her into the center of the dance floor. The boss lady looked up at Jobai in shock. Yes, just like that. Let's lift our heads together. Jobai spoke in a deliberately exaggerated tone. Finally, the boss lady relaxed in response to his words, and a smile appeared on her face. Right, you dance so well. Upon hearing Jobai's compliment, a faint sparkle flashed in the boss lady's eyes. The music gradually entered the chorus. The boss lady began to forget the gazes of others. She took delicate steps in the center of the dance floor, swinging her arms, her confident appearance even dazzling those who were usually familiar with her. The cat claw guy stood beside the dance floor, staring at the boss lady dancing, entranced. The girl beside him, angered, hit him on the back of his head with her wing. The pain almost brought tears to the cat claw guy's eyes. He could only helplessly withdraw his gaze. As the song ended, the lights in the dance floor brightened. The bunny-ear boss lady seemed to have had a beautiful dream during this song. When the lights came on, the dream woke her, and without thinking, she instinctively covered her face. At that moment, a sharp whistle sounded outside the tavern. Jobai frowned and looked towards the door. The patroller's whistle? Jobai unconsciously glanced at the time displayed on his phone screen. It was 2:15. They had arrived a full 40 minutes earlier than yesterday. Jobai felt an uneasy feeling rise within him. As the whistle continued, the music and conversations inside the tavern suddenly stopped. The tavern became very quiet. However, a chewing sound coming from a corner became very noticeable. No one in the tavern cared about this sound. Only Jobai turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. In a corner of the dance floor, a man in a suit leaned against the wall, nestled next to a girl with a birdbeak. The birdbeak girl looked down, as if holding something in her hands. With just one glance, Jobai's heart almost jumped into his throat. Then, the sound of breaking ceramics echoed again. The patroller, wearing a red hat, swung a red stick in his hand, smashing the wine glasses on the table. The clang sound reverberated again and again. The patroller's hat sat very low, obscuring his facial expression. Jobai saw him smash all the tavern's wine glasses before stepping into the dance floor and walking towards that corner. Hearing the footsteps behind her, the birdbeak girl turned her head. Then, Jobai saw her mouth covered in blood. And what she held in her hands was the hand of the man in the suit. The patroller raised the red stick and swung it down heavily. The blow landed right on the head of the man in the suit. After being struck, the man's eyes slowly regained some clarity. However, Jobai saw the red stick in the patroller's hand flicker once after hitting the man in the suit. It flickered like a glow stick, just before its battery was about to die. The fifth rule of the tavern's customer code. Control in the tavern is very strict. Patrollers wearing red hats often appear. No matter what they do in the tavern, there is no need to be afraid. But if you see them take out a black stick, please leave the tavern immediately. Jobai's heart tightened. If the red stick turned black, what kind of scene would unfold in this tavern? Jobai believed he surely would not want to see it. The girl with the bird-like mouth stood there in a daze, a strand of meat still at the corner of her mouth. The man in the suit felt no pain, similarly standing there in a daze. The crooked-headed bartender followed the procedure and still came over to bow and apologize. The bunny-eared boss lady had already hidden in the corner at some unknown time. And the silent waiter, holding a tray, showed no change in expression on his face. Jobai waited for the patroller to leave, and then stepped out of the tavern. The lucky cat at the door, seeing Jobai come out, looked toward his pocket. "Welcome back." Jobai walked out, and the door closed behind him. The lucky cat looked at his back and, for the first time, smiled. Chapter 70, Playing Games with the Cat. Jobai walked out of the tavern and looked up at the sky. The moon in the sky was still the same round shape, still hanging in the original position. It looked like a painting that would never change. At that moment, Jobai felt the scene before him was very surreal. He shook his head to keep himself awake, then quickly walked back to the resting area. He leaned by the window, watching people come in and out of the tavern across the street. Until all the employees of the tavern left through the back door, he finally lay down to sleep. He slept for a full 10 hours again. When it was close to 4 in the afternoon, Jobai woke up to the sound of the alarm. He turned off the alarm, sat up from the bed, and then went out to eat. After finishing his meal, he looked out the window toward the direction of the tavern. Near the tavern, the old man with a limp was still wandering outside just like the last 2 days. Jobai picked up his phone, checked the time, and then walked over to his side. "It's 7 in the afternoon. The old lady should come out to walk with me." It's 7. On Jobai's phone, the current time displayed was 4:45 in the afternoon. It was the same time as when Jobai came yesterday. Jobai chose this time specifically to verify his time pattern. However, his time was his time, and Jobai's time was Jobai's time, seemingly having no connection at all. 5, 6, 7. Jobai silently recited everything the limping old man had said. Suddenly, a strange feeling emerged. This old man seemed not to be telling the time, but rather counting down. Every day that Jobai passed, he added an hour. But what did this time mean? Jobai still could not come to a conclusion. He could only return to the resting area with questions in mind. At 10:25 in the evening, Jobai stood in advance at the door of the haunted tavern, holding the invitation. The audience in the livestream from the Great Xia Kingdom saw Jobai appear at the tavern door at this time, and alarm bells immediately went off in their minds. He's going to the second floor. Jobai is actually going to the second floor. No. Brother Bai, can't we be a little less brave? To be honest, Brother Bai, I'm a little scared. I'm being cowardly. How about we come back later? I think coming back later is a good idea, like half an hour later? The audience from the Great Xia Kingdom had experienced so many life and death situations with Jobai, so when they disagreed with his decision now, it was no longer mindless criticism. What they felt more was concern and tension. Jobai knew that coming this time was a bit risky, but it was not a reckless courage without any assurance. The boss lady only said the second floor was a bit dangerous but didn't say it couldn't be accessed. In this bizarre tale world, a little danger surely meant it was still somewhat safe, right? The waiter proactively coming over to provide information was suspicious in itself. Jobai hadn't even gained his favor, so why was he being overly attentive for no reason? Moreover, his pointing was very clear. Jobai was given a very easily verifiable correct piece of information. Then, he was given two pieces of information that were hard to verify. If Jobai wanted to verify, he would likely be led by the nose. It was better to just follow his original pace. His initial plan was to get the invitation from the crooked-headed bartender and then enter the second floor of the tavern. In front of Jobai, the tavern's door was tightly closed. The open sign had not yet been displayed. The audience waited anxiously, their hearts in their throats, for Jobai's next move. At 10:30 in the evening, Jobai pushed open the tavern's big door right on time. The audience all covered their eyes, fearing Jobai might be stained with blood at any moment. Fortunately, after Jobai stepped into the tavern, what appeared on screen was the smiling face of the lucky cat. The expected black screen did not appear. The audience let out a long sigh of relief. "Hello, customer, you seem to have come a bit early?" The lucky cat looked very happy, its eyes nearly disappearing in its smile. Jobai handed over the invitation in his hand. Upon seeing it, the lucky cat smiled even more joyfully. "So it's my esteemed customer. Come and follow me." The lucky cat, round and plump, nimbly jumped down from the counter. Its short legs did not hinder its agile movements. Happily swishing its tail, it walked in front of Jobai. It led Jobai through the tavern to the side of the staircase. Beside the staircase, many bottles of liquor were already placed. That server, lifting several bottles from the ground, was just about to carry them to the bar. Lifting his head, he happened to see Jobai and the lucky cat coming towards him, and his expression suddenly darkened. Jobai glanced at him and then turned his gaze away. He focused his attention on the staircase ahead. He noticed that the staircase had now turned into the direction leading to the second floor. The sign hanging on the wall did not have any red liquid flowing out, only black lines outlined a pattern pointing upward. The lucky cat extended its little short leg and stepped onto the old wooden staircase. Jobai quickly followed behind, also stepping onto the stairs. Jobai originally thought the second floor of the tavern would be another meeting place. Unexpectedly, the place he arrived at was like a storage room. It was filled with cabinets. And on each cabinet, there were various sized boxes. Looking at these crammed boxes, Jobai knew he must be in the right place. But with so many boxes, finding the blue pistol would require some effort. Jobai fell into his thoughts, momentarily forgetting that there was a lucky cat beside him. Seeing itself being ignored, the lucky cat huffed angrily and let out a meow. Then it jumped onto a box, extending its sharp claws. The cat's show of force did not scare Jobai, but it made the audience in the live stream tense up again. Jobai had never seen this lucky cat's might, but the audience had. Many viewers still remembered vividly how this lucky cat wiped out the chosen one from a nation. They certainly did not think this lucky cat was a kind creature. The lucky cat scratched a few times on the nearby wooden cabinet with its sharp claws and then asked Jobai, "Do you know what the second floor is for?" Jobai honestly shook his head. However, his gaze was still glued to the boxes filling the room. The lucky cat snorted coldly and jumped in front of Jobai. "The second floor is a place to play games with me. That stinky bartender finally sent someone up to play with me." After finishing its words, the lucky cat opened a box and pushed it in front of Jobai. Inside the box, it was filled to the brim with toys. "Ha ha ha. Playing games with me. If you lose, you have to let me scratch you." Jobai lowered his head and looked at the box full of toys on the ground. Laser pointers, cat teasers, electric mice, rolling balls. There were quite a variety of toys. The short-legged fortune cat stretched out its paw and took out the laser pointer from the box. "Play this. If I can catch that little red dot, you lose. You'll get scratched by me." Jobai smiled helplessly. He took the laser pointer from the box into his hand. "What kind of game is this? Have you ever seen a cat catch the little red dot shot by a laser pointer? Isn't this a guaranteed win game?" Jobai smiled and was about to agree. Suddenly he felt something was off. "When does the game end? Feels like a trap." He looked at the fortune cat. It had a fierce expression. But he could see the hidden expectation in its eyes. "I need to think." After Jobai said this, he focused on fiddling with the laser pointer. He pretended to think about the fortune cat's proposal. Then his eyes scanned around again. At this moment, he noticed there was also a set of rules posted on the wall behind him. Second floor rules. 1. Cats also have jobs. So, don't play with it for too long. Please leave the second floor before 11 p.m. 2. The cat has a bad temper. Don't refuse it, don't make your demands, and don't negotiate with it. 3. If the cat is in a good mood, everything is negotiable. After reading the 3 rules on the wall, Jobai finally understood. It turned out that the trap of this fortune cat was buried here. This game seemed like a guaranteed win for him. But if the fortune cat could not catch the little red dot, the game would continue indefinitely. Winning or losing is not the point. The key is that if the game doesn't end, it will violate the rules. And this cat had a bad temper. Jobai simply could not question its game rules. Nor could he refuse it. There was no system notification sound echoing in Jobai's mind. It seemed these 3 rules were all correct. He only had half an hour. He had to make this cat end the game in a good mood within half an hour. While Jobai was still thinking, the cat was getting a bit impatient. Are we going to start the game? Jobai pressed the switch of the laser pointer and said start to the fortune cat. Then, the little red dot appeared on the ground. The fortune cat excitedly raised its tail. Its 2 chubby paws pounced towards the little red dot. Jobai quickly changed direction and made the red dot appear on the wall. The fortune cat crouched against the wall, its hind legs flailing as it tried to jump up. But it fell flat on its bottom. The audience of the Great Xia Kingdom saw this and were instantly covered in black lines on their faces. Why does this cat seem a bit dim-witted? It really isn't very smart. If Jobai tires it out, will it end the game on its own? This time, Jobai and the audience thought of the same thing. He sped up the change of the laser pointer's direction. The fortune cat followed the moving little red dot, increasing its speed as well. Running east for a while, running west for a while, jumping up, and then jumping down. Even Jobai's hand was getting sore, yet this cat still had no intention of ending it. The cat's tail was held high, its eyes filled with excited light. 20 minutes had passed, wasn't it tired? Of course, the fortune cat wasn't tired and even happily said, meow. Fun. Fun. Looking at the cat's happy expression, Jobai wished he could go over and punch its forehead. But he couldn't. He told himself to stay rational. There were less than 10 minutes left, and he needed to end this game quickly. Jobai teased the cat with the laser pointer, changing its position. On the other hand, he moved his steps, looking around for items on the second floor. At this moment, he saw a crumpled plastic bag under a cabinet. Jobai's eyes brightened immediately. Taking advantage of the fortune cat lunging towards the little red dot. Quickly squat down and pick up the plastic bag on the ground. The audience from the Great Xia country looked at Jobai's actions with some confusion. Then, they saw Jobai open the plastic bag, hold it in his hand, and squat down to place the bag in front of the lucky cat. Seeing Jobai's movements, the viewers who had cats at home finally understood. Ha ha ha. Jobai knows about cats. Just tell me, has he ever raised a cat? I guess this lucky cat cannot resist the charm of the plastic bag. But this is a cat from the world of ghost stories. Maybe it doesn't like it? In the picture, the lucky cat stopped its action of catching the little red dot and looked at the plastic bag in Jobai's hand. Then, it climbed into the bag. It curled up and lay inside the bag. Seeing that the timing was right, Jobai quickly lifted the bag and started to walk downstairs. The lucky cat didn't notice anything unusual and was still immersed in the rustling sound the plastic bag made. Indeed, it wasn't very smart. Jobai carried the plastic bag and placed it on the counter on the first floor. The lucky cat, who had just been in its playground, opened the bag and found itself back at its job. It was so angry that it was about to extend its claws. Hey, we are on the first floor now. Jobai laughed and put its claws down. The lucky cat glanced sideways. Seeing the tilted head bartender and the rabbit-eared landlady simultaneously looking at it. It could only lower its head and obediently retract its claws. Jobai looked at the lucky cat's disappointed appearance. He leaned closer to it and said, I can come back to play with you tomorrow. Hearing this, the lucky cat immediately looked at Jobai excitedly. Jobai continued, but you have to let me take any one gift I choose from the box on the second floor. When the lucky cat heard this, its fur was about to stand on end. Damn it. He couldn't make demands on the second floor, but when he came to the first floor, he went crazy with it. The lucky cat was so angry that it wanted to swipe at Jobai with its claws. But with the tilted head bartender and the rabbit-eared landlady watching it, it didn't dare to act rashly at all. It huffed angrily. But remembering that someone could play with it tomorrow, it still gritted its teeth. All right. But the box cannot be opened, you can choose by luck. Jobai recalled the boxes piled up on the second floor and felt a headache again. Opening them one by one, he might not even find a blue gun within half an hour. This cat actually wanted him to open a blind box? The difficulty has risen sharply. Cannot open to choose? Joe asked tentatively. The lucky cat immediately extended its claws. The patience of a cat has its limits. Joe had to take the hint and obediently close his mouth. At 11 o'clock at night, a waiter walked over, glancing coldly at Joe. Then he hung out the "open for business" sign. Joe sat down at the window position. In the tavern, customers started to come in one after another. Chapter 72, Different Colors, How Can They Be Together? The tavern quickly became lively again. Joe sat in the window position. The waiter without a tongue came over with a tray, wanting to put down a glass of orange drink. But Joe waved his hand to refuse. The waiter's face instantly became even gloomier. Joe turned his head and didn't look at him, sitting silently in his seat. At this moment, he received a message from the analysis group of the Great Xia country in his mind. The back kitchen of the tavern doesn't need to be entered, there is no blue gun inside. This should be the most useful information discovered by the analysis group of the Great Xia country. It turned out that just 10 minutes ago, the chosen one from Monkey Country sneaked into the kitchen while the chef was using the restroom. He turned the kitchen upside down, only to be sent on his way by the chef's knife. He sacrificed his life but benefited other countries. As a result, other surviving chosen ones, like Joe received tips from their own countries. Joe was originally troubled about how to enter the kitchen for a search. Now, this could be ruled out, making the difficulty naturally much lower. The entire tavern's structure is very simple. The first floor is a spacious hall with over 10 tables set up. There is also a designated area for the dance floor. The tavern's kitchen is also located on the first floor, right next to the back door. The remaining spaces are the underground wine cellar and the second floor, which is a play area exclusive to the cat master. Although Joe listed the second floor as a key target, he couldn't give up searching other places either. On the first floor's hall, Joe checked almost every corner. Here, almost only the tilted head bartender's liquor cabinet could hide something. Joe just happened to want to ask him for tomorrow's invitation, so he decided to go over and chat with him now. Joe walked up to the tilted head bartender and sat in his usual spot. The tilted head bartender glared instantly upon seeing him. The fish-headed girl hadn't arrived yet, so this spot was empty. The tilted head bartender had long assumed she would sit in this spot. Therefore, when Joe sat down, he became a bit anxious. "Weren't you sitting by the window just fine?" Joe smiled and said to him, "I came specifically to ask you for the invitation." The tilted head bartender rolled his eyes and opened his liquor cabinet. Joe leaned over to take a look. Inside were piled up bottles, and between the bottles were casually placed a few invitation cards. It seemed the tilted head bartender didn't care much about finding a playmate for the catmaster. If Joe had known the invitations were so undervalued in his eyes, he should have just asked him directly. He might have thrown a whole stack at him. What a loss. He gave someone else's bride away for free. The tilted head bartender tossed an invitation in front of Joe. "Take it and go quickly." Joe cheerfully picked up the invitation and continued, "What other good stuff do you have hidden in your other cabinets?" "Just wine and more wine, what good stuff could there be?" the tilted head bartender said grumpily. Joe didn't give up, still grinning. Since helping the tilted head bartender win over the fish-headed girl, Joe felt more assertive in front of him. "I don't believe it. Unless you show me." The tilted head bartender impatiently tried to rush him away. "If you don't believe it, then forget it." At that moment, a welcoming voice from the catmaster came from outside. The tilted head bartender turned his head. Then, he saw the fish-headed girl walk into the tavern. He immediately panicked a bit. He was anxious to rush Joe away, even the tone of his speech became somewhat flustered. "Isn't it that if you see her, you'll leave?" Joe calmly nodded. The tilted head bartender was furious and threw open an entire row of cabinets. Joe quickly took a glance, confirming there was nothing he was looking for inside before standing up from his seat. The tilted head bartender sighed in relief when he saw Joe leave. At that moment, the fish-headed girl had just walked in front of him. She sat down opposite the tilted head bartender. Next, the two of them were chatting and laughing, the air was filled with pink bubbles. Joe returned to his original spot. He put away the invitation and then looked around bored. At the tavern's entrance, the cat paw man was hugging the wing girl as they walked in. They found a spot to sit down, not even glancing in Joe's direction. As for the suit man and the bird-beaked girl, their relationship remained quite stable. His bitten hand had already grown full of feathers. Joe looked again at the corner. He saw that in the usual spot where the rabbit-eared owner often stayed, an unprecedented glass of green alcohol appeared. Joe found it a bit strange. He had entered the tavern so many times, but had never seen the owner drink. Why was the owner suddenly drinking today? At this time, it was once again the tavern's gentleman time. The tilted head bartender rang the bell placed in front of him. Ding! 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 Now is the gentleman's time in this tavern. Please, gentlemen present, stand up and invite a lady to dance with you. Jobai stood up from his seat and walked towards the manager's position. The glass of green drink in front of the manager had already been emptied. She didn't look very clear-headed. Jobai stretched out his fingers and waved them in front of her eyes. How are you? Are you okay? The manager giggled and responded, Why are you holding up 3 fingers to me? Jobai was instantly dumbfounded. The 4th rule of the terrifying tavern's backdoor rules. Tavern staff must enter the tavern through the back door. Everyone must first identify how many fingers the manager shows before starting work each day. If answered incorrectly, one must take a day off. If an employee answers incorrectly, they must take a day off. But the rule didn't say what to do if the manager answered incorrectly, right? Jobai reached out to help her get up. It's okay. I came over to invite you to dance. But it seems you've had a bit too much to drink. The manager waved her hand with a smile. No way. I'm very clear-headed, she said, picking up the glass on the table and waving it in front of Jobai. Tell me, can green drinks, orange drinks, and red drinks be put in the same cabinet? Jobai was a bit confused. Sure. Isn't that how your cabinet is arranged? The manager shook her head sadly. But they all think I did it wrong. How can red drinks, green drinks, and orange drinks be together? I've started to feel like maybe they shouldn't be. The manager sadly rambled on in her drunken state, while Jobai listened in confusion. At that moment, a patrol officer's whistle sounded from outside the tavern. He waved a red club and stormed in again. The sound of breaking porcelain echoed throughout the tavern. The manager, a bit drunk, forgot to lower her head in fear. The patrol officer smashed all the glasses. With the club in hand, he now stood in front of the manager. He swung the club down. Chapter 73 The Time of the Lame Old Man. The red club struck the manager on the head. The club flickered several times before returning to its normal red color. The manager swayed a bit. Jobai, wanting to reach out to help, watched as the crooked head bartender rushed to the manager's side first. It's okay, it will be fine soon. He supported the manager like an elder, helping her sit down on the chair. Then, he kept bowing in apology to the patrol officer. The patrol officer, with the red club, walked out of the tavern. The crooked head bartender sighed and looked at the moon outside the window. Sigh, I don't know how much longer this tavern can stay in business. SSS level completion requires finding the blue pistol and helping the tavern to operate. It seems the potential survival crisis of this tavern is slowly being exposed. Jobai looked up and saw the server standing in the shadow by the wall, watching them. His heart sank suddenly. The drinks in this tavern must have problems. But the manager drank today, which means she might not know there is a problem with the drinks. It is very likely that the drinks in the tavern were fine originally and only became problematic later. Only the manager can open the cellar. And from the cellar to the customers, the drinks have only gone through 2 people. The crooked head bartender and the mute server. As Jobai thought about this, he looked at the crooked head bartender. He saw him pour a glass of plain water and kindly handed it to the manager's hand. Jobai thought for a moment and quietly asked the crooked head bartender, "This server should be new here not long ago, right?" The crooked head bartender frowned and recalled carefully when he heard Jobai's question. Yeah. Probably came about half a month ago. Half a month ago? The manager had previously said that the patrol officer frequently entered the tavern starting from half a month ago. It seems this server. The suspicion is quite strong. Jobai felt that he needed to remind them. The alcohol in the tavern is quite important. It's not good to let a new employee carry it alone. The tilted head bartender looked seriously at Jobai. His eyes fell on the back of Jobai's hand. On the back of Jobai's hand, the fuzz that had grown before was still there, although not obvious, it could still be seen with a closer look. Jobai followed his gaze and looked at the back of his hand. So that was the reason he had handed Jobai the green drink. Are you one of those from the organization? The tilted head bartender asked. Jobai looked at him in confusion. Seeing Jobai's reaction, the tilted head bartender didn't pursue the topic any further. Instead, he nodded at Jobai. I will keep an eye out. Then he lowered his head to continue taking care of the boss lady. Jobai was stunned for a moment and suddenly remembered that the white mustache badge that Lele had given him was still in his pocket. Could it be that the tilted head bartender was asking about this? Jobai didn't know what this badge meant, but he had no intention of asking the tilted head bartender to confirm this. It was about time he should leave the tavern. Inside the tavern, those customers began to regain their sobriety. One by one, they walked out of the tavern. The boss lady used her hand to support her head, looking like she had already sobered up a bit. After saying goodbye to them, Joe-bai also walked out of the tavern. At the entrance of the tavern, the lucky cat saw the invitation letter peeking out from Joe-bai's pocket and smiled until its eyes squinted. It waved its arms up and down. The voice saying welcome to visit again was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Joe-bai walked out of the tavern and returned to the resting area across the street. After entering the room, he followed the same process as the previous days, leaning by the window, looking at the tavern across. Over there in the tavern, everything still seemed normal, with no unusual happenings. After 5 o'clock, all the employees in the tavern left one after another through the back door. Joe-bai yawned and perked himself up. He leaned closer to the window, focusing on every movement of the waitstaff. This time, Joe-bai finally discovered a clue. The old cripple who wandered around the tavern every day would disappear in one direction around 8 o'clock at night. And the direction the waitstaff went back to was exactly the same as the direction the old cripple disappeared. Joe-bai's heart began to race. He felt like something dangerous was getting closer to him. With this uneasy feeling, he struggled to lie on the bed and fall asleep. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Joe-bai woke up to the sound of the alarm. With 2 dark circles under his eyes, he quickly walked to the window. Outside near the tavern, that old cripple was still wandering around like the previous days. He quickly went outside to eat. Then he picked up his phone. The time showed it was 4:20 in the afternoon. Joe-bai quickened his pace and reached the old cripple's side. He saw that the old man was still mumbling to himself. "It's 8 o'clock. I should take a bath. 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Another hour was added. His time indeed had no connection to Joe-bai's phone time. Instead, for every day that Joe-bai passed, he added an hour. Joe-bai's heart raced. He slowly walked back to the resting area, trying to calm himself down. Then, he organized his thoughts in his mind. Today was the 5th day since Joe-bai entered this side story. The time reported by the old cripple was 8 o'clock. Then, the 6th day would be 9 o'clock. The 7th day would be 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock? Joe-bai furrowed his brows tightly. What time is it every night at 10 o'clock? Joe-bai recalled all the rules related to time. The opening hours of the second floor, the tavern's business hours, gentleman's time, the time for delivering vegetables through the back door. And the employee work time. As Joe-bai thought of this, his eyes widened in terror. Every night at 10 o'clock. It is the time for the tavern staff to start work. But, having really reached the 7th day, what will happen? Joe-bai still does not know the answer. But, it surely won't be good. I need to find that blue handgun quickly. Joe-bai returned to the break area. After dinner, he stayed in his room until nearly 10:30 in the evening, then took the invitation and walked to the tavern door. He stood at the door, took out his phone, and looked at the time. When it reached 10:30, he pushed open the tavern's big door right on time. As the tavern door opened, the big smiling face of the fortune cat appeared in front of Joe-bai. Welcome, my most esteemed customer. The fortune cat smiled broadly and extended its hand. Joe-bai placed the invitation in its hand, and it smiled so widely that its eyes almost disappeared. Come with me, dear customer. The fortune cat jumped off the counter and led Joe-bai through the tavern. At the staircase, bottles of liquor were also lined up everywhere. The server looked at Joe-bai with a gloomy face. And the crooked-headed bartender stood beside him, watching every movement of Joe-bai carrying the bottles. Joe-bai and the crooked-headed bartender nodded at each other, as a greeting. Then they ignored the server, whose gaze seemed ready to kill. The fortune cat happily stepped onto the stairs, but turned around to see that Joe-bai did not follow. It urged, meow. Why aren't you coming? Hurry up. Joe-bai stood at the bottom of the stairs, casually crossing his arms, and looked up at the fortune cat. The fortune cat immediately felt something was not right. Sure enough, Joe-bai then asked it. Does what you promised me yesterday still count? Hearing this, the fortune cat instantly wanted to explode. This guy is really crafty. How could he want to bargain now? It wanted to give Joe-bai a paw immediately. But the crooked-headed bartender was still standing at the bottom of the stairs, so the fortune cat had to obediently retract its claw. It forced a smile at Joe-bai. You come up first, we'll talk when we get up there. How could Joe-bai easily trust this cat? No. We will negotiate down here first. The fortune cat, feeling defeated, sat on the stairs, wrapping its paws around the banister, poking its head out, and angrily shouted at Joe-bai. Fine. It counts. Joe-bai then smiled satisfactorily. If you don't keep your word, I won't come tomorrow. Hearing this, the fortune cat's fur stood on end. You must come. After saying this, it turned around and stomped heavily up the stairs. Joe-bai wanted to laugh out loud but still worked hard to hold it in. Then he followed behind the fortune cat and walked up the stairs. The fortune cat reached the top and finally arrived at its territory. The roles of the two switched. It lay on top of its toy box. Lazily shaking its tail, it said to Jobai, 5 minutes. Go pick. Jobai did not waste time arguing with the cat and immediately walked to the cabinets, starting to pick. However, there were just too many boxes on the second floor. As soon as Jobai stood in the midst of the cabinets, he was a bit dazzled. There were all kinds of boxes of various sizes, styles, materials, and patterns. How on earth could he know if there was a blue handgun among these boxes? Jobai glanced at the fortune cat and saw it lying lazily on a box. Sighing, Jobai decided to trust his luck and find it on his own. He examined the boxes on the cabinet. Normally, a handgun should be between 15 to 25 centimeters. Jobai did not know much about this and could only guess based on his limited impression. So, he targeted the boxes that matched the size standard. Yet even so, there were still many options to choose from. Jobai anxiously compared every box, constantly moving between various cabinets. And that lucky cat was lying sideways on a box. Propping up its head with one paw, it shook its tail and said cheekily, "Only 1 minute left." Jobai turned around and shot a glare at the lucky cat. The lucky cat helplessly shrugged its paws. Jobai continued to turn back and hurriedly selected a box. There was not much time left, he could only try his luck. So, among the many boxes, he picked one with a metallic feel, which looked somewhat in line with a handgun style. This one will do. Jobai hugged the box and went to the side of the lucky cat. Ha ha. Let me help you open the lock. The lucky cat pulled out a heavy bunch of keys. Then, precisely among so many keys, it fished out one key. The key went into the lock, turned, and the box was successfully opened. Open it yourself. The lucky cat grinned while looking at Jobai. Jobai ignored it, took a deep breath, and opened the box. Then, the lucky cat burst into loud laughter. How about that? This thermos is quite nice, right? It's a gift for you. Jobai, disappointed, closed the lid of the box again. Seeing Jobai's reaction, the lucky cat laughed even happier. Jobai looked at its glee and felt something was off. It seemed like the lucky cat started laughing even before the box was fully opened. Did it know what was inside all the boxes? Jobai looked at the lucky cat with suspicion. The lucky cat noticed Jobai's gaze and jumped down from the box. What are you looking at? Hurry up. I'm going to play a game. If you lose, I might scratch you with my claw. It extended its paw, pretending to be fierce. Jobai took out a laser pointer and played a game with the lucky cat for 20 minutes. Then, he took out a plastic bag from his pocket. The lucky cat's eyes widened at once. Damn! It had clearly thrown away all the plastic bags on the second floor. This guy actually brought one with him. It unwillingly did not want to look at Jobai. However, when Jobai placed the plastic bag in front of it, it still eagerly crawled inside. Jobai picked up the lucky cat and placed it back at its own workstation. The lucky cat was furious. But it had no way to retaliate. So, as the tavern returned to its operating hours, the lucky cat could only start its work. The tilted head bartender stood at the bar. Jobai walked over with a grin, spreading his hands. Here, the invitation. The tilted head bartender slapped an invitation onto his hand. Then, Jobai smartly walked to a window seat. The silent waiter had a terrible expression. He brought a glass of wine to Jobai. Then Jobai smiled, waved his hand, and politely refused him. The waiter shot Jobai a fierce glare and turned to serve wine to other customers. The tavern gradually returned to a lively scene again. The girl with a fish head was, as expected, sitting opposite the tilted head bartender again. The catpaw guy entered with the winged girl. Ever since the catpaw guy had a girlfriend, he hadn't looked at Jobai even once. Jobai just found it amusing and didn't take it to heart. Next was the suited man with the birdbeak girl. The suited man's hands were already covered in feathers. He gazed dreamily at the birdbeak girl, and they sweetly sat in the corner. Jobai sat bored by the window. Propping his head up with one hand, he watched the tavern's lively atmosphere. If it weren't for the madness that followed later, this tavern wouldn't be so bad. Normal people, mutated people, and it harmoniously appeared in the same place. However, every night after deep into the night, the craziness in the tavern was still deeply imprinted in Jobai's mind. He quickly shook his head. He wanted to dismiss the strange thought that the tavern was actually nice. The time displayed on the phone has arrived at 2 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, it is the gentleman's hour of the tavern. The crooked-headed bartender, following his usual routine, rang the bell placed in front of him. Ding! 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 It is now the gentleman's hour at this tavern. Gentlemen present, please rise and invite a lady to dance with you. Chapter 75 The original appearance of the tavern. The gentlemen who were originally sitting in chairs, upon hearing the crooked-headed bartender's words, all stood up to invite their dance partners. By the side of the rabbit-eared landlady, there was still no one to invite her. Jobai walked over and stretched his hand in front of her. The gloom on the rabbit-eared landlady's face was blown away when this hand appeared. At this moment, a melodious slow song began to play in the tavern. Jobai and the rabbit-eared landlady walked into the dance floor amidst the music. The warm and calm piano sound first entered people's ears. Thus, the people on the dance floor began to sway gently to the rhythm of the music. In the corner of the dance floor, the suited man held the beak-nosed girl with his feathered hands. The two moved in perfect harmony, following the music. The suited man looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Then, in a dim corner where no one noticed, he gently placed a kiss on her cheek. In the center of the dance floor, the crooked-headed bartender was being hugged and spun around by the fish-headed girl without any rhythm. The crooked-headed bartender felt dizzy from the spinning but was still smiling very happily. He held the fish-headed girl, leaned into her ear, and whispered something. Then, he watched as the fish-headed girl laughed loudly and slapped him on the body, nearly knocking him to the ground. Fortunately, the fish-headed girl quickly supported him with her other hand. The crooked-headed bartender then did not fall to the ground. Next, the music in the dance floor shifted from soothing to lively. After one dance, the rabbit-eared landlady had fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Yet, she showed a sparkling smile on her face. She took the initiative to grab Jobai's hand and ran to the center of the stage. In the cheerful music, she seemed to forget her timidity. She tilted her head back. Her feet landed on the dance floor, following the music, creating a rhythmic clap sound. That sound radiated energy and warmth. Even the others on the dance floor seemed to be infected by this atmosphere. Thus, they gathered around the rabbit-eared landlady, landing their feet on the floor, creating a series of synchronized clap sounds. Jobai was shocked by this scene. Since entering this instance, he had never seen such a joyful atmosphere in the tavern. Perhaps, this is how the tavern was originally meant to be. On the tables in the tavern, the glasses filled with red liquid floated in the air, swaying as if following the music. Outside the window, the wind blew up the petals that had fallen to the ground. Thus, those petals spun and danced, falling into the dance floor. The people on the dance floor, amidst a sea of flowers, joyfully ended this tavern's gentleman's hour. With smiles on their faces, they returned to their seats. However, in a corner away from the crowd, the waiter stood in the shadows, coldly looking at the crowd. As Jobai walked back to his seat, he turned and met his gaze. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. It made Jobai feel a bit cold all over. The unsettling feeling in Jobai's heart surfaced again. He sat back down in his seat. Then, he once again observed the customers in the tavern. The cat-paw man was eating normal food from his plate. The suited man's hand was no longer injured. Tonight, nothing strange happened in the tavern. Jobai waited for a long time but did not hear the whistle from outside the tavern. At 4:40. At this time, customers began to leave one after another. The patrol officer still did not come in. Jobai saw that it was almost the closing time of the tavern, so he got up and walked out of the tavern. The lucky cat said to Jobai, "Welcome to visit again next time." It stared happily at the invitation letter in Jobai's pocket, only taking its gaze back when he walked out the door. Jobai walked towards the resting area across the street. The moon in the sky was still as round as ever. On the fifth day, it had not changed at all. Jobai returned to his room, leaned against the window, and looked at the tavern across the street, just like the previous days. Not long after Jobai stepped out, the employees in the tavern also began to finish their shifts. The mute waiter walked back in the same direction as yesterday. The same direction as the old man with a limp. On the seventh day, at 10 o'clock at night. Jobai kept telling himself in his mind that it was this time. He felt that when the time arrived, something must happen. Jobai adjusted his emotions. Then he lay down on the bed, allowing himself to fall asleep. Fortunately, he did not suffer from insomnia like last night. After lying on the bed, he quickly fell into sleep. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jobai woke up to the sound of the alarm. The first thing he did after getting up was to look out the window. Outside the window, the old man with a limp was still wandering outside the tavern. In addition, Jobai also saw a garbage truck parked at the back door of the tavern. The garbage truck waited for about 5 minutes, but the tavern owner did not come out to throw away the garbage, so it drove away by itself. Rule number 2 for the back door of the tavern. 2. The garbage truck can come at any time to collect garbage, and the tavern owner will personally take out the garbage. If the garbage truck waits at the door for 5 minutes and the owner still hasn't come out, it means there is no garbage to throw away today. Just leave. Jobai reflected on what happened yesterday. It is possible that when nothing unusual happened in the tavern, the owner did not need to come out to take out the garbage. Seeing the garbage truck leave, he also left his room to look for food. After finishing his meal, he picked up his phone. At this moment, it was 4:50 in the afternoon. Though Jobai had early guesses about what the old man with a limp might say, he still had to verify it. He walked out of the resting area and came to the old man with a limp. He saw the old man continuously murmuring, "It's 9 o'clock. I can set off now. It's 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock." Sure enough, an extra hour was added. Today was already the 6th day. Only 2 chances to enter the tavern were left. Jobai knew that he had to work harder. He returned to the resting area. After having dinner in the resting area, he went back to his room to rest. He had a faint premonition. This night would not pass easily. Jobai sat on his bed with his eyes closed, resting his mind. Until the time approached, he took out the invitation letter and walked out of the resting area to the tavern entrance. He stood at the door like before, took out his phone, waiting for the time displayed on it to change to 10:30 at night. Then, he pushed open the tavern door right on time. That lucky cat was still sitting on the counter, as if it had been waiting for Jobai for a long time. Seeing Jobai appear at the entrance of the tavern, it immediately wiggled its tail happily. "Welcome, my most esteemed customer." However, its smile quickly froze on its face. Chapter 76, Finding the Blue Pistol. The lucky cat's good mood was suddenly shattered. Because Jobai opened the door, then stood at the entrance with his hands in his pockets. The look in his eyes toward the lucky cat was clearly not friendly. The lucky cat glanced at him and couldn't help but twitch its mouth. "Customer, are you not coming in?" Jobai handed the invitation letter to it. "Come in, why not?" The lucky cat breathed a sigh of relief. "Then why do you have that expression, scaring me?" It took the invitation letter. Happily, it was put away. Then, smiling, it was ready to jump down from the cabinet. But suddenly, it found that Jobai had lifted it by the back of its neck. The lucky cat immediately became unable to move. "Meow. You bad person. Don't touch the back of my neck." Jobai ignored its protests and continued to hold it by its fur at the back of its neck. "How could I be a bad person? I just want to discuss something with you." The lucky cat glared at Jobai angrily. "Is this how people discuss things?" Jobai smiled. "Yes, isn't that what I'm doing?" The lucky cat couldn't argue back, fuming. "What do you want to discuss? Hurry up and say it." Then, Jobai laughed and said, "I want you to help me find something." The lucky cat snorted coldly, "How do you know me?" It stopped abruptly mid-sentence. "What do you want to find?" "There are so many boxes, I can't find it, can't find it." Jobai raised his hand, suspending the lucky cat in midair. The lucky cat, frightened, stretched out all 4 of its paws. Meow. Being choked like this, it couldn't even resist. The lucky cat was incredibly angry. It felt that this was the most suffocating day since it entered the tavern. "Stop, stop, stop. What do you want to find? Just say it." Jobai then let its paws land back on the cabinet. "I'm looking for a blue pistol." The lucky cat froze for a few seconds, looking at Jobai with complex eyes. Seeing the lucky cat hesitate, Jobai thought it would not agree, so he raised it again. The lucky cat hurriedly said, "Stop, stop, stop. I'll help you find it, I'll help you find it. Just let me down first." Jobai smiled. "Okay, it's a deal." When Jobai saw that the lucky cat finally agreed, he slowly released his hand from its neck. The lucky cat regained control of its body. It immediately showed its claws. In the next second, it was ready to claw at Jobai. What a joke! This lucky cat had never suffered this kind of grievance in this tavern. But in the next second, its claws stopped midair. Meow? Dried fish? Jobai surprisingly brought over a piece of dried fish from the rest area. "Is this for me?" The lucky cat looked at Jobai in disbelief and asked quietly. Jobai smiled and nodded. Seeing this, the lucky cat quickly took the dried fish from Jobai's hand, revealing a near tearful expression. "Finally, someone gives me dried fish. Cats love fish, don't they know? Every day, what do they feed me? Boo-hoo." Jobai smiled at its appearance and pulled out a lively, wriggling mouse from another pocket. The lucky cat immediately screamed, "Ah! Quick, give it to me. I love it so much." Jobai grabbed the mouse by the tail and brought it in front of the lucky cat. Then, the lucky cat grabbed the mouse and jumped off the counter, eagerly rushing upstairs. Jobai helplessly smiled. Following behind it, he walked slowly to the stairs. The server was still moving wine bottles. The crooked-headed bartender was still standing next to him. The server saw Jobai coming over. The look on his face screamed of wanting to cut someone down. Hiding it was impossible. Jobai ignored him and directly walked up the stairs. On the second floor, the lucky cat was playing a chase game with the mouse. The lucky cat placed the mouse on the ground, letting it run a bit, then chased after it. Then it let the mouse run again, and up it went to catch it. Endlessly repeating, as if it could never tire of this game. Having that mouse, Jobai found it easier, and he didn't have to play with the laser pointer anymore. So, he sat down in a spot on the second floor, watching the lucky cat and its mouse continuously run back and forth in front of him. Jobai sat there, occasionally checking the time on his phone. When it was getting close to 11 o'clock at night, he wondered how to remind the lucky cat to stop. But, to his surprise, Jobai hadn't called it, yet it stopped by itself. He saw the lucky cat holding the mouse in its mouth, then finding an empty box, carefully placed it inside. The mouse trembled and hid in the corner. The lucky cat happily grabbed a piece of cloth and even helped the mouse cushion the bottom of the box. It seemed the lucky cat took the mouse as its playmate. With this mouse, the lucky cat would probably not feel lonely in the future. But the future life of this mouse might be a bit tragic. After settling its playmate, the lucky cat came to Jobai's front. "I am a cat that keeps its promises." After saying this, it laid down again. Propping its head with a paw, it lazily said, "The third row of cabinets on the right, second tier, fourth box from the left, that's it." Following its hint, Jobai arrived in front of that cabinet. There on the spot it mentioned, sat an ordinary wooden box, about 20 centimeters large. The box was covered in dust. It looked like it had been forgotten for a long time. Jobai brought the box in front of the lucky cat. Then the lucky cat took out a heavy-looking collection of keys. Next, it precisely pulled out one key from inside. It placed the key into the box's lock, turned the key, and then took it back. "All right. Open it yourself." The lucky cat lazily lay back on the ground. Jobai looked at the ordinary box in front of him, took a deep breath. He tried to suppress the excitement in his heart from near victory. The audience in the Daxia country's live broadcast room was just as anxious as Jobai. They all focused on the screen, staring at the box in front of Jobai. Then they saw Jobai place his hand on the lid of the box. He slowly opened the lid. The items inside the box gradually appeared before the audience's eyes. Inside lay a blue handgun, about 15 centimeters in size. Seeing the appearance of this handgun, the audience in the Daxia country's live broadcast room became all excited. "Found it! The blue handgun! Jobai is the first to find the blue handgun, the chosen one. It's steady. It's steady. This at least guarantees an S-level clearance. It's got to be Jobai." Jobai took the blue handgun out of the box. At that moment, the mechanical announcement sound began to ring out. "Congratulations to the chosen one of Daxia country for obtaining the blue handgun." Chapter 77 Two choices. The audience in the Daxia country's live broadcast room cheered upon hearing this news. Jobai finally felt relieved. The information continued to broadcast. The chosen one now faces two choices. 1. End this dungeon directly. Then, you can leave the horror tavern immediately and obtain an S-level clearance. 2. Continue this dungeon, trying to find a way for the tavern to survive. You may possibly obtain an SSS level clearance, but you might also face danger. Please, chosen one, make your choice. Jobai stood still, waging an intense mental battle in his mind. If it only concerned him, he would choose to continue without hesitation. But since this game related to the fate of the entire Daxia country, he had to think more cautiously. The audience in the Daxia country's live broadcast room also began to discuss heatedly. S-level clearance is already quite good. Staying may bring some danger. I don't think it's necessary to risk life for an SSS level clearance. Jobai's safety is the most important. Extra rewards don't mean anything. However, according to the announcement, if Jobai chooses to leave, this tavern probably won't survive. While everyone was fervently discussing, the mechanical urging sound came again from the live broadcast screen. Please, chosen one, make your decision quickly. Jobai furrowed his brows in confusion. His heart wanted to choose the second option. However, if he did not want strange tales to descend upon the Great Xia Kingdom, he had to be completely sure of achieving the SSS level clearance to choose. He worked hard in his mind to assess the difficulty of the SSS level clearance. Just then, a commotion arose from downstairs in the tavern. What do you want to do? The tilted head bartender's voice contained surprise and anger. Then came the sound of various porcelain breaking. The fortune cat, originally lying sideways on the ground. Upon hearing the noise, it immediately stood up. Its ears perked up, carefully distinguishing the sounds from downstairs. Then with a whoosh, it quickly dashed down the stairs. Ah! The rabbit-eared landlady's scream came up. Then came the fortune cat's low growls, one after another. Jobai's hand holding the blue gun tensed, with veins bulging from the effort. That mechanical voice urged him once more. Please, chosen one, make your choice immediately. Damn! Jobai cursed in anger. I choose the second option. As for the rest, he could only fight desperately for an SSS level clearance. You have made your choice and cannot change it. Next, you need to help the tavern survive in order to clear the level. Jobai had no time to wait for these lengthy messages to finish. With the blue gun in his hand, he quickly rushed down the stairs. Inside the first floor hall of the tavern, the tilted head bartender grabbed a stool, but his hand was already cut with a long gash from glass. The fortune cat took an aggressive stance. Its teeth and claws were already stained with blood. They all froze in this position, afraid to move. Because across from them, a waiter had grabbed the landlady by the neck from behind. His other hand held a bottle of clear liquid that was open. When he saw Jobai rushing down, a provocative smile immediately appeared on his face. Jobai's eyes were fixed tightly on the bottle of clear liquid in his hand. He raised the blue gun in his hand, aiming it at him. The waiter immediately grabbed the landlady, shielding himself, facing Jobai. Jobai's blue gun trembled slightly, and he did not dare to pull the trigger. The waiter laughed even more wildly. He grabbed the landlady's jaw, trying to force her to open her mouth. Then with his other hand, he attempted to pour the clear liquid into her mouth. Seeing the waiter about to pour the clear liquid into the landlady's mouth, he hurriedly grabbed an ashtray from the table and smashed it forward. The ashtray flew straight towards the waiter, hitting the hand that held the clear liquid. The waiter could no longer hold the bottle steady. So the bottle was thrown into the air, and the liquid inside splashed onto the ground. The landlady struggled to turn her face away. But as a large amount of liquid splashed down, a few drops inevitably fell into her mouth. The waiter, in pain, shook his hand. Meanwhile, the fortune cat seized the moment and jumped up. It extended its claws, directly scratching towards the waiter's arm. The waiter cried out in pain. And the landlady took this opportunity to break free from his grip. Thus, only he remained by himself. Jobai quickly picked up the blue gun. He aimed the gun at the waiter and pulled the trigger. As Jobai pulled the trigger, a blue phantom bubble swiftly shot out. It moved quickly, growing larger. Then it wrapped the entire waiter inside. The bubble shifted from deep blue to lighter shades. Then, along with the waiter, it vanished from the tavern. Jobai stared blankly at the spot where the waiter had vanished, then looked down at the blue gun in his hand. What kind of gun is this, after all? Inside the tavern, the scene was now a complete mess. Shattered wine bottles, broken chairs, and blood dripping on the floor. Customers began to enter from the door. Seeing the scene in the tavern, they were all a bit stunned. The lucky cat still remembered its job. It swayed its bloody paw up and down, saying to them from afar, "Welcome." Then, a sharp whistle sounded from outside the tavern. The patroller, holding a red stick, rushed into the tavern. He ignored everyone else and went straight to the owner. The red stick was raised up. Then it smashed down onto the owner's head. As the stick came down, the red on it kept flashing. But just as it was about to hit the owner, the red light completely extinguished. The stick in the patroller's hand turned completely black. The terrifying tavern customer rule number 5. The tavern is under very strict control, and patrollers wearing red hats often appear. No matter what they do in the tavern, you need not be afraid. However, if you see them take out a black stick, please leave the tavern immediately. The owner's face revealed a painful expression. She said to the tilting head bartender, "Quick! Close the business." Then she looked at Jobai, "You hurry and go out." Jobai felt that the crisis in the tavern was escalating step by step. He looked with concern at the owner, then at the tilting head bartender. The tilting head bartender nodded at Jobai, signaling him not to worry. Then Jobai turned and walked out of the tavern. Outside the tavern, the sky still hung with a round moon. Jobai took a glance and then buried his head in walking into the resting area across the street. Tomorrow would be the last day. Jobai did not know what kind of challenges awaited him. Chapter 78, the 78th chapter, Phantom Broken. Jobai returned to the resting area, walked into the room, and leaned by the window, looking at the tavern across the street. Now, less than 10 chosen ones had survived. And the countries where these chosen ones belonged had nearly used all their hints. Only the camel country still had one chance left. So, the camel country told their chosen ones how Jobai obtained the blue pistol. Because of this, the camel country achieved an S-grade clearance. And received a reward, eliminating the circling train ghost story that descended upon their country. Although they did not gain more rewards, for them, it was already excellent news. In the live streaming room of Dasha country, the audience watched Joe by leaning by the window, worried about what would happen tomorrow. But suddenly, many viewers from Camel country appeared in the chat, secretly sending gratitude. Thank you, my dear brother. We all wish Hero Joe by the best, hoping he clears the stage smoothly. Friendship lasts forever between Camel country and Dasha country. The audience from Dasha country looked stunned. Then they started to feel a little amused. But luckily, because of this little episode, the atmosphere in the Dasha country livestream was not so heavy. As the time reached 5 in the morning, the staff inside the tavern gradually walked out from the back door. Joe Bai only left the window after seeing all the staff off work, then lay down on the bed. Tomorrow would be the last day, and it might not be easy to get through. So, Joe Bai needed to ensure he had enough sleep. He tried to clear his mind, then slowly fell asleep. At 4 in the afternoon, the alarm clock rang on time. Joe Bai woke up when he heard the alarm. He turned off the alarm, then got up and went to the window. Outside the window, the limping old man was still wandering near the tavern. Joe Bai confirmed there was no abnormality, then walked out to eat. After finishing his meal, he exited the resting area and approached the limping old man. The audience from Dasha country had calculated the time Joe Bai would wake up. Already on time, waiting in front of the screen. The audience all knew that this episode was about to reach its grand finale. So tonight's viewership was much higher than usual. In the live broadcast, that old man with a limp was walking with his head down, limping along. Just when Joe Bai got closer to him, he suddenly turned his head. He looked at Joe Bai. Then he showed Joe Bai a smile. It's 10 in the afternoon. It's time to work. Joe Bai felt his whole body freeze in place. This old man used to wander around in a daze, but his state today was completely different from before. Joe Bai immediately felt a wave of coldness rise behind him. He stiffly looked at the old man with a limp. Then, he saw the old man walking forward while occasionally looking back and smiling at Joe Bai. Joe Bai's inner alertness suddenly tightened. He tried to calm himself down and quickly turned back to the resting area. No matter what the old man wanted to do, Joe Bai had to stay vigilant tonight. He returned to his room but continued to look towards the window. The old man hadn't left, he was still wandering in front of the tavern. After a while, Joe Bai saw a garbage truck pull up to the back door of the tavern. The garbage truck didn't stay at the back door for long, and the landlady soon came out holding a small bag of garbage. When Joe Bai saw the landlady come out, he felt a little relieved. If she could come out to take out the trash, it seemed that the effect of that colorless liquid wasn't serious. Joe Bai sat back on the bed, beginning to close his eyes to rest. As it neared 10 o'clock, he finally stood up from the bed. He looked towards the window. That old man with a limp was no longer on the street. So that uneasy feeling returned to Joe Bai's heart. He hurriedly grabbed the blue pistol. Then, he left the resting area and walked towards the back door of the tavern. If the old man with a limp was waiting for the employees' work hours, then he would definitely enter the tavern to do something. And if Joe Bai wanted to ensure the tavern's safety, he couldn't wait until opening time to go inside. So he decided to take a risk and come to the back door of the tavern. He stood at the back door. He saw the landlady already waiting there. However, her expression was a bit strange. Strange in the way that it was overly calm. Especially when she saw Joe Bai coming, she didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. It was as if Joe Bai really was just an ordinary employee in the tavern. Joe Bai looked at her. Then she blankly held out 3 fingers to Joe Bai. How many is this? Joe Bai answered her, 3. Then the landlady said nothing more and let him in. Joe Bai was truly puzzled inside. But he was more eager to check if the old man with a limp had come inside. He walked into the tavern. The sideways-headed bartender and the lucky cat both froze for a moment when they saw him. But soon, they acted as if nothing had happened. The sideways-headed bartender pointed to the pile of bottles on the floor and said, "Move them." It seemed they really had mistaken him for a server. Joe Bai glanced around the tavern and saw no sign of the old man with a limp. So he went over to help move the bottles. As it approached 11 o'clock at night, Joe Bai placed all the bottles in the cabinet. And that open sign was flipped over. He looked towards the corner and saw the landlady still sitting there, which made him feel relieved. Then, one after another, customers began to enter the tavern. Joe Bai played the role of a waiter, holding a tray, placing glass after glass of drinks on the customers' tables. But his eyes still scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, Joe Bai realized that the landlady was no longer in the corner. He was startled. He hurriedly put down the tray and went inside the tavern to look for her. Then, from a distance, he saw the landlady walking down the stairs to the underground wine cellar. And beside her was a figure who walked with a limp. Joe Bai's heart suddenly jolted. It's over, the old man with a limp has entered. And he somehow got the landlady to help him open the underground wine cellar. When Jobai thought of this, he hurriedly quickened his pace and rushed over. At the dim end of the stairs, the candlelight flickered unsteadily. Jobai's heart was lifted along with it. He reached the wine cellar. Using the faint candlelight, he discerned the path beneath his feet. Then, following a row of wine cabinets, he walked to the end of the cellar. There, he saw two figures facing the wall. Above their heads, a ghostly bubble-like balloon floated in the air. In the landlady's hand, she held a pair of scissors. Rule number 6 of the underground wine cellar. Inside the wine cellar, sharp objects are the most feared. If someone holds one, please stop them immediately. Otherwise, something terrible will happen. Jobai remembered this rule and rushed over to stop her. But it was too late. Because the landlady had already thrown the scissors towards the balloon. Immediately, the balloon burst like a bubble. At the moment the balloon popped, the round moon outside the tavern suddenly transformed into a crescent moon. The originally quiet street became a mirage. In its place was a bustling street. And on the clock tower of this lively town, the time showed it was 10:03 at night. Chapter 79. Welcome to the real world. Outside the tavern, intense changes were taking place, and the people inside the tavern were waking up from a dream. The catpaw man, who was originally handing a drink to the winged girl, suddenly screamed, "Ah!" and threw the cup to the ground. Where did this ugly monster come from? The winged girl showed an injured expression on her face. "Humph. Do you think you look good?" In the corner, the suit man saw his feather-covered hands and screamed, shrinking into the corner of the wall. The birdbeak girl looked at him in shock. She stood there in a daze, appearing somewhat at a loss. At the bar, the tilted-head bartender and the fish-head girl looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to say. In the underground wine cellar. At the moment the balloon burst, the shadow floating in the air also let out a screech. The old man with a limp saw this scene and laughed loudly. "The illusion is broken, welcome to the real world." Jobai's heart jolted. The real world? What on earth is he talking about? The real time now is 10:03 at night. As for all the customers inside your tavern, they are all doomed. The first rule of the Horror Tavern Customer Code. The tavern's business hours are from 23 to 4:44, remember not to arrive early or leave late. Of course, Jobai remembered this rule. As for you, by chance, playing the role of a waiter, that's really lucky. The old man with a limp spoke words Jobai could not understand. However, when the landlady heard his words, the expression on her face finally changed. The shadow above the wine cellar kept screeching, seemingly becoming more and more restless. 22 days. I wandered outside the tavern for 22 days, just to get in here and see the scene with my own eyes. I want everyone to see what kind of people you really are. Before the old man with a limp finished speaking, the shadow finally lost control, howling and diving toward the ground. Then, it was about to rush out of the wine cellar. The rabbit-eared landlady suddenly dashed in front of the shadow, arms open, trying to block it with her body. She closed her eyes, waiting for the imminent pain. However, from her rabbit ears, only a bit of scorching pain was felt, and no other sensation followed. She opened her eyes in confusion. Then, she saw the shadow had already been enveloped by a blue bubble. And that blue pistol appeared at the side of her face, tightly gripped by Jobai, who stood behind her. The blue bubble enveloped the shadow. From deep blue to light blue. Finally, along with the shadow, vanished without a trace. The limping old man saw this scene and had quietly slipped out of the wine cellar. The landlady turned in surprise to look at Jobai. But she heard Jobai ask her, "Are you all right?" In the wine cellar, the candle flickered dimly. But the swirling black smoke rising from the landlady's ears caught Jobai's eye. Seeing this, Jobai's heart jolted. This is pollution? Inside the wine cellar, the temperature slowly began to drop. The candlelight flickered, dripping blue liquid. The flame grew smaller, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The fifth rule of the underground wine cellar. Inside the wine cellar, only one candle provides light. It will never go out. If you see it extinguished, please immediately inform everyone to leave the tavern immediately. Jobai felt that the entire tavern seemed to be collapsing. He looked at the black smoke coming from the landlady's ears, then at the candle, and suddenly felt a sense of helplessness rise within him. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he could not stop everything from heading in the wrong direction. The viewers in the Dasha Country live broadcast saw this scene and felt a surge of fear. It's over, the tavern might be destroyed. Is Jobai going to die? I really can't think of any other way to save this tavern. Jobai tightened his grip on the blue gun in his hand. The strange material of the blue gun left slight imprints as Jobai gripped it tightly. Of course, Jobai didn't notice this detail at the moment. He took a deep breath. In the next second, he reignited his will to fight. Since it was his choice, he could only fight to the death to achieve it. Until the last second, who knows how it will end. Let's go, get out first. Jobai grabbed the landlady's wrist and pulled her towards the stairs. Although the landlady reacted based on her instincts just now. But looking at her state, she still wasn't fully awake. Jobai knew that he couldn't rely on her to figure out how to handle the current situation. He needed to go upstairs to find the crooked-headed bartender and the lucky cat. See if there was any way to gather more information. On the first floor of the tavern. Those customers had already descended into chaos. The limping old man came up from the wine cellar, saw the scene, and laughed as he rushed out of the tavern door. Wonderful! This is exactly the effect I wanted. He swung the tavern door wide open. Then rushed outside into the crowd. At this moment, a large group of people had gathered outside the tavern. Each person in this crowd bore some kind of deformity. Some were missing hands, some missing feet, some lacked eyes, and others had only one ear. These people all held torches in their hands. Standing at the forefront of the crowd was a one-legged old lady. She leaned on a cane. Just standing there, she radiated an imposing presence. The limping old man ran to her side, nodded in salute, then retreated into the crowd. The one-legged old lady stepped forward a few paces and shouted toward the tavern inside. Listen, people inside. I give you 10 seconds to think. If you are willing to cut off your mutated parts, we will not hold your past mistakes against you and can still accept you. If you insist on staying with this tavern, then in 10 seconds, you will disappear in the flames along with it. After she finished speaking, a rugged-looking man stepped forward, holding a large knife. That knife was exceedingly sharp. In the moonlight, it glimmered with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. The customers inside the tavern looked panic-stricken towards the doorway. The crooked-headed bartender deep looked at the fish-headed girl, then picked up a stick and walked outside. The lucky cat standing on the counter also jumped down. It stood side by side with the crooked-headed bartender, blocking the entrance of the tavern. They assumed a posture as if ready to join the fight at any moment. The one-legged old lady saw inside the tavern. Only 2 people stood up and let out a burst of laughter. You monster that has mutated from a cat, we can't accept you. As for this one with the tilted head, no mutation, can join at any time. After the old lady finished speaking, the rough man pointed the knife at the lucky cat. The lucky cat extended its claws and let out a low growl. The tilted-head bartender picked up a stick and blocked in front of the lucky cat. Chapter 80 Burn Down the Tavern. Inside Blue Planet, the other Chosen Ones' live streams were also in chaos. Since none of these Chosen Ones had a blue gun. So, when the shadow pounced on the owner, no one could stop it. Therefore, in their live broadcast, the owner's eyes were black with no whites visible. And the Chosen Ones appearing beside her were all torn to pieces. Except for Jobai, the remaining 8 live streams all went black. That night, the audience witnessed the owner tearing apart the Chosen Ones again and again, almost psychologically traumatized. Especially the audience in the Great Xia Country's live stream. The knife hanging over the neck was the most terrifying moment. In the live broadcast, Jobai grabbed the owner's wrist, while her rabbit ears were emitting black smoke, and the whites of her eyes were slowly turning black. When the audience saw the scene, their hearts all sank. Oh my gosh, so she's going to tear Jobai apart? And in the picture, Jobai took the rabbit-eared owner to the first floor. At the wine cabinet, he took a glass of green liquor and handed it to her. Drink it. The owner looked a bit disoriented. But she still obediently took the cup and drank it down. On the other side, at the tavern entrance, the fish-head girl also rushed out. Without a word, she stood next to the tilted-head bartender, using her large body to block the tavern's front. The tilted-head bartender turned to look at her. Tears of gratitude sparkled in his eyes, but he quickly pretended nothing was wrong and turned his head away. The one-legged old lady looked up and down at the fish-head girl. Then shook her head and sighed repeatedly. Another one is out. Unfortunately, if your head is chopped off, you probably won't live either. The tilted-head bartender glared at the old lady fiercely. And the fish-head girl's face was full of determination, not afraid at all. Inside the tavern. After the rabbit-eared owner drank the green liquor, the expansion of her black pupils finally slowed down. He then pulled the rabbit-eared owner through the panicking crowd in the tavern, reaching the doorway. What they saw was the 3 of them protecting the tavern, confronting hundreds of people. Next, his gaze swept around the surroundings. Outside the tavern, the scene was completely different from before, which made Jobai feel a bit dizzy. Welcome to the real world. At this moment, Jobai realized that the crippled old man's earlier words meant this. In the crowd, the crippled old man's face appeared before Jobai's eyes. It seemed that the hundreds of people standing across from him were probably the final challenge Jobai had to face in this instance. Thinking of this, the hand holding the blue gun tightened even more. The one-legged old lady looked at Jobai. Not bad, another normal person has come. And you're holding a rabbit-eared beauty. Bring that beauty over, cut off her ears. Then you can be together. Jobai pulled the rabbit-eared owner behind him, his eyes sweeping over the torches in those people's hands, and his face turned colder. Why do I feel like you don't have good intentions? The old lady chuckled. We are very friendly to normal people. Even towards mutated people, we are quite tolerant. Cut off the mutated parts, and we can live together harmoniously. Jobai coldly replied, cutting off the mutated parts is just to suppress pollution. If there are no signs of further mutation, why must it be cut off? Since Jobai entered the tavern, it was discovered that the mutants in this tavern, unlike those in other scenarios, did not continue to mutate. Except when they were drugged with the liquor, the state of these mutants was basically stable. Jobai speculated that their stable state should be due to the 3 types of liquor provided by the tavern. However, the effects of these 3 types of liquor should not be very stable. Otherwise, this tavern wouldn't need patrollers. Upon hearing Jobai's words, the old lady instantly became furious. How do you know they won't continue to mutate? Keeping these mutated parts will continue to mutate. So many of us have verified it. Pain is the best way to suppress pollution. Jobai turned sideways and pointed at the customers inside the tavern. I have stayed in this tavern for so many days, and so many people here have not continued to mutate. The one-legged old lady followed Jobai's finger and looked towards the entrance of the tavern. There, every person, whether mutated or normal, had fear in their eyes. The one-legged old lady felt that she was a messenger of justice. But at this moment, she felt as if she was the source of their fear in their eyes. The one-legged old lady, unwilling to believe it, carefully identified but still could not find a trace of madness from pollution in their eyes. She was almost convinced by Jobai. At this time, the lame old man saw that the one-legged old lady was slightly shaken and quickly stood up from the crowd. Don't be fooled by their temporary appearance. How can mutants be with normal people? Look at that person with feathers all over his hands. Lin Yazi witnessed with his own eyes that he was polluted like this because he was with a mutated girl. The man in the suit, hearing someone mention him, fearfully hid his hands. Jobai glared at the lame old man. Why did he become like this? Isn't it all thanks to the drugs from Lin Yazi? The one-legged old lady immediately glared at the lame old man upon hearing this. What did he say? What is going on? The lame old man nervously took a step back. And no, it's not like that. You should believe me, you shouldn't believe these people. We cannot coexist with mutants. We use pain to draw a line between us and them. Why should they want normal people and mutants to harmoniously coexist? The one-legged old lady was caught off guard by his question. Standing there, she didn't know which choice to make. At this moment, the lame old man suddenly joyfully pointed at the rabbit-eared boss lady hiding behind Jobai. Look! She is mutating. Then, hundreds of people's eyes all turned to her. They saw the pain on her face. The black smoke on her ears was spreading continuously. Her entire ear was almost going to be dyed black. The pollution from that shadow was too powerful. That cup of green liquor couldn't completely suppress her mutation at all. Thus, the rabbit-eared boss lady showed an agonizing expression. Look, when mutants go mad, it is this terrifying. The lame old man continued excitedly. My thoughts are not wrong. This tavern cannot be kept. Then, someone in the crowd shouted, burn down the tavern. Immediately, the hundreds of people behind the one-legged old lady all raised their torches. In unison, they shouted, burn down the tavern. Burn down the tavern. The lucky cat heard these shouts and its fur stood on end. Claws extended, back arched, its eyes glaring at the crowd. The crooked bartender gripped his stick tightly, the fish-headed girl raised her fist, and Jobai aimed his blue handgun at the one-legged old lady in the front row. The situation was about to erupt. At that moment, the one-legged old lady finally noticed the blue handgun in Jobai's hand. You actually have a gun that creates illusions? It seems you still intend to be stubborn. Behind Jobai, the black pollution on the ears of the rabbit-eared boss lady was almost spreading to the roots. The white of her eyes was diminishing, almost entirely turning black. The old man with a limp pointed at the boss lady and shouted, she's going insane. She's going crazy. She's going to attack us soon. Upon hearing this, Jobai immediately turned the gun towards the old man with a limp. He quickly shut his mouth and tried to hide into the crowd, looking down. This gun can only shoot one person at a time. And there are hundreds of us. You should surrender quickly. Except for that one with the fish head, and that cat. The rest of us can accept you. The crooked-headed bartender silently reached out, holding the hand of the fish-headed girl. He roared back at the old lady with one leg, I can't abandon either of them. The old lady's face instantly turned an ashen gray. At this moment, the expression on the rabbit-eared boss lady's face became even more painful. Seeing her like this, the one-legged old lady sighed and said, "Stop protecting her. It's useless. A mutated person will not have a clear mind. She will soon attack you all." As soon as she finished speaking, the rabbit-eared boss lady let out a howl and crouched down in pain. Jobai saw her like this and knew she was fighting fiercely against the pollution inside her. She painfully grabbed at her ears with her hands. Her eyes, almost completely dyed black, suddenly looked up at the crowd across from her. She was holding a pair of scissors. The sharp scissors glimmered coldly. The people she was staring at immediately felt a chill run down their spines. The old man with a limp shrank back into the crowd under Jobai's gun, but he was still not discouraged. Taking the opportunity while Jobai was concerned about the boss lady, he poked his head out again and shouted, "She's gone mad. She must be going insane." Then, the boss lady raised her scissors. The people in front all tightened their grips on their torches. If the boss lady really went insane, they would probably throw their torches at the tavern immediately. However, they did not wait for the boss lady to attack the crowd. Her scissors were not aimed at others. Rather, they were turned toward herself. Red liquid began to drip down from her head. The scissors cut into the base of her ears, snip after snip. Every cut twisted her face in pain. Cold sweat streamed down her forehead continuously. After cutting 10 times, her blackened ear finally fell off. The people in the entire street watched this scene in shock. Not a single person dared to make a sound. These people had all experienced pain before, so they could feel even more deeply the suffering the boss lady was going through now. The only sound in the whole place was the sound of the boss lady gasping in pain. The rabbit ear fell to the ground. The boss lady trembled as she struggled to stand up. Jobai quickly reached out to support her. Her eyes had turned back to a clear black and white normal look. The one-legged old lady finally came back to her senses from the intense shock. "Very good. You've cut off your own rabbit ear. This shows you are willing to choose our side. Come here. We can accept you." The crowd across also felt that the boss lady wanted to surrender, and the tense atmosphere finally relaxed. The remaining ear of the boss lady hung weakly behind her head. With Jobai's support, she took a step forward, weakly. Although her face was pale from blood loss, her eyes still shone with a determined light. "I cut off my ear not to give up my tavern. I believe pain can suppress pollution. But I do not believe pain is the only way to suppress pollution. I am willing to accept Ling Yazi, who chooses to use pain to suppress pollution, as a tavern attendant. I am also willing to accept those who choose other methods to enter this tavern." The boss lady stood right in front of the one-legged old lady. A small figure, speaking softly. But the words being said were striking hard against her heart. She looked around the tavern. The people inside still showed expressions of fear towards her. She couldn't help but lower her head. After a long time, she let out a deep sigh. "I can let this tavern go today. But mutants will be discriminated against in this small town. The tavern cannot survive." After saying this, she turned to the crowd and said, "Take up weapons, leave 10 people to guard the tavern. The rest, go back." After she finished, she directed the crowd to disperse. The limping old man, unwilling to let his efforts go to waste, approached her. "Just let them go like this? If these people go crazy, our whole town will be in danger." The one-legged old lady coldly glanced at him and said, "I know what I'm doing." Then ignored him. The limping old man dared not say more and could only silently follow behind her. But he still turned his head from time to time, glaring fiercely at the people in the tavern. The crisis finally came to an end. Jobai helped the boss lady walk into the tavern. The tilting-headed bartender quietly held the fish-headed girl's hand and followed them inside. Inside the tavern, the fear in the customer's eyes had not yet faded. The tilting-headed bartender went to get some bandages to help wrap the boss lady's head. Jobai looked at the stunned crowd and then at the mess in the tavern. He lowered his head and sighed. "Today is the last night, how can this tavern survive?" His hand unconsciously tapped on the blue handgun. Then, his gaze fell on the handgun. He noticed that the part of the handgun he was holding already had slight dents. He suddenly frowned tightly. "A handgun that can create illusions?" The one-legged old lady's words flashed in Jobai's mind. He suddenly woke up. If the tavern could go back to its original state, could it survive? This thought arose, and he became excited. Yes, that's it. But how can the tavern return to its original state? He brought the blue handgun close and carefully examined its material. Then, he gently scraped his fingernail across the surface of the handgun. He stared in surprise at the scratch on the handgun. A candle? He didn't expect it to even hide its own material with an illusion. In the basement, that candle was dripping blue liquid. And as time went on, its flame was growing dimmer. Chapter 82: The conclusion of the terrifying tavern. Jobai felt he needed to find someone to verify this idea immediately. So he walked to the boss lady's side. Her head had already been wrapped in thick bandages by the tilting-headed bartender, using clumsy methods. Jobai raised the blue handgun in front of them and asked, "Was the illusion in the tavern created by this handgun?" The two of them stared blankly at the handgun, both shaking their heads in confusion. Jobai was momentarily dumbfounded. Could it be a wrong guess? The boss lady said to Jobai, "Actually, I don't know. The tavern's illusion was created by a former customer of the tavern who helped me. The blue handgun in your hand was also given to Tian Tian by that person." The fortune cat meowed once and turned its head away. It seemed reluctant to admit its not-so-mighty name. The tilting-headed bartender's eyes fell on the back of Jobai's hand. "At first, I thought you and that customer came from the same organization." Jobai paused for a moment, then thoughtfully looked at the blue handgun in his hand. In the basement, that candle was about to extinguish. But Jobai's heart was still engaged in a fierce internal struggle. The fifth rule of the basement: inside the basement, a candle illuminates. It will never go out. If you see it go out, please immediately inform everyone to leave the tavern. Jobai's thought in his heart: if he wants to implement it, must move to the candle in the wine cellar. However, if he accidentally extinguishes the candle, then the entire tavern may be in danger. The landlady saw Jobai's inner struggle and asked, "Do you want to try to restore the illusion?" Jobai nodded, "But there may be danger in the tavern." The landlady smiled, "No problem, just try. But, you must wait for me a moment." After saying that, she turned to look at the tilted head bartender. Just as she was ready to speak, he stopped her. "Stop. No need to ask. I know what you want to say. I know there is danger. But, I will stay." The girl with the fish head stood by him, holding his hand. "I will stay too." The lucky cat raised its paw, "Meow too." The landlady looked at the three of them and then nodded. "All right. We do not separate." Then, she smiled, lifted her head, and walked towards the center of the tavern crowd. "Dear customers, hello. I am the landlady of this tavern. I am very sorry to let you experience bad feelings in the tavern. Next, we will try to restore the tavern to its original state. But, this may pose a risk to your lives. So, I must inform you in advance. If you do not wish to stay in the tavern, you can freely choose to leave now." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd began to discuss in a rush. Cat Paw Guy was the first to stand up. "I won't go out. Also, I'm afraid of pain. I would rather stay with the tavern." Wing Girl rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm not afraid of pain, but I also won't go out. I'm quite happy in the tavern." Then, those customers all stood up to express their opinions. Suit Guy curled up in the corner. Hearing their conversation, he stumbled to his feet. "No. I don't want to die. I don't want to stay here." After saying that, he staggered and rushed out of the tavern. The people guarding the tavern saw Suit Guy rush out and immediately surrounded him, taking him away. Bird Beak Girl looked at his departing figure with a hurt expression, but still could not muster the courage to chase after him. All the customers in the tavern, except Suit Guy, chose to stay. After the landlady finished talking with the customers, she walked over to Jobai. "Okay. You can just let go and try." Jobai clenched the blue gun tightly and followed the landlady into the underground wine cellar. In the wine cellar, the candle had almost only a faint light left. Jobai approached the candle with the blue gun in hand. Then he took a deep breath and brought the gun above the candle. When the gun touched the candle, it suddenly melted quickly. Jobai felt pain and loosened his grip. Then, the melted blue gun transformed into liquid, pouring completely down to the candle. The viewers in the live stream watched this scene, all anxious. So much liquid pouring onto the candle, wouldn't it extinguish it? However, what shocked everyone was that when the flame of the candle touched the liquid, it suddenly burned even more fiercely. The candle flame burned brightly, emitting blue smoke. These smoke gathered in the air, slowly transforming again into a balloon. As this balloon formed in the sky outside the tavern, the crescent moon slowly became round. Those guarding outside the tavern watched as the tavern redisappeared before their eyes. Then, the mechanical announcement sounded in the live stream of Daxia Country. "Congratulations, Daxia Country's chosen one, successfully helped the tavern survive. Clearance level, SSS level." The viewers in Daxia Country's live stream all cheered loudly. Jobai knew he had finally cleared the level. A smile appeared on his face. He followed the landlady back to the first floor. The chubby chef in the kitchen, wearing headphones, came out holding a huge pile of prepared food. He placed the food on the table, then noticed everyone was looking at him. He took off his headphones and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Is something wrong? The tilted head bartender laughed and patted him on the shoulder. It's nothing. Nothing happened. So, the chubby chef believed him and put his headphones back on, humming a song as he returned to the kitchen. Everyone burst into laughter and began sharing the food on the table. The tavern returned to its former lively scene. Jobai looked at the people in the tavern. He knew that the time for parting was drawing near. At that moment, the mechanical broadcast voice indeed rang out again. Rewards are now being distributed. The grain production of the Great Xia Kingdom has increased by 10%. Please, chosen one, prepare to go to the next instance. Jobai looked at the landlady. He saw that the thick gauze on her head also hid one of her ears. Suddenly, Jobai said to the mechanical broadcast voice, "Wait a minute." Then, the celebrating people turned their heads in confusion to look at Jobai. However, Jobai knew he didn't have much time and didn't explain too much. He hurriedly turned around and rushed out of the tavern, heading for the resting area across the street. He frantically searched through the cabinets in the resting area. He remembered that he had seen that thing here. Finally, he found what he wanted in the bottom drawer of the cabinet. So, he took that item back to the landlady. The landlady stared blankly at Jobai. Then, Jobai placed the rabbit ear headband on her head. Jobai looked at her and smiled. It looks really good. The light shone in the landlady's eyes. But in the next second, Jobai had already disappeared from her sight. In the livestream room of the Great Xia Kingdom, the mechanical broadcast voice echoed. Next, enter the Effective Pharmaceutical Company instance. The Effective Pharmaceutical Company instance has been opened. Please all chosen ones get ready. In this instance, chosen ones will play the role of a private detective in D City. The detective agency received a commission from a mother. Her daughter works at the Effective Pharmaceutical Company. However, the daughter has not contacted her family since she went to work a month ago. The mother is very worried, so she entrusted the detective agency to help her find her daughter. The condition for clearing this instance is to enter the Effective Pharmaceutical Company, help this mother find her daughter, and bring her back to her mother's side. After the information was broadcast, the livestream rooms of other countries on Blue Star reopened. Hundreds of newly selected chosen ones entered the world of strange tales again. The Effective Pharmaceutical Company? Isn't that the company where the wife is in the family instance? Hiss, the chosen one from Sakura Kingdom in that instance was captured in the pharmaceutical factory for experiments. I still remember the scenes clearly. The danger level in the pharmaceutical company is very high. This mother's daughter is likely in great danger. It's hard, too hard. I feel worried for these chosen ones. When Jobai opened his eyes, he had already left the horror tavern and arrived inside a detective agency. In front of him lay a crumpled piece of paper. The paper was wrinkled and had several faint scratch marks on it. Jobai looked at the piece of paper, and a flood of memories related to this instance surged into his mind. A week ago, the detective agency received the commission from this mother and immediately sent a detective into the Effective Pharmaceutical Company. However, this detective lost contact with the agency after sending out this piece of paper a few days ago. The detective agency had no choice but to send another detective in to investigate. Jobai's role was to be this newly assigned detective. After understanding all the information, Jobai couldn't help but twitch his lips. This mission's difficulty was way too high. The previous detective was a professional, after all. If even a detective got into trouble, then others would certainly have a harder time. Moreover, there was only one way to succeed this time. Thinking of this, Jobai let out a sigh. He closed his eyes and encouraged himself quietly. Then he looked at the note in his hand. The detective's note. 1. This company has a strict hierarchy, with employees divided into 5 levels. New employees must start at the lowest level, level 5. 2. All employees must wear uniforms. Level 5 and Level 4 must wear orange uniforms. Level 3 must wear white uniforms. Level 2 and Level 1 must wear green uniforms. 3. The dishes in the cafeteria sterilizer can only be used by employees in green uniforms. Don't mix them up. 4. Don't befriend colleagues who are very serious about their work. During work hours, try to slack off as much as possible. 5. The R&D department is in the building at the very east of the company. 6. The company provides dormitories for employees. If your roommate makes chewing sounds in the middle of the night, don't be afraid and don't open your eyes. He might just be hungry. 7. When leaving the pharmaceutical company, please take off your uniform. Do not let the ordinary citizens of D City know that you are from good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. 8. No matter how attractive the conditions are, do not submit a volunteer application form. After reading all the rules, a voice from the system echoed in Jobai's mind. Detecting that the host has acquired new rules, I will mark an incorrect option for you. The 5th rule of the detective's note is incorrect. Jobai looked at that rule. The R&D department is in the building at the very east of the company. After reading it, Jobai couldn't help but frown. Is there no R&D department in the company? Or is the R&D department not in the building at the very east? Jobai recalled what he knew. During the first mission, his wife had said that the good effective pharmaceutical company in his city did not have an R&D department. But this mission was in D City. It was possible that the situation might be different. In the loop train mission, D City did not accept mutants. If mutants appeared in D City in this mission, then the level of pollution in this world should be expanding continuously. Thinking of this, Jobai's expression grew serious. He put away the detective's note. Then he set off for the Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company is located on the outskirts of D City. There was only one bus in the entire city that went there. Today was Jobai's first day at work. He took the simple luggage he had prepared long ago and boarded the bus to Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. This city seemed much more lively and prosperous than other cities. Even a bus going to the suburbs was packed with people. Having seen mutants in the horror world, Jobai felt a bit uncomfortable surrounded by normal people on the bus. As the vehicle drove toward the pharmaceutical company, the number of pedestrians on the road gradually decreased. When the bus stopped in front of the Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company's gate, Jobai got off with his luggage from the back door. At that moment, he noticed that everyone on the bus was looking at him with strange expressions. The seventh rule of the detective's note. When leaving the pharmaceutical company, please take off your uniform. Do not let ordinary citizens of D City know that you are from Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. Jobai felt his back stiffen. It wasn't until the bus drove far away that this feeling finally faded. Carrying his simple luggage, he walked through the company's gate. After a brief verification of his identity with the receptionist, the people from the administrative department came to lead Jobai to complete his onboarding process. After the procedures were finished, he received 2 sets of exchangeable orange uniforms. Then, carrying his luggage, he entered the dormitory under the guidance of the administrative staff. The employee dormitory arranged for him by the company was a double room. Jobai received the key and, according to the doorplate number, found his own dormitory. He opened the dormitory door and found that, surprisingly, there was already a person lying inside. The person had his back turned to Jobai. Jobai could not see his current state. Jobai felt a little strange and looked at his phone, puzzled. The time displayed on it was 10:30 in the morning. At this time, he should have already gone to work. Why was he still lying in bed? With his doubts, Jobai pulled his luggage to another empty bed. Considering the other person might still be sleeping, he tried to minimize the noise he made. He gently opened his suitcase and began to unpack his belongings. After Jobai finished organizing his bed, his roommate was still lying on the bed, maintaining the same position. Not a single change had occurred. Jobai found his roommate extremely strange. But he didn't rush to explore the reason why. Just entering the instance, he didn't want to act rashly. The most important thing now was to gather as much information as possible. So, Jobai went to the bathroom, changed into the orange uniform. He tiptoed out and closed the door softly. Then he walked out of the dormitory building. Next, he had to report to the department where he was employed. The position Jobai applied for was that of a salesperson. Thus, he was assigned to the company's sales group 4. Following the front desk's directions, he arrived at the office belonging to sales group 4. The group leader of sales group 4, named Shen, was a middle-aged man nearing 50. He looked very serious and formal. He had the kind of appearance that made employees in the office absolutely afraid to slack off. When Jobai entered the office, he indeed saw the employees inside working fervently. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Group leader Chen wore an orange uniform. On his shoulder hung a 4 symbol. This proved he was a level 4 employee. In the office of Sales Group 4, aside from group leader Chen, everyone else also wore orange uniforms, and on their shoulders hung a 5 symbol. Jobai stood at the door, looking inside. He saw group leader Chen standing behind an ordinary employee. One hand on his waist and the other pointing incessantly at the computer screen ahead. Jobai gasped in cold air. Memories of past jobs suddenly rushed back to him. Ah, he had to be a corporate slave again, how difficult. He knocked on the office door. Seeing everyone deeply engrossed in their work, no one responded to him. So he walked in by himself. Group leader Chen noticed someone walking up beside him and finally looked up at Jobai. Jobai quickly smiled awkwardly at him. Hello, Group Leader Chen, I am the new salesperson reporting to Sales Group 4. Nice to meet you. After Jobai finished speaking, Group Leader Chen did not reply. Instead, he just coldly stared at Jobai. That gaze made Jobai feel like he had just done something wrong. He stiffly revealed an awkward smile. At this moment, the audience in the livestream also sensed that Group Leader Chen was slightly off. Why does Group Leader Chen seem so strange? The rules say that serious work is not allowed. Group Leader Chen seems off. He is urging employees to work so seriously, there must be a problem. Zhou Bai stood there awkwardly, trying hard to recall what he had just done wrong. However, at the same time, the chosen one from Sakura country quickly gained the favor of Group Leader Chen. He stood straight and, upon seeing Group Leader Chen, respectfully bent at 90 degrees, bowing deeply. So, Team Leader Chen smiled at him with satisfaction. The experts of the Daxia National Analysis Group had screens filling the walls in front of them. At this moment, an expert noticed the image from Sakura country. No, Team Leader Chen's attitude is all wrong. Look at the screens from Sakura country. As the rules stated, this company's hierarchy is strict. Lower ranks showing respect like bowing to higher ranks might be the right attitude in Sakura country. No, we have to remind Zhou Bai. The expert group realized something was off and was about to use a reminder when Zhou Bai suddenly felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. From the corner of his eye, Zhou Bai glanced down. He found that the one pulling his clothes was a boy with a flat-top haircut sitting in front of a computer. Bow, quick. The flat-top boy whispered urgently to Zhou Bai. Familiar NPC reminders had appeared again. Zhou Bai looked at the flat-top boy, then at Team Leader Chen's icy expression. After thinking for a moment, he slightly bent down and gave a symbolic bow. After Zhou Bai completed this action, Team Leader Chen's cold expression finally began to thaw. The expert group sighed in relief at this scene. Good, one reminder opportunity saved. Team Leader Chen pointed to an empty seat behind him and said to Zhou Bai. Sit down, open the computer. There's a lot of work today, and you have no time to adjust. You need to get into work mode immediately. Zhou Bai had no choice but to follow his instructions, sitting in the empty seat and then opening the computer. Team Leader Chen turned around and took 2 steps to stand behind Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai had just opened the computer when he felt the oppressive gaze of Team Leader Chen on his screen, and it suddenly hit him. Team Leader Chen, so what are my work tasks? Team Leader Chen placed a white medicine bottle in front of Zhou Bai. Seeing the bottle, Zhou Bai's heart tightened sharply. Wasn't this the kind of pill that his wife took in the first copy? Team Leader Chen placed the pills on Zhou Bai's desk and then said. The clients you are following have all purchased our pills. Every day, your job is to contact these clients and ask if they need to continue purchasing. Team Leader Chen pointed at Zhou Bai's computer screen and continued. Open this spreadsheet. It contains all the clients you need to contact. Zhou Bai opened the computer and saw over 100 names listed inside. Each person's address was in D City. It seemed that the pollution was indeed continuing to spread. Zhou Bai didn't rush to make phone calls. Did the rules not say? During work hours, if there's a chance to slack off, take it. He was good at this sort of thing. So he pretended to seriously flip through the spreadsheet. He looked while taking out a notebook, pretending to take notes. Finally, after a long wait, Team Leader Chen left his back. He let out a sigh of relief. Then he saw Team Leader Chen walk to the front of the office. He clapped his hands, signaling all team members to stop their work. Alright, it's time for our motivational moment. Everyone, stand up. Thus, nearly 10 members from Sales Group 4 stood up from their seats. Then, Team Leader Chen shouted with his booming voice. Good morning, friends from Sales Group 4. As soon as he finished, the entire office erupted in a unified response. Good, very good, extremely good. Sales Group 4 will be even better. Team Leader Chen was very satisfied with their response. Next, each person motivate yourself with a sentence. Lu Mei. Team Leader Chen pointed at the girl in the front row. Then she shouted, today we must work harder. LV Dong. Team Leader Chen pointed at the boy in the second row. The boy immediately shouted. Just do it. Then, everyone would be pointed to by Team Leader Chen. And the person pointed at would immediately shout a slogan. Finally, Team Leader Chen pointed his finger at Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai quickly reacted and shouted, Ollie give. Chapter 85 Employee Work Guidelines. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai awkwardly clenched his fists and made a cheering gesture. He shouted loudly, come on. As a result, the office of Sales Group 4 erupted in intense applause. Come on. Come on. Come on. In the passionate atmosphere, Zhou Bai could only mechanically clap his hands. After a long time, the applause finally stopped. Zhou Bai was finally able to sit back in his seat. He helplessly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At this moment, Team Leader Chen started supervising each person's work progress from the front row. The entire office immediately filled with the sounds of typing on keyboards and phone calls. Zhou Bai boredly slid his mouse, pretending to work seriously. His eyes occasionally observed where Team Leader Chen was. Finally, when Team Leader Chen went to the restroom, Joe Bai relaxed. He casually flipped through the things on his desk and found that there were some materials on how to work. Then he opened the drawer and found a new set of rules inside. Employee Work Guidelines. 1. On the surface, you should respect your superior and obey their commands. 2. Take your work seriously. Do not slack off or be lazy. Complete the tasks assigned by your superior on time. 3. When you see employees of level 2 and level 1, lower your head and look at your toes. This shows your greatest respect for them. 4. Employees of different levels will have different office, dining, and accommodation conditions. Please remember your level and do not act beyond it. 5. The company will have a chance to re-evaluate each month. To upgrade to level 3, you must submit a volunteer application form. 6. The company's electricity is not very stable and may experience power outages. This will not put you in danger, so there is no need to panic, just wait a while, and it will resume. 7. If a colleague suddenly disappears next to you, do not panic, and do not ask where they went. 8. The company's management is very strict, and you should not walk around casually at night. Be careful not to get caught by security in black clothes. After reading all the rules, the sound of the system echoed in Joe Bai's mind. Detecting that the host has obtained new rules, here is an identified incorrect option. The 6th rule of employee work guidelines is incorrect. Joe Bai looked at that rule. He guessed that the frequent power outages in this company were likely true. But the reason for the outages should not be because of poor voltage. The most important thing was that this rule said, this will not put you in danger. So it was highly likely that there would be danger during a power outage. Joe Bai realized the seriousness of the situation even more. However, what should he do during a power outage to avoid danger? Joe Bai had not thought of an answer yet and could only suppress his doubts for now, then looked at the other rules. His gaze fell on the 2nd rule of employee work guidelines. Take your work seriously. Do not slack off or be lazy. Complete the tasks assigned by your superior on time. This rule clearly conflicted with the 4th point of the detective's note. Do not befriend colleagues who take their work too seriously. During work hours, try to slack off as much as possible. Joe Bai suddenly fell into a dilemma. Should he take his work seriously, or should he not? As he thought of this, he suddenly felt that slacking off was no longer appealing. Outside the office door, Team Leader Chen had returned from the restroom. Joe Bai had to pick up the pen again, pretending to write something in his notebook. He looked at the others. Every person was deeply engaged in their work. Moreover, they all appeared normal, showing no signs of contamination. Joe Bai felt even more confused. Could it be that one must work seriously to a certain extent or for a certain length of time before being affected? At that moment, Team Leader Chen had already walked up behind Joe Bai. Do you understand the work content clearly? Are there any questions you don't understand? Joe Bai closed his blank notebook. Then turned around and smiled at Team Leader Chen. It's almost done, almost done. Team Leader Chen then said with a stern face, almost done? Then start making calls. After he finished speaking, he stood behind Joe Bai, showing no intention of leaving. Joe Bai had no choice but to pick up the phone on the desk, ready to dial the first phone number on the form. At that moment, Team Leader Chen reminded Joe Bai, if a customer complains about our drug's effectiveness, just pass them to Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang was the flat-headed boy sitting in front of Joe Bai, who had just reminded Joe Bai to bow. On his desk, there was a jar of gray pills. Joe Bai nodded to Team Leader Chen and replied, okay. He then began to dial the first phone number. Joe Bai's form had the names, home addresses, phone numbers, and the times each customer purchased drugs. The customer Joe Bai was calling had bought 2 jars of white pills starting 2 months ago. Each jar's cycle is half a month. This means the customer had not taken the medicine for a month. After 2 rings, the phone in Joe Bai's hand was quickly answered. Joe Bai hurriedly said, hello, this is Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. May I ask? However, he had not finished his sentence when the other party immediately hung up. Joe Bai instantly felt as if his young heart had been struck hard. It was a blow even more devastating than facing it directly. Team Leader Chen still stood behind Joe Bai. Joe Bai had no choice but to brace himself and make the second call. The result was the same, he faced rejection again. For an entire morning, under Team Leader Chen's supervision, Joe Bai made 30 phone calls. Without a doubt, every single one was a rejection. Moreover, each time they heard the name of Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company, they immediately hung up. By the time lunch break was announced, he had been rejected to the point of numbness. He lay on the table, unable to muster any spirit. Xiao Wang, sitting in front of him, turned around and asked with concern, what's wrong? Joe Bai sighed, sigh, work is so hard. Xiao Wang comforted him, it's okay, it's like this at the beginning. It will get better over time. You see me now, 90% of the customers I called in the morning made a repeat purchase. Zhou Bai lay on the table, suddenly feeling that Xiao Wang's words were somewhat off. 90% of customers made a repeat purchase? But the calls Zhou Bai made were hung up as soon as the company name was mentioned. This was not just a matter of having more or less work experience. Zhou Bai immediately sat up straight and humbly asked Xiao Wang for advice. Is there any secret? Xiao Wang rested his chin on his hand and thought carefully. Actually, there isn't really any secret. You just need to immediately inform them when making a call that we are from good effective pharmaceutical company. Because our company has always had a good reputation. So, as long as you say the name of the company, they will immediately want to repurchase. After Xiao Wang said this, Zhou Bai felt even more confused. Clearly, as soon as he mentioned the company name, the other party would immediately hang up. Why did Xiao Wang say that as long as he informed them of the company name, they would want to repurchase? This seems contradictory. If Xiao Wang wasn't lying, then there must be some conditions that were different. That's what caused this result. What exactly is different? Zhou Bai carefully searched through all possibilities. Then, his gaze fell on the gray medicine jar on Xiao Wang's desk. Zhou Bai's eyes suddenly grew serious. He asked Xiao Wang, have you been selling the gray pills since you joined the company? Xiao Wang smiled, of course not. When I first joined the company, I also sold white pills like you. But I had no experience back then, and my performance was poor. Hearing Xiao Wang say this, Zhou Bai felt there was something strange about the situation. Was it really because of lack of experience that the performance was poor while selling the white pills? From the information in Xiao Wang's words, Zhou Bai felt it wasn't the case. Just as he wanted to ask Xiao Wang more, Team Leader Chen and the entire sales team 4 were already standing outside the office, watching the two of them. What are you two still mumbling about? Hurry up and go. Team Leader Chen impatiently urged them. Xiao Wang quickly stood up from his seat, pulled Zhou Bai, and headed towards the door. Hurry, Team Leader Chen is waiting for us to go eat in the cafeteria. Zhou Bai's eyes widened in surprise. What? Eating requires the whole team to go together? This is really unity, huh? Zhou Bai felt that eating with Team Leader Chen would surely be incredibly stressful. But there was no choice, he could only unwillingly be pulled into the line of the sales team 4. Thus, under Team Leader Chen's leadership, nearly 10 people moved together toward the cafeteria. From the office to the elevator, they had to walk through a long corridor. On the way to the cafeteria, Zhou Bai saw that several offices next door also had groups of 3 to 5 people coming out. Those groups had people in front wearing the number 4 on their shoulders. It seemed that other sales teams also needed to eat together. Seeing this, Zhou Bai felt a bit more balanced inside. Xiao Wang appeared to be a very gossipy person. He walked next to Zhou Bai. Occasionally turning his head to look at other teams, he silently pointed to a group of 4 people and whispered to Zhou Bai. Look, they are from Sales Team 1. Wow, they must have earned a lot in bonuses this time. Zhou Bai looked in the direction Xiao Wang pointed. He saw 4 people dressed in orange uniforms. The man at the front had slicked back hair and wore the number 4 on his shoulder. Even though everyone wore the same clothes, the shiny gold watch on the slick-haired man's hand made him stand out in the crowd. Xiao Wang's gaze also fell on the slick-haired man's gold watch. TCH, look at their showy appearance. So annoying. But after saying that, Xiao Wang sighed. Sigh, there's nothing we can do, they have good results, right? The total performance of our 10 people is less than half of theirs. Hearing Xiao Wang say this, Zhou Bai couldn't help but take another look at them. Team Leader Chen worked so hard, and their performance was not even half of theirs? There are only 4 of them. Just how amazing must they be? While Zhou Bai and Xiao Wang were gossiping about them, they also looked over here. Especially the slick-haired man at the front. He wore a smug expression. Looking at Sales Team 4, he let out a mocking laugh. Then he swaggered a few steps, arms wide open, blocking Team Leader Chen's path. Xiao Wang immediately leaned closer to Zhou Bai with a curious look. This is the leader of Team 1, who has never gotten along with our Team Leader Chen. I heard he used to be Team Leader Chen's subordinate. The slick-haired man waved his left hand with the gleaming gold watch in front of Team Leader Chen. Then he said, Team Leader Chen, how's today's performance? I guess, it should still not be great. Fortunately, I applied to transfer teams back then. Otherwise, I would only be stuck with your underperforming team members now, just like you. Just holding that tiny bit of salary. As soon as he finished speaking, the team members following Team Leader Chen all showed strange expressions. Zhou Bai looked at the Sales Team 4 and then at the groups of 3 to 5 people who had come out to eat. 4 people, 6 people, 7 people. The number of people in other sales teams was much less than that of Sales Team 4. Zhou Bai looked doubtfully at Team Leader Chen. Equally hard-working, but with the largest number of people and the least performance, this was somewhat strange. Team Leader Chen looked at the oily-haired man, but surprisingly, there was a hint of sympathy in his eyes. I've told you many times before, don't. Before Team Leader Chen could finish his sentence, suddenly, the entire company went dark. The power went out. Joe Bai's heart jumped. At this moment, it was very quiet all around. Not a single employee screamed due to the blackout. Joe Bai recalled the system's reminder, and he immediately tensed up, standing still. There would be danger in the dark. This was Joe Bai's guest answer. But where exactly was the danger? At this moment, a sudden chill swept past Joe Bai's face in the completely windowless hallway. He instantly felt his entire back stiffening. In the darkness, he instinctively turned his face toward the direction where the wind was blowing. Then, the light above his head suddenly flickered. A pair of wide-open eyes appeared right in front of Joe Bai. Joe Bai's heart tightened. These were the eyes of the oily-haired man. After this flicker, the hallway lights finally brightened. Joe Bai turned to look at the direction where the oily-haired man had just been. He found that the man had already vanished. In the darkness, there would be danger. Joe Bai silently repeated this sentence in his heart. He only felt a chill all over his body. Team Leader Chen stood in front of Joe Bai, slightly lowering his head. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang seemed completely unaffected by the situation. He still smiled carefree. The people in the entire hallway, including the members of Sales Team 1, showed no signs of surprise at all. In fact, the members of Sales Team 1 even wore smiles on their faces. Team Leader Chen let out a soft sigh. Let's go, we'll eat in the cafeteria. After saying that, he led Sales Team 4 onward to the cafeteria. Chapter 87 Difference in Dining Treatment. Joe Bai stared at the spot where the oily-haired man had disappeared, feeling unsettled for a long time. Xiao Wang called Joe Bai's name from within the line, snapping him back to reality. He hurried a few steps to catch up with the team. They then took the elevator to the second floor. The cafeteria of this company was located on the second floor of the office building. Joe Bai followed the team into the cafeteria and saw that it was already crowded with people. There were those in orange uniforms and those in white uniforms. However, there were no people in green uniforms. Inside the cafeteria, uniform long tables were arranged neatly. Each table was labeled with the names of different departments. It seemed that even the seating for meals was divided by department. Joe Bai followed the team and picked up some utensils. Then, the people from Sales Team 4 dispersed to collect their meals. At the food counter, those in orange and white uniforms mingled in a long line. Joe Bai arrived in this new environment and habitually started to observe the surroundings. There were no abnormalities elsewhere. However, above the food counter, the signs indicating the window numbers were surprisingly different colors. Orange, white. The signs were small and did not seem eye-catching. If one wasn't careful, it would be easy to overlook them. Seeing this, Joe Bai recalled the content of the rules. Employee Work Regulations, Rule 4. Employees of different levels will have different working, dining, and living conditions. Please remember your level and do not act beyond your level. In other words, where to collect meals was also significant. The scene shifted to the live broadcast room of Pickle Country. The chosen one, Park Jiren, followed his department colleagues to the cafeteria. He held a plate and saw that the line for food was long, so he went ahead to check the dishes at each serving window. However, as he looked, he kept complaining non-stop. Ah, this food is so greasy. The viewers in the live broadcast room of Pickle Country shook their heads at the sight of those dishes. There's not even any pickles. The food at this company is really bad. The cooks at this company can't cook at all. Our Park Jiren is so pitiful, eating such terrible food will definitely affect his performance. In the picture, Park Jiren complained about every dish at the serving windows. Then, he finally arrived at the last serving window. There were very few people in line at this window, only 2 or 3. Park Jiren thought whatever was inside must be terrible. But, as he walked over and took a look, he immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. Wow! This window actually has watermelon. He excitedly grabbed his plate and lined up behind the queue. However, he may have been too excited, so he overlooked one thing. That is, the 2 or 3 people in front of him were all wearing white uniforms. As he walked out of the queue with a full plate of watermelon. Inside the cafeteria, a sharp whistle instantly echoed. 2 security guards in black uniforms rushed out and immediately pinned Park Jiren to the ground. He didn't get to eat a single bite of his watermelon, as it was fed to the floor. One security guard held Park Jiren down, while the other took out a megaphone and announced to everyone. Here is an employee who violated company rules. According to regulations, he must be immediately captured and executed. After the announcement, the security guard dragged Park Jiren away. The live broadcast room of Pickle Country immediately fell into darkness. The viewers from Pickle Country, who had just begun to complain about the food, could no longer send their messages. The news of Park Jiren's failed quest quickly spread across various countries. So, some analysis teams started to use their reminder rights, while others began to discuss countermeasures nervously. The analysis team from Great Xia country saw that Jobai had clearly noticed the color sign at the serving window. So, they weren't too worried. Jobai looked around and finally chose a window. The number sign above that window was orange. In front of him was an employee wearing a white uniform. He saw Jobai standing behind him, turned around to look at him. So, Jobai slightly bowed, showing respect on the surface. The other party was satisfied and turned back around. Jobai looked at the line he was in. In the long queue, there were employees of level 5, level 4, and level 3. As they went deeper into the queue, the categories of employees became fewer. Until the last line, only employees in white uniforms of level 3 remained. This meant that higher-level employees could go to lower-level employees' windows for food, while lower-level employees could not go to the higher-level employees' windows. Jobai then looked at those who were already seated and eating. Employees of level 5 had only 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish on their plates. Employees of level 4 had 2 meat and 1 vegetable dishes. But for level 3, there were no limits on how many dishes to eat, and there were also fruits. Jobai quietly organized these rules in his mind. However, based solely on the cafeteria treatment, the upgrade from level 5 to level 4 didn't offer much improvement. But reaching level 3 was almost a qualitative leap. While Jobai organized his thoughts, the line in front of him was finally empty, and it was finally his turn to get food. He stretched his plate into the window. Looking at the dazzling array of delicacies inside, he swallowed and then very restrainedly ordered 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish. Then, holding the tray, he sat down at the seat belonging to Group 4 of the sales department. The audience let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, throughout the entire process, nothing unexpected happened. Because just the small meal collection process had already caused several countries' screens to turn black. As soon as Jobai sat down, Xiao Wang also brought over his meal and sat down next to Jobai. "Sai, when can I get a promotion? There are only 2 dishes every day, it's simply not enough to fill me up." After saying this, Xiao Wang stuffed the few pieces of meat from his plate into his mouth. Then he looked enviously at the neighboring table, where the plates were piled high with meat like little mountains. "Sai, how great would it be if I could go into that room to eat?" As Xiao Wang spoke, he glanced towards the direction behind Jobai. Following his gaze, Jobai also turned to look. At the very back of the cafeteria hall, there was a small door. On the door was a small green sign. Beside that small door, there was also a window with a disinfection dish cabinet placed there. An employee in a cafeteria uniform stood at the window, handing utensils to the people inside. The people inside extended their green sleeves, one by one coming over to receive the utensils. However, Jobai noticed that in this not-so-cold weather, several people inside had already put on gloves. Chapter 88 Mrs. Sun Who Wants to Repurchase. Jobai quietly withdrew his gaze. Xiao Wang, however, was still looking at that place, his eyes filled with longing. Jobai quickly finished the little food on his plate. The portion of food was indeed pitiful for an adult man. And in this company, as long as one gets a promotion, they can directly obtain material satisfaction. It's no wonder Xiao Wang is so eager for a promotion. Xiao Wang soon finished his meal as well. Then, like Jobai, he sat in his seat waiting. Everyone in the department had to finish their meals before they could leave together. Team leader Chen had the most food and was also the slowest one to eat. So, the whole group quietly waited for him to finish eating. No one dared to voice any complaints. However, Jobai suddenly noticed that when Xiao Wang looked at team leader Chen, there was a hint of malice in his eyes. This expression flashed by quickly. Xiao Wang soon returned to his original gossipy and enthusiastic demeanor. Jobai felt something was off with Xiao Wang but didn't ask anything further, just silently noted this question in his mind. Once team leader Chen finished eating, the whole group walked back to the office together. Back in the office, it was already close to 12:30 noon. There was an hour and a half left before the lunch break ended. Team leader Chen didn't take away everyone's lunch break, and finally, Jobai had a little free time. Most people in the office chose to rest with their heads on the desks. Jobai leaned back in his chair, just in time to use this break to simply summarize his thoughts. According to the commission information Jobai received, the client's daughter was named Zhao Ke, 28 years old. She was a clerk in the company's administration department. Before she went missing, she had already become a level 3 employee. Her salary was high, and every month she could bring back a lot of money for her family. Jobai felt this was another suspicious point. It seemed that the job positions and levels in this company were mixed up. Ordinary administrative clerks could also become level 3. But he didn't know exactly what the company's promotion standards were. Jobai thought for a moment and shifted his focus back to finding Zhao Ke. Jobai believed that the primary issue now was to first confirm whether Zhao Ke was still in the company. The first possibility is that Jiaoku disappeared like the man with oiled hair during the power outage. The second possibility is that Jiaoku was still at the company, just unable to contact family for some reason. The third possibility is that Jiaoku has actually left the company, and the family does not know. Of course, there are other worse possibilities, but Zhou Bai did not want to consider them for now. Rule number 7 of the Employee Work Code. If a colleague suddenly disappears, do not panic, and do not ask where they went. This rule limited Zhou Bai, preventing him from directly asking others for information about Jiaoku. So, he could only find an opportunity to check the administrative department where Jiaoku worked before moving on to the next step. However, in the world of strange tales, dangers lurked everywhere. Zhou Bai did not dare to go to the administrative department without a reasonable excuse. He needed to think of more ways. Sighing at this thought, Zhou Bai confirmed his next target. Then he imitated other colleagues, leaning on the desk for a quick break. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, team leader Chen showed up punctually in front of the office, starting to supervise everyone's work. Zhou Bai could only pull himself together, open the client list on his computer desktop, and continue dialing the numbers. The results were the same as in the morning, just saying the company's name led to the call being hung up. Zhou Bai's head drooped with fatigue. He felt like he was no longer the positive youth he once was. Slowly, he dialed the next phone number, reciting the familiar lines without hope. Hello, is this Ms. Sun? This is Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. However, this time the other party actually listened to the company name without hanging up. Hope suddenly ignited in Zhou Bai's heart. Yes, this is I. Why are you calling? On the other end of the line was the somewhat timid voice of a woman. Zhou Bai hurriedly continued, you previously purchased our company's product, and I wanted to inquire about your experience. The other party was silent for a long time, to the point where Zhou Bai almost thought she had hung up. Finally, the woman's voice on the other end spoke again. I want to ask, how can I repurchase this product? A huge surprise suddenly hit Zhou Bai's face. What? She actually wants to repurchase. On his first day at work, was he going to make a sale? Hello Ms. Sun, the purchase method is very simple, you just need to. Before Zhou Bai could finish his sentence, she interrupted him again. No. I thought about it, and I won't purchase for now. I'm really sorry. After saying this, Ms. Sun quickly hung up the phone. Zhou Bai was rejected once again. His mood felt like a roller coaster. It had soared up high, only to suddenly fall back down. He weakly leaned on the desk. Ahem. Team leader Chen's voice clearing his throat came from behind Zhou Bai. Startled, he quickly sat up straight again. This company couldn't not be horrible at all. Team leader Chen looked at Zhou Bai and then walked to the front of the office. Just like in the morning, he clapped his hands, signaling all team members to stop their work. Alright, it's our motivation time again. Everyone, stand up. So, nearly 10 team members from Sales Team 4 had to put down their work and stand up from their seats. Then, team leader Chen shouted with his loud voice. Good afternoon, friends from Sales Team 4. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire office echoed with a uniform response. Good, very good, extremely good. Sales Team 4 will do even better. Zhou Bai joined in with others, enthusiastically shouting the slogan. Compared to making a phone call, this cheering time is simply a wonderful time to slack off. This time, he was different from the morning. He was completely shouting slogans happily, even hoping this cheering time could be extended a bit longer. However, team leader Chen did not disappoint Zhou Bai. In the short 4 hours of work in the afternoon, team leader Chen actually called up these team members and cheered them up 4 times. Now, Zhou Bai finally understood the reason why Sales Team 4 had poor performance. Because team leader Chen spent a lot of time just on cheering. Chapter 89, Eating Enough is Important. At this moment, Zhou Bai remembered the question he had previously upon seeing the rules. The second rule of the Employee Work Guidelines. Take work seriously. Do not slack off or be careless. Complete the tasks assigned by superiors on time. The fourth rule of the detective's notes. Do not be friends with colleagues who take work very seriously. During work hours, try to slack off as much as possible. Zhou Bai had previously felt that these two rules contradicted each other. However, team leader Chen's approach cleverly conformed to both rules. Could this be a coincidence? Zhou Bai felt it shouldn't be that simple. It is also possible that team leader Chen knew something. Thinking this way, Zhou Bai occasionally glanced up to secretly observe team leader Chen. However, no matter how he looked at it, team leader Chen seemed like a loyal and dedicated employee. There was not a hint of flaw to be seen. Time finally reached 6 in the afternoon, the happy time to get off work. Zhou Bai followed the Sales Team 4 and went to the cafeteria on the second floor. He hadn't eaten much at noon, and by now, he was already hungry enough to feel his stomach pressed against his chest. He took a plate and quickly went to queue up in a line that had an orange sign but wasn't too crowded. Every meal only had one meat and one vegetable, and the portions were so small. If this continued, wouldn't he starve to death? Jobai thought that without solving this problem, the days ahead would really be tough. But how should it be solved? Jobai thought about this problem while following the line, occasionally looking at the plates of food in other employees' hands. The number of dishes one can eat is fixed. But it seemed that the portion sizes were not standardized. It appears there is still some room for maneuvering. While thinking about coping methods, Jobai quickly reached the front of the line. He looked toward the window. There stood a middle-aged lady. So, Jobai extended his plate inside and pointed to a dish of kung pao chicken. Then he said to the lady, "Sister, I would like to order this dish." Hearing Jobai address her, the lady immediately smiled brightly. With one scoop, without shaking at all, she directly poured it into Jobai's plate. "Thank you, sister. You must be the kindest person in the whole cafeteria. I can't fill up when I get food at other windows." Sigh, let's not say more less chance of. The live stream audience were all dumbfounded by Jobai's operation this time. They didn't expect that Jobai could also say sweet words. However, the lady seemed to really enjoy this approach. As soon as Jobai finished his pitiful words, she immediately added another scoop of kung pao chicken for him. "Next time you come to my window for food, I guarantee you'll be full." So, Jobai sat down at sales team 4's seating with a full plate of food. Xiao Wang looked at the few pathetic pieces of meat and vegetables in his plate, then looked at Jobai's full plate of food. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out why they both went to get food, but their treatment was so different. Tonight, Jobai finally ate enough. Xiao Wang ate his meager food while his eyes occasionally glanced toward the room with a green sign. After dinner, Jobai followed the line back to the dormitory area. Employees of different levels live in different dormitory buildings. Team leader Chen is level 4, so he does not live in the same dormitory building as Jobai and the others. Thus, when the sales team of Group 4 arrives at the dormitory area, they disperse. There are also several buildings for level 5 dormitories. In the entire sales team of Group 4, only Xiao Wang and Jobai happen to live in the same dormitory building. Xiao Wang and Jobai walk back together, occasionally chatting along the way. "I heard that level 4 has single rooms. If you get promoted to level 3, you can live in a suite. How enviable." Xiao Wang seems very concerned about his level of advancement. The whole way, he talks about things related to rank and treatment. Jobai thinks this is also a good way to gather information, so he seizes the opportunity to inquire about some news. "So where do level 2 and level 1 live? Do you know?" Xiao Wang replies, "Of course. Level 2 and level 1 have their own villa area. We are not qualified to go there yet." Jobai continues to ask, "Then why have I been at the company for a day and haven't seen people from level 2 and level 1? Hearing Jobai say this, Xiao Wang immediately bursts out laughing. "These big shots are not people we can just meet whenever we want. You should focus on working hard. One day, you will also have the same treatment as them." The two continue chatting until they reach the bottom of the dormitory. Xiao Wang asks Jobai, "Which room do you live in?" Jobai thinks for a moment and answers, "Room 404. Xiao Wang's expression immediately becomes thoughtful when he hears this. Jobai notices that something seems off about his expression and asks, "Is there a problem?" Xiao Wang looks at Jobai, hesitating to speak. "It might not be a big deal. It's just that this dormitory has had a lot of people changing." Jobai quickly presses for more information. "Do you know the reason?" Xiao Wang shakes his head. But worried about Jobai, he quickly adds, "It's not a big issue. Maybe just some roommates are hard to get along with. There are plenty of odd people these days. Ha ha. Don't worry." However, hearing this only makes Jobai feel more anxious. Especially thinking about his roommate. It immediately reminds Jobai of the sight of his roommate lying still in bed this morning. He suddenly feels a chill running down his back. From then on, no matter what Xiao Wang says, Jobai can't really pay attention anymore. They both walk into the dormitory and when they reach the 4th floor stairs, they wave goodbye. Xiao Wang continues up while Jobai slowly walks down the hallway to his dorm room. Odd roommate? Frequent changes? Jobai's mind recalls Xiao Wang's words, and he feels more and more that the dormitory feels unsafe. But he must go inside the dormitory. Staying outside at night might be even more dangerous. So he takes a deep breath, turns the doorknob, and slowly opens the door. To his surprise, the roommate is no longer in the room. Jobai lets out a sigh of relief and closes the door behind him. Then he sits on his bed, looking around the room. Inside the room, there are 2 single beds placed side by side. Each bed has a wardrobe next to it. On the right side of the entrance, there is a bathroom, while outside the room, there is a balcony. Jobai examines the room and finds it strange. Because this room is just too clean. Everything is arranged neatly, without a speck of dust. Especially the bed where the roommate sleeps. The quilt on that bed is laid out perfectly, as if no one has ever slept there. Chapter 90, The Pharmaceutical Factory in the Mist. Jobai looks at the balcony outside the room. He sees the sun in the sky starting to set. This means that in about 20 to 40 minutes, it will be completely dark. Employee work rule number 8. The company's management is very strict: do not wander out at night. Be careful not to be caught by the security guard in black clothes. This means that wandering freely during the day should be allowed. After this thought appeared, Jobai walked to the balcony and looked into the distance. The sunset spilled over the tall buildings in the distance. But at the farthest east end of the company, there was a place that looked like a factory. Smoke occasionally rose from the top of the factory building. Under the blanket of the sunset, that factory district was veiled in a layer of ethereal light. A pharmaceutical factory? Jobai looked at the time on his phone, then visually estimated the distance from the dormitory building. He should still make it in time. After thinking it over, Jobai ultimately decided to go and verify it for himself before it got dark. Once he made up his mind, Jobai immediately opened the dormitory door, stepped out of the dormitory building, and walked toward the farthest east position. The fifth rule from the detective's note. The R&D department is in the easternmost building of the company. However, the system had already determined that this rule was incorrect. Yet, Jobai still hadn't figured out what was wrong with this rule. Now, looking at the farthest east side of the company, there was a factory district and not a building. If the error of this rule lay here, then it meant the R&D department still could be at the easternmost part of the company. This error point was truly easy to overlook. Jobai had to return to the dormitory before it got dark, so he quickened his pace toward the east. Along the way, all the employees in uniforms were heading toward the dormitory area. Only Jobai was going against the flow of people. He lowered his head and quickened his steps. However, the further east he went, the fewer people there were on the road. Until he saw a sign that read "Good Effective Pharmaceutical Factory" appear before him, he was completely alone with no other pedestrians around. The sun in the sky was about to hide behind the distant mountains. The sky was getting darker and darker. Jobai did not continue forward but frowned and stopped at that sign. Behind the sign, there were two winding paths leading far away. The scenery on both sides of the paths looked exactly the same. It seemed as if it had been copied and pasted. As for the end of the paths, it had already been enveloped in a layer of mist. Jobai stood in front of the sign, feeling that these two paths were quite strange. He didn't know what the two paths represented. Nor did he know where these two paths led. At this moment, behind Jobai, a security guard dressed in black was running toward him. The viewers in the livestream all felt a pang of worry upon seeing this scene. If rules were broken, the security guard would take him away. Previously, a chosen one from a pickled vegetable country was taken away for violating the rules. Now the security guard had appeared again. Was he going to take Jobai away? The audience all became tense. Jobai was lost in his thoughts until the footsteps behind him drew closer, and only then did he turn around. At this moment, the sunset above his head still retained a bit of light. The sky had not fully darkened. So, when he saw the security guard appear, he seemed very calm. The security guard ran up to Jobai, waving his baton and shouting loudly. "What are you doing standing here? This place is not allowed for low-ranking people like you to enter." Jobai noticed the important information in the security guard's words. If low-ranking people can't go in, then could high-ranking people enter? Jobai pretended to be nervous and waved his hands at the security guard. "And no. I don't want to go inside. It's my first day at work, I just wanted to walk back to the dormitory building. But I don't know why. He arrived here. This company is really too big, I might be lost." The security guard, after hearing what Jobai said, did not make things difficult for him. Instead, he pointed in the direction of the dormitory area. "The dormitory is that way. Just walk back along this path. Hurry back. You are not allowed to be out at night." Jobai thanked the security guard. Then, he walked back in the direction he pointed. On the way, Jobai occasionally turned back to look at the direction of the pharmaceutical factory. He saw that the factory buildings were enveloped in a layer of fog, looking increasingly unreal. Finally, Jobai hurried back to his dormitory before it got dark. When he opened the dormitory door, he found that his roommate had not yet returned. So, Jobai locked the door and went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he finished his shower and came out, it was completely dark outside. Jobai walked to the balcony and looked into the distance. He saw that everything around was engulfed in darkness. Even the pharmaceutical factory in the east had disappeared into the night, making it impossible to see its outline. Jobai felt that even the view outside the balcony seemed a bit eerie. As he stared, he couldn't help but shiver. So, he wrapped himself tighter and went back inside. Inside the dormitory, there were still no entertainment facilities. Jobai could only sit in the room, feeling extremely bored until 10 at night. At this point, that strange roommate still had not returned. With nothing to do, Jobai felt too bored. He decided to go to bed early. So, he changed into his pajamas, turned off the lights in the room, and lay down on the bed. Jobai's sleep quality was still as good as ever. Before long, he gradually drifted into dreamland. Not knowing how long he had slept, he only knew that in his dream, the dormitory door turned twice. Then, the sound of iron keys clinking together came. Next, with a creak, the dormitory door was opened. A cool breeze blew in from outside the door. Jobai couldn't help but pull the blanket tighter around himself. The dormitory door closed again. The sound of footsteps hitting the floor echoed in Jobai's ears, step by step. In a daze, he wanted to open his eyes. But the next moment, he suddenly heard chewing sounds coming from the bed across from him. Then, a strong smell of blood floated into Jobai's nose. Jobai instantly felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. The sixth rule of the detective's notes. The company will provide dormitories for its employees. If your roommate makes chewing sounds in the middle of the night, do not be afraid and do not open your eyes. He might just be hungry. Jobai lay stiffly in his bed. Curiosity made him want to open his eyes. But reason kept telling him, don't open your eyes. Chapter 91, My roommate is a bit strange. The curtains in the dormitory had been pulled up by Jobai before he went to sleep. So now, the room was almost entirely dark. Even the audience in the live stream from the great summer country could not see what was happening in the room. They could only vaguely recognize a figure slowly approaching Jobai. Jobai kept his eyes tightly shut, trying hard to pretend he was still asleep. He could hear that the chewing sound slowly stopped. But the smell of blood in the air grew stronger and stronger. A gaze, whether real or imagined, lingered on Jobai's face. This made Jobai's back break out in a cold sweat. His fists quietly clenched beneath the blankets. If the other person took another step, he might lose control and throw a punch. Fortunately, the person quietly watched Jobai for a long time. Then, they opened the dormitory door again. The smell of blood finally began to weaken as the person left. Jobai lay quietly on the bed. The ears discerned the sounds around, until it confirmed that there was really no one else in the room. Only then did he open his eyes. What came into Jobai's eyes was still a patch of darkness. Only a little bit of dim light remained, allowing him to barely confirm that there were indeed no other people in the room. Jobai's taut nerves, at last, relaxed a little. But he still didn't get up, nor did he change anything in the room. He just lay there in bed, planning to wait for the sun to slowly rise. However, when his tense nerves suddenly relaxed, his body also found it easier to feel fatigue. Jobai's eyes kept fighting against sleep. In the end, he still couldn't hold on and fell back into a deep sleep. Perhaps he was truly exhausted, so when he slept, he fell into a very deep slumber. He slept all the way until 7 in the morning. Suddenly, he was awakened by a shrill scream in his dream. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Then he saw a giant face, almost right in front of him. Jobai's heart almost skipped a beat from the fright. Then that face pulled at the corners of its mouth, revealing traces of blood on its teeth. Jobai's mind was hit with another wave of terror. The scream from the adjacent dormitory had not yet stopped. Outside the dorm room, there were chaotic footsteps running towards the neighboring room. Jobai steadied himself and then clearly saw the appearance of the other person. The person seemed to be around 30 years old. His hair was neatly combed to one side. Even the orange uniform he wore showed almost no wrinkles at all. However, with such a meticulous image, the blood traces on his teeth seemed a bit out of place. Seeing Jobai's terrified expression, he satisfiedly retracted his smile. Jobai was stunned, and after a long silence, he finally sat up from the bed. That person still stood by Jobai's bedside. Thus, the two locked eyes, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Jobai guessed that this person in front of him should be his strange roommate. The other person stared at Jobai for a moment but ultimately couldn't withstand the awkward atmosphere and turned to walk into the bathroom to brush his teeth. Jobai came back to his senses. At this moment, he had completely lost any sleepiness. He stood up from his bed. He opened the door, wanting to see what exactly had happened next door. Outside the dorm room, the neighboring dormitory was already surrounded, making it impossible to pass. Jobai peeked out and could only see a few chicken feathers on the ground by the door. Several people standing beside Jobai formed a circle, discussing animatedly. Who is it? So perverted. They actually threw a dead rooster at someone else's door. Did you see? That rooster had bite marks on its neck. This pervert, could they really be right beside us? That's really terrifying. Jobai stood beside them, hearing their discussions, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Connecting it with last night's experience, if he wasn't mistaken, the pervert they spoke of was likely his roommate. Thinking of this, Jobai's forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. Throwing a dead chicken at someone else's door, what on earth did he want to do? Could it be that he really was just a pure pervert? Jobai had no idea what his roommate was thinking. But he could easily feel the fearful emotions among those people speaking. With a head full of confusion, he returned to the dormitory. Inside the dorm, Jobai's strange roommate had finished brushing his teeth and just happened to walk out of the bathroom. There was no blood on his teeth anymore, and he indeed looked much more pleasing than just now. Jobai thought for a moment and still took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, my name is Jobai, I'm your new roommate." After Jobai finished speaking, he smiled at him and then extended his hand. The other person maintained a blank expression on his face. But facing Jobai's polite greeting, he couldn't help but. He reached out his hand. His expression suddenly became a bit difficult to maintain. He could only reluctantly reply. "Hello. Lee Hee." Jobai briefly shook hands with him, and they were considered formally acquainted. Then they walked into the bathroom to wash their faces and brush their teeth. In the bathroom, Lee Hee's toiletries were neatly arranged in order from light to dark colors, just like he had since childhood. Even the items Jobai placed on the sink were arranged tidily by him. Jobai glanced at it and quickly brushed his teeth. After brushing, he carelessly threw the toothbrush back into the cup. He originally wanted to walk out of the bathroom like this, but after thinking for a moment, he walked back. Then he messed up all of his things in one go. After doing this, he satisfactorily walked out of the bathroom. Inside the room, the curtains had already been pulled open. Warm sunlight shone into the room. Lee Hee ignored Jobai and busily tidied up his bed. He bent down, very focused, tucking every corner of the bedspread under the mattress. Every line had to be pressed flat. The most ridiculous part was that Jobai even saw him take out an iron to iron the uneven places on the sheet. Jobai silently watched his actions. Then he got up and walked to his wardrobe. He took out his orange uniform and walked into the bathroom to change out of his pajamas. When he came out of the bathroom, Lee Hee's bed was already so neat that it looked like no one had slept there. Jobai casually came out wearing his wrinkled uniform. He picked up the socks he had just taken out. He put the black one on his left foot and the white one on his right foot. Lee Hee watched Jobai's entire routine, and his expression suddenly became quite wonderful. Next, Jobai casually tugged at the quilt a couple of times, considering it made the bed. Then, leaving behind a displeased Lee Hee, he opened the dormitory door and walked out. Chapter 92 Various Speculations in the Dormitory Building. Jobai closed the dormitory door and stood outside, cursing his bizarre roommate hundreds of times in his heart. Have you ever seen an obsessive-compulsive person who can tolerate blood on their teeth? And it stays from midnight until morning? Who is he fooling? That guy clearly wanted to scare Jobai on purpose. Couldn't he see that after scaring Jobai, he hurried to brush his teeth? TSK. Full of flaws. Jobai felt that his roommate was really not very smart. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chen He's behavior was indeed very strange. Jobai couldn't help but frown. Assuming Chen He is not just a pure pervert, then why does he deliberately scare others? What is the purpose of doing this? Jobai felt that the information he had was still limited and he couldn't piece together a suitable answer for now. He looked at the door of the neighboring dormitory. He saw that the dead chicken had already been cleaned up. But the bloody smell lingering in the hallway still floated into Jobai's nose. Jobai walked in the hallway of the dormitory. On both sides of the corridor, there were many groups of 3 or 5 people gathered together. Jobai randomly found a group of people and leaned over. So he heard them discussing the dead chicken from earlier. Who do you think likes to eat live chickens? How can someone be so twisted? It's also possible that he just likes to drink blood. Don't scare me. Does that mean he can't drink human blood and only drinks chicken blood? Oh my, could this be the legendary vampire? Jobai helplessly shook his head, then kept listening in circles. He found that there were all kinds of speculations, even trending more and more absurd. In just a short time of listening, vampires, vengeful spirits demanding lives, and more had already appeared in their conversation. Chainsaw killers, zombies, werewolves. Jobai felt that if he listened any longer, the whole book of folklore might appear. Seeing that there was no effective information, he stopped listening and walked out of the dormitory building toward the cafeteria. This pharmaceutical company starts work at 9 o'clock in the morning. Jobai got up early today and arrived at the cafeteria at 8:15. There were still very few people coming to eat, so there wasn't much of a line. Jobai found the same line as yesterday. He held out his plate and said to the ant behind the window, "Sister, please give me an egg." Without saying a word, the ant directly grabbed 3 and placed them on Jobai's plate. Jobai took the plate full of food and sat down at the seat belonging to Sales Group 4. Other team members had not yet come to eat. Jobai sat quietly in his seat, enjoying his breakfast. After finishing all the food on his plate, he let out a satisfied burp and walked out of the cafeteria. There was still more than half an hour until work time. Jobai felt this time should not be wasted, so he decided to explore near the pharmaceutical factory at the Far East. Thinking this, he immediately set off. He took the elevator downstairs. Since today he was going from the office building, he needed to take a different route than yesterday. Along the way, he saw one or two people in white uniforms walking in the same direction. Jobai thought that if they were going to the pharmaceutical factory, this would be a good opportunity. Following behind them, although he might still not be able to enter the factory, he could at least know which small path they took behind the sign. So, Jobai kept a distance neither too far nor too close behind them. Just when they reached a corner, Jobai saw a security guard in black standing at the intersection. Jobai's heart immediately began to race. It's over, the plan is ruined. The following events unfolded just as he had expected. When Jobai reached the intersection, the guard raised his hand to block him. This is not a place for you. Go back. Jobai had no choice but to turn around in disappointment and walk back. He glanced at the time on his phone. 8:45. If he walked back to the office building now, he would arrive just before 9. So he retraced his steps back to the office building. With just 1 minute left, Jobai stepped into the Sales Group 4 office right on time. Team Leader Chin stood at the office door with a stern face, as if waiting for Jobai. Jobai bowed to him, but his expression remained unfriendly. Meanwhile, in the live broadcasts from other countries on Blue Star, several chosen ones had ended the game for being late to work. The audience in the Dasha Kingdom's livestream felt anxious upon hearing this news for Jobai. Experts from the analysis team also felt their hearts race. Fortunately, Jobai wasn't late. That was truly close. But why wasn't this included in the rules? Doesn't this indicate that there are other rules that haven't been discovered? Jobai was just in a bit of danger. No, we need to remind him. The experts from the analysis team unanimously agreed on this decision. Just as Jobai sat down at his seat, he received a message reminder from the analysis team in his mind. After receiving all the information, he couldn't help but frown. He had actually suspected that arriving late to work was crucial. But now hearing firsthand that chosen ones had been erased for being late, he was still somewhat shocked. A company that required employees to work seriously didn't actually require them to arrive on time. This itself was a bit strange. As Jobai thought about other rules that had not been found, he suddenly felt that everything he did, it became a little unsafe. He took a deep breath and told himself that he had to find other rules as soon as possible. Since Jobai sat down in his seat, he had been thinking about these problems. It looked like he was just an employee slacking off. Team Leader Chen walked around and, from a distance, saw Jobai sitting in the chair in a daze. So, he walked towards Jobai. Jobai hurriedly pressed the power button, pretending he had been waiting for the computer to start up. Team Leader Chen stood behind Jobai. The computer's loading screen lasted a long time before finally showing the desktop. Team Leader Chen stood behind Jobai until he opened the customer form, then he continued to walk ahead. In the office, various phone dialing sounds had already begun. Jobai sighed. He used the mouse to scroll through the form, found the last phone number he dialed yesterday, and began dialing again. After making nearly 10 calls, he was harshly rejected by the customers. Jobai felt a bit discouraged. Instead of dialing the next number, he aimlessly scrolled the mouse. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Ms. Sun's information line. Chapter 93 Team Leader Chen's Magic Operation. Jobai hadn't looked closely at Ms. Sun's purchase record yesterday. When he checked today, he was almost startled. Because in the purchase record, it stated that last month, Ms. Sun actually bought 20 bottles of white pills. One bottle of medicine lasts half a month. 20 bottles, that's at least enough for 10 months. Why did she buy so many medicines? Moreover, when Jobai called her yesterday, she seemed to have a willingness to repurchase. This feels a bit abnormal. Thinking this, Jobai quickly scrolled the mouse to check the purchase records in the form again. Then, he found that others only purchased 1 or 2 bottles of pills at most. Indeed, Ms. Sun was the only exception. Jobai pulled the form back to its original position. Then his gaze lingered on Ms. Sun's phone number. He hesitated for a long time. In the end, he dialed the number again. Hello, may I speak to Ms. Sun? This is Hao Yushao Pharmaceutical Company. The other party paused for a moment after hearing Jobai's voice, then quietly said. Yes. Hello. I remember you called me yesterday. Jobai continued, yes, I did contact you yesterday. I'm calling today mainly for a customer follow-up. We want to understand how your usage effect is. Joe Bai had no intention of marketing her repurchase. He only wanted to approach the issue indirectly, hoping to learn a bit more detail. But what he didn't expect was that the other party did not play by the rules at all. I still want to ask. How do I repurchase your pills? Joe Bai could only say, you can place an order directly over the phone. We deliver to your door, cash on delivery. After Joe Bai finished speaking, there was another silence from the other side. Then he heard her quietly say, then. I'll order another 20 bottles. Joe Bai was instantly a bit stunned. An order has been placed? What a huge order! But would placing such a large order violate the rules? If I don't let her buy, would that also violate the rules? Joe Bai didn't expect that a single phone call would put him in such a dilemma. He thought for a moment and decided to buy some time. So he said on the phone, Ms. Sun, you are our big client. Regarding your order, I need to consult with my supervisor first. After I consult with my supervisor, I will call you back. Ms. Sun had no objections to Joe Bai's delay tactic. So Joe Bai smoothly hung up the phone. Joe Bai let out a breath of relief. But he didn't completely relax. Although he gained a little buffer time for himself. But this matter was not over. He still could not ignore this order. So, he looked towards the position of Team Leader Chen, planning to throw this difficult problem to him to think about. Joe Bai picked up a notebook and a pen from his desk. Then he walked to Team Leader Chen's side, putting on a humble and eager-to-learn expression. Team Leader Chen, I just contacted a client. She wants to repurchase 20 bottles of white pills. I have never dealt with such a large order, so I want to consult you on how to handle it. Upon hearing Joe Bai's words, Team Leader Chen's expression grew serious. Which client? Let me see her information. Joe Bai led Team Leader Chen to the computer desk, then pointed to Ms. Sun's line of information. Team Leader Chen glanced at her purchase record, then frowned. After a while, he finally said to Joe Bai. You call her back and tell her our inventory is limited. We can only deliver 5 bottles a day. You need to personally deliver the goods to her. Deliver once every other day. After hearing Team Leader Chen's words, Joe Bai couldn't help but applaud him madly in his heart. To say that experience is the best teacher, it's true. When it comes to exploiting loopholes in the rules, Team Leader Chen is indeed skilled. Joe Bai guessed that the detective's note reminding him to slack off must be related to performance. Reaching a certain standard would conflict with its interests. And Team Leader Chen seems to know some insider details. By making Joe Bai deliver the goods personally and limiting him to 5 bottles each time, he was preventing Joe Bai's performance from reaching that standard. Thinking of this, Joe Bai gratefully looked at Team Leader Chen. But met his cold gaze. Got it? Then hurry up and make the call. Joe Bai could only respond with an "oh," then immediately picked up the phone on the desk. He dialed Ms. Sun's number again. As soon as the call connected, Joe Bai slipped into his sales role. Having spent a long time in the world of strange tales, Joe Bai even improved his acting skills. Hello, Ms. Sun, this is Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. I have just consulted our leader about your request. Because this type of pill you want to purchase is simply too popular. I can only offer you a limit of 5 bottles. Upon hearing Joe Bai's words, Ms. Sun let out a long sigh on the other end of the line. Joe Bai hurriedly added. But you don't need to worry. I have already helped you apply for a larger quota with the leader. It's just that the application will be more difficult, and you can only apply once every other day. I will deliver the 20 bottles you ordered in 4 batches. How does that sound? Joe Bai thought that Team Leader Chen's reason of no inventory to persuade the consumer was rather flimsy. So he casually improvised a bit. On the other end of the line, Ms. Sun heard Joe Bai's reasoning and, without saying much, immediately agreed. After that, Joe Bai asked her for the delivery address. Excuse me, is the delivery address the same as last time? Yes, just deliver it to New Star Garden. Hearing this name, Joe Bai thought it was an apartment complex. The address did not specify a particular house number, so Joe Bai naturally assumed that the other party wanted to protect her privacy and did not ask further. Anyway, they could contact each other tomorrow, and it would be fine to pick up the goods at the gate of the complex. So, after agreeing on the pickup time, Joe Bai hung up the phone. Once the call ended, Joe Bai realized that Team Leader Chen had been standing right behind him and had not walked away. Joe Bai could only awkwardly turn his head and smile at him. Team Leader Chen still maintained a serious expression. For fieldwork, you need to apply to the administrative department. Joe Bai responded with an "oh" again. But inside, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Now he even had a reason to go to the administrative department. So, should I go to the administrative department to submit the application now? Team Leader Chen nodded. So, Joe Bai stood up from his seat, ready to head to the administration department. However, just as Joe Bai was about to walk out of the sales team 4's office door, he was called back by team leader Chen. Don't write delivery as the reason for application. Write important client, with a very big purchasing demand, needs face-to-face communication. Joe Bai obediently nodded. Yet inside, he was wildly giving team leader Chen a thumbs up. Chapter 94, The Rules of the Administration Department. The company's administration department is located on the 3rd floor of this office building. Joe Bai took the elevator down along the corridor and found the office where the administration department is located. Inside the office, there were about 15 employees sitting. All these employees were looking at their computer screens, then focusing intently on typing on their keyboards. Sure enough, every department in this company seemed to be working very seriously. Joe Bai's gaze quietly swept over their faces. Joe Bai had seen Zhao Ke's photo. So, he wanted to search for Zhao Ke's trace among these people. Joe Bai knew very well that the chance of Zhao Ke appearing here was extremely low, but he still had to personally rule out this option. Once confirming that Zhao Ke really wasn't among these people, Joe Bai began to think about how to apply for an outing. He looked at these people, then his gaze landed on a girl with glasses. When Joe Bai joined the company yesterday, it was this girl who helped him handle the onboarding procedures at the front desk. Finding someone familiar is always a safe bet. So, Joe Bai walked over to the girl's position. The girl was busy typing on the keyboard, noticed someone approaching, raised her head to take a glance, then continued to look at the computer screen. As she typed away, she asked Joe Bai, "Are there any questions you don't understand after joining?" Joe Bai's gaze fell on her desk. He saw a nameplate that read, Administrative Clerk Chi Fei. He thought to himself, this should be her position and name. Then Joe Bai shifted his gaze and said to her, "I want to ask how to apply for an outing?" Chi Fei stopped what she was doing and looked seriously at Joe Bai. Joe Bai quickly added, "I contacted a client today, who has a strong purchasing intention. This could be a big order. But there's a problem, she doesn't trust us enough. I'm afraid this big order might slip away, so I arranged to meet her tomorrow to discuss." Once Chi Fei heard Joe Bai's explanation, she turned her gaze back to her computer desk. Sales department going out to meet clients is a normal outing application. Look to my right, there's a folder with an outing application form inside. You can take that and fill it out. Once you're done, let your leader sign it and then bring it back to me. Joe Bai followed her instructions and picked up the folder from the specified location. Then he took out an application form from inside the folder. As he was about to put the folder back, he suddenly noticed a piece of paper on the desk. That piece of paper was pressed down by Chi Fei's notebook, only revealing a corner. But Joe Bai noticed that the part that was showing clearly wrote rules. New rules? Joe Bai felt a little excited inside. His mind raced, thinking of how to obtain this rule. Seeing Joe Bai still standing there, Chi Fei urged him, "Hurry up and fill out the form, then get your leader's signature. Once the application form comes to me, it still has to go through more processes. It's getting late, and I'm afraid it will delay your outing tomorrow." Joe Bai had no choice but to awkwardly shift his gaze away from that piece of paper. He nodded in agreement. Then he took the application form and returned to Sales Team 4 along the same path. On the way, Joe Bai observed the contents of the application form. He saw the approval section required signatures from the superior leader, department leader, and administrative director. The process is really complex. Joe Bai held the application form. Back in the office, everyone else was focused on their phone calls. Joe Bai sat back down at his own seat. He picked up a pen and filled out the application form, then signed his name. Next, he took the completed form and went to find Team Leader Chen for a signature. Team Leader Chen didn't say much and quickly signed the form. So, Joe Bai took the application form and returned to the administration department. He handed the application form to Chi Fei and then stood still. Chi Fei typed on her keyboard and looked at Joe Bai in confusion. "Is there something else?" Joe Bai nodded. "I'm afraid it will delay my fieldwork tomorrow. Can you help me with the process now? I'll stand right here and wait for you. That way, once you're done, you won't have to waste time looking for me in the sales department." Joe Bai spoke with sincere expression. Chi Fei felt something was off, yet also felt that everything was fine. In the end, she sighed, picked up the application form, and stood up from her seat. Joe Bai watched her walk away, then quickly reached out and pulled a piece of paper from her desk. Then, he saw a new set of rules. Administrative Department Work Regulations. 1. Strictly monitor employee attendance, no tardiness or early leave is allowed. 2. Those who contribute the most to the company should receive the best salary and benefits. 3. A united and friendly department atmosphere is beneficial for the orderly development of work. No behavior that disrupts the department's atmosphere is allowed. 4. Without necessity, inter-department visits are prohibited. 5. Please always pay attention to the emotional state of employees. A stable emotional state is conducive to better work. Employees are strictly prohibited from experiencing fear. 6. After a power outage, if any employees are missing, please destroy their files. 7. No one may enter the file room without the approval of the administrative director. 8. If a security guard dressed in white appears in the company, organize all employees to evacuate the company immediately. After reading all the rules, Jobai heard the system's voice in his mind. Detected that the host has acquired new rules, now marking one incorrect option for the host. The 5th rule of the administrative department work regulations is incorrect. Jobai's gaze fell on this incorrect rule. Strictly prohibiting employees from experiencing fear? This rule is wrong. In other words, feelings of fear are allowed. Fortunately, this rule is wrong because Jobai had experienced several feelings of fear since entering this scenario. But it also reminded Jobai. In the world of eerie tales, he still needed to keep his emotions more stable. Jobai summarized this incorrect rule in his mind. But he always felt that there were still some things about this rule that he didn't understand. He looked at the other rules with his lingering questions. The first few rules had already been reflected to some extent in his work over the past 2 days. Although Jobai hadn't known these rules in advance, he was almost lucky, as he hadn't done anything against the rules. However, the most important information in this set of rules should still be in the last 3 lines. File room? If Jobai wants to find Zhaoku's whereabouts, this file room should be the key. In general, the file room where employee data is stored should be near the administration department office. However, Jobai had just walked from the elevator and hadn't seen the file room. So where could this file room be? Chapter 95, Pollution is all around. Jobai looked at the office of the administration department. Inside, aside from the employees' desks, there was only a cabinet for office supplies. And as Jobai had just walked down the hallway, he saw that further down, there was only the office of the administrative director. The file room could only be opened with the administrative director's permission. It seems he needed to come up with some ideas involving the administrative director. Jobai was contemplating the content of the rules, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chi Fei walking over this way. So, he quickly put the rule back in its place. Chi Fei came to Jobai's front, adjusted his thick glasses, and handed a card to Jobai. This is your pass. During non-holiday times, you need a pass to leave the company. After Jobai took the pass, Chi Fei returned to his seat and started typing on the keyboard again. He didn't notice anything unusual on his desk. So, Jobai took the pass and smoothly walked back to the sales team for's office. Team leader Chen was still diligently supervising the team's work. He occasionally bent down beside team members' seats to solve their doubts. From 9 in the morning to 12, during those 3 hours of work, team leader Chen led the team and shouted the slogan twice. At noon, Jobai followed the sales team 4 to the cafeteria for lunch. The lady serving food at the window still filled Jobai's plate to the brim. Xiao Wang sat across from Jobai and felt very confused when he saw Jobai's plate. So, he wanted to seek advice from Jobai. Why does the cafeteria lady serve you so much food? Jobai honestly replied, maybe it's because I'm sweet-tongued. Xiao Wang listened, pondering, then nodded at Jobai. Got it. But Jobai was really confused. Are you sure you really got it? Xiao Wang felt he had mastered the secret, so he didn't ask more. He happily finished his own food. After lunch, everyone returned to the office to rest. Jobai leaned back in his chair, recalling the 3 rules he had gained, thinking about the next steps. During the lunch break, team leader Chen always went to the office designated for leaders to rest. So Jobai didn't see him. In the past 2 days, Jobai saw other team leaders from sales groups. To be honest, team leader Chen was the oldest among them. And by a significant margin. Through these 2 days of interaction, Jobai knew that team leader Chen was not a person of poor ability. But such a person, who had been in the same level for so many years, still couldn't get promoted. This inevitably made people feel a bit strange. Jobai speculated that it was highly likely he didn't want to be promoted at all. The 5th rule of employee conduct. The company has a chance to re-evaluate every month. The necessary condition to advance to level 3 is to submit a volunteer application form. From this rule, it can be seen that if team leader Chen does not submit the volunteer application form, he will never be able to advance to level 3. Jobai still hadn't figured out what the volunteer application form was. And he didn't know if it was appropriate to ask someone about it directly. Jobai thought for a moment and decided to ask Xiao Wang about it casually when they returned to the dorm in the afternoon. After clearing his thoughts, Jobai laid his head on the desk and began his afternoon nap. At 2 in the afternoon, team leader Chen appeared at the office door on time. Jobai stretched and then continued to open the form on his computer desktop. He procrastinated and slowly dialed a few phone calls, resulting, as expected, in all of them being hung up. Around 3 in the afternoon, team leader Chen started organizing everyone to shout the slogan again. Joe Bai cooperated very well, raising his hand and enthusiastically shouting, "Go! Go! Go!" Then, in the sound of their slogans, the surrounding lights dimmed again. Everyone suddenly fell silent. The surroundings plunged back into darkness. Joe Bai quickly pulled back his raised hands. Accidentally, he hit the table. With a loud bang. It hurt so much that tears almost came out. But then, he immediately felt a chill rising from his feet. This was his heartfelt fear. Because it was not until this moment that Joe Bai realized something was wrong. Why did it suddenly turn black when the power went out? It is clearly daytime now. There are so many windows in the office. And the last time the oily-haired man disappeared, it was also during the day. At that time, Joe Bai also did not notice anything unusual. It wasn't until he just knocked on his hand that he felt pain and woke up. Pollution. He had actually been polluted without even realizing it. I am afraid that the people in this pharmaceutical company have not noticed their pollution either. Fortunately, it is only a mild pollution. Joe Bai clenched his fists. He buried his nails into his palms to remind himself to always stay alert. Then, the light in front of him flickered for a moment and then brightened again. Joe Bai looked out the window. The sunlight outside was shining into the room. Team leader Chen stood at the front of the office, scanning the faces of each team member. Confirming that no team members had disappeared, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, pretending that nothing had happened, he continued to lead the team in shouting slogans. From 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., for a total of 4 hours, team leader Chen led the team to shout the slogan 3 times. Because of that discovery, Joe Bai was a bit distracted during the afternoon work. He constantly reminded himself that danger was nearby. As long as he relaxed for a moment, he would completely fall into it. At dinner time, he followed the team to the cafeteria. The aunt serving food at the window saw Joe Bai's low mood and even gave him 2 extra scoops of meat. "Little handsome guy, if you're feeling down, eat more meat and you'll feel better." Joe Bai smiled gratefully at her, said thank you, and then took his tray back to his seat. Xiao Wang took a long time to get food this time and only appeared in front of Joe Bai halfway through his meal. "What happened to you?" Xiao Wang sat down across from Joe Bai with his head drooped. "I think you are wrong, flattery is useless at all." Joe Bai asked in confusion. "What did you say to the aunt?" Xiao Wang huffed. "I just complimented her on how she looks good." Joe Bai was even more puzzled. Was this really worth getting hit? Xiao Wang angrily shoved a spoonful of rice into his mouth and mumbled as he chewed. "How was I supposed to know that the security guard next to her is her husband? Can our company even develop office romance?" Joe Bai knew it was inappropriate, but he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 96, Handing a Knife to the Company. After laughing, the gloom that hung over Joe Bai's heart was finally dispelled a little. Since pollution was already nearby, he could only find ways to resist it. As for what the pollution was and where it was, he could only find the answer himself. Thinking of this, Joe Bai scooped a big spoonful of rice and stuffed it into his mouth. While chewing vigorously, he encouraged himself in his heart again. After finishing his meal, Joe Bai followed the team back to the dormitory area. Then, the people from Sales Team 4 dispersed, each walking back to their own dormitory building. Thus, only Joe Bai and Xiao Wang remained walking on the road together. Joe Bai pretended to casually start a topic he wanted to know about. "In a few days, we will be reassessing. As a newcomer, I won't have a chance. You should be able to strive for it." Joe Bai noticed that Xiao Wang used to care a lot about rankings. He thought he would be very eager to discuss this issue. Unexpectedly, when he heard Joe Bai's words, his face fell. "If I stay in Sales Team 4, I'm afraid I will never have a chance to get promoted." Joe Bai comforted him, "How can that be? Although our team performs poorly, promotions are not entirely based on performance." After hearing this, Xiao Wang's face darkened even more. "Ha! That's right. But someone must be willing to help me submit the application form." Joe Bai saw that the topic had finally arrived at the place he most wanted to know, and hurriedly asked further. "Why wouldn't they help you submit the application form?" Xiao Wang sneered, "Maybe they are afraid. If I submit the application form, I might directly jump to level 3. What exactly is in this application form? Why can submitting it lead to a promotion?" Joe Bai finally asked what he most wanted to know. Xiao Wang turned to look at Joe Bai, making him feel a bit nervous inside. "Do you also want to apply to be a volunteer?" Joe Bai quickly shook his head. "I just started not long ago, I can't dream of such things." Xiao Wang then turned back. "Actually, being a volunteer is just a promise. A promise to be willing to give everything for the company. But what can we really give the company? Look at those level 3s, each one is doing just fine. They don't have to do anything at all. The company just wants you to pledge your loyalty. After hearing Xiao Wang's words, Zhou Bai fell silent. What Xiao Wang said was likely the understanding of that application form by the vast majority of people in the company. However, just listening to the content of his words made Zhou Bai feel a chill. Volunteering? Giving everything? This is directly tying yourself up and handing a knife to the company. From now on, your life and death will be completely in the hands of others. This company lures employees to write such an application with all kinds of high benefits? Looking around at his environment, Zhou Bai felt like a prey kept in captivity. The two did not continue this topic. When they reached the stairway on the 4th floor, they each went back to their dormitory. Zhou Bai took out his key and opened the dorm door. The dorm was empty. It seemed he had not returned yet. Zhou Bai looked at the bed, seeing the messy blankets, now actually spread neatly. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Then he walked into the bathroom. The things he had messed up in the morning were indeed arranged neatly again. After confirming his guess, he walked back to the room. It seemed that his roommate's condition was indeed quite serious. Zhou Bai checked around the dorm. Seeing no other strange items, he walked to the balcony, looking east toward the company. There, the pharmaceutical factory was still hazy, as if shrouded in fog. Zhou Bai watched for a while, then clenched his fist, punching the wall. Instantly, pain shot through him, almost bringing him to tears. He brought his fist to his mouth and blew on it. Then he looked again toward the pharmaceutical factory. The scenery there hadn't changed at all. It seemed to be true. Zhou Bai walked back to the room, holding his swollen fist. He sat in the room for a while, feeling quite bored, then walked into the bathroom. After taking a shower, he changed into his pajamas. The items on the washstand were all messy, thanks to Zhou Bai. After finishing his shower, he prepared to leave the bathroom, looked at those items. Then reached out, placing them all back in order. Zhou Bai returned to the room and lay down on the bed. Staring at the ceiling, he reviewed his thoughts once more. As he lay there, his eyes began to fight. Unknowingly, he slipped into sleep. In the middle of the night, there was again the sound of keys clanging outside the dorm. Zhou Bai had already entered dreamland. But the lights in the room were still on. So the viewers in the live stream saw Li He, holding a dead chicken, showing a look of shock, appearing at the dorm door. With a bang, Li He turned off the light. Thus, in the live stream, only darkness was visible. The familiar sound of chewing came again. The viewers all felt a chill down their spines. Zhou Bai was awakened from his dream by the sound of chewing. That feeling of being watched returned once again. Zhou Bai knew it must be Li He back again. So he irritably pulled up the quilt, covered his head, and turned over to sleep, facing the wall. The chewing sound clearly paused for a moment. After a long while, it started again. Then, there was the sound of the dormitory door opening. The smell of blood followed Li He, drifting out of the dormitory. Zhou Bai didn't pay him any mind and continued to sleep with his eyes closed. The next morning, Zhou Bai was again woken by a scream. Li He appeared in front of Zhou Bai with blood on his teeth. Zhou Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. He covered his mouth and turned his head. Then he turned back, grinning widely at Li He. Next, Li He saw a piece of vegetable leaf on Zhou Bai's teeth. Li He's face instantly turned pale. With a swipe, he stood up. Then he walked into the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. Zhou Bai opened the dormitory door and saw a dead chicken at the entrance of the diagonally opposite dormitory. It seemed he had switched to a different dormitory to cause trouble today. Around the dead chicken, a crowd had gathered to discuss it. However, this time Zhou Bai could clearly feel the fear looming over these people, as if it were even more than yesterday. Article 5 of the Administrative Department's Work Code. Always pay attention to the emotional state of the employees. Stable emotions are conducive to better work. It is strictly forbidden for employees to have feelings of fear. Zhou Bai recalled this rule. Then he looked at Li He, who was standing in front of the sink brushing his teeth. Was he deliberately creating feelings of fear? Chapter 97, Colorful Pills in the Medicine Warehouse. The crowd in the hallway was discussing what happened last night. After listening for a while, Zhou Bai walked into the dormitory. Li He just finished brushing his teeth and emerged, still with a grim face, staring fixedly at Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai smiled at him, showing his teeth. Li He saw that the vegetable leaf on Zhou Bai's teeth had been removed and then withdrew his gaze. Zhou Bai went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, then tidied up his things before coming out. Li He was still focusing on organizing his bed. Zhou Bai took out a set of orange uniform and went into the bathroom to change. Today he was going for fieldwork, but before going out, he had to eat breakfast in the cafeteria and then go to the warehouse to get 5 bottles of white pills. So Zhou Bai walked out of the bathroom wearing his orange uniform. Inside the room, Li He was organizing his bed while glancing at Zhou Bai. Joe Bai took out a pair of black socks and slowly put them on. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Joe Bai felt it was time to stop. So he also learned to tidy up his bed properly. 2 minutes later, Joe Bai looked at his neat bed and, feeling satisfied, walked out of the dormitory. He went to the cafeteria for breakfast, then walked to the warehouse to collect the 5 bottles of white pills he would need today. The medicine warehouse is located near the pharmaceutical factory. As Joe Bai walked over, he saw 2 rows of security guards in black uniforms standing at the entrance to the warehouse. Just as Joe Bai approached them, he was stopped. He quickly handed a goods requisition form to the leading security guard. After checking the form, the guard let him pass. Joe Bai walked in and looked back at those security guards. Considering the number of them, the warehouse must be the most securely guarded place in the entire company. He took a quick glance and then turned his head, hastily walking towards the warehouse. Since it was not the usual time for goods in and out, only an old man was sitting at the entrance of the warehouse. Joe Bai walked over and handed his goods requisition form to the old man. The old man told Joe Bai to wait at the entrance while he opened the warehouse door and went inside. Through the slightly ajar door, Joe Bai peeked in. Looking inside, what caught his eye first was a whole row of gray pills. Looking further in, there were white pills and black pills. However, when Joe Bai saw the very back of the warehouse, he saw a small cabinet containing all kinds of colorful pills he had never seen before. Worried he hadn't seen clearly, Joe Bai stretched his neck and looked inside. The old man took out 5 bottles of white pills. He just happened to see Joe Bai looking like this. With a loud bang, he heavily shut the warehouse door. Joe Bai could only smile awkwardly. Then he reached out and took the 5 bottles of medicine. "Thank you, I'll be going now." After saying that, he quickly slipped back to the dorm with the medicine. When Joe Bai returned to the dorm building, he ran into others heading out to work. He walked against the crowd toward his dorm. When he opened the dorm door, he saw Lee squatting by Joe Bai's bed. Lee was ironing the wrinkles with an electric iron. For a moment, Joe Bai felt like he shouldn't appear at this time. Lee awkwardly stood up from the floor. He put away the iron. Dropped a line, "I'm off to work." Then he quickly fled the dorm. Joe Bai looked at his neatly made bed and suddenly felt a bit funny. He shook his head helplessly and then closed the door. Then, he took out a set of his clothes from the wardrobe. The 7th rule from the detective's note. When leaving the pharmaceutical company, please take off your uniform. Don't let the ordinary citizens of D City know that you came from effective pharmaceutical company. In the past few days, when Joe Bai was on the phone, he indeed felt the public's rejection of pharmaceutical companies. So, he didn't dare be careless about this rule. After changing his clothes, he took the pills and walked toward the company entrance. Joe Bai had checked the route to Xingxing home in advance. He knew he only needed to take the bus at the entrance and then transfer once to reach there. He calculated the distance, which would take about an hour. Joe Bai had an appointment with Miss Sun at 10:30 in the morning. It was still before 9, so he had plenty of time. Thus, Joe Bai walked slowly to the entrance and handed the pass to the guard for inspection. After looking over it, the guard returned the pass to Joe Bai and reminded him, "Don't be too late. You need to be back by 6. Joe Bai nodded and then walked toward the bus station. He took a black plastic bag and put the 5 bottles of medicine inside. Holding the bag, he stood at the bus stop across from the company waiting for the bus. Not long after, a bus, filled with passengers, came along. Joe Bai got on. Since there were no seats, and he only sat for 2 stops before switching buses. So Joe Bai walked to the back door, finding a place to stand. From the moment Joe Bai got on the bus, those people kept staring at him with their eyes. Joe Bai felt that they were not only looking at him but also occasionally glancing at the bag in his hand. So, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the bag. Fortunately, the 2 stops quickly arrived. Joe Bai got off the bus and then boarded another one. This time, the people on the bus did not stare at him anymore. They just treated him as a normal passenger. According to the route he found, when the bus reached Baihua Road Station, he got off. This stop was somewhat far from D City's city center. All around were some self-built small houses. Looking around, there was no community as Joe Bai imagined. He walked along the route he had searched. Then he stopped in front of a small courtyard. According to the address Joe Bai checked, Xingxing home should be right here. Joe Bai looked at the small courtyard in front of him and then dialed Ms. Sun's phone. "Hello, I am a salesman from Effective Pharmaceutical Company. We agreed to come and deliver the goods." Ms. Sun heard Joe Bai's voice and quickly said, "Oh, right. We agreed to deliver today. Where are you now?" Joe Bai looked at the courtyard and then said, "I have a little courtyard here, with walls full of rose flowers. May I ask where I should go next?" On the other end of the phone, a child's cry could be heard. Joe Bai heard the crying inside the courtyard as well. He couldn't help but look towards the entrance of the courtyard. Ms. Sun comforted the crying child, then spoke to Jobai, saying, "Please wait a moment. I will come out right away." So, Jobai stood beside the courtyard waiting. The earlier cry of the child gradually stopped. Then, the sounds of children laughing and playing came to Jobai's ears. Jobai suspiciously walked to the door. He saw a sign at the entrance that was blocked by the leaves of the rose flower. Jobai reached out and pushed aside the leaves. Then he saw that the sign read New Star Garden in 4 large characters. Chapter 98 New Star Garden. Ms. Sun opened the door. Then Jobai saw her with her hair loosely tied at the back, looking a bit tired as she appeared in front of him. "Hello, you are the one here to deliver, right?" Jobai opened the plastic bag in his hand, revealing 5 bottles of tablets inside. "Yes. Please take a look." Ms. Sun reached out to take them. Then, the cry inside the house started again. Ms. Sun immediately showed a worried expression, picked up the bag, and rushed inside. Jobai was stunned. He looked at the open door, then at the goods that had just been taken away, and also followed her inside. Inside the courtyard, there were several children playing. When they saw a stranger enter, they all stopped their actions and looked at Jobai a bit warily. Jobai pointed towards Ms. Sun inside the house and quickly explained to the children, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not a bad person. I'm looking for Teacher Sun." Jobai wasn't sure if this place was a kindergarten. If this was a kindergarten, then inside looked too much like a normal home. If this was not a kindergarten, then there were really too many children inside. There were at least 7 or 8 children playing in the courtyard alone. Hearing Jobai's explanation, the children relaxed their vigilance a bit. At this moment, a little girl sitting on a swing with 2 small pigtails said to Jobai in a sweet voice, "That's not our teacher." Jobai smiled and walked over to her, asking, "Then what is she to you?" Then, the 7 or 8 children in the courtyard all rushed to answer. "Mom. She's our mom. She's our favorite mom." As the children spoke about Ms. Sun, the atmosphere immediately became lively. They all chattered, trying to talk to Jobai. Jobai smiled as he looked at their faces. But on all their faces, he couldn't see a single resemblance. At this moment, the crying inside the house finally stopped. Ms. Sun walked out looking exhausted. Then, somewhat surprised to see Jobai standing in the courtyard. Is there something else?" Jobai looked at her helplessly. "Ms. Sun, it seems like you haven't paid yet." Only then did Ms. Sun remember, quickly apologizing to Jobai. Sorry. I became a bit anxious when I heard the child crying. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the money." Jobai nodded, "It's fine, no rush." After Ms. Sun finished speaking, she ran back into the house. Jobai looked at her back and guessed what might have happened in this place. 20 bottles of tablets. So many children in the house. It was probably that the tablets were bought for these children. Jobai watched the place where Ms. Sun had left. Lost in thought. At that moment, the little girl on the swing tugged at Jobai's shirt corner. "Uncle, our mom is still single. If you like her, I can help." Jobai's forehead immediately broke out in 3 black lines upon hearing this. First, Jobai is not an uncle. Second, Jobai was just contemplating. Finally, kids shouldn't meddle in adult matters. Just as Jobai silently criticized the naive child in his heart, he saw Ms. Sun walking out. She handed money to Jobai. Jobai took it in his hands, counted it, and then pocketed it. Then, Ms. Sun escorted Jobai out the door. Jobai stopped in his tracks, looked into the yard, thought for a moment, and finally asked, "May I ask, without being too rude, what place this is?" Ms. Sun also looked at the children playing in the yard. "It's all right. This is not a secret that can't be told. The children inside are actually all abandoned by their parents. That's why I brought them back. I thought, although my ability is limited, at least I can provide them with food and warmth." After finishing her words, Ms. Sun let out a deep sigh. Jobai guessed that her sigh was likely not just due to the pressure of having to feed so many children. It might also be because of the 20 bottles of white pills. In such a dense space, if one child gets infected, it is very likely that the others will also not escape. Jobai looked at her expression and cautiously chose his words. "Can you describe the patient's condition to me? Although I am a salesman, I have received professional training. I understand some principles of medication, perhaps I can help you." Ms. Sun turned around and looked at the street. Seeing that the street was empty, she quietly said, "Experts in City D said this disease is a type of mental illness. When these children have an episode, their symptoms are almost the same as what the experts described. Irritable, angry, aggressive, and sometimes they speak nonsense. So, I followed the expert's recommendation and bought your company's pills. The pills are indeed very effective." The children quickly returned to normal. After saying this, she cautiously glanced at the street again. I'm sorry, because everyone discriminates against those who have had this disease. So, I have to be a bit careful. I don't want the children's future lives to be affected. Jobai nodded in understanding. At this moment, he also began to understand why every time he made a phone call, it got hung up as soon as he mentioned the company's name. Jobai guessed that those people were probably only slightly contaminated. After taking the white pills, there were no more relapses. They were afraid of being found out that they had been ill. So, they didn't want to have any contact with the pharmaceutical company again. However, if this theory holds, then the contamination levels of the children inside might be more serious than expected. Jobai looked at Ms. Sun seriously. Is the patient's relapse still the same as before? Ms. Sun recalled carefully before saying. Just the same as before. Jobai then let out a sigh of relief. That's good. If there are any differences, make sure to contact us in time. Ms. Sun nodded. Thank you. I will. After bidding her farewell, Jobai headed back. The company did not specify a time to return. According to the security guard, it was probably fine as long as he returned before 6. So, Jobai strolled leisurely down the street. Along the way, Jobai carefully observed the city. Pedestrians came and went, all hard-working people trying to make a living. If he hadn't specifically remembered, he might have thought this was a normal world. But Jobai deeply understood that beneath the seemingly calm surface, there hid turbulent crises. Chapter 99 Little Wang's Obsession. Jobai wandered around the street for a while. He looked at the time on his phone. Then he stood at the bus stop, preparing to head back to the company. Around noon, close to 12 o'clock, Jobai returned to the company. He coincidentally caught the lunchtime. He went back to his dorm, changed into his orange uniform, and then walked to the cafeteria. The fourth sales team also happened to walk in at this time. Team leader Chen was at the front of the line. Jobai greeted him with a bow and then went to get his utensils. Xiao Wan looked like he was in a bad mood. His face was dark, unlike before when he warmly greeted Jobai. Instead, he picked up a food tray and walked away on his own. Jobai found it a bit strange. So he paid more attention to Xiao Wang's behavior. He saw Xiao Wang holding an empty tray, then surprisingly walked towards the window with the green sign. Jobai immediately became alert, staring unblinkingly at his next move. At the window with the green mark, a cafeteria employee was handing out utensils to people inside. Xiao Wang approached the window and pretended to accidentally bump into the cafeteria employee. The employee was startled and turned to look at Xiao Wang in confusion. Xiao Wang was very sincere, repeatedly apologizing to him. However, Jobai saw that Xiao Wang had quickly snatched a pair of chopsticks hidden behind his back. Jobai was greatly shocked. The third rule of the detective's note: the utensils in the cafeteria's sterilization cabinet can only be used by employees in green uniforms. Be careful not to take the wrong ones. But Xiao Wang secretly took utensils from there. What exactly was he trying to do? Jobai felt that it certainly wasn't anything good. After Xiao Wang sneakily took the utensils, he looked for the shortest line and went to queue up. Jobai glanced at him and then moved to the line next to him. Xiao Wang was right in front of Jobai. Holding the chopsticks tightly, he lowered his head and didn't notice Jobai following behind him. Jobai looked at the chopsticks in Xiao Wang's hands. Those chopsticks were almost the same as the usual ones in the cafeteria. If Jobai hadn't just witnessed the entire process, he might not have realized that the chopsticks in Xiao Wang's hands were problematic. Xiao Wang got his food before Jobai. Jobai quickly followed, grabbed his meal, and hurried along behind him. At this moment, team leader Chen also walked over with a plate of food. Jobai saw Xiao Wang looking towards team leader Chen. He immediately sensed that the situation was not good. So his target was team leader Chen. Jobai quickly thought of a counter-strategy in his mind. Should he save him or not? How should he save him? Xiao Wang headed in the direction of team leader Chen. Jobai hurriedly grabbed 2 pairs of chopsticks from the nearby cabinet. Then he quickened his pace and walked in front of Xiao Wang. Team leader Chen, I brought you some utensils. Jobai and Xiao Wang both spoke this sentence to team leader Chen at the same time. Team leader Chen usually took his food and then fetched his own utensils. Sometimes, team members would even flatteringly bring him utensils. So, Jobai and Xiao Wang's actions seemed somewhat reasonable. Others might even think they were competing for attention. Seeing Jobai also brought utensils, Xiao Wang turned his head, glaring at Jobai. Jobai ignored him. Instead, he showed team leader Chen the 2 pairs of chopsticks in his hand. Xiao Wang only took 1 pair, so team leader Chen should use mine. Team leader Chen glanced at the only pair of chopsticks in Xiao Wang's hand. Then he took the chopsticks Jobai handed him. Xiao Wang's expression immediately darkened. He sat down opposite Jobai. The chopsticks in his hand hovered in midair, not moving towards the food on his plate. Zhou Bai looked at the chopsticks in Xiao Wang's hand. Coming closer, he could finally see a difference. Actually, these chopsticks were still distinguishable from the ones he used. One of the patterns on it was completely different from the ones he used. By the exit of the cafeteria, where the used utensils were placed, stood a security guard dressed in black. Zhou Bai could imagine that if Xiao Wang took this pair of chopsticks over, he would likely be caught by the guard. Zhou Bai thought to himself that the note from the detective warning against taking utensils from the disinfection cabinet must be for this reason. Xiao Wang also looked at the guard at the door. Then, he picked up a piece of green vegetable and placed it in his mouth. His eyes were moving, as if he was thinking of a strategy. Zhou Bai thought that since he could stealthily take these chopsticks, he probably also had a way to slip past the guard at the entrance. Thinking about this, Zhou Bai stopped looking at him and instead focused on his meal. There wasn't much conversation around, only various chewing sounds reached Zhou Bai's ears. Suddenly, Zhou Bai heard a discordant sound mixed in with the rest. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The hairs on Zhou Bai's body instantly stood up. The sound was right above Zhou Bai's head. The piece of meat Zhou Bai was holding stopped in midair, and he quickly lifted his head. He saw Xiao Wang with red eyes, staring blankly at Zhou Bai. His mouth didn't open. But from his throat, this strange sound kept coming out. Zhou Bai suddenly leaned back, trying to distance himself from him as much as possible. The girl sitting next to Xiao Wang also noticed his anomaly. She immediately screamed in fright. Thus, the security guards scattered around the cafeteria immediately rushed over to the girl. The girl screamed and kept pointing at Xiao Wang to the guards. Then the guards also noticed Xiao Wang's abnormality. Several guards stepped forward and immediately pinned Xiao Wang down on the table. Xiao Wang struggled continuously but was quickly escorted out of the cafeteria by 2 guards. The staff eating in the cafeteria all looked towards them, and then began to whisper and discuss. Then, a guard brought in a megaphone and addressed everyone present. Everyone, please don't panic, this employee has just experienced a health issue. We will take him to the hospital immediately. Please continue your meals, and do not discuss this matter further. After the guard finished speaking, those who were discussing in the cafeteria all fell silent. Zhou Bai looked in the direction where Xiao Wang was taken away, feeling uneasy for a long time. Pollution. The utensils used by the employee in a green uniform could cause pollution. It turned out this was the real principle behind the 3rd rule of the detective's note. Perhaps Xiao Wang was not even aware of this while doing this. Team leader Chen walked over and gently patted Zhou Bai's shoulder. He lowered his head, placed the used utensils at the entrance, and left the cafeteria without saying a word. Zhou Bai followed the line, feeling equally downcast as he walked back. In the office of Sales Group 4, each person's desk had a volunteer application form. Zhou Bai looked ahead. On Xiao Wang's desk, the application form had already been crumpled into a ball. Zhou Bai looked at that paper ball and secretly sighed. But someone needs to be willing to help me submit the application. What Xiao Wang said to Zhou Bai yesterday seemed to still echo in his ears. So this was the reason why this incident happened. Chapter 100, The Customers Buying Grey Pills. Zhou Bai sat down in his chair, looking at the volunteer application form in front of him, and fell into deep thought. The image of Xiao Wang being taken away just now reappeared in Zhou Bai's mind. He took a deep breath, readjusted his mindset. Then he focused his attention on thinking about the task to be completed. This time, the objective was to find Zhao Ku and rescue her in order to complete the mission. At Zhou Bai's current level, there are many parts of the company he simply cannot access. If he remains at level 5, he might never find her. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai couldn't help but furrow his brows. However, the higher the level, the closer he comes to danger. After what just happened, Zhou Bai could basically confirm that the person in the green uniform had been contaminated. He had hardly seen employees in green uniforms. But those in white uniforms were everywhere. Zhou Bai guessed that the people in white uniforms were like marked targets. If a hunter picks up their gun, they would be the first to be aimed at. Zhou Bai picked up the application form on the table. Filling out this form meant that you were willing to dedicate everything for the company. It also meant that as long as the company needed, you would always be in danger. Zhou Bai looked at the application form in hand, unable to make a decision for a moment. Should he fill out this application form or not? Zhou Bai hesitated, then thought of another issue. Xiao Wang had submitted an application form before, but said someone was unwilling to help him submit it. Today he directed his anger toward team leader Chen. It was obvious that the person unwilling to help him submit the application form was team leader Chen. Zhou Bai guessed that team leader Chen might know some inside information about the company, which is why he was unwilling to help Xiao Wang. If Zhou Bai really decided to submit the application form, he might also face obstruction from team leader Chen. Other chosen ones from different countries on Blue Star were also facing the same dilemma as Zhou Bai at this moment. Fortunately, this dilemma didn't require an immediate answer. Company employees had 2 days to think. They only needed to make a decision after 2 days. Jobai stared at the content of the application form for a while, then laid his head on the table and entered his midday rest. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, team leader Chen appeared at the office door on time. Jobai sat up from the table and stretched. As team leader Chen walked past him, Jobai handed over the payment he received in the morning. Team leader Chen nodded and took the money. Jobai opened the form on his desk and slowly dialed the numbers listed on it. After making 2 calls, team leader Chen came over. He placed a jar of grey pills from Xiao Wang's desk in front of Jobai. Seeing the jar of grey pills, Jobai looked up at him in confusion. Team leader Chen then made a copy of a form and placed it on Jobai's computer desktop, saying to him, "Xiao Wang may need to be hospitalized, his work will temporarily be handed over to you." Jobai was surprised to hear team leader Chen say this, slightly opening his mouth. Was this being forced to take on more work? Team leader Chen ignored Jobai's surprise and continued to explain the work to him. The work content isn't much different. However, Xiao Wang's client list is even more important. So, before making calls, you must spend more time reading their information very carefully. Jobai opened the form and saw that each client only had 1 line of information. All the words didn't add up to more than 100. How long could it possibly take to read these 100 words? Team leader Chen looked at Jobai, leaving him with a figure it out yourself look, then walked away. Jobai could only take out a notebook, scribbling and jotting down a bunch of analyses, pretending to be serious. Then he dialed the first client's phone number. "Hello, is this Mr. Wu? This is Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. You previously purchased products from our company, and I want to ask about your usage experience." On the other end of the phone, a somewhat anxious voice came through. "Yes. I bought it for my mother. It works very well. I really need it. Please help me place an order, I need to buy 2 more bottles." Jobai was used to being refused, so when he suddenly heard such a willing order, he felt a bit unaccustomed. "Okay. Should I send it to your original address?" The other party answered anxiously. Yes. Number 105, Shangshan Road." Okay." Jobai spoke while recording the order information from the other party. "Our delivery person will deliver it to you tomorrow. Cash on delivery." Okay. I will wait for you at home tomorrow. You must deliver it tomorrow." Jobai promised the other party before he could hang up the phone. He took out his notebook and pretended to record the content of the call. Then, Jobai made 2 more calls. Every person who answered the phone seemed very eager. And, they placed their orders very happily. Jobai tried to stretch the time, but in less than 20 minutes, he had already sold 7 bottles of grey pills. No wonder team leader Chen reminded Jobai to spend more time looking through the materials. If he kept dialing continuously, then with this success rate, Jobai's performance would probably explode in just one afternoon. Fortunately, at this time, team leader Chen stood at the front of the office, starting to motivate the entire team. After Jobai followed team leader Chen and finished the motivation, he adjusted his strategy again. He mixed in clients who bought white pills among the calls he made. Thus, Jobai barely lowered his own success rate for making calls. Team leader Chen walked around and arrived behind Jobai. Seeing that he was mixing different clients in his calls, he paused in surprise, rarely showing a smile. But soon, he controlled his expression again and continued to patrol the work of other team members with his hands behind his back. Jobai finally endured until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. He could finally end the day's work. He followed the sales team towards the elevator. Within the team, without Xiao Wang to lighten the mood, things felt quite dull. Team leader Chen probably also sensed the difference in atmosphere. With a long face, he walked in front of the team and quickly reached the elevator. At this time, the numbers on the elevator displayed that it had stopped on the 13th floor. Team leader Chen saw this number and suddenly froze. Jobai also recalled that Xiao Wang had told him that the 13th floor was where level 2 employees worked. Usually, high-level employees would use another elevator. There were almost no chances to encounter high-level employees. But why did this elevator come down from the 13th floor today? Chapter 101: The scent of disinfectant in the elevator. Jobai looked at the buttons of the elevator ahead. He saw that the down button had already lit up. This meant that the elevator would stop at their floor when passing by and would open its doors. As soon as Jobai realized this, he tensed up completely. This was the first time Jobai had to face employees in green uniforms since entering this instance. Team leader Chen stood at the very front of the crowd. Even just seeing his back could convey his nervousness at that moment. Above them at an angle, the numbers on the elevator display were slowly counting down. 9, 8, 7. Just when the elevator was about to reach their floor, team leader Chen clenched his fists and suddenly shouted, "Bow your heads." So, everyone waiting for the elevator all bowed their heads. Employee Work Regulation, third rule. When seeing level 2 and level 1 employees, one should bow their heads and look at their toes. This expresses the greatest respect for them. Thus, Jobai also followed the other employees and bowed his head. The elevator doors opened in front of them. Jobai smelled a faint scent of disinfectant wafting out from the elevator. The elevator made no sound. People outside the elevator didn't dare to look inside. The viewers in the live broadcast could only see the same view as Jobai. No one knew what was happening inside the elevator. Everyone stood still, and no one stepped forward to enter the elevator. Only when the elevator door closed again did the crowd outside visibly relax. That startled me. The person in the elevator might have been a big leader. I wouldn't dare share an elevator with a big leader. Shu, keep your voice down. Don't discuss high-ranking employees. The colleague next to Jobai began to discuss in a low voice. Team leader Chen said nothing. Jobai also stood quietly, waiting for the next elevator to arrive. Before long, the elevator door in front of them opened again. This time, they didn't lower their heads. So, they saw that the elevator was empty. Team leader Chen led everyone into the elevator. Jobai stood inside the elevator, the smell of disinfectant becoming clearer. He frowned. Because he had never smelled this before when taking the elevator. He followed the group to the canteen and had a simple dinner. Then he went back to the dormitory area with everyone. After parting from everyone, he walked back to his dorm alone. Lee He still hadn't returned. According to his routine, Jobai first went to the balcony and looked towards the direction of the pharmaceutical factory. The pharmaceutical factory was still shrouded in a layer of mist. Jobai rested his hand on the balcony railing, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on it. In his mind, he began to sort out the ideas for passing through. Yesterday morning, Jobai met several employees in white uniforms while walking from the office building to the pharmaceutical factory. Although Jobai didn't see them enter the factory with his own eyes, that road turned in could only lead to the pharmaceutical factory. Apart from that, there were no other company buildings. Therefore, Jobai reasonably deduced that they were going to the pharmaceutical factory yesterday. In other words, once he became a level 3 employee, he would have a chance to go to the pharmaceutical factory. However, Jobai's task was to find Zhao Ko, not to go to the pharmaceutical factory. The pharmaceutical factory could only be considered one of the suspicious places. Thinking of this, Jobai couldn't help but frown even deeper. Although the pharmaceutical factory was not a must-visit place, if Jobai wanted to go there, filling out that volunteer form was currently the most direct way. However, he only had 2 days to consider whether to fill out the application form. If he missed this application opportunity, he would have to wait until next month to apply again. And if it dragged on until next month, Zhao Ko's chances of survival would become even slimmer. So, Jobai must confirm within 2 days whether Zhao Ko was at the pharmaceutical factory. At this moment, Jobai also realized the urgency of time. He guessed that Zhao Ko's whereabouts likely had to start with the administrative department. When Jobai thought of this, he began to have a headache. Because the archives of the administrative department were not so easy to get into. A problem was laid out in front of Jobai. He rubbed his temples with his hand. Unable to come up with a solution for the time being, he could only stop his thoughts, turn around, and walk into the bathroom to take a shower. While showering, the shower gel, shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrush, and razor on the sink were habitually tossed around by Jobai, creating a mess. After finishing his shower, he originally wanted to walk straight out of the bathroom. But the image of Lee He looking frantic flashed in his mind. Jobai couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Sighing, he ultimately decided to be a better person. So, he patiently put everything on the sink back in order, one by one. Then he walked out. After the bath, the clothes he changed out of were thrown into the washing machine by Jobai. When the clothes were done washing, he hung them on the balcony. After doing all this, Jobai threw himself onto the bed. Then he turned off the light early and quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, the sound of keys outside came in again. The dormitory door was gently opened. Then a smell of blood wafted in. The audience saw a shadow moving inside the dormitory in the dark. The footsteps were very light. Even the chewing sounds that followed were much softer than the days before. Jobai was still in a deep sleep, not waking up. Even the gaze that used to fall on his face did not appear tonight. He had a good night's sleep. However, the next morning, he was still woken up by a scream. He opened his eyes wide. Lee He's face did not appear in front of Jobai. Jobai looked around. Then he saw Lee He, standing in the bathroom brushing his teeth. He felt that Jobai looked at him, paused for a moment, and then pretended nothing happened and continued brushing his teeth. Jobai found it quite funny. Not scaring him again today, could it be that the vegetable leaf from yesterday worked? Jobai didn't think too much about it, but lifted the covers and walked toward the door. Today the unfortunate dormitory changed to another one. However, this time the unfortunate dormitory had a big death written in blood on its door. Such a scene made even Jobai, as a bystander, feel a bit spine-chilling. Not to mention the people living in that dormitory. At the door of that dormitory, a man sat paralyzed on the ground in fear. One of his hands trembled, pointing at the writing on the door. His mouth continually muttered to himself. No. I want to leave here. Someone wants to kill me. Someone wants my life. I quit. I will quit right away. Lee Hee, standing in the bathroom, smiled upon hearing the sounds outside the door. Chapter 102, The Green Uniform in the Closet. Jobai stood in the corridor of the dormitory building, watching the man sitting on the ground get up clumsily. Then he ran out of the dormitory building while babbling nonsense. The others in the corridor gathered around. Their faces were equally filled with fear and dread. In their conversations, it was evident that they also began to worry about their own safety. Jobai recalled the administrative department's work code. Please pay attention to the emotional state of the employees at all times. Stable emotions are conducive to better work. Employees are strictly prohibited from experiencing fear. In other words, if such a situation occurred, someone would certainly intervene. Sure enough, shortly after, Jobai saw security guards in black uniforms rushing in. The man who had just run out came back trailing behind them. Then Jobai saw them disperse the crowd and take away the dead chicken left at the dormitory door. A security guard took out a loudspeaker and shouted at the people in the corridor. Everyone quiet. From now on, discussing this issue is prohibited. Seeing the security guards appear, Jobai returned to the dormitory and locked the door behind him. Lee Hee's smile had vanished. He finished brushing his teeth, came out of the bathroom, and sat on his bed. The appearance of the security guards should have hindered his plan. So now he looked very unhappy. Jobai shook his head and sighed in his heart. He thought to himself, still too young. Then he glanced at him and walked to the balcony. Jobai looked down at the dormitory building. He saw that there were many more security guards outside the dormitory than usual. They were patrolling back and forth around the entire dormitory building. Given this situation, it seemed that security measures for this dormitory building had already been strengthened. Jobai shook his head again. It seems that Jobai probably won't be woken up by screams tomorrow morning. He stood on the balcony for a while, then turned around, wanting to go back into the room. However, when Jobai turned his head, he saw Lee Hee was opening his wardrobe. At the very back of the wardrobe, there surprisingly hung a green uniform. Jobai's heart jumped suddenly. All kinds of thoughts and guesses rushed in at once. For a moment, he felt like his head had exploded into a mush, unable to find a thread that could connect all this information. Jobai hurriedly averted his eyes. Worried that Lee Hee would turn around, he quickly picked up a nearby clothes hanger, pretending to be organizing clothes. After confirming out of the corner of his eye that Lee Hee had closed the wardrobe door, he took the neatly gathered clothes and walked into the room. At this time, Lee Hee had already taken out an orange uniform. Jobai carefully glanced at him, but still saw no signs of mutation on him. Jobai also changed into the orange uniform, tidied up his bed, and then walked out of the dormitory. Outside the dormitory, there were now many more security guards. Every person who left was scanned from head to toe with their eyes. Jobai walked to the cafeteria, but still couldn't shake off the image of the green uniform in Lee Hee's cabinet from his mind. Why did he have a green uniform? Did he steal it? But with such strict security in this company, it should be hard to pull off. Then, did he know high-ranking employees and was given it by them? This possibility is also low. Because once employees in this company are promoted above level 2, they almost cut ties with other employees. Jobai kept eliminating various possibilities in his mind. In the end, he discovered that there was only one biggest possibility left. That is, Lee Hee might be a high-ranking employee. Or, Lee Hee used to be a high-ranking employee but was demoted for some special reason. Combining this with the time spent with him, Jobai became more convinced of his guess. First of all, he could skillfully avoid the security patrols every night. This shows he has enough understanding of this company. He knows how to avoid being caught. Then, the things he does every night are likely just to scare people, not to cause harm to anyone else. Very likely, he understood the company's inner workings, so he wanted to create fear to scare others away. When Jobai thought of this, he finally cleared his thoughts. He walked to the cafeteria, had breakfast, and then arrived punctually at the office of Sales Group 4. Jobai remembered he needed to deliver medicine to Ms. Sun every other day. So, after starting work, he was the first to call her. "Hello, Ms. Sun, this is Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. Is the patient's condition stable today? Ms. Sun answered Joe Bai's call, but her voice seemed somewhat weak. The children who took the medicine are feeling much better. But maybe I didn't take care of them well. Recently, there have been many more sick children. I'm sorry, I might have been too chatty. The other children have different illnesses, unrelated to yours. I'll take them to see the doctor shortly. Joe Bai comforted Ms. Sun a few times, scheduled to go tomorrow afternoon, then hung up the phone. Due to the need to return the pass for outings after use, Joe Bai had to fill out another application for an outing. Joe Bai walked to team leader Chen's side and spoke to him. After getting permission, he walked to the administrative department. In the office of the administrative department, Chi Fei was focused on typing on her keyboard. Joe Bai walked up to her, she glanced at Joe Bai, then turned back to the computer screen. Why are you here again? It's not good for you to always be out on duty. Joe Bai smiled at her. That last client bought 5 bottles of white pills from me. Only by being out on duty can my performance improve. Chi Fei, hearing Joe Bai say this, could only helplessly hand him an application form. Joe Bai took the application form but did not leave. After a moment of thought, he continued to ask. Sister Chi, can I ask you a question? Chi Fei looked at Joe Bai. Go ahead. Which is higher, the position of administrative director or a level 2 employee? Chi Fei's eyes widened immediately. That's obvious. The administrative director is only level 3. Joe Bai, upon hearing this, made a sudden realization face. Oh, so if a level 2 employee makes a request to the administrative director, he must agree? Chi Fei nodded, thought for a moment, and then shook her head. If it's not a request that violates company rules, the administrative director generally has to agree. Joe Bai nodded thoughtfully. He just didn't know if getting the administrative director to open the archive room counted as violating company rules? Chapter 103, The Experience of Li He. Joe Bai followed the process, filled out the application form, and then successfully obtained the pass for tomorrow. Next, he returned to the sales team for's office. Sitting at his desk, his mind was still calculating his remaining time. The deadline for submitting the application form was 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That means Joe Bai needed to decide whether to submit the application form by that time. He knew that the plan to enter the archive room still had certain risks. However, in such a short time, he really couldn't think of any other more comprehensive way, so he could only take the risk. Joe Bai weighed it in his heart and then made his choice. Once he made the decision in his heart, he started his work. Both the morning and afternoon work went smoothly without any waves. Joe Bai successfully made it to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. During dinner time, Joe Bai followed the group to the cafeteria to eat. The lady at the food counter enthusiastically filled Joe Bai's plate with 3 large chicken legs. Joe Bai finished dinner and then walked back to the dormitory. When he opened the dorm door, he unexpectedly saw Li He appear in the dorm at this time. He saw Li He sitting on the bed with a gloomy face. Seeing Joe Bai come in, he lightly nodded, as if to greet him. Joe Bai couldn't help but want to laugh. He guessed that the additional security outside the dorm building had affected Li He's performance. So he could only sit inside the dorm at this time. Joe Bai tried hard to hold in his laughter. Then he walked in and placed the items he was holding beside his bed. Next, Joe Bai went to the balcony. He first looked at the security below, then raised his head to look at the distant pharmaceutical factory. He leaned against the railing. The place he was looking at, a whole area of bungalows, was still shrouded in a layer of mist. He stared there for a while, then turned his head and called to Li He in the room. Li He, the view outside is nice, do you want to come and take a look? Li He was still immersed in his gloomy emotions. He replied sullenly, not looking. Joe Bai laughed and walked to the balcony door, continuing to persuade him. I'm not lying to you, come see for yourself. Li He glanced at him, seeing he couldn't refuse, could only reluctantly get up. Then, unwillingly, he walked outside. As he walked, he grumbled unhappily. Every day is the same scenery, what's there to see? Joe Bai ignored his complaints and pointed to the location of the pharmaceutical factory. Look, where is that? Li He, upon seeing Joe Bai's direction, instantly darkened his face. What do you want to know from me? Don't waste your effort. I don't even know what's in that building? Li He said this, but he saw Joe Bai's face slowly revealing a smile. That building, huh? With a bang. Joe Bai's fist came crashing straight down on Li He's face. Li He was completely dazed from the blow. He covered the hit area with his hand, looking at Joe Bai in disbelief. The audience in front of the TV were also startled by this sudden turn of events. They didn't understand why Joe Bai did this. In the live broadcast, Joe Bai's fist showed no sign of stopping. As one punch landed, another was already rising. Each punch fell heavily on Li He's body. Li He had no ability to defend himself. At first, he tried to fight back. But Joe Bai's arm strength was too astonishing. Later, he could only keep blocking Joe Bai's attacks with his hands. Before long, Lee He was beaten to the point of being covered in bruises. Only then did Joe Bai finally stop. Lee He was both aggrieved and angry. Covering the injury on his face, he stared fiercely at Joe Bai. Are you crazy? What did I ever do to offend you? When Joe Bai heard Lee He's questioning, he raised his hand. Lee He hurriedly covered his face again in fear. Want to know the reason? Just take a look over there, and you will know. Although Lee He instinctively dodged, he didn't give up glaring at Joe Bai. He shot Joe Bai a fierce look before turning his gaze toward where Joe Bai pointed. But after just one glance, Lee He froze in place. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he looked again, the direction of the pharmaceutical factory was clearly missing that building. What's going on? Why is this happening? Seeing his reaction, Joe Bai knew his green uniform was halfway to being obtained. Because you have been contaminated. Pain can help suppress the contamination. Lee He looked at Joe Bai in shock. Contaminated? What is contamination? This time, it was Joe Bai who showed a surprised expression. You don't know? Lee He honestly shook his head. Then why do you go out to scare people every night? Lee He looked at Joe Bai. How do you know? Joe Bai looked at him as if he were an idiot. Isn't it obvious? Lee He couldn't help but feel defeated, walking back to his room and sitting on his bed. He honestly explained to Joe Bai the things he knew. I want to make others leave this company. But I really can't think of any other way. So I could only scare them every day. Joe Bai followed him into the room and sat down opposite him. Why do you want others to leave this company? Lee He fell into memories, and a look of fear gradually appeared on his face. Because this company wants our lives. Joe Bai quickly asked, what did you see? Lee He's eyes were filled with fear. It seemed like the things he experienced before surfaced in his mind again. They brought me to a place. Inside there were little cages, one after another. I was trapped in a cage, and then someone came with a syringe, wanting to inject me. Joe Bai continued to ask, what happened next? How did you escape? Lee He's gaze drifted out of focus, looking far away. Because I happened to be sick at that time. The person with the syringe always said I wasn't suitable for injections. I felt completely dizzy from the illness. Later, it seemed that my brain wasn't working well. One day I woke up and found myself sent back to the dormitory. After listening to what Lee He said, Joe Bai couldn't help but admire his luck. But many others were not as lucky as him. Joe Bai stopped asking questions. Lee He also fell silent. He covered the injury on his face, occasionally grimacing in pain. The dormitory suddenly became very quiet. But not long after. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by a gurgle-gurgle sound. Lee He covered his stomach and awkwardly turned his head away. Joe Bai took out the bag he had just received from the side of his bed. Then he said to Lee He, here, for you. Catch. Lee He fumbled and caught the bag that Joe Bai tossed to him. What is this? He opened it with confusion. To his surprise, the bag actually contained 2 delicious-smelling chicken legs. Chapter 10 for the 104th chapter entering the archive room. Lee He looked at the chicken legs in the bag. He glanced at Joe Bai in slight surprise. He held the bag of chicken legs but hesitated, not making any further movements. Joe Bai saw his awkward expression and turned away from him. Instead, he got up, took out his pajamas, and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Joe Bai deliberately slowed down his showering speed in the bathroom. Only when he truly felt there was nothing left to wash did he put on his pajamas and walk out of the bathroom. When Joe Bai came out, he saw Lee He still sitting in the same position. He wasn't holding the bag of chicken legs anymore. However, there were 2 chicken bones appearing in the trash can. Joe Bai stifled a laugh. Then he sat down opposite Lee He again. This time, he got straight to the point. I want to borrow your green uniform. Lee He was shocked by Joe Bai's words, his eyes widening immediately. What do you want to borrow it for? Joe Bai had no intention of hiding. I have a friend who works at this company, but hasn't contacted her family for a long time. I'm actually here to find her. When Lee He heard Joe Bai say this, the expression on his face suddenly became serious. Entering the place I mentioned requires being selected. Even if you wear the green uniform, you still can't get in. Joe Bai nodded, I know. I want to enter other places. That's still very dangerous. Joe Bai remained resolute and nodded again, I know. Lee He looked at Joe Bai, and after a long time, he sighed. He got up and took out the green uniform from the wardrobe. I'll lend it to you. But when you return it, remember to wash it clean for me. He handed the clothes to Joe Bai and then sat back down on his own bed. Okay. After Jobai agreed, he carefully put the green uniform away in his own wardrobe. For the time that followed, Lee didn't idle away. Instead, he was relentless, often walking to the balcony to look down. But each time he saw the security guard patrolling up and down, he could only walk back into the room. By night, Jobai went to bed early. But Lee couldn't fall asleep and could only pace back and forth in the room. Jobai lay in bed, irritably turned over, and glared at him. Only then did Lee stop pacing. He went over to turn off the light and then lay back down on his own bed. The next day, Jobai finally wasn't woken up by screaming. He slept until 8 in the morning, then sat up in bed at the sound of the alarm. Lee had already left early. His bed was already neatly made. Jobai went into the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, then changed into his orange uniform. Then he packed up the green uniform and put it into a bag. Next, he took the bag and went to the cafeteria to eat. Jobai had arranged with Ms. Sun to go deliver goods this afternoon. However, Jobai applied for a whole day of outdoor work. So he had plenty of time to execute his plan. After finishing breakfast, Jobai then went to the warehouse to collect the medicine. When filling out the application form yesterday, Jobai remembered what Ms. Sun had said on the phone. He felt something was off. So he added a bottle of grey pills to the application form. Jobai just felt it was better to be prepared, hoping that this bottle of medicine could go unused. After he finished all these tasks, he took what he had in hand and rode the elevator. He arrived at the 3rd floor, where the administrative department was located. It was now past 9 in the morning, and most people were working in their respective offices. So, there were very few people walking around in the hallway on the 3rd floor. Jobai walked down the hallway and, when no one was watching, turned and entered the restroom. He quickly took off the orange uniform and changed into the green uniform from his bag, then walked out. After all, he had to impersonate someone else, and Jobai couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. But the more uneasy he felt, the more likely accidents would happen. As soon as Jobai stepped out of the restroom, he bumped into an employee wearing an orange uniform. Jobai instantly felt the bag in his hand tighten due to his nervousness. The viewers in the live stream were all startled. Everyone was staring at the employee's reaction. At this moment, Jobai was nervous, the audience was nervous, but the unfortunate employee was actually the most nervous of all. Or rather, it wouldn't be right to say nervous. It should be described as frightened. He had quickly lowered his head. He didn't dare to speak. He could only stare at his own toes. Thus, Jobai's appearance didn't even register with him. So, Jobai swaggered straight towards the office of the administrative director. Along the way, everyone who saw Jobai dared only to lower their heads and look at their own toes. Jobai smoothly arrived at the door of the administrative director's office. He stood at the door and noticed that it was not fully closed. It was slightly ajar, leaving a gap. Jobai raised his hand and instinctively tried to knock on the door. However, after thinking for a moment, he felt this didn't fit his character. So, he reversed his hand and pushed the door open instead. With a loud bang, the administrative director in the office was startled and almost jumped out of his chair. Anger appeared on his face. He was about to raise his head and confront the intruder. However, upon seeing Jobai in a green uniform, he hurriedly lowered his head again. Jobai looked into the office. Then he saw that there was actually another door at the back of the room. Jobai guessed to himself that must be the archive room. Confirming his target, he then slowly walked towards the administrative director's position. With each step Jobai took, the administrative director trembled slightly with fear. Open the door to the archive room, I need to check some documents. Feeling Jobai's approach, the administrative director quickly bowed. Not daring to speak, he hastily picked up the keys and opened the door behind him. Jobai didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. However, he still didn't dare to let his guard down. Seeing the door opened, he quickly walked in. The administrative director stood outside, not daring to go in with him. Jobai walked into the archive room and saw dozens of cabinets in front of him. The cabinets were filled with file bags. Jobai roughly estimated that there were at least 1,000 file bags in front of him. Jobai couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Just searching through these file bags would probably take some time. But time was limited, after all, he was using a fake identity, and he probably couldn't hold it for long. If the administrative director regained his senses, there might still be a danger to his life. Thinking of this, Jobai had no choice but to speed up, steeling himself as he began to search through those file bags. Chapter 105, The Attitude of the Public. Fortunately, this archive room was organized reasonably well. Each file bag had the employee's name and department labeled on the outside. The files of each employee were arranged together by department. So, Jobai didn't spend much effort finding the section for the administrative department's employee files. Jobai looked at the entire row of files in front of him. Took a deep breath, then began to search. Article 6 of the Administrative Staff Code. After a power outage, if any employee goes missing, please destroy their records. This means that if Jobai cannot find Zhaoka's record in this row, then she can only have disappeared after the power outage. However, this is the outcome Jobai least wants to face. Because if that is the case, then what Jobai has to confront might be the unknown it. Jobai opened the file bags in front of him one by one. The further he flipped to the back, the tighter his heart felt. Fortunately, just as Jobai was about to reach the last one, he finally saw Zhaoka's name appear on the file bag. He quickly took out that file and emptied the information inside. Inside the file bag, there were some basic details about Zhaoku. Jobai flipped through quickly, removing most of the useless information, until he stopped at a form recording job changes. Jobai's gaze followed the form all the way down. Then his eyes stopped at the last line there. That line read: on October 16, 2022, due to work needs, with the consent of the party concerned, the company decided to transfer employee Zhao Ko from the administrative department to work at How Effective Pharmaceutical Factory. When Jobai saw this information, he already had his answer in mind. The timing of Zhao Ko's transfer was almost the same as her disappearance. Now, Jobai could only enter the pharmaceutical factory to search for her. He put the form back into the file bag, then returned the file bag to its original position. Then he walked out of the archive room. The executive director was still standing at the door. Hearing footsteps coming from the archive room, he quickly lowered his head. Jobai walked past him, said nothing, and directly exited through the door. Along the way, Jobai observed his surroundings, and seeing no one, quickly entered the bathroom. He changed into an orange uniform and went back to the dormitory. Then he changed into his own clothes in the dormitory. After finishing everything, he swaggered out through the front door. He got on the bus. This time, there were fewer people on the bus, so Jobai found a seat to sit down. The people on the bus, seeing Jobai get on, still looked at him just like before. Especially a middle-aged man sitting next to Jobai. Since Jobai sat down, he kept his eyes on the bag in Jobai's hand. Jobai lifted the bag and placed it on his lap. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted along with Jobai's movements. Jobai turned his head and directly asked, "Big brother, why are you looking at my bag?" The middle-aged man's thoughts were exposed, and he quickly shifted his gaze away. Then he awkwardly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I have no other intentions." He looked at Jobai, wanting to ask something more. But at that moment, an older lady in the bus suddenly shouted, "Look! Someone from the pharmaceutical company." So everyone in the bus turned to look out the window. They were looking at a person in an orange uniform standing at the gate of the company. As a result, the people in the bus all enthusiastically waved at that person. The bus slowly drove away, but the people inside continued to lean out to look in that direction. They applauded and cheered towards that direction. Every expression on their faces was flushed with excitement. Jobai was completely stunned by this scene. One can imagine, if they now knew Jobai was an employee of the pharmaceutical company, he would probably find it very difficult to get off this bus. The seventh rule from the detective's note. When leaving the pharmaceutical company, please remove your uniform. Do not let the ordinary citizens of D City know that you come from How Effective Pharmaceutical Company. So this is what the detective's rule meant. The ordinary people of this city. The feelings towards the pharmaceutical company are really complicated. Ordinary people are grateful and in awe of the pharmaceutical companies. Those who have been cured desperately want to distance themselves from this company. Jobai sat for 2 stops before quietly getting off the bus. Then he transferred to another bus, heading to Baihua Road. He followed the same path as last time, arriving at the courtyard filled with rose bushes again. As he approached the courtyard, Jobai noticed it was much quieter than last time. Especially the absence of the sounds of children laughing and playing. Jobai walked over and knocked on the door. After a long time, Ms. Sun appeared, looking disheveled. Jobai was startled by her pale face and the deep dark circles under her eyes. What happened? Ms. Sun coughed once, then invited Jobai inside. Sorry, Mr. Zhou. The kids are sick, and I'm a bit overwhelmed. Jobai carefully observed Ms. Sun's condition. When he saw tiny particles appearing on her right hand, he was immediately shocked. The pollution on her body is slowly spreading. Jobai quickly took out a bottle of grey pills from his bag and handed one to her. You are sick. Quickly swallow this pill. Ms. Sun hesitated and glanced at Jobai before swallowing the grey pill. After taking the pill, Ms. Sun felt significantly better. It really works, my hand doesn't hurt anymore. Upon hearing this from Ms. Sun, Jobai still didn't feel at ease. So many children are living closely together in this place. If the pollution on Ms. Sun is constantly spreading, then the other children must be in dire situations too. Thinking of this, Jobai quickly spoke to Ms. Sunday. How are the children doing? Take me to see them. Miss Sun nodded, then led Joe Bai inside the house. As soon as he entered, Joe Bai was frightened by the scene in front of him. Because the room looked like it had just been robbed. Clothes scattered on the floor, broken dishes, papers thrown all over the place. Miss Sun noticed Joe Bai's surprise and somewhat awkwardly explained, "I've been too busy and had no time to tidy up." Joe Bai, however, remained serious. "Did the children do all this?" Miss Sun could only nod, "Yes. But, after they take the medicine, they won't be like this." Joe Bai looked towards the inside of the house. The children must have taken the medicine, now they quietly lay in their rooms resting. However, from the innermost room, a weak voice suddenly emerged. "Mommy, mommy. It hurts so much." Miss Sun quickly ran towards the voice. Joe Bai followed closely behind, walking into the room. In the room, there was a little girl lying in bed, her head with two small braids. The girl looked to be only 5 or 6 years old, her face round and chubby. But at this moment, her adorable face showed a painful expression. Joe Bai only glanced at her, and his heart instantly ached. This little girl lying in bed was the one who sat on the swing the other day, wasn't she? Joe Bai walked over and finally saw her condition clearly. He saw that her neck had developed small, fine bumps, and there were patches of fish scales on her throat. Cold sweat broke out on Joe Bai's forehead. He looked closer and, when he saw the back of her hand, he couldn't help but tremble. Because fine hairs were growing on the back of her hand. Joe Bai's pupils contracted sharply. Pollution. And it was mixed pollution. Realizing this, he felt as though his heart had been viciously stabbed twice. The little girl lay on the bed. In pain, she kept using her hands to grab her neck and the back of her hands. Miss Sun was shocked to see her change. What happened? When I took her to see the dermatologist yesterday, she was just fine. Miss Sun walked over, held the little girl's hand, and softly comforted her. Yao Yao, don't be afraid, Mommy is here. Mommy will find a way. Joe Bai quickly took out a gray pill and handed it to Miss Sunday. Hurry! Give it to her. Miss Sun quickly took it, poured a glass of water, helped Yao Yao sit up, and then fed her the gray pill. Not long after swallowing the gray pill, Yao Yao's expression relaxed a lot. Joe Bai leaned closer to her, carefully checking her neck and the back of her hands. He saw that the bumps that had originally appeared were all gone. It seemed the mutated part had shown signs of stopping growth. Joe Bai breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that the effect of this gray pill seems to have improved compared to before. He held the bottle containing the gray pills in his hand, looking at it repeatedly. The packaging of the bottle was almost the same as the one Joe Bai obtained in the first copy. However, some small changes in details showed that the pills had already been updated. Joe Bai glanced at Yao Yao, who was lying back in bed, then walked out of the room. He paced back and forth in the house, thinking about how he could help them more. Based on his experiences from previous encounters, Joe Bai knew being bitten or scratched by a mutant would cause infection. From what happened with Xiao Wang, Joe Bai also learned that at a certain level of mutation, saliva could also spread the infection. Besides that, there might be many unknown ways of transmission. With so many children gathered together, it was hard to avoid mutual infection. That's why others who took the white pills didn't come back to buy again. But Ms. Sun still needed to make a purchase. They needed to separate these children into different living spaces for a chance of recovery. But he didn't know if Ms. Sun had a way to do that. Joe Bai decided that no matter what, he still needed to share his opinion with Ms. Sunday. In the room, after taking the pill, Yao Yao felt much better and slowly began to fall asleep. Ms. Sun covered Yao Yao with a blanket, then walked out of the room. Joe Bai found a spot to sit down. Ms. Sun looked and sat down on the chair next to him. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Would you like something to drink? I can pour you a glass of water. After saying this, Ms. Sun tried to stand up. Joe Bai quickly stopped her. No, I don't want any water. I want to talk to you about the children's condition. Hearing Joe Bai say this, Ms. Sun sat back down. The children's illness can spread to one another. Everyday utensils or small wounds caused during play can worsen their condition. If this situation continues, all the children may end up like Yao Yao. Even worse. Joe Bai deliberately made the situation sound a bit worse. Ms. Sun was indeed frightened upon hearing this. She didn't expect that her good deed could harm these children. Joe Bai looked at her expression, then continued. The main problem right now is that the children are living together. You need to find a way to separate their living spaces. I know this could be a big test for your financial situation. If it's really not possible, you might want to seek help from society. After Joe Bai finished speaking, he looked at Ms. Sunday. He saw that after hearing these words, she fell into deep thought. Joe Bai thought she was worried about her financial situation. Unexpectedly, what Ms. Sun said next made Joe Bai's eyes widen. I have several other houses. Let the children spread out to live in other places. It's not impossible. I might be a bit tired, but it's okay. What's most important is that the children can heal. Jobai withdrew his shocked gaze. After thinking for a moment, he found it reasonable. If Ms. Sun didn't have some financial strength, she probably couldn't afford to support so many children long ago. Jobai repeated some precautions to Ms. Sun, emphasizing them again. He collected the payment for 6 bottles of medicine and then said goodbye to her. Jobai checked the time, it was already close to 3 in the afternoon. If he hurried back to the company, he should still be able to meet the final deadline for submitting the application form. Thus, he set off on the journey back to the company with a heavy heart. By around 4:30 in the afternoon, Jobai arrived at the company gate. He showed his pass to the security guard at the entrance, then walked in smoothly. He kept an eye on the time, rushing to his dorm to change into his orange uniform. Then, dressed in his orange uniform, he walked to the office building. When Team Leader Chen saw Jobai appear at the office door, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Jobai bowed to him and then returned to his seat. He picked up the blank application form on his desk and carefully filled in his information, stroke by stroke. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all shocked to see Jobai's actions. This is clearly going to be dangerous. Do you really have to fill out this application form? There should be other ways to enter the pharmaceutical factory, right? Can't you wear a green uniform? Why take this risk? Moreover, Team Leader Chen might not be willing to help submit it. However, the last question that worried the viewers was indeed what Jobai was most concerned about right now. He finished filling out the application form and stared at it for a long time before walking towards Team Leader Chen. Team Leader Chen stood behind a team member, guiding the other person's work. When he saw Jobai approaching, he stopped and turned to look at him. Jobai handed over the application form. As soon as Team Leader Chen saw the content on the paper, his expression immediately darkened. Chapter 107, Becoming Level 3. Team Leader Chen picked up the application form and walked to one side. Jobai followed him. Team Leader Chen walked to the door of the office, away from the other team members, before asking Jobai. Do you know what submitting this application form means? Jobai looked at Team Leader Chen and nodded. I know. It means I am willing to dedicate everything to the company. When Team Leader Chen heard Jobai say this, he almost exploded with anger. Do you know what it means to dedicate everything? Jobai nodded again. I know. It means I might be in life-threatening danger. When Jobai said this, Team Leader Chen became even more confused. If you know this, then why do you still want to apply? After Team Leader Chen finished speaking, he noticed Jobai's expression had become unusually serious. Because I need to become level 3. Team Leader Chen, please help me. Team Leader Chen immediately fell silent. He looked at the application form in his hand and after a long time, finally spoke to Jobai. All right. Before Jobai could express his gratitude, he saw Team Leader Chen wave his hand at him. Without looking back at him, he lowered his head, took the application form, and walked out. Jobai instantly felt that the atmosphere had become heavy. He could only silently return to his seat. He opened the computer spreadsheet and randomly selected 2 customers to buy white pills. He was easily hung up by the customers. Then, it was time to get off work. At this moment, Team Leader Chen just happened to return from outside. So Jobai followed the line and went to the cafeteria for dinner. The aunt at the meal distribution window handed Jobai 3 chicken wings this time. After Jobai finished his meal, when he opened the dorm door, he saw he had already returned to the dorm. He sat on his bed. It seems that he is still in a bad mood. Jobai knew immediately, without thinking, that it must be the security guard outside the dormitory affecting his mood. Jobai threw the 2 chicken wings in the bag over to him. Hey, this is for you. He reached out to catch them and awkwardly said, I'm not hungry. Jobai smiled and said, just keep them. You might be hungry later. He stopped talking, opened the drawer, and took out a metal box. Then he neatly placed the 2 chicken wings inside. Jobai watched his movements and smiled, then walked back to the balcony. In the distance, the pharmaceutical factory still seemed shrouded in mist. Jobai submitted his application today, which means he has taken a step closer to his goal of getting into the pharmaceutical factory. As for whether Jobai could successfully become a level 3 employee, it all depended on Team Leader Chen's actions now. Thinking of this, Jobai collected his thoughts and walked back into the room. He stayed in the dormitory, taking clothes out of his wardrobe, one by one, and ironing them again. Jobai walked into the room, sat on his bed, and boredly watched he continue to iron clothes. Jobai picked up his pillow, leaned back against it, and casually began to chat with He. After we get to level 3, how do we get into the pharmaceutical factory? Jobai posed such a casual question in such a casual manner, yet it was a shocking issue. Startled, He almost burned the clothes in his hands. Fortunately, he steadied himself in time, saving the clothes from disaster. Holding the iron, he forced himself to ask Joe Bai calmly, "Are you sure your friend is in the pharmaceutical factory?" Joe Bai nodded. "How did you get into the pharmaceutical factory after you became level 3? Joe Bai asked again. He could only put down the iron, sit down, and think carefully. The day after becoming level 3, the company will organize a physical test. Those who meet the requirements can get into the pharmaceutical factory the same day. As for us ordinary people, we can only go back and wait for notice." Physical test? This method really resembles filtering experimental subjects. What does the physical test include? He tried hard to recall. Blood tests, height and weight measurements, and some physical fitness tests. Do you know what kind of people they generally prefer to select? He shook his head. There's no pattern. A year ago, a very fat person was chosen. 6 months ago, a girl with very fair skin was selected. 2 months ago, a person with very long fingers was selected. When Joe Bai heard He say this, he also furrowed his brows. Indeed, there seems to be no pattern. If there is any common point about these 3 people, it's that he preceded the descriptions with the words very. Joe Bai carefully pondered these 2 words and soon had a guess in his mind. After clarifying his thoughts, Joe Bai stood up, stretched, and then picked up his pajamas to go wash in the bathroom. After taking a shower, Joe Bai also took Lee's green uniform to wash. After finishing these chores, Joe Bai lay back on his bed. This time he was quite smart. Seeing that Joe Bai was going to sleep, he turned off the light and lay down to sleep himself. The next morning, Joe Bai was woken up on time by the alarm clock. He still left early. After washing up, Joe Bai went out to the cafeteria to eat. After breakfast, when he returned to the office of Sales Group 4, he saw that Team Leader Chen was still waiting at the door. Joe Bai walked up to him and bowed. Team Leader Chen just nodded slightly. Then Joe Bai sat down at his seat. Around 9:15 in the morning, Chi Fei from the administrative department walked into the office of Sales Group 4. She took a notice and stood at the front of the office. Then he addressed everyone present. Notice, Sales Team 4, Salesperson Joe Bai. From today, he is upgraded from level 5 to level 3. Please Joe Bai, follow me to the administration department to complete some formalities. As soon as Chi Fei's voice fell, the entire office turned to look at Joe Bai. If one's performance is outstanding, one can directly jump from level 5 to level 3. Although Joe Bai needed to be promoted to level 3. He knew the difficulty of this and thought he would need to put in more effort. He never expected to become level 3 so easily. And also, to achieve level 3 so quickly. It turned out that if Team Leader Chen wanted to promote someone, it could happen this fast. Thinking of this, Joe Bai quickly turned around to look at Team Leader Chen, who was standing alone in the corner. Team Leader Chen, seeing Joe Bai look at him, rarely showed him a smile. Joe Bai smiled back at him, then turned again and walked towards Chi Fei. Although Joe Bai had not finished the promotion procedures. When Chi Fei saw Joe Bai approaching, she stood straight and respectfully bowed to him. Chapter 108 The Treatment of Level 3. Joe Bai followed Chi Fei into the administration department. This time, Chi Fei helped Joe Bai move over a chair. So, Joe Bai sat on the chair, watching Chi Fei respectfully help him complete the procedures. In the office of the administration department, other clerks were also coming in with employees who could be promoted. Joe Bai sat in his seat, waiting for Chi Fei to fill out the forms. Then his gaze shifted to other employees about to become level 3. He silently counted them. Including himself, there were only 10 people. However, those who submitted applications surely were more than 10. It seemed Team Leader Chen indeed had some means. Joe Bai looked at these people, each of their faces wore an air of pride. After observing, Joe Bai silently shook his head and returned his gaze to Chi Fei, who was filling out the forms. Chi Fei helped Joe Bai fill out all the forms. Joe Bai just needed to review the contents and then sign his name at the end. The promotion procedures didn't take long to complete. Chi Fei organized all the forms and placed them in Joe Bai's file folder. Then she handed Joe Bai several sets of white uniforms she had prepared in advance. Mr. Joe Bai, this is your new uniform. From today, you can move into the new dormitory. Tomorrow, the company will arrange a physical test for the promoted employees. You can take a rest today to prepare well for tomorrow's physical test. Joe Bai received the white uniform. Next, Chi Fei handed him a new key. After informing Joe Bai about the location and number of the new dormitory, her work was considered complete. Joe Bai stood up from the chair, holding the new uniform and key, and walked back to the dormitory building. It was working hours, and there were hardly any people in the dormitory building. And of course, he would not be found inside the dormitory. Joe Bai didn't have much luggage. So he was not in a hurry to pack things up. He changed into the white uniform in the dormitory and then walked out. Chi Fei had just informed Zhou Bai that he could take a rest today. Having finally obtained the freedom to move around, Zhou Bai certainly would not waste it. So, wearing the white uniform, he walked towards the eastern side of the company. Along the way, all employees in orange uniforms, upon seeing Zhou Bai's attire, respectfully bowed to him from a distance. Zhou Bai arrived in front of a sign that read Good Effective Pharmaceutical Factory. He stood there, in front of the sign, noticing two seemingly replicated little roads behind it. Once again, it appeared right in front of him. Zhou Bai stood still and silently took out a small knife, gently making a cut on his hand. He endured the pain, then took out the prepared bandage and applied it to his hand. When he looked ahead again, he found that the road on the right had vanished. Zhou Bai raised his head towards the mist that still shrouded above. He felt pollution, it truly was everywhere. He pressed his hand on the bandaged wound, feeling the pain, and continuously reminded himself. Left side. Remember to go left. Zhou Bai stared at the small road for a while. Until a security guard in a black uniform noticed Zhou Bai, he turned to leave. The guard walked up to Zhou Bai. His attitude was much more respectful than before. Sir, do you want to go inside? You must have a transfer order to enter. Could you please show it to me? Although the guard's tone was much more polite, the required procedures remained unchanged. Zhou Bai knew he couldn't take advantage of the situation and had no intention of doing so. So, he waved his hand at him. No, I just have a day off today and wanted to take a stroll. The guard responded, all right, sir. But without a transfer order, you cannot enter. Zhou Bai nodded and turned to leave the place. He checked the time. At that moment, it was already close to noon. So, Zhou Bai headed towards the cafeteria. When he arrived at the cafeteria, other employees had just finished their shifts. There weren't many people in line at the cafeteria. However, Zhou Bai chose to join the line he had always queued in. The lady at the food window, upon seeing Zhou Bai in a white uniform, was clearly taken aback for a moment. But soon, she showed a radiant smile. Young man, congratulations. You've been promoted so quickly. Zhou Bai smiled back, thank you, sister. The lady at the food window showcased the dishes of the day to Zhou Bai. What do you want to eat? Feel free to choose. Zhou Bai picked a few of his favorite dishes but still didn't forget to ask for 2 more chicken legs. Zhou Bai carried a plate piled high like a small mountain towards the seats of Sales Group 4. At that moment, the people from Sales Group 4 were just coming down to eat. Team leader Chen walked at the front of the line, approaching Zhou Bai. Holding his food tray, Zhou Bai instinctively wanted to greet him with respect. However, team leader Chen quickly raised his hand to stop Zhou Bai. Then he stepped back, bowing to Zhou Bai. Immediately, the team members standing behind team leader Chen also bowed and greeted Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai stood there, feeling an intense impact within his heart. No wonder Xiao Wan was so eager to climb up. Just changing into a different colored uniform completely differentiated everyone's status. Zhou Bai silently let out a sigh. He slightly nodded towards those people and then sat down at his spot. After finishing his meal, Zhou Bai walked back to the dorm. Other colleagues, as usual, returned to the office for a nap. In the dormitory building at noon, there were still very few people. Zhou Bai lay down on his bed. He closed his eyes and took a short nap before getting up to pack his things. He didn't have much, just a bag could fit everything. He casually stuffed his clothes and some daily necessities into the bag, which was considered packed. The whole process didn't take more than 15 minutes. After organizing his things, he went to the balcony to retrieve the green uniform he washed last night. He looked at the wrinkled clothes he had washed, wondering how he would return them to Li and how he would definitely go crazy. So, to prevent Li from scolding him behind his back. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the electric iron on the table and, imitating Li's style, smoothed out the clothes. Once there were no wrinkles left on the clothes, Zhou Bai hung them up in Li's wardrobe. After finishing all this, it was time to part ways. Zhou Bai placed the chicken leg he brought on the table and then carried his luggage out of the dormitory. Chapter 109, Successfully Entering the Pharmaceutical Factory. The level 3 dormitory was on the other side of the dormitory area. Zhou Bai carried his luggage bag and, according to Chi Fei's directions, found his own room. The level 3 residence was a small suite. The decorations and facilities inside were much more luxurious than the dormitory Zhou Bai had lived in before. However, Zhou Bai was not in the mood to care about these things anymore. Tomorrow, he would have to undergo a physical test. If all goes well, he could enter the pharmaceutical factory tomorrow. He might only stay in this place for one night. Just thinking about the challenges he would face tomorrow made Zhou Bai feel tense all over. He carelessly tossed his luggage onto the floor. Then he flopped down onto the bed. The severe challenge lay before him, and Zhou Bai knew he had to adjust his mindset properly. On the other hand, apart from Zhou Bai, there were still 8 chosen ones left alive on Blue Star. Among these 8 chosen ones, some received reminders from the expert group, while others achieved it through their own efforts. In any case, these 8 chosen ones all knew the person they were looking for was currently inside the pharmaceutical factory. So, all of them had submitted their application forms. Thus, they were all now at level 3 like Joe Bai and were nervously preparing for tomorrow's physical test. In the following time, Joe Bai went over the rules he had obtained in his room and reorganized his thoughts. It was obvious that there was danger in the pharmaceutical factory. Upon closely examining the previously obtained rules, one could find 2 forces pulling against each other due to differing interests. The detective's note told Joe Bai not to take work too seriously, while the company's code of conduct kept urging employees to work seriously. As for the consequences of working seriously, it meant that they would disappear after a power outage. All these things were telling Joe Bai what the company was doing had a conflict of interest with it. Moreover, it was gradually eroding the company in its own way. Joe Bai believed that once at the pharmaceutical factory, the influence of it would only grow larger. Thus, the dangers Joe Bai had to face this time were not only the experimental threats from the pharmaceutical factory but also the gaze of it. Thinking of this, Joe Bai pressed his hand against the wound that had not yet fully healed. He was reminding himself to stay alert at all times. At 6 o'clock, Joe Bai walked to the cafeteria on time for his meal. Joe Bai knew that he would likely be unable to deliver goods to Ms. Sun due to his physical test tomorrow. So at lunchtime, he specifically asked Team Leader Chen to handle this matter. At dinner that evening, Joe Bai met Team Leader Chen again and inquired about the matter. Unexpectedly, Team Leader Chen sighed and shook his head at Joe Bai. That little girl might be quite ill. Upon hearing this, Joe Bai's heart instantly sank. The phone call was not very clear. I'll have Lume go deliver the medicine to her tomorrow. We need to see her to know the specific situation. Joe Bai could only nod after hearing this. After finishing his meal, Joe Bai returned to the dormitory. The next morning, Joe Bai arrived on time at the location for the physical test. Along with him were 9 other employees who had just upgraded to level 3. At the same time, the other 8 chosen ones on Blue Star also started their physical tests. After a few other routine physical tests, they finally arrived at the strength test. Joe Bai saw a punching strength machine set up in front of his team. The people in line before Joe Bai all put on their gloves and then went to hit the soft pad on the strength machine. Seeing that machine, Joe Bai knew his chance had come. If there was anything exceptional about him, it was just strength, this incredible option. So, he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. When it was his turn, he put on the boxing gloves, then his fist came crashing down hard onto the strength machine. With a loud bang, the entire machine shook violently. The staff member beside Joe Bai, who was recording the values, was so shocked that he almost dropped his pen. He looked at the constantly changing numbers on the machine, then glanced at Joe Bai, before heavily marking a tick on Joe Bai's form. After all the tests were finished, Joe Bai got his wish and heard his name called. The other staff members were told they could leave and wait for the company's summons at any time. On Blue Star, other chosen ones had mixed feelings, some were happy, while others were worried. In the mountainous nation, Iliya, blessed with an abundance of body hair, was lucky to be chosen. In this storyline, Nakamura Matsu from the Cherry Blossom Nation, thanks to his excellent work ethics, also managed to survive smoothly until now. Moreover, during the recent physical test, he stood out due to his incredible flexibility. The 6 chosen ones who weren't selected had to return and look for new opportunities. Although some were chosen and others were not, the audience and the livestream knew that entering the pharmaceutical factory meant danger. So, the chosen ones' countries did not celebrate prematurely. Instead, they all maintained heightened vigilance, closely watching their every movement. In the live stream from the Great Summer Nation, hearing his name called, Joe Bai took a step forward and moved to the front of the crowd. One of the staff responsible for the physical tests took Joe Bai to the administrative office. In just 2 days, Joe Bai's position would undergo 2 changes. When Chi-Fei saw Joe Bai being brought over, she was clearly stunned for a moment. However, she quickly regained her composure and, following protocol, handled Joe Bai's transfer paperwork. Then, Joe Bai received a transfer notice. From now on, you will be an employee of the pharmaceutical factory. Please follow me, I will take you to the factory. The employee led Joe Bai to the far east side of the pharmaceutical company. The sign for Effective Pharmaceutical Factory stood right in front of Joe Bai. Behind the sign, there were 2 small paths leading away. Upon entering the pharmaceutical factory, go to the director's office to check in. The employee stood on the other side of the sign, looking at Joe Bai. It seemed he did not plan to enter with him. Holding the transfer notice, Joe Bai stepped into the left path. Then he turned around and waved goodbye to the employee who brought him. However, when he turned back, he saw several lines of text written on the back of the sign. Joe Bai quickly leaned in to take a closer look. He discovered it was new rules written there. Pharmaceutical Factory Employee Code of Conduct. 1. The rules of the pharmaceutical company do not apply in the pharmaceutical factory. There were a total of 8 rules, but Jobai only saw the first one, and his pupils constricted sharply. The rules of the pharmaceutical company do not apply in the pharmaceutical factory. This meant the survival rules Jobai had summarized before needed to be broken and reorganized here. Jobai felt that the challenges he faced seemed to have become even more difficult. He took a deep breath before continuing to read the following rules. 2. The production workshop is in room 1, the R&D department is in room 2, the director's office is in room 3, and the employee lounge is in room 4. Please do not enter the wrong room. 3. Humans can have many forms. If their appearance differs from your understanding, please do not panic. 4. Try not to talk to others, because it is hard for you to tell whether the person talking to you really exists. 5. Employees here can only work for 2 hours a day. Remember, do not exceed this time. 6. In the aisles of the pharmaceutical factory, there is a row of pills. Please remember to take the pills before starting work each day. 7. Do not pay too much attention to the factory director. Dr. Chen is the most important person in this pharmaceutical factory. 8. Any cries for help from any room should be ignored. Jobai finished reading all the rules, and the sound of the system echoed in his mind. Detecting that the host has acquired new rules, marking one incorrect option for the host. The second rule of the pharmaceutical factory's employee code of conduct is incorrect. 2. The production workshop is in room 1, the R&D department is in room 2, the director's office is in room 3, and the employee lounge is in room 4. Please do not enter the wrong room. Jobai looked at this incorrect rule and recalled the employee who had brought him here, insisting that he report to the director's office first. Thinking of this, countless wild horses rushed out in Jobai's heart. Damn! It's like entering hell mode right off the bat. Jobai stood still for a moment to calm his feelings, then turned and walked down the small path on the left. The chosen ones from High Mountain Country and Cherry Blossom Country did not have such a strong reaction after reading the rules, as they did not know the second rule was incorrect. They calmly read the rules, then turned in unison, taking out a small knife from their pockets. They aimed the knife at their hands and then cut down hard. Pain can suppress contamination, and this is no secret for the countries on Blue Star. Thus, with blood still on their hands and bandaged carelessly, they also walked toward the small path on the left. After walking a short distance along the path, Jobai saw the gate of the pharmaceutical factory appear before him. The gate of the pharmaceutical factory was open. At the entrance stood a woman in a professional skirt. She smiled brightly at Jobai. As soon as Jobai saw her, he almost couldn't hold his expression together. "Hubby, why are you here? Come on, let me show you around this pharmaceutical factory." Jobai was greatly shocked. Because the woman in front of him looked almost exactly like his wife from the first copy. The woman approached Jobai. In a gentle voice, she guided him in the direction. "Hubby, hurry up and follow me inside." After she said this, she walked ahead, leading Jobai through the big door of the pharmaceutical factory. Inside the door, there was a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor were 4 rooms marked with numbers. "Hubby, what are you standing there for? Hurry up. The director's office is here." The woman completely ignored the entire row of pills beside the corridor and walked straight to the front of room 1. The second rule of the pharmaceutical factory's employee code states that room 1 is the production workshop. But this rule is incorrect. Which means room 1 could indeed be the director's office. But is this woman really here to help Jobai? Jobai looked at the row of pills beside the corridor, feeling that things couldn't possibly be this smooth. In the conference room of the Great Xia Country analysis team, the experts were also startled by this suddenly appearing woman. "You Lily, the wife from the first copy, she didn't die? A city fell, and the pharmaceutical company moved. She might have followed the company to City D. But she doesn't look quite right. And why isn't she wearing a uniform?" The experts stared at the screen, nervously waiting for Jobai's choice. But at that moment, one expert suddenly exclaimed. "Look! In the live streams of Gaoshan Country and Sakura Country, this woman hasn't appeared." Other experts quickly looked towards the live streams from those 2 countries. They saw that the 2 chosen ones had already arrived at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory, but indeed, only the chosen ones were visible in their footage. The experts were very puzzled about this. From entering the pharmaceutical factory until now, what exactly had Jobai done? Or rather, what had he missed doing? That led to him seeing this woman. In the live stream of Daxia Country, Jobai stood next to a row of tablets and did not walk directly towards room 1. The woman was clearly a bit anxious, urging him. "Honey, don't just stand there, hurry up." Jobai glanced at it, then reached out and took a white tablet from the row. Seeing Jobai's action, the woman's smile immediately faded. Jobai swallowed the white tablet and then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the woman had already disappeared. In the Dacia Country livestream, as Jobai swallowed the tablet, the woman in the footage also slowly vanished. It seems that the livestream we can see is consistent with the chosen ones. This bizarre livestream has truly gone to great lengths to prevent cheating. The experts sighed, feeling that their roles had seemingly diminished yet again. After taking the medicine, Jobai looked at the 4 doors, feeling a bit troubled for a moment. Fortunately, the entrances to these 4 rooms were not completely identical. Otherwise, Jobai would really only be able to guess blindly. He looked at the 4 doors in order. Next to door 1 stood a vending machine. Next to door 2 was a wash basin. On the wall next to door 3 was a whole row of coat hooks. In front of door 4 was a red welcome mat. Factory manager's office, production workshop, employee lounge, research department. Which one of these 4 doors corresponded with which room? As Jobai pondered which door to open to reach the factory manager's office, he suddenly heard a loud bang, a strong impact sound coming from inside door 1. Then, the doorknob began to turn incessantly. He could hear the sound of fingernails scraping against the wooden door, one after another, entering Jobai's ears. Chapter 111: The appearance of the former detective. Hearing the noise from door 1, Jobai felt a chill run down his spine. The appearance of it was indeed not for good. He looked again at the 4 doors in front of him, then glanced at the time on his phone. Then, he simply found a spot and sat down cross-legged. The audience watching Jobai's actions were all dumbfounded. Brother Bai, what is this move? Jobai's phone showed the current time as 10:50 in the morning. The factory workers could only work for 2 hours each day. If they started at 9, in 10 minutes, it would be their off-duty time. Jobai just needed to sit still and quietly wait for them to come out, and he would know the answer. If they didn't start work at 9, it didn't matter. It would just take an extra 10 minutes to verify this guess. As for the factory manager, the rules stated that it didn't matter. So making him wait a bit longer should be fine, right? With this thought, Jobai calmly sat on the ground, quietly waiting for time to pass. In the Sakura Country livestream, Nakamura Maki stopped in the middle of the 4 doors, also deep in thought. He may not know that the second rule was wrong. But with his usual cautious nature, seeing the 4 doors in such a strange state, still instinctively, he began to doubt the correctness of this rule. He walked to the side of each door, not in a hurry to enter, but first observed carefully. First, he arrived next to door number 3. On the wall beside door number 3, there was a whole row of coat hooks. He leaned in closely and looked at them carefully. In fact, he even leaned in to smell them. Then, he burst into happy laughter. Ha ha ha. I was right. The second rule is indeed wrong. The office is meant for the director alone. How could there be so many coat hooks? And each one shows signs of frequent use. So, inside door number 3, it must not be the director's office. Nakamura Hayakuki was very satisfied with his analysis. Then he turned his attention to other details at the doorway. He focused on the shoe prints in the hallway. Except for the entrance of door number 2, there were many messy shoe prints at the other doorways. Especially at the entrance of door number 4, the red doormat was almost trampled to a grayish-red color. Seeing this, Nakamura Hayakuki immediately became excited. That's it. The director's office typically wouldn't have so many people coming in and out. So inside door number 2, it must be the director's office. Nakamura Hayakuki confidently pointed his hand at door number 2. The momentum was such that it seemed to say, "The murderer is among you." After pointing at door number 2, he confidently walked toward it. The live broadcast showed him turning the handle of door number 2. Then, he opened the door wide. However, when the scene in front of him synced with the live broadcast, the viewers from Sakura Country immediately felt a chill in their hearts. For in front of Nakamura Hayakuki appeared a row of iron cages. Moreover, a strong smell of disinfectant rushed towards him. Then, a hand covered in feathers suddenly appeared from the side, pulling Nakamura Hayakuki inside. Thus, even the chosen one from Sakura Country could not escape the fate of being experimented on in this scenario. Although the live broadcast from Sakura Country did not turn dark yet. To them, this was a lot more decisive than simply going dark. The experts from Dacia Country all frowned upon seeing Nakamura Hayakuki's fate. He opened door number 2, which happened to be the research room. This was consistent with the content of the second rule. However, Jobai's expression seemed to show doubt about this rule. So, the experts pondered whether they should remind Jobai about this. On the other side, Ilya from Gaoshan Country was facing the same dilemma. His mind wasn't as tangled as others. He simply stood in the hallway pondering for a while and then directly opened door number 3. As soon as he opened the door, a gust of air rushed out towards him. He felt as if the gust had blown over him, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. Inside door number 3, a group of employees in protective gear all stared at Ilya in unison. Ilya was so frightened that he quickly slammed the door shut with a bang. It turned out door number 3 was the production workshop. The experts from Dacia country confirmed at this point that the second rule was indeed wrong. So, they unanimously decided to quickly inform Joe Bai about the information from these two rooms. At this time, Joe Bai was still sitting on the ground. Then suddenly, he received the information sent by the expert team in his mind. Door number 2 is the research room, door number 3 is the production workshop. There is danger behind door number 1. Then the director's office is very likely inside door number 4. Thinking of this, Joe Bai took out his phone. There are still 2 minutes until 11 o'clock. This little time doesn't matter. So, he stood up, dusted off his pants, and continued to stand there. When the clock on his phone reached 11 o'clock, door number 3 was opened right on time. A lot of people in protective suits walked out of the room. They took off their protective suits and hung them on the coat hooks. Then, Joe Bai actually saw them walking towards door number 1. The sounds of scratching on the door panel from inside had not yet stopped. Joe Bai's eyes widened. Then, he saw that door number 1 was surprisingly open smoothly from the outside. Inside, pairs of bloody hands were almost reaching out to grab the person opening the door. But those employees seemed to be used to it. They slightly sidestepped to avoid the attack. And then, they even kicked toward the people inside. 3 or 4 people stumbled out of the room. Those few looked like they were not in a good mental state. And the others showed disdain on their faces upon seeing them. Joe Bai was dumbfounded, watching everything happening before his eyes. But suddenly, his gaze fixed on one person. Former detective, Zhang Shuo. He seemed to be not quite clear-headed. Joe Bai hurriedly walked toward him. Zhang Shuo, are you okay? Upon hearing his name, the other seemed to regain some of his awareness. With blurry eyes, he tried hard to look at Joe Bai. The research room, in the research room. Dangerous. Then, Joe Bai saw him pull out a key from his clothes and place it into his hand. At that moment, a whistle sounded from outside. Joe Bai quickly tightened his grip on the key. And at that time, the security guard in a white uniform rushed in. Chapter 112, Come and Appreciate My Work. The security guard in a white uniform grabbed a large handful of white pills from the row of pills in the hallway. Then he stuffed them into the mouths of those people. Why haven't they been given their medicine again? The detective was forced to swallow a large mouthful of white pills. His eyes instantly bulged out, and he spat out a large mouthful of foam. Then he slumped against the wall, looking weak. Joe Bai tightly held the key in his hand. After the security guards finished stuffing the pills, they walked out again. Joe Bai stood there, confirming that the detective was not seriously harmed, then walked toward room number 4. Knock, knock, knock. Joe Bai knocked on the door. Seeing no one respond, he turned the doorknob and walked in. Inside the room, a man about 40 years old was slouching in a chair, with his feet casually on the desk. He was holding a pack of spicy strips. He popped the spicy strips into his mouth and made sure to lick the seasoning off his fingers. Joe Bai stood behind him, pretending to clear his throat. The other turned his head upon hearing the noise. Hey, you look a bit unfamiliar? Joe Bai handed over his transfer order. The man, still holding the spicy strips, quickly took the transfer order. Joe Bai saw that the place he held had already left greasy fingerprints on the paper. Oh, a newcomer reporting in? Special physique? The factory manager looked Joe Bai up and down. Then he said, You can go into the research room in a bit. Upon hearing the words research room, Joe Bai's heart immediately perked up. The research room, dangerous. The words of the detective echoed in Joe Bai's ears. Joe Bai knew Zhao Ke should be in the research room, and sooner or later, he would have to go in to find her. However, when directly facing this matter, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. And at this moment, even more nervous than Joe Bai were the experts from the analysis team. Because they had seen the fate of Sakura country, so they knew better the dangers of the research room. The key in Joe Bai's hand had already been quietly placed in his pocket. Then he was ready to turn around and walk toward the research room. At that moment, a few employees appeared at the entrance of the factory manager's office. Manager, there's nothing in the vending machine again, when will it be restocked? The manager perfunctorily said, Soon, soon. After speaking, he realized something was off. Is it time to get off work? Joe Bai had never seen someone so perfunctory at work. Standing at the door, he nodded at him. Then the factory director smacked his greasy hand against his head. Oh no! Almost forgot, I need to call the doctor to get off work. He wiped his greasy hand on his clothes twice and prepared to walk to the research room. But soon, he stopped again. No, I cannot go in like this. Dr. Chen will kill me. You, go in and call Dr. Chen to get off work. The factory director pointed at Joe Bai, who was standing aside. Joe Bai responded and then walked out. To call Dr. Chen to get off work, this task seemed to have lowered in danger significantly. Joe Bai walked to the edge of door number 2. He knocked on the door. Waiting at the door for a while, seeing no one respond, he prepared to open the door himself. Just as Joe Bai's hand was about to reach the doorknob, the door suddenly opened. A pair of feather-covered hands grabbed him and pulled him in. Joe Bai was startled. After being pulled into the research room, he finally saw the person in front of him clearly. The person was wrapped tightly, even his face only revealed a pair of eyes. The only exposed part of his body was his feather-covered hands. One hand grabbed Joe Bai, while the other held a syringe. "Newcomer? Come, let me take a look." His syringe in hand, his eyes excitedly looked Joe Bai up and down. Joe Bai quickly glanced around. He saw that in front of him, a row of tables were filled with experimental equipment. And against the wall, there was an entire row of iron cages. Inside the cages were some people in green uniforms. Each of them already showed signs of mutation. Scaly necks, combs on their heads, spotted fur on their arms, sharp teeth reaching their chins. So many cages, so many people, yet not a single mutated form was the same. Was he intentionally creating or collecting these people? The person in front of Joe Bai was looking him up and down, seemingly very satisfied with this new experimental subject. "Come, don't be afraid. I'll take you for a test." The person pulled Joe Bai towards the experimental table. Joe Bai stood still, exerting great force against the pull, making it impossible for the other to move an inch. The person immediately got angry, staring fiercely at Joe Bai. "Don't think that by doing this, you won't have to come with me." After saying that, he took out a button from his hand. "As soon as I press this button, the guards outside will all rush in." Joe Bai looked at him and helplessly said, "Dr. Chen, it's time, you should get off work." Dr. Chen's face, hidden under the mask, instantly fell. He angrily slapped the syringe he held on the table. But those feather-covered hands still refused to let go of Joe Bai. "I'm not at work, I'm just wandering around in the lab." Seeing that he couldn't do anything to him for the time being, Joe Bai also relaxed. At this time, he looked seriously at those cages against the wall again. Although the people inside had mutated to the point where their original appearance was hard to recognize. Joe Bai looked around, but he could still confirm that Zhao Ke was not inside. Wait a minute. Looking at the employees who had just gotten off work, Joe Bai glanced at them and did not see Zhao Ke inside. According to the records, Zhao Ke was clearly transferred to the pharmaceutical factory. If she wasn't here, then where could she be? Dr. Chen still stood beside Joe Bai. To avoid raising his suspicions, Joe Bai's movements while observing the surroundings were very cautious. However, Dr. Chen still noticed Joe Bai's movements. "What's wrong? Are you curious?" Dr. Chen's mental state seemed to be not normal. Seeing that someone was interested in his experiments, he made a very eager to share expression. He leaned closer to Joe Bai. He pointed to the person in the cage and said mysteriously, "This is still not enough variety. I have many more nearly completed works here." After he finished speaking, he pulled Joe Bai towards a place covered by curtains. "Look. This is my nearly finished work." As soon as he finished speaking, his other hand pulled open the curtain in front of him. With a loud whoosh, inside the curtain, another large batch of cages appeared before Joe Bai. Joe Bai saw the scene in front of him, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. And in the innermost cage, curled up in the corner, was a small figure, Zhao Ke. Chapter 113, Dr. Chen's Purpose. When the curtain was pulled open, the people inside were so frightened that they backed away. Dr. Chen looked at each mutated person and let out a sigh of disappointment. These are all common mutated forms. Useless things. Never mind, let's send these people back to the pharmaceutical company. Joe Bai looked at those wearing green uniforms. So it was from the high levels of the office building that they could never see. Dr. Chen's gaze swept over each person in the cages. When it landed on Zhao Ke, it paused. Why is there one that hasn't mutated? Zhao Ke was curled up in the corner of the cage, hugging her legs with her head buried in her arms, only her eyes visible. Joe Bai recognized her immediately. He quickly reached into his pocket and quietly gripped a folding knife in his hand. Dr. Chen noticed that Zhao Ke hadn't mutated, and his tone became tense. "No, we need to give her an injection right away." After he said that, he wanted to grab a syringe from the table. Joe Bai noticed his movement, and with quick reflexes, grabbed the syringe first. Dr. Chen immediately glared at Joe Bai. "What? Do you want to cause trouble?" Joe Bai remained calm, holding the syringe in his hand and said with a smile, "Dr. Chen, have you forgotten? It's after work now." When Dr. Chen heard this, his expression softened a bit. "This medicine is ready. It works quickly. Just 5 seconds. I promise it will only take 5 seconds." It won't be against the rules. Dr. Chen rarely showed such a soft tone. But Zhou Bai didn't dare to relax at all. Seeing that Zhou Bai wasn't going to return it, Dr. Chen became somewhat humiliated and angry. He took out the button from his pocket, looking like he was about to press it. In a moment of panic, Zhou Bai could only throw the small knife at Dr. Chen. The knife spun through the air and landed on Dr. Chen's arm. It tore his clothes and left a wound on his arm. Ah! Dr. Chen cried out in pain. The button in his hand fell to the ground. Zhou Bai hurried forward and grabbed the button in his hand. In just 2 minutes, Dr. Chen had lost 2 weapons. He covered the wound with his hand, but his eyes became much clearer at that moment. Zhou Bai looked at his injured arm and was shocked to discover that it was covered in a layer of fish scales. Mixed pollution. Zhou Bai had seen this form of pollution on Yao Yao from New Star Home. Zhou Bai stared at Dr. Chen in disbelief. Perhaps because Zhou Bai's expression was too surprised, Dr. Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Are you curious? After he said that, he examined his own arm and touched the fish scales with his feather-covered hand. Then, he smiled at Zhou Bai. He took off the clothes and mask covering him in front of Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai opened his mouth in astonishment. The scene before him left him so shocked that he couldn't speak. How is it? Surprised? The monster before him grinned happily. He seemed to have found someone to show off to. Happily displaying his creations. He walked up to the front cage. Pointing at the person inside, he said. Look, the feathers in my hand came from him. After speaking, he walked to the second cage. Look, the fish scales on my arm were given to me by him. Next, he moved to the third cage. Look, even the sharp teeth on my own teeth were bitten out by him. Dr. Chen introduced each cage one by one, his face always wearing a smile. For a brief moment, Zhou Bai even noticed a resemblance to Team Leader Chen in Dr. Chen's mutated face. This thought flashed by and was quickly forgotten by Zhou Bai. He just felt that the scene before him was extremely horrifying, his body covered in goosebumps. Dr. Chen finished introducing all the cages. Then, he pointed to the album hanging on the wall. Besides these people, there are also them, who have made tremendous contributions to my research. Although they are all dead, I will always remember them. Zhou Bai followed Dr. Chen's gesture and looked at the photos on the wall. When he saw the top photo, his pupils suddenly constricted. That photo was of a girl with long, curly hair. And below her photo were the 3 words "You Lily." Dr. Chen noticed the change in Zhou Bai's expression and also looked at that photo. What? You know her? Zhou Bai bowed his head, not wanting to answer his question. Dr. Chen laughed a few times. I remember that girl. I remember when she was about to die, she was still holding a 1-inch photo. To be honest, the person in that photo looks a bit like you. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Bai's anger ignited instantly. Clenching his fists, he punched him right in the face. Dr. Chen was knocked down to the ground by Zhou Bai's punch. However, there was still a smile on his face. Ha ha ha. I will soon develop a medicine to cure these diseases. As he spoke, his eyes glanced toward the colorful pills on the table. White pills, gray pills, black pills, I have been constantly improving the formula. Their efficacy is getting better and better. The recurrence rate for those people is also getting lower. He propped himself up to stand. With his hand, he slowly reached for that bottle of colorful pills. However, there will always be more and more complex pollutants appearing. No matter how I improve, the pollution will always change before I do. Some even show mixed infections. Dr. Chen looked at the bottle of colorful pills with a somewhat obsessive expression. No problem, no matter how it changes, I will always find a way to cure it. Zhou Bai stared angrily at Dr. Chen, then pointed toward the people in the cage. Is your way of curing pollution to create even more pollution with your own hands? Dr. Chen laughed heartily. Yes. As long as I can develop a method to cure the pollution, what does it matter if these people have to sacrifice? The people in the cage all showed fear when they heard the word sacrifice. Zhou Bai saw their expressions and felt his heart being cut by a knife. And these people? Did you ask them if they wanted this? Is what you're doing fair to them? Dr. Chen laughed so hard that tears almost flowed down his face. I'm sorry for them, but my life can't be fair to everyone. Chapter 114 Developing Success. Zhou Bai felt that Dr. Chen had gone completely insane. Arguing with someone who was already mad leads to no results. Besides, he didn't have time to waste on arguments with him. Zhou Bai's main task now is to save Zhao Ku. So, Zhou Bai stopped responding and cautiously looked at Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, after venting his displeasure, finally calmed down a bit. Zhao Ku curled up, trying to minimize her presence. However, inevitably, Zhou Bai and Dr. Chen's attention both turned to her. Give me the syringe. Dr. Chen opened his hand and reached out toward Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai shook his head at him and then hid the syringe behind his back. It's off work, I cannot continue working. Zhou Bai still insisted on his statement. Dr. Chen, having finally calmed down, almost went mad when he heard this. Off work. Off work. Off work. I've had enough of you people always telling me to go off work. It's all of you who are blocking my research progress. Dr. Chen's emotions were like firecrackers, lighting up at a spark. After saying this, he suddenly turned around and frantically clawed around his lab table. Not giving it to me is fine. It's fine. I can mix another one. Very quickly, it won't take long at all. Zhao saw Dr. Chen pick up a syringe in his hand and shrank back in fear. Her hand supported her body, moving further away from Dr. Chen. However, when she put her hand down, her face was fully exposed. At this moment, Zhou Bai finally saw that a long nose had already emerged on Zhao Ke's face. Dr. Chen was fiddling with the liquid in his hand. Hearing the noise from the cage, he raised his head to look toward Zhao Ke's direction. When he saw the elephant trunk growing on Zhao Ke's face, he suddenly burst into laughter. New. This is new. He immediately threw away the syringe he held. He ran to the cage where Zhao Ke was locked up. Both hands grabbed the cage, carefully examining her. It was as if he were admiring a proud masterpiece. Great. I'm about to succeed. He moved closer to Zhao Ke and reached his hand into the cage. Bite me. Hurry. Bite me on my hand. Dr. Chen's face turned almost savage with excitement. Zhao Ke was frightened by his appearance and kept retreating in fear. But Dr. Chen wouldn't let her escape. With his other hand, he grabbed her neck from behind. Then he harshly slid his hand across her teeth. Zhao Ke's mouth had already grown 2 sharp tusks. Dr. Chen's hard swipe immediately smeared her tusks with blood. And Dr. Chen revealed a satisfied smile. However, this smile did not last long. Soon, his expression was replaced by pain. The only part of Dr. Chen's face that had not mutated, his nose, began to sprout small particles. He still did not let go of Zhao Ke's neck. Instead, he gripped her tighter as if that could ease the pain in his body. Zhao Ke struggled in pain, but still could not escape half a step. At this moment, Zhou Bai hurriedly used the key given to him by the detective to open the cage. Then he crawled inside and quickly inserted the key into Dr. Chen's hand. Dr. Chen cried out in pain, and that's when he released his grip. Then he fell to the ground. Zhou Bai hurriedly checked Zhao Ke's injuries. From the corner of his eye, when he glanced at Dr. Chen, he found that a long nose was beginning to grow on his face. Dr. Chen grimaced in pain. But he could not hide his excitement on his face. He reached for his nose with his hand and then revealed a twisted smile. Great. I'm about to succeed. After saying this, he picked up the small knife that Zhou Bai had just thrown on the ground. Then he staggered to his feet and stumbled to the lab table. A small bottle of colorful pills was opened by him and placed on the table. Then, he used the knife in his hand to cut his own hand. Fresh blood dripped down. Drop by drop, it fell into the bottle containing the pills. Zhou Bai supported Zhao Ke and walked out of the cage. At that moment, Dr. Chen had already placed the bottle of blood-stained colorful pills into a device in front of him. Zhou Bai glanced at Dr. Chen, then looked out the window. Not far away, there were security guards in white uniforms patrolling back and forth near the pharmaceutical factory. If Zhou Bai was caught by them while trying to escape with Zhao Ke at this critical moment, this mission would likely end in failure. The more critical the moment, the more cautious one should be. Thinking of this, he hesitated for a moment. If he were alone, it would be easier to evade the guards. But with the somewhat weak Zhao Ke, the difficulty increased tremendously. Just as Zhou Bai was hesitating, the device in front of Dr. Chen began to make a sound. Beep, beep, beep. Then, Zhou Bai saw Dr. Chen showing an almost madly excited smile. It worked. Yes, it definitely worked. Dr. Chen immediately reached out to open the device. But his hand trembled slightly due to his excitement. It worked? Hearing Dr. Chen's words, Zhou Bai quickly looked over at him. He saw Dr. Chen, trembling hands, take out a colorful pill covered in a layer of blood mist from the bottle. He held the pill up to the light above, tilting his head and admiring his creation with almost obsessive fascination. Then, he threw the pill into his mouth. Seeing Dr. Chen's action, Zhou Bai quickly supported Zhao Ke and stepped back 2 paces. Then, Zhou Bai saw that on Dr. Chen's face, the newly grown elephant trunk actually showed signs of retracting. Zhou Bai quickly looked at Dr. Chen's other parts. He saw that other areas were also beginning to show signs of recovery. Zhou Bai was shocked at the scene before him. He knew that if this pill was indeed successfully developed, it would mean what? Dr. Chen looked down at his own changes and laughed excitedly, ha ha. It worked. Ha ha ha. I never expected it really worked. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze in place. Then, his eyes widened immensely. Next, Jobai felt the lights in the research room suddenly flicker. All the surrounding lights went out and then quickly lit back up. The whole process lasted less than 5 seconds. But when Jobai looked again at the spot where Dr. Chen had just been, he found that he had long since vanished. Chapter 115, Saving Zhao Ku. Jobai looked at the place where Dr. Chen had disappeared, his heart unsettled for a long time. He didn't know whether he should sympathize with Dr. Chen's fate? Or should he be grateful that he used his own life to research a drug to save humanity? Or should he hate him for depriving the people in the cage of their lives, health, and freedom? Jobai only knew that his current mood was very complex. He walked up to Dr. Chen's experimental table and picked up the bottle of blood-red colorful pills. At that moment, the door of the research room was slammed open with a loud bang. Zhao Ku was startled by the sudden sound. She quickly hugged her knees with her hands, squatting down on the ground. Jobai quickly looked towards the door, and then saw the factory manager standing there with a look of panic. He met Jobai's gaze, and the panic in his eyes intensified. He hurriedly looked around. But after looking once, twice, and 3 times, he still didn't see Dr. Chen's figure. Jobai held the bottle of colorful pills. Quietly put it into his own pocket. Then, he stood in front of Zhao Ku, ready to face the director's wrath at any moment. The director did not attack Jobai. Instead, with a last glimmer of hope, he asked Jobai. The power just went out, Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, he disappeared. Jobai bluntly shattered his hope. Upon hearing this, the director immediately collapsed to the ground. Then he weakly looked at Jobai and asked. It was you, wasn't it? Jobai shook his head. No, I even stopped him many times. Jobai did not know if the director believed him. He saw the director sitting there in a daze, showing no reaction to Jobai's words. Instead, he continued to ask. You didn't come to work, did you? Jobai did not deny it, he honestly answered. Yes. I came to take her out. The director did not ask further, but his eyes lost focus. He muttered to himself. Dr. Chen is missing, this pharmaceutical factory. I'm afraid it won't survive. Seeing the director in such a lost state, Jobai no longer paid attention to him. He turned and helped Zhao Ku up, then walked towards the door. However, when Jobai passed by the director, he suddenly stopped. Looking at the director in this cowardly state, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. You are the director of this pharmaceutical factory, why can't it operate if Dr. Chen is missing? The director, faced with Jobai's question, froze and looked up at him. Because. I have always listened to Dr. Chen. Jobai looked back at him. Dr. Chen has already disappeared and will not come back. But the pharmaceutical factory still needs to keep running. Those people outside who are contaminated still need these medicines to relieve their suffering. The director did not know if he understood Jobai's words and just nodded blankly. Jobai sighed. As for the survival issue of the pharmaceutical factory, he could say no more. He turned his gaze to those locked in cages. Before he could speak, the director spoke instead. With Dr. Chen gone, there will be no need for future experiments. These people will be well treated by the pharmaceutical company. Hearing this, Jobai felt relieved and walked out of the research room. The former detective sat in the hallway, his gaze vacant, clearly showing signs of having taken too much medication. Jobai walked over and helped him up. Then, he took him along as they walked out. At the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory, the security guard saw the 3 of them coming out and stretched out his hand to block their way. Jobai braced himself for a fierce battle. But from behind, the director's voice came. Let them go. Upon hearing the director's order, the guard lowered his hand. So, Jobai supported the detective with his left hand and held Zhao Ku with his right hand. Behind them was the pharmaceutical factory shrouded in fog. In front of them was a winding path leading forward. As they got further away from the pharmaceutical factory, the sign ahead became clearer. At this moment, Jobai saw a figure standing in front of the sign. As he approached, Jobai realized that the person standing there was actually Team Leader Chen. Seeing Jobai come out with 2 people, the worry on his face intensified. Jobai walked up to him, nodded, and called out, Team Leader Chen. Team Leader Chen scanned Jobai and asked. My brother, no, Dr. Chen. Is he okay? I just saw the power went out, and I keep having a bad feeling. Jobai looked at Team Leader Chen, unsure how to deliver the bad news to him. Seeing Jobai's expression, Team Leader Chen immediately guessed 8 parts of the truth. I understand. Actually, I've been prepared for this. He lowered his head, striving to keep his voice sounding very calm. This is for you. Thank you for saving me back then. Jobai took the pass that Team Leader Chen handed to him, then solemnly thanked him. After saying goodbye to him, he set off on the way back. Zhaoke saw the sunlight outside again, but she kept trembling. She lowered her head, afraid that others would see her mutated face. Zhou Bai also realized that if she went out looking like this, it would surely cause a panic. So, he found a piece of cloth to help cover her up. Zhou Bai first took the detective back to the detective agency. Then he took Xiaoke to find her mother. In the taxi, Zhou Bai held a bottle of colorful pills, but thoughts of Yao Yao's mutations kept flashing in his mind. After a long struggle, he finally could not accept leaving a regret behind and ending this chapter like this. So, he turned to Zhaoke and said, "Can you come with me to a place first? It won't take much time." Zhaoke had no objections to this. So, Zhou Bai told the driver, "Sir, please turn around. We are going to Baihua Road." The driver turned and headed toward the new address. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Xingxing Garden. Zhou Bai took Xiaoke and stood outside the door, knocking gently. Then Ms. Sun walked out from inside the house. When she saw Zhou Bai and Xiaoke at the door, she seemed a bit stunned. "Mr. Zhou, what are you doing here? I don't think I have a delivery appointment." Zhou Bai didn't want to explain too much and said directly, "Where is Yao Yao? I want to see her." Mentioning Yao Yao, Ms. Sun immediately showed a sad expression. "Yao Yao is inside. But, please, do not be afraid of her when you see her." After saying this, she led Zhou Bai inside. Inside the house, the other children had almost all been moved to another place. Only Yao Yao was left, lying all alone on a small bed. Zhou Bai leaned closer to her. Then he saw the fish scales on her neck spreading even more. And the feathers on her hands had almost covered the entire back of her hands. Seeing this, it was clear that the gray pills could not suppress her worsening mutation. With this thought, Zhou Bai's heart sank completely. They remained silent for a long time. Finally, he took out a knife and a colorful pill from his pocket. He placed both items in Ms. Sun's hands. Chapter 116, it attracted its attention. Yao Yao's condition is worsening. If left unchecked, eventually, these mutated parts will cover her entire body. And she will lose her sanity, even starting to attack others. Zhou Bai knew that saying this was cruel, but he had to inform Ms. Sun of the worst possibility first. When Ms. Sun heard Zhou Bai's words, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. "Is there really no way to cure her?" Zhou Bai pointed to the small knife in Ms. Sun's hand. "Pain can suppress the pollution. If you cut off the mutated parts of her body, she will stop mutating." When Ms. Sun heard this, her hand holding the knife trembled slightly. Zhou Bai couldn't bear to look at her expression and looked away, continuing, "There is another choice. That is this colorful pill." Hope reignited in Ms. Sun's eyes immediately. But what Zhou Bai said next made her mood plummet to the bottom. This is a drug developed for her condition. This pill may help her mutated parts recover. However, so far, there has never been a successful case. In other words, this pill might not cure her and could even bring side effects. Upon hearing this, Ms. Sun fell silent. She held onto these two items, unable to make a choice for a long time. Zhou Bai knew that making this choice was very difficult, so he didn't rush her. Instead, he quietly stood by and waited. On the small bed beside them, Yao Yao, at some point, had opened her eyes. "Mom!" Yao Yao called out weakly to Mrs. Sunday. Mrs. Sun quickly came back to her senses and replied softly. "Did I wake you, Yao Yao?" Yao Yao supported herself up and sat up in bed. Then she looked at Mrs. Sun and said, "Mom, I want to take that pill." As soon as Mrs. Sun heard this, tears that had formed in her eyes instantly fell. She quickly turned her face away to wipe her tears and then said, "Yao Yao, do you know that if it fails, your condition might get worse?" Yao Yao nodded her small head. "If I don't take it, I will eventually become a monster. Is there anything worse than this? Also, I'm afraid of pain. I'm scared of that knife." As she spoke, Yao Yao began to cry. How could such a small child not be afraid of pain? Mrs. Sun felt heartbroken and quickly helped her wipe her tears. Okay. We'll take the colored pill. We won't use the knife." After Mrs. Sun said this, she hurriedly handed the knife back to Zhou Bai, then took the colored pill and placed it in Yao Yao's mouth. Yao Yao took a sip of water and swallowed it along with the colored pill. After a little while, Zhou Bai saw that the fish scales on Yao Yao's neck were gradually decreasing. And the feathers on her hands also began to show signs of disappearing. Zhou Bai did not dare to relax, he kept a close watch on Yao Yao, constantly monitoring her body changes. At that moment, Zhou Bai suddenly heard a high-pitched laugh in his ears. His heart raced, and he quickly looked around. However, the laughter was still in his ears, not stopping, while everyone else seemed completely unaware. Zhou Bai was drenched in cold sweat. He understood that he might have attracted its attention. On the small bed in front of him, The fish scales on Yao Yao's neck had completely disappeared. But the feathers covering her hands had stopped disappearing. It wasn't until Yao Yao's body no longer showed signs of recovery that the high-pitched laughter finally stopped. Mrs. Sun saw that Yao Yao's hands had not recovered, quickly rushed over, grabbed her hands, and looked at Zhou Bai. "Mr. Zhou. Is one pill not enough? Is there more? I'll buy a few more." As soon as Mrs. Sun finished speaking, Yao Yao suddenly clasped Mrs. Sun's hand in return. Her eyes turned red, and then she opened her mouth, immediately trying to bite Mrs. Sunday. Mrs. Sun was startled by this sudden change and was momentarily unable to react. Fortunately, Zhou Bai was quick enough. He slapped Yao Yao on the back of her head. Then her eyes slowly returned to normal, before she fainted. Zhou Bai looked at her and sighed. "No more pills. There will be side effects. Also, her current contamination condition is no longer suitable for taking this pill." Zhou Bai went over to check on Yao Yao's condition. He saw that her mixed contamination had disappeared, leaving only the mutated part on her hand. Mrs. Sun stared blankly, clearly unable to accept this reality. Zhou Bai did not take the small knife away. He placed the knife beside Yao Yao's bed before he left the new star home with a heavy heart. Behind him, rose bushes bloomed all over the walls. The vibrant scene of the yard stood in stark contrast to the decay inside the house. Zhou Bai had done all he could do. He did not look back and, with Zhao Ke, hailed another taxi. All the way, Zhao Ke kept his head down, occasionally touching his long nose, filled with worry about the future. The taxi drove forward and then stopped at the agreed-upon place with Zhao Ke's mother. A plain-dressed middle-aged woman was waiting there early. Zhao Ke sat in the car, hesitated for a long time, then finally mustered the courage to go out. Zhou Bai did not follow him out. Instead, he sat in the car and looked out the window. He saw the middle-aged woman. Seeing Zhao Ke walk out of the car, he immediately recognized her. Zhao Ke lowered her head, not daring to look at her. A wind blew, lifting the veil that covered Zhao Ke's face. It also exposed her mutated face in front of the other person. The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment, tears welling up in her eyes, and then she embraced Zhao Ke tightly. Zhou Bai finally revealed a smile upon witnessing this scene. At that moment, the mechanical voice rang in his ears again. "Congratulations to the chosen one of the Great Xia Kingdom, for helping the client find her daughter and bringing her back to the client. Clearing level, SSS level. Rewards are now being distributed. The Great Xia Kingdom gains the ability to eliminate major natural disasters once. Since the chosen one of the Great Xia Kingdom cleared first, the remaining countries must complete their clearance within 24 hours. Otherwise, they will be deemed a failure. Please prepare, chosen one of the Great Xia Kingdom, as we now enter the unpeaceful peaceful night instance. In this instance, the chosen one will become the heir of an ancient castle. At this moment, there are 7 days left until peaceful night. Clearing conditions, you need to prepare a peaceful night party, inviting 6 friends to join. And the chosen one must survive until December 25th, when the first ray of sunshine shines into the castle. The first chosen one to clear will receive more preparation time." Chapter 117: The First Arrival at the Castle. After the mechanical announcement ended, the scenery in front of Zhou Bai slowly darkened. When the surroundings became bright again, he found that the vehicle he was sitting in had turned from a taxi into a beautifully decorated vintage car. The vehicle was driving on a country road. At the end of this road stood a grand castle. "Sir, ahead is the castle you are about to inherit." In the front seat of the car sat a well-dressed driver. Noticing Zhou Bai awake, he respectfully reminded him. Zhou Bai nodded slightly to acknowledge him. Then he began to observe the driver. He was wearing a neat uniform and clean white gloves. Even while driving, he was sitting up straight at all times. It seemed he was a very professional driver. Zhou Bai searched his mind for fragments of memories about this new identity. However, he could only find out that the driver's name was Buzz. As for other details, he would have to explore on his own. He directed his gaze towards the distant castle. Imagining that upon his arrival, there would be a dozen servants standing to welcome him. Zhou Bai thought this, feeling that soon he would be living a life where clothes come when he stretches out a hand and meals come when he opens his mouth. He secretly marveled at the opportunity to experience noble life. This instance had decent benefits. At this moment, the audience in the Great Xia Kingdom's live broadcast room was also synchronized with the scenes Zhou Bai was observing. However, as they looked at the scene before them, they felt a strange sensation they couldn't quite express. Since Zhou Bai was the first to enter this instance. Therefore, except for the country that had not yet finished the previous instance, the experts from other countries' analysis groups all took out their notebooks, preparing to record every action of Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai was unaware that he had become the focal point of the entire Blue Star. The car he was in finally arrived at the foot of the castle. The driver parked the car in front of the castle and quickly walked over to open the car door for Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai met his pair of blue eyes. At that moment, Jobai suddenly felt a strange sensation, just like the audience. The art style of this instance seemed completely different from what he had experienced before. With these questions in mind, he walked to the castle door. Then, he saw the heavy iron door covered in dust. Buzz had already driven the car to park. Jobai stood alone in front of the door, placing his hand on it, trying to push it with force. Unexpectedly, with a loud boom, the thick heavy door slowly opened under his push. An ancient smell immediately rushed over. Jobai couldn't help but turn his head, coughing violently a few times. Not as he imagined, there were not 2 rows of servants standing, bowing to welcome him. Instead, there was only a dead silence. On the 2-story high ceiling, a chandelier hung down, gently swaying in the wind. In the entire ancient castle, the only thing left that let Jobai feel a bit of life was a spider crawling on the spider web above the chandelier. He waved his hand, fanning the dust in the air. Then he walked inside the ancient castle. In the hall of the castle, a wooden box sat in the middle. This box looked very new, clearly something that had just been placed there. Jobai walked over to the box and opened it. As soon as the box opened, Jobai was dazzled by the golden light inside, squinting his eyes. To his surprise, the box was filled with gold coins. At the very top of the coins was a letter, along with a note. Jobai first opened the letter. It read, "Dear Mr. Zhou, thank you very much for inheriting my castle. To express my gratitude, I am sending you 10,000 gold coins. I hope you can happily spend the rest of your life in this castle." After reading the letter, Jobai's face immediately darkened. Inheriting the property, and he still needed to be thanked? Moreover, the last sentence looked like a curse to him. He put down the letter and picked up the other note. Christmas Eve Survival Guide. 1. Please decorate the pine tree with colorful lights, gold foil, wreaths, and candy canes. 2. On Christmas Eve night, you need to place a lit candle outside, ensuring it doesn't go out. Don't say it's impossible, you must do it. 3. On Christmas Eve, you need to bake the Christmas cake yourself, instead of drinking plum porridge. 4. The owner of the record store may tell you there is no record of Jingle Bells. But don't give up, be sure to play this song on Christmas Eve night. 5. Distributing Christmas candy to your neighbors can resolve misunderstandings and hatred. Be sure to prepare enough candy. God knows how many neighbors you have offended. 6. When receiving gifts from friends, please do not open them in front of them unless they insist strongly. 7. Santa Claus is just a legend. If dressed like Santa Claus, be sure not to let him into the house. 8. December 24th at 6 p.m. is the last deadline for purchasing items needed for Christmas Eve. After Jobai finished reading all the rules, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Detecting that the host has obtained new rules, a wrong option is now highlighted for you. Rule 8 of the Christmas Eve Survival Guide is incorrect. Jobai looked at that rule. Was December 24th at 6 p.m. not the last deadline to purchase items needed for Christmas Eve? It was very possible that the end time would be moved up. As for how much earlier, he couldn't know for now. What Jobai could do was to buy all the items as quickly as possible. Fortunately, he had much more preparation time than other chosen ones. Jobai memorized all the rules in his mind and then put the note away. At that moment, driver Buzz had also parked the car and walked in. He respectfully stood beside Jobai, quietly waiting for his orders. Jobai looked at the long-abandoned castle, sighed. Then he casually grabbed a few gold coins from the box, ready to go out for a walk. Buzz followed behind Jobai. Jobai turned to look at him. So, he immediately lowered his head and respectfully asked, "Sir, do you have any instructions?" Jobai looked at him. Not wanting him to follow, I waved my hand and casually said, "Put away the box, then clean the castle." After saying this, I walked straight towards the door. Buzz stood in place and loudly shouted, "Yes." Then he turned around, closed the box, and began to carry out the tasks assigned by Jobai. Chapter 118 Strange Prices in the Town. Jobai walked alone to the castle door. He took out his phone and saw that the time displayed was 10:30 a.m. on December 18th. After confirming the time, he turned back and looked at the castle behind him. He felt that looking up from this distance made the building seem as enormous as a monster. Jobai quickly shook off his strange thoughts to avoid being unable to sleep in the castle tonight. Then, he walked along the small road that the car had just traveled. Jobai had just sat in the car and didn't think this road was long. Now walking, he felt this road was as if it had no end. He looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, wiped the sweat from his brow, and started to regret not having Buzz drive him out. However, it was too late to regret now. He was about to reach the end of the small road. Not far ahead, other buildings began to appear. Jobai looked back and saw that the sides of the small road were covered with thorns and wild grass. And the castle where he lived seemed like a lonely island built among these weeds. There were no other buildings around at all. What the hell? Where did Jobai have neighbors? He remembered the fifth rule of the Christmas Eve survival manual. Distributing Christmas candies to your neighbors can resolve misunderstandings and hatred. Be sure to prepare enough candies. God knows how many neighbors you have offended. Thinking of this, Jobai couldn't help but feel a chill. Were there many neighbors living in these weeds that Jobai couldn't see now? Or did the rule makers have their own understanding of neighbor distances? Did the people in the distant village also count as Jobai's neighbors? Jobai couldn't deduce the answer for now and could only set this question aside for a moment to find more information. Jobai walked from the castle to the nearest small town, taking a full 2 hours. By the time he finally saw shops, it was already 12:30 p.m. He patted his already empty stomach, planning to find a small shop to fill his belly. Unfortunately, the small town was not very prosperous, and Jobai spent some effort before finally finding a small shop that was open. He pushed open the big door of the shop. Ding ding ding. The bell hanging on the door alerted the shop owner to the arrival of a customer. Inside were only a few scattered customers. The owner was a young guy who was handling all the work in the shop by himself. When he saw Jobai enter, he warmly greeted him. "Hello, sir, are you alone? There's a great spot by the window, let me take you there." He led Jobai to sit by the window and then handed him a menu. Jobai looked at the contents on the menu. Lemon tea was priced at 2 coins. Fried egg was priced at 1 coin. Sandwich was priced at 3 coins. Hamburger was priced at 5 coins. Jobai weighed the money in his pocket and then very deliberately ordered only a cup of lemon tea and a sandwich. The owner quickly brought Jobai's order over. Jobai finished his food in a few bites and then walked to the counter to pay. When Jobai took out 5 coins and placed them in front of the owner's expression was clearly stunned. "See, customer, I'm afraid I don't have change to give you." After saying this, the owner hurriedly pulled out all the coins from his cabinet. 1 silver coin, 2 silver coins, 3 silver coins. 10 copper coins, 20 copper coins, 30 copper coins. Finally, the shopkeeper counted all the coins in his cabinet, and he could only gather 4 silver coins and 46 copper coins in total. The shopkeeper looked a little embarrassed and glanced at Jobai. "I'm really sorry, if I give you all these, you're still short by 9 copper coins. You see, this." Jobai looked at the pile of coins in front of him, like a small mountain. He was also a bit stunned. He never expected to be this wealthy in this side quest. He cleared his throat and pretended to be calm as he said, "Then I'll order 1 more hamburger, and you can give me a bag to hold these coins. The rest of the money, no need to give back." The shopkeeper, hearing this, instantly smiled widely. He took 1 gold coin from the 5 Jobai had placed on the table, wiped it with his cloth. Afraid that Jobai would change his mind, he quickly tucked it into his pocket. He found a bag and stuffed the other coins on the table inside, then cheerfully handed it to Jobai. "Dear customer, would you like your hamburger to go or to eat here?" Jobai took the large bag of coins. The sound of the coins clinking attracted the attention of other customers in the little shop, who turned to look at him. Jobai tightened his grip on the bag and said, "To go, please." The shopkeeper happily replied, "All right." He quickly returned to the kitchen. He didn't keep Jobai waiting for long, soon he came out with a steaming hot hamburger in a paper bag. Jobai took the paper bag he handed over, holding a whole bag of coins in his hand as he walked out of the little shop. Behind him, he heard the somewhat flattering voice of the shopkeeper. "Dear customer, we welcome you to visit us again." Jobai walked down the street with a whole bag of coins, taking bites of the hamburger in his hand. Realizing his gold coins were valuable, he felt like all the passers-by were looking at him on the street. He shook his head with a smile. Looking up, he saw a candy store not far away. So he quickly finished the hamburger. Then he hurried towards the candy store. This Christmas Eve, candies were a key item to buy. Since he found a candy store, he might as well go in and take a look. When Jobai reached the entrance of the candy store, he noticed that the store seemed oddly quiet. On the street, parents with children walked near the candy store, clearly trying to keep their distance from it. Jobai felt a bit puzzled but still pushed the large door of the candy store open. As soon as the door opened, a chubby round-faced owner immediately appeared in front of Jobai with a big smile. "Welcome, my dear customer. What candy would you like to buy? Our store has hundreds of kinds of candy, surely there's one for you." The round-faced owner smiled as he led Jobai to tour his dreamlike candy house. "This pink one is peach flavor. It's very refreshing. Perfect for giving to girls." After saying that, he took a piece of candy from a box and handed it to Jobai. "You can try it." Jobai noticed he put one in his mouth too. So he didn't suspect the candy at all. After the round-faced owner showed Jobai around the candy house, Jobai had already collected 3 candy wrappers in his hand. Eating the candy in his mouth, he was quite satisfied with the quality of the store's candies. Before leaving, he chose 2 big bags of candy to take home. The round-faced owner placed the candy on the counter, quickly scribbled on his notebook, and then quoted an outrageous price. "Hello, customer, these 2 bags of candy will cost you 2,000 gold coins." Joe Bai's mouth twitched upon hearing the price quoted by the round-faced owner. Was he encountering a candy scammer? How could he let him succeed? He must bravely refuse him. So Joe Bai dropped a line, "Then I won't buy it." Then he turned around and walked towards the door. The round-faced boss was stunned for 2 seconds before he finally reacted. He hurriedly chased after him. Sir! Sir! No, you don't have to buy them, but you just ate 3 candies, you at least have to pay for 3 candies. Joe Bai felt a bit angry upon hearing his words. He didn't expect this trick to be so deep. So, Joe Bai stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him. You charge for tasting your candy? Did you tell me I had to pay when you gave it to me? Is there a price marked on your candy? Your behavior is clearly scamming consumers. The round-faced boss was left speechless by Joe Bai's questions and even started to stutter. I didn't say it was free. Do you know? This candy is very, very expensive. Joe Bai didn't know before, but now he finally saw it. Of course I know. Didn't you just say? 2,000 gold coins for 2 bags, isn't that expensive enough? I'm not buying. After he finished speaking, he was about to leave again. The round-faced boss blocked his way, and Joe Bai had no choice but to not waste too much time with him. So he casually threw 3 gold coins at him and walked out the door. Hey, this isn't enough. The round-faced boss reached out wanting to stop Joe Bai, but then recalled his previous 3 questions. He thought for a moment and felt he might indeed be in the wrong. The hand he extended was immediately retracted. Silently, he collected the 3 gold coins Joe Bai had given him and walked back behind the counter. Joe Bai angrily walked out of the candy store. Thinking that he had been cheated, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Even after walking a long way from the candy house, he still couldn't calm his burning anger. 3 candies had cost him 3 gold coins. What a loss! A huge loss. How could he have casually pulled out 3 gold coins just now? He should have pulled out 3 copper coins from his bag. Scammer! A big scammer! Joe Bai was furious, looking around and feeling that he must find another candy store. Unfortunately, after wandering for a while, he still didn't see another store selling candy. However, a shop selling ornaments caught Joe Bai's attention. The decorations inside that shop exuded a strong Christmas atmosphere. As soon as Joe Bai saw it, he couldn't help but be drawn in. At the entrance of the shop, a large blackboard was filled with today's special offers. Package A, 200 meters of colored lights, 50 centimeter wreath, 10 bells, only 1 silver coin. Package B, 10 sheets of gold foil, a pack of ribbons, 100 meters of colored lights, only 2 silver coins. Package C, 5 dangling doll ornaments, 50 centimeter wreath, 10 sheets of gold foil, only 3 silver coins. Joe Bai stood at the entrance of the shop, carefully looking at the contents on the blackboard. After the experience at the candy store, looking at these prices now felt very cheap. However, none of the combinations met Joe Bai's requirements completely. He couldn't help but shake his head. Then he looked into the shop. Inside the shop, a man with a goatee noticed Joe Bai looking in and came out to greet him. Sir, have you decorated your Christmas tree this year? If not, would you like to take a look at our ornaments? Our prices are very favorable. The shop owner looked quite masculine, but his tone didn't quite match his appearance. Joe Bai thought he hadn't bought a pine tree yet, so he couldn't know the specifics of the decorations. Buying decorations now seemed a bit early. But asking about prices should be fine. So, Joe Bai said. Colored lights, gold foil, wreaths, and candy sticks, how much are these individually? The goateed man maintained his smile upon hearing Joe Bai's question. Candy sticks need to be bought at the candy store. The other 3 items, we have for sale. You can check out the packages. Said, the packages above, none of them exactly meet my needs. Can I buy separately? The bearded man immediately showed an apologetic expression upon hearing this. I am truly sorry. Our shop only sells packages, and individual items are not for sale. You can take a look at the packages, buying a package gives you a better deal. Upon hearing his words, Joe Bai frowned at once. This shop actually bundles sales? The more Joe Bai looked at it, the more he felt something was off. It felt like a trap. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry to buy, so he said to the bearded man. I'll think about it some more. The bearded man did not say anything else. So, after Joe Bai spoke, he turned and left the shop. As he walked, he recalled the content of the rules. The first rule of Christmas Eve survival. Please use colorful lights, gold foil, garlands, and candy canes to decorate the pine tree. From this rule, it only said to use these 4 items to decorate the pine tree. In other words, adding other decorations to the pine tree should trigger the rule. However, if the trap of the shop is only here, it should be easy to avoid. After buying them all, if he doesn't put them on the pine tree, wouldn't that be fine? But he feared that there could be unknown traps hidden in unknown places. However, based on the information known now, it was not easy to draw a conclusion. This instance should have more than just this one rule. Perhaps when all the rules are gathered, the answer will be revealed. Thinking of this, Jobai temporarily postponed the plan to buy decorations, and continued to walk forward. As Jobai walked in thought, he began to overlook his surroundings. Suddenly, a figure arced from his right side and heavily fell in front of him. Jobai was startled when he saw someone suddenly fall in front of him. Then he realized that the person who fell at his feet was a small, thin man wearing an apron and a chef hat. To Jobai's right, there also stood a man wearing an apron and a chef hat. However, he had just placed his feet down. In his hand, he was holding an electric whisk. Behind him was a bakery. Bah! How could I have an employee like you? I should really drill a hole in you to let that stupidity flow out. Saying this, he lifted the electric whisk, as if it were the tool he would use to drill a hole in the other person. Chapter 120, The Cake Apprentice. The person who fell at Jobai's feet was backing up while taking off the apron from himself. He angrily said to the man standing at the bakery door, "I quit. This job is not something a person can do." He threw down the apron and the chef hat that he was wearing and pretended to leave. The person standing at the bakery door leaned against the door, one hand in his pocket and the other still holding the whisk. He looked very relaxed, not at all affected by the other person's anger. "You think you can just leave like this? You've worked in my shop for half a month, were late 4 times, broke 1 bowl, burned 2 loaves of bread, and made me angry 167 times. These losses offset your salary for half a month, you owe me 5 silver coins." After saying this, he gently kicked the ground with his foot. The other person instinctively retreated a step, making a dodging motion. He was quite annoyed with his own reflexes. In anger, he took out 4 silver coins from his pocket and threw them onto the ground. Then he said, "Here, take it. I must have really bad luck to work here." After tossing the coins down, he hurriedly ran away as if fleeing. Jobai watched the commotion, just about to leave. But he saw the person standing at the door pick up the things from the ground, then come out from the shop. He took out a sign. The sign said, "Hiring cake apprentices." Jobai's heart skipped a beat upon seeing those words. Rule number 3 of surviving Christmas Eve. On Christmas Eve, you need to bake a Christmas cake yourself, instead of drinking plum porridge. Unfortunately, Jobai had no experience in baking at all. If he had to bake a cake by himself right now, it would be nearly impossible. And this job advertisement seemed like it was prepared just for him. He happened to catch sight of an employee being fired and then happened to see this job ad. Thinking about this, he hesitated a bit. Moreover, the person in front of him didn't appear to be a good employer. After some thought, Jobai decided to ask, "Hello, may I ask what tasks the cake apprentice needs to do?" The bakery owner wore a pair of gloves. Seeing Jobai coming to apply, he looked him up and down. At this moment, Jobai was dressed in an exquisite suit. The brooch on his suit, though low-key, could still be recognized as quite valuable upon closer inspection. At first glance, he didn't seem like a person in need of a job. So, when the bakery owner answered his question, there was a hint of indifference in his tone. "You? Forget it. Being a cake apprentice is not an easy job. Have you ever seen a quiet town at 5 in the morning? I see it every day. Only someone like me, full of dreams, can persist every day like this. And people like you, surrounded by money, will never understand the dreams we hold on to." After saying this, he adjusted the tuft of hair that he purposely left out from under his chef's hat, admiring his reflection in the glass. Jobai glanced at him and then fell silent. Because the question he posed was indeed a bit tricky. Starting work at 5 meant that even if Buzz drove him over, he would still have to get up at least around 3. That level of difficulty was truly not ordinary. Plus, he had to prepare for the Christmas Eve gathering, he had many things to do. He couldn't afford to spend all his time in the bakery. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Can I just learn to make cakes with you and not do any other work?" Upon hearing this, the bakery owner immediately became unhappy. "How can that be? Do you think being a cake apprentice is really just about learning to make cakes? Cake apprentices also have to help move goods. Assist the cake master, which is me, with various tasks, hand over tools, fetch ingredients, wipe sweat, serve tea, pour water." The bakery owner listed out various tasks, leaving Jobai feeling overwhelmed. It seemed that continuing to talk would lead nowhere. It was time to be practical. So, he pulled out 4 silver coins from his bag and placed them in front of him. The bakery owner's eyes immediately went to the 4 silver coins. Words that were about to leave his mouth were swallowed back. What if I pay? The bakery owner looked away from the 4 silver coins. Pretending to be indifferent, he said, I'm a person with dreams and principles. Don't think you can buy me with money. Jobai glanced at him, then pulled out a gold coin from his pocket and placed it beside the 4 silver coins. The bakery owner's face immediately broke into a smile. Well, it's not impossible to negotiate. But my time is very valuable. If I teach you to make cakes, I won't be able to make the bread needed for other customers. This loss. Jobai understood instantly and pulled out another gold coin from his pocket. The bakery owner smiled even wider. Quickly reaching out, he took the money from Jobai. All right. Deal. Seeing that he finally sorted out one thing, Jobai felt good. After agreeing on a time to come and learn cake making, he left the bakery. As he walked, he recalled the things needed for the rules. Pine trees, decorations, cakes, records, candies, candles. After confirming the 6 friends he wanted to invite, he still needed to pick a gift for each of them. With only 7 days to prepare, there were indeed many things to do. Thinking of this, he felt he couldn't waste time and needed to check more shops. He continued walking forward. Suddenly, a retro and beautiful song entered his ears. He looked around, searching for the source of the singing. Then, following the direction of the song, he walked into a small alley. When he reached the deepest part of the alley, he saw an old lamp sign, flickering with light. Although one corner of the words was missing, it was still recognizable as a record store. Jobai remembered he had a task to buy records, so he walked inside. He saw a skinny old man, lazily lying on a chair. Jobai approached and arrived at the shop's entrance. He only glanced up at him. Then, he continued looking at other places. Jobai surveyed the records on the shelf but was surprised to find that this record store only sold vinyl records. The paper boxes of those records looked like they had some years on them. Faded, yellowed, and some even showed signs of damage. Jobai walked over and looked up at the dazzling array of records. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently touched one. Suddenly, many yellowed paper scraps fell from the outer box of the record. The skinny old man sitting in the chair immediately straightened up upon seeing Jobai's action. Hey! Don't damage my records. Jobai quickly withdrew his hand. Sorry, I just wanted to find a record. Is there a record here that has the song Jingle Bells in it? The skinny old man stretched his neck and placed a hand near his ear. What? You want the song Santa Claus is Coming to Town? Jobai leaned closer to his ear and raised his voice. It's Jingle Bells. The skinny old man suddenly understood. Oh, you mean my Christmas tree? Jobai shook his head in frustration. So, he continued to say. Rockin' around the Christmas tree? Silver bells? Last Christmas. Jobai heard the old man reciting song after song related to Christmas, but he never mentioned the one he wanted. He could only sigh silently. Jobai seriously suspected that this old man was doing it on purpose. The 4th rule of the Christmas Eve survival guide. The owner of the record shop might tell you that there is no record of Jingle Bells. But don't give up, make sure to play this song on Christmas Eve night. When Jobai saw this rule, he should have known that this record wouldn't be easy to get. He waved his hand at the skinny old man and then walked out of the record store. Continuing to argue with him, he probably still wouldn't be able to buy the record. It was better to go back, think of a way, and then come back again. So, Jobai walked out along the same path. Behind him, the melodious song still echoed in the street. As Jobai walked in the alley, a mother and son approached him. The alley was too narrow for the 3 of them to pass together. So Jobai turned sideways, giving way for them to pass first. However, as the mother and son passed by Jobai, he heard the little boy say to his mom. It's so quiet. Mom, let's hurry home. Jobai instantly felt something was wrong. He turned his head to look at them. Unexpectedly, the mom was just looking at Jobai as well. Jobai's heart skipped a beat. Was she deliberately reminding him? Before Jobai could react, he saw a mother with a little boy turn into another alley. Jobai listened as the continuous singing voice echoed in his ears. Then he followed the direction of the song and looked towards the record store. The lights in the record store flickered, its shabby appearance standing out awkwardly against the surroundings. Seeing this, Jobai unconsciously clenched his fist. He picked up the brooch pinned to his clothes and then stabbed it into his hand. Instantly, the pain shot from his fingertips to his brain. A blood droplet, the size of a bean, fell as the brooch was pulled out. Jobai endured the pain and looked again at the record store. The shop was still there, but the song had vanished. The surroundings were so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat clearly. Jobai wiped away the blood droplet, pinned the brooch back on his clothes, and then quickly walked out of the alley. In front of the screen, the experts watching the live broadcast also sensed that something was off. Especially those who were in the live broadcast rooms in the Daxia country, preparing to take notes. They quickly recorded their findings in their notebooks. In the live broadcast, Jobai quickened his pace. Only when he returned to the main road did he finally feel a bit relaxed. He tried hard to remember where the pollution had started. After recalling everything since arriving in this scenario, he found nothing unusual. Especially since everyone he had met after entering this scenario showed no signs of contamination at all. Thinking of this, he looked at his own hands. He saw that the fine hairs on the back of his hands were still there. This meant that his physical condition would persist, no matter how many scenarios he experienced. So, it was possible that he had been contaminated in the last scenario while in the pharmacy. Although he believed this reason had a high probability, he still did not dare to draw conclusions lightly. In the world of strange tales, one must remain more vigilant. Thinking of this, he glanced back at the alley behind him. He felt increasingly that the old man and that record store were shrouded in a strange aura. It seemed that the difficulty in completing the record-buying task had increased significantly. Fortunately, Jobai still had 6 days to think this problem through. He left his original position and continued to search for suitable shops in this small town. The next part of his journey went rather smoothly. Jobai found a shop selling candles. Then he bought all the candles they had. The second rule of the Christmas Eve survival guide. On Christmas Eve, you need to place a lit candle outside and ensure it does not go out. Don't say it's impossible, you must do it. How to keep a candle burning all night outside without going out is no easy task. So, Jobai planned to light a few candles outside the castle starting today. Until he successfully figured out a method to keep the candle burning all night without extinguishing. He spent 6 silver coins, carrying 2 large bags of candles, and walked back along the original path towards the castle. At this time, it was already 5 p.m. Jobai walked out of the small town with the candles and onto the path leading to the castle. Looking around the small road, it was full of weeds. At the end of the weeds lay a whole forest. Jobai looked towards the direction of that forest. In the distance, it seemed there was a figure with their back to the forest, walking towards Jobai. Because the distance was too far, Jobai could only see a vague silhouette. Jobai found it strange. This place is so desolate. Besides the forced tenant who inherited the castle, who else would come to this place for no reason? Jobai thought this, and intentionally slowed down his steps. He planned to take a look at that person. In the distance, that person was slowly approaching the path. At this moment, Jobai could finally see his appearance clearly. He had a shaven head. He wore blue overalls. In his hand, he held a chainsaw. And astonishingly, the chainsaw was still covered in blood. Chapter 122. The castle is not normal. The person holding the chainsaw looked very unhappy. His brows were tightly furrowed. Noticing Jobai looking at him, he raised his eyes and revealed a fierce glare, staring back. Jobai felt that this person seemed to exude an aura of murder. And the audience in front of the screen also felt a chilling sensation from his gaze. In the live broadcast, Jobai and the chainsaw-wielding man were less than 50 meters apart. The setting sun painted the scene in front of them a terrifying red. Tall, wild grass obscured most of his body. However, the bloody chainsaw he held still gleamed coldly, reflecting in Jobai's eyes. He pointed the chainsaw at Jobai. The chainsaw whirred to life, instantly chopping the wild grass beside him into pieces. Jobai had no idea what he meant by this. All he knew was that if a conflict occurred now, he would definitely not be able to compete with him. After all, the other party was still holding a weapon. Thinking of this, Jobai turned around and quickened his pace toward the castle. The wind rustled the wild grass on both sides, producing a rustling sound. This sound seemed like someone was stirring the grass and rushing towards Jobai. Jobai's hairs stood on end immediately. He hurriedly walked faster while looking back towards the direction where the person had just been. But that spot was now empty. Jobai didn't feel relieved just because he couldn't see him anymore. On the contrary, not knowing where the danger was coming from only increased his fear. A strong sense of unease made him urgently look for where the person might be. Beside him, the tall grass swayed gently in the wind. Everywhere looked like someone was hiding within. Jobai's heart raced wildly. He pulled back his gaze, lifted his feet, and quickly ran towards the castle. At that moment, headlights appeared in the distance. Jobai looked and was overjoyed. It was Buzz driving the car. He waved towards the direction of the car. Then he ran towards it. But right beside him, in the grass, the wild grass rustled even more violently as Jobai ran. Jobai sensed something was wrong. He looked towards the sound. Then he saw the bald chainsaw man with a crazed smile on his face appear to his right. They were now less than 5 meters apart. Joe Bai's hair stood on end. He quickly turned and dashed towards the car. The bald chainsaw man, seeing Joe Bai run, also quickened his pace, chasing after him. The chainsaw in his hand roared to life, making a zzzzzzz sound. Wherever the chainsaw passed, a large area of wild grass fell away. Joe Bai sprinted forward at full speed. Buzz's car was also getting closer. However, the distance between Joe Bai and the chainsaw man behind him was also shrinking. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Buzz's car finally stopped right in front of Joe Bai. Joe Bai hurriedly opened the car door and got in. Behind him, the bald chainsaw man's hand tried to grab Joe Bai. But he missed. Only a blood-red handprint was left, pressed against the car window. Buzz stepped on the gas and drove forward. After creating some distance from the bald chainsaw man, he turned the car around and headed towards the castle. Joe Bai sat in the car, looking back. The man was also looking in the direction where Joe Bai sat. The chainsaw in his hand drooped down. And in his other hand, large drops of fresh blood were falling to the muddy ground. Joe Bai stared at the blood handprint left on the window, feeling extremely shocked. When he looked back at the bald chainsaw man, he found that he was also walking towards the castle. The crisis still had not been resolved. Joe Bai sat in the back seat, his heart completely lifted. Buzz drove the car, his expression also carrying a hint of seriousness. "Sir, this castle seems a bit abnormal." Joe Bai thought to himself, knowing that this castle was indeed not normal. So, hearing Buzz say this, he did not react too much. "I was afraid you would be late, so I drove out to pick you up. I hope you don't blame me for taking the initiative." Joe Bai nodded slightly at him. "It's fine. You came out at just the right time." After saying this, he turned to look behind the car. The figure of the bald chainsaw man was getting smaller. But the direction he was heading was still towards the castle. Buzz drove the car and brought Joe Bai to the front of the castle. Joe Bai pushed open the heavy iron gate and walked into the castle. Inside the castle hall, Buzz had already cleaned it once. It looked like it finally had a bit of the elegance from its prosperous days. Joe Bai stood in the castle hall, his mind filled with the image of the bald chainsaw man. So, he quickly checked all the doors and windows on the first floor. He ensured that all the windows were tightly closed before walking back to the hall. At this moment, Buzz had parked the car and walked up to Joe Bai. "Sir, the iron door is locked. I have checked all the iron bars outside. Also, I found some weapons. If anyone wants to harm the castle or you, I will surely defend your safety with my life." At Buzz's feet lay several rusty iron weapons. He did not know where Buzz found these antiques. Joe Bai squatted down and casually picked a long knife. He felt its weight in his hand, and it seemed just right. So he strapped it to himself. Buzz watched Joe Bai's actions and took up a weapon himself, nodding firmly at Joe Bai. "Sir, don't worry, we will surely spend the remaining days well in the castle." Joe Bai listened to Buzz's words. The more he heard, the more he felt it was ominous. He waved his hand at him, brushing his words aside. Buzz did not notice Joe Bai's actions and continued to speak. "Sir, this castle is really not normal." Joe Bai looked at him and asked, "Did you find something while cleaning the castle?" Buzz nodded at Joe Bai. "Sir, come with me." Saying this, he led Joe Bai upstairs in the castle. Joe Bai followed Buzz up the long stone staircase of the castle to the top viewing tower. Buzz stood by the iron railing and pointed to a large area of overgrown grass below the castle. Joe Bai looked in the direction Buzz was pointing and saw that below the castle, the overgrown grass was covered with one grave after another. From Joe Bai's vantage point, looking down, this castle seemed to be surrounded by a dense cluster of graves. Joe Bai looked at these graves, a chill rising in his heart. The 5th rule of the Christmas Eve Survival Guide. Distributing Christmas candy to your neighbors can resolve misunderstandings and hatred. Please make sure to prepare plenty of candy. Who knows how many neighbors you've offended? There are no other buildings near this ancient castle. Could these graves be what's referred to as neighbors in the rules? Joe Bai thought of this and looked at Buzz, who was also staring blankly at Joe Bai. In each other's eyes, they both saw a feeling called despair. Joe Bai sighed, tightened his grip on the weapon that might no longer be useful, and then walked down the stone steps. Buzz lowered his head and followed behind Joe Bai. After going down the stairs, Buzz led Joe Bai into a parlor that he had cleaned in advance. Joe Bai found a stool to sit on, and Buzz handed him a cup of tea. Then he walked out. After a while, he returned with an album and handed it to Joe Bai. "Sir, I found this album while cleaning the castle. You can take a look, it might be helpful for you." Joe Bai took the album from Buzz's hand. He examined the cover of the album. The edges of the album were all lined with gold. Though it had the weight of years, it still couldn't conceal the noble identity of its user. After studying it for a moment, Joe Bai opened the cover. When he saw the first photo in the album, he instantly widened his eyes. The photo showed a middle-aged man in a black suit. He stood straight and looked expressionlessly at the camera. It seemed as if he was staring directly at Jobai, who was flipping through the album. Jobai met his gaze, and his hands holding the album trembled slightly. However, this was not the scariest part. The most chilling detail was that next to him was a grave. As Jobai saw this, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. What kind of person was this? Why did he pose for a photo with a grave? Buzz stood beside Jobai. Seeing the person in the photo, he explained to Jobai. This man was the previous owner of this castle. He passed away 10 years ago. After hearing Buzz's explanation, Jobai felt the photo in front of him become even creepier. He hurriedly flipped through the album, eager to see the following photos. However, after flipping through the entire album, he found that all the photos showed the same man with various different graves. The whole album was filled with such pictures. The same man, standing straight, looking expressionlessly at the camera. The only difference was the graves beside him. The more Jobai looked, the eerier he felt. Especially since the backgrounds of these photos were clearly the places surrounding this castle. This meant that the man was posing with the numerous graves outside the castle. What connection did these graves have with him? And why would he take such chilling photos with these graves? No matter how Jobai thought about it, he found it hard to understand. He flipped through the photos again from the beginning, counting the photos in the album as he flipped. In the end, he discovered that there were a total of 114 graves in the entire album. After counting, Jobai closed the album. He leaned back against the chair, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Buzz stood beside him and said to Jobai, "Sir, this castle has too many rooms, I haven't finished cleaning them all. However, the master bedroom and study on the second floor are cleaned, you can go rest there. I will prepare dinner, and when it's ready, I'll call you." Jobai nodded at Buzz. Then Buzz went out. Jobai tucked the album away and walked out of the parlor. Following the stone steps, he arrived at the second floor. On the second floor, his master bedroom had its door wide open. Jobai walked in and looked at the arrangement inside. Buzz has already helped Jobai change the bed sheets. Other furniture has also been cleaned spotless. Jobai nodded slightly, feeling temporarily satisfied with this little brother he equipped for himself in this copy. After looking through the bedroom, he walked into the study next door. In the study, there stood a row of tall bookshelves, filled with many old books. It seemed that these items were left behind by the last or the previous owner of the castle. The bookshelf had been cleaned spotless by Buzz, but the dust above the books still revealed the traces of time on these items. Jobai finished looking at the bookshelf and walked to the desk in front of it. He casually pulled open a drawer of the desk. Then, a note inside the drawer caught Jobai's eye. Jobai picked up the note and saw that it actually contained new rules written on it. He immediately focused his gaze on the note. But a strange feeling still rose in his heart. This note seemed oddly new. He set aside this doubt for the moment and looked at the content on the note. Castle Survival Guidelines. 1. There is a dungeon built underground in the castle. Please, do not go there. Trust me, you wouldn't want to see what it looks like inside the dungeon. 2. After 3 o'clock at midnight, before the sun rises, please do not go to the toilet. 3. If the lights in the castle keep flickering, please do not doubt that there is a problem with the light bulbs. This is a dangerous omen, please return to your room immediately and stay quietly for an hour before coming out. 4. The castle is very close to the forest, so small animals often come to visit. If you find traces of animal activity in the castle or discover that something is missing from the kitchen, please do not worry. 5. Please do not make loud noises in the castle to avoid disturbing your neighbors. 6. Before entering your room to sleep at night, please knock 3 times on the door. Only enter when you don't hear any sound inside the room. 7. To enhance defense in the castle, there are many traps set up. The vase placed on the left side of the first floor stairs is the tool to activate the switch. This switch is very dangerous, never touch this vase. 8. If you accidentally violate any of the rules from 1 to 6, please immediately turn the vase on the left side of the first floor stairs. After Jobai finished reading all the rules, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has obtained new rules, currently marking one incorrect option for the host. Castle Survival Guideline, Rule 8, is incorrect. Chapter 124 The Sound from the Dungeon. Jobai's gaze turned to Rule 8. This rule is related to Rules 1 to 6. If this rule is incorrect, then what about the other related rules? Do they also contain errors? Jobai read through the first 6 rules again. Dungeon, toilet, small animals, neighbors. In this castle, it seems that only Jobai and Buzz are present. But from the rules, it appears that this is not the case. Jobai felt that, in this castle, there seem to be some unknown guests who often come to visit secretly. And the first 6 rules seemed to be stopping him from seeing these guests. The rules required him to turn the vase when he violated these 6 rules. And the system marked this rule as incorrect. In other words, should he avoid turning the vase? Jobai raised this question in his mind, but did not easily jump to conclusions. He needed to understand what turning this vase meant before he could know the answer. Having thought of this, Jobai put the strangely new piece of paper back into the drawer. Then he walked out of the study. He came to the corridor on the 2nd floor and rested his hand on the railing. Looking down, there was the hall on the 1st floor. The vase mentioned in the rules was placed next to the stairs, looking unremarkable. Jobai looked at the vase, and the content on the note kept appearing in his mind. At that moment, a pair of blue eyes suddenly appeared in Jobai's line of sight. Jobai was startled and jumped a bit. Then he clearly saw that the owner of these eyes was his little brother, Buzz. Buzz stood in the hall on the 1st floor, looking up at Jobai. His figure blocked the vase and then he respectfully bowed to Jobai. "Sir, it's time to eat." Jobai withdrew his gaze, nodded, and then walked down the stairs. In the dining room on the 1st floor, Jobai sat alone at the head of the long dining table. Buzz placed a plate of meat sauce pasta in front of Jobai. "Sir, I am truly sorry. My cooking skills are limited, so I can only make this. I apologize for the trouble." Jobai looked up at him. He saw Buzz with his head lowered, his expression showing genuine regret for his cooking skills. Jobai withdrew his gaze and said lightly, "It's okay." Then he picked up the fork next to him and brought the pasta from the plate to his mouth. Although the dinner was simple, the taste was acceptable. Jobai slowly ate the pasta on his plate while Buzz stood dutifully behind him, waiting for him to finish dinner. At this moment, there was a loud clang. The sound of metal clashing came from below Jobai's feet. Jobai's hand holding the fork immediately froze in midair. "Did you hear that sound?" Jobai turned his head to look at Buzz standing behind him. Buzz respectfully lowered his head. "The equipment in this castle is old. I also heard such sounds while cleaning the rooms today. Once I finish cleaning the whole castle, there shouldn't be any more of these sounds." Jobai felt the focus of the matter was that sound, which came from underground. But Buzz's answer seemed to deliberately avoid this question. The first rule of the castle's survival code. There is a dungeon built underground in the castle. Please do not go there. Trust me, you do not want to see what is inside the dungeon. It seemed that the sound came from the dungeon. What exactly was in the dungeon? This rule prevented Jobai from looking, but it only piqued his curiosity further. He watched Buzz's facial expression. But he could only see respect for him on Buzz's face, there was no hint of any other emotion. Jobai turned his head and continued to finish the plate of pasta in front of him. Then he returned to the study on the 2nd floor. The box full of gold coins that had been in the hall in the morning was also moved to the study. Jobai opened it and took a glance, then sat back down in his chair. He placed the 2 rules in front of him and pondered again. In the afternoon, the bald chainsaw man was walking towards the castle. He didn't know if he really wanted to come into the castle. As Jobai thought of this, he felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. A strange castle, an ambiguous little brother, graves surrounding him, and the chainsaw monster walking towards the castle. There were too many factors of danger. Jobai sighed, leaned back in the chair, and tried to comfort himself to be strong. At that moment, a sudden sizzle sound came from outside the study window. This was the sound of a chainsaw. Jobai felt that the little heart he had finally calmed down was now beating violently again. Jobai could only stand up from the chair. Then he turned and walked to the window. Outside the window, not far from the castle, there were a dozen small trees. And that bald man was holding a chainsaw, cutting down one of those trees. Zila zila zila. The sound of the chainsaw pierced through Jobai's ears. Jobai felt as if his nerves were being tortured. Bloodstains still remained on that chainsaw. And the bald man, holding the chainsaw, was looking towards the window where Jobai stood. Jobai met his eyes and couldn't help but shiver. He lowered his head and looked at the iron railings surrounding the castle, then finally felt relieved. He strapped the long knife to himself and walked downstairs. At this time, Buzz had already finished washing the dishes. Seeing Jobai come down, he walked to his side, ready to follow his orders. Jobai glanced at him and said nothing more. He entered the hall and took out the 2 large bags of candles he had bought. Since the bald chainsaw man was sawing trees in the back, it should be safe for him to test candles in the front, right? Jobai also didn't expect that he could adjust his mindset so quickly. He casually sat down in the hall. Then he dumped out all the candles from the 2 large bags. Buzz was clearly stunned when he saw Jobai had bought so many candles. Jobai looked at him and said, "What are you dawdling for? Help out." Buzz came back to his senses. "Okay, sir. First, pick them out. Take 2 of each kind of candle." Buzz nodded blankly. Then, following Joe Bai's request, he took out 2 of each kind of candle and set them aside. Okay, go find some candle holders. Buzz still nodded blankly, then dashed off to grab a pile of candle holders. Place all the candles on them. Divide them into 2 parts, one set inside the house and one outside. Though Buzz didn't know what Joe Bai was going to do, he still followed his instructions and arranged the candles properly. Chapter 125 Experimenting with Candles. The candles Joe Bai bought were of various lengths, widths, and colors. Buzz placed these candles on the candle holders and then carried them one by one outside the house. Thus, a whole row of candles was set outside the castle's main entrance. Joe Bai numbered these candles, then lit them one by one. The once dark outside was now illuminated. Joe Bai stood by the door and watched the candle flames flickering in the wind. Then he closed the iron door and walked back inside. At this time, the floor of the hall was also filled with various colored candles that Buzz had arranged. And they were all lit. Joe Bai took out a notebook and then sat down next to these candles. Although Buzz had completed all his tasks as per Joe Bai's orders, he was still very confused and asked, "Sir, what are you planning to do?" Joe Bai waved his hand at him. "You go ahead and do your thing. I can handle this." Buzz, hearing this, still stood behind Joe Bai. Joe Bai ignored him and focused on the candles before him. He took out his phone and checked the time. He recorded the time in his notebook. Then he also numbered the candles in front of him. After that, he sat quietly beside the candles, waiting for them to burn slowly. Time passed by second by second. Buzz, at some point, was no longer standing behind Joe Bai. Joe Bai paid no attention to him and continued to watch the candles in front of him. About 10 minutes later, the thinnest white candle had completely burned out. Joe Bai checked the time on his phone and recorded that value in his notebook. As time passed, the other candles also gradually burned out. Joe Bai also checked the time and recorded the burning times of these candles in his notebook. At this moment, the sound of wind gradually began to rise outside. The wind outside blew against the window, making a howling sound. Joe Bai glanced at the window. He did not get up, but continued to look at the candle in front of him. At that moment, the time on the phone showed it was already 11 p.m. The sound of the wind outside was growing louder, even producing a series of huge bang 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 noises. Buzz hurried up the stairs, thump thump thump, to close the window. Joe Bai looked at the candle in front of him. He saw that those candles were almost entirely burned out. A few stout candles still had a long way to go before being consumed. At this time, Buzz finished closing the window and stood behind Joe Bai. Joe Bai stood up and said to him, "You stay here and watch these candles." Then he walked to the bathroom. In this castle, there was only one usable bathroom. It was located on the 2nd floor. Joe Bai stood in the bathroom, looking at the structure inside, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The second rule of the Castle Survival Guide. Do not go to the bathroom after 3 in the morning until before sunrise. So, what terrifying things would happen in this bathroom after 3 in the morning? Or, during that time period, was there an unseen presence that needed to use this bathroom? Joe Bai carried these questions, washed his hands, and then walked out. He walked to the hall, sat down, and continued to stare blankly at the burning candle in front of him. Buzz stood behind Joe Bai for a while, then said, "Sir, it's late. Why don't you go to bed? I'll help you keep track of the time." Joe Bai looked at the time on his phone. It was already midnight, 12 o'clock. Joe Bai glanced at the candle in front of him. He saw that the longest candle had not even burned a third of it yet. It was definitely not a problem for it to burn until dawn. So, Joe Bai nodded to him, then walked upstairs. He walked down the corridor on the 2nd floor and saw from a distance that his door was already closed, not knowing when it had happened. Joe Bai remembered that he did not close the door when he left. However, since Buzz had just come upstairs to close the window, he might have closed the door as well. Joe Bai remembered the rule on the note. The 6th rule of the Castle Survival Guide. Before going to bed at night, please knock 3 times on the door. Only enter when there is no sound inside the room. So, Joe Bai stood at the door, gently knocked 3 times on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking, Joe Bai stood outside, quietly listening to the sounds inside the room. Suddenly, Joe Bai heard a loud bang from inside the room. The sound was as if an object had forcefully collided against something. Joe Bai's hand, which was originally on the doorknob, immediately recoiled. Who's in there? Buzz was downstairs, and besides the 2 of them, who else was in this castle? Joe Bai felt his heart lift with anxiety. He stood outside the door for a long time, and only after confirming that there were no more sounds inside, did he knock 3 times on the door again. Knock, knock, knock. This time, there was no sound from inside the room. Joe Bai took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the wind blew into Joe Bai's face. The room was empty, with only a window wide open. Joe cautiously surveyed his surroundings and slowly closed the door behind him. He tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand and walked towards the window. Outside the window was still a vast field of weeds, with one grave after another buried in the overgrown grass. The bald man who had been sawing trees was now nowhere to be seen. Looking out, there was not a single living thing in front of Joe. Joe closed the window, then tightened his grip on the knife and checked every corner of the room. After confirming that there was no one else in the room besides him, he felt slightly relieved. Joe changed into his pajamas and then lay down on the bed. He set an alarm on his phone, then turned off the light. Fell into sleep. The viewers who watched all this couldn't help but admire Joe's strong mental quality. If it were someone else, they might now be too scared to sleep. In the dark, Joe put his knife by the bed, then slowly drifted into dreamland. Many viewers in the livestream also closed their screens and began to lie down in their beds to sleep. Only a few night owls kept the livestream open, then went on to do other things. The night grew deeper. The livestream screen also became very quiet. Just when everyone thought this silence would last until daybreak, Joe's alarm clock suddenly rang out. The viewers who had the livestream open were startled by this sudden sound. They quickly looked at the livestream screen. The clock at the bottom of the computer screen showed that the current time was 2:55 am. Chapter 126, The Undercurrents in the Midnight Castle. Joe lay in bed and, hearing the alarm, immediately opened his eyes. He picked up the long knife that was by the bed, then walked out of the room. The viewers who were drowsy suddenly perked up upon seeing Joe's actions. Is Brother going to the bathroom? Wow, is he that brave? Isn't he afraid of breaking the rules? Or is that rule actually wrong? In the live stream, Joe was already standing outside his room. Then he looked to the right. The bathroom on the second floor was at the end of the hallway. Joe looked to the right and could see the bathroom from a distance. The bathroom door was still open, dark inside with no light at all. So, Joe knife in hand, walked down the hallway toward the bathroom. As the viewers in the live stream saw Joe step closer to the bathroom, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Below the hallway was the hall on the first floor. Peering down through the railing, one could see the tallest, largest candle slowly burning. But Busey was no longer in the hall. Joe glanced down, then continued walking forward. When he was 3 meters away from the bathroom, he suddenly stopped. He didn't walk into the bathroom. Instead, he kept a distance neither too far nor too close from the bathroom, then found a spot to sit down. The viewers thought Joe was going to make a big move when they saw him walk over with the knife. But when they saw him sit down in front of the bathroom, they were left dumbfounded. What is this operation all about? In contrast, Joe looked calm, as if he had everything under control. The rules only said not to walk into the bathroom. It didn't say anything about not being able to look at the bathroom. So Joe sat facing the bathroom door like this. He wanted to see who was trying to use the bathroom at midnight. Some viewers finally realized and immediately typed a row of 666 in the comments. However, some viewers were still worried. Isn't Joe afraid of angering that unknown entity by doing this? What if the entity gets angry? Wouldn't Joe be in danger? Although he's not breaking the rules, I still feel really worried. At that moment in the live stream, one of Joe's hands tightly gripped the long knife. With the other hand, he took out his phone from his pocket and saw that the time on the screen was exactly 3 am. Joe whispered a sentence. It's time. Then his gaze returned to the bathroom ahead. The door of that bathroom was still open. Whether it was because Joe was sitting at the door, there was not a sound coming from inside. Time passed second by second. Joe couldn't help but yawn. Staring at the bathroom ahead, he idly twirled the knife in his hand. The Midnight Castle was exceptionally quiet at this moment. Inside the ancient castle, there was not a sound, not even the wind that had just been blowing against the windows outside had stopped. At this moment, clang! A metallic collision sound came from downstairs. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the midnight silence of the empty castle. Those who heard it couldn't help but feel a bit startled. Joe heard the sound, and his nerves tensed up immediately. He could not tell whether the sound came from the first floor or from the dungeon. But right now, he didn't have time to determine the source of the sound. What he needed to focus on was still the bathroom in front of him. So, he tightened his grip on the long knife, leaned his back against the wall, and continued to stare at the bathroom not far away. At this point, the time had reached 4 in the morning. The metallic collision sound, after ringing once, did not stop. Instead, it continued clang, clang, getting heavier and faster, as if carrying a bit of impatience, ringing continuously. Joe still held onto his knife, completely unwilling to move his gaze or change his position. At this moment, The lights in the corridor suddenly began to flicker repeatedly. The third rule of the castle's survival guide. If the lights in the castle are flickering, do not doubt that there is a problem with the electricity. This is a dangerous omen. Please return to your room immediately, stay quietly for an hour, before you can come out. Jobai saw the flickering lights above him, and a barely visible smile appeared on his face. He stood up, holding the long knife. Stretched lazily, then walked slowly to the door of his room. He gently knocked 3 times on the door. According to the rules, he waited outside for a while. Seeing that there was no movement inside, he opened the door and walked in. The metallic collision sounds from downstairs gradually quieted down only after Jobai entered the room. Jobai locked the door. Following the routine, he first checked the room, then lay down on the bed. This time, Jobai turned off the lights and slept soundly until dawn. The next morning at 8, sunlight filtered through the windows, shining on Jobai's face. In his sleep, Jobai used his hand to block the sunlight, then drowsily reached under his pillow to pick up his phone. He glanced at the time on it, then stood up. When he opened the door, Buzz was already waiting at the door for him. Seeing Jobai come out, he quickly lowered his head and respectfully greeted him. "Respected sir, good morning. You can go wash up first, Buzz will go down to prepare breakfast for you." Jobai nodded. Then he walked into the hallway, looking towards the second-floor hall. The tallest and biggest candle he had bought was still not extinguished. Jobai roughly estimated the time, then nodded in satisfaction. He was wearing pajamas as he walked down the stairs. He opened the main door of the castle, and saw that all the candles placed outside last night had already been extinguished. Jobai squatted down, checking each candle one by one. Each candle had barely burned last night before being extinguished. Jobai was not surprised by this result. With such strong wind last night, it would be strange if the candles were not blown out. Letting the candles burn outside all night by themselves, dealing with various emergencies, was the main issue. Jobai quietly gathered the candles. Then he walked back into the castle. At this time, Buzz was busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast for Jobai. Jobai put away the candles, then again walked up the stone steps to the second floor, heading towards the bathroom. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 The quantity of graves. On the second floor toilet, it might have been cleaned in the morning. It looks very clean now. Jobai stood in the toilet, looking over every corner, but still did not find any useful information. Jobai smiled helplessly, then had to set this problem aside for now. He walked to the room and chose a set of clothes. Walking back to the toilet, he simply washed up, changed out of his pajamas, and then headed to the dining room on the first floor. Buzz was busy in the kitchen. Seeing Jobai approach, he quickly brought out a plate of scrambled eggs, a cup of hot milk, and a few slices of bread, placing them on the table. Jobai sat down in front of the food, picked up a slice of bread, and took a big bite. Buzz still stood behind Jobai, diligently waiting for him to finish breakfast, then he would take the dishes back to the kitchen to wash. Jobai glanced at Buzz busy in the kitchen, then walked to the living room. He took out the photo album from yesterday and began flipping through it page by page. Buzz quickly finished washing the dishes, saw Jobai sitting in the living room, and immediately walked in, standing to the side, ready for Jobai's commands. Jobai sat in a high-backed chair, silently flipping through the photo album. Until he reached the last page of the album, he still did not find more useful information. He closed the album, rubbed his eyes, and then stood up. He walked towards the upstairs. Buzz followed closely behind Jobai, asking as they walked. "Sir, where are we going now?" Jobai was heading to the top of the castle. "Let's go to the watchtower." Upon hearing this, Buzz did not ask more questions, just quietly followed behind Jobai. Soon, the two arrived at the highest point of the entire castle. Jobai stood on the watchtower, looking at the densely packed graves below. He squinted, then extended his hand to point at those graves and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Buzz was taken aback to see Jobai actually counting graves. But he didn't say much, just stood quietly behind him, staring off into the distance. 89, 90, 91. "Not right, Buzz, did I count that area just now?" Buzz, lost in thought, was suddenly asked by Jobai and didn't know how to respond for a moment. "Sorry, sir, I didn't pay attention." Jobai waved his hand. "Forget it, I'll count again." So Jobai pointed at a grave and started counting again. This time, Buzz dared not lose focus anymore. He followed Jobai's finger and began to count too. However, even with 2 people counting, the result was still the same. Jobai counted 3 times in total but still couldn't figure out how many neighbors he had. He finally concluded the reason. It must be the overgrown weeds that were hiding many graves, making it impossible for him to get an accurate number. He nodded, agreeing with his conclusion. Then he waved to Buzz, "Let's go down and take a look." Seeing his intent, it seemed he wanted to go explore among the graves. Buzz had no objection to this. He responded to Joe Bai, then prepared to follow him down the stairs. At this moment, Joe Bai suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw a tree that had fallen down, next to which stood a bald man. He was holding a chainsaw in his hand. Seeing the bald chainsaw man there, Joe Bai could only sigh. Forget it, let's go another time. After saying that, he walked downstairs to the castle hall. At this moment, it had been 24 hours since Joe Bai entered this scenario. The live streams in other countries on Blue Star had also lit up again. The chosen ones opened their eyes and saw themselves standing in front of the castle's grand hall. In front of them, there was a big chest full of gold coins. The way they opened the dungeon yesterday with Joe Bai seemed a bit different. But the difference wasn't much, so people from other countries didn't dwell on this issue. Unlike previous dungeons, this time Joe Bai entered first, and others knew what the dungeon looked like beforehand, which eased a lot of their panic. Moreover, once they entered the dungeon, their respective expert teams quickly used their first hint opportunity. They conveyed everything they summarized throughout the day to them. The time displayed in all live streaming rooms showed that it was now 10 a.m. on December 19th. After receiving the information, the other chosen ones began to prepare for their tasks. In Daxia's live streaming room, Joe Bai was getting ready to head to Silent Town. He had made an appointment with the bakery owner to learn cake making at 3 p.m. But he still wanted to leave early. On one hand, he could gather more information. On the other hand, he could visit a few more shops. To save time, Joe Bai decided to take Buzz's car this time. Joe Bai went to the study and grabbed the bag filled with coins. He casually took more than 10 gold coins and put them in his pocket before heading out the door. When Buzz learned that Joe Bai wanted to take his car, he had already driven there early, waiting at the castle's entrance. As Joe Bai walked out the main door, Buzz immediately opened the car door for him. Not to mention, this little brother's service quality was quite high. Unfortunately, he still had his own other intentions. Joe Bai shook his head inwardly in regret. Buzz was sitting in the front and didn't know how Joe Bai felt at that moment. The car left the castle, driving along the little road, and soon arrived at Silent Town. Buzz parked the car in front of the little restaurant they visited yesterday, as Joe Bai had requested. Buzz opened the car door for Joe Bai and glanced at the little restaurant, lowering his head a bit in disappointment. Joe Bai observed the expression on his face and sensed something was off. So he asked, "Is something wrong?" Buzz looked at his watch. It showed the time was now 10:30 a.m. He became even more dejected and lowered his head further. "Sir, it's my cooking that's terrible. Did you not eat enough in the morning?" Joe Bai didn't expect him to ask this question. He was momentarily stunned. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "No. I know the owner of the shop and came to, chat." Only then did Buzz's expression improve a bit. "Sorry, sir, I asked too many questions." Joe Bai waved his hand at him, "It's fine." After saying that, he walked into the little restaurant. He pushed open the big door. The bell at the door rang ding ding ding, alerting the shop owner that a new customer had arrived. Chapter 128, Inquiring for Information. Joe Bai estimated the time needed to learn cake making and asked Buzz to pick him up again at 6 p.m. After Joe Bai entered the restaurant, Buzz drove away. As Joe Bai walked in, the young restaurant owner immediately recognized him. "Hello, sir, would you like to sit by the window again today?" Joe Bai nodded at him. "Good afternoon, I'll sit in the same place as yesterday." It wasn't lunchtime yet, so Joe Bai was currently the only customer in the little shop. Joe Bai walked to the window seat and sat down. The shop owner came over and handed him a menu. Joe Bai took the menu, flipped through it casually, and then ordered nearly 10 dishes. The owner stood by with a small notebook, jotting down the dishes Joe Bai had ordered. The more he remembered, the deeper the smile on his face grew. It seemed he encountered a big client today. After Joe Bai ordered his meal, the boss hurried to the kitchen to get busy. Since Joe Bai was the only customer in the store, his table quickly filled up with delicious food. By the time all the dishes Joe Bai ordered were served, not even 30 minutes had passed. The small shop owner placed the last dish on Joe Bai's table, wiped his hands with his apron, and smiled at Joe Bai. "Sir, all your dishes are ready. Please enjoy." Just as he was about to turn back to the counter, Joe Bai called out to him. "Are you busy right now? If not, could you sit with me for a while?" The small shop owner had never encountered a customer making such a request. He was momentarily taken aback. But seeing the full table of food he had ordered, he thought for a moment and sat down. Joe Bai pushed a cup of lemon tea he had ordered towards him, making a gesture of please. Then he spoke. "I just moved to this small town and there are many things I don't understand. So, I want to find a knowledgeable person to ask some questions." Hearing Joe Bai's words, the small shop owner immediately smiled. He picked up the lemon tea in front of him, took a big sip, and then said, "Then you asked the right person. I have lived in this small town all my life. Besides, my little shop usually has quite a few customers, so I meet many people. Feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know. The conditions to clear this copy were to prepare a Christmas Eve party and invite 6 friends. And survive until December 25th, when the first rays of sunlight shine into the castle. Just from this condition, it was clear that there would be danger on Christmas Eve night. The castle was not very safe. After spending a night there, he had realized it. On top of that, he needed to invite 6 friends. If he did not choose well, these 6 friends could also be a source of danger. That's why Zhou Bai needed to find a local person to gather more information. He recalled the people he had interacted with all day yesterday and planned to start with the bakery he intended to visit. I saw a bakery in town yesterday that is looking for a cake apprentice. I wonder what the owner of this bakery is like. As soon as the small shop owner heard this, he immediately showed a look of disdain. Don't mention that bakery. It's simply the shame of our quiet town. It's known as the worst businessman in the town. Zhou Bai showed a surprised expression and asked, "Is that so?" The small shop owner nodded heavily. That owner has a foul mouth and has offended many people in town. He is stingy and calculating. There are very few people in this town who would like him. The small shop owner became a bit excited as he spoke ill of others. He drank another big gulp of lemon tea. Suddenly, the cup in front of him lost half its contents. Zhou Bai thought about the actions of the bakery owner and felt that it was not without reason he was unpopular. After pondering for a moment, he continued to ask. Then what about the quality of the cakes he makes? When it came to this question, the small shop owner didn't know much. After thinking carefully, he said, I don't really know about that. I rarely see him make cakes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai couldn't help but hold a doubtful attitude toward the cake-making lesson in the afternoon. By the way, how many candy shops do we have in our town? Candy shops? The small shop owner frowned. There's only one that specializes in selling candy, but there are many other stores that sell candy as a side item. Hearing this, Zhou Bai let out a sigh of relief. If his neighbors were those 114 graves, the amount of candy he needed to buy wouldn't just be a small number. Based on the prices at that candy store yesterday, 1,000 gold coins might not even buy him much candy. Fortunately, there were other choices. The shop owner did not know the complex psychological activities of Zhou Bai at this moment, and continued to speak. Are you here to buy candy? Or maybe eat less candy, it's not very healthy. Zhou Bai casually replied, It's almost Christmas, I want to buy some Christmas candy. Upon hearing this, the shop owner smiled. Who buys candy for Christmas these days? In this town, this tradition has long gone out of style. Zhou Bai was taken aback by the owner's words. No, that's not right. He seemed to have a misconception. In the 5th rule of the Christmas Eve survival guide, it required Zhou Bai to distribute Christmas candy to the neighbors. Zhou Bai naturally assumed that the candy given out during Christmas was called Christmas candy. Any candy bought from any store, or even made by himself, could be called Christmas candy. However, if this town does not have the custom of distributing candy for Christmas, can these candies still be called Christmas candy? Or, was it that what Zhou Bai was truly looking for was a candy specifically called Christmas candy? Thinking of this made Zhou Bai feel a sudden chill. Fortunately, he realized this problem in time. Otherwise, when faced with so many neighbors' accusations, Zhou Bai might not even know how he would die. Zhou Bai showed a grateful expression to the shop owner. The shop owner had no idea what was happening and could only offer him an awkward smile. Zhou Bai adjusted his mood and continued to ask. I just saw a bald man on the way here, holding a chainsaw. Do you know this person? Upon hearing Zhou Bai mention the bald man with the chainsaw, the shop owner's expression instantly grew serious. You saw him on your way here? You don't live in that castle, do you? Seeing the shop owner's suddenly changed expression, Zhou Bai's heart started to race. He wasn't sure what grudge existed between this castle and the town. This left him feeling a bit troubled. Should he answer yes or no? Chapter 129 The Grudge Between Jim and the Castle. Zhou Bai did not dare to speak the answer directly, he could only cautiously ask. Do you have a grudge against that castle? The shop owner shook his head, not really. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the coffee next to him and took a sip. Then, just as he wanted to talk to the shop owner about the matters in the castle, he unexpectedly heard the other party continue. However, most people in the town have a grudge against that castle. At once, Zhou Bai nearly spat out the coffee he had just sipped. What? Most people in the town have a grudge? Oh no, it would be better to have a grudge with you. The shop owner was unaware that Zhou Bai was actually hoping to have a feud with him. So he continued without a care, I heard a new heir has arrived at the castle. I wonder who the unlucky person is that inherited this castle. Zhou Bai pressed his hand to his forehead. The shop owner curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Jobai helplessly replied, "Is there a possibility that the unlucky person you are referring to is me?" The shop owner widened his eyes in surprise. But looking at Jobai's splendid attire again, he felt it seemed quite reasonable. Thus, he hurriedly kept apologizing to Jobai. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say you were the unlucky one. Inheriting that castle isn't really that unlucky, you know? He. Don't take it too seriously." Jobai silently sighed. He could only continue to ask. "What about the bald man with the chainsaw? Does he have a grudge against the castle too?" The shop owner nodded. Leaning closer to Jobai, he whispered mysteriously, "I heard that 10 years ago, on his wedding night, his wife inexplicably disappeared. When they went to look for her, all they found was her grave, which was buried near the castle." As soon as Jobai heard this, he was immediately covered with goosebumps. The former master of the ancient castle, and every grave, were captured in a photo together. It's hard not to doubt that his death is somehow related to these people. Jobai recalled the graves surrounding the ancient castle and the bloody chainsaw in the bald man's hand. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. "So, do you know what happened 10 years ago?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "I was still young 10 years ago. The elders wouldn't allow us to discuss this matter. So, I don't really know what exactly happened. Don't go asking others about it, either. If you happen to ask someone who has a grudge against the castle, you might find yourself in danger." Jobai nodded in agreement. But without being able to ask further, it became difficult to continue exploring this line of inquiry. Jobai always had a faint feeling that the events of 10 years ago might be the root of all the strange occurrences in this ancient castle. The bald chainsaw man's newlywed wife was buried near the castle 10 years ago. The former master of the castle also died 10 years ago. Could there be a connection between these events? Perhaps looking into the dates of the other graves might yield some clues. Jobai remembered the photo album that was in the castle. Unfortunately, many of the grave dates captured in it were unclear. It seems like he needs to find time to explore those graves more thoroughly. Jobai silently made this decision in his heart. Then he continued to inquire for news from the shopkeeper. By now, it was already 11:30 in the morning. It was close to mealtime. So patrons started to arrive at the little shop one after another. Ding-a-ling. The bell on the shop door reminded the owner to go greet the customers. "Sorry, a customer has arrived, I have to go for a bit," the owner said to Jobai, then stood up from the chair and walked towards the door, warmly welcoming the incoming customers. Jobai had many more questions to ask. But he couldn't disturb the business of others. He could only sit at his seat, pick up the already somewhat cold fries on the table, and put them in his mouth. As he slowly ate the food on the table, he summarized the information he had just received in his heart. The bakery owner has a bad reputation, and whether he can make a Christmas cake is still in question. When buying candy, he needed to be more careful, not every candy could be called Christmas candy. And that bald chainsaw man, he had a grudge against the castle, so he needed to avoid him in the future. As for the video store and the decoration store, these two shops also seemed quite strange. Especially the video store. Additionally, Jobai still didn't know where to buy a pine tree. It looks like he must find another opportunity to ask the owner for more news. At this point, Jobai also felt a bit hungry. So he began to enjoy his lunch. When mealtime officially arrived, the number of customers in the shop increased. The owner was the only one there. He had to cook in the kitchen, greet customers, and handle payments at the front. He was busy beyond measure. During the following time, Jobai found it impossible to seize an opportunity to speak with him. So he could only finish the food on the table. Then he walked to the counter to settle his bill. Before leaving, Jobai conveniently asked, "Do you know where I can buy a pine tree?" Upon hearing that Jobai wanted to buy a pine tree, the shopkeeper immediately showed him a sympathetic expression. "In the whole town, only Jim sells pine trees. That is, the bald chainsaw man you just mentioned." Jobai didn't know how many blows he had suffered today. The shopkeeper was right, he truly was an unlucky guy. Fearing that Jobai was too downcast, the shopkeeper attempted to comfort him. "It's okay, Jim may have a bad temper, but fortunately, pine trees are not a necessity. We simply won't buy them, right?" Jobai forced a smile, not feeling comforted at all. But he still thanked the owner and walked out of the shop. He looked at the time on his phone. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There were still 2 hours until the agreed time to learn how to make cakes at the bakery. So, Jobai began to wander around the little town. He was searching for some snack shops and went inside to ask if they sold candy. Most of the time, the answer he got was affirmative. However, when Jobai told them he was buying Christmas candy, he was met with laughter. "What Christmas candy? Aren't these candies just Christmas candies when you get them at Christmas?" Besides, who buys candy during Christmas now? Joe thought their reasoning was valid. Yet, he also felt they were wrong. In the end, he didn't buy a single piece of candy and walked out of those snack shops. Chapter 130: Christmas Candy and Christmas Cake. Joe wandered on the street. As he walked, he found himself back at the candy shop from yesterday. Inside the candy shop, dreamy colored lights sparkled. Outside the candy shop, however, it was still very quiet. Joe stood at the entrance of the candy shop, looking inside. The chubby-faced owner behind the counter, seeing someone outside, thought there was a customer, and looked hopefully at the door. When he realized it was Joe who was standing outside, he could only turn his face away in disappointment. Joe also glanced at the round-faced owner, but after thinking for a moment, he pushed the door open and walked inside. "Welcome," the round-faced owner said as he saw Joe enter. Though unwilling, he did not forget basic courtesy. Joe didn't mind the round-faced owner's attitude but focused his gaze on the dazzling array of candies. But this time, Joe discovered that the boxes containing the candies now had price tags on them. Each tag had the names of the various candies written on them. More importantly, in the center of those boxes, there was a sign. The sign had a bold line of text written on it. "Welcome to try, but please pay." Joe felt that this sign seemed to be made just for him. However, the shop had indeed made some improvements. Although the items were still the same price, at least consumers could know the prices beforehand. Joe appreciated the round-faced owner's ability to correct his mistakes. Then, he began to search one by one for the trace of Christmas candy. In the candy shop, there were hundreds of types of candy. All of the candies were carefully arranged by the round-faced owner in transparent boxes. Joe admired the candies while looking at the names on the tags. Soon, he saw in one of the candy boxes a tag that said Christmas candy. Joe immediately looked excitedly at the candy inside the transparent box. The candy consisted of 3 colors: green, white, and red. And these 3 colors were the theme colors of Christmas. Joe felt delighted in his heart, feeling he was getting closer to the correct answer. He opened the transparent box containing the Christmas candy and was about to reach in to grab one. But his eyes caught the price tag on top of the box. Just a glance made his eyes nearly pop out. Because the tag said 8 gold coins each. A tiny piece of candy, only about 1 centimeter in size, actually costs 8 gold coins? Joe's hand, which was just reaching out, quickly retracted. He estimated that he only had enough gold coins left to buy about 1,200 candies. Though this amount was not small, it could not stand against the number of his neighbors. Moreover, he needed money for other purchases too. Thinking of this, Joe couldn't help but fall silent. He silently closed the box again, then, under the gaze of the round-faced boss, walked out of the shop empty-handed once more. He walked back to the street, took out his phone, and saw the time displayed was almost 3 p.m. So, he headed in the direction of the bakery. When Joe was about to reach the bakery, he saw, from a distance, the bakery owner wearing a chef's hat, half leaning against the door. In his hand, he casually spun a whisk. His eyes seemed to inadvertently focus on a certain direction. Joe stopped in his tracks and followed his gaze. Then he realized he was looking at the nearby decoration shop. Joe found it a bit strange. Because his gaze carried no emotion whatsoever. That look seemed more like he was watching over that place. Joe looked at him in confusion. Was there something wrong with the decoration shop? Or did the bakery owner want something from inside the decoration shop? As Joe pondered this question, he continued walking towards the bakery. At this moment, the bakery owner also saw Joe approaching. A smile appeared on his face as he said to him, "It's just 1 minute to 3, lucky you didn't arrive late, or I would have to charge you extra." After saying that, he walked inside. Joe helplessly shrugged and followed him in. Inside the bakery, the owner had already set up the tools for making cakes on the table in advance. He stood at the table, while Joe stood across from him. "Congratulations, from today on, you become my apprentice. You can call me Mr. Austin." After Austin finished speaking, he adjusted his chef's hat and tidied up the tuft of hair under it. Joe nodded. "All right, Mr. Austin. However, before we start teaching, I want to ask you a question." Austin took out a small mirror from his pocket. While checking his tuft of hair, he replied absent-mindedly. "Go ahead." Joe looked at his actions and couldn't help but feel that this teacher he paid for seemed rather unreliable. However, he swallowed his doubts and continued to ask. "Can you make a Christmas cake? I only want to learn how to make a Christmas cake." Joe thought that if there was a difference between Christmas candy and regular candy, then there should be a difference between Christmas cake and regular cake. Although the cake needs to be made by himself and may not be the same as candy, he still had to be cautious. When Austin heard Joe's question, he finally put down the mirror. Of course, I can make a Christmas cake. However, you only mentioned wanting to learn to make a cake yesterday. You didn't say it was a Christmas cake. Making a Christmas cake is much more difficult than a regular cake. After finishing, Austin glanced at Joe Bai and then looked down at his hands. The intention of charging more was quite obvious. Joe Bai helplessly took out a gold coin from his pocket and threw it towards him. He reached out and skillfully caught the gold coin. Then a smile appeared on his face. All right. Isn't it just a Christmas cake? Green, white, and red, 3 colors. Simple. I guarantee you'll learn it right away. Joe Bai let out a deep sigh, feeling that he needed to resolve all the questions with this businessman today. So, he continued to ask. Learn it right away? How long until I can learn it? When Austin heard this, his smile deepened. Very soon, if you have talent, you can learn it in 10 days or half a month. Sure enough, there was a catch. Joe Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes, then threw him another gold coin. That's too long. Austin cheerfully caught the gold coin, 7 days, no less. Joe Bai shook his head and threw another gold coin. Austin was about to say a 5, when Joe Bai immediately threw 3 more gold coins. It was placed on the table. Austin was startled by Joe Bai's sudden action, leaving him a bit stunned in place. Chapter 131, Austin's Abnormality. 3 days, can you do it? Austin stared at the gold coins Joe Bai had placed on the table, and his face immediately blossomed with a bright smile. No problem. I assure you, you will definitely learn within 3 days. Joe Bai smiled back as well. He picked up 3 gold coins from the table and slowly walked in front of Austin. Then, he suddenly yanked his collar. Austin was yanked by Joe Bai, lifted up completely, and could only awkwardly tiptoe. What are you doing? Joe Bai smiled at him, then personally placed those 3 gold coins into his pocket. Only then did he let him down. Austin patted his chest and gasped for air. Joe Bai glanced at him. I guarantee I can learn within 3 days. What if I can't learn? Can't learn? If you can't learn, then it must be you. As Austin was about to say fool, he looked at Joe Bai and had to swallow the words back. Then he replaced it with a smile. I'll definitely learn. Joe Bai wouldn't give him the chance for such a perfunctory answer. If you can't learn, you must return the money I just gave you, double. Upon hearing this, Austin immediately clutched the money tightly in his pocket. That won't do. What if you deliberately don't learn? Joe Bai took out another 2 gold coins from his pocket. Do you think I'm someone who lacks a few gold coins? If you teach me as agreed within 3 days, I will give you 2 extra gold coins. Austin looked at Joe Bai. That doesn't seem to be the case. Then he continued, all right. 3 days it is. After saying that, his eyes fixated on the 2 gold coins. Joe Bai ignored his gaze and took the 2 gold coins back into his bag. Austin could only retract his gaze and started his cake teaching course. The next teaching session went fairly smoothly. The first step in making the Christmas cake was to prepare the cake base. Following the steps given by Austin, Joe Bai quickly prepared the batter needed for baking the cake base. Even the usually sharp-tongued Austin couldn't help but nod in praise at Joe Bai's learning progress. Compared to that fool from yesterday, you are much better. Though it was a compliment, Joe Bai felt that it didn't sound very cheerful. Austin, wearing gloves all the time, picked up the cake on Joe Bai's desk and placed it in the oven. Joe Bai's gaze fell on Austin's gloves, and an unusual feeling arose in his heart. After all, having stayed in the world of eerie tales for so long, seeing this kind of item that covered one's skin always made him more sensitive. Joe Bai guessed that perhaps under his gloves, there might be fur, feathers, or even fish scales. Joe Bai stared at Austin's gloves. Austin held the cake, turned his head, and saw Joe Bai's gaze. The expression on his face darkened. Joe Bai could clearly sense that, in an instant, the temperature around seemed to drop. He could only continue to pretend to be calm, looking at the cake he made. Austin's gaze stayed on Joe Bai's face for a while. Then he continued to place the cake Joe Bai made into the oven. He pressed the buttons on the oven while turning to Joe Bai and said, "Set the temperature to 145 degrees, then wait for 80 minutes, and the cake will be done." Joe Bai withdrew his gaze, returning to his student state. He nodded, jotting down the temperature and time on a piece of paper on the table. After the cake was placed in the oven, all that was left was the time to wait. Joe Bai took out his phone and checked the time on the screen. It showed that the current time was 4:20 p.m. There was still over an hour to wait. Joe Bai followed Austin outside to where the bread was displayed. Austin seemed to be in a good mood, humming a song. Organizing the bread on the counter. Joe Bai sat down in a spot, feeling bored. While waiting for his cake to finish baking, he stared blankly at the pedestrians outside. In the afternoon, the quiet town had quite a few passers-by. Many people walked by the bakery nearby, but not a single person came in to buy bread. Joe Bai looked at Austin, who was humming a tune, and then at the full counter of bread. A strange feeling rose in his heart. Firstly, the restaurant owner must be right. This bakery was indeed not doing well. Austin was not well regarded in this small town, that was true. However, the strange point was that despite Austin's stingy and money-loving nature, why was he still able to hum a song when so much bread went unsold? He seemed busy, yet he didn't seem to care about his bread. At that moment, Joe Bai recalled how Austin had looked toward the shop across the street. He then shifted his gaze to the decoration store. What are you looking at? Austin suddenly appeared behind Joe Bai. Startled, Joe Bai jumped when he heard the unexpected voice. Joe Bai turned around and gave him a not-so-friendly look. Austin could only awkwardly chuckle. He, planning to buy some decorations? Let me tell you, the owner of that shop is not a good person. Joe Bai felt that Austin didn't seem like a good person either. Fearing Joe Bai wouldn't believe him, Austin added, especially the stuff he sells, you really need to be careful. Joe Bai recalled the items needed to decorate the pine tree and the rules. He also remembered the bundled sales at that shop. Suddenly, he felt that what Austin said might really be true. At that moment, the oven in the bakery emitted a beep 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 alert sound. The cake is done, Austin said and then walked toward the oven. Joe Bai also stood up from his chair, preparing to follow. At that time, his eyes caught a glimpse outside the glass door. He saw Buzz's car pull up, already parked in front of the bakery. Joe Bai checked the time on his phone. 5:40 p.m. 20 minutes earlier than the agreed time. Sure enough, he was a diligent little brother. He glanced at the car outside and then followed Austin inside. At this moment, Austin had already opened the oven and taken out the cake base Joe Bai had made. He admired the cake placed on the table and exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad. It's only a tiny bit worse than what I made when I first learned." Joe Bai looked at the cake on the table and felt quite satisfied with his work. Austin adjusted his chef's hat and then said, "Let's stop here for today's lesson. We'll continue tomorrow." Joe Bai had no major objections to this. After bidding farewell to him, he walked out of the bakery. Buzz, sitting in the car, saw Joe Bai walking out and hurriedly came over to open the car door for him. Joe Bai sat inside the car but asked Buzz, "Did you bring weapons?" Buzz did not understand Joe Bai's intentions and could only answer honestly, "Yes, sir. There are always 2 long knives in the car." Joe Bai nodded. "Good. Then let's go explore the grave mound together." Chapter 132, The Stone Covered with Red Sand. Joe Bai sat in the diagonal back seat of Buzz's car. From Joe Bai's angle, he couldn't see his face clearly. He only knew he was silent for a while before softly saying, "Okay, sir." Then he started the car, heading towards the old castle. The vintage car drove along the small road leading to the castle. Joe Bai looked out the car window. He saw the wild grass merging into a sea, constantly rushing past his eyes. Until he saw a place with a gap in the wild grass, the car finally stopped. Buzz turned his head from the driver's seat and said to Joe Bai, "Sir, the weeds are sparse here, we can enter from here." Joe Bai nodded. After getting Joe Bai's agreement, Buzz got out of the car and opened the door for Joe Bai. Then he walked to the trunk and took out 2 long knives. At this time, in the sky, the sun had only a little bit of afterglow left. The orange sunlight shone down, illuminating the 2 long knives, which had become slightly rusty from disuse. Joe Bai took the long knife that Buzz handed to him. Each person held one. Seeing that the sky was about to turn dark, they also picked up 2 flashlights. Then they headed towards the direction of the grave mounds. Buzz took the initiative to walk in front. Holding the long knife, he occasionally cleared some weeds in their path for Joe Bai. The 2 of them walked forward until they saw a wooden sign and then stopped. Buzz turned around and pointed at the wooden sign. "Sir, look." At that moment, Joe Bai noticed the existence of the wooden sign. He walked closer to the wooden sign and looked at the content written on it. "Do not go any further. This is an ominous place, entering here will bring you misfortune." And the sign was signed by a caring resident of the small town. Seeing the content clearly, Joe Bai couldn't help but frown. Buzz observed the expression on Joe Bai's face and then whispered, "Sir, it seems quite dangerous ahead." Joe Bai nodded in agreement. Buzz tentatively said, "How about, we go back?" But Joe Bai gestured for him to stop. Then he examined the sign for a long time before making a decision. "It's fine. We will keep going." Buzz bowed his head. "Okay, sir." So, the 2 of them continued to move forward. The audience watching the live broadcast saw Joe Bai's decision and were somewhat puzzled. This sign should count as a rule, right? How does Joe Bai judge that what the sign says is wrong? At least, it's obvious that the grave mounds are dangerous, right? In the live broadcast, Joe, holding the long knife, walked behind Buzz. As he walked, he turned the flashlight in his hand. His expression was not overly serious, making it seem like the content on the sign did not affect him too much. In Joe's view, while there was danger in the grave mounds, it should still be within a controllable range. The bald chainsaw man could usually appear around here, which meant that stepping into this place would not lead to immediate death. As for bringing misfortune? Joe felt that someone like him, a level of misfortune that had already faced many challenges, was no longer afraid of the word misfortune. Buzz walked in front of Joe, looking much more serious than Joe. They walked forward together until they saw the first grave. The sun had completely set. It had grown dark, and the temperature around them felt much colder. In such an atmosphere, when Joe saw the grave in front of him, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. He turned on the flashlight. He directed the light onto the stone tablet in front of him. The light gathered in one spot. Joe and Buzz's gazes followed this light source and landed on the text of the stone tablet. There were no titles. The stone tablet only had the name of the deceased written all alone. Next to it was the date of the deceased's death. October 2012. Also someone who passed away 10 years ago. Joe stared at the date of death on the stone tablet, and the questions in his heart started to pile up. He hurried toward the nearest grave. Then he directed the flashlight's light directly onto the stone tablet, at the date of death. September 2012. Also 10 years ago, and the date of death was very close. Joe's heart raced. Holding the flashlight, he looked at one tombstone after another. And the results were just as he expected. The dates of death of the deceased in these graves were all very close. Joe shone the flashlight onto the graves surrounding him. He saw that each grave was very desolate. Weeds grew thickly on the mound. It seems that for so many years since they died, no one has come to visit them. Joe felt a chill come over him, and he couldn't help but shiver. Then he tightened his grip on the long knife and flashlight, continuing to move forward. Buzz lowered his head. He followed closely behind Joe. Since he stepped into this place, he had become unusually silent. His eyes rarely lingered on the graves. Joe walked ahead of Buzz, using the flashlight to light up the path ahead. At this moment, he saw a wooden sign ahead. Although they lie underground, they still have their own emotions. Please do not do anything to anger them. Joe frowned, pondering the meaning of these two sentences. However, when his gaze fell upon the signature on the wooden sign, his pupils suddenly constricted. Whitebeard Organization. This wooden sign was actually left by the Whitebeard Organization. The Whitebeard badge, given to Joe by Lele, was still kept in his pocket. He did not know what this badge meant. He also did not know what this organization was up to. He could only gaze at the contents of the wooden sign once more. Then, he suddenly noticed that beside the sign, there was actually a stone. The stone was smeared with red sand. But the stone had already developed many cracks. Seeing the cracks on the stone, Joe felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. He tightened his grip on the long knife. Turning around, he found Buzz's eyes were also staring at the stone in front of them. Let's go, let's take a look at the graves on the other side of the castle. Buzz did not say much but simply followed closely behind Joe. Joe and Buzz continued to walk forward. As they walked, they arrived at the back of the castle. This position was right in front of Joe's room. When he looked down from his room window, he could see it perfectly. Then, Joe noticed that nearby, there was a grave that stood out unusually. Because the gravestone of this grave was clean and tidy. And almost no weeds were around the grave. Chapter 133 Conflict with the Bald Chainsaw Man. Joe shone the flashlight on the gravestone of this grave. He saw that next to the deceased's name, someone had neatly carved the words, "My wife." Joe gazed at the inscription on the gravestone. He felt that these words were much smoother than those on other gravestones. It was as if someone often caressed the name on it with their hand. As Joe saw this, he couldn't help but feel a bit sad. He recalled what the restaurant owner had said. 10 years ago, on his wedding night, his wife mysteriously disappeared. By the time they found her, all they could see was her grave, which was buried near the castle. Joe guessed that the person lying in this grave must be the bald chainsaw man's wife. Besides him, Joe had not seen anyone else appearing in this wild grass. Joe recalled the appearance of the bald chainsaw man, silently sighed for him in his heart. Then, he moved the flashlight in his hand. He directed the beam to the part of the gravestone that showed the date of death. November 2012. It was also 10 years ago, and the month was very close. Joe knew that something big must have happened in this small town 10 years ago. However, with the information he had now, he still couldn't piece the whole story together. He frowned, recalling the events he encountered after entering this side quest. The flashlight in his hand drooped down, illuminating the ground. At this moment, it seemed that a wind blew by. In the quiet night, the wild grass beside them made a rustling sound. Jobai had his back to Buzz, the long knife in hand, with the blade tip pointing down. Because he was too focused on his thoughts, he did not realize that danger was slowly approaching him. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed. A metallic impact sound suddenly came from behind Jobai. He abruptly turned his head to look. Then he saw the bald man with the chainsaw, who had appeared behind them without him noticing. The long knife in Buzz's hand clashed with the chainsaw. Immediately, sparks flew as a sharp and piercing sound filled the air. "Sir, it's dangerous. You should step back first." Buzz gritted his teeth, struggling to hold onto the long knife in his hand. But he still turned to remind Jobai to leave. The long knife in his hand had already been severely deformed due to the clash with the chainsaw. And it was about to be cut through by that chainsaw. The bald man's face twisted in anger. "What are you doing in front of my wife's grave? I see, you are from the castle. You didn't kill my wife enough, and now you're eyeing her grave." It turned out that the bald man with the chainsaw had misunderstood them, thinking they wanted to do something to the grave, which is why he attacked. To avoid escalating the conflict, Jobai quickly explained. "We're not doing anything to the grave. You see, we haven't even touched that grave." Jobai spread his hands to show his friendliness. But the bald man with the chainsaw seemed to be enraged and couldn't hear Jobai's explanation at all. "You are the ones who killed my wife. It's all your fault." He pressed the chainsaw, speeding up the blade's rotation above. In that instant, Buzz could only grip the long knife even tighter. His expression, strained from resisting, also became somewhat twisted. But hearing the bald man's nonsense, he angrily retorted. "My friend and I have only been in this small town for less than 3 days. How could we have killed your wife?" Yet the bald man with the chainsaw couldn't hear his explanation at all. The chainsaw accelerated, and it looked like it would cut through the long knife in Buzz's hand. Seeing that a peaceful resolution was impossible, Jobai had no choice but to grip the long knife in his hand and join the fight. Thus, Jobai swung the long knife towards where the bald man with the chainsaw was. Zzzzzzz. The chainsaw whirred rapidly. Buzz's face turned slightly red from the effort. Jobai swung his knife at the bald man with the chainsaw from their side. The bald man, noticing Jobai's long knife coming towards him, hurriedly took a few steps back. He pulled Buzz forward, using him as a shield against Jobai's knife. Jobai saw his knife about to strike Buzz, and could only change direction. Clang! The long knives clashed together. At that moment, the long knife in Buzz's hand, due to the chainsaw's rotation, had just broken into 2 pieces. The bald man with the chainsaw showed a smile. He turned the chainsaw towards Jobai. Jobai used the long knife in his hand to defend against the chainsaw's attack. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of the chainsaw colliding with the long knife echoed continuously in the open grassy area. Buzz picked up the remaining half of the long knife but still didn't give up his duty to protect Jobai. The bald man with the chainsaw, blinded by rage, frantically attacked Jobai with his chainsaw. Jobai's long knife was at a disadvantage compared to the chainsaw. He could only use some clever movements, constantly dodging, looking for a chance to counterattack. At that moment, Jobai kept retreating and dodging, eventually backing up next to the grave. The bald man had now lost all sense of reason. As the chainsaw swung towards him, if Jobai dodged immediately, the tombstone behind him might be sawed in half by the chainsaw. There was no way, so Jobai could only choose a riskier response method. His body did not move at all, but the long knife in his hand was raised to clash with the chainsaw. In an instant, another burst of sparks flew everywhere. Because the distance was too close, Jobai's hand holding the long knife was also cut, leaving a wound. Blood slowly dripped down from the gaps between Jobai's fingers. At this moment, the bald chainsaw man's gaze fell upon the name on the tombstone. Then, he regained some consciousness. The sound of the clash between the chainsaw and the long knife stopped. His hand no longer had the strength to grip the chainsaw. So, with a clang, the entire chainsaw fell to the ground. Along with the falling chainsaw, the bald chainsaw man's knee hit the ground. He knelt in front of his wife's grave. Bow his head, his shoulders trembled continuously. Jobai didn't know if he was trembling in fear of nearly ruining his wife's tombstone. He only glanced at him. Then he covered the wound on his hand, took the long knife, and walked toward the direction of the castle. Buzz hurriedly followed him. His hand also added a few wounds from the recent fight. Behind them, the bald chainsaw man knelt by the grave. And not far from them, that stone smeared with red sand also gained a few more cracks in that short time. Chapter 134: The Strange Sounds in the Kitchen. The blood on Jobai's hand dripped into the soil. He covered his wound, hurriedly crossing the grass, and reached the castle door. After entering the castle, Jobai sat down in the hall, finding a spot. Buzz followed him in, locked the heavy iron door, and then walked into a room. After a while, he came out with a few bottles of medicine and some gauze, placing them in front of Jobai. Sir, your wound needs to be treated. Jobai glanced at the medicine placed in front of him, nodding slightly to him. Then he picked up a bottle of medicine and started applying it himself. Buzz stood in front of Jobai, also covering his wound. Blood had stained his sleeves, turning them a deep red. You should quickly bandage your wound too. Jobai pushed the medicine bottle toward him. Buzz smiled at Jobai. He picked up the gauze, wrapped it around casually, and then prepared to go to the kitchen. It's getting late, I'll go prepare your dinner, sir. After saying this, Buzz exited the hall. Jobai's wound wasn't serious. He simply applied the medicine to his wound and wrapped it with the gauze. Then he pulled out the 2 bags of candles he bought yesterday from the corner of the hall. He searched through the candles inside. He put all the ones that didn't burn long enough into one bag. Then, he took out the thickest and longest candle from the bag. Originally, Jobai thought that none of these candles could burn from dark to light. He was prepared to tackle the issue of burn time, but unexpectedly, things were a bit smoother than he imagined. According to the test from last night, this candle's burn time passed the test. But the candle used outdoors needed to first solve the wind issue. Jobai looked at the candle for a while, then stood up and walked toward the kitchen. At that moment, Buzz was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Seeing Jobai come over, he quickly stood straight. Sir, you rarely come to the kitchen, is there something you need? Jobai glanced at the vegetables he was cutting and said. Does this castle have any large glass cups? Or, glass bottles would work too. Buzz put down the knife in his hand, recalling carefully. Then he left the kitchen, and after a while, he returned with a glass vase. Walked over. Sir, look at this vase, is it usable? Jobai glanced at the vase and nodded with satisfaction. It is usable. Buzz handed the vase to Jobai and happily continued preparing dinner. Jobai took the vase and walked to the hall. He placed the longest and thickest candle into the vase. The vase was 20 centimeters taller than the candle, and the size was just right. So, Jobai picked up the vase with the candle and opened the castle's big door. He found a place to set the vase down and looked around. To let the candle burn outside all night, he needed to prevent the wind from blowing it out and also from knocking it over. So, Jobai thought about how to secure the vase in place. He looked around and moved a few stones from the vicinity of the castle. Just as Jobai moved several stones, Buzz had already finished dinner and came outside, about to call Jobai to eat. At that moment, Jobai placed a big stone next to the vase. He dusted off his hands and said, just leave it for now, I'll eat later. Buzz stood at the door, looking at the stone by Jobai's feet, and asked, Sir, do you need my help? Jobai waved his hand at him. It's fine, almost done. You go back to what you were doing. Buzz stood at the door for a while, then went inside. Jobai stayed outside, moving stones by himself. Until he confirmed that the vase holding the candle was secure enough, he then used a lighter to light the candle and confidently walked inside. The heavy iron door behind him was closed and locked by Jobai. At this moment, Buzz might have gone to clean the castle's rooms. There were simply too many rooms in this castle. Buzz spent almost all his free time cleaning the rooms. So, whenever Jobai couldn't find Buzz, he knew that when Buzz reappeared, he would be holding a broom in his hands. Jobai looked at the time on his phone. It showed that it was 9:30 in the evening. At this moment, Jobai also felt his stomach starting to hunger. So, he walked through the castle's hall towards the location of the dining room. In the dining room, there was only a dim wall lamp still on. The dinner prepared for Jobai was placed on the dining table and covered with a glass dome. Jobai walked through the silent corridor. His shoes made a clack-clack sound on the floor, coming closer to the dining room. The sound echoed in the long corridor, and even Jobai himself felt a bit eerie hearing it. The dining room ahead glowed with a dim light. Jobai slowly approached, but he always felt that something scary was hiding inside, listening to the sound of his footsteps. Clack clack clack. Finally, Jobai passed through the long corridor and stood at the entrance of the dining room. Before him was the dim dining room. His dinner was placed at the head of the long rectangular table, only the outline of the object was vaguely visible. A gust of wind blew against the windows, making a loud bang 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 sound by his ear. He stood at the door, placing his hand on the light switch. With a click, as he pressed the switch, all the lights above the dining room were turned on. Then, everything in the dining room became clear in front of Jobai. There was nothing scary hiding inside. Jobai let out a sigh of relief. He secretly found his strange thoughts just now amusing. He walked beside the dining table. He picked up his food, ready to take it to the kitchen to heat. However, just as Jobai approached the kitchen, he suddenly heard a loud clatter. The sound of porcelain colliding came from inside the kitchen. The nerves Jobai had just relaxed again tightened. Suddenly, it broke down again. The fourth rule of survival in the ancient castle. This castle is very close to the forest, so small animals often come to visit. If you find traces of animal activity in the castle, or notice something missing in the kitchen, please don't mind it. The rule only says not to pay too much attention. It doesn't say you can't take a look at those small animals, right? Jobai recalled the contents of the rules and couldn't help but grip the plate in his hand tightly. He glanced at the dining room, casually picked up a stool as a weapon, and then walked towards the direction of the kitchen. Chapter 135 Blue Eyes. The kitchen light was not turned on. From Jobai's position, looking at the kitchen door, he could only see a patch of darkness. He held the stool, lightened his footsteps, and approached the kitchen. Sizzle, sizzle. It was the sound of the wind moving the curtains. Jobai paused for a moment, identifying the source of the sound, then quickened his pace and reached the kitchen door. The moonlight shone into the kitchen from the window. It illuminated a black figure inside the kitchen. She had long hair. With her head down, it seemed she was eating something. Seeing this figure, Jobai gripped the stool even tighter. He tried to lower his voice and slowly entered the kitchen. Thus, Jobai was no more than 2 meters away from that person. That person seemed not to notice Jobai's approach. Still keeping her head down, she continuously chewed on something. Jobai moved along the edge of the wall. His hand rested on the wall, searching for the light switch. Just as Jobai was about to touch the edge of the switch, that person suddenly raised her head. Under the moonlight, 2 sharp fangs glimmered coldly, appearing on the screen. It startled all the viewers watching the live stream. Jobai raised the stool to his chest, taking a defensive stance, in case the other party would pounce on him at any moment. That person, with a pair of blue eyes, looked towards Jobai's position. Jobai's gaze met hers. His heart couldn't help but rise. Then, that person didn't make any further attacking movements but turned and dashed towards the window. Jobai didn't chase her but felt for the switch and turned on the kitchen light. With a click, everything became bright. Jobai saw that the person had already disappeared. And where she had just stood, there were remnants of food. Jobai set the stool down and walked towards the remnants of food. At that moment, outside the kitchen, hurried footsteps echoed. Jobai looked towards the kitchen door. Then he saw Buzz, holding a broom, appearing at the kitchen door. His pair of blue eyes, upon seeing Jobai standing in the kitchen, clearly showed a hint of panic. "Mister, how did you end up in the kitchen?" He glanced at the remnants of food beside Jobai, and his face instantly lost its color. Did you see?" Jobai picked up a fork and poked at the chicken bones on the table, casually saying, "In the future, remember to close the window when leaving the kitchen. It's close to the forest, and some small animals might come in to steal food." Buzz lowered his head and spoke softly. "Okay, mister. It was my fault." Jobai placed the fork back and walked to the kitchen door. Then he turned to Buzz and said, "Don't put things too high, it's hard to reach." Jobai looked at the garbage bag on the top of the cabinet. Buzz stared at the stool blankly, then nodded blankly. "Since you're here, you clean it up. Also, my meal is cold, please heat it up for me." Upon hearing Jobai's request, Buzz immediately nodded happily. "Okay, sir. You can wait inside the restaurant, and I will warm your dinner right away." Jobai pretended that nothing had happened and calmly walked into the restaurant. Buzz soon brought out his dinner. After Jobai finished eating, he stood up and walked towards the second floor. He stood at the door of his room, gently knocked 3 times, and waited for a while. Seeing no movement inside, he opened the door and walked out. Jobai entered the room and opened the window. From his room, he could see the tomb of Jim's wife. From a distance, the war between the 3 of them left no trace on that place. The tomb now looked very peaceful. Jim was no longer kneeling in front of his wife's grave. Jobai looked at that place for a while before closing the window. He took out his pajamas from the wardrobe and walked towards the bathroom. After a quick shower, he changed into his pajamas. He knocked on his bedroom door and then went to bed early. That night, he had no intention of disturbing anyone's use of the bathroom. So, he didn't set an alarm and slept until dawn. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, the sunlight outside the window shone on Jobai's face. He covered his face with the blanket and slept for a little longer before finally sitting up. The weather seemed to have turned a bit colder. Jobai rubbed his hands together and put on a thicker coat. When he opened the door, Buzz was still standing outside waiting. "Good morning, sir. Would you like breakfast?" Jobai looked at him. "Good morning. I'll go down for breakfast after I freshen up." Buzz lowered his head. "Okay, sir. I'll go prepare it for you." Jobai walked to the bathroom, which was also cleaned thoroughly. After freshening up quickly, he returned to his room. He looked out of the window. Outside the castle, Jim appeared in the overgrown grass, holding a chainsaw. Jobai only looked at him for a moment before leaving the room and going down the stairs. At that moment, Buzz had already placed the prepared breakfast on Joe Bai's seat. Joe Bai quickly finished his breakfast, then walked over to the pile of weapons Buzz had brought out last time. He crouched down and began to choose. Seeing Joe Bai's actions, Buzz asked in confusion, "Sir, what are you doing?" Joe Bai picked up a thick stick, weighed it, and then put it down. "I'm going to find that bald guy. I need a good weapon." Buzz's mouth dropped open in shock. "Ah? Sir, didn't you just fight him last night? Why are you going to find him again?" Joe Bai rummaged through the pile of weapons. Finally, he spotted an axe inside. He held the axe in his hand, examined the thickness of the blade, and nodded in satisfaction. While testing the feel of the axe, he said to Buzz, "He's the only one in town selling pine trees. If I don't look for him, who else should I go to?" Hearing this, Buzz crouched down as well, preparing to choose a weapon for himself. "Then I will go with you, sir." Joe Bai quickly waved his hand. "Don't go. I'm going to discuss business with him. Don't make it look like I'm going to fight." Buzz stared blankly at the axe in Joe Bai's hand. But carrying the axe there doesn't make it look like a fight? However, he dared not express his thoughts and could only nod, then watch Joe Bai walk away with the axe towards Jim's direction. Chapter 136, coming to discuss business. The bald chainsaw man was standing in front of his wife's tomb, holding the chainsaw. His hands had several scratches. Some of the wounds looked fresh and were clearly left over from the fight last night. Joe Bai's gaze fell on his wounds. He hadn't noticed them during the fight last night, and only now realized that the other party was also injured. It seemed that the burden was not lighter than his own. At a glance, it suddenly felt that the difficulty of purchasing pine trees had increased significantly. The bald chainsaw man heard footsteps approaching and looked towards the direction where Joe Bai was. When he saw Joe Bai approaching with an axe, a fierce expression immediately appeared on his face. Joe Bai quickly raised his axe, opened his hands, and tried hard to show a friendly expression. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to fight." The bald chainsaw man stared intently at Joe Bai, and from his expression, it was clear he had no intention of calling a truce. So, Joe Bai did not move closer, but instead kept a safe distance from him. "Jim, I'm here to buy pine trees from you." After hearing this, Jim lifted his chainsaw, pointed it at Joe Bai, and laughed heartily. "Looks like you've been asking others about me. But I can't sell pine trees to you. Get lost. I don't want to hurt you." Although Joe Bai was rejected, he sensed a hint of easing in Jim's words. So, he definitely wasn't going to leave. Instead, he stood there smiling and looking at the other man. Seeing this, Jim became even angrier. "Last night, you didn't let me destroy my wife's grave. I remember that kindness. But my patience with you is limited. You better leave quickly, I'm not here to fight you. As for buying pine trees, don't even think about it." Joe Bai did not take Jim's fierce rejection to heart. Instead, he smiled and said, "Don't be like this. How can you refuse business coming to your door? Let's talk about what conditions you need to meet to sell me the pine trees." Seeing that Joe Bai still wouldn't leave, Jim became more and more irritated. He revved the chainsaw and sliced through the grass, cutting down a patch of wild grass. "I told you to get lost, do you hear me? I have a grudge against this castle. I won't allow my trees to be sold to the castle. Don't you understand? Don't force me to fight you." Seeing this, Joe Bai could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. He felt that with Jim's limited brain capacity, he might not be able to achieve his goals through normal communication. So Joe Bai rolled up his sleeves, planning to use a bit of force. He rolled his sleeves and then suddenly threw his axe to the ground. Jim continued to glare at Joe Bai, full of confusion over his sudden action. Then Joe Bai's face showed a provocative expression. "You think I'm afraid to fight you? If you dare, throw down your weapon and fight me. If you lose, you give me a pine tree. How about it? Do you dare? I doubt you have the guts." At this moment, Joe Bai's challenging demeanor even made the onlookers feel he deserved to be hit. As for the not-so-bright Jim, his anger flared even more. "You actually say I'm afraid? No one in Silent Town has ever been able to defeat me." After saying this, Jim also threw his chainsaw to the ground. Then he swung his fists and charged at Joe Bai. Immediately, the two fell to the ground, grappling with each other. Joe Bai's fists flew directly towards Jim's face. Jim did not back down either, swinging his fists towards Joe Bai's face. To be honest, this bald Jim was the strongest person Joe Bai had encountered since entering the scenario. At least for now, the corner of Joe Bai's mouth was already bruised from a punch by Jim. However, looking at Jim's condition, he was significantly worse than Joe Bai. There was no way around it, the opponent was too tough, so it took a few more punches before he would truly behave. Soon the fight shifted from mutual punches to one-sided blows. Bald Jim lay on the ground, covering his head with his hands. When Joe Bai didn't know how many punches he had thrown and raised his fist again, ready to strike him once more. He finally softened and begged for mercy. No more fighting. No more fighting. I admit defeat. So, Jobai let him go. With one hand on his waist, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Feeling emotional, boxing was indeed a very exhausting sport. Jim had a swollen face. He stepped back, leaning against his wife's grave. It seemed like this would make him feel a bit safer. Jobai gasped, glanced at him, and touched the bruise on his own face. Then he walked to his side, found a spot, and sat down. Jim had not recovered yet, and upon seeing Jobai approach, he instinctively stepped back a few paces. Jobai ignored him, took a bottle of medicine from his pocket, and started to wipe his scraped knuckles. Jim leaned against the grave, watching Jobai's every move with caution. Jobai glanced at Jim's wounds, then threw him another bottle of medicine. Jim saw Jobai throw something at him and instinctively dodged. It was only until he saw the medicine bottle rolling on the ground that he awkwardly picked it up. Apply some on your knife wounds. If something happens to you, don't blame it on me. Although Jim's eyes were swollen nearly shut, he still glared at Jobai. Bah, even if I died, it has nothing to do with you. Jobai couldn't help but laugh. That's good. Jim sullenly opened the ointment bottle and applied it to his wounds. Jobai sat beside him, silently applying his own medicine. When Jim finished applying the medicine and tossed the bottle back to Jobai, he stood up, preparing to leave. But at that moment, Jobai called out to him. You're not going to go back on your word, are you? You said that if you lost, you'd give me a pine tree. Jim nearly jumped up upon hearing Jobai's words. Am I the kind of person to do that? Just wait for me, I'll bring a pine tree to the castle right away. Saying this, he angrily picked up his chainsaw. Fuming, he walked out. Jobai stood up, picked up his own axe from the ground. He turned to look at the surrounding graves, then walked towards the wild grass. When he reached the stone marked with red sand, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Because the cracks on this stone seemed to have worsened. Jobai stared at the plaque left by the white-bearded organization and fell into contemplation. Chapter 137 Harvesting a Pine Tree. Though they lie underground, they still have their own emotions. Please do not provoke them. Jobai looked at the line on the wooden sign and couldn't help but frown. This stone was clearly not ordinary. And its placement next to the sign, did it imply that this stone was related to what was said on the plaque? Did the stone crack again because Jobai and Jim had just angered them? When Jobai clashed with Jim, he didn't notice the stone's condition, so he couldn't easily conclude. He could only hypothesize. If their actions angered them, then what specific aspect of it provoked their wrath? Was it the loud sounds? The negative emotions conveyed? If it was due to noise, that wasn't impossible. After all, the bald chainsaw man came here to chop trees every day, and the noise was quite loud. The many cracks accumulated on the stone made it hard to say that they weren't related to the bald man's actions. Jobai couldn't reach a conclusion yet. He just felt that the cracks on the stone looked a bit frightening. He stood there for a long time, then turned around and walked towards the castle. At the castle entrance. The candle that Jobai had placed at the door last night. The candle had long been extinguished. Jobai walked over and looked at the candle. He saw that the height of the candle had not changed much. It was still about 20 centimeters from the top of the vase. That is to say, the candle had not burned much last night before it went out. Jobai stared at the mouth of the vase and began to think. In theory, if the candle went out because of the wind, such a windproof measure would require a strong wind blowing directly into the vase. But was the wind really that strong last night? For now, Jobai still tried to think about this problem from a scientific perspective. In fact, deep down, he knew he was in a world of strange tales. Perhaps what he needed to overcome wasn't these scientific issues. He felt that he was still a long way from the real solution. So he could only sigh. Then he picked up the vase and the candle inside it. He opened the great door of the castle and walked in. Inside the castle hall, Buzz was sweeping the floor, cleaning up. When he saw Jobai come in, he quickly bowed his head to greet him. Sir, you are back. Jobai placed the axe on the ground and sat down in a spot in the hall. Buzz set aside the broom and went to the kitchen to pour Jobai a glass of water. When he placed the water in front of Jobai, he first noticed the bruise on Jobai's face. Sir, your face. Jobai touched the bruise on his face and said with a smile. It's nothing, the business went very smoothly. Buzz's face showed a look of disbelief. But soon he lowered his head and picked up the broom to continue cleaning. Just when Jobai was about to finish the glass of water, a car's sound came from outside the castle. The castle usually had no visitors, so Buzz immediately looked outside warily. When Jobai heard the sound, he smiled and looked towards the door. His intuition told him that this sound was from a defeated opponent coming to deliver spoils. Buzz, still holding the broom, quickly walked towards the door. Then he saw a large truck carrying a 5-meter tall pine tree, parked outside the castle door. Jim jumped down from the truck. As soon as Buzz saw him appear at the castle door, his expression instantly became serious. For some reason, Buzz always had a natural hostility whenever he saw Jim. As Jim got off the truck and looked up at the huge castle ahead, his expression appeared somewhat grim. The two stood facing each other, and the atmosphere around them seemed a bit frozen. Fortunately, at that moment, Jobai timely appeared. He broke the silence between the two. I, Jim, am willing to accept my defeat. If I say I would bring you a pine tree, I will indeed bring you a pine tree. I will never go back on my word. After Jim finished speaking, he walked to the back of the truck to show Jobai the pine tree he had brought. Look, this is the biggest and tallest pine tree in our store. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Jobai also walked over to take a look at the pine tree. Then he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you are indeed a person who keeps his promises. Hearing Jobai's praise, Jim proudly lifted his head. Speak up, where do you want it? I will help you carry it inside. Jobai glanced at the height of the pine tree, estimating it could only fit in the hall. So he said, just put it in the hall. After getting the answer, Jim started to move the pine tree. Buzz's face had not looked good since he saw Jim. Especially when he heard that Jim was going to carry the pine tree into the castle, his expression became even darker. That pine tree was estimated to weigh nearly 200 pounds. Jim brought the tree down from the truck, and Jobai walked over wanting to help. However, Buzz was still one step ahead, supporting the other side of the pine tree. He lifted the pine tree into the castle together with Jim. Jobai stood in front, directing them to place the pine tree in the corner, by the window. After they set down the pine tree, Jobai looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. Jim arranged the pine tree and dusted off his hands. His eyes began to intentionally and unintentionally scan the surroundings of the castle. Buzz wore a serious expression, constantly paying attention to Jim's every move, and his hostility was clearly visible on his face. Jobai admired his trophy, but he could also see the undercurrents between the two of them. These two individuals were indeed harboring their own thoughts. It was highly likely that there was some connection in their storylines. As Jobai thought of this, he shifted his gaze away from the pine tree. Then he looked at Jim. Do you need me to show you around the castle? Jim, hearing Jobai's question, awkwardly withdrew his gaze. No need, I should be going. So, he bid farewell to Jobai and walked out the door. Buzz stared at Jim's retreating figure. Only after confirming he had exited did he retract his gaze. Jobai looked at the time on his phone, which showed that it was almost 11:30 in the morning. So, Jobai said to Buzz. No need to prepare my lunch. I have to go to the small restaurant in town. After finishing, he glanced at Buzz and added. I made an appointment with the boss of that shop, I have some things to discuss. Buzz nodded in response. Okay, sir. Then I will take you there. Chapter 138 Inviting the First Friend. Jobai sat in the back seat of the car, looking out the window. The whole way, he was thinking about the items he still needed to buy. The 5-meter-high pine tree was already inside the castle, so next, he needed to buy decorations. The decoration shop he had seen before had everything, but the packages were truly a headache. Though he had no evidence, Jobai always felt that the items included in the packages would be a trap. It was certain that those things could not be placed on the Christmas tree. However, dealing with the extra items was a problem Jobai needed to think about. He wondered, if he bought a package and just threw away the unnecessary items, would anything happen? Jobai sat in the car, pondering these issues the whole way. Before long, Buzz parked the car in front of the restaurant. Jobai got out of the car, said goodbye to Buzz, and walked toward the restaurant. Welcome. Good afternoon, sir. The restaurant owner, seeing Jobai come in, immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Are you sitting by the window again today? Jobai nodded to him. Good afternoon. Yes, I will sit in the same place as yesterday. After saying that, he walked to the window and sat down. At this moment, the clock on the wall showed that it was nearly noon. Jobai sat by the window, looking at the other people in the restaurant. He noticed that there weren't too many customers in the restaurant today. Counting himself, there were only 5 tables filled. However, even with this number of customers, it was enough to keep the owner busy for a while. The owner placed the menu in front of Jobai. Jobai casually ordered a few dishes and then asked the owner. I want to buy some items to decorate the Christmas tree, do you have any small shops to recommend? The owner of the shop was a warm-hearted person, and upon hearing Jobai's question, he eagerly began to recommend. If you want to buy decorations, you have to go to Kevin's shop. Have to go? Jobai thought the owner's recommendation sounded a bit exaggerated. Oh? Where is Kevin's shop? Kevin's decoration shop is right across from that bakery you asked about yesterday. Jobai felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. The boss recommended the same decoration store again. I have to say, the small town is really small. The shop owner saw Jobai's lukewarm interest and started to promote even harder. Kevin is recognized as a good person in the whole town. The things he sells have always had a good reputation in our small town. Whenever someone goes to buy something, he also gives away many small gifts. Hearing about the small gifts made Jobai feel even less reliable. He just wanted to make a single purchase, without any extras. However, Jobai couldn't express his worries directly to the shop owner. He could only smile at him. Thank you for the recommendation, I'll think it over. The shop owner enthusiastically said to Jobai, you're welcome. If you have any questions since it's your first time here, just ask me. After saying that, he walked into the kitchen and started preparing the dishes Jobai ordered. Before long, he brought out the dishes and placed them in front of Jobai. The food is ready, please enjoy. At this moment, Jobai noticed other customers beginning to have their meals. Since the small shop owner seemed to have some leisure time, Jobai decided to ask him again. Wait a minute, boss. I have another question to ask you. The shop owner stopped and said, go ahead. Is there a record store selling records in this quiet little town? The owner thought carefully for a moment, then shook his head. I rarely listen to music and have never bought records. And, I haven't seen any record store in town. Upon hearing the boss's answer, Jobai couldn't help but frown. He hasn't seen a record store? What about the one I saw the day before yesterday? Was that record store too hidden, or does it not even exist? Thinking about this, Jobai suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Moreover, the song that attracted him over that day was quite strange. Jobai recalled the old look of that store. The eerie feeling kept deepening. He felt like that record store seemed to stand out awkwardly compared to the other buildings in the town. Seeing Jobai's face turn pale, the shop owner asked with concern. What's wrong? Jobai came back to his senses and forced a smile at him. It's nothing, just a bit regretful that I couldn't buy a record. Upon hearing this, the shop owner couldn't help but sigh. I just don't understand how to appreciate music. It seems only rich gentlemen can enjoy these things. After saying that, he walked back to the counter. Jobai sat at his table, slowly eating his lunch, then fell into deep thought. Today is already the third day of entering this instance. But Jobai has only obtained a pine tree until now. There's still a long way to go before clearing the game. Thinking about this, Jobai felt that the lunch in front of him wasn't as delicious anymore. He slowly finished all the food on the table, then walked to the counter to check out. One of the requirements for clearing this instance is to invite 6 friends to the Christmas Eve gathering. So, Jobai should start looking for friends to invite right now. The shop owner seemed like a friendly person to Jobai. Inviting him should not be too risky. So, Jobai made him his first target. Jobai stood at the counter, placing the coins he needed to pay on top of it. Then he said to the owner, on the evening of the 24th, I plan to hold a gathering, and I would like to invite you to attend. I wonder if you have the time. The shop owner looked a bit stunned at Jobai's invitation. The evening of the 24th, isn't that Christmas Eve? Jobai didn't understand his question. Yes. What's wrong? The shop owner looked at Jobai, then kept shaking his head. On Christmas Eve, dinner is supposed to be with family. Jobai heard his words and finally realized that something was wrong. On Christmas Eve, do you need to have dinner with your family? The small shop owner smiled and nodded his head. Yes, on Christmas Eve, that night, I will have dinner with my beautiful wife and my 2 lovely children. Such a night is the most wonderful night. By the way, you don't have a wife? No family? Jobai felt that the small shop owner had plunged a knife deep into his heart. The small shop owner noticed the change in Jobai's expression and realized he might have said something wrong. Sorry. It seems I shouldn't have asked that question. Chapter 139 Dangerous Kevin. Jobai waved his hand at him. It's okay. After saying that, he walked out of the small shop. The small shop owner could only look at his back with guilt, deeply regretting why he had spoken so much. Jobai walked on the road, thinking about the important information he had just gained. If Christmas Eve is a day for family reunions for the people in this small town, then inviting 6 friends to attend his gathering would be much more difficult. He must invite 6 people who have no family or who do not need to reunite with their families in order to succeed. After reaching this conclusion, Jobai recalled that many people in the town had grievances with the castle. Suddenly, he felt that the 6 friends he might invite seemed to have some ill intentions. Thinking of this, Jobai couldn't help but rub his temples in distress. Then he looked up and saw Kevin's decoration shop had appeared in front of him. Jobai glanced at the shop, hesitated for a while, and finally walked over. He stood at the door of the shop. He noticed the big blackboard in front of the decoration shop, which still advertised today's special products. Package A, 200 meters of colorful lights, a 50 centimeters garland, 10 bells, only 1 silver coin. Package B, 10 sheets of gold foil, a pack of colored ribbons, 100 meters of colorful lights, only 2 silver coins. Package C, 5 pendant dolls, a 50 centimeters garland, 10 sheets of gold foil, only 3 silver coins. It was exactly the same as what Joe Bai had seen 2 days ago. It truly was today's special. Joe Bai stood at the entrance for a while, and then Kevin with a beard came out. "Oh, sir, I remember you. You came here 2 days ago. Have you made your decision? Which package do you want to buy?" Joe Bai looked at him and still felt he needed to fight for a chance to buy individually. "Can I buy separately? I can pay more." Upon hearing this, Kevin immediately put on a very angry expression. "Do I look like the kind of person who would give up my principles for extra money?" Joe Bai took out 2 gold coins. Kevin took a glance and immediately turned his head away. "Get your stinky money away." Joe Bai had never seen such a situation and was momentarily stunned. He could only silently put the 2 gold coins back in his pocket. If he couldn't buy separately, he would have to think about how to deal with the extra items after making his purchase. So, he focused his gaze on the blackboard that listed the package prices. In his mind, he recalled the contents of the rules. The first rule of survival on Christmas Eve. Please use colorful lights, gold foil, garlands, and candy canes to decorate the pine tree. Joe Bai thought for a moment. The 5-meter-high pine tree in the castle should be suitable with 100 meters of colorful lights wrapped around it. As for the gold foil, it would be good to buy a few more sheets. So, Joe Bai said to Kevin, "Then I will take one of package B and one of package C." Upon hearing Joe Bai wanted to buy something, Kevin immediately smiled brightly. "All right, sir. Please wait a moment, I will go get the items for you right away." He walked to the door but suddenly turned around and said to Joe Bai, "But, just to be clear, you have to pay exactly what it costs. I, Kevin, will not charge you a single extra penny." Joe Bai was a bit stunned, but still tried to control his expression and nodded at him. Seeing Joe Bai nod, Kevin satisfiedly walked into the store. Before long, he came out with 2 large bags. In his hands, he also held 2 bells. Combining package B and package C, it totals 5 silver coins. "I will not charge you a penny more, and I will also give you gifts. This is my consistent style of doing business." Joe Bai glanced at the 2 bells in his hands and somewhat difficultly tugged at his mouth. Kevin didn't notice his difficulty but directly placed the 2 bells into the bag, then smiled innocently at Joe Bai. Joe Bai could only take out 5 silver coins and put them in his hand. With the other hand, he received the 2 bags. After giving the bags to Joe Bai, Kevin walked back into the store. Joe Bai looked at the things inside the bags, then glanced at the trash can on the street, and hesitated for a moment. He wondered what would happen if he threw away the things he didn't need directly. This thought flashed through Joe Bai's mind. But soon, he shook it off. He only glanced at that trash can and then headed towards the bakery across the street with the 2 large bags. Among the over 100 chosen ones on Blue Star, Joe Bai wasn't the only one who thought about throwing things away. In fact, someone had already acted on it. Just yesterday, the chosen one from the White Elephant Kingdom also bought decorations at Kevin's store. He received 2 large bags of items as well, plus the little gift from Kevin. Then, after Kevin entered the store, he looked around. Seeing no one was watching him, he secretly threw away all the things he didn't need into the trash can. Then, he swaggered away from the place. The entire process didn't have any unusual events happen. Others also thought there was nothing wrong with what he did. But just as Joe Bai entered the bakery, the chosen one from the White Elephant Kingdom also passed by this spot in their live stream. In their live broadcast, Kevin stood by the door, smiling and greeting him as he approached. "Come here, I forgot to give you something yesterday." Kevin smiled harmlessly. The chosen one from the White Elephant Kingdom walked over to him. As the chosen one approached, Kevin's face, covered with a beard, showed an even deeper smile. His 2 muscular arms suddenly grabbed him as he got closer. "Why are you grabbing me?" Kevin smiled at him. "I just feel like you might lack a bit of education." After saying that, he pulled the chosen one into his store. No one knew what happened inside the store. They only knew that the live stream from the White Elephant Kingdom soon turned dark. The peaceful night ghost story descended on the White Elephant Kingdom. Experts from the Great Xia Kingdom, upon seeing the live stream from the White Elephant Kingdom darken, broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Joe Bai hadn't thrown anything away yet. So they all decided to use a prompt opportunity. Joe Bai arrived early at the bakery, sitting and waiting for Austin to finish his tasks. Suddenly, he received a message reminder from the experts in his mind. "Kevin from the decoration shop has a problem, the danger level is very high. Do not throw away the things you bought from his shop." Chapter 140 Invitation to Austin. Receiving the expert's reminder, Jobai suddenly felt the 2 bags of decorations in his hands were a bit too hot. How should he deal with these excess items? He raised his head and looked at Austin, who was seriously arranging the bread. This person had been standing at the door all day yesterday, watching the decoration store across the street. It is possible that he might know something. However, with his strange temper, it might be hard to have a proper chat. Where should I start to talk to him about this matter? Just when Jobai was still troubled over this matter, Austin first noticed the 2 bags Jobai was holding. Ahem, ahem. Austin lightly coughed a couple of times at Jobai. Then, with his gloved hands crossed over his chest, he said in a somewhat sarcastic tone. The people in this small town just love to be cheap. So many blind folks around. They don't know a good person's heart. Sigh. After finishing, Austin picked up his mirror again. He had a self-satisfied look about him. Jobai sensed the hidden meaning in his words and looked at him. I think that Kevin is definitely not a good person. Austin's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Jobai's words. He moved a stool and sat next to Jobai. I think we can talk in detail about this topic. Jobai smiled and leaned closer to him, saying, the ones who seem kind on the surface, but stab you in the back are the most terrifying. Austin nodded continuously. Yes, yes, yes. Keep talking. Jobai continued. Those who seem sharp-tongued are often the kindest. It's a pity many people misunderstand them. After Austin heard this, he immediately slapped his thigh. Right. Exactly. I think you're making so much sense. Jobai held back a laugh and continued speaking. Those good people generally can't bear to see those around them fall into danger. Austin nodded, showing his agreement with Jobai's words. Jobai observed Austin's reaction, feeling that his viewpoint was successfully conveyed, and then began to get into the main topic. You say that Kevin insisted on giving me a lot of useless things, but I don't know what he wants to do? Austin looked at the things in Jobai's bag, revealing a disdainful expression. Of course, he has no good intentions. Then, Jobai continued. I don't know why, but I feel so dangerous and scary. Upon hearing Jobai say this, Austin immediately patted his chest. Don't worry, I won't let those around me fall into danger. You take out the things you don't need, and I'll help you deal with them. Jobai showed him a grateful expression. You are truly a trustworthy friend. As soon as Austin heard this, he immediately walked behind his counter and took a bag. Which things do you not want? Put them in here. I promise these things will be kept safe in my shop. So, after Jobai took out the colorful lights, wreaths, and gold foil paper he needed, he put the rest into Austin's bag. Austin picked up the bag and placed it on his counter before walking back. All right, the matter is settled. We should go make the cake now. Jobai felt relieved as he saw those things taken away. Following him, they entered the baking room and began learning the other steps of making the Christmas cake. Austin was quite reliable when it came to teaching. Jobai's learning progress was also smooth. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, customers finally arrived at Austin's bakery. At this moment, Jobai was learning how to decorate cakes with Austin. Suddenly, he heard the sound of someone opening the door and looked towards the entrance. He saw a woman walking in, holding a child. Jobai recognized them with just one glance. Wasn't it them who reminded him about the singing issue near the video store the day before yesterday? Thinking of this, Jobai paid more attention. On the other hand, Austin, who finally had a customer, did not seem to be very attentive. He slowly set aside the teaching work at hand. He said to Jobai, "You practice on your own for a while." Then he walked out. Jobai held a piping bag in his hand, but his eyes looked through the bakery's glass, gazing into the store inside. That mother and child were busy picking out bread. They looked like regulars at Austin's bakery. They were very familiar with the placement of the bread in the shop. Soon, they grabbed the bread they wanted and walked to the counter to pay. Jobai's eyes focused on the mother's actions at the register. However, when she saw the bag of decorations on the counter, her movements suddenly paused. She looked up at Austin and then continued to fish out a few coins, placing them on the counter. Jobai noticed that at this moment, Austin shrugged his shoulders before taking the coins from the counter. Throughout the entire process, it seemed like they didn't talk, yet it felt like they had already communicated. It was very clear that they should know each other. Seeing this, Jobai suddenly had more guesses about Austin's identity. When Austin sent the customer away and walked into the baking room, Jobai looked at him and suddenly asked, "Do you have a wife?" Austin did not expect Jobai to ask such a direct question. He was momentarily caught off guard. "What wife? I don't have a wife." After finishing his words, he paused, calmed down, and added, "How could someone as excellent as me find someone suitable? I'm single, and I'm proud." Jobai felt that this person in front of him seemed to be a very suitable invitee. I completely agree with what you said. On Christmas Eve, I'm hosting a party at a nearby castle. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you? Hearing Jobai's invitation, Austin looked up and adjusted his chef's hat. Then he slowly said, I usually don't give others this courtesy, however, I think you are a person of great insight. Since it's you inviting me, I could consider attending. Jobai had never mentioned before that he lived in a castle. Now, when he told him about the party in the castle, he seemed completely unfazed. Jobai thought of this and couldn't help but frown. This person wore gloves every day, possibly mutated. The shop opened across from Kevin's, and every day he stared at it, making it feel as if he were watching him. Moreover, he also knew the mother and child who had alerted Jobai. The mysteries surrounding him were quite numerous. Chapter 141, The Attitude of the Record Store Owner. Jobai looked at Austin, secretly thinking that he needed to find an opportunity to investigate his identity further. So, Jobai smiled at him and said, It's settled then. On the 24th, at 6 p.m. Remember to come to the castle for the party I'm hosting. Austin nodded. No problem, I am always very punctual. I hope you can be on time too. After Jobai and Austin agreed on a time, he continued with his cake learning course. At 5:45 p.m., Buzz drove up early and waited at the entrance of the bakery. At 6 p.m., Jobai finished class right on time. I am truly an excellent teacher. Austin looked at Jobai's learning results and couldn't help but boast. Come early tomorrow, we'll review again, and then you can graduate. Jobai looked at the cake in front of him, equally satisfied. The learning progress was much faster than he had expected. After bidding farewell to Austin, Jobai walked out of the bakery's front door. Buzz was already standing at the entrance, opening the car door for Jobai. He grasped the steering wheel and asked Jobai, Sir, are we heading back to the castle now? He glanced at Jobai, his eyes showing a hint of nervousness. It seemed that visiting the graveyard had left Buzz with a psychological shadow. And Jobai sat in the car. Some hesitated. There were only 4 days left. And his preparation was still a bit slow. Especially that record store, he had only been there once so far. Jobai thought of this and asked Buzz, Is there paper and a pen in the car? Buzz opened the glove compartment. Yes, sir. Then he took out a notebook and a pen from inside. Jobai took it, grabbed the pen, and started scribbling in the notebook. Then he said to Buzz, Don't go back to the castle yet. Just drive the car to that alley ahead and wait for me there. Buzz breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Jobai was not heading to the graveyard. Okay, sir. Then he drove the car to the spot Jobai specified. Jobai looked at the car as it parked beside the alley, staring inside, but he fell into deep thought. The alley in front led to the small road toward the record store. Although Jobai told Buzz to stop the car here, he was still hesitant about going to that record store. Last time, Jobai heard the strange music and went to that record store. This made Jobai doubt the truth of the 4th rule of the Christmas Eve survival guide. The owner of the record store might tell you that there is no record of Jingle Bells. But don't give up, be sure to play this song on Christmas Eve night. The song Jingle Bells seemed tied to the interests of it. This means that the record store was likely connected to it. However, the old man who ran the store had a rather strange attitude. Last time, Jobai couldn't buy the record, and on the surface, it was because the man couldn't hear the name of the song Jobai mentioned. But was it possible that he simply didn't want Jobai to buy that record at all? Thinking of this made Jobai feel a bit confused. The owner of this record store, whether friend or foe, was still uncertain. So Jobai thought he should at least confirm one more time. Check if he was really deliberately preventing Jobai from buying that record. After sorting out his thoughts in the car, Jobai took the notebook and got out of the car. He walked through the alley toward the record store. On Jobai's finger, the spot that had been pierced by the brooch had long healed. But when other fingers touched it, there was still a slight pain, reminding him of what happened on this little road. There was no music to be heard along the way. Relying on his memory, Jobai walked toward the record store. When he reached the end of the small road in his memory, he found that the record store was closed. He looked up in confusion. If it wasn't for the sign flashing lights from last time still being there, he might have thought that the record store he saw 2 days ago was just a hallucination. Jobai stood under the sign, in front of the already pulled-down metal gate. He took out his phone and checked the time. 6:20. It could also be that he arrived too late. This time seemed reasonable for the shop to close. Jobai comforted himself and prepared to turn around and leave. Just then, an old voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you here to buy records? Jobai quickly turned his head to look. But when he saw the other's appearance, he was frozen in place. The person talking to him was the old man from the record store 2 days ago. However, after just a few days, he seemed to look several years older. And he appeared even thinner and more haggard than before. Jobai didn't know what had happened to him to cause such a change. At once, he forgot to respond. Seeing that Jobai did not speak, the old man did not ask again, but opened the metal gate of the record store. He walked in without a care. Jobai looked at his hunched back and then glanced at the shabby record store. He felt that this old man seemed to be on the verge of disappearing, just like this record store. Jobai reminded himself that he had more important matters to attend to. So, he pushed these strange thoughts aside for now. Then he walked forward. The old man thought Jobai wanted to say something, so he put his hand next to his ear. However, Jobai did not speak, he simply handed over a notebook, placing it in front of him. To prevent the old man from pretending he didn't hear, Jobai had already written his question in the notebook. Do you have a record for the song Jingle Bells? The old man's eyes stayed fixed on the words in the notebook, staring blankly for quite a while. In his gaze, Jobai could tell he understood the content above. However, he suddenly waved his hand in a flustered manner at Jobai. No, no. Just go away. Jobai had anticipated that he would be rejected. But the old man's attitude puzzled him a bit. Jobai stared at the old man's expression, feeling he looked somewhat flustered. Jobai stood there without moving. The old man, on the other hand, sat down on his stool. He turned around, putting his back to Jobai. He acted as if he wanted to chase away the customer. With no other choice, Jobai took the notebook and walked back the way he came. Jobai hung his head, holding the notebook, and approached the car parked at the intersection. Buzz glanced at Jobai's expression, wanting to say something but ultimately silently opened the car door for him. Let's go back to the castle. Jobai spoke softly to Buzz from inside the car. So, Buzz drove the car towards the castle. As for whether the rule related to the record store was true or false, Jobai could not yet draw a conclusion. He could only sort through his thoughts carefully and see if there were ways to gather more information. Jobai closed the notebook and placed it on the seat beside him. Then he looked out the window. The winter sun always sets particularly early. By the time Buzz parked the car in front of the castle, the sky had completely darkened. Jobai carried 2 bags of decorations and walked into the castle. He found a ladder and began to decorate the Christmas tree in the hall. Buzz went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Jobai was quite perfunctory about decorating the Christmas tree. After all, the rules didn't state it had to be beautifully decorated. So, he placed the items that needed to be placed on the pine tree and considered it done. Buzz's prepared dinner was ready soon afterward. After finishing a simple meal, Jobai returned to the hall and began to study his candle. On Christmas Eve, Jobai had to light a candle outside and ensure it did not go out. He still hadn't found a solution to this rule. For the past few days, he had tried to think about this problem from a scientific perspective. But he had doubts about whether his line of thought was correct. How should he confirm this? Jobai stared at the candle in his hand, troubled and deep in thought. He felt that he needed to see with his own eyes how exactly it went out. With this in mind, Jobai asked Buzz for a carving knife. The thought process for solving the strange tales had to consider science as well, he couldn't give that up. So, Jobai turned the glass vase upside down and began to create a small hole in the bottom. With the air outlet smaller, theoretically, the wind should find it harder to blow out the candle. Jobai looked at the makeshift windproof glass cover he had made. He nodded with satisfaction. Then, he found a base, holding the glass vase and candle, and walked towards the outside of the castle. Next, he needed to find a place where he could see the position of the candle even while staying inside the castle, and properly place these props. He held the candle, base, and glass vase, and walked around to the back of the castle. From Jobai's room, he could see this spot just perfectly. So, Jobai found an open place, set the candle down, and then covered it with the glass vase. At night, a bright moon hung in the sky. In front of Jobai, beyond the iron fence, lay a wild field and graveyard. Bald Jim seemed to have gone home early today, not appearing nearby with his chainsaw. After lighting the candle, Jobai stared at the flame for a while, and seeing that it showed no signs of extinguishing, he turned around and walked back to his room. He returned to the second floor of the castle, stood in front of the door, and knocked 3 times. After waiting for a moment and seeing no movement inside, he opened the door and walked in. Then, he walked straight towards the window. But when he looked down, he found the candle he had just placed downstairs had already gone out. Jobai looked around the castle as the cold wind began to blow. He sighed, having to walk out of the castle again and repeat the same actions. This time, the result was still the same. While Jobai was looking at the candle downstairs, it was clearly fine. Yet as soon as he returned to his room, the candle would immediately go out. After repeating this 3 times, Jobai began to feel that what he was facing was no longer a scientific question. However, without seeing the candle extinguish with his own eyes, he still didn't dare make a direct conclusion. In a fit of anger, Jobai moved a chair and sat right next to the candle. He was prepared to watch closely to see how this candle would go out. This time, the candle managed to keep burning without going out, but Joe Bai was starting to struggle. On a winter night, the temperature was much colder than during the day. Joe Bai had rushed out without putting on a thicker coat. Now sitting outside, keeping vigil over the candle. The cold wind occasionally blew by, making him shiver involuntarily. Joe Bai stood up and rubbed his hands together. Then he did some simple exercises, trying to warm up his body. At that moment, Buzz came out with a cotton coat. "Sir, why don't you go inside for a bit? I'll keep watch here." Joe Bai looked at him, and an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. "You keep watch here, and I'll go back to my room. When you see me standing outside the window, you can leave." Buzz didn't know what Joe Bai wanted to do, but he nodded anyway. So, Joe Bai put on the cotton coat and quickly walked back to the second floor. He had to see for himself how the candle extinguished. He quickly reached his room's door. Following the process, he knocked 3 times, then walked into the room. Seeing Joe Bai appear by the window on the second floor, Buzz turned and walked back into the castle. Joe Bai focused his gaze on the candle. At this moment, the candle was still burning normally. However, just as Buzz's figure turned into the side of the castle, the candle went out. Joe Bai stared intently at the entire process of the candle going out. Instantly, a chill ran through his body. Because there was evidently no wind blowing around the castle a moment ago, yet that candle still went out. Moreover, it extinguished as if someone had taken a deep breath and blown towards the candle through the small hole Joe Bai had made. It seemed that this rule regarding the candle truly could not be solved with scientific thinking. Joe Bai stepped out of the room. Buzz stood in the hall on the first floor, looking up towards the second floor corridor. "Sir, do you still need me to go out and watch the candle?" Joe Bai shook his head. "Help me go out and bring in the candles and the vase, please." Buzz nodded, then walked out of the ancient castle again. Joe Bai walked into the study, took out the 2 rules he had obtained from the drawer, and began to think. Just a moment ago, when Buzz and Joe Bai stood next to the candle had not gone out. It would extinguish when people walked away. Could it be that someone needs to stand outside and watch over that candle all the time? Joe Bai thought of this but shook his head. First of all, there could also be danger outside on Christmas Eve. Moreover, he felt there were still some things about this experiment that he had not figured out. Chapter 143 6 friends, really hard to gather. Joe Bai placed the 2 rules on the table and then looked at the contents above. First, it was the issue of candy. If the candy is related to those neighbors outside the castle, then the candy could also be related to the Whitebeard organization. The people of Whitebeard have appeared in this small town. But he didn't know if the Blackbeard people had come over as well. Thinking of this, Joe Bai wrote down both Whitebeard and Blackbeard on the paper in front of him. Then he remembered the woman he had seen in the kitchen last time. That woman was clearly a mutant. So Joe Bai wrote the 3 words mutant on the paper. After thinking for a moment, he wrote Buzz's name next to those 3 words, and drew a circle, connecting them together. And the forces in this town certainly could not lack the existence of it. The candle and the record are very likely related to it. Joe Bai wrote and drew on his paper while looking at the contents of the rules. However, when he saw the rule about Santa Claus, he stopped writing. The 7th rule of survival for Christmas Eve. Santa Claus is just a legend. If someone dresses up as Santa Claus, please do not let him into the house. Santa Claus? Joe Bai wrote down the several forces he currently knew on the paper. But it was the appearance of Santa Claus that made Joe Bai unsure of where to categorize him. Joe Bai drew a big question mark next to the word Santa Claus. Then he stared at the note in his hand for a long time. When the clock approached 12 at night, he rubbed his temples and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. He took out a lighter and burned the paper filled with his writing. Then he went to the bathroom to change into his pajamas, and then returned to bed to sleep. When he lay on the bed, he was still pondering the rules in his mind. Are there only 2 rules in this copy? It seemed that the rules were much fewer compared to other copies. Joe Bai felt as if he had missed something. So, with a head full of questions, he slowly drifted into sleep. The next morning, Joe Bai was woken up promptly by the alarm clock at 8 o'clock. He looked out the window, and it was gray, with no sunlight shining in. He sat up from bed, walked to the window, and gazed outside. Today seemed like it would be a gloomy day. The clouds in the sky were thickly piled together. Joe Bai frowned at the sky, feeling that this was not a good omen. He opened the door, and Buzz was still standing at the entrance. "Good morning, sir." Joe Bai nodded at him, thought for a moment, and asked, "What time do you usually wake up?" Buzz was stunned for a few seconds before stammering, 6 or 7 o'clock. Joe Bai looked at him. Buzz looked away. "So usually at 6 or 7 o'clock, does sunlight shine into the castle?" This time, Buzz answered quickly, yes, usually around 7 o'clock, the sun shines into the castle. After hearing this, Jobai nodded and didn't ask anything more. Buzz let out a slight sigh of relief. Then I'll go downstairs and prepare breakfast for you, sir. After saying that, he went downstairs. Jobai glanced at the back of him leaving, then walked to the restroom to wash up. Today is the 4th day since Jobai entered this scenario. So far, he has only invited one friend, and starting today, he needs to begin inviting others. After finishing breakfast, Jobai took his axe and walked towards the graveyard. Booze stood at the entrance of the castle, and when he saw Jobai going to find Bald Jim, his expression turned gloomy. Jobai was unaware of Booze's expression and walked straight towards Bald Jim. At that moment, Jim was wiping the dust off his wife's grave with a cloth, doing it meticulously. When he saw Jobai approaching with the axe, he almost lost his balance. Fortunately, he managed to hold onto his wife's tombstone in time, preventing himself from falling. Didn't I give you a pine tree? Why are you here to find me again? Jobai brought the axe out of habit for his own safety. Unexpectedly, he frightened someone instead. He could only helplessly put the axe behind him and forced a friendly expression towards Jim. Don't get me wrong, I have no other intentions. It's just that on the evening of the 24th, I will host a gathering in the castle. I wanted to ask if you are available to attend? Jim relaxed his grip on the tombstone when he heard Jobai's invitation. You mean, on the evening of the 24th, I can enter the castle? Jobai thought this question seemed a bit strange. However, it didn't seem to stray from the main topic. Yes. My gathering will take place inside the castle. Without thinking, Jim immediately said. Okay, I will attend. Thus, Jobai invited his second friend. He walked back towards the castle holding the axe. At the castle entrance, Booze was still standing there. Seeing Jobai return, he lowered his head to him. Sir. Jobai looked at him. On the 24th, I will invite 6 friends over for the gathering, and you need to prepare in advance. Booze looked up at Jobai, then lowered his head again. Yes, sir. After that, Jobai got into the car driven by Booze, heading towards the quiet town. This time, the car didn't stop at the door of that restaurant. Instead, it dropped Jobai on the most bustling street in the town. Jobai looked at the row of shops and took a deep breath. He wondered if directly inviting others to come to his house on Christmas Eve would get him driven away as a madman. Jobai thought that gathering 6 friends would truly be difficult. He could only brace himself and randomly choose a shop to start a conversation. The result was that most of the time, others looked at him with strange eyes and politely asked him to leave. Jobai tried several shops helplessly, and they all ended in failure. As he walked, he arrived at Austin's bakery. He took out his phone and checked the time. It was already close to noon, but still a bit early for Jobai's class. Feeling dejected, Jobai sighed and put his phone away, then pushed open the door and walked in. I told you to come early, but not this early. If you waste my time, there will be extra charges. Jobai glanced at him and didn't pay attention to his request for extra charges. He walked to the counter, casually chose some bread, then went in front of Austin to check out. Don't think just because you are my student, you can get a discount. You can only buy bread at the original price. Austin said while calculating the price of the bread Jobai was holding. Jobai ignored his words and frowned, pondering his own problem. Suddenly, he looked up at Austin and asked. What do you think would happen if I invited Kevin to the gathering on the 24th? Austin heard Jobai's question. The smile on his face instantly froze. If you invite him, then your dinner on the 24th might be quite exciting. Jobai pondered the meaning behind his words. From your tone, it seems you don't mind? Austin showed an indifferent expression at this moment. He shrugged and said to Jobai. You don't mind if I bring a weapon while attending the party, right? Jobai also shrugged, imitating him. My party doesn't have so many rules. So, both of them looked at each other and revealed a meaningful smile. Jobai handed over the coins that needed to be paid, then found a spot to sit down. While nibbling on bread, he looked towards the decoration shop across the street. Austin leaned against the door, arms crossed over his chest, also gazing at the shop across. The decoration shop across had its door tightly closed. The blackboard announcing today's discounts was still placed outside. However, at this time, there were very few passers-by walking by his shop. Jobai finished his bread in 3 or 4 bites. He patted the crumbs off his hands and then walked towards the decoration shop. Austin remained by the door, watching Jobai walk away. This time, Jobai didn't stand outside waiting for Kevin to greet him. Instead, he knocked on the shop door and walked in. Inside the decoration shop, Kevin was organizing his goods. Seeing someone come through the door, he immediately revealed a bright smile. Hello, sir. Are you looking to buy something? Jobai also smiled at him. But when he saw what Kevin was holding, he froze in place. Kevin was holding a piece of clothing. A red and white suit, a Santa Claus outfit. Jobai struggled to keep his expression from looking too abrupt. Actually, I'm not here to buy anything today. Kevin's expression remained unchanged. He simply folded the clothing and placed it among dozens of other Santa Claus outfits in the cabinet. Then he walked up to Jobai. If you're not buying anything, then is there something you need from me? At this moment, Jobai also began to hesitate. He stood there, feeling trapped between a rock and a hard place again. Should he invite this guest, or should he not? Kevin tilted his head, looking at Jobai with confusion. At this moment, the experts watching the live broadcast also noticed the problem Jobai was facing. Regarding Kevin, has any effective information been received from other countries? After the chosen one from White Elephant Country died at Kevin's hands, other countries' chosen ones have been avoiding contact with Kevin. So, for now, no other useful information has been obtained. What about the situation with inviting guests among the other chosen ones? It's not going smoothly. I feel that the 6 guests to be invited in this instance seem to have been predetermined long ago. The space the chosen ones can freely operate in is quite limited. The experts sitting at the head of the conference table fell silent after hearing this report. If that's the case, then the chosen ones cannot consider the danger level while inviting guests. The experts did not use their hint opportunities. Instead, they looked at the screen, waiting for Jobai's choice. In the live broadcast, Jobai thought for a moment and then said to Kevin, I wonder if you have any knowledge about the ancient castle not far from Silent Town? Jobai felt he needed to confirm whether Kevin had any grievances with the castle before he could extend his invitation. Upon hearing Jobai mention the castle, Kevin immediately smiled happily. Oh, I have passed by that castle. That building is truly very beautiful. If I could go inside for a visit, that would be wonderful. Jobai felt. The other party seemed to be crazily hinting that he wanted to invite him. This made his heart stir with doubts. However, he recalled the chain of rejections he faced in the morning, and thought, no matter what, he should at least give it a try. At worst, he could just prepare a few more weapons in the castle. If he came dressed as Santa Claus, he could just lock him outside. Or, he could simply strip off his Christmas outfit. That shouldn't violate the rules, right? And besides, there's still Austin, isn't there? If all else fails, letting Austin out should result in them both getting hurt, right? With this thought in mind, Jobai said to him, I will host a gathering in the castle at 6 p.m. on the 24th. I wonder if you are free that day? As soon as Kevin heard this, he jumped up in excitement and happily clapped his hands. Is it true? You want to invite me to the castle for the gathering? Oh my god. I'm so happy. Seeing him so thrilled, Jobai felt like he had fallen into a trap. But he still nodded at him, it's true. So, Kevin happily said to Jobai. Then it's settled. I will be on time for the gathering at the castle at 6 p.m. on the 24th. In this way, Jobai successfully invited his third friend. However, before leaving the decoration store, he didn't forget to tell him. My gathering is a very casual friends gathering. That means you don't need to dress up specially. What you're wearing now is just fine. Kevin seemed unable to catch the hidden meaning in Jobai's words. He directly assumed he was complimenting him. You really have good taste. You have no idea how hard it is to find this outfit. Kevin wanted to introduce what he was wearing to Jobai. However, Jobai seemed like he was trying to escape, and immediately opened the shop door. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After dropping this sentence, he hurriedly walked out. Once he arrived on the street, Jobai let out a long sigh of relief. Austin was still leaning against the door of his shop. When he saw Jobai come out of the decoration store with a somewhat embarrassed expression, he immediately laughed. Be cautious in making friends, I hope you can understand this principle. Jobai shot him an annoyed glance. Then I should indeed be cautious when making a friend like you. After saying this, he passed by him and walked into the bakery. Austin was a little displeased after being retorted by Jobai. He followed behind him, walking angrily as he said, Do you know that here, showing disrespect to your teacher costs a fine? Jobai glanced at Austin. He felt that Austin's disrespectful attitude was indeed suitable for being released on the night of the 24th to fight with Kevin. Chapter 145, The Photo Hidden in the Book. Jobai walked into the baking room. The items for making Christmas cakes had already been prepared on the table by Austin. Jobai stood in front of the table, picked up the tools, recalled the lessons from the first day, and then began to make it. Austin stood beside him, correcting Jobai's mistakes from time to time. By around 6 p.m., with Austin's guidance, Jobai finally made a Christmas cake. He looked at the cake in front of him and pulled out 2 gold coins, tossing them to Austin. As we agreed on the first day, if I learn it in 3 days, I'll give you 2 more gold coins. Austin took the coins and happily put them into his pocket. My student has indeed learned the valuable quality of keeping promises from me. Not bad, not bad. Jobai shook his head helplessly. He had mastered the baking skill for the Christmas cake, but on the 24th, he still had to make the Christmas cake himself. The tools in the castle's kitchen were not complete, so he could only manage to cope with Buzz's culinary skills. As for making a big project like a Christmas cake, that kitchen still couldn't satisfy. At that time, I still had to borrow Austin's bakery. So, Jobai said to him, "You are right. A teacher must have good virtues so that his students can learn from him, don't you think?" Austin nodded in agreement. "I think that among human virtues, generosity and not being petty are also included. Isn't that so?" Austin, with a grin, patted the gold coins in his pocket and nodded. "It's all because of you that I can learn and become a better person." Austin looked up, adjusted his chef's hat, and smiled. "What you said makes sense too." Jobai looked at him, holding back a laugh, and continued. "Then on the 24th, I will make a Christmas cake. My generous teacher will definitely help me prepare the materials and lend me his bakery early in the morning. You agree, right?" Austin raised his head high, his big hand spread out, of course. Thus, Jobai no longer had to spend a gold coin and got the materials for the Christmas cake and half a day's use of the bakery for free. When Jobai walked to the bakery, Austin still hadn't noticed anything wrong. He continued to pick up his little mirror, happily arranging his hair under his chef's hat. Jobai finished late today, and Buzz had been standing outside the bakery for almost half an hour. Jobai walked over, and Buzz helped him open the car door. Then Jobai said to him, "Let's go back to the castle." Rarely, Jobai did not want to go anywhere else and went straight back to the castle. Buzz said nothing more and drove towards the castle. After returning to the castle, Buzz went to the kitchen to cook, while Jobai walked into the study on the second floor. Outside the second floor study window, Bald Jim was again appearing at the gravesite, cutting down trees with his chainsaw. Zzz. His chainsaw made a noise that Jobai could hear clearly even from the study. Jobai took out the 2 rules from the drawer again. He looked at the contents inside. The 5th rule of the Castle Survival Guide. Please do not make loud noises in the castle, to avoid disturbing your neighbors. Making loud noises in the castle, for fear of disturbing the neighbors. Wasn't Bald Jim afraid of disturbing the neighbors while sawing wood in the cemetery every day? Thinking of this, Jobai opened the window and looked at where Bald Jim was. Should he discuss this issue with him? As Jobai was pondering this question, Buzz came up after finishing the meal. He lightly knocked on the study's door, and Jobai turned to look at him. "Sir, dinner is ready." So, Jobai shifted his gaze away from Bald Jim. It seemed the discussion would have to be postponed. Jobai walked to the desk, put the 2 pieces of paper back into the drawer. Then he followed Buzz to the dining room. After dinner, Jobai returned to the study again. At this moment, Bald Jim had probably gone home. There were no more sounds of the chainsaw outside the window. Jobai sat back in the chair at the desk, looking at the 2 rules in the drawer. The night of the 24th was a clear life and death situation. But the information he obtained was still too little. Tomorrow was the 5th day. Strictly speaking, he had only 2 days left to prepare. And now, he had only invited 3 friends. Moreover, the true identities of each friend were still unclear. Additionally, candles, records, and candies were all not sorted out. The progress was still too slow. Thinking of this, Jobai began to feel anxious. He stood up, furrowed his brows, and deep in thought. And unconsciously, his feet began to pace back and forth in the study. On the bookshelf behind the desk, there was a full cabinet of books. The pages were covered in dust. Every time Jobai passed by the bookshelf, he did not lift his eyes to glance at the books above. Until he stopped moving his feet. His eyes unconsciously swept over the bookshelf, only then did he discover something unusual. A whole bookshelf full of books, each one looked very serious. Only one book, placed in the corner, had a cover that appeared especially unique. Just by looking at the cover, Jobai guessed that it must be a children's book. Jobai looked at that book and then reached out to take it out. From upstairs came the sound of Buzz moving chairs and tables while cleaning. Holding the book, Jobai somehow walked to the door and locked the study from the inside. Not until he finished this action did Jobai sit down at the desk, slowly flipping through the pages one by one. The content of the book was fine. This was just an ordinary children's book. But when Jobai flipped to one page, he suddenly stopped his action. A photograph appeared in front of Jobai. In the photo, there were 3 people. A man, a woman, and a little boy. Specifically, this should be a family portrait. But when Jobai clearly saw the appearance of the 3 people, he was shocked all over. The man, Jobai had seen him in the album in the living room. Buzz had said that he was the previous master of this castle. and the woman beside him had long hair. Her blue eyes looked at the camera, revealing a brilliant smile. Joe-bai's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly looked at the little boy in the middle. As expected, his eyes were also blue. Joe-bai looked at the little boy in the photo and remained silent for a long time before finally closing the book. He placed the book back in its original position. After sitting in his seat for a while, he opened the study's door. At that moment, he suddenly saw a pair of blue eyes appearing outside the door, looking at him. Joe-bai was startled unexpectedly. Buzz did not know how long he had been standing outside the study door. His face had no expression at all. Those blue eyes just stared straight at Joe-bai. Joe-bai instantly felt a chill creeping down his back. Before, when he was in the study, he rarely locked the door. So Buzz might have sensed something a bit unusual. Joe-bai looked at Buzz, paused, and then asked, "Is the cleaning done upstairs?" Hearing Joe-bai's question, Buzz lowered his head. "It's done." Joe-bai passed by him and walked downstairs. Buzz glanced at Joe-bai's back, then turned to look at the study again. Inside the study, the children's book had been returned to the corner by Joe-bai. If one did not look closely, no one would pay attention to its existence. Buzz's gaze did not fall on that book. He merely scanned around before turning off the study lights and followed Joe-bai towards the stairs. Joe-bai arrived in the first-floor hall and found a place to sit down. Meanwhile, Buzz stood behind Joe-bai, his eyes looking down, could see the top of Joe-bai's head. If he wanted, he could easily take Joe-bai's life at any moment. Joe-bai did not speak or turn to look at him. And Buzz stood there without making any movement. The audience watching the live broadcast also felt the subtle atmosphere between the master and servant at this moment. Joe-bai leaned against the back of the chair. In his mind, the face of that little boy overlapped with Buzz's face. It made him feel as if he was in a tangle of threads, finally on the verge of finding the end of the thread. If Buzz wanted Joe-bai's life, then, during so many days together, he had hundreds of chances to take action. But he didn't, so Joe-bai didn't have to worry about this for now. However, he is the son of the previous master of the castle, yet he does not inherit the castle, instead allowing Joe-bai to inherit it, while lurking around Joe-bai. Why is that? Joe-bai couldn't come up with a reasonable answer to that. Inside the hall of the castle, neither of them spoke. One person sat, and the other stood. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live stream held their breath, anxiously waiting for what would come next. At that moment, Joe-bai finally spoke, breaking the silence between the two of them. "Buzz, tell me, are you my friend?" Buzz froze at Joe-bai's question. He didn't understand the meaning behind Joe-bai's words and felt anxious about how to respond. "Sir, I don't know. I have never had a friend." Joe-bai also fell silent. After a while, he continued, "I think you should be considered my friend." Buzz stared blankly at Joe-bai's sitting figure. Then Joe-bai continued, "On the 24th, you will join me as my friend at the party, okay?" After saying that, Joe-bai turned to look at Buzz. Buzz instantly felt unsure of how to position his hands. Okay, sir." Buzz quickly lowered his head. Joe-bai smiled and then went back to his room on the second floor. He went to the bathroom, took a shower, changed into his pajamas, and then lay down to sleep. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Joe-bai was awakened by the alarm clock. He turned to look out the window. The sunlight had not yet entered the room. He turned off the alarm clock and continued to sleep. Outside the room, because of the ringing alarm clock, a series of bang 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 sounds came from outside. It seemed that someone was startled by Joe-bai's alarm. Joe-bai turned off the alarm clock, not intending to open the door. Instead, he wrapped himself tightly in the blanket and fell back into a dream. By around 8 in the morning, the sunlight shone on Joe-bai's face. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight and then sat up in bed. Buzz was still standing outside, waiting for Joe-bai. "Sir, it seems you're up a bit earlier today." Joe-bai looked at him, and he immediately lowered his head. "Not early. I wanted to leave earlier but didn't expect to not get up." Buzz smiled immediately. "Then I'll go prepare breakfast for you, sir." After saying that, he went downstairs. Joe-bai went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, then changed into clothes for going out, and walked downstairs. Next to the stairs on the first floor, there was a vase placed in an inconspicuous spot. Joe-bai paused beside the vase, looking at it. Below the vase was a short pillar made of plaster. From Joe-bai's years of watching TV dramas, he felt this vase must be some kind of switch. But he didn't know what kind of switch it was. Joe-bai glanced at the direction of the dining room. Buzz's figure was far away, walking toward the hall. So, Joe-bai reached out his hand, pretending he was going to touch the vase. Then, he heard a hurried shout coming from Buzz's direction. "Sir!" Joe-bai withdrew his hand, showing a puzzled expression as he looked at Buzz. "What's wrong?" Buzz quickly walked a few steps to Joe-bai's front. Yet, his gaze still stayed on that vase. Sorry, sir. It's that breakfast is ready. If you don't hurry to eat, it will get cold. Cold is not good. Buzz was looking for a clumsy excuse for his earlier fluster. Jobai pretended not to notice his unease. Then, he walked toward the dining room. Buzz glanced back at the vase and then followed behind Jobai into the dining room. After breakfast, Jobai sat in the reception room, picked up the album, and started flipping through it again. Buzz stood behind Jobai, so Jobai couldn't know. What was his expression when he saw his father's photo? Jobai looked through all the photos in the album, then finally closed the album again. Today is the 5th day. Jobai still needed to invite 2 friends. And the candy, records, and candles had not yet been sorted out. Candy could be solved with money, so that wasn't a big problem. As for the records and candles, that was a bit of a headache. Thinking of this, Jobai felt that time was extremely pressing. He turned to Buzz. Let's go, take me to Silent Town. After saying that, he headed towards the door. Although he couldn't judge the truth of the rule about records, Jobai still felt that he had to go see that record store again. So, he got into the car that Buzz was driving and headed towards Silent Town, where the record store was located. Chapter 147 Chapter 147 The Fifth Guest. The car that Buzz drove was still parked in front of the same small alley as last time. Jobai was worried that the old man's hearing might not be very good, which would interfere with their communication. So he still brought his notebook and pen. He got out of the car and walked deep into the alley. Ever since he pierced his hand before, Jobai hadn't heard that retro sound again. The alley was very quiet, and there were no pedestrians around. Jobai quickly arrived at the small road where the record store was located. He turned into the small road and saw, at the end of the road, the record store sign, which was partially broken, shining its light. The store door was open. The thin old man was sitting in a reclining chair. His eyes were looking towards the place where Jobai was. He looked like he was waiting for Jobai to arrive. Jobai walked towards the record store. But as he got closer and slowly saw the old man's face, he froze in place. The old man sitting in the reclining chair looked so thin, he seemed like he was about to lose his life. Jobai looked at him and felt his heart being tugged. Compared to their last meeting, he looked like he had aged 10 years. His hair was completely white. And the wrinkles on his face were deep like ravines. Jobai felt very shocked. He didn't know what the old man had experienced in just 2 short days. Jobai just felt an ominous premonition slowly rising in his heart. He stopped in his tracks. But after hesitating for a moment, he continued walking towards the record store. At this moment, the old man's hand was holding a record. He saw Jobai coming and tremblingly supported himself on the table beside him, struggling to stand up from the chair. "Guest, are you here to buy records today as well?" His voice was much weaker. His eyes looked at Jobai, and his hand tightly clutched that record. Jobai also looked at the record in his hand. He felt that this was very likely the record he needed. Moreover, it seemed that if he just asked that question again, he could easily obtain this record. The more it was like this, the heavier Jobai's sense of unease became. Things that could be obtained too easily always made people feel insecure. So, he hesitated and did not immediately answer the old man in front of him. The old man couldn't wait for Jobai's answer, and the light in his eyes seemed to dim a little. Jobai looked at him and ultimately opened his mouth to repeat the question he asked the first time he came here. "Excuse me, do you have a record here that has the song Jingle Bells on it?" When the old man heard Jobai's question, the light in his eyes was reignited. "Yes, this one I have in hand is it." Sure enough, it was as Jobai guessed. But, he didn't feel happy about it. "I specially found this in the warehouse these past 2 days." The old man looked at Jobai, perhaps fearing he would grow suspicious, and hurriedly added. Jobai gazed at the record, unsure if it was damaged. But he didn't have much room to choose. So, he still reached out, wanting to take the record. He planned to return to the castle and study it first. Then decide whether to play the record on Christmas Eve. However, just as Jobai extended his hand, the old man suddenly protected the record in his arms. "You must promise me one condition before I sell you this record." Jobai looked at the old man warily. "What condition?" The old man held the record close, his eyes looking past Jobai, staring into the distance. "On Christmas Eve, I hope to stand on the lookout tower of the castle and see the view outside." Upon hearing the old man's request, Jobai felt his inner warning bell tighten. Seeing Jobai was silent, the old man continued. "I don't have much time left, and I hope you can help me fulfill this wish." Jobai's rational mind told him not to let someone else's words influence his decision. So, he made a strong effort to avoid looking at the old man's expression and continued to contemplate the pros and cons. What kind of view could be outside the castle? Outside the castle, there were only graves and wild grass. And the old man's wish before dying was to see those graves and wild grass? Then, it was very possible. He understood what had happened 10 years ago. If this was the case, his involvement might indeed be unavoidable. Thinking of this, Jobai finally looked up at the old man. He saw the old man's hopeful gaze. Jobai looked at the wrinkles on his face. This old man clearly did not want Jobai to have the record at first. But he suddenly changed his mind. The reason for this should be related to his sudden aging condition. This made it even more difficult to distinguish whether the old man was a friend or foe. Jobai looked at the old man with a probing gaze. In the end, he still extended his hand to him. "All right, I agree to your condition." Then, the old man smiled. However, his wrinkled face, no matter how it smiled, brought a sense of sadness. He handed the record to Jobai's hands. As Jobai took the record, he immediately felt the weight in his hands. He held the record and the notebook together, then said to the old man, "On the evening of the 24th at 6 p.m., I will hold a gathering at the castle. I would like to invite you." The old man continued to smile. He nodded to Jobai, "No problem, I will definitely be there on time." Thus, Jobai gained the 5th guest for the Christmas Eve gathering. Today's progress was much smoother than he had expected. After bidding farewell to the old man, Jobai took the record and walked back along the same road to the main road. In the time that followed, Jobai headed to a small restaurant. There, he had lunch and conveniently ordered all the meals for the dinner on the 24th from the owner. After all, the food made by Busey was fine for him to eat alone. But serving it to guests felt a bit impolite. The restaurant owner was delighted to receive such a big order. He happily accepted Jobai's deposit. "Looks like I will need to close the shop for a day on the 24th. Jobai smiled and took a bite of his sandwich, not intending to comment on his decision. "Don't worry, I will prepare well and deliver the food to the castle on time. After I finish your order, I can just head home to spend Christmas Eve with my family." The restaurant owner was filled with joy. He looked forward to the upcoming Christmas Eve. Jobai then took a sip of coffee. He smiled at the restaurant owner. He felt happy for the other's simple joy as well. Chapter 148, Candle in Hand. Jobai finished his lunch and chatted with the restaurant owner about the dishes for the Christmas Eve dinner. By 2 p.m., he settled the bill and walked out of the restaurant. He had obtained the record, but he still needed to secure the candles and candy. So, Jobai headed toward the candle shop. His previous attempts had not been successful. He needed to see if he had missed any information. Jobai arrived at the candle shop. The shop owner naturally recognized Jobai as a major customer. Upon meeting, he warmly greeted him. Jobai asked him to introduce everything that the store sold once again. However, after looking at everything in the store, Jobai still did not find anything useful. He then asked the candle shop owner for ways to prevent candles from extinguishing outdoors. The owner explained enthusiastically, but what he said was not the information Jobai wanted to know. In the end, Jobai could only buy the largest and thickest candle and walked out of the store. The candle shop owner introduced for a long time but only received a copper coin from Jobai. He could only watch Jobai's departing figure, revealing a mournful expression. Jobai held the candle in one hand and the record in the other, walking dejectedly on the quiet town streets. The candle shop had not provided the information Jobai wanted. There was only one day left to prepare. Could it be that on the night of the 24th, Jobai really had to watch that candle outdoors? Thinking about the cold wind that might blow all night, Jobai couldn't help but shrink his neck. On a winter afternoon, despite the sunshine on the ground, it was still very cold. Jobai chose sunny spots to feel a little warmth. Just then, he saw a passerby approaching, holding a cake in his hands. At first, Jobai did not think too much. He just glanced at the cake and looked elsewhere. However, after taking a few more steps forward, he suddenly stopped. An idea flashed through his mind. Thus, the expression on his face changed from shock to excitement. Candles are not only available at the candle shop. When buying a birthday cake, they also come with candles. I need to find Austin. So, Jobai quickly quickened his pace toward the bakery. As he accelerated, his mind raced. During previous tests, the candles clearly did not extinguish naturally. The extinguishing of the candles was related to it. Therefore, what Jobai needed to find was a candle that even it could not blow out. So, the candle he might need to find was not an ordinary candle. Remember that candle in the horror tavern that never goes out? What Jobai was looking for might just be such a candle. Before long, Jobai spotted the bakery in his line of sight. At that moment, Austin was arranging bread. Through the glass window of the bakery, his every move was perfectly in Jobai's eyes. He still wore gloves on his hands. Jobai stared at the gloves on his hands but recalled the first rule from the train of cycles instance. No matter how unique you are, we can accept you. This meant that regardless of whether there were mutations, they could accept him. So, even if Austin had mutations, he was very likely a member of the Whitebeard organization. Jobai stood at the door of the bakery and abruptly opened the shop door. Austin, still holding a loaf of bread, looked surprised at the sound that suddenly erupted at the door. Jobai took a deep breath and directly asked him, "Austin, are you one of the Whitebeard organization?" Jobai stared at Austin, his hand reaching into his pocket. In the next second, he was about to pull out that Whitebeard badge. At that moment, he saw Austin heavily place a loaf of bread on the shelf. Then he angrily said, "You are the Whitebeard, your whole family is Whitebeard." Jobai was dumbfounded as he looked at Austin. What? Did he guess wrong? Austin then walked to the counter, angrily taking off his gloves. At that moment, Jobai noticed that these were clearly just normal hands. He hadn't mutated. He didn't like the people from the Whitebeard organization. Usually, he monitors Kevin across the street. Then, his identity should be a member of the Blackbeard organization. Since that's the case, he shouldn't be considered an enemy. Thinking of this, Jobai walked up to Austin. He saw Austin take a tissue, meticulously wiping his hands, then put the gloves back on. His anger hadn't subsided. Noticing Jobai staring at his hands, he snapped. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such beautiful hands?" Jobai didn't want to argue. Instead, he withdrew his gaze and smiled, directly addressing him. "Hello, Mr. Austin from the Blackbeard organization." Only then did Austin stop his movements. He changed to a serious expression, looking at Jobai. "You have some sight. Speak, what brings you here today?" Jobai wasn't sure if Austin really had the candle he wanted. But he could only try to ask. "I am looking for a candle that won't be blown out. Do you have it here?" Austin seriously looked at Jobai, and after a while, he took out a candle from the drawer and placed it in front of Jobai. "Of course, we have it. And our candles are much better than the Whitebeards." Jobai looked at the candle in front of him. The candle was thin and short. Just by appearance, it looked almost identical to the one he had bought, which extinguished in 15 minutes. So, he picked up the candle skeptically and asked, "Are you sure it won't go out?" Hearing this, Austin reached out to grab the candle back from Jobai. "If you doubt it, just return the candle to me." Jobai quickly dodged his grab. "I don't doubt it, I don't doubt it. Just tell me, how much is this?" Originally, Jobai was prepared to be heavily gouged. Unexpectedly, Austin waved his hand at him. "Forget it, just take it. Birthday candles are originally a gift. Plus, I want to live too." Jobai looked at him. So, he also knew there would be danger on the night of the 24th. Austin shrugged at Jobai, acting as if he didn't care. Jobai suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders seemed heavier. He silently held the candle in his hand. "Thank you, I hope we can both see the sunlight of the 25th. After saying this, he didn't look at Austin's expression. Instead, he took the candle, opened the shop door, and walked straight out. Chapter 149 149th chapter Listening to the record. Jobai walked out of the bakery and wandered around the street for a while. Then he saw Buzz driving the car, stopping at the entrance of the old alley. Jobai walked over to him. Buzz opened the car door for Jobai, and he got into the car. Then the car headed towards the castle. It was only 5 in the afternoon, the sun had not yet set. After Buzz parked the car, he went to the kitchen to start preparing dinner. In the corner of the castle hall, there was an old-fashioned phonograph. Jobai moved the phonograph out and took out the record he got from the old man, then he prepared to see if it could play. The phonograph looked very old. Jobai was afraid of breaking it, so he carefully studied the switches on it. He gently placed the record on it. After studying it for a while, I finally understood how to operate the phonograph. It took a lot of effort before the phonograph finally made a sound. However, the sound was sharp and harsh. It made Jobai even suspect that the phonograph was broken, which was why it made such a noise. Ding. G. Ding. G. Dang. Bell. G. Air. G. Sound. G. Jobai frowned, enduring the discomfort, just barely able to distinguish the lyrics of the song. After listening for a while, Jobai really found it hard to bear the noise. He hurriedly took the record out. In the cabinet, he found another record and put it on. Then, he finally heard a pleasant sound coming from the phonograph. It seemed that the problem wasn't with the phonograph, but with the record itself. Jobai had just listened to the record and, aside from finding it truly unpleasant, didn't feel any other discomfort. That is to say, this record's target audience should not be a normal person like Jobai. There was also another possibility: this record needed to be played at a specific time to work. If that was the case, then Jobai felt there was still some room for maneuvering. There should be a way to avoid breaking the rules without falling into its trap. Jobai was pondering this issue while carefully putting the record away in the drawer beneath the phonograph. After tidying up, he sat in the hall, looking towards the window. Then he watched as the sun slowly descended before him. The time gradually reached 6 p.m. Buzz had prepared dinner and came to call Jobai to the dining room. After dinner, it was completely dark outside. Jobai walked back to the hall, picked up the candle that Austin had given him, and lit it with a lighter. Then, he held the candle in his hand, quietly watching it burn in front of him. He watched the candle burning right before him. Suddenly, he blew hard at the candle. The flame flickered in front of Jobai. But it only flickered and showed no sign of going out. So, Jobai took out a collection of candle holders, picked a suitable one, and placed the candle on it. Then, holding the candle, he walked to the back of the castle. He arrived at the place where he had placed the candle last time, finding a spot to set down the candle holder. Then he walked back to the castle. He went to the second floor, stood in front of the room, and knocked 3 times on the door. After waiting in silence inside, he opened the door. There was nothing unusual inside the room, so Jobai went straight to open the window. Then he looked down. Outside the window, a vast expanse of wild grass and graves was shrouded in darkness. Only a small candle below was emitting a faint light, as if fighting against the darkness ahead. Seeing this scene, Jobai finally felt that his heart seemed to have a bit more safety. He didn't rush to take back the candle from outside the castle. Instead, he went outside, found a few stones again to secure the candle holder, and then walked back into the castle. Since Buzz learned that Jobai would invite friends over for a gathering on the 24th, he had been cleaning even more diligently. This castle hadn't had any guests for a long time. Both the castle and Buzz felt very unfamiliar with this matter. He was seen seriously wiping the furniture in the hall with a cloth. Seeing him so serious, Jobai intentionally laughed at him. "Buzz, you're cleaning so well, I'm afraid the guests will be too scared to sit down when they arrive." Buzz was stunned when he heard that. "Well, then I won't clean anymore." Jobai was just about to nod. But he heard Buzz continue, "The dining room still needs to be cleaned, I'll go wipe the table again." It was clear that Buzz seemed to be quite nervous about the upcoming gathering. Jobai could not stop him anymore, so he just had to follow him. Sat in the living room for a while, thinking about what he might have overlooked. Then, he went back to the second floor. He took a shower in the bathroom, changed into his pajamas, knocked 3 times on the door, and after entering the room, lay down to sleep. The next morning, Jobai woke up close to 9 o'clock because of the sunlight streaming in through the window. He got up from bed. He walked to the window, opened it, and looked down. Then he saw that the candle had burned all night and had not gone out. Only when Jobai saw the candle did he feel relieved. He closed the window again and rubbed his hands. Today seemed to be a bit colder. Jobai opened the wardrobe, picked out a warmer outfit, and after changing, opened the door. Buzz was still standing by the door, waiting for Jobai to get up. "Good morning, sir." Jobai nodded at him. Then, Buzz went downstairs to prepare breakfast. Jobai also went downstairs, walked out of the ancient castle, and went to bring the candle back to his room. Only then did he go to the bathroom to freshen up. Today was already the 6th day since Jobai entered this scenario. And tomorrow was Christmas Eve. Jobai now only needed to invite one more guest and buy some candy to complete all the preparations. So, after freshening up, Jobai walked into the study. That box of gold coins was placed in the study. Over 9,900 gold coins were in the box, and the amount looked almost the same as it did at the beginning. Jobai calculated how much he might need to spend today and tomorrow. He also set aside the remaining payment that needed to be given to the restaurant owner in advance. Then he closed the box, hugged it, and walked down the stairs. Buzz looked at Jobai bringing the entire box of gold coins down, slightly stunned but quickly concealed his expression. After a simple breakfast, Jobai hugged the box and got into the car driven by Buzz, heading towards Silent Town again. This time, their destination was the candy store in Silent Town. Chapter 150, Inviting the Last Guest. Jobai's only plan today was to go to the candy store. So, after he got out of the car holding a whole box, Buzz waited outside. In the amazed gaze of Buzz, Jobai held the box with one hand. With the other hand, he pushed open the door of the candy store and walked in. The round-faced owner at the counter immediately broke into a smile upon hearing the door open. But when he saw Jobai, he quickly retracted his smile. This person, the first time he came, ate candy without wanting to pay. The second time he came, he looked around for a long time and then left without spending a penny. This time, he probably wasn't here for anything good. The round-faced owner grabbed a cloth and lowered his head to wipe the table, feebly saying, "Welcome." Jobai stood inside the store holding the box. He looked around, then took down a colorful candy strip from the wall that was marked with a price of 2 gold coins. Only this one decoration was missing to complete the Christmas tree. Joe Bai looked at the colorful candy strip in his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and then placed it on the round-faced owner's counter. The round-faced owner looked up at Joe Bai in surprise. It seemed like this person was here to buy candy today. "Sir, do you want to buy this candy strip? It costs 2 gold coins." Afraid Joe Bai hadn't seen the price listed next to the product, the round-faced owner emphasized it to him. Joe Bai nodded at him. He then placed the box he was holding on the round-faced owner's counter. Next, he opened the box wide. Thus, the box filled with gold coins appeared before the round-faced owner. The coins gleamed with golden light, causing the round-faced owner to squint his eyes. "See, customer, what is this?" Joe Bai brought the box of gold coins. Pushed it in front of the round-faced boss. "There are 9,922 gold coins in here. Subtract 2 gold coins for the candy bars. The remaining amount is just enough to buy 1240 Christmas candies. Can you help me get the Christmas candies?" The round-faced boss, seeing the box of gold coins pushed in front of him, couldn't believe that such a big box of coins was actually for him. He immediately felt a bit flustered. Count the candies. Yes, I should count the candies. But maybe I should count the gold coins too. So, should I count the gold coins first, or the candies?" The round-faced boss probably rarely encountered a customer making such an unusual order. His clumsy appearance made Joe Bai feel a little uncomfortable. I'm not in a hurry. You can count the gold coins first, take your time." Hearing Joe Bai's words, the round-faced boss finally stood at the counter, counting the gold coins one by one. Joe Bai thought it would take a while for the round-faced boss to finish counting. With the cold wind blowing outside, Joe Bai looked at Buzz standing at the door and walked over to him. "I'm not going to finish quickly, you can wait in the car." Buzz nodded. Looking back at the whole box of gold coins in the store, his eyes inevitably dimmed. After finishing up with Buzz, Joe Bai closed the door and walked back to the counter. 1034, 1035, 1036. Joe Bai watched the round-faced boss clumsily but seriously counting the gold coins and shook his head helplessly. He found a spot to sit and quietly waited for him to finish counting. There was still a friend he hadn't invited, and he wondered if this round-faced boss would become his guest. Sitting in the chair, Joe Bai pondered this question. Unconsciously, he reached into his pocket and grabbed the white-bearded badge. Meanwhile, the round-faced boss at the counter was finally close to finishing counting the gold coins. 9920, 9921, 9922. Finally finished. 9,922 gold coins, not one more, not one less. Joe Bai stood up, but the white-bearded badge still remained in his pocket and he didn't take it out. "Can you help me pack 1240 Christmas candies? By the way, I will be hosting a party in the castle on the night of the 24th at 6 p.m. May I invite you to attend?" The round-faced boss looked at Joe Bai, and his round eyes rolled around as if he was seriously considering the question. December 24th. This date feels a bit familiar. But after I get off work, I'm free. Attending your party shouldn't be a problem. Joe Bai thought his answer seemed a bit strange. But nonetheless, he finally gathered 6 friends to attend the party. The round-faced boss packed 1240 Christmas candies into a transparent box. He then placed the candy bars Joe Bai bought together with the box into a bag. Then, he handed the bag to Joe Bai. So, after bidding farewell to the round-faced boss, Joe Bai walked out of the candy store with the exceptionally expensive bag. He got into the car and returned to the castle. Normally, Joe Bai should be fully prepared. He invited 6 friends for the party. Records, candies, Christmas tree, candles, Christmas cake, everything was ready. Next, it would depend on how to handle the night of the 24th. Joe Bai sat in the hall of the castle and took out a Christmas candy from the transparent box. The candy was wrapped in 3 colors, red, white, and green. Joe Bai looked at the candy and then squeezed it hard. The thin shell of the candy shattered, revealing the red powder inside. This candy, worth 8 gold coins, was crushed by Joe Bai. The audience in the Giant Summer Kingdom's live stream, although knowing Joe Bai was doing an experiment, couldn't help but feel heartbroken at the sight. By this time, the chosen ones from other countries in Blue Star had almost completed their preparations. Although some people's preparations may be different, at this point in the game, surprisingly, 70% of the chosen ones have survived. The game has reached its climax, yet the chosen ones still have such a high survival rate. This has hardly ever happened in previous games. The countries still live streaming are extremely excited, with viewers all waiting in front of their screens for the final day to arrive. In the live stream from the Great Xia Nation, Joe Bai walked to the bathroom, washing his hands that were covered in red powder. After finishing lunch, Joe Bai returned to the study, once again studying the 2 rules he had obtained. Joe Bai held the 2 pieces of paper, and as he looked, he felt it seemed a bit colder around him. He rubbed his hands and turned to look out the window. Then he was surprised to discover that, outside the castle, snowflakes had begun to fall. Jobai stared at the snowflakes outside for a while. When he turned back to look at his desk, he found there was now an additional piece of paper on it. It was a piece of old, yellowed paper. Jobai walked over and read the content on the paper. Then he saw the very first line, which read, Survival Rules for Christmas Eve. Chapter 151, 10-year-old note. Jobai looked at the yellowed paper in front of him, frowning. Although it was a world of strange tales, things appearing out of nowhere felt rather absurd. Jobai scoffed inwardly and continued to read. Survival Rules for Christmas Eve. 1. On this Christmas Eve, only one person can survive. If necessary, please kill your guests and ensure your own survival until the end. 2. Please keep all your guests inside the castle. No one can leave until dawn. 3. The castle holds many secrets, you must not let your guests know. Especially, do not let them enter the dungeon. 4. Please prepare a gift for every friend attending the party. 5. After the party begins, please lock all doors and windows. No matter who knocks on the door or window, do not open it. 6. Outside the castle, in that beautiful sea of flowers, pick plum blossoms to brew a bowl of plum blossom porridge for each of your guests. 7. Midnight, 12 o'clock, is a very important time. Please personally serve the plum blossom porridge you prepared to each guest at this time. 8. Only money can help you resolve hatred. Jobai frowned the whole time as he read through these 8 rules. After reading these rules, Jobai felt like he was the villain. He set up a trap, invited friends over, and then killed one after another. Christmas Eve castle psychopathic killer, Jobai? Thinking of this, Jobai quickly shook his head. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. The host has obtained new rules, and now a wrong option is being highlighted for the host. The second set of Christmas Eve survival rules, the 8th rule, is incorrect. Jobai looked at the incorrect rule. Only money can help you resolve hatred. He read this rule and sighed in disappointment. This system highlighted the easiest rule to identify as wrong. The first set of Christmas Eve survival rules, the 5th rule. Distributing Christmas candies to your neighbors can resolve misunderstandings and hatred. Be sure to prepare enough candies. Who knows how many neighbors you've offended? That rule stated that candies can resolve misunderstandings and hatred. But the current rule claimed that only money can resolve hatred, which clearly contradicted the 2 rules. So the answer was obvious. Jobai simply analyzed the incorrect rule and couldn't help but shake his head again. It seems that he could only rely on his own judgment to determine the truth of the rules. Jobai looked once more at the rules in his hand. His gaze lingered on the 6th and 7th rules. Both of these rules mentioned plum blossom porridge. The first survival rule for Christmas Eve, the 3rd rule. On Christmas Eve, you need to bake your own Christmas cake, not drink plum blossom porridge. This rule contradicts the 2 rules above it. Jobai frowned and turned to look out the window. Outside the ancient castle, the wild grass and graves were already covered in a thin layer of snowflakes. Such a desolate and eerie place. The rules surprisingly said that there is a sea of flowers here? Where is the sea of flowers? Jobai looked around the ancient castle from the watchtower. He was certain that there were no seas of flowers near the castle, and even less, plum trees. As Jobai thought of this, he lowered his head to look at the note in his hand. The paper appeared old and yellowed. There were signs of damage at the corners. It felt like the rules on this paper were written a long time ago. Jobai brought the paper closer to his eyes, then examined it carefully. But after looking for a long time, he did not find anything unusual. Until he flipped the note over and saw the back, he discovered something unusual. At the very bottom of the back of the note, someone had written a small date in the same handwriting. December 23, 2012. This meant that this note was very likely written 10 years ago, on this day. As this guess surfaced, Jobai felt a chill down his back. Did someone know 10 years ago that Jobai would hold a Christmas Eve gathering 10 years later? Or did someone hold a gathering on Christmas Eve 10 years ago? Considering that there were no plum trees outside the castle, Jobai felt that the second guess was more likely. This detail was not hard to notice. As a result, many chosen ones from various countries also realized this problem. So, almost no one began to prepare to make plum blossom porridge. Their focus was on how to ensure they could survive among the 7 people. Most of those chosen ones, after reading these rules, almost unanimously began to prepare their weapons. Some started sharpening knives, others made traps inside the castle, and some intended to tamper with the food. Among these chosen ones, there were also those who couldn't bear to kill. They knelt down in agony, constantly praying to the heavens. Compared to the tense atmosphere in other live-stream rooms. When it came to the Xia country, Jobai seemed a bit different. The question he was focused on was the rule that mentioned preparing gifts for each friend. But he had almost spent all his money. He simply had no way to buy gifts for his 6 friends. Thinking of this, Jobai paced back and forth in his study in distress. How about giving each person a book? There were plenty of books in the study. How about giving each person a vase? There were also many vases in the castle. Or maybe give some metal products? There was always the sound of metal clashing in the castle, so there should be plenty of such things. Jobai envisioned one option after another but dismissed them all. Until he saw the more than 1,000 Christmas candies that he bought that morning, packed in a transparent box, he finally had a bright idea. This gift seemed more suitable. Jobai bought 1240 candies and crushed one. Assuming he could give each of his 114 neighbors 10 candies, he would still have 99 left over. The quantity should be enough. So Jobai counted out 60 Christmas candies from the transparent box he used for the candies. Holding the candies in his hand, he looked at them and felt that giving each person 10 candies seemed a bit strange. So, he began to search for wrapping paper inside the castle. Finally, Jobai spotted the 20 sheets of gold foil paper hanging on the pine tree. He moved a ladder over. He barely managed to wrap up those 60 candies. Jobai looked at the 6 crumpled, crooked gifts and nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 152 Chapter 152 Green Wine. Jobai held 6 gifts and brought them back to the study, placing them together with the box of candies. The candy bars in the bag were hung up on the Christmas tree by Jobai. Then, it was dinner time. Today, Buzz seemed a bit flustered. He placed a plate of steak in front of Jobai and then walked back into the kitchen. Jobai didn't probe too deeply into this matter. Looking at the plate of steak in front of him, he picked up the knife and fork and cut into it. Immediately, blood flowed out along the knife and fork. Was this steak even rare? Jobai didn't like eating raw things, and upon seeing the blood-red meat, he couldn't bring himself to eat a bite. So, he picked up the plate of steak and walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen was lit. Sounds occasionally came from inside. Jobai knew Buzz was in the kitchen and didn't find it strange. However, as he got closer, he finally noticed something was off. Besides Buzz, there was another woman's voice in the kitchen. Jobai immediately stopped in his tracks. It seemed impolite to disturb others at that moment. Jobai hesitated and didn't continue forward. But the 2 people in the kitchen were startled by the sound of Jobai's footsteps. Clank. It was the sound of glass falling to the ground. Jobai felt that turning around and leaving wouldn't be appropriate at this time. So, he deliberately slowed down his pace. Estimating that the little animal he shouldn't see had probably run away, he walked into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Buzz had his blue eyes wide open, looking at Jobai. And behind him, the curtain was swaying up and down, blown by the wind outside the window. Jobai placed the plate of steak in front of Buzz. Then he frowned and looked at the floor. On the floor lay a broken glass wine cup. Nearby the glass shards was a puddle of green liquid. Buzz saw Jobai's expression and anxiously looked at the ground. This steak is too rare, please cook it again for me. Jobai looked up at Buzz. And also, don't prepare wine for me. After Jobai finished speaking, he walked out of the kitchen. It wasn't until he sat back at the dining table that he breathed a sigh of relief. Breaking someone else's secret wasn't a fun thing. What if the concerned person got angry? That could be a bit chaotic. Jobai sat on the chair, pretending nothing happened, quietly waiting for his dinner. Buzz was probably cleaning up the broken wine cup on the floor, and sounds of glass clinking occasionally came from the kitchen. Jobai's mind flashed with the green liquid near the glass shards. He guessed it was a glass of green wine, and it was clearly not prepared for Jobai. Most likely, it was for that long-haired woman to drink. Green wine was something he was quite familiar with. This could also be the reason why that long-haired woman, despite mutating to that extent, didn't show any aggressive behavior. Jobai sat at the head of the rectangular table, watching the clock on the wall sway back and forth. Feeling like a long time had passed, Buzz finally placed the well-cooked steak back in front of Jobai. This time, the steak was cooked thoroughly. Not a drop of blood was seen. Buzz lowered his head, like a person who had done something wrong, not daring to meet Jobai's eyes. Jobai didn't mention the earlier incident again. He silently finished his dinner and then walked back to the second floor. He stood at the door of the room and knocked 3 times. Immediately, footsteps sounded from inside. Jobai stood outside the door, waited for a while, and then knocked on the door again. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked 3 more times. Inside the room, no sound could be heard. Jobai finally opened the door. Inside the room, the window was open, and the candle was flickering, constantly swaying. Jobai smelled something in the air, it seemed like a burnt smell. He frowned and walked towards the window. In the snow, a row of footprints appeared before Jobai. Jobai looked up at the snow that was falling thicker and thicker. Soon, the footprints were covered by the fresh snow. Jobai tightened his clothes and closed the window. He felt that tomorrow's Christmas Eve would be very long. And he might not even be able to sleep. Thinking of this, Jobai changed into his pajamas and lay down to sleep early. The next morning, the alarm at 8 o'clock woke Jobai up on time. Finally, it was December 24th. Jobai pulled back the quilt, stood up from the bed, and then looked out the window. The snow outside had stopped, but the sky was gloomy, and the sun couldn't be seen at all. That bad premonition resurfaced in Jobai's heart. He changed into a thick outfit and then opened the door. Buzz was still standing outside the door. Seeing Jobai come out, he immediately greeted him. Today, Buzz had picked a particularly grand suit for himself, wearing a very high-quality coat over it. It was obvious that he took tonight's gathering very seriously. However, compared to that, Jobai, dressed mainly for warmth, looked a bit too casual. "Good morning, sir." Jobai smiled at Buzz's attire and also said, "Good morning." Buzz happily jogged downstairs to prepare breakfast, while Jobai went to the bathroom to wash up. When he arrived at the dining room, Buzz had not yet prepared breakfast. So, Jobai took a sharpening stone and began to sharpen the axe he had chosen. When Buzz came in with breakfast and saw Jobai sharpening the axe, he was a bit stunned. "Sir, are you going to fight again?" Jobai didn't know how to explain it, so he could only point to the pile of weapons on the floor and said to him, "You always have to be prepared for self-defense. By the way, that bald guy will also come tonight. You should pick one too, I can sharpen it at the same time." As soon as Buzz heard about Bald Jim, he immediately understood Jobai's actions very well. He looked at the pile of weapons and finally pointed to a long knife on the ground. "This one, right? Okay, I'll help you sharpen it." Then, Buzz saw Jobai pick up the long knife he pointed out and quickly started sharpening it. After breakfast, Buzz drove Jobai one last time to the quiet little town. Jobai needed to make a Christmas cake before the gathering started. So, Buzz took Jobai and parked the car in front of the bakery. Jobai got out of the car and opened the bakery's big door. Austin's bakery seemed not to intend to open today. There were no breads on the shelves as usual. Jobai looked at the empty shelves, and he felt a sense that it might never open again. At this moment, Austin stood in front of the counter, wearing gloves, sharpening a short knife with a sharpening stone. Austin looked up at Jobai, but he didn't stop sharpening his knife. "I don't have time to greet you. Go in and work, everything is prepared for you." Jobai walked into the baking room and began to make the Christmas cake according to what he had learned before. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jobai completed a Christmas cake made of red, white, and green colors. He put the cake in a box and then picked it up, walking out of the baking room. Austin just finished sharpening his short knife and put it in the sheath at his waist. Jobai waved to him while holding the cake. He dropped a line, "Remember to come on time." Then he walked out of the bakery. Buzz was already waiting at the door. Jobai sat in the car. The car drove down the road they came from, heading towards the castle. Along the way, Jobai looked out the window. The car traveled on the small road in front of the castle, and from a distance, the entire piece of wasteland, along with the castle, looked as if it were shrouded in thick clouds. Jobai lowered his eyelids and looked at the cake in his hand. Although he didn't know what he would experience today, he could only do his best to deal with it. He adjusted the cake in his hand to prevent the bumpy ride from damaging its appearance. When the car arrived at the castle, Jobai put the cake in the dining room. Jobai looked at the gloomy sky, unsure of when the night would arrive, so he placed the candle from his room at the door in advance. He found something to secure the candlestick, ensuring that the candle wouldn't be blown over by the wind, then walked back to the castle. Time gradually reached 5 p.m. The restaurant owner arrived at the front of the castle, loaded with food. Knock, knock, knock. The castle didn't have a doorbell, so he could only knock heavily on the thick iron door with his hand. Buzz heard the sound and hurriedly went to open the door. Then he helped the restaurant owner carry all the food he brought into the dining room. Jobai took out the cash he had prepared earlier and handed it to him. The restaurant owner wore a knitted cap and thick clothes. After just delivering the food, his face was flushed, partly from excitement. "You are truly a generous gentleman. I hope you have a happy and peaceful Christmas Eve." After saying this, he bid farewell to Jobai, got into his car, and drove away from the castle. "I hope you spend a happy Christmas Eve with your family too." Jobai watched his back and whispered a sentence. Then he lowered his head, gripping the axe in his hand, and headed to the second floor. Buzz was stunned and wanted to follow Jobai. But Jobai waved his hand to him. "The guests will be arriving soon, you stay in the hall, so no one arrives early. I'll go to the study and want to be quiet for a while." The first floor of the castle was clean and tidy, thanks to Buzz's efforts in the hall. In the dining room, there was a table full of food. Even the fireplace burned with warm flames. Everything was ready, just waiting for the guests to arrive. Jobai walked into the study and closed the door. He was about to face a life and death game, and he needed to take this last moment to adjust his emotions. The box of candies and 6 gifts were packed in a bag and placed in front of him. Including the axe, it was placed together with the bag. These items were his weapons for tonight. Jobai looked at them and then closed his eyes. He recalled all the rules he had learned in this scenario in his mind. He also recalled all the information related to the 6 guests he was expecting tonight. The dangers tonight came from the neighbors outside the castle, the strange woman who appeared from time to time, Santa Claus, and the 6 friends he had invited to the banquet. There were indeed many enemies to face. Jobai leaned back in his chair and sighed deeply. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, bells jingling. Jobai was caught off guard and jumped in surprise. He hadn't set an alarm. That meant someone was calling him. And why was the ringtone jingle bells? Jobai sat up straight in shock. He couldn't believe it as he reached into his pocket and slowly took out his phone. The screen didn't show a caller ID. Only an icon indicating to answer the call was displayed. Jobai's hand rested on the answer button but hesitated to press it. Who could be calling Jobai? Since entering the instance, Jobai has had this phone, and even he does not know the phone number. And the viewers watching the live stream now have their hair standing on end. Because this ringtone, in the current scene, sounds really too eerie. However, the ones more shocked should be the experts from the analysis team. Because they can see the conditions of other chosen ones at the same time. But now, in the live streams of the other chosen ones, no one else's phone is ringing. Why is it only Jobai who received this call? All the viewers watching the live stream cannot know the answer, they can only look at the screen, anxiously waiting for Jobai's response. Jobai's hand rested on the phone, he took a deep breath, then pressed the answer key. He put the earpiece to his ear and then heard a sharp voice coming from the receiver. Merry Christmas Eve. Jobai felt that this voice was almost the same as the laughter he heard in the last instance. Unknowingly, Jobai turned to look around the study. Stop looking, you still can't see me. Jobai immediately felt as if a pair of eyes was staring at him in the darkness. Sure enough, since the last instance, Jobai had already attracted its attention. Perhaps from now on, all of Jobai's instances would enter hard mode. He asked into his phone, "What do you want?" Hearing Jobai's question, the voice on the other end let out a sharp, thin laugh. I just want to tell you one more rule. Within 2 hours, one of the 7 of you must die. After speaking, the laughter continued without stopping. Then, the laughter suddenly stopped. The phone returned to silence, as if there had never been any call at all. Jobai didn't know if this rule was true. His mind did not receive any system prompt. He couldn't even figure out if the previous call was real or just his imagination. He could only quietly take off the brooch. He pricked his finger again, using pain to remind himself to stay alert at all times. At 5:45, the party was about to begin. He didn't know who would be the first to die. Just then, the castle finally welcomed its first guest. Bald Jim had changed into a clean outfit today, standing at the door, but still holding his chainsaw in his hand. Chapter 154, All Guests Have Arrived. Buzz stood in the hall, and when he saw Bald Jim walk in with the chainsaw, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Welcome to the party. He walked towards Jim, his expression a bit unnatural as he looked at the chainsaw in his hand. Though unwilling, Buzz still had to play the role of host. Jobai heard the sound of a guest entering, so he picked up something from the table and walked down from upstairs. Jim, however, showed no excessive reaction to Buzz. He nodded at him, then looked past Buzz directly at Jobai. Here, this is your gift. Bald Jim grandly handed a large box to Jobai. Jobai took the gift and pulled out a crumpled ball-shaped gift from his bag to hand to him. Bald Jim seemed indifferent to the gift. Without even looking at it, he directly stuffed it into his own pocket. Buzz watched Jobai and Jim exchange gifts, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. Sir, I didn't know I was supposed to bring a gift. Seeing his flustered appearance, Jobai smiled and examined the clothes he was wearing. Then he pointed to the badge pinned to his chest. How about this? Just take this as a gift. Jobai just wanted to avoid making him feel awkward, so he casually found something. However, it seemed that Jobai inadvertently pointed to something important. Buzz was a bit stunned. Hesitantly, he reached for his chest and slowly took off the badge. If you want it, sir, this badge is for you. Seeing Buzz's reaction, Jobai immediately guessed that he might have gained something important. He glanced at the badge in his hand, only to find it old-fashioned and seemingly a bit worn. Jobai initially wanted to put the badge in his pocket, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to wear it on his chest instead. Then he handed a crumpled gift to Buzz as well. Buzz looked at the badge on Jobai's chest, then at the paper ball in his hand, before finally smiling. In the reception room, tea and some snacks were already prepared. Joe Bai, along with Bald Jim, walked towards the reception room. All along the way, Bald Jim was secretly looking around. Joe Bai knew that there were things inside the castle that Bald Jim wanted to know, which was why he agreed to the invitation. So, he did not find his behavior strange. He sat down with Jim in the reception room. The album that captured the grave group photo was not specifically put away by Joe Bai, but rather casually placed on a shelf. It was obvious that there were conflicts among the 6 people attending the gathering. However, up until now, Joe Bai still did not know what had happened 10 years ago. Not to mention the various interest relations among these people. Therefore, Joe Bai did not plan to hide the conflict and passively wait for others to attack. If he did not stir up some waves, how would he know the opponent's cards? After bringing Bald Jim to sit down in the reception room, he informed him that he needed to greet the other guests. He closed the door of the reception room for him, then walked out. Joe Bai and Buzz stood by the door for 5 minutes, finally welcoming the second and third guests of the castle. Austin and the round-faced owner of the candy store arrived almost simultaneously. The round-faced owner came in a little dilapidated car. Upon seeing Buzz and Joe Bai standing at the door, along with the already arrived Austin, he displayed a silly grin. Austin seemed to recognize the round-faced owner and directly rolled his eyes rudely, ignoring him afterward. He pinched the gift Joe Bai gave him between his fingers in disgust and said sulkily, "What a broken gift, it's really ugly." However, despite the disdain, he still did not forget to accept the gift. Joe Bai and the candy store owner also exchanged gifts and then headed towards the reception room together. When Joe Bai opened the door to the reception room, he clearly saw that Bald Jim looked a bit flustered. Moreover, his face was much darker than when Joe Bai first saw him. Joe Bai invited Austin and the round-faced owner to sit in the chairs. His gaze intentionally and unintentionally shifted toward the cabinet where the album had been placed. And that album was, as expected, now nowhere to be found. Joe Bai was very pleased with this result, and now he just waited for the storm to come. He closed the door of the reception room again, leaving 3 slightly awkward guests behind as he went out to tend to himself. Then he walked out again. Joe Bai took out his phone. The screen displayed the time, which had already reached 5:55 p.m. The sky started to slowly darken. At that moment, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. He frowned and looked ahead, only to see a small figure slowly walking towards them from afar. That person seemed to walk with difficulty, as if they were struggling. Joe Bai felt a strange sensation rise within him. He turned to Buzz and said, "Let's go, let's drive over and take a look." So, Joe Bai got into the car driven by Buzz, heading towards that silhouette. When he reached the person, Joe Bai recognized him. The person walking towards the castle turned out to be the owner of the record store. Snowflakes had settled on his head, and although he looked a bit better than last time, he was still frighteningly thin. Joe Bai was startled and quickly got out of the car. "Sir, why did you come on foot?" The old man weakly leaned on Joe Bai's hand. "I have no money and no family, so I had to walk here myself." Joe Bai suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Supporting him, he headed towards the car. Once inside the car, the old man's face slowly regained some color. After entering the castle, he took out an old, somewhat worn box from his pocket and handed it to Joe Bai. "Take this, it's a gift for you." Joe Bai silently accepted the box and took out his own gift to give to him. At this moment, Buzz had already parked the car and walked over. Joe Bai asked him to take the record store owner into the reception room while he stood at the door, waiting for the last guest to arrive. After 6 o'clock, the decoration shop owner Kevin drove up in a luxury car, screeching to a stop in front of Joe Bai. Unexpectedly, the seller of decorations was this wealthy. Joe Bai stared at Kevin in the driver's seat, fearing he might come dressed as Santa Claus. If that were the case, he might have to act early. Fortunately, when he got out of the driver's seat, he was still wearing his favorite tight outfit. In his hands, he held a fancy, decorated gift box. As he stepped into the castle, he broke into a smile and greeted Joe Bai warmly. However, his gaze quickly fell upon the Christmas tree in the corner of the hall, filled with decorations. Chapter 155. The party officially begins. Kevin looked up at the 5-meter tall Christmas tree. Indeed, such a tall Christmas tree is worthy of your castle. After saying that, he walked towards the Christmas tree. As he walked, he made all sorts of admiring sounds. Joe Bai glanced at him and then stepped outside. Outside the castle, it was almost completely dark by this time. Only the candle outside emitted a faint light. Joe Bai closed the heavy iron door in front of him and took out a key to lock it from the inside. This way, no guests could leave through here. Joe Bai put the key into the inner pocket of his coat. Then he turned to look at Kevin. He saw Kevin circling around the Christmas tree, as if he were seriously admiring it. Joe Bai walked over to him. Kevin quickly held out his gift towards Joe Bai. "This is the carefully prepared gift I have for you. It's so beautiful. Would you like to open it and take a look?" As soon as Jobai heard this, alarms went off in his mind. The first rule of surviving Christmas Eve, the sixth rule. Please do not open a gift from a friend in front of them unless they insist strongly. Jobai felt that he probably did not insist too strongly yet. So he tried to refuse him. Such a beautiful gift, I definitely need to find a time to appreciate it properly. But right now, the other guests are still waiting for us. Kevin looked a bit disappointed but did not push it. Jobai then felt relieved and handed him the gift he had prepared. As soon as Kevin received the gift, he instantly displayed an exaggerated expression. Wow! This is truly an amazing gift. Jobai also thought it was a great gift, so he readily accepted his praise. After exchanging gifts, Jobai led him toward the reception room. Wow, your castle is truly impressive. Kevin was just like Jim, looking around the whole way. However, he seemed to be more at ease than Jim. Wow, this set of chairs. This table, even the cups on this table, are truly unmatched. Kevin finished speaking and even reached out to touch the furniture in the castle. Jobai felt that if Jim had an inquisitive attitude towards the castle, then Kevin seemed to be searching for something inside it. Wow, is this a stone staircase? How amazing! I must take a good look. Kevin excitedly jogged towards the stone staircase but then looked beside it at a small closed door. Jobai didn't know where that door led. His intuition told him that the door should lead to the dungeon. So, he had never gone inside that door. Kevin reached out to touch the small door, but Jobai quickly shouted to stop him. Don't touch that vase. Kevin was startled and stopped his movement. He didn't want to touch the vase. He turned to look beside him and indeed saw a vase. Only then did he suddenly realize. Jobai hurried a few steps in front of him, showing a look of fear, and then stammered, You mustn't misunderstand. I was just worried about you. This castle used to set up many traps to enhance its defenses, I was just afraid you might accidentally touch it. Kevin looked at Jobai. It was obvious he didn't believe Jobai's explanation. Jobai wasn't lying at all. The seventh rule of the castle's survival code states, to enhance defenses, many traps are set in the castle. The vase placed on the left side of the first floor staircase is a trigger tool. This trigger is very dangerous, and you must never touch the vase. Jobai only told him the rule content, as for his disbelief, there was nothing he could do. Kevin was distracted by Jobai's interference and shifted his attention to the vase. Jobai feigned a panic look. Let's go, the other guests are still waiting for us. To make his act more convincing, Jobai grabbed Kevin and pulled him forcefully towards the living room. Now, Kevin felt even more that there was something mysterious about the vase. Jobai only let go of Kevin's arm when they stood at the door of the living room. Kevin stood behind Jobai, revealing a dissatisfied expression when no one was watching. However, when Jobai opened the living room door, Kevin showed his signature smile again. Hello everyone, I am Kevin, very glad to meet you. He spread his arms wide and warmly looked inside the living room. Then he found that besides the candy store owner smiling at him, everyone else looked coldly at him. Jobai also felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. He cleared his throat a couple of times and then clapped his hands, saying, Thank you all for attending my Christmas Eve gathering. I have prepared a simple dinner, please follow me to the dining room. After saying this, he made a gesture of invitation, signaling the guests to follow him to the dining room. When the others heard Jobai's words, they all stood up. At this moment, Jobai was surprised to find that the usually rough Jim was carefully assisting the owner of the record store. It seemed he had a great deal of respect for this guest. Old Town Mayor, I'm helping you, please walk a bit slower. Old Town Mayor? Jobai was shocked to hear this title, almost speechless. I'm really sorry, I had no idea you were the mayor. The Old Town Mayor waved his hand wearily at Jobai. There's no need to apologize. I am no longer the mayor, that was long ago. Only this honest kid still remembers. As he spoke, he gently patted the hand of Jim who was helping him. At this moment, the usually fierce Jim behaved obediently like a good child. He tucked the chainsaw behind him and then supported the Old Town Mayor with both hands. He wore a coat, but this coat looked a little more puffed up than when he first arrived. Jobai guessed that he must be hiding something inside it. However, Jobai did not plan to expose him. Instead, he walked ahead, leading all the guests toward the dining room. On the dining table, a feast was already laid out. 7 places had a glass of orange wine waiting. Everyone took their seats one by one. Jobai sat at the very top of the long rectangular table, raised his wine glass, and said, Happy Christmas Eve. Then everyone raised their glasses and said in unison, Happy Christmas Eve. At this moment, a mechanical alert tone sounded in the live broadcast room of the Great Xia Nation. Great Xia's chosen one Jobai has completed the task of preparing a Christmas Eve gathering and inviting 6 friends to attend. Next, the chosen one must strive to survive until December 25th, when the first ray of sunlight shines into the castle. This voice echoed in Joe Bai's mind as well. This meant that from now on, it didn't matter if any guests died. He only needed to survive as best as he could. Chapter 156. The conflict begins. Joe Bai sat at the very top of the long rectangular table. Buzz sat to his left, while the last to arrive, Kevin, sat to his right. Joe Bai brought the glass of orange wine to his lips, took a small sip, and then set it down. Jim and the old mayor sat together. Since the gathering started, they had been gloomy and silent. The old mayor lifted his glass to his lips and tilted his head back, downing the entire drink in one go. He smiled and patted Jim's shoulder. Drink slowly. Being young is great. Unlike me, I can't even drink a sip now. Joe Bai listened to their conversation and glanced at the glass of already consumed wine in front of the old mayor. Sitting next to Jim, Kevin, who had a scruffy beard, picked up the wine jug on the table and refilled Jim's glass. Drink. Life is short, don't hold back. Whatever emotions you have, just let them out. Holding it in is so uncomfortable. Joe Bai looked at Kevin. He felt that Kevin's words were clearly pointed. And Jim, hearing this, raised his glass again and directly drank it down in one gulp. Austin sat diagonally opposite Kevin, and upon seeing him persuading Jim to drink, he sneered dismissively. Kevin, why don't you have a piece of egg tart? Egg tarts are tasty, don't hold back. Kevin adjusted his tight-fitting clothes and politely declined Austin's offer. I need to maintain my figure, so I won't have dessert. Joe Bai listened to their dialogue. Unobtrusively, he placed the fruit pudding that Kevin had eyed several times onto his plate. Seeing Joe Bai's move, Austin couldn't help but chuckle. The candy shop owner and Buzz, sitting beside Austin, didn't understand what was funny and turned to look at him simultaneously. I just suddenly remembered something funny. The candy shop owner and Buzz nodded blankly, then continued eating their food. After chatting with Jim, when Kevin turned back, he found a cup of fruit pudding added in front of him. He wanted to push it away, but couldn't resist picking up the spoon to take a small taste. Upon tasting the sweetness of the pudding, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then he took bite after bite, showing no signs of stopping. By the time Jim finished his fifth glass of wine, Kevin had already eaten all the fruit pudding in front of him and taken several more servings to place on his plate. Austin observed Kevin's actions, his expression slowly shifting from playful to serious. Joe Bai took a bite of muffin and glanced up at the clock hanging on the wall. It displayed the current time. It was already 7:15 in the evening. Less than an hour remained until the first guest's death. He shifted his gaze to the 6 people at the dining table. But he did not know who this first dead person would be. At that moment, the bald Jim finished his 6th drink, then stood up, picked up his glass, and smashed it to the ground. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the standing Jim. Joe Bai lightly tapped the table and also looked up at him. Jim's face was red. Taking advantage of the drunkenness, he pointed at Joe Bai recklessly. Tell me, how did my wife actually die? Joe Bai remained calm. You might be asking the wrong person. How could I know how your wife died? In fact, Joe Bai wanted to know the answer to that question himself. Perhaps someone else would come to tell him this answer. Drunkenly swaying, Jim became even angrier upon hearing Joe Bai's reply. Liar! You live in this castle, how could you not know? The secret of my wife's death must be hidden in this castle. Kevin had his mouth stuffed with pudding. In front of him, he had somehow brought many desserts again. Joe Bai felt that his gaze toward those desserts even contained a hint of desire. He looked at Jim with a strange smile and spoke much more urgently than before. You need to have evidence when you speak. If you have any evidence, just bring it out, we can help you. Buzz lowered his head, gripping his knife and fork tightly. It seemed that he was holding back something, never looking at Jim even once. Austin crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. The candy shop owner was the same, even taking the time to pick up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. The old town mayor tugged at Jim's sleeve, signaling him to sit down. Jim, don't disrupt others' gathering, that's very rude. Kevin was not willing to let the matter end like this. Instead, he shoved a piece of dessert into his mouth and mumbled. What are you afraid of? I believe our castle owner won't mind, will he? Cream was smeared all over his beard, and he smiled at Joe Bai. Of course, he doesn't mind. Joe Bai also smiled back at him, then stopped looking at him. This person's state was really too strange. Just a bite of dessert could change him like this, it was truly unbelievable. At this moment, Kevin had given up using utensils to eat dessert and was reaching directly for a small cake with his hands. Licking the cream off his hands, he said to Jim. He doesn't mind. Although Jim was drunk, he still turned to the old town mayor to apologize. Sorry, I just had to cause a disturbance at today's gathering. After speaking, he pulled out a photo album from his pocket and slammed it down on the table in front of Joe Bai. Instantly, the utensils in front of Joe Bai all tipped to the sides. Buzz, seeing this, angrily slammed his knife and fork onto the table. Then he stood up, glaring at Jim. Jobai brushed off the food that had spilled onto the album but made no move to pick it up. So that's why this album was missing. You took it. It's not good to behave like this in front of guests. Jim, somewhat tongue-tied, began to stutter at Jobai's words. You mean to say I stole something? Jobai sighed helplessly in his heart. Why are you so foolish? How can you be this foolish? There's no time. If you're going to drag this out, how long will the plot be delayed? Fortunately, at this moment, Kevin came to the rescue understandingly. He picked up the album in front of him with his cream-covered hand. As he flipped through it, he made various exaggerated sounds. Oh my God! What is all this? Why is this person taking pictures with so many graves? At this moment, Jim grasped the focus of the matter with Kevin's help. Yeah. You quickly say, why does this person want to take pictures with my wife's grave? Is he the killer who murdered my wife? Chapter 157 The First Dead Guest. How could Jobai know whether the previous castle lord was the killer? The restaurant owner said that most people in the town have a grudge against the castle. When Jobai first met Jim, he also looked like he wanted revenge. It seemed that you all didn't even know who your enemy was? Jobai was almost speechless and could only tell the truth. I don't know. Jim instantly became a bit overwhelmed. How could you say you don't know? My wife was buried near the castle for no reason. So many people in the entire town suddenly died and were buried near the castle for no reason. Aren't you going to find out these things as someone who wants to inherit the castle? Jobai shrugged his shoulders. I'm sorry, I really inherited it quite suddenly. Jim was momentarily speechless, his face turning red with anger, but he couldn't say a word. Jobai helplessly glanced at the clock on the wall. With 2 hours almost up, time was getting tight. If a fight didn't happen soon, there wouldn't be enough time. He looked at Jim with disappointment. Then he planned to throw out another bombshell himself. At this moment, Kevin again stepped forward, helping Jobai spark conflict. Jim, if you want to understand what happened 10 years ago, why not just check the castle directly? With such a big incident back then, there must be some clues left in the castle. Jim didn't expect that the thing he most wanted to do was brought up by Kevin like this. So he quickly echoed, yes. That's exactly what I mean. I want to search the castle. Buzz, upon hearing that they wanted to search the castle, immediately became nervous. No, you cannot search the castle. The candy store owner finally spoke up to join in. I also think there's no need to search the castle. Austin coldly chuckled at the candy store owner. But apart from that, he had no intention of expressing his opinion on this issue. Hearing others' refusals, Jim became anxious again. We must search the castle. You have no right to stop me from searching the castle. Buzz clenched his fists tightly. As for the others, they all looked at Jobai. The castle now belonged to Jobai, whether it could be searched was indeed up to him alone. Feeling all eyes on him, Jobai habitually tapped the table lightly. I invited everyone to the party, and yet you want to search my castle. Don't you think this is a bit disrespectful to me? Jobai's words instantly thickened the gunpowder smell in the entire restaurant. Jim involuntarily shivered. That fear of being beaten, he actually hadn't forgotten so quickly. Everyone, stop shouting. What kind of chaos have you turned this peaceful Christmas Eve gathering into? The old town mayor finally stepped in to mediate. Young man, turning your gathering into this indeed is his fault. However, you need to understand, losing your wife at a young age can change a person's temperament. He's also quite a stubborn kid. If you don't let him see the castle, he will find it hard to rest tonight. How about this, instead of talking about searching the castle, why don't you show us around the castle? Would that be alright? With the old town mayor making such a proposal, Jobai couldn't really refuse. It's quite normal to take guests around if they invite you, right? However, Jobai wasn't planning to refuse anyway. So he smiled and stood up. Since the old town mayor has put it this way, why should I still have any reason to refuse? Let's go, I'll show you around the castle. After saying this, he picked up an axe from beside the chair. There are many small animals in this castle. If you don't mind, I'll take you on the tour with this axe. The old town mayor smiled and said, it's your castle, take whatever you like, we wouldn't mind. So, Jobai, holding the axe, walked in the front. Buzz followed closely behind Jobai with his long knife. Jim, with his chainsaw, supported the old town mayor, walking at the back of the group. Jobai led all his guests, starting from the top of the castle, going down layer by layer. The castle, long neglected, had many places where the lights were still broken. Jobai lit a candle for each guest. Thus, 7 people holding 7 candles walked together in the ancient, worn-out castle. Cough, cough, cough. Why should I be touring this broken place with you? Austin held a candle in one hand and kept fanning the dust in front of his nose with the other. Although Buzz had been cleaning the castle every day before, there were so many areas in the huge castle that he hadn't even started tidying. Jim, holding the Old Town Mayor, was somewhat restricted in his movements. Until the Old Town Mayor signaled that he didn't need support. Only then did Jim seize the opportunity to search for clues everywhere. Kevin, after eating the dessert, abandoned all his disguises. The whole person became carefree, showing no respect for Joe Bai. He fully expressed the meaning of the word search. Unfortunately, after carefully checking several rooms, he found nothing. So, he began to suspect Joe Bai. I say, Castle Master, are you deliberately leading us in circles? He held the candle close to Joe Bai and even directed the flame directly at Joe Bai's eyes. Joe Bai squinted his eyes, dazzled by the candlelight. This made him think about how much better his chances would be if he just swung the axe at him now. But before he could make a move, Buzz had already pushed Kevin's hand away. Please speak to the gentleman with more respect. The gentleman would never intentionally lead you in circles. Kevin smiled and then turned to look at Buzz. He put his hand in his pocket, seemingly about to pull something out. At this moment, a metallic clashing sound came from downstairs. Buzz's face instantly turned pale when he heard the sound. Kevin, on the other hand, immediately showed an excited expression. It's downstairs, right? I knew it, it must be downstairs. After saying that, Kevin threw the candle on the ground and quickly rushed downstairs. Buzz hurried to follow him. Joe Bai also quickened his pace and rushed downstairs. I found it, haven't I? You're all anxious now, aren't you? By the time Kevin said this, he was already close to the stairs. Joe Bai spread his 5 fingers, putting on an expression as if shouting to stop him. No! Don't touch that vase. Hearing Joe Bai shout, Buzz suddenly slowed down his pace. But Kevin, laughing loudly, had already reached the vase. Then, he turned the vase with his hand. Suddenly, many arrows shot out from the castle ceiling. They all aimed directly at the vase and shot at it simultaneously. In an instant, Kevin became a porcupine, lying in a pool of blood. Joe Bai widened his eyes and looked at Buzz. This was ruthless. This trap, it must have been originally prepared for Joe Bai, right? Seeing Kevin's death, Buzz's face turned pale, and he collapsed weakly against the wall. Joe Bai looked at him and then lowered his gaze. If Buzz had such a reaction, then he must have originally been a soft-hearted person. However, some of the arrows that shot into Kevin's body also. He plunged into the wooden cabinet. It can be seen that when he set up these traps, he had murder in his heart. What made Buzz set these cruel traps? Joe Bai turned his gaze to the small door beside the stone steps. Perhaps it was to protect someone more important. Joe Bai tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. What about himself? Wasn't it the same for him? The audience in the Great Xia Kingdom was nervously waiting for Joe Bai's next response in front of the screen. On Christmas Eve, the guest Joe Bai invited to the gathering died inside the ancient castle. One can imagine that Joe Bai would soon face a series of questions. He took a deep breath, then quietly waited for the footsteps behind him to approach. Jim, holding a chainsaw, shouted before he even got close to Joe Bai. What's going on? What happened? Then, he finally saw Kevin's condition clearly. He couldn't stand steadily and almost fell down the stairs. You all killed him? You actually killed someone? I knew there had to be something wrong in this ancient castle. My wife died the same way, right? When someone died, Jim's first reaction was to question Joe Bai, the owner of the castle. Joe Bai was already prepared for the upcoming questions. He brought the axe in front of him and turned to look coldly at Jim. Jim felt a chill down his back, his body trembled, nearly losing his balance again. Do you want to kill to silence me? I tell you, I'm not the only one here. At this moment, Jim saw the candy store owner coming down and hurried to stand beside him. The candy store owner looked at Kevin at the bottom of the stairs and then directly turned to Austin behind him. Austin stepped on the candle that had been thrown on the ground before walking down. So he became the second to last person to see Kevin's corpse. He passed by the candy store owner, saw him looking at him, first rolled his eyes, then walked straight to Kevin's body. He circled around Kevin's body, which was filled with arrows. After squatting down and confirming the person was really dead, he moved his gaze away and looked up at Joe Bai. With this, I find it a bit difficult to explain. Buzz, hearing that others seemed to want to blame Joe Bai, showed a tense expression. Joe Bai lowered his head but quickly changed to an innocent expression. I just told Kevin not to touch the vase, you all heard that, right? Austin heard Joe Bai's words and laughed out loud. If you say it like that, then I know how to explain. Jim pointed at Austin, then at Joe Bai. You. He stammered for a long time but couldn't say a complete sentence. He could only turn to look at the candy store owner beside him. Unexpectedly, he saw him nodding directly. I heard it. Jim's eyes widened in surprise. You all. He stepped back a little, pointing to the other four who were looking at him. At this point, he even began to feel that he was the one who had done something wrong. Fortunately, at this moment, the old mayor finally struggled to walk down from upstairs. Jim quickly went over to support him and stood beside him. Jim, help me down to see Kevin. So Jim helped the old mayor to Kevin's body. He looked at Kevin, then spoke to Joe Bai. Young man, Kevin died in your castle. Logically speaking, you need to take some responsibility. Jim felt that he finally heard the words of a normal person and quickly nodded. Joe Bai walked to the old mayor's side. Of course. However, the snowstorm outside is too strong right now, and it is not suitable to transport his body out. This matter will probably have to wait until after dawn to deal with. Jim looked out the window. He saw the heavy snow falling outside. Though it was inconvenient for traveling, it didn't seem as exaggerated as Joe Bai said. Just as he was about to argue back, he was caught off guard when the old mayor secretly grabbed his hand, signaling him to remain silent. Jim, taken by surprise, was about to ask a question. Then he heard the old mayor speaking to Joe Bai. You make a good point, this is indeed not the best time to handle this matter. Buzz finally let out a sigh of relief as things began to ease. Meanwhile, Joe Bai smiled at the others present and said, I'm sorry for interrupting our dinner due to some misunderstandings. How about we move to the dining room and continue our gathering? Facing Joe Bai's strange proposal, aside from Jim's confused expression, surprisingly, others nodded in agreement. So everyone followed Joe Bai to the dining room. In the castle's hall, an old-fashioned gramophone was playing a record, turning almost silently. The old mayor returned to his original seat and said to Joe Bai, What about the record you bought in my shop? Why didn't you take it out to play? Joe Bai smiled and replied, I was going to play it, but it seems the gramophone is broken. It's truly unfortunate. The old mayor then said, Oh? Is it the one in the hall? Joe Bai nodded. That's quite a coincidence, I just happen to know how to fix that type of gramophone. Hearing this, Joe Bai became alert. You are a guest, how can you fix machines? But the old mayor showed no signs of giving up. It's nothing difficult, it'll take just a few minutes. Everyone continue eating. We'll take a quick trip to the hall and come back soon. After saying this, the old mayor supporting himself stood up. Jim quickly tried to get up to help, but the old mayor pressed him back down. Looking at the situation, it seemed he had something to say to Joe Bai privately. Joe Bai thought for a moment and then stood up, walking over to the old mayor. So Joe Bai helped him, and the two left the dining room, heading towards the hall. The old mayor looked around at the decorations of the castle along the way. However, his gaze was different from Jim's or Kevin's when they looked at the castle. He appeared to be recalling something through the interior of the castle. Joe Bai considered whether to take this opportunity to ask him for more information. But then the old mayor suddenly asked, Do you know when Jingle Bells is supposed to be played? Joe Bai shook his head. It should be played when Santa Claus appears. Chapter 159 The Old Mayor's Wish. The old mayor's words sounded as if he were casually chatting with Joe Bai about Christmas Eve customs. But Joe Bai clearly understood that they were discussing something that might concern life and death tonight. Why did the old mayor know about Santa Claus? And why did he tell Joe Bai this? Joe Bai had no answers for these questions. Especially now, if the old mayor also knew about the rule from 10 years ago. Then what he revealed made it even more suspicious. Only one person could survive tonight. Joe Bai knew that as time passed, the situations he would face would only become more perilous. In the corner of the castle hall, the gramophone was still playing the record, spinning endlessly. Joe Bai supported the old mayor and moved beside the gramophone. The first survival rule of Christmas Eve, the fourth. The owner of the record store may tell you that there is no record of Jingle Bells. But do not give up, you must play this song on Christmas Eve. Joe Bai had never fully trusted the old mayor since he got that record. Especially when he took the record and gave it to Joe Bai, it raised Joe Bai's suspicion even more. So, he thought of this way to play it. Without making a sound, yet still able to play this song on the phonograph. He just didn't know what kind of expression the old town mayor, as the record shop owner, would have upon seeing Joe Bai's actions. So, Joe Bai lowered his head to look at him. He tried to gather more information from the mayor's expression when he saw the phonograph. However, the old town mayor immediately smiled when he saw the phonograph. Silly child. You're still too young, haven't used this old machine before, right? Look, you haven't even installed the horn. The old town mayor didn't expose Joe Bai, he even found a very reasonable excuse for his actions. Joe Bai found no flaws in his behavior or expression. So, he could only smile and act as if he suddenly understood. It's my fault, I took it apart a few days ago and forgot about this. I might have been a bit scatterbrained, getting ready for tonight's gathering. After saying this, he took the record off the machine. Then he put his hands to reinstall the horn on top of the phonograph. The old town mayor stood by, nodding in satisfaction after Jobai finished installing the horn. Jobai walked to his side, wanting to help him back to the restaurant. But the old town mayor waved his hand, rejecting Jobai's action. Do you remember when I gave you this record, you promised me a request? Jobai certainly hadn't forgotten. I remember. That day, you asked me to promise you, to let you stand on the castle's watchtower on Christmas Eve, to see the view up there. The old town mayor looked at Jobai and nodded. Right. Can you take me up there? When Jobai took others to visit the castle earlier, he hadn't let them go up to the watchtower. The old town mayor hadn't brought it up at that time but waited until he was alone with Jobai to say it. So it was likely that the old town mayor didn't want others to enjoy the view outside the castle with him. Jobai couldn't refuse the old town mayor, because this was something he had promised long ago. However, Jobai kept reminding himself internally to stay alert. After all, this Christmas Eve was not an ordinary holiday for Jobai. Jobai said to the old town mayor, okay. Then he supported him and walked toward the stone steps. Next to the stone steps, Kevin's body lay still on the ground. Jobai looked at the blood on the ground, feeling it was a bit shocking to the eye. He turned his eyes away. But he noticed that when the old town mayor passed by him, his expression showed not a hint of change. Jobai couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. This was not the reaction of an ordinary person upon seeing a corpse. Jobai's wariness towards the old town mayor increased by a few points. The old town mayor seemed to sense Jobai's silence throughout the way. While struggling to climb the stairs, he said to Jobai, "Do you know why I must see the view from the watchtower on Christmas Eve?" Jobai whispered, "I don't know." The old town mayor looked up at the long stone staircase. His emaciated hand trembled as he tightly grasped Jobai's hand. With all his strength, he pushed himself to climb up. "Do you know that I resigned from the position of mayor 10 years ago?" Jobai felt that this sentence carried too much information. So he hurriedly shook his head again. The old town mayor, probably too emotionally stirred when saying this, suddenly started coughing repeatedly. Jobai gently patted his back with his hand. But the old town mayor didn't stop, and even coughed up blood. The old mayor's increasingly pale hand opened up wide. Jobai could clearly see the blood that had stained his hand. Jobai wanted to help the old mayor sit down beside him, but the old man waved him off. "There's no time. I can't rest. I must go up and take another good look at them." Jobai couldn't understand his actions. The watchtower has no windows. It's so cold outside. In your condition, you might not be able to handle it. But the old mayor didn't want to hear a word of what Jobai said. "It's okay, I won't be alive tonight. I've known for a long time that I would die tonight." Jobai was shocked as he looked at him. He knew? Did he know only one person could survive tonight? Or did he know that his body couldn't last through the night? Jobai still couldn't figure it out. "What do you know?" Jobai directly asked him. However, the old mayor had no intention of answering this question. He lifted his head to look at the long stone steps ahead. With trembling hands, even without Jobai supporting him, he insisted on climbing forward. "There's no time, I must go see them again." Jobai couldn't understand why the old mayor's condition had suddenly worsened so quickly. But the old man in front of him truly looked like he was on the brink of death. "Do you know? The people buried outside the castle all died while I was mayor. I failed to protect the residents of Silent Town. I owe them. So I must look at them again before I die." When the old mayor said these words, Jobai finally felt that he was opening up his heart. But when Jobai reached for his hand again, he found it was already becoming cold. Chapter 160, The Second Dead Guest. Jobai could feel that the old mayor's life seemed to be slowly slipping away. "You promised me." The old mayor looked at Jobai, weakly gripping his clothes. Jobai had indeed promised him. But seeing him like this, he might not have the strength to make it to the watchtower. Jobai looked at him, then gritted his teeth and carried him on his back, quickly running toward the watchtower. At the watchtower, the wind blew from all directions. As Jobai stepped up, carrying the old mayor, he couldn't help but shiver. He gently set the old mayor down and helped him towards the railing. The cold wind made it hard for the old mayor to even make a slight movement. Yet, he still trembled and raised his hand, pointing to a distant direction. "Do you see that spot?" Jobai followed where he pointed. He saw that the snow had covered all the graves, making them look like indistinguishable white hills. But the old mayor seemed still able to accurately identify one of those hills. "That spot is where my son is buried." After saying this, the old mayor turned with effort and pointed to another place. That spot is where my daughter-in-law is buried. And over there is my little granddaughter who is only 5 years old. Jobai watched the old mayor's movements, then looked at the expression on his face. He saw a slowly appearing smile on his face. On Christmas Eve 10 years ago, I stood here looking at them. Hearing the old mayor's words, Jobai felt a chill run through his body. Christmas Eve 10 years ago? That means he had attended a gathering then and was the only survivor? No wonder he looked so indifferent at Kevin's corpse. It turned out he had seen such scenes many times before. By the way, I must thank Bruce for building graves for my family. After finishing, the old mayor turned to look at Jobai. You might not know yet, Bruce is Buzz's father. What a pity, Bruce sent Buzz away early back then. Otherwise, there would also be a grave for him here. Jobai looked at the old mayor beside him, who wore a strange smile, and couldn't help but take a step back. At that moment, Jobai's phone rang again. Ding ding dang, the bells ring ding dang. Jobai's palms began to sweat coldly. It was again a call from it. The last call had given Jobai a rule: someone had to die within 2 hours. What about this call? Jobai reached into his pocket and looked up at the old mayor standing in front of him, hesitating to take out his phone. The old mayor leaned against the railing, giving Jobai a back view, as if he hadn't heard the phone ringing at all. Jobai finally took the phone out of his pocket and held it to his ear. This time, the voice on the other end seemed to be disturbed, much more blurred than before. Do not zzz move zzz the body position. The caller only said this short sentence, and the phone went silent. Jobai held the phone, which seemed to have never made a sound, up to his eyes. He felt goosebumps all over his body. At that moment, the old mayor turned to look at Jobai, then spat out a mouthful of blood directly onto him. He lifted his blood-stained hand. He grabbed Jobai's clothes, leaving a blood handprint on his sleeve. Then, he started laughing, revealing his blood-covered teeth. I'm still too stupid. Ha ha ha. Indeed, still too stupid. He kept mumbling to himself. After saying that, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Then his eyes widened, his body went limp, and he fell to the ground. The second guest was dead. Jobai squatted down, brushed his hand across the old mayor's face to make him close his eyes, and then sighed. The old mayor's death was not surprising. However, Jobai's current situation had become somewhat awkward. The old mayor died while alone with Jobai. Moreover, Jobai's clothes were covered in fresh blood. In this way, he looked very much like a murderer. Thinking of this, Jobai couldn't help but want to laugh at himself. At this moment, the time displayed on the phone reached 9:10 p.m. This long night was just beginning. Do not move the position of the body. This was what the weird call had just told Jobai. It came just when the old mayor was about to die. As if it had long predicted that he would die at this time. Jobai frowned at the thought. There should still be traps. To be safe, it's best not to move the body. However, protective measures must be taken. The second rule of the Christmas Eve Survival Guide, the second clause. Please keep all your guests inside the castle. Nobody can leave until dawn. This watchtower had no windows. If the body is placed directly here, it is inevitable that other accidents will happen. Thinking of this, Jobai stood up and examined the old mayor's body, which had begun to stiffen. Then, surprisingly, Jobai stood up, found an iron chain, and directly locked the old mayor's hand to the railing of the watchtower. The viewers in the live stream from Dasha country were drenched in cold sweat as they saw Jobai's action with the iron chain. Because this action, along with his bloodstained clothes, made him look even more like a murderous maniac. However, compared to the scenes in other country live streams, Jobai's here was already quite mild. This time, Sakura country was very lucky to draw a chosen one with extremely high combat abilities, who was very skilled at striking from behind. Thus, the chosen one from Sakura country, Hokuto Saburo, completed the 6 kills task early. At this moment, sitting in the castle's restaurant, leisurely enjoying delicious food. The chosen one of the big hair country, Valerie, also stood out. When all the guests entered the castle, he had tied them up. Now, these guests were thrown into the restaurant, only able to watch Valerie enjoy his meal alone. The scene shifts back to the live broadcast room of Dasha country. Jobai locked up the corpse of the old town mayor, then checked it again before heading downstairs. He needed to go to his room and change into a new outfit first. So, Jobai walked up to the second floor, walking down the corridor towards his room. Unfortunately, at that moment, Jim happened to come out of the bathroom. He saw Jobai, and his clothes were stained with blood. When Jobai came out with the old town mayor, he didn't bring his axe. Yet that dog Jim even took his chainsaw into the bathroom. Chapter 161, Fighting with Jim Again. Jobai thought he should act nonchalant and calmly walk into his room. Unfortunately, he needed to knock 3 times on the door and wait for silence inside before he could enter. This process severely affected his speed of entering the room. At this time, Jim had come closer. He saw the blood on Joe-bai's clothes, his eyes widened, and he pointed at Joe-bai's clothes. Why do you have so much blood on you? Joe-bai felt that not answering his question and directly entering the room would seem a bit guilty. Moreover, Jim's chainsaw seemed not too difficult to open this not-so-sturdy door. And once he was in the room, there would be no other way out. This was not a good choice for Joe-bai, who was unarmed. But fortunately, Jim's brain was not that smart. Joe-bai might still have a bit of room to maneuver. So, he said to Jim, "This is Kevin's blood." Ah? Jim looked at Joe-bai in surprise. You weren't that close to Kevin when he died. Unexpectedly, Jim wasn't too foolish either. Joe-bai could only add, "I just went to check his body again." Oh. Jim didn't delve into Joe-bai's bloodstains, but instead asked, "What about the old town mayor? You went out with him just now." Joe-bai put his hand on the door handle and said, "He went back to the restaurant, I'm changing before going back." Joe-bai's primary goal now was to keep Jim calm. Once in the restaurant, Joe-bai would have weapons, Buzz, and half of Austin. Even if that purpose-unknown candy store owner stood on Jim's side, Joe-bai felt he could still stand against them. So, after speaking, he calmly turned the handle, preparing to open the door. Unexpectedly, Jim's intelligence skyrocketed when it came to matters concerning the old town mayor. He pointed to the bloody handprint on Joe-bai's sleeve and said, "No, this isn't Kevin's blood." When Joe-bai heard Jim's words, the hand holding the doorknob paused. "Then whose blood is this?" Joe-bai coldly turned to look at Jim. Jim, under Joe-bai's gaze, instinctively trembled a bit. However, he still tightened his grip on the chainsaw and pointed with his other hand at the bloodstain on Joe-bai's sleeve. "This is the old town mayor's handprint." The old town mayor's right hand has 6 fingers. It seemed that it was impossible to hide it now. At that moment, Joe-bai unexpectedly laughed. His body was covered in the old town mayor's blood. And the old town mayor's corpse was locked up by Joe-bai in the watchtower. If Jim saw it, it would be impossible to clear things up. So, he didn't plan to explain this to Jim. Jim was made uneasy by Joe-bai's laughter and involuntarily stepped back. However, Joe-bai instead took a step forward. "You've discovered it, what should we do now?" "Ha ha ha, what do you think we should do?" Joe-bai laughed like a madman. He walked towards Jim, and suddenly, he smashed the vases and wooden stands placed along the corridor onto the ground. Jim was startled and took several steps back. Joe-bai kept picking up things from both sides of the corridor, smashing them while laughing while retreating. As he retreated, he actually found himself next to the stairs. At that moment, Jim realized something was wrong. When he looked clearly again, Joe-bai had already turned around and ran down the stairs. "Oh no, I've been fooled." Jim reacted quickly, grabbing his chainsaw, and tried to chase Joe-bai. But the corridor was full of toppled wooden stands and shattered glass debris. This slowed Jim's speed significantly. Just as Joe-bai reached the hall, about to pass beneath him, Jim anxiously grabbed the railing and jumped directly from the second floor. With a loud thud, Jim appeared right in front of Joe-bai. So desperate? Joe-bai frowned, looking at Jim who had appeared before him. Although his jumping action was quite brave, the pained expression on his face after landing somewhat affected his heroic stance. Joe-bai quickly took a step back. He grabbed a stool to use as his weapon. Jim rubbed his leg, enduring the pain, and directly fired up his chainsaw, swinging it at Joe-bai. Suddenly, the hall was filled with loud clanging sounds. The 3 people sitting in the dining room heard the commotion outside and hurriedly ran out to check. Buzz, holding a long knife, ran ahead. When he arrived at the hall, he saw Joe-bai holding a chair, blocking Jim's chainsaw. Jim's chainsaw was spinning, and it seemed like Joe-bai's chair was going to be cut in half. Buzz was startled and quickly quickened his pace. He grabbed his long knife and aimed it at Jim's back. Seeing that Buzz had arrived, Joe-bai felt happy and hurriedly threw Jim aside. At that moment, the chair in his hand was completely sawed through. "Jim, sir, has no weapons, fighting him is just shameless." With Buzz saying this, Jim turned his back to Joe-bai. Holding the chainsaw, he was ready to fight with Buzz. At that moment, Joe-bai also saw where Jim had just been cut. His thick clothes were torn by Buzz's long knife. But under the clothes, his body only had a slight scratch. Joe-bai couldn't help but feel regret. Why didn't I pay more attention when sharpening Buzz's knife this morning? But now, it was too late for regrets. Jim holding the chainsaw had already started fighting Buzz. Austin and the candy store owner also came to the hall. However, they both looked like they were watching a show, completely uninterested in joining. In the hall, the battle between Buzz and Jim was intense. But Buzz was clearly at a disadvantage. Joe-bai watched as Jim's chainsaw was about to fall upon Buzz, and hurriedly shouted, "Jim, you can't hurt him. He is your benefactor." Jim stopped his actions immediately upon hearing Joe Bai shout. Then he turned to look at Joe Bai. What did you say? Why do you say he is my benefactor? At this moment, Buzz also looked dumbfounded and turned to look at Joe Bai. Actually, Joe Bai didn't know anything. However, based on what the Old Town Mayor had said before he died, maybe he could try to bluff a bit. Do you know why the people in that album took photos at your wife's grave? Jim quickly shook his head. I don't know, you need to tell me quickly. Joe Bai recalled the information he had collected and said earnestly. Because your wife's grave was built with his help. Chapter 162 The Mutant in the Grave. Jim heard Joe Bai mention his wife's grave and, furious, pointed the chainsaw at him, almost breaking down as he said. The grave he helped build? You say it so nicely. He killed someone and then buried the body, right? Joe Bai looked at Buzz. You tell him, the graves outside the castle, are they built by your father? Jim, hearing the word father, looked at Buzz in shock. Buzz, in turn, looked at Joe Bai with surprise. Sir, how do you know that? Joe Bai knew there was no need for secrets anymore, so he directly said. In the study, there is a children's book, and inside it, there's a photo of you and your parents. Hearing Joe Bai's words, Buzz turned pale. I was careless. I didn't expect that my father kept our photo. Seeing Buzz like this, Joe Bai sighed. Buzz, actually, I have a question that I can't understand. This castle originally belonged to your father. Why didn't you inherit it yourself, but let me inherit it instead? Buzz's expression changed a little, becoming somewhat languid, as he heard Joe Bai's question. It's not that I don't want to inherit, but I can't inherit. My father sent me away and also gave the castle to someone else. Joe Bai looked at Buzz. What he said matched what the Old Town Mayor said before he died. The old master of the castle must have known something in advance and made this decision for Buzz's safety. But what exactly happened back then? Jim saw Joe Bai and Buzz chatting about things unrelated to him and quickly interrupted them with urgency. That person is your father? Then you must know what happened back then. Quickly tell me. Buzz lowered his head, clenched his fists, seeming afraid to meet Jim's gaze. The graves outside were indeed built by my father. But the person wasn't killed by him. Joe Bai felt that Buzz's two sentences weren't lies. However, his state while speaking was a bit off. He should still have something crucial that he hasn't said. Jim, hearing what Buzz said, seemed ready to explode again. Just because you say he didn't, why should I believe you? If he didn't kill anyone, why help others build graves? Buzz suddenly looked helpless as he tightened his hands. I don't know. Jim, seeing Buzz like this, was so angry he was nearly steaming. Liars. You both are liars. Jim gripped the chainsaw, glaring at Buzz and Joe Bai, as if they couldn't provide a reasonable answer, and he would attack again at any moment. The atmosphere fell into a deadlock again. Joe Bai quietly searched for a weapon while his mind raced. Buzz seemed unwilling to reveal the truth. Pressing him further would likely be useless. The Old Town Mayor was quite likely to know the truth, but unfortunately, he was already dead. This made things complicated. Aside from Jim, Joe Bai also really wanted to know what happened back then. And the crisis he would face next might very likely be connected to that event. Thinking of this, Joe Bai's gaze scanned the other four people present. He saw Jim angrily gasping for breath. And Buzz was lowering his head, trying to evade the upcoming questions. Austin had his hands in his pockets, leaning against the hall's pillar, watching like it was a show. The candy store owner was in a similar situation to Austin, only with less arrogance. Then, Joe Bai's gaze landed on the two spectators not far away. These two came to the gathering surely with their own purposes. However, since the beginning, they hadn't exposed their needs, which made people uneasy. Joe Bai looked at them, feeling their indifferent appearance was rather annoying. Not pulling them into this seemed somewhat unreasonable. So, Joe Bai directly pointed at the candy store owner and shouted at Jim. Ask him, he knows the truth. Austin saw Joe Bai suddenly biting onto the candy store owner, and with a pft, he started laughing again. The candy store owner, in the middle of his gossip, suddenly saw Joe Bai pointing at him and instantly widened his round eyes. He hurriedly looked at Jim, who surprisingly still seemed to believe him. He raised the chainsaw, pointing it at the candy store owner. No. You listen to me, let me think. Do I know or not? Austin looked at the candy store owner with a glee-filled expression, enjoying the chaos. Joe Bai shot him a cold glance, thinking about when it would be appropriate to pull him down from his high horse. The candy store owner realized suddenly that everyone's eyes were on him. He anxiously stomped his feet. Racking his brain, he searched for relevant information. 10 years ago, the castle, too many files. Wait a second, let me think. It seems to be related to mutants. When Buzz heard the candy store owner utter mutants, his face went even paler. Joe Bai frowned at Buzz's reaction. It seemed related to the small animals that often appeared in the castle. Those small animals with blue eyes, sharp teeth, and long hair. Jim, however, seemed confused by the candy store owner's words. What are mutants? What are you talking about? Stop rambling about useless stuff. The candy store owner shook his head and said seriously. I'm not rambling. Those graves outside are all buried mutants. Jobai did not expect to hear this answer. Shocked, he looked at the candy store owner. Meanwhile, Jim picked up his chainsaw and angrily charged at him. What nonsense are you talking? My wife can't be a mutant. You better shut up and stop slandering my wife. The candy store owner, seeing Jim raising the chainsaw to attack him, was so scared he ran to Austin's side. Austin, who was enjoying the drama, did not expect the conflict to suddenly shift towards him. Frightened, he quickly dodged, pulled out a short knife from his waist, and barely defended himself. Now, Jim felt even more convinced that Austin and the candy store owner were in cahoots. Holding the chainsaw, he began to fight with Austin. Thus, finally, Jobai could watch the chaos unfold. The situation suddenly changed to a 1-against-4. Jobai was very satisfied and was considering whether to take this opportunity to develop his own weapon. He suddenly heard a ringing of bells from outside the castle. When Austin heard the sound, his whole expression changed for the worse. Dingling, dingling, dingling. If he guessed correctly, it must be Santa Claus arriving. Chapter 163: A Failure. There's danger, stop fighting. Austin shouted at Jim. Startled, Jim almost dropped his chainsaw. Why is it here? This can't be happening. What did Kevin do? Austin was stunned, trying to identify the sounds outside the castle. Did you hang something on the Christmas tree? Austin looked at Jobai. Jobai hurriedly looked towards the Christmas tree set up in the corner of the hall. He furrowed his brow and suddenly walked quickly toward the Christmas tree. Kevin could indeed have tampered with it. After entering the castle today, he stood next to the Christmas tree. Thinking of this possibility sent chills down Jobai's spine. He rushed over, circled the Christmas tree, and carefully inspected the ornaments on it. Austin also walked beside the Christmas tree and started checking with Jobai. Then, Jobai noticed a doll's foot in a certain spot on the Christmas tree. In the leaves, it appeared. He hurriedly brushed aside the leaves, and then saw a Santa Claus doll. A strange smiling face emerged from beneath the leaves. Is this Kevin, the reason for entering the ancient castle? Jobai looked at the strange doll, while Austin directly pulled it down. There's no time, he is already coming towards the ancient castle. Austin tightly gripped the doll, fear showing in his eyes. Dingling, dingling, dingling. The sound of bells grew closer and closer. As Jobai listened to the bell sounds, for some reason, a strong desire to snuggle into bed and sleep arose in his heart. Behind him, Jim suddenly started sawing the sofa with a chainsaw. Chopping trees, I love chopping trees the most. Austin showed a somewhat obsessed smile, taking out coins from his pocket and happily counting them. Jobai sensed that something was off. It's pollution. Jobai quickly threw a punch, hitting Austin's face. Austin covered his face in pain, finally snapping back to reality. Oh no, we must not let him in. Jobai took off his brooch and stabbed it into his finger. The pain finally brought some clarity to his mind. He walked to the window, looking towards the direction of the bell sound. Outside, it was a scene of white snow everywhere. In the snow, a red and white carriage was heading towards the ancient castle. In front, pulling the carriage, was a person dressed as Santa Claus. Why is he said to be pulling the carriage? Because he had a human upper body, but below he had 4 legs. Jobai remembered the words of the old mayor, walked over to the gramophone, and picked up the record. Don't play it. The candy store owner, slashed by Austin, awoke as well. Seeing Jobai's action, he hurried to stop him. Austin ignored the candy store owner's plea, walked next to Jobai, and directly took the record from his hand, putting it on the gramophone. What are you standing there for? Hurry, start it? Jobai hesitated, looking at Austin. Why did he say not to play it? Could playing this record lead to some consequences? Ignore it, let's get through this crisis first. As they spoke, the sound of bells rang out once more. Dingling, dingling, dingling. Upon hearing the sound, Jobai suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He suddenly felt so happy. The sound of Santa Claus's bells was actually able to bring joy to people. Ha ha ha. Austin also laughed out loud. Jobai laughed so hard he could hardly breathe, tears almost streaming from his eyes. This isn't right. This kind of happiness must be wrong. Jobai held the brooch in his hand, laughing while he fiercely stabbed it into his hand. The pain finally helped Jobai resist the urge to laugh. He turned to look at Austin and then threw another punch, hitting his face directly. Awakening is the most important thing in this bizarre world. Austin covered his face in pain. His first reaction after waking up was to say to Joe Bai, "Hurry, play the music." Joe Bai gritted his teeth and finally started the gramophone. Then, the song began to play from the gramophone speaker. Ding, ding, ding. Austin, hearing the sound from the gramophone, kept urging Joe Bai, "Turn it up. Quick, turn it up more." Joe Bai could only turn the volume up to the maximum. Thus, the Santa Claus very close to the ancient castle finally heard his favorite song. Ding, ding, ding. He joyfully emitted all sorts of strange laughter. Then, in rhythm with the music, he lifted his four hooves and happily danced. Ding, ding, ding. The gramophone continuously played the lyrics. Outside the window, the Santa Claus, upon hearing the song, revealed a joyful smile. But he stepped with a cheerful dance, although slowing down a bit, still did not stop moving closer to the ancient castle. Joe Bai looked out the window, the smiling face of Santa Claus getting closer, and felt a chill all over his body. The crisis was still not lifted. He quickly looked at Austin. Austin was staring intently at the phonograph, as if waiting for a certain moment to arrive. At that moment, the song in the record suddenly became smooth. Hearing the pleasing song, Santa's dancing movements became more engrossed. He laughed and danced even more passionately. That horse is thin and old, its fate is not good. Crashed the sleigh into the mud. When singing these two lines, Austin suddenly turned off the phonograph. Then, with a bang, Santa Claus, along with his sleigh, tumbled into the snow. Joe Bai was shocked by the scene before him. Austin lowered his head and no longer looked out the window. Don't mind him, he won't get up again. He was about to leave Joe Bai's side when Joe Bai grabbed him. You know what he is, right? Austin did not look at Joe Bai but lowered his head, trying to push his hand away. He is just a failed product originally meant to counter the strange. Joe Bai grabbed his collar. When did your Blackbeard start accepting mutants? Austin desperately tried to push Joe Bai's hand away but couldn't move at all. Don't talk nonsense. It's just that in recent years, pollution has become more serious. Someone has come up with such a countermeasure. It's not us, on the contrary, we are here to prevent them from harming ordinary people. Hearing this from Austin, Joe Bai threw him to the ground. The candy store owner had just been cut a few times to resist the pollution. But he didn't care about the pain and quickly rushed to the window. It's over, the stone that's been suppressing it is about to crack. In the direction where the candy store owner looked, there was a stone covered with red sand, and as the phonograph played various sharp and unpleasant sounds loudly, the cracks became larger and larger. At the end of the last lyric, the entire stone completely shattered. Chapter 164, Booze's Memory. Joe Bai thought of the wooden sign and the grave mound and the stone beneath it. He also realized that the situation was serious. The candy store owner stood by the glass window and turned to Booze. Hurry, take me to the basement of the castle. Booze tightened the long knife in his hand, took a step back, and then shook his head repeatedly. What basement? I don't know what you're talking about. He cautiously raised his head to look at the candy store owner. His hand gripping the long knife was strained, making his veins visibly stand out. He looked like a small beast ready to attack at any moment. The candy store owner could sense the dangerous aura radiating from Booze. But he still insisted on speaking. I know your mother is in the basement. Booze's eyes widened instantly. Why do you say that? I have no idea what you're talking about. He raised the long knife, his eyes hurriedly scanned the surroundings. However, besides Jim, who completely didn't understand, Austin and Joe Bai showed no signs of surprise. Seeing their expressions, Booze suddenly seemed to lose all strength. It turned out that his secret had long ceased to be a secret. The candy store owner stepped towards Booze. If you don't take us down, all of us, including your mother, will be in danger. Joe Bai stood quietly to the side, watching the candy store owner's every move. His heart felt even more certain about his identity. But Buzz, seeing the relentless pressure from the candy store owner, began to show a fearful expression. In front of him, it seemed like he saw a terrifying scene from his childhood again. I can't take you to see her. You will kill my mother. Just like you killed other mutants. I have seen it, I saw it from the lookout tower. You stabbed them in the heart with a knife. The flowers outside the castle were all stained with their blood. Buzz, in fear, tried to back away. As if hiding could make him escape those scenes he saw in childhood. But Jim gave Buzz no chance to escape. He walked up in front of Buzz, grabbed his arms, and shook him continuously. What did you say? Say it again. Buzz, frightened, seemed to want to bury his head low. There are 6 of them, there are a total of 6 of them. They held knives and stabbed directly into those with sharp teeth. Jim held Buzz, forcing him to look into his eyes. Did they kill everyone, including my wife? Who are they? Tell me quickly. But Buzz kept shaking his head. I don't know. It was too far away, I couldn't see clearly. Jobai stood quietly in the hall, looking at them with sympathy. Both of them should be considered victims of that incident back then. But the whole matter, even coming here, was still not pieced together completely. Buzz's mother is a mutant. Outside the castle, there are also all mutants. There are 6 people, clearing out those mutants. Jobai had seen the dates of construction of those graves. Those more than 100 mutants buried outside all died in the same year. And the dates are very close. It looks like a special operation to eliminate mutants. If that's the case, then why has Buzz's mother been able to survive? 6 people? That number is so familiar. It should also be related to that Christmas Eve gathering 10 years ago. Jobai was lost in thought, trying to connect the information he had gathered. At that moment, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind Jobai. Clop, clop, clop. Jobai instantly felt a chill down his back. Jim was still questioning Buzz. Austin was watching with interest. And the candy store owner was eagerly asking Buzz to take him to the basement. All the living guests stood in front of Jobai. Then who was standing behind Jobai? Jobai clenched his fists and turned around. Hiss. Then, he saw a pair of sharp teeth coming right in front of him, about to bite down on his neck. Jobai's hands quickly grabbed the other's shoulders, forcing the distance between them. Mother! At this moment, Buzz also noticed the commotion with Jobai. He shouted loudly at the other side. But the other party seemed to not react at all to his shout. With the other hand, she was about to use her long nails to reach for Jobai. Seeing that Jobai was about to be hurt. At that moment, the other party suddenly stopped her movement. Cough, cough, cough. Her originally blue eyes had turned completely red, making all sorts of weird sounds. Cough, cough, cough. She retained just a bit of reason and tried to touch the badge on Jobai's chest with her long-nailed claws. Jobai watched her like this, slowly bending his arm, allowing her to touch the badge on his chest. So she got very close to Jobai. Her entire face leaned in towards Jobai, trying to identify the badge clearly. The others in the hall, seeing this scene, dared not move at all, fearing to disturb this mutant in front of them. At that moment, footsteps sounded again from behind the woman. Clop, clop. Clack, clack. Jobai felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the sound. Is there someone else? Besides the guest before him, and Buzz's mother, who else could be in the dungeon? Jobai was shocked and looked behind the woman. Then, a gaunt face slowly emerged. When Jobai saw his face clearly, his pupils instantly constricted. Old Town Mayor. Where have you been? I've been looking for you. Jobai felt his body go completely stiff. He had seen the Old Town Mayor die with his own eyes and locked his body away with his own hands. Yet he was now appearing right in front of him. Jim had no idea what had just happened in the watchtower. So when he saw the Old Town Mayor appear, he joyfully called out to him and started to walk over. Old Town Mayor, let me tell you, my wife. Jim was about to complain about what he heard from Buzz. But as he got closer, he couldn't say the remaining words. The Old Town Mayor's face was completely pale. His eyes were red like Buzz's mother, walking over like a living corpse. Jim, seeing this, immediately dared not approach any further. Jobai's gaze was on the Old Town Mayor's right hand. His wrist seemed to be bitten off by some animal and was dripping blood. Chapter 165, Again the Red Moon. Only one can live. Kill them all. The Old Town Mayor showed teeth stained with flesh and blood. Jobai suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Isn't it painful? Just when Jobai was secretly admiring how ruthless the Old Town Mayor was to himself. Buzz's mother, hearing the Old Town Mayor approach, suddenly opened her arms and shielded Jobai behind her. KRR. She struggled to make a sound in her throat. And Jobai, being blocked behind her, barely discerned what she said. Son, run. Jobai suddenly felt a bit teary. Even if the one she truly wanted to protect wasn't him. Mutants must die. I killed them, all of them, I made them kill. If they don't die, how can the other residents in the town survive? The Old Town Mayor seemed like a living corpse, with a hollow gaze. Only his mouth kept murmuring the last obsession. And Jim, hearing the Old Town Mayor's words, completely broke down. You made them all kill? Including my wife? He couldn't believe that the Old Town Mayor, whom he respected the most, could possibly be the true murderer of his wife. But the Old Town Mayor was not listening to anything at this moment. You don't need to ask him. He's been controlled, he can't answer you. The candy store owner finished speaking and held back Jim, who wanted to argue. I was so foolish, so foolish. The Old Town Mayor kept walking towards Jobai's direction, still mumbling words. And Jobai was firmly protected by Buzz's mother. Although very touched, to be honest, her grip was somewhat affecting his performance. Joe-Bai could not move, he could only turn his head to look at the others present. The candy store owner was powerless. Jim had completely broken down. Buzz, holding a long knife, was already walking towards the Old Town Mayor. And Austin, why had he suddenly vanished? Joe-Bai quickly looked around. Then he saw Austin holding his short knife, sneaking around, hiding in the corner to Joe-Bai's left front. Did this guy want to help? Or did he want to stay out of it? Joe-Bai still didn't know the answer. However, if he wanted to stay out of it, Joe-Bai had 100 ways to make him participate. At this moment, Buzz, holding the long knife, had arrived in front of his mother. His mother could no longer recognize him. Seeing a stranger appear before her, "Show your claws," almost ready to slash towards his back. Joe-Bai was startled and quickly pulled Busey's mother, continuously retreating. Caw, caw. She was pulled away by Joe-Bai, seeming somewhat dissatisfied that she hadn't attacked the stranger. Busey, seeing this scene, couldn't help but lower his eyes in disappointment. When he raised his eyes again, he tightened his grip on the long knife, pointing it directly at the Old Town Mayor. At that moment, the Old Town Mayor suddenly lunged at Busey. Busey didn't dodge, the long knife thrust forward, stabbing at the Old Town Mayor's heart. Instantly, blood dripped down the long knife. Just like when Busey was young, seeing the blood drop on flowers. That scene from the past resurfaced in Busey's mind. It made the hand holding the knife tremble uncontrollably. Kill them all, everyone who participates in the peace night must die. Busey's eyes turned red. So, my father was also killed by you. Isn't that right? Busey trembled as he pulled the long knife out from the Old Town Mayor's heart. Then, with another thrust, he drove it into the old man's abdomen. Blood dripped down again. Along with the falling blood, Busey's tears also fell. Kill them all, everyone who participates in the peace night must die. The Old Town Mayor only repeated this phrase. His face had no expression, as if he had completely lost any feeling for pain. Busey pulled the long knife out of the Old Town Mayor's abdomen again. Yet, the Old Town Mayor remained unaffected, still opening his arms, ready to lunge at Busey. Joe-Bai was tightly held by Busey's mother. He could only watch the battle nervously. Although Busey now had the upper hand, he might not be able to win if the fight dragged on. He needed to pull someone else into the fight. So, Joe-Bai shouted to Busey. Busey, move to the left front. Busey's mother, hearing Busey's name, also called out Busey, Busey. And Busey nodded. With another thrust, he stabbed the Old Town Mayor in the abdomen. Then he pushed the knife, along with the Old Town Mayor's body, toward the left front position. The Old Town Mayor grasped Busey's long knife, directly stabbing through his own abdomen. This forced Busey to be drawn closer to him. So, the Old Town Mayor opened his blood-soaked teeth, ready to bite at Busey. Just as the Old Town Mayor was about to bite Busey, Austin finally jumped out from the corner. He picked up his short knife and stabbed it into the Old Town Mayor's head. Finally, the Old Town Mayor's red eyes slowly returned to normal. His entire body seemed like a puppet that suddenly lost control, collapsing entirely. At this moment, Busey quickly let go of the long knife in his hand. Thus, both the Old Town Mayor and the long knife fell to the ground. Busey, go get the green wine. Busey stared blankly at Joe-Bai, and it took a while for him to react to what Joe-Bai said. He glanced at his mother, who was shielding Joe-Bai, then hurried to the kitchen. The candy shop owner looked at the Old Town Mayor lying on the ground, still worried in his eyes. The Old Town Mayor must have done something. It must have gone through great effort to make the Old Town Mayor violate the rules and control him. It can't just be to have him come and fight with you. After saying this, the candy shop owner rushed to the window. In the sky, a red moon was unexpectedly hanging. Red moon. Joe-Bai and Austin were also startled upon hearing these words. Under the red moon, outside the castle, small white hills suddenly had dirty hands reaching out, one by one. More than 100 hands clawed at the snow, trying to break through the ground. Seeing this scene, the candy shop owner's face turned pale. Austin saw his face was not right. While wiping the blood on his hands, he walked to the window. When he saw the scene outside the window, the expression on his face became exactly the same as that of the candy store owner. How long can your candles hold out? Austin immediately looked up and stared at the candy store owner after hearing his words. Bah, what nonsense. As long as they can burn, they can hold out. However, the candy store owner still did not eliminate his worries. What about the range? At this moment, Austin was also stunned. Only effective in areas where the candlelight is visible. In other words, the sides and back of the castle are places that can be attacked. Chapter 166. How should we respond? Joe-Bai was tightly held by Buzz's mother, so he had not seen the scene outside the window. However, seeing the expressions on the candy store owners and Austin's faces, he guessed that the situation might be a bit bad. So, he anxiously looked at Buzz's mother standing beside him, then lifted his head to look toward the kitchen. Fortunately, Buzz quickly came running with a cup of green liquor, arriving next to his mother. He handed the liquor forward, wanting to give it to his mother. However, his mother thought someone was going to attack Joe Bai. Waving her claws, she almost grabbed onto him. This made it impossible for Buzz to get close at all. "Hand it to me." Joe Bai grabbed her waving claws with one hand and reached out to Buzz with the other. Buzz could only silently pass the cup to Joe Bai. Joe Bai took the cup of green liquor and coaxed Buzz's mother, slowly getting her to drink it. Watching her eyes slowly change from red to their original blue, he gently released her hand. When Buzz saw his mother starting to calm down, he tried to move closer to her. At this moment, she finally did not reach out her claws at Buzz. When her eyes completely turned blue, she finally recognized Buzz again. Joe Bai stood behind them, watching the mother and son cuddling together, quietly left from the side. Then he walked toward the window. The candy store owner and Austin seemed to have just had a quarrel. Now the two were angrily staring at each other, no longer speaking. Joe Bai walked to their side, glanced at both of them, and then looked out the window. At this time, outside the castle, in those white hills, one head after another had already emerged from the snow piles. They faced the castle, scratching at the snow with their hands, leaving behind claw marks in the snow. Joe Bai looked at the scene outside and realized that a new wave of crisis was approaching him. The second survival rule for Christmas Eve, fifth rule. After the party starts, please lock the doors and windows. No matter who knocks on the door or window, do not open. Because of this rule, Joe Bai had already locked the doors and windows in advance. However, he just didn't know how strong the attacking power of those neighbors outside the castle was. Outside the castle, there was a circle of iron railings, which was the first layer of defense. And outside of the windows on the first floor of the castle, there were also iron railings. Normally speaking, that would be very hard to break through. If it was still broken through, then everyone would have to use the weapons in their hands. As for the candy, how should it be used? The first survival rule for Christmas Eve, fifth rule. Distributing Christmas candy to your neighbors can resolve misunderstandings and hatred. Please be sure to prepare enough candy. Who knows how many neighbors you've offended? Joe Bai thought of this and turned to look at the candy store owner. But the candy store owner was still angrily glaring at Austin. Joe Bai looked at them, pondered for a moment, and then tried to ask, "Have you thought of a way to deal with them?" Austin rolled his eyes at the candy store owner, then said to Joe Bai, "Just stab them directly in the head, make sure they won't get up again." The candy store owner nearly jumped up in anger. "No way. If you do that, it will create a source of pollution. The residents of this small town will soon be affected. You must use Christmas candy." Hearing the candy store owner, Austin sneered again. "How can you use your worthless candy? Just stuff it into their mouths by hand? Just listen to yourself, is that reasonable? What if I get contaminated? My hands are so nice looking, I don't want to chop them off." The candy store owner trembled with rage upon hearing Austin's words. "You are just afraid of death. Do you think solving problems with the most brutal method is the answer? You are just creating problems." Austin, feeling insulted, immediately retorted, "Pa! Ensuring that other normal people can live normally is the most important thing. Are you saying that fearing contamination means we all have to be put in danger and then contaminated? Aren't those who have already been contaminated a source of pollution? Is this how you white-bearded people operate? No wonder there are so many mutants in your organization." The candy store owner was so infuriated by Austin that he pointed at him for a long time but couldn't utter a word. Joe Bai silently listened to their conversation and began to think. If the candy must be stuffed into their mouths to work, indeed, the difficulty of this operation is significant. Inside the castle, there were 5 people who were not very united, plus one rather confused mutant. Such a combination facing over 100 neighbors was already tough enough. Now, adding in the task of feeding candy made the difficulty level shoot straight up. If they weren't careful, everyone in the castle would be unable to escape the fate of contamination. How could they minimize the risk to the lowest possible level? Joe Bai pondered while looking out the window. At that moment, the figures on the white hills had nearly all crawled out. They moved stiffly, stepping 1 foot at a time on the snow, all heading toward the castle. "They're coming. They're all coming toward us," Joe Bai said to the others in the castle. He hurried to the dining room to grab his axe and that box of candy. Then he returned to the hall to meet up with everyone. At this time, everyone was standing by the window, looking out. Buzz's mother, seeing the figures approaching, was so frightened that she crouched down and covered her head with her hands. "Ah! It's not me, I didn't do it, save me quickly." Buzz hurriedly crouched down to comfort her upon seeing his mother like this. Jim, on the other hand, looked at those walking out of the grave, his hand gripping the chainsaw, trembling continuously. My wife. Is my wife among them? He pressed against the glass, trying to get a clear view of the crowd coming toward him. Suddenly, bang! A pair of muddy, dried, black hands reached through the glass and the iron railing, slapping directly on Jim's face. Startled, Jim quickly stepped back a few paces. Then, a similarly dark and dried face crawled up from beneath the window, slowly appearing before everyone's eyes. Jobai quickly looked toward the iron railing outside the castle. Then he saw a mass of dark figures, climbing over one another toward the railing. Bang! Bang! Following that, there were continuous sounds of glass being slapped from both sides and behind the castle. Chapter 167 Chapter 167 At the entrance of the ancient castle, that small candle was emitting a faint light. Those humans that had just crawled out of the grave, bathed in the red moonlight, saw the candle and tilted their heads in confusion, then consciously changed their route. So, the 6 people in the castle heard various sounds of glass breaking coming from both sides and from behind the castle. It's not my fault, don't catch me, they're coming to catch me. Buzz's mother heard the sound of shattering and trembled all over. At that moment, bang, the glass in front of everyone shattered. A dark, emaciated hand quickly reached out. Ah! Don't catch me, don't catch me. Buzz's mother shrank into the corner in fear. Austin took out a knife and slashed directly at that hand. Aren't there iron railings? What are you afraid of? They can't get in. He wiped the blood from his hands, then felt a blur in front of his eyes, shook his head vigorously to regain normalcy. Jobai didn't notice Austin's abnormality but looked at those hands gripping the iron railings, his face showing a worried expression. Even if all the doors and windows were locked, even if the windows had iron railings, it wasn't necessarily safe. They must have other ways to break in. It couldn't be this simple. Thinking of this, Jobai turned to the others and said, "Let's go check every door and window on the first floor." After saying this, he picked up an axe and walked toward the back of the castle. "Cut, what are we checking doors and windows for?" Austin said as he drove his knife directly into the window, stabbing into the dark head that tried to poke in. "Just stab it, it's that simple, really annoying." Austin shook his head again. Cursing under his breath, after pulling back his knife, he followed the group and walked over. Inside the castle, the sound of breaking glass filled the air. Jobai walked at the front of the group, passing one window after another, then stopped next to a window at the back of the castle. Not good, they're heading upstairs. As the others approached that window, they also noticed something was wrong. Outside the castle, those humans were slowly gathering by this window. They were climbing up, stepping on each other, grasping the uneven outer walls of the castle. Jobai saw the scene and quickly changed direction, running toward the stairs. The others also recognized that the situation was bad, following Jobai closely behind. Jim, somewhat lost in thought, carried a chainsaw, walking at the back of the group. When they reached the stone steps, he glanced at the puddle of blood on the ground, suddenly frightened and nearly fell. "Where's Kevin? Where did Kevin go?" Originally, Kevin's corpse should have been lying in that puddle of blood. But now, he had long since vanished. "He's come back from the dead, haven't you seen that before?" Austin mocked bald Jim's dramatic reaction. Compared to everything else happening tonight, Kevin coming back from the dead was really not a big deal. Jim, scared, tightened his grip on his chainsaw, looking toward the others, but no one took this matter to heart. In fact, no one even looked back at him, as they all quickened their pace and rushed upstairs. After all, the important crisis they were facing now was the over 100 climbing corpses outside. Jobai stood by the second-floor window, looking at the corpses climbing the walls. They were moving incredibly fast, and in no time, they had climbed higher than where they were standing. Oh no, the watchtower. The watchtower had no windows on all 4 sides. If there was any breakthrough point for entering the castle, the watchtower would definitely be the best choice. Thinking of this, Jobai grabbed the axe and candy, quickly ran toward the watchtower. The others followed closely behind, running after Jobai. At the watchtower, the cold wind kept blowing in. The iron chain that originally locked the old town chief is still bound to the railing. Next to it, there is now a severed hand, barely proving that a corpse was indeed once locked here. When Jobai stepped onto the lookout tower, a dark, thin hand simultaneously grabbed the railing. Jobai, holding an axe, quickly took a few steps and swung it directly at his head. In an instant, the liquid from his brain sprayed out, completely covering Jobai's hands. However, that hand gripping the railing did not stop climbing. He split half of his head open and jumped right in front of Jobai. Jobai didn't understand why, but he felt a bit dizzy in front of him. One head turned into 2, swaying in front of him, as if it would bite him at any moment. Hiss. Fortunately, Austin arrived just in time, his short knife struck again. That person finally fell down completely. "You may be strong, but your aim really needs some work." Austin wanted to turn around to mock Joe Bai, but soon he used his hand to hold his head and shook it vigorously. Under the red moon, Joe Bai looked at the blood splattered in front of his eyes, feeling his heart stir restlessly. Kill them. As long as you kill them, you can pass. A voice deep inside kept speaking to him. At this moment, others also arrived one after another. Beneath the lookout tower, more and more people were climbing up. Jim held a chainsaw, and Buzz wielded a long knife, all facing away from Joe Bai, fighting against those climbing people. Only one can survive. Now is the best time. Kill them now. The voice kept persuading Joe Bai. Joe Bai felt that under the red moon, the hair on the back of his hand seemed to be growing again. Open your mouth, put it in your mouth, don't swallow. Suddenly, a sweet candy was stuffed into his mouth. The sweetness spread in his mouth, soothing the restless feelings in his heart a bit. The other few people were also given candy by the candy store owner. Only Austin, seeing the candy store owner bring the candy over, quickly raised his knife. He almost stabbed the guy directly. The candy from the Whitebeard organization, even dogs won't eat. Before he could finish, Joe Bai snatched the candy from the candy store owner's hand. He quickly grabbed Austin by the back of the neck, while his other hand stuffed the candy into Austin's mouth, then closed his mouth. Austin was forced to eat the candy and couldn't resist, only able to glare wildly at the candy store owner to vent his frustration. When Joe Bai saw Austin return to normal, he let go of him. He looked up at the red moon and swung his axe again at the people climbing the railing. That restless feeling surged up in his heart again. What serious pollution. It seems Austin's method of stabbing straight to the head isn't going to work. Chapter 168, Austin's Persistence. Joe Bai punched the wall to keep himself awake, then turned to look at Buzz. Find some ropes, and be quick. As Joe Bai spoke, another dry hand grabbed the lookout tower railing. Buzz turned to run downstairs but paused, glancing at his mother hiding in the corner. Jim happened to be standing next to Buzz, and seeing his hesitation, said to him, "Hurry up. With me here, she won't get hurt." After Jim said this, he positioned himself in front of Buzz's mother with the chainsaw. His sturdy body was just enough to completely block Buzz's mother. Buzz glanced at him, then at his mother, ultimately gritting his teeth and quickly running downstairs. Joe Bai looked at the hand gripping the railing. He shot a glance at Austin. Austin reacted quickly and nodded with a smile. Then he took out a pair of gloves from his pocket and tossed them to Joe Bai. Put them on, don't get your hands dirty. Joe Bai smiled as well. He quickly put on the gloves, and then the two of them walked towards the corpse. At the edge of the railing, the corpse was already climbing up, both hands gripping the railing tightly. Joe Bai and Austin approached, each grabbing one of its hands and pulling it up directly. Hey, Candy, hurry. Joe Bai pressed the corpse's forehead with one hand while Austin grasped its chin. The candy shop owner quickly counted out 10 pieces of candy from a transparent box and threw them into the corpse's mouth. The corpse had been struggling, but after the 10 pieces of candy were thrown in, it slowly calmed down. Is this enough? Joe Bai grabbed the corpse and turned to the candy shop owner. The candy shop owner nodded. Then I'll send him back. After Joe Bai finished speaking, he grabbed the corpse and threw it down. The corpse fell rapidly from the lookout tower, also crashing down onto two other corpses that were about to climb to the top. Austin patted the dirt off his gloves and leaned out over the railing. Seeing the fate of the three corpses, he raised his hand to Joe Bai and gave a big thumbs up. But soon after, a large number of corpses began to crawl towards the tower. 1, 2, 3. More and more hands were simultaneously reaching for the railing. Austin looked at the corpses coming from 3 directions, took out his short knife, and said to Joe Bai, "How about we just chop them up? You can hit me twice at most. Just don't hit my face." Joe Bai frowned when he heard Austin's words. Hitting him twice wasn't a problem. The problem was that this pollution could make one lose their sanity. I'm afraid that before dealing with those corpses, we would start fighting amongst ourselves. Unless absolutely necessary, this method couldn't be used. Fortunately, at this moment, Buzz ran up holding several bundles of rope. "Sir, the rope is here." He handed the rope to Joe Bai, then quickly ran to the corner to check on his mother. Seeing her well protected by Jim, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Joe Bai took the rope, tied a knot, and said to the others, "Can you rope a horse?" The others shook their heads in a daze. "Then I'll show you how to rope a corpse." As Joe Bai finished speaking, the simple lasso he made was just completed. He threw the rope onto a crawling corpse's head, then pulled it to the side, and the rope tightly bound it. Next, he lifted the corpse and directly tied it to the railing. Austin, hold its hands. Candy shop owner, administer the medicine. After Joe Bai gave the orders, he took another rope, tied a knot, and continued to throw it down. "Oh, I can do this." After watching Joe Bai's operation, Jim picked up a rope and, imitating him, managed to catch a corpse with a few tries. Buzz took on Austin's job, helping Jim hold the corpse's hands and waiting for the candy shop owner to come over to administer the medicine. So, the five of them started working together. When the corpses on the lookout tower accumulated to a certain number, Joe Bai would throw them down one by one, also smashing any corpses nearing the destination down in the process. Just as the number of crawling corpses decreased, and everyone thought this crisis would soon be resolved smoothly, Jim pulled up a corpse wearing a red wedding dress, shattering the current situation. "This is my wife's wedding dress." Jim looked at the wedding dress, then at the corpse's face. But the face of the corpse was dry and darkened, making it impossible to discern any trace of his wife's former appearance. Suddenly, Jim's grip on the rope loosened. The candy shop owner stood next to the corpse. As the rope loosened, the corpse opened its mouth, about to bite the candy store owner. The candy store owner barely dodged, and just as he was about to be bitten by the corpse, a pair of hands reached out from the side and directly grabbed the corpse's jaw. "Your wife has long been dead. If you truly love her, go down with her." Austin held the corpse's jaw with one hand, and with the other hand, he nearly wanted to slap Jim on the head. "Now I finally know why I don't want to date. It's because I don't want to look foolish." The candy store owner hurriedly stuffed candy into the corpse's mouth. After Austin saw the corpse calm down again, he finally let go of his hand. Really, useless. After Austin cursed Jim, he started to curse the candy store owner as well. While cursing, he took off his glove, which had already been torn apart. Then everyone saw that Austin's hand had not escaped the bite from the corpse just now. Blood was now flowing from his hand. "Such a beautiful hand of mine, and it got bitten by something dirty, how disgusting." Austin was still pretending to be calm, but the veins popping out on his forehead from the continuous pain betrayed his current state. I have medicine, don't be nervous, I'll find the medicine right away." The candy store owner was even more anxious than Austin. He trembled as he looked down and frantically searched his pockets for pills. But on Austin's bitten hand, small bumps were already starting to appear, growing little hairs. Under the red moon, Austin's mutation speed was much faster than usual. "Hurry, take the medicine, it can prevent your mutation from expanding." Austin gritted his teeth and endured the pain, then asked the candy store owner, "Can the part that mutates return to its original state?" The candy store owner knew that Austin strongly rejected mutation, but he could only shake his head. When Austin saw him shaking his head, he started laughing. "Then what's the difference? The old man's medicine isn't even fit for dogs." After Austin finished speaking, he picked up his short knife and struck down towards his hand. Instantly, blood gushed out, and the hand he valued the most would no longer be complete in the future. Chapter 169 Chapter 169 Christmas Cake. Austin's hand kept bleeding out. The candy store owner was frightened by his sudden action and hurriedly wanted to grab something to bandage him. At this moment, Joe Bai had tied up a few corpses and finally could come over to care for poor Austin. Although Austin's lips were somewhat pale from excessive blood loss. When he saw Joe Bai coming over, he still made sure to tease a few remarks. "So, how is it? Aren't the people from the Blackbeard organization more handsome?" "No worries, you're just a little behind compared to me." Joe Bai looked at his pitiful appearance and decided not to bother with him. Since he still had the energy to talk back, it meant his injuries weren't serious. So Joe Bai stopped looking at him and let Buzz go help him get some medicine for the wounds. Then he shouted at Jim and the candy store owner who were standing there dazed. "What are you standing around for? Get to work." The immediate crisis was not yet resolved, and main player Austin was injured again. If these two became dumb again, it would be a problem. After Joe Bai spoke, he took out a rope and quickly tied up another corpse. Cold-blooded, ruthless corpse-tying tool. Austin saw Joe Bai's cold demeanor and silently cursed, then found a spot to stay put. Jim and the candy store owner reacted after Joe Bai yelled at them. They hurriedly collected themselves and continued to feed candy to the corpses. Joe Bai tied up a row of corpses and then tossed the other row of corpses that had been fed candy back down. But when he got to the corpse dressed in wedding clothes, after thinking for a moment, he still didn't throw her away. Anyway, she wouldn't attack anyone now. As for how to handle it, let Jim decide. Joe Bai let her lie on the ground, then went to deal with other bodies. The candy shop owner kept taking candies out of that transparent box. As the candies in the box began to run low, the corpses climbing towards the watchtower were finally about to disappear. Just when the candy shop owner took all the remaining candies from the transparent box into his hands, he looked at Joe Bai in surprise. 9 pieces, 1 is missing. Not enough candies? Joe Bai clearly bought a lot, how could it be insufficient? When Joe Bai heard him say this, he looked doubtfully at the transparent box. But the candies in the box were indeed all in the candy shop owner's hands. 1240 candies, subtracting 61, that's 1179 candies. A total of 114 graves, 10 candies per grave, how could there be a shortage? Jobai looked at the corpse beside the candy shop owner. Then he walked to the railing and looked down. At the bottom of the tower, there was only one corpse left, climbing up. This meant that there were still 11 candies missing. Thinking of this, Jobai raised his eyes to glance at his few customers. It seemed that the insufficient candies would have to come from them. Cough, cough. You wouldn't want these corpses to not eliminate the pollution, right? Buzz, Jim, and the candy shop owner didn't understand what Jobai meant and looked at him blankly. Only Austin knew that Jobai had no good intentions, cursing him under his breath while bandaging his wounds. Jobai ignored him, as he didn't care about one more person. Instead, he turned his gaze to the other three. In your pockets, there is a golden, beautiful thing. As long as you open it, you will understand what I mean. The other three stared blankly as they reached into their pockets, pulling out the crumpled gold foil. When the others opened it and saw the Christmas candies wrapped inside, Austin, without saying a word, directly threw the gift onto the candy shop owner. Take it, take it. Jobai smiled and said to the candy shop owner, don't be polite with him. Austin was so angry he almost wanted to fight Jobai despite his injuries. The candy shop owner took out a candy from his gift and finally gathered the needed amount. After Jobai pulled up the last corpse, he was exhausted and sat down on the ground. The crisis was finally coming to an end. He took out his phone and saw that the screen showed the current time, 11:50 p.m. Seeing this time, Jobai felt so tired that he wanted to let it all go. So much had happened all night, and there was still such a long time until the normal dawn. Moreover, whether there would be sunlight shining into the castle tomorrow was still uncertain. How could he complete the level? Thinking of this, Jobai helplessly raised his head to look at the red moon above. This reminded him of that night escaping City A. He remembered the crowds on the streets, tearing at each other, and those pairs of eyes staring at him in the dark. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver. Austin and the candy shop owner also looked at the moon in the sky. Then their gazes moved to the distant quiet town, where lights were shining. At this moment, Jobai also stood up and looked toward the quiet town. The people in the town will start to mutate, right? The two of them looked into the distance and then lowered their heads. Although there was no direct answer, Jobai already understood the answer. He lowered his head as well, remembering the restaurant owner's happy expression when he brought food today. What a pity, everyone would not be able to have a joyful and peaceful Christmas Eve. Jobai, after all the trouble. Just as he gathered his emotions and raised his head again, he spoke to the rest of the people. If I want to cut a cake at this time, you shouldn't find it too abrupt, right? The Christmas cake that Jobai had prepared earlier was still in the dining room. The second rule of the Christmas Eve survival guide, the 7th clause. Midnight 12 o'clock is a very important time. Please present the plum blossom porridge you have made to each guest at this time. If midnight 12 o'clock is indeed such an important time, then at this moment, Jobai should do something. However, Jobai did not prepare any plum blossom porridge. And the first rule of the Christmas Eve survival guide, the 3rd clause, stated. On Christmas Eve, you need to bake a Christmas cake yourself, not drink plum blossom porridge. So, is it possible that the Christmas cake and plum blossom porridge can actually substitute for each other? Therefore, Jobai felt that cutting a Christmas cake at midnight could be a good choice. After all, Jobai definitely could not produce plum blossom porridge. Even if the 7th clause of the second rule of the Christmas Eve survival guide was entirely wrong, Jobai would not lose anything. Chapter 170, In the Great Country, There is no red moon. After weighing this matter in his heart, Jobai looked at the other people present. Since there is nothing else, let's go down and eat some cake. The others had no objections and nodded in agreement. Only Jim looked at his wife, who was tied to the railing, wanting to help untie her, but then pulled back. Under the watchtower, it was now filled with corpses. After a fierce battle, everyone looked somewhat disheveled. Jim glanced around, wrapped his coat tightly around himself, and then said to the others, "It's late, how about we all go home?" The others, who originally planned to follow Jobai downstairs, turned to look at him upon hearing Jim's suggestion. Jim immediately froze in place. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Jobai stood at the front of the line and also looked at Jim. Let's eat the cake first, then we'll talk. So Jim nodded foolishly and quickly walked to Jobai's side. After eating the cake, I will go back first. Also, can I come again tomorrow? I want to take my wife back when it's dawn. To rebuild a grave for her. Jobai felt that perhaps only Jim still hadn't understood the situation. He couldn't directly answer his question and could only continue to repeat what he just said. Let's eat the cake first, then we'll talk. Oh. Jim replied and then followed Jobai towards the dining room. In the expert meeting room of the great summer country. Most of the more than 100 screens in front of those experts had now turned dark. and even the live stream still lit up were engaged in fierce fighting. Compared to this, the live stream from the great country was strangely calm. So the experts hurriedly enlarged the great country's live stream and began to observe closely. They saw that the 6 guests from the great country were all tied up by their chosen ones. The chosen ones swaggered and finished their dinner, and even lay on the dining table to sleep. When the experts clearly saw the scene in the livestream, they were left speechless in surprise. At that moment, an expert suddenly pointed at the window in the livestream. "Look outside the window, isn't there no red moon in the great country?" Then all the experts looked towards the window. How can the great country not have a red moon? Is it because they tied up the old town mayor? But the chosen one from Sakura country killed everyone and watched their corpses. Finally, the red moon appeared. The 6 corpses in front of him attacked him together. In other words, the appearance of the red moon could have been avoided and is not necessarily related to the old town mayor. It's bad, I need to quickly inform Joe-bai about this matter. After the experts discovered this problem, they used a hint opportunity immediately. Joe-bai, along with his team, headed towards the restaurant. Suddenly, he received a reminder from the experts. He pretended to continue walking calmly while processing the information in his mind that the experts told him. The Great Hare Nation does not have a red moon, this is easier to understand. However, the 6 corpses from Cherry Blossom Nation only rose after the red moon appeared. This is interesting. In the entire castle, besides the 7 people at the party, there was only Buzz's mom left. The biggest difference between the Great Hare Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation's actions may be whether or not they killed Buzz. And here, on Joe-bai's side, Buzz was unharmed, yet the red moon still appeared. Then, the cause of the red moon's appearance should still be the old town mayor. If that's the case, Buzz's mom might be the key to solving this mystery. Thinking of this, Joe-bai quietly glanced back. He saw Buzz's mom still looking terrified, closely following Buzz's side. The candy store owner also seemed very focused on Buzz's mom. His gaze occasionally fell on her. Joe-bai noted this and then turned to continue walking forward. After the recent assault by the corpses, the glass on the windows of the castle's first floor was almost completely shattered. The cold wind blew in unchecked without the glass to block it. Jim walked beside Joe-bai, remaining vigilant, frequently glancing around nervously. Suddenly, he saw a shadow in the dark corner, pouncing towards him. Ah! Who's there? Jim was so frightened that he wanted to reach out and grab Joe-bai. Joe-bai disdainfully dodged him. He took out a rope and threw it towards the shadow that was pouncing on him. Then he tied it around the person's neck and pulled him in front of himself. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Are you scared of the reanimated Kevin too? Even if Austin's hand hurt, he still would not miss any chance to mock others. Jim knew his reaction was a bit embarrassing, so he didn't refute it, just lowered his head and let him mock. Joe-bai looked at Kevin, whom he was holding onto with the rope, and suddenly started to laugh. Perfect timing, let's eat cake together. After saying this, Joe-bai pulled the rope tied to Kevin, dragging him like walking a dog towards the restaurant. Just a moment ago, Joe-bai was still thinking about whether he needed to gather 6 guests to eat cake. Well, now Kevin just delivered himself right to the door. Adding to that Buzz's mom, it perfectly brought the number of guests to 6. Regardless of whether this number has any meaning, dragging Kevin along feels just right. Others looked at Joe-bai's actions with their mouths agape in surprise. Even Austin, who usually thinks outside the box, took a long time to accept this situation. Joe-bai dragged Kevin into the restaurant and quickly pulled the arrow from his back. Ignoring his struggles, he tied him at his right side, which was the position he originally sat in. Buzz was still sitting to the left of Joe-bai, while his mom sat beside him. Austin's spot was taken by Buzz's mom, so he had to sit in the old town mayor's seat. Jim returned to his original seat, and beside him was the struggling Kevin. Terrified, Jim shifted his chair a bit closer to Austin, seeking some sense of safety. Although he would still be teased by Austin, at least he felt a bit safer. After handling Kevin, Joe-bai took out the Christmas cake he had prepared in advance. Looked up at the time on the wall across from him. Seeing that it was getting close to midnight, he hurriedly took out a knife and cut into the cake on the table. When Joe-bai divided the cake into 7 pieces and placed them in front of each guest, the clock on the wall just rang 12 times. Chapter 171. 10 years ago on Christmas Eve. Joe-bai glanced at the time on the clock, and when he looked down again, he suddenly discovered that the Christmas cake in front of him seemed to have turned into a bowl of white porridge. The figures before him became somewhat blurry. The person sitting across from him looked so unfamiliar, as if they weren't the 6 guests he had invited at all. The expressions on the guests' faces were all filled with pain. Blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths, staring in shock at Joe-bai's position. You actually poisoned the porridge, you. But the other person hadn't finished speaking. Pooh. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out in front of Joe-bai. The blood splattered into the porridge before Joe-bai, making it look like several petals had fallen into it. Joe Bai, stunned, tried to reach out to touch the porridge. But his hands passed through the illusions before him, and he couldn't touch anything. All fake? Joe Bai couldn't feel any pain. Clearly, this blood did not come from his mouth. This was an illusion? Joe Bai shook his head in disbelief, trying to clear his mind. However, it seemed to have no effect. The figures before his eyes were still constantly changing actions. Then, he saw a person slowly stand up. That person looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he bore an 8 or 9/10 resemblance to the old town mayor. If looked at more closely, he appeared to be much younger than the old mayor. The other people in front of Joe Bai had all collapsed. Only he was still standing, pointing at Joe Bai. Bruce, your wife bit so many people in the town, turning them all into monsters. You still want to kill us to protect her? What Christmas Eve? This is simply a night of no return. As he finished speaking, he slammed the table hard. And with that slap, all the illusions that Joe Bai saw shattered into pieces. In front of Joe Bai, the bloody porridge was gone. Instead, the cake he just cut appeared again. Sitting across from him were still those familiar 6 people. At that moment, the others also simultaneously woke up. But everyone's faces turned very ugly. Suddenly, there was another loud bang, and everyone looked at Jim's position. So it was you bit over 100 residents of Quiet Town. You bit my newlywed wife. So you are the root of all the problems. Jim stood up, angrily looking at Bruce's mother. His anger made Jim's courage swell again, completely forgetting how timid he had just been. Buzz saw Jim threatening his mother and rushed to stand in front of her. My mother is just sick. She didn't mean to hurt anyone. Jim snorted coldly, what about your father? He must have done it on purpose, right? After speaking, Jim picked up a chainsaw, posing as if he was going to avenge the more than 100 people outside. Buzz picked up a long knife, defiantly looking at him. My father is wrong, but he has already paid with his life as a price. Then you and your mother should also pay with your lives. The two held their weapons, tense and ready to fight at any moment. Austin watched the scene in front of him, his face frighteningly pale. He sat in his chair, looking at the candy store owner across from him, suddenly reaching out with one hand. He pushed away all the plates in front of himself and the candy store owner. The porcelain clattered, shattering completely on the ground. The candy store owner was so scared that he leaned back against the chair. Did you see that? This is the consequence of not eliminating the mutants. Mutants are also a source of pollution. Do you know how many teammates I have lost their lives because of your moment of mercy? The candy store owner looked at Austin and whispered in defense. But mutants are also victims. I think the solution should be to suppress and eliminate the source of pollution. After hearing this, Austin grabbed the bowl in front of him and threw it out again. Victims? Victims. Look at my hands, then look at my teammates, what about us? The candy store owner was unwilling to let his organization be slandered and kept defending himself in a low voice. This only made Austin even angrier. For a moment, Jim faced off against Buzz, while Austin faced off against the candy store owner, and the gunpowder smell in the entire restaurant began to thicken again. A slight misstep could lead to open fighting. At this moment, Joe Bai did not stop them, allowing the situation to develop, or even casually fanning the flames. The rule that only one person could survive on Christmas Eve would soon come true. However, Joe Bai still sat in his seat, frowning at the several people about to fight, not rushing to join their dispute. He looked around, then at the red moon outside the window. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. From the moment the rules appeared 10 years ago to everything that had happened tonight, each event seemed to deliberately provoke conflict among them. Especially the reappearance of scenes from 10 years ago, it was even more absurd. Joe Bai felt like there was an invisible hand intentionally guiding these events to happen. So what could its purpose be? Thinking of this, Joe Bai tried hard to tell himself to stay calm. The more this happened, the more he needed to clarify everything before taking action. After taking several deep breaths, he finally looked back at the 4 people entangled in argument. Once he calmed down, he suddenly picked up his axe and brought it down onto the dining table. With a loud crash, all 4 arguing people froze. The words they were about to argue with were forgotten, and they all looked at Joe Bai. Indeed, only a louder voice than yours can make you quiet. The 4 people, shocked, stopped talking and just stood there looking at Joe Bai. Don't just stand there, sit down first. So, they obediently sat down. Seeing that it was finally quiet, Joe Bai turned to Buzz's mother. I have a question for you, is there something special in the basement? Buzz's mother was so scared that she hid behind Buzz and shook her head continuously. I don't know, don't ask me. Joe Bai looked at Buzz, who also shook his head. Sir, I don't know either. Joe Bai thought for a moment and decided to ask her differently. Then let me ask you another question. After the old town mayor found you just now, what did he do? Or did he touch something? Chapter 172. Welcome to the death game. Buzz's mother still shook her head. Jobai felt that for a mutant with a mind that often couldn't remain clear, his question was still too complex. So, he rephrased. Did the old town mayor enter the basement? You just need to nod or shake your head. Buzz's mother nervously grabbed Buzz's clothes and then timidly looked at Jobai. After a long while, she made a very small nod. Seeing her nod, Jobai immediately stood up from his chair. Then let's go to the basement. The old town mayor had been in the basement before, which means the basement was not somewhere that couldn't be accessed. On the contrary, there might still be something hidden there that could explain the appearance of the red moon. So, Jobai stood up and directly walked towards the basement. When the others saw Jobai's actions, they hurriedly followed him. Jim didn't know what was happening, but seeing everyone stand up, he could only foolishly follow along. The candy store owner walked in front, quickly coming to Jobai's side and handing him a candy. Take this, be careful of the contamination down below. Jobai didn't say much, took the candy, put it in his mouth, and then walked to the stone steps in front of the small door. At this moment, everyone had gathered around. Each person received a piece of candy from the candy store owner. Except for Austin, who awkwardly refused to reach out for it. If you don't eat the candy, you will become a source of pollution. The candy store owner said this intentionally to Austin. Upon hearing this, Austin angrily squatted down. You will become a source of pollution. I won't eat it, anyway I won't go in, isn't that enough? The candy store owner didn't try to persuade him, putting the candy in front of Austin and ignoring him. Jobai stood in front of the small door, placed his hand on the doorknob, and gently turned it. Then the small door was easily opened by him. Next, a set of stone steps extending downwards appeared in front of Jobai. Inside was pitch black, with only a red light at the deepest point allowing Jobai to see the path beneath his feet. Jobai walked down along the stone steps. However, as he got closer to the basement, that restless feeling in his heart began to surface again. On Christmas Eve, only one person can survive. Kill them. Now is the perfect time. Hearing that voice inside him, Jobai couldn't help but grip the axe tightly. Fortunately, the candy in his mouth emitted a sweet flavor, slowly helping him suppress that restlessness in his heart. Others who closely followed Jobai also began to be influenced by that beam of red light. Buzz's mother, being supported by Buzz, was walking on the steps when she suddenly screamed in fear. Ah! It's not my fault, it's not me, don't catch me. And Jim, because of the pollution, became much more irritable. Hearing Buzz's mother scream, he picked up the chainsaw and slammed it against the wall with a bang. Shut up, it's so annoying. Thus, various irritated arguments filled the corridor. Austin squatted alone at the entrance to the basement on the first floor. Hearing the constant noise from below, he anxiously stood up and paced back and forth. In the end, he cursed under his breath, picked up the candy on the ground, and walked towards the door. In the corridor, Jobai finally walked down the last step. In front of him was a place resembling a cage. Inside, the iron door had long been broken, making various metallic clanging sounds whenever someone passed by. Inside that cage, many household items were placed. From these things, it was clear that someone had been living here for a long time. Jobai knew without thinking that the one hiding here all along was Buzz's mother. She glanced over those items and directly looked towards the corner, where something was emitting red light. It was a beautifully designed box. The lid was open, and red light was shining from inside. Jobai walked towards that box, and then suddenly a star appeared on the wall in front of him. Everyone at this moment also walked over, looking at the star on the wall. At this time, a mechanical voice echoed in Jobai's mind. What a pity, you all actually haven't started to kill each other at this time. Since you are unwilling to start, let me help you. Jobai heard this voice and quickly looked at the others. Everyone's gaze was still on the star, as if they had not heard any strange sound. The viewers in the live room of Disya Kingdom also did not hear this sound. They saw Jobai looking at the others in panic and just thought he was scared by the suddenly appearing star. At this moment, Jobai was even more certain of his previous thoughts. Since the appearance of that note from 10 years ago, everything that happened tonight was guiding them to kill each other. The rule that only one person can survive on Christmas Eve stirred up the conflicts among the 6 guests, all in an attempt to provoke their fighting. Unfortunately, Jobai had not yet made a move. So, was it anxious? But if that's the case, the correct way to clear the game shouldn't be to kill each other. The more it wants you to do something, the more you shouldn't do it. As Jobai thought of this, he looked at the wall in front of him. He saw that on the wall, words began to slowly appear as if someone was writing. Jim pointed at the wall and said fearfully to the others. Everyone, look, the wall is writing by itself. So, everyone turned to look at what was being written on the wall. Welcome to the death game. 1. Do you have someone you hate? If so, please walk towards this iron box and tell it that it can help you kill that person. 2. You can only choose one between the star and the iron box. 3. Activate this star to gain the power of the star's fire, which can help you resist the red moon. 4. Only if everyone chooses not to go for the iron box, but instead presses the star, can the star's power possibly be activated. 5. The master of the castle must be the last person to press the star. 6. If the master of the castle chooses not to press the star but walks toward the iron box, all those who press the star will immediately die. 7. If anyone walks toward the iron box while the castle master presses the star, then the castle master will immediately die. 8. Please do not tell anyone your decision. When making your choice, no one is allowed to be nearby. In the end, I wish you all a pleasant game. Chapter 173 The Optimal Choice. Jobai read through all the game rules. He waited for a while but did not receive any system error prompts. This kind of situation had occurred twice before. Jobai speculated that all the game rules were correct this time, which was why there was no prompt. Unable to wait for the system's prompt, he reviewed the 8 rules again in his mind. Then, he began to analyze them mentally. From the rules analysis, the ideal choice with the least deaths and injuries and the greatest benefits was for everyone to press the star. Then activate the star's power to resist the red moon outside the castle. However, this was also the choice with the greatest difficulty in implementation. Because this meant that everyone had to hand their lives over to others. Especially Jobai. He was the master of the castle, so he would be the last to choose. As long as anyone did not choose the star while Jobai chose the star, he would die. Not choosing the star would allow him to kill someone. Did the 5 people entering the basement have someone they wanted to kill? Undoubtedly, yes. Jim wanted to kill Buzz's mother to take revenge. So, Buzz would want to kill Jim out of fear of retaliation. Austin hated mutants, so given this choice, it wasn't impossible for him to choose to kill Buzz's mother. As for the candy store owner, his hatred level was currently unclear. But if he wanted to save his life, choosing to kill Jobai was not impossible. Jobai thought of this and couldn't help but feel a headache. If everyone could choose the stars, that would undoubtedly be the best choice. But this difficulty was too great, and the risk was also very high. Thinking of this, Jobai turned to look at the other people present. He saw that they all frowned, looking quite confused about the choices they had to face. I don't understand, what are all these things? It's so annoying, I want to go home, I don't want to play this game with you all. Jim looked impatiently at the words all over the wall. He picked up the chainsaw and was about to step up the stairs again. But as soon as he stepped on the stone steps, he immediately felt pain and took several steps back. What's going on? Then he saw another line of words appear on the wall. No one may leave the basement before everyone makes a choice. Now, everyone was trapped inside. Jobai looked at that line of text and then his gaze fell on the iron box. This box was too strange, especially the red light it emitted, which could bring contamination. Such a thing should be avoided if possible. But if that was the case, he had to think of a way to choose the stars. Before that, he needed to gauge everyone's intentions. Jobai looked at those people present, contemplating which soft target to approach first. His gaze swept across everyone's faces and finally landed on the candy store owner. Jobai pulled out the Whitebeard badge from his pocket and walked up to the candy store owner. I hope we can stand together against the pollution of the red moon. The rules stated that one could not tell others their choice, so Jobai could only use this euphemistic way to communicate with the candy store owner. Seeing the Whitebeard badge in Jobai's hand, the candy store owner's eyes lit up, and he looked up at Jobai. This is, you are. Jobai nodded at the candy store owner, noticing he was too excited to speak. Yes, I am. Then the candy store owner became even more excited. Then, can I touch your badge? Jobai looked at him in confusion. Thinking, don't you have one? But he still handed the badge to the candy store owner. Austin, standing by, almost exploded when he saw Jobai take out the Whitebeard badge. Oh great, I've trusted the wrong person for so many days. I'm so stupid. Get away, I get angry just seeing you now. Jobai stood still and smiled. Austin, not wanting to see him anymore, could only sulk in a corner. Jobai didn't hurry to engage him but instead looked back at the candy store owner. Will you stand with me against the red moon? The candy store owner firmly nodded. Of course, even if you are not from the Whitebeard organization, I will still choose the stars. Hearing this from the candy store owner, Jobai felt relieved. With his vote, it seemed guaranteed. So he walked over to Austin, who was squatting in the corner. Go away, I don't want to see you. Jobai laughed and squatted down next to him. Austin, seeing this, angrily scooted away. Jobai had no choice but to chat with him from a distance. We were still good friends just now, why has it suddenly changed? Does it really matter which organization we belong to? Austin started to explode in anger when he heard this. Important. Of course it's important. We have different viewpoints, different philosophies, and different ways of doing things. The Blackbeards and Whitebeards will eventually have a confrontation. Jobai listened to Austin and seriously looked at him. But our goals are the same. We both want to eliminate the contamination. I actually believe that the Blackbeards and Whitebeards will collaborate sooner or later. Austin, after hearing this, started to laugh. You think human nature is too simple, with so many contradictions in the way, how could there be cooperation? I hate mutants so much, maybe I'll just walk towards that iron box. After all, they're mutants, if I can eliminate one, then that's one less. Jobai saw Austin smile, but his expression became serious as he looked at him. You won't. Austin had been smiling, but suddenly his smile disappeared. Jobai continued. You don't really hate mutants, you hate pollution. That box will bring pollution, how could you walk toward it? If you truly walked toward that box, then you would truly be sorry for your hands and for your teammates. Austin said nothing more, looking at his hands, falling silent. Jobai stood up, sighed softly, planning to let Austin calm down by himself. The choices of Austin and the candy shop owner were not hard to predict. Because they both aimed to fight against pollution. The truly difficult ones are the other three people. Jim, Buzz, and his mother. Between those three, there is a deep grudge, how could it be easy to give up? Jobai didn't hold much hope, but with the mindset of probing, he planned to start a conversation. So, he looked at Buzz, who was protecting his mother, and walked over. Chapter 174 Chapter 174 Buzz's Stars. Jobai stood before Buzz, thinking about what to say, but unexpectedly, Buzz spoke first. Sir, do you hold a grudge against us? Buzz lowered his gaze, not looking at Jobai. Why would I hold a grudge against you? I only hold a grudge against pollution. You haven't harmed me, you've always been protecting me. I should thank you, actually. Hearing Jobai say this, Buzz finally looked up at him. But others won't think like you. In their eyes, we are the main culprits, we are the murderous foes. Jobai knew Buzz was referring to Jim. However, their hatred couldn't be easily erased with just a few words. So, Jobai had no intention of acting as a mediator. I can't comment on the hatred between you, I can't help you resolve it. If you want to resolve this, you have to face it yourself. Buzz looked at Jim, worry showing in his eyes. He held his mother tightly, fearing that one misstep would cause her to leave him. Jim could easily take revenge on his wife by simply walking toward that iron box. Of course, Buzz would be worried. So he stood there, frowning, as if making a difficult decision. Jobai did not disturb him, finding a place to wait, thinking about how to respond next. At that moment, Buzz gently lowered his mother's hand and whispered to her. Mom, turn your head and cover your ears. No matter what happens later, don't turn back. Buzz's mother was still a bit confused. She did not understand what was happening. She simply followed Buzz's request, turning her head and covering her ears with her palms. After making sure his mother was settled, Buzz took his long knife and walked toward Jim. Jobai, Austin, and the candy shop owner, all three heard the movement from Buzz and quickly turned to look at him. He could sense that a great battle was about to happen. So they all turned their heads, anxious to follow the developments. Jim, as the center of the conflict, saw Buzz walking toward him and sneered, raising his chainsaw at him. What's wrong? Do you want to fight first? Buzz, with a serious expression, stood in front of Jim and suddenly threw his long knife to the ground with a clatter. The others, including Jim, were all confused, staring blankly at Buzz. I don't know if you were willing to give me a chance to repay my parents' debt. Jim felt like he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and he threw his head back and laughed out loud. Don't think that showing this face will make me soft-hearted. Your acting needs work. Buzz, facing Jim's mockery, still had no other expression. He just stood there, looking at him and said, I'm serious. You can take your chainsaw and saw me as much as you want, I promise I won't dodge. Jim, of course, still didn't believe him. He picked up his chainsaw and directly sliced across Buzz's body. The chainsaw cut from Buzz's left shoulder all the way to his lower right side. The carefully chosen clothes Buzz wore today tore apart as the chainsaw passed. Blood immediately stained his clothes, as well as Jim's chainsaw. Buzz held on without falling, but continued to look at Jim. One cut done. You can keep going, no matter how many cuts you want to make, I won't fight back. Blood dripped from Jim's chainsaw. Although he shouted about killing every day, he had actually never killed anyone. So, seeing Buzz's flesh torn and bleeding, he was scared and backed away. Buzz, seeing Jim step back, instead took a step forward. Where are you going? Don't walk away, cut me again. I'm willing to repay the debt, I promise I won't fight back. At this moment, Jim had become the one who was frightened. He clanged and threw the bloodied chainsaw down to the ground. Get away. You and your mother are too terrifying. I won't take revenge, it's okay if I don't take revenge. But at this time, Buzz still hadn't relaxed. Then you won't harm the others in this basement, right? Jim, seeing Buzz still approaching him, was almost in a panic. I won't take revenge on either of you, why would I want to kill others? Buzz only felt relieved after hearing Jim's words. Can you give me a piece of clothing? I'm afraid I'll scare my mom. Jim had never received such a request, and he was stunned for several seconds before he reacted. Reluctantly, he took off his thick clothes and draped them over Buzz. Just to be clear, I only don't want to see your mom go crazy and attack me. Buzz, with pale lips, smiled and nodded. Then he turned to Joe Bai. Sir, let me make the first choice. Joe Bai looked at the swaying Buzz, gritted his teeth, and could only nod to him. So, everyone else stepped back, and only Buzz slowly walked to the wall. No one knew what decision he had made. They only knew that after he made his choice, he swayed to his mom's side. Mom! Buzz took his mom's hand away from her ear. When his mom saw he had an extra piece of clothing, she tilted her head in confusion. It was from Jim. You can rest assured now, he won't come back to take revenge on us. Buzz's mother smiled immediately upon hearing his words. Mom, do you see those stars and the iron box over there? It's your turn to make a choice. Buzz's mother foolishly nodded. Buzz, with pale lips, gently held his mother's hand. Mom, you often took me outside the castle to look at the stars when I was little. Do you remember? That was my favorite thing to do as a child. Back then, I asked you to pick a star for me. And you told me that when I grew up, you would pick one for me. You haven't forgotten, right? His mom smiled and nodded. I remember, stars. Buzz likes stars. She kept murmuring about stars and then walked towards the wall on her own. Buzz watched his mother's back, turned his head, and no longer looked at him. But soon, he swayed, couldn't hold on, and fell down. And Buzz's mother walked towards that star. Then pressed down on it. She tilted her head to look at that star, and then desperately tried to scratch the star off the wall. But no matter how she scratched, it was all in vain. She could only anxiously scrape the wall with her nails. Star. Star. Mommy will pick a star for you. Chapter 175, December 25th, Sunshine. Sorry, everyone, I measured my temperature today, it was 39 degrees. My whole body hurts, I feel uncomfortable. I worried all day, and fell down without finishing the copy. Fortunately, I didn't lose my mind, I can still keep fighting. I hope I can continue to update tomorrow. Love you all, sending hearts. Joe Bai heard someone fall and quickly looked at where Buzz was. Hurry! Everyone, go make your choices. Only by getting out of the basement can we stop Buzz's bleeding. As Joe Bai spoke, he ran towards Buzz's location. Jim glanced at Buzz and then walked over to his mother. This star can't be picked, I'll take you to pick stars somewhere else. Buzz's mother tilted her head to look at Jim. And Jim blocked the direction where Buzz was with his massive body. Star. Star. Then take me to pick stars. Joe Bai hurried over to check Buzz's injury and helped him lie down properly. Buzz had just been very close to Jim. And Jim thought Buzz would definitely dodge, so he hit hard. Buzz reached out his hand to catch Joe Bai as he approached. Sir. I really want to go back to Christmas 11 years ago. Back then, nothing had happened yet. Buzz looked into the distance with a dazed expression, as if he were back in his happiest days. So slowly, a smile emerged on his face. Joe Bai saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly held his outstretched hand. Don't talk nonsense, you won't die. Save some strength, we still have to go out later. Buzz smiled and looked at Joe Bai. Then I'll take a nap first. When I wake up, sir, you'll take me out of the basement. After Buzz said this, he slowly closed his eyes. Joe Bai anxiously held his hand, constantly calling his name. Austin and the candy store owner said little, they all knew they had to buy time, so they quickly went to make their own choices. After Austin made his choice, he went to replace Jim. He himself also comforted Buzz's mother. Jim quickly made his choice and stood beside Joe Bai. He looked down at Buzz lying on the ground and whispered. We have all made our choices, you're the only one left. Joe Bai glanced at Buzz lying on the ground, then hurriedly walked towards the star. Just when his hand was about to press the star, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Are you sure you want to press this button? Humans are selfish, arrogant, and good at infighting, what's worth saving? Humans will never unite, if you press the star, you will die immediately. Come to the iron box and take your fate into your own hands. Joe Bai listened to this voice in his mind and slowly smiled. No matter what, I will not stand with pollution. In the face of pollution, humans are already very small, if we still can't unite, we have even less hope of victory. I know it's hard to achieve, but I believe everyone shares the same heart against pollution. After Jobai finished speaking, he pressed his hand on the star. Then, the star emitted light, like a fire, appearing in the palm of Jobai's hand. Congratulations, you have obtained Starfire. You can also call it, the Fire of Hope. I hope that in the future, no matter what happens, you can remember what you said today. After this voice finished speaking, Jobai felt as if the scene in front of him was changing. The scene in front kept shaking. Then everyone else in the basement disappeared. Only a small boy with blue eyes appeared, crouching in the corner. In front of him, a brand new, beautifully designed iron box appeared. If looked closely, it could still be recognized. This iron box was somewhat familiar. Jobai watched the little boy, who was about to reach out and grab the iron box. He hurriedly shouted to stop him. Buzz, don't touch that iron box. The little boy heard a sudden strange voice and quickly pulled back his hand in fright. Who are you? Why do you know my name? And why are you in my house? Jobai walked over to the iron box and directly kicked it open with his foot. Don't touch such dirty things. Buzz saw Jobai kick open the iron box and cried out, Wah! You are a bad person, you broke the iron box, how can I give it to my mom? Jobai didn't care about little Buzz's crying, bringing the spark of fire in his hand close to the iron box. Then the iron box caught fire and quickly disappeared from the ground. Little Buzz saw Jobai destroy his gift and angrily waved his fists at him. You are a bad person, you are a bad person. Give me back my gift, give me back my gift. Jobai had never been hit like this by a little child, awkwardly using his hands to block the blows. How to appease a wild child? Jobai really had no experience. He quickly searched his pockets, finally setting his gaze on the badge on his chest. Stop hitting, stop hitting. I'll compensate you for the gift, is that okay? After saying this, he took off the badge and handed it to him. Buzz's blue eyes were filled with tears. Hearing Jobai say he would give him back the gift, he stopped hitting. He wiped his tears and looked at the badge in Jobai's hand. Is this for me? Jobai nodded. To be accurate, it was not a gift for him, but returning the item to its rightful owner. Buzz then showed a smile. Great, I'll take this badge to my mom, she definitely won't blame me for breaking her vase anymore. After saying this, he grabbed Jobai's hand and happily bounced towards the stairs. Jobai watched the transformed little Buzz and smiled, asking, Do you know what year it is now, what date it is? Buzz joyfully shook Jobai's hand as he walked. Are you testing me? My dad often tests me. It's December 25th, 2011. So it was Christmas 11 years ago, a time when everything had not yet begun. Jobai followed Buzz out of the basement. Before him, there was no more decayed scene. All the furniture was so new and warm. Jobai raised his head and looked at the big Christmas tree in front of him, then smiled at the view outside the window. Outside, it was hazy. Buzz held the badge and happily ran upstairs. And Jobai stood there, watching the slowly rising sun outside the window. Then in his mind, he heard that mechanical voice ringing again. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Great Xia Kingdom, Jobai, for surviving until December 25th, when the first ray of sunlight shines into the castle. Clearance level, SSS level. Rewards are being issued now. The overall military strength of the Great Xia Kingdom increases by 5%. Since the people of your country often complain in the comments that I am not humane enough, so I decided to give you a day off. In the quiet town, I have booked you a hotel, where you can rest for an extra day and get a good sleep. The next instance, animal shelter. Please be prepared, enter the instance on time at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Chapter 176 The town should have looked like. The people of the Great Xia Kingdom cheered excitedly upon hearing Jobai's victory clearance. At the same time, good news also came from the live broadcast room in the Great Mao Kingdom. Their country's chosen one had taken a nap, and when it was dawn, he picked up his knife and killed all 6 of his guests, smoothly welcoming the first ray of sunlight on December 25th. However, when their live stream announced the passing news, the mechanical voice emitted a malfunction sound. After a long while, the good news of passing at the SSS level was finally announced. The scene returned to the live stream of the Great Xia Nation. Jobai, hearing that he could rest for a day, stretched lazily. Having not slept all night, he decided to head to the hotel now for a good sleep. On the second floor of the castle, the voices of Busey and his mother talking could be heard. Mom, I was wrong, I shouldn't have broken the vase. This gift is for you. Please don't be mad at me anymore, okay? Mom isn't angry that you broke the vase, Mom is angry because you hid. Do you know that Dad and I searched for you all night? Busey knows he was wrong. Jobai smiled and didn't continue to listen to their conversation. He took out his keys, successfully opened the castle's big door, and then walked out. On the second floor, Busey, holding his mother's hand, wanted to introduce her to his new brother. But when they walked out of the hall, they didn't see a single person. Except for that badge, it seemed like that brother never appeared at all. This time Jobai didn't have Busey to drive him, he could only walk to the quiet town by himself. The small road in front of the castle was filled with various plants on both sides. Unfortunately, it was winter. If it were spring and flowers were blooming, it would surely be more beautiful. Jobai walked happily along the road. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a chainsaw coming from not far away. Jobai looked in the direction of the sound. Then he saw a young man with thick hair, holding a chainsaw, cutting a tree. A sweet-looking girl, carrying a breakfast box, walked towards him with a big smile. Jobai thought, this must be Jim's fiancée. Jobai smiled and didn't linger, continuing along the small road. When Jobai arrived in Quiet Town, the time was 10 in the morning. At this time, the streets were bustling with people, looking very prosperous. Jobai didn't know where the hotel was and could only walk on the streets of the town while searching. As he walked, a bakery appeared before Jobai. A boy in his teens was leaning against the shop window, staring intently at the cake-making process inside. Then, someone inside came out and rushed him away. "Get out, don't disrupt my business." After saying that, he grabbed the boy's hand resting on the glass. The boy immediately jumped up. "Don't dirty my pretty hands." Jobai, hearing this familiar phrase, instantly understood he had encountered an old acquaintance. So he stood still, not walking any further but watching from a distance. The other party felt that this little boy was really strange and unreasonable. Clearly, he was the one disrupting his business, and now it felt like he was the one doing something wrong. Suddenly, he felt a bit annoyed and embarrassed. "Get out of here, or I'll have to use a broom to drive you away." After saying that, he really went inside to grab a broom. Austin, seeing him going to get the broom, immediately ran away while shouting, "Oof, one day I will also open a bakery. I will open a bakery better and more excellent than yours." After Austin finished speaking, a boy in tight clothes pointed at him while holding his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Austin, just being chased away and looking for a place to vent, didn't expect this boy in tight clothes to come right to him. So he rolled up his sleeves, walked over, and directly gave that little boy a good beating. Beside them, a round-faced little boy was eating a lollipop, watching them blankly. After Austin beat Kevin, he turned to the round-faced boy and said, "What are you looking at? Be careful or you'll get hit too." The round-faced boy, hearing Austin's provocation, neither angry nor paying him any mind, still absorbed in enjoying his lollipop. Austin ran into a soft obstacle, snorted coldly, and then angrily walked away. Jobai watched this heartwarming scene from a distance, then continued on his way. Along the way, Jobai saw every resident coming and going in the quiet town, all wearing smiles. Jobai was moved by their smiles and didn't rush to find a hotel. Instead, he slowed his pace, feeling the festive, joyful atmosphere around him. Although Jobai didn't meet the old town mayor again, just by observing the bustling streets and the happy smiles on people's faces, Jobai guessed he must be a very good mayor. After wandering through 2 streets, Jobai finally found the hotel where he could rest. He provided his information at the front desk and smoothly completed the check-in procedure. Entering the room, Jobai lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. He slept straight from day into night. Finally, he was awakened by the singing outside, groggily opening his eyes. Jobai threw on a jacket and went to the window. Outside the window, snowflakes were falling. Yet people completely ignored the falling snow, holding drinks, singing songs, and joyfully dancing to celebrate the arrival of Christmas. Jobai leaned by the window, watching the celebrating crowd below until they gradually dispersed, then he lay back down on the bed to sleep. The next morning, Jobai got up early, sitting quietly in the hotel room, waiting for the next chapter to arrive. At 10 o'clock, over 100 live streams on Blue Star lit up simultaneously. Jobai's mind rang with that mechanical voice at the scheduled time. The Stray Animal Shelter chapter is about to start. Please prepare, chosen one. In this chapter, you will become an employee at a stray animal shelter. Director Lin has been running this shelter for 5 years. He has always been a kind and good-tempered person. But recently, for some unknown reason, he suddenly became very irritable. Please find the reason for Director Lin's change in temperament within 7 days, and help him untangle his heart. After the mechanical voice finished broadcasting, Jobai saw himself standing in a room, holding a note. He looked down at the note. The note read, "Message from the director's daughter. Chapter 177, The Difficult Start. Hee, I haven't stopped updating. I hope other friends who are also sick can hang in there, and we will all get better soon. Message from the director's daughter. 1. No matter what happens, do not leave this stray animal shelter. 2. Next to my dad's office, there is a nightingale. It sings nonstop at 10 p.m. every night. If you hear it singing, please immediately stay away from my dad's office, and the farther, the better. 3. From 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day, you must stay in your room. No matter what happens, do not come out or open the door. 4. There is a big gray wolf in the shelter. It wears an apron every day. If you see it without an apron, please immediately look for a weapon to protect yourself. 5. The working hours of the shelter are from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Please do not be late or leave early, or you will be kicked out of the stray animal shelter. 6. The parrot by the clock is a big-mouthed bird. If you do something bad, make sure it doesn't find out. Otherwise, it will make your deeds known to everyone. 7. The owl and the mouse in the cage are good friends. Sometimes, you will see them playing some bloody games together. I really don't like these little animals, so I left this shelter. Please don't try to find me. Jobai finished reading these rules, and in his mind, the sound of the system rang out. Detected that the host has obtained a new rule, now marking one wrong option for the host. The 8th message from the director's daughter is wrong. Jobai looked at that wrong option. This rule is related to the director's daughter leaving. As for what is wrong with this rule, Jobai felt there were two possibilities. One possibility is that the director's daughter didn't leave because she didn't like the little animals, but because of some other secret reason. Another possibility is that she must be found. It's very possible that the director's daughter is the key to solving this copy. Jobai briefly analyzed this wrong option, then looked back at the other rules. His eyes first fell on the 3rd and 5th rules. 3. From 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day, you must stay inside your own room. No matter what happens, do not come out or open your door. 5. The shelter's working hours are from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Please don't be late or leave early, or you will be kicked out of the stray animal shelter. These two rules clearly have a contradiction. You can only leave the room after 8, but you have to go to work at 7:30. This is clearly forcing people into a dead end. Is it that one of these two rules is wrong? Or is there a way to perfectly follow both of these rules? Jobai looked at the rules on the note, thinking in his mind about how to deal with it. Then he looked up and observed the environment he was currently in. He wasn't too worried before, but after looking around, he was almost scared. Pink bedsheets, dreamy white curtains, and all kinds of cute plush dolls placed beside the bed. This was clearly a girl's room. Jobai had actually broken into a girl's room. And all the drawers in front of him were open. It looked like someone had rummaged through them, and that person was likely Jobai. Jobai was speechless about the start of this copy. Combined with the note in his hand, Jobai guessed that the place he was in now was probably the director's daughter's room. Just thinking about it gave Jobai a headache. Sneaking into a girl's room and rummaging through her stuff. No matter how you look at it, it's kind of creepy. If someone found out, he might be kicked out of the shelter. No, he had to leave immediately. So, Jobai quickly put the note into his pocket. He planned to sneak away before anyone noticed. But things are never that easy. Just as he put away the note, he suddenly heard footsteps from outside the room. At this moment, in the live broadcast screen of the Sunset Nation, their chosen one also heard footsteps approaching. He quickly stuffed the note into his pocket and rushed out the door. But he immediately bumped into a wolf wearing an apron. The wolf saw the chosen one coming out of the director's daughter's room, opened its bloody mouth wide, and jumped at him. The live broadcast room of the Sunset Nation was instantly dyed blood red. The horror tale of the stray animal shelter had arrived in the Sunset Nation. Inside the meeting room of the Dasha expert group, everyone broke into a cold sweat upon seeing this scene. This is way too dangerous, isn't it? From Jobai's performance in the previous copies, we can see that he is very powerful. If he fought the wolf directly, he might not lose. But we don't know if he fights the wolf. What consequences could there be? Expert speculations were soon answered by other countries. The chosen one from the mighty country had impressive fighting power. When the wolf appeared, he immediately pinned it to the ground. Then, he punched the wolf repeatedly, making it whimper in distress. However, their noise soon disturbed Director Lin. He walked over and directly told the mighty country's chosen one, "You are fired." Immediately, the live stream from the mighty country turned dark. The experts from the great summer country broke into a cold sweat. Losing was not an option, and winning wasn't either. What should Jobai do to pass this level smoothly? At this moment, in the live stream from the great summer country, Jobai was hurriedly closing all the open drawers. Since he had never done such a sneaky thing, he appeared a bit flustered. The footsteps outside were getting closer. Jobai quickly closed the drawers, then pulled out some tissues, pretending to clean the room. Just as Jobai finished all these tasks, the footsteps stopped right in front of him. Jobai pretended to clean the desk, paused for a moment, then slowly raised his head. At that moment, a huge wolf wearing an apron appeared before Jobai. Jobai did not expect that it was actually a wolf. His hand holding the tissue froze in midair. After a while, he said to it, "I saw that the tabletop in this room was a bit dirty, so I wanted to clean it." Chapter 178: A Strange Wolf. The wolf in an apron looked very fierce. Its mouth slightly opened, and sharp teeth were visible inside. It listened to what Jobai said and stared at him for a long time. Seeing Jobai's unease, it slowly walked closer to him. When it got near Jobai, it suddenly lifted its front legs and stood on its hind feet. The movement looked as if it was meant to walk like that. Jobai's heart skipped a beat. He started to suspect the true identity of the members in this shelter. His eyes fixed on the wolf getting closer and closer to him. He saw it showing its sharp claws, reaching out towards him. Jobai immediately went on high alert. If he really couldn't get past the situation, he would have to use force. So, Jobai quietly tightened his fist with one hand. Then, he focused his gaze on the wolf's sharp claws. However, the claw did not strike him as he expected. Instead, it landed on the table, gently touching it. With that touch, it came across a paw full of dust. So, it paused for a moment. It looked up at Jobai, then turned its head to glance nervously at the door outside. Seeing that there was no one else outside, it quickly pulled out some tissues and began wiping the table. Jobai was momentarily stunned. What was going on here? Standing in front of him was a wolf in an apron, and that wolf was actually cleaning the table with him. No matter how you looked at it, the scene seemed absurd. Even more absurd was that after the wolf quickly finished wiping the table, it actually raised a finger, placed it on its lips, and shushed at Jobai. Then, it stealthily tugged at Jobai's clothes and hurriedly left the room. The audience witnessing this scene stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Is this becoming allies? I'm dying of laughter. This wolf looks a bit cute. What's going on? My gosh, why is brother by with a wolf? However, in the live stream of other countries, this challenge wasn't too difficult. Some chosen ones pretended to walk into the wrong room, while others quickly hid behind the door. They all used their wits and smoothly passed this test. The scene returned to the live stream room of the Great Xia country. The wolf pulled Jobai outside and kindly closed the door behind him. Then, it placed its two wolf claws on its chest and made an X gesture. Jobai guessed that it was trying to tell him not to come in again in the future. So, Jobai nodded heavily. Got it, I won't come in again. Seeing Jobai's firm attitude, the wolf left, looking back 3 times. Jobai breathed a sigh of relief, having finally passed the first crisis. He watched the wolf walk away before turning to check his surroundings. He found himself in a place resembling a dormitory. At a rough glance, there were about 6 or 7 rooms. As Jobai looked at those rooms, wondering which one he would be staying in, a boy wearing glasses walked over. Why is it taking you so long to make a cup of protein powder? Little Black is about to get anxious. If it throws a tantrum, none of us can stop it. The boy, like Jobai, was wearing a white work outfit. It seemed he was also a worker here. Jobai's gaze fell on the name tag on his chest, and he said, Du Ping, you're just in time. I'm a bit directionally challenged and can't find the kitchen. Du Ping looked at Jobai as if he were a fool. Then he pointed to a spot not far away. Isn't it over there? Jobai quickly slapped his own head. So it's there. Ha ha. Look at my brain, it really doesn't work well. Du Ping shook his head helplessly. Forget it, forget it. You just started working here for not long, so it's normal not to know the way. Hurry up and make the protein powder, otherwise, Little Black will get angry. Jobai couldn't ask who Little Black was, so he quickly walked into the kitchen. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he ran into the wolf wearing an apron. It was trying to use its claws to turn on the gas stove. But its claws were a bit clumsy. It was scrabbling at the stove repeatedly but couldn't turn it even a little. Seeing this, Jobai walked over and said, Do you want to turn it on? I'll help you. He went over and helped turn on the gas stove. The wolf then happily threw a few eggs with their shells into the pot. Then it broke open a dragon fruit and tossed it in as well. Jobai looked at the dark dish in front of him and wrinkled his entire face. He could only silently pray that he wouldn't have to eat the food it made. Jobai looked at the strange wolf and recalled the real reason he had entered the kitchen. So he hurriedly began searching for the protein powder. Just then, Du Ping's voice came from outside the door again. Why are you moving so slowly? Little Black is about to go crazy. Jobai frowned. Who exactly is Little Black? Why is Du Ping so scared of it? As Jobai pondered this question, he quickly scanned the kitchen. Then he spotted a can of protein powder on top of the refrigerator. Jobai reached out and took down the can of protein powder. Just as he was about to find a cup to mix the protein powder, Du Ping's voice reached his ears again. Greyhead, why did you sneak into the kitchen again? If the director Lin sees this, he'll get angry again. The wolf named Greyhead trembled at the mention of Director Lin and dropped the pot to the floor. It hurriedly began to clean up the mess on the floor. Smack! With a slip of its foot, Greyhead fell to the ground. Also knocked the bowls and chopsticks on the table beside down to the ground. So, the gray-headed face was covered in dragon fruit. Successfully turned from a gray head into a red head. Jobai saw this tragic scene and instinctively covered his eyes. Du Ping, on the other hand, was so scared that he quivered slightly. It's over, it's over. Director Lin is coming. No, I have to hide right away. The gray head was also a bit startled. Flapping its wolf-like claws, it hurriedly tried to get up from the ground. However, their movements were too slow. Director Lin's voice quickly came over. I'm so angry, so angry. Who? Who is it? Which little rabbit is causing trouble again? Can I still have a peaceful life? Chapter 179. The director is a bit biased. The gray head hurriedly rolled to the side, covering its head with its hands, shrinking under a table. It thought it was hidden well. Actually, as soon as the kitchen door opened, it would be the first thing seen. Jobai shook his head at its worrying intelligence. Then he looked at Du Ping. He seemed much smarter. He quickly closed the door and hid behind it. Jobai thought that this hiding spot was not bad. So, he looked around, thinking about finding a hiding place for himself. But regrettably, there was no place nearby to hide. And now it was probably too late to rush out the door. Since hiding was not an option, he might as well ignore it altogether. Jobai took the protein powder, found a cup, and poured some in. As soon as Jobai finished this action, he heard footsteps coming from outside the door. Then, with a bang, the kitchen door was kicked open forcefully. Jobai's hand holding the cup hesitated, remembering that Du Ping was still hiding behind the door, and he couldn't help but feel sorry for him. At this moment, a man around 50 years old stormed into the kitchen. Who is causing trouble again? It seems that my shelter is going to be shut down one day. The gray head trembled all over upon hearing this voice. It tightened its hands around its head, as if doing so would make Director Lin unable to see it. Although the gray head did not want to be seen by Director Lin, he quickly spotted it. Gray head, it's you again. Why can't you let me have a little peace of mind? Come out, don't think hiding under the table will save you? Director Lin scolded, pointing at the gray head hiding under the table. But the gray head continued to shake and didn't dare to come out. So, Director Lin grew more agitated. As he spoke, he stomped hard on the broken tableware on the ground. How many times have I told you? I told you not to come to the kitchen, not to clean, not to touch things. Why don't you listen to any of it? Why? What is the reason? Director Lin grew angrier as he spoke. Suddenly, he slammed his hand down onto the glass shards on the floor. Jobai, as a bystander, stood aside with the cup in his hand. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but gasp. After slamming his hand down, Director Lin's hand was covered in glass shards. And after grimacing in pain, he finally calmed down. The gray head still shrank under the table, trembling all over, not daring to make a sound. Director Lin glanced at it. Gasping for air, he sat down on the floor. Lowering his head, he pulled out the glass shards piece by piece from his hand. His gaze fell upon Jobai. Jobai found that Director Lin was looking at him, and his heart skipped a beat. Then, he heard Director Lin ask him, "Did you and the gray head mess up the kitchen together?" Seeing Director Lin like this, Jobai reasonably suspected that if he answered yes, then he would soon be kicked out of the shelter. What should come will come. Jobai told himself to stay calm. Then he raised the cup in his hand, showing it to Director Lin. I didn't do anything. I just came to help Xiaohei to prepare protein powder. Actually, if Jobai really said he did nothing, that wouldn't be entirely true. Because he also helped Hui Tu turn on the gas stove. If you really looked into it, he could also be considered an accomplice. But at this moment, Jobai would never admit it. Director Lin heard Jobai's explanation but didn't ask further. Instead, he said impatiently, "Then hurry up and prepare it." Jobai helplessly said, "The water is too hot. I'm waiting for the temperature to drop before I mix it in." Director Lin saw Jobai's innocent look and suddenly changed his expression. "Since you're just idling around, why don't you clean the kitchen for Hui Tu?" Jobai responded with an "oh," put down the cup, picked up a broom, and started sweeping the floor. Hui Tu still hugged his head, afraid to even lift it to look at Director Lin. Director Lin looked at him and didn't say much more. With blood dripping from his hands, he walked out of the kitchen just like that. As Jobai swept the floor, he felt that Director Lin's earlier actions were quite strange. On the surface, he was scolding Hui Tu. But in reality, there was no punishment at all. As soon as he entered, he saw where Hui Tu was located. Even if he was extremely angry, he would rather hurt himself than lay a finger on Hui Tu. If it were Jobai who messed up the kitchen, he would probably have been kicked out of the shelter long ago. Jobai felt as if he could smell a hint of favoritism. He looked at Hui Tu, who was still shivering. In his heart, he analyzed the information he had. Meanwhile, his hands unconsciously swept the floor. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered that Du Ping was hiding behind the door. Hurriedly, he took the broom and went to check on him. Du Ping had a huge bump on his head. Until Zhou Bai opened the door, he dared to come out, rubbing his head. Seeing Du Ping like this, Zhou Bai tried really hard to control his urge to laugh. And Du Ping, with a sad face, was about to complain to Zhou Bai about his grievances. Suddenly thinking of something, his face changed instantly. Oh no, oh no. Xiao Hei is going to get angry again. Oh no, you wait and give it the protein powder yourself. I dare not go. Zhou Bai helplessly handed the broom to Du Ping. Then you clean up. After Zhou Bai said this, he went to check the water temperature. Seeing it was about right, he poured it into the cup. He took a spoon, stirred the protein powder in the cup evenly, then took it in hand and walked over to where Du Ping was cleaning. Where is Xiao Hei? Du Ping sighed and said to Zhou Bai. Go out of the kitchen, walk straight ahead, take a left into the staff break room. Then keep going straight, at the end turn right, and you will see the big cage where Xiao Hei lives. Zhou Bai keenly caught the key information. Xiao Hei lived in a big cage. Which animal could Xiao Hei be? An owl, a nightingale, a mouse, a parrot? Zhou Bai shook his head and didn't continue to guess. Anyway, he would see it soon. So he followed Du Ping's directions and walked over. On the way, Zhou Bai saw a big-mouthed parrot and a nightingale that sang at night. Then, when he reached the end of the path and turned right, he saw feathers scattered all over the floor, appearing in front of him. Near those feathers, blood was dripping. Upon seeing this scene, Zhou Bai immediately understood that this should be where the pair of friends who loved playing bloody games lived. Chapter 180: The Game Between Good Friends. Zhou Bai followed the scattered feathers and blood, walking inside. Then he saw a large iron cage appeared right in front of him. Next to the iron cage, there was a very rare owl with sparse feathers. It stood in the shadows, avoiding the sunlight, with its eyes closed, as if it were sleeping. It was just past 10 o'clock in the morning. This was the resting time for owls, which are active at night. So, Zhou Bai tiptoed, trying not to disturb it. He walked towards the inside. Then, he saw a large black mass in the cage, facing the wall, squatting in the corner. Zhou Bai thought, this must be Little Black. He leaned closer to the cage, and in a hushed voice, said to it, Little Black, I'm here to bring you protein powder. The Little Black squatting in the corner, heard Zhou Bai's voice and slowly turned its head. Then Zhou Bai saw clearly that this was a jet black, shiny mouse. When the mouse saw the cup of water in Zhou Bai's hand, it suddenly stood up. At that moment, Zhou Bai realized this was a mouse that was about a meter tall. Zhou Bai couldn't help but stare in shock. In comparison, Little Black's size was at least dozens of times bigger than a normal mouse. What kind of genetic mutation do these animals in the shelter have? By comparison, the owl next to it seemed a bit small and cute. However, this was not what surprised Zhou Bai the most. What amazed Zhou Bai was that when the mouse stood up, he noticed it had 8-pack abs. This was ridiculous. Zhou Bai didn't even have 8-pack abs, but a mouse did. No wonder it wanted to drink protein powder, it seemed to be a fitness mouse. As Zhou Bai thought about this, he held the water cup and leaned closer to the mouse's cage, whispering, Little Black, your protein powder is here. But where should I pass it to you? Zhou Bai shook the water cup in front of Little Black, trying to see how it would react. Unexpectedly, it suddenly placed its 2 paws on the iron cage. Then it forcefully pulled to the sides. The iron bars of the cage completely deformed, revealing a large gap. Zhou Bai saw the scene and was instantly frozen in place. This mouse had a bit of strength. Zhou Bai's eyes were focused on the mouse's developed biceps. For a moment, he forgot to pass the cup in his hand to it. So, Little Black began to get restless again. Bang, bang, bang. Its paws heavily pounded on the iron cage. The whole cage began to shake. When Zhou Bai heard this sound, he came back to his senses and continued walking forward, wanting to quickly pass the cup to Little Black. This way he could complete his task and leave this troublesome place quickly. At that moment, the owl that had been sleeping suddenly opened its eyes. Who meow, who meow, who meow. Zhou Bai quickly looked over. He saw the owl flapping its wings, flying towards the gap that Little Black had made. Zhou Bai hurriedly took a step back, yielding his position to the owl. He aimed not to disturb its playtime. Immediately after, he saw the owl's claws gripping the iron cage. It peered inside, trying to bite Little Black. Little Black gripped the owl's neck tightly. Soon, several of its few feathers were pulled out. Who meow, who meow, who meow. The owl emitted various cries of distress, while not forgetting to peck at Little Black a few times. Thus, the entire cage shook violently from their fight. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Bai stood aside, frowning as he watched the whole process of their game. He had to admit, this game looked really painful. Just when Zhou Bai thought he could quietly be a bystander, waiting for them to finish their fight, he suddenly heard a commotion from the entire shelter. The alarm rang. A light above Zhou Bai's head suddenly flickered. He looked up at the light and felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. The owl and the mouse heard the alarm but had no reaction, continuing to beat each other. Zhou Bai frowned tightly and quickly turned to look at the room behind him. In that room, there was also a lamp that looked exactly the same. But that light was not lit at the moment. Zhou Bai reasonably suspected that only the light above his head was flickering, and the alarm outside was directed at the room he was in now. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Another crisis was about to be handled. But he still didn't know what crisis he was facing. Zhou Bai quickly looked around him. If there was any incident happening in the room he was in, it would probably be the mutual beating between the two good friends in front of him. Zhou Bai frowned at these two friends, who were fighting more intensely. Isn't fighting allowed in the shelter? Or rather, isn't it allowed to fight too brutally? However, looking at the various wounds on their bodies, it seemed that fighting often happened. So this possibility wasn't very big. Zhou Bai now only saw his daughter's message. According to his experience, there should be some work rules in this shelter. Perhaps the work rules contained regulations related to what was happening now. But Zhou Bai had not seen these work rules yet, which was making things a bit difficult for him. Thinking of this, he could only shift his gaze back to the pair of friends. Then, he finally spotted a place that could be the solution. The cage that was pried open. He needed to pry that cage back together. But they were fighting so fiercely. Zhou Bai had to pull them apart to possibly fix the cage. The message from the director's daughter, the 7th point. The owl and the mouse in the cage are good friends. Sometimes, you will see them playing some bloody games together. If you see this, please do not disturb them, or they will be in a bad mood. To fix the cage, Zhou Bai needed to pull them apart. But pulling them apart would disturb their game. This put Zhou Bai in a dilemma again. Not far from the room where Zhou Bai was, Director Lin, hearing the alarm, began to become irritable. Who is it again? Which little bastard is causing trouble again? Do all of you want to drive me crazy before you stop? Zhou Bai heard Director Lin's voice and knew he was in danger of losing his job again. It was only the first day on the job, and it was really tough. Given the extent these animals could cause trouble in this shelter, it must be hard for Director Lin not to lose his temper. However, Zhou Bai could only complain a little in his heart. Then he quickly put down his cup and rushed to the iron cage. The rules just said not to disturb them while playing games. It didn't say he couldn't join them. Since they were playing a game, why not all play together? So, Zhou Bai got closer and smiled at them. What game are you playing? It looks so fun. Let me join in. After Zhou Bai finished speaking, he rotated his wrist and warmed up a bit. Seeing that neither of them objected, he took it as a consent. So he directly went over and threw a punch at the little black one's face. The little black one had a feather in its mouth, which Zhou Bai knocked down with one punch, and it fell to the ground. The owl saw Little Black's miserable state and flapped its wings happily. Coo laughed. However, it didn't stay happy for long. Zhou Bai's other punch quickly landed on it. This time, it was Xiao Hei, holding its belly, laughing loudly. Seeing that he finally managed to separate the two of them, Zhou Bai hurried to start cleaning up. But Director Lin's curses were getting closer and closer. You better not let me catch you. If I see you doing anything good again, I will definitely not let you go. Little bunnies, you're always causing me trouble. Director Lin had just returned to his office and sat down to bandage his wound when he heard the alarm. He could only hurry back without stopping. Now, he was definitely so angry that his forehead was about to smoke. He took large strides toward the room where Zhou Bai was. When he reached the door, he kicked it open with a loud bang. So, Xiao Hei squatted in the cage, holding a cup of protein powder. The owl stayed in a corner where the sunlight could not reach. Zhou Bai was diligently sweeping the floor. One person, one bird, and one mouse all showed surprised expressions, looking at the suddenly intruding Director Lin. That iron cage had long been put back in place by Zhou Bai. Everything looked so harmonious. It seemed that the one who kicked in the door, Director Lin, was the one disturbing the peace of the room. Seeing the scene in the room, Director Lin was also stunned. He could only angrily point at Zhou Bai and ask, "Why is it you again? What are you doing here?" Zhou Bai pointed to the protein powder that Xiao Hei was drinking. "Director Lin, I just told you I was coming to deliver protein powder to Xiao Hei, did you forget?" Xiao Hei nodded at Director Lin, holding the cup. Director Lin felt a bit embarrassed, and could only continue to question Zhou Bai. "If you have delivered the protein powder, why are you still standing here?" Joe Bai could only innocently show the broom in his hand to Director Lin. I noticed the owl was shedding a lot. Look, there are feathers all over the floor. I'm helping to sweep them up, so it won't feel sad seeing the mess. The owl, standing in the corner, nodded at Director Lin upon hearing Joe Bai's words. Director Lin immediately felt even more embarrassed. But there was nothing else to question. He could only look up at the flickering light on the ceiling, and then shouted as he left. Du Ping! Du Ping! Where have you gone? Get out here! Is the equipment broken? You need to check it right now. Inside the room, one person, one bird, and one mouse all sighed in relief after Director Lin left. And the innocent Du Ping, who got hit by the stray bullet, could only hold his swollen head and rush to follow Director Lin to check the equipment. At this moment, the alarm outside and the flickering light on the ceiling finally stopped. Joe Bai looked at Xiaohei, who was happily drinking protein powder, and the owl, which had also started to close its eyes again, confirming they would not play any more games for now, and then walked out of the room. Next to the main entrance of the stray animal shelter, there was a large clock standing there. Joe Bai walked over to it and looked at the time on the clock. It showed that the current time was 11:35 a.m. Joe Bai took out his phone to compare the time on it. After confirming the times matched, he put the phone away. Then, he prepared to go to other places to see if there were any other rules to find. At this moment, a colorful parrot standing next to the clock suddenly spoke. Fighting, fighting, you were just fighting. One punch hit Xiaohei. One punch hit Baozi. You're still pretending nothing happened. Ah, so funny, so funny. Hearing what the parrot said, Joe Bai immediately stopped in his tracks. This is exactly what happened just now in the room with Joe Bai, right? He turned his head and looked at the colorful, annoying parrot. The sixth message from the director's daughter. The parrot next to the clock is a big-mouth bird. If you do something bad, make sure it doesn't know. Otherwise, it will let everyone know what you did. What a big-mouth bird this is. Joe Bai didn't expect that the things he just did in the room were actually seen by it. So he rolled up his sleeves and slowly walked towards the parrot. Help, help, help. Kill the bird, kill the bird. Tell Director Lin. Tell Director Lin right away. The parrot started calling out as soon as it saw Joe Bai walking towards it. Joe Bai had never seen such an annoying bird. It hasn't even been touched, and it's already shouting for the bird to be killed? Don't kill the bird, don't hit the bird. It will all be seen, you can't hide it. You will be finished, finished, finished. Joe Bai felt a headache from the noise made by the parrot. The moment the parrot wasn't paying attention, he suddenly sped up and caught it in his hand. Pervert, pervert, don't touch me. Joe Bai covered its mouth out of annoyance. So the parrot could only make a soft woo-woo-woo sound. At last, Joe Bai's ears were somewhat at peace. However, the bird was indeed right about one thing. Joe Bai really couldn't kill it. Setting aside whether it would violate the rules, just based on the alarm sound he just heard, it would be difficult to hide this matter. Since he couldn't kill it, hitting it also lost its meaning. With this bird's annoying personality, trying to beat it into submission seemed impossible. What if it pretended to be submissive and then immediately spread the news to everyone? Dealing with an animal of this character was indeed a bit tricky. Chapter 182 about the problem of time. Joe Bai covered the parrot's mouth with his hand. It couldn't speak, only making woo-woo-woo sounds. As Joe Bai looked at it, pondering how to deal with the situation, his eyes once again fell on the clock. At that moment, another question suddenly popped into Joe Bai's mind. The third message from the director's daughter. From 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day, you must stay in your room. No matter what happens, do not go out or open the door. And the fifth message from the director's daughter. The hours of the shelter are from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Please do not be late or leave early, otherwise you will be kicked out of the animal shelter. He looked at the clock and suddenly had a new idea for solving the time-related contradiction. So, he smiled at the annoying parrot and said, I have a new gossip, I guarantee you haven't heard it. After saying that, he let go of the parrot's mouth. As soon as the parrot was released, it squawked loudly, wow wow wow. How could there be gossip in this shelter that I don't know? Tell me. I want to hear, I want to hear. Seeing the parrot's anxious look, Joe Bai laughed mischievously. There's no gossip you don't know? Then let me ask you, do you know why Du Ping has a bump on his head? The parrot hadn't been in the kitchen earlier, so it didn't know what happened in there. Hit the wall? Got beaten by someone? Joe Bai shook his head at both of them. So the parrot excitedly shouted. He did something bad, right? Joe Bai gave the parrot a meaningful look. You won't know. Go ask Du Ping, and he won't tell you the truth either. I don't believe you, just go ask. He will definitely say it vaguely. The parrot looked at Joe Bai, eyes full of curiosity. And Joe Bai ruthlessly shook his head at it again. So, it anxiously flapped its wings non-stop. Tell me. Humph. I'll ask myself. Ask Du Ping. Ask Du Ping. After the parrot finished speaking, it flew towards Du Ping's direction. Joe Bai watched the parrot's departing figure, smiling even more happily. When it asked Du Ping, he would definitely look very guilty. So that parrot would become more convinced that Du Ping had done something bad. But it couldn't find out what exactly bad thing Du Ping did. So, things would become interesting. It seemed that for a while, there was no thought to pay attention to Joe Bai. This gave Joe Bai plenty of time to respond. Joe Bai looked at the parrot's faraway figure. Confirming it couldn't see him anymore, he turned to look at the clock beside him. Before 8 o'clock he couldn't leave the room, but work started at 7:30. If Joe Bai secretly adjusted the clock to be slower, wouldn't he have a good reason to be late? Thinking of this, Joe Bai quietly looked around. Confirming no one had noticed him, he quickly opened the clock and adjusted it to be 35 minutes slower. Once he finished this, Joe Bai pretended nothing had happened and quickly left the place. In the equipment room, the parrot circled around Du Ping, chattering non-stop. And Du Ping was stammering, unable to explain, sweating from worry. Joe Bai quickly escaped from this troublesome place, not wanting that big-mouthed bird to see him. As he walked, he looked around, pondering where he could find new rules. From past experience, the work guidelines should have been given to him upon joining. So, finding his own room should lead him to new rules. Additionally, there should also be rules belonging to him in Director Lin's office. However, entering a seemingly important place like Director Lin's office would be tough, and the risk was high. He probably would have to wait until later to enter. Joe Bai was analyzing this in his mind, when he suddenly saw Director Lin passing by him. He saw Joe Bai and stopped his steps. You are Joe Bai, right? Come to my office for a moment. Joe Bai was stunned for a moment. This was not what he imagined, was it? Forget it, just consider that analysis as if nothing happened. Joe Bai responded and followed behind Director Lin toward his office. The nightingale mentioned in the director's daughter's message indeed appeared next to the director's office. Joe Bai looked at the nightingale, seeing it bowing its head, preening its feathers. It seemed no different from an ordinary bird. Joe Bai could not yet know if there would be any problems with the bird's song. He just looked at it a few more times, then followed Director Lin into his office. Director Lin's office was no different from a typical middle-aged man's office. Except that on his desk, there was a photo of him with his daughter. In the photo, the director's daughter looked to be in her 20s. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, standing next to her father, smiling brightly. And Director Lin's face also showed a loving expression. Joe Bai unconsciously stared at the director's face in the photo. He didn't know why, but a strange feeling arose in his heart. It felt like something was not quite right. However, he couldn't grasp the source of this peculiar feeling. At that moment, Director Lin suddenly flipped the photo frame face down with a bang. Joe Bai sensed a somewhat awkward atmosphere in the entire office. So he pretended nothing happened, shifting his gaze and looking at Director Lin. Director Lin, I don't know why you called me here. Is there something going on? Director Lin looked up and down at Joe Bai for a long time before finally speaking. Have you memorized the work rules of the shelter? Joe Bai didn't expect that Director Lin called him in just to test his knowledge. But he had never even seen those work rules, so how could he possibly memorize them? So he could only honestly shake his head. Seeing Joe Bai shake his head, Director Lin's face instantly darkened. Go back and memorize them today. If you still haven't memorized them by tomorrow, get out of this shelter. Joe Bai responded with an "oh" and stood frozen in place. Director Lin saw Joe Bai like this and almost lost his temper again. What are you still doing here? Why aren't you going back to memorize? Joe Bai continued to stand there without moving. Director Lin, could you give me another copy of the shelter's work rules? Chapter 183, a work rule full of contradictions. Director Lin worked hard to avoid blowing up right then and there. He took out a piece of paper from his drawer and tossed it to Joe Bai. Joe Bai accepted the rules and understandably left Director Lin's office immediately. Only after he had a distance away from the office did he stop to read the contents carefully. Work rules of the stray animal shelter. 1. This shelter is a warm and harmonious big family. Every animal here is very friendly. As long as you treat them sincerely, they will treat you the same way. 2. The working hours of the shelter are from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. However, do not be rigid about this time. As long as the animals need you, you should start working at any time. 3. There are no mirrors in the shelter, nor do we need any mirrors. If you see a mirror appear, please break it immediately and throw it into the trash can. 4. The turtle in the water bowl is the most gentle animal in the entire shelter. Therefore, other animals really want to get close to it. If you see other animals approaching this turtle, please stop them. 5. The nightingale next to the director's office sings beautifully. Director Lin loves listening to it sing the most. Please remember to prepare honey water for it every day to ensure it can sing its lovely song. 6. The big gray wolf that loves to wear an apron is not suitable for doing too much work. If you see it working, please stop it. 7. Every day at 4 p.m., someone will come to deliver food to the shelter. Do not engage in too much communication with them. After they put down the food, please ask them to leave immediately. 8. The shelter has limited funding, so any behavior that intends to damage public property is prohibited here. After Jobai read these 8 rules, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has obtained new rules, now marking an incorrect option for the host. The third rule of the stray animal shelter is incorrect. After hearing what the system said, Jobai looked at the incorrect option. There are no mirrors in the shelter, nor do we need any mirrors. If you see a mirror appear, please break it immediately and throw it into the trash can. This time, the rule marked by the system was the strangest among all the rules. Jobai looked at this rule. Then, the strange feeling he had just after seeing the photo in the director's office floated back to his mind. In Jobai's understanding, mirrors correspond to some eerie things. The work rules clearly state that there are no mirrors in the shelter. This means that someone here doesn't want a mirror to appear in the shelter. Jobai didn't know what would happen if a mirror appeared. He had a feeling that when a mirror appeared, it might come along with danger. But since this was an incorrect option, then the mirror is very likely the key to solving the problem in this copy. Jobai quickly analyzed this wrong option and then reread the other rules. Compared to his daughter's message, the fourth rule in this set has an extra turtle. Moreover, it is the gentlest animal in the entire shelter. Jobai cannot yet figure out what this difference really means. He can only remember this and wait to study it well when he sees that turtle. Then, Jobai's gaze fell on the fifth rule. The nightingale next to the director's office has a very beautiful song. Director Lin's favorite thing is to listen to it sing. Please remember to prepare honey water for it every day, to ensure it can sing a lovely song. This rule is in conflict with the message from the director's daughter. The director's daughter's message, the second rule. There is a nightingale next to my dad's office. It sings continuously at 10 p.m. every night. If you hear its song, please leave my dad's office immediately, and the farther away the better. This rule requires one to stay away as much as possible upon hearing the nightingale's song, and the farther away the better. When Jobai saw this rule for the first time, he associated the nightingale's song with potentially bad things. But the newly obtained work rules state that Director Lin loves to listen to the nightingale's song. Connecting these two things made Jobai feel somewhat anxious. Director Lin has some significant issues. Jobai recalled the details of interacting with Director Lin and shook his head without a clue. He needed to search for more information. And he must be more careful the next time he interacts with Director Lin. After Jobai simply summarized, he read the content on the note several more times. Only after he could remember all the rules did he put the note into his pocket, keeping it for now. He turned to look at the location of the clock behind him. That big-mouthed bird has not returned after going out to find Du Ping. So Jobai looked at the time on the clock. It showed that it was already 12 noon. Jobai took out his phone from his pocket. The time displayed was 12:35 noon. After confirming this, Jobai felt slightly relieved. According to reason, the shelter should provide work meals for the staff. So Jobai left his previous position, planning to go to the kitchen to see if his lunch was prepared. Jobai followed the previous route and returned to the kitchen. Then he saw a man wearing a chef's hat and slightly chubby, appearing in the kitchen. It seemed this man was the official chef in this kitchen. Jobai walked in and saw that the preparation counter next to him was already filled with lavish food. Jobai leaned closer and thought, the food here in the shelter is really not bad. Prawns, fish, steak, broccoli, carrots, eggs, rice. As Jobai was admiring those ingredients, he secretly sighed when the busy chef noticed Jobai's arrival. You came just in time, I just finished this dish, help me hold it. Jobai nodded and took the plate from the chef's hand. He looked at the plate filled with colors, fragrances, and flavors, just as he was about to place the dish on the nearby dining table. The chef stopped him again. Wait a moment, there's another plate. The big gray one needs to eat 2 plates to be full. Jobai then realized that this dish in his hand was likely not for him. It was possible that none of the ingredients on the preparation counter were for him either. Chapter 184 The Upset Turtle. Jobai quickly had no choice but to accept this fact. This is an animal shelter, of course the animals are the main characters, while the staff are the supporting characters. Jobai could only go over, take the other plate of delicious food from the chef, then walk out of the kitchen. Greyhead came out from the kitchen in the morning, and secretly took a mop, appearing in the corridor. Its face was smeared with dragon fruit, and although it was cleaned, the stain couldn't be erased. So now it left a large magenta mark on its face, which made its already funny apron look even more amusing. Jobai held 2 plates of food and finally found it with great difficulty. He placed the food in front of Greyhead, then put his hands on his hips and stared grimly at the mop in its hand. Thus, Greyhead showed an awkward smile. Then it obediently put the mop down on the ground. Jobai nodded with satisfaction. He took Greyhead's mop away and hid it in a secret place, finally feeling at ease. After finishing this task, Jobai returned to the kitchen. The chef skillfully handed over 2 plates of food, placing them in Jobai's hands. The plate with chicken breast is for Little Black. The plate with a lot of chili is for Bowsy. Jobai looked at this food, which was almost no different from what humans eat, and even made more delicately. In his heart, he became even more certain that the animals in this shelter should originally be humans. If that's the case, then they must have been highly contaminated to completely mutate into this state. In such situations, there is usually a tendency for aggression. But at the moment, their condition seems relatively stable. Jobai thought as he carried 2 plates of food, heading to the room of Little Black and Bowsy. When he got to the kitchen, another chef came over with a plate of peeled shrimp, handing it to Jobai. This plate, take it to the old guy living in the water basin. Jobai thought for a while, then realized the old guy the chef mentioned should be the turtle described in the rules. Besides it seemed there were no other animals living in the water basin in the shelter. Jobai held a plate of shrimp and found the turtle. The singing nightingale was standing by the water basin, staring at the turtle inside. The regulations of the stray animal shelter, 4th rule. The turtle in the water basin is the most gentle animal in the entire shelter. So, other animals really want to get close to it. If you see other animals getting close to this turtle, please stop them. Jobai remembered this rule, so he spoke to chase it away. Hey, little nightingale, don't stay here. Hurry back to your own place. When Jobai finished speaking, the nightingale suddenly looked at him and started to sing. That song was broken and hoarse, as unpleasant as could be. The director's daughter's message, 2nd rule. Next to my dad's office, there is a nightingale. It sings non-stop every night at 10 o'clock. If you hear it singing, please leave my dad's office immediately, and the farther away, the better. It was only noon, why was it singing? Jobai frowned and covered his ears. Should he quickly escape from here? But what about the turtle? Another rule stated to stop other animals from approaching the turtle. This made things a bit tricky. At that moment, Director Lin's voice came from the office. So noisy, so noisy. Then came the sound of something crashing from his office. Seeing the situation was urgent, Jobai held the plate in his hand and rushed directly to the nightingale's side. Bending down, he picked up the water basin in front of it and ran away. The nightingale behind him didn't expect Jobai would take the turtle and its home away. Immediately stopped singing and let out various chirping curses. Jobai ignored its curses, holding the water basin and hurried back to the kitchen. The chef was somewhat taken aback to see Jobai carrying the tortoise's water basin back. With a meaningful glance at Jobai, he said no more and continued to cook. Jobai did not see the chef's gaze, panting heavily and looking down at the tortoise in the water basin. The tortoise was lazily stretching on a rock, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with it at all. Jobai placed the tortoise next to the dining table and poured the shrimp he was holding for it to eat. The tortoise looked at the shrimp, which all fell into the water, turned its head away, and wouldn't eat a single one, remaining still on the rock. Jobai didn't know why this tortoise was throwing a tantrum. He could only shrug his shoulders, taking the other food handed over by the chef, and continue to feed the animals. By around 2 p.m., Jobai finally fed all the animals in the shelter. And waited until they finished eating, collecting the empty plates back. After all these tasks were done, Jobai finally saw a bowl of lunch that belonged to him on the dining table. He was so hungry that his stomach was empty, sitting next to the bowl of rice. He picked up the bowl and started eating big bites. Next to the dining table, the tortoise in the water basin was still moody, refusing to eat a single shrimp. Jobai frowned at this oddly temperamental tortoise while eating. Thinking for a moment, he picked a piece of green vegetable from his bowl and held it up to the tortoise's mouth. The tortoise turned its head again, still refusing to eat. Jobai couldn't help it and, choosing to ignore it, continued eating. Just after Jobai took a couple of bites, Duping came over. Taking advantage of the parrot's moment of eating, he finally escaped from its incessant questioning. At this moment, he sat next to Jobai, but his face looked worse than death. Jobai glanced at the unfortunate Duping, suppressing the urge to laugh. Then he lowered his head and continued to eat his bowl of rice with big bites. While eating, he asked Duping, "Duping, how long have you worked at this shelter?" Duping seemed a bit annoyed by the parrot's nagging and now had little appetite. He fumbled around his bowl for a long time before finally managing to pick up a vegetable and put it in his mouth. "I came 2 months earlier than you." Jobai nodded while eating. Was Director Lin as temperamental 2 months ago? Duping's eyes widened at Jobai's question. Shoo! How can you say that Director Lin is temperamental? After finishing, Du Ping looked around to confirm no one else was there. Only then did he lean closer to Zhou Bai and speak softly. You mustn't let Director Lin hear such questions. Chapter 185 The Strange Attitude of the Dish Deliverer. Seeing Du Ping's frightened expression, Zhou Bai could only nod and not pursue the question further. Unexpectedly, not only was Director Lin bad-tempered, but he also did not even allow people to talk about his bad temper. Since they couldn't discuss that matter, Zhou Bai could only ask Du Ping about other topics. Next, Zhou Bai inquired about his dorm room, usual work tasks, and some common information, but didn't gain more useful info. So, Zhou Bai had to stop probing and continue eating his meal. Du Ping still had little appetite. After shoveling in a couple of bites of rice, he stopped. Bored, he sat next to the dining table and noticed the tortoise beside Zhou Bai. Hey, are you planning to keep the tortoise in your room? Zhou Bai, you are really too clever. How did you come up with this idea? Zhou Bai heard Du Ping's exaggerated exclamation, and he almost spat out the rice in his mouth. To be honest, Zhou Bai didn't have this idea at first. But after Du Ping said it, he thought that maybe this idea could work. So, he didn't answer Du Ping's question, but stood up. He said to Du Ping, thanks. Du Ping was left staring at Zhou Bai in a daze. Zhou Bai smiled as he picked up the water basin next to him and walked towards his room. The rules required that other animals must be prevented from approaching this turtle. At first, Zhou Bai was quite troubled. This turtle was placed outside, living with other animals, but they were not allowed to get close. This really was a bit difficult for people. Did he have to keep an eye on it all the time? Fortunately, Du Ping proposed a new idea, and the problem was immediately solved. Directly bringing the turtle into Zhou Bai's room. Then the other animals wouldn't be able to touch it, right? However, this turtle seemed to dislike Zhou Bai. It was likely that its future life would be quite gloomy. But Zhou Bai didn't care about the turtle's gloomy expression, holding the water basin, and walked into his room. He looked down at the turtle in the water basin. It was still lying on the rock, not moving at all. Zhou Bai looked at it for a while, then took the shrimp from the water basin and placed it in front of it. The turtle still turned its head away, not even glancing at the shrimp, let alone eating it. Zhou Bai could only sigh. He couldn't think of a way to make this turtle happy for now. After looking at it for a while, he left it in the room and closed the door. Next, Zhou Bai still had to continue working. As an employee at the stray animal shelter, Zhou Bai's main job was to take care of the daily lives of the animals in the shelter. Each animal in this shelter was a difficult one to deal with. Zhou Bai didn't dare to slack off, so he busily got back to work. Time quickly passed to 4 in the afternoon. At this moment, the doorbell rang outside the animal shelter. The 7th rule of the shelter's work code. Every day at 4 in the afternoon, someone will come to deliver food. Never engage in too much conversation with them. After placing the food down, ask them to leave immediately. Zhou Bai remembered that someone should be coming to deliver food. So, he put down the cleaning work he was doing and ran to the door. When he opened the door, Zhou Bai saw a person outside who was wrapped up tightly. He could not see their other facial features, only barely seeing the eyes that were exposed. As soon as Zhou Bai saw the person's appearance, his heart started to pound. The person outside delivering the food, when seeing Zhou Bai open the door, also visibly froze for a moment. Then panic appeared in their eyes. Zhou Bai reached out his hand, wanting to help take the food from their hands. But the person quickly dodged Zhou Bai's hand as if avoiding a plague. Zhou Bai had never been rejected like this before, feeling somewhat confused as he looked at the person. The person, however, didn't say a word, hurriedly placed the items down, and quickly ran away. Zhou Bai thought this was really strange. Was there a serious pollution issue in the shelter, and did the outside people know about it? That was why they were so fully wrapped up. If that was the case, why were they so scared upon seeing Zhou Bai? Were they afraid that Zhou Bai would pollute them? Did they think Zhou Bai looked scary? Zhou Bai self-deprecatingly thought this in his heart. Then he shook his head, picked up the food that the person had thrown on the ground, and carried it to the kitchen. The slightly plump chef was already standing in the kitchen at this time. It's time to prepare dinner for the animals. He saw Zhou Bai coming in with food, his face once again showing a strange expression. As he was handling the ingredients, he said to Zhou Bai, "Try to say as little as possible to the person delivering the ingredients." Zhou Bai wanted to talk to him, but the other person avoided him, like he was a plague. Zhou Bai had no chance at all. As he thought about this, he suddenly realized an issue. The 7th rule of the stray animal shelter's work guideline states, never engage in too much communication with the other person. This slightly plump chef also said, try to say as little as possible to him. No one said you couldn't talk to him. What if tomorrow, he tried talking to him? The more Zhou Bai thought about it, the more he felt this method was feasible. So, he happily said to the chef, "No problem, I will definitely try to say as little as possible to him." The chef did not know Joe Bai was having some bad thoughts. He thought Joe Bai really took his advice to heart. So he didn't say more, and after directing Joe Bai to put the ingredients in the right place, he began to prepare dinner for the animals. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the chef first finished dinner for the gray-headed animal. He still handed 2 big plates to Joe Bai and let him go serve the gray-headed animal. The second rule of the stray animal shelter's work guidelines. Working hours in the shelter are from 7:30 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon. However, don't be confined to this time. As long as the animals need you, you must start working at any time. So, even though it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, time for getting off work, as long as the animals needed him, Joe Bai still had to start working. Thus, Joe Bai could only serve the animals dinner before he could rest and eat. It must be said, this time, Joe Bai was playing the role with the lowest status. There was no way Joe Bai was engaged in service, which inevitably would be a bit hard. He comforted himself like this, trying hard to show a smile, and then served dinner in a good attitude in front of the animals. Chapter 186, The Turtle That Wouldn't Eat. Joe Bai finished serving food to the other animals and finally returned to his room with a plate of small fish. That turtle was still lying completely still on the stone. The shrimp in the water bowl hadn't moved a single one. Joe Bai looked at the turtle in the water bowl, placed the plate of small fish beside it, then walked out of the room. By this time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Joe Bai finally completed his serving tasks and could relax to enjoy his own dinner. So, he returned to the kitchen and sat at the dining table. At this time, Duping also finished his tasks and sat down next to Joe Bai. Seeing Duping's dejected look, Joe Bai knew that the parrot from the afternoon must still be bothering him. So, Joe Bai decided to leave it at that, buried in eating, and absolutely would not bring up the matter. And Duping didn't eat much at noon, so by evening, he was finally hungry. At this time, he began shoveling rice into his mouth. However, with every mouthful, he called out the name of a dish. Salt and pepper parrot, braised parrot, spicy parrot, caramelized parrot. With each utterance, he bit hard into the rice in his mouth. It was like he was eating that parrot. Joe Bai was originally engrossed in eating the rice in his hand. But when he clearly heard the dish names Duping was mentioning, he nearly spat out a mouthful of rice. Fortunately, his self-control was sufficient, and he managed to swallow the rice in time, preventing the scene from becoming too awkward. During this short mealtime, Joe Bai learned no less than 100 dish names related to parrots. He finally managed to suppress the urge to laugh uncontrollably.